Chapter 1. I am Frieza on a planet named Patch. A disc-shaped spacecraft hovered within the atmosphere. Lord Frieza. The extermination of Patch has been completed. A rotund figure, adorned in pink and covered with numerous fleshy protrusions, bent over to report to Frieza unbeknownst to him. At that very moment, Frieza's body had been usurped by a being named Ho-Chin. The reasons for this peculiar occurrence eluded Ho-Chin. Yet one thing was abundantly clear. He had become the first formidable antagonist in the Dragon Ball universe. A natural-born villain, a character of malevolence. This beginning felt decidedly amiss. It was far removed from the typical narrative of acquiring Saiyan blood, shattering limits, and ultimately ascending to the pinnacle of the universe. In essence, he was an anomaly, devoid of even a conventional gender. Even if he were transformed into a female Saiyan, he would not find it objectionable. After some time, Frieza, henceforth referred to as Frieza, gleaned from his memories that he had extinguished planet Vegeta many years prior, and even Vegeta himself had reached adulthood. This indicated that the battle on Namek was imminent. It was that very confrontation which would forge his rival, the infamous Saiyan son Goku. And here he was, the cosmic sovereign Frieza, reduced to a half-mechanical mockery. As a transmigrant well-versed in the lore of Dragon Ball, how could he allow such a travesty to unfold? Was he to disregard the dignity of a traveler? Glancing at his infantile vessel, Frieza was filled with profound discomfort. Bang. The infant carriage exploded instantly, and he stood firmly upon the ground. Creak, creak, with each step, a sound reminiscent of rusted friction echoed beneath him. Despite recognizing it as the customary background music of his race, he found it utterly unappealing. He was also quite displeased with his current form. The crimson muscles appeared shriveled. As if in atrophy, he could not fathom why the original Frieza had accepted such a physique. Dodoria, relay the command to return to Ice Planet. His voice was not loud, yet he trusted Dodoria would respond promptly. The top subordinate was not merely a title. Yes, Lord Frieza. 3 days later, the spacecraft landed on Ice Planet. Frieza opened his eyes. During these 3 days, he had diligently acclimated to this body, and just recently, he had finally mastered it perfectly. Feeling the surging power within him exhilarated him to the point of wanting to roar. With joy, a battle power of 530,000 was already formidable. He could only imagine the ecstasy awaiting him when he released his suppressed transformation. Frieza was growing impatient, as he discovered that this newfound strength was also a source of great comfort. Lord Frieza, Ice Planet has been reached. King Cold awaits you in the palace. A fleeting glance sent a jolt of terror through Dodoria, nearly halting his heartbeat. Tell him to mind his own business. With a resounding crash, a beam of crimson light erupted from Frieza's eyes, instantly breaching the spacecraft's hull. An unbearable chill swept into the ship, yet Frieza felt an unexpected sense of warmth. Ignoring the almost frozen Dodoria, Frieza soared into the void, so swiftly that Dodoria could only catch a glimpse of a black dot vanishing from sight. Frieza arrived at the coldest corner of the Ice Planet, reveling in the refreshing sensation coursing through him, and he chuckled with delight. Oh how! His laughter abruptly ceased, for it was not the mirth he desired, it was utterly ridiculous. All his previous good cheer was shattered in an instant. Frieza found the environment perfectly suited for transformation, minimizing the potential harm to himself. Thus, he resolved to assume his most formidable form. To him, the strongest form appeared somewhat diminutive, yet it was the most aesthetically pleasing. In his first form, his stature increased, muscles swelling, reminiscent of the current King Cold. In the second form, he resembled a grotesque creature, with an elongated head and still crimson muscles. In his final form, he became more lithe, his gaze fierce, with ears resembling inverted small bowls, albeit rectangular. 2 lines etched across his face from his eyes to his chin, giving the impression of perpetual sorrow. It was exceedingly unpleasant. Purple, gem-like muscles adorned his head, shoulders, abdomen, arms, and calves. His lengthy tail exuded an air of strength. His entire physique took on a graceful contour. Regrettably, the Frost Demons are asexually reproducing beings. Cursed! With an expletive, his mood lifted slightly. As for his battle power of 120 million during full exertion, it sufficed for now, but in the future, it would amount to nothing. Frieza began to unleash his power without restraint, needing to restore his strength to its zenith. Swiftly, concealment be damned. 60 million, 90 million, 100 million. Roar! As his power peaked at 120 million, a wave of pain surged through him, a consequence of his body struggling to cope with the dramatic increase in strength. With a resounding cry, Frieza gradually acclimated to the power within him, the agony subsiding. I have finally accomplished the first step now. I must maintain this form and swiftly adapt to this state, or I shall have no chance for further advancement. Had it not been for the ice planet's frigid temperatures providing immense assistance, he may not have transitioned so smoothly into his transformation. This transformation is not akin to the original narrative where he was severely beaten, resulting in a significant depletion of his energy. Rather, it represents a formidable power of 120 million. With a resounding bang, a fist struck the icy surface, creating an unfathomable pit. The piercing cold enveloped him, sending delightful tremors through Frieza's body. Without a moment's hesitation, he leapt into the abyss, fully aware that only in a frigid environment could he stabilize this form. Completely only after acclimating to this newfound strength could he elevate his combat prowess further. A month later, the ice surface, now restored, erupted once more as Frieza's diminutive form re-emerged. At this moment, his breathing had become steady. Indeed, the former Frieza was a fool too comfortable in his ease, unwilling to endure even the slightest hardship. Suddenly, the battle power detector, discarded to the side, emitted a signal. Although this device was prone to destruction from overwhelming power readings, it remained intact as long as he refrained from measuring data beyond its limits. Vegeta, Raditz has been slain, but he relayed crucial information. There exists a phenomenon on Earth known as the Dragon Balls, capable of granting any wish. Quickly, deactivate the detector. Frieza's lips curled into an involuntary smirk. Ho, ho, hoa. Chapter 2. The journey to planet Yardrat. Has the plot commenced? Yet, I am no longer the Frieza of old. Feeling the surging power within him, Frieza felt the urge to laugh heartily. This habit needed reform. Maintaining his supreme strength, he returned to the royal palace in mere moments. Gazing upon King Cold seated upon the throne, Frieza smirked derisively. An unambitious old man who had confined his prowess to the initial transformation. It was precisely such complacency that led to his swift demise at the hands of that worthless Trunks. Familial bonds? Nonsense. To presume that mere asexual reproduction could foster familial affection among the Frost Demons was laughable. Not to mention, Frieza had always harbored thoughts of usurping his position. He could not accept the notion of having multiple fathers. However, King Cold's actual combat power was commendable, reaching nearly 150 million in his first transformation, which was the primary reason Frieza had yet to make a move. Frieza, why have you suddenly adopted your strongest form? Your body may not withstand it. Frieza scoffed at King Cold's words with disdain. It was precisely such sentiments that had caused the original Frieza's stagnation in strength, rendering him almost incapable of achieving his ultimate form. He would no longer be deceived by such fabrications. Ho ho ho! What business do you have with me? Frieza found himself utterly speechless at this uncontrollable smug laughter. Paramexing has presented exquisite red wine as tribute. I am aware of your fondness for it, and thus I have reserved a substantial amount for you. Frieza's eyes twitched in irritation. Had it not been for the recognition of his current inability to retaliate, he would have certainly delivered a sound beating. It was evident that he had grown complacent, indulging in a life of ease. Gula had already established a power greater than that of King Cold, yet this individual exhibited not the slightest hint of vigilance. Not entirely true at the very least. King Cold harbored a desire to eliminate that unfilial son. Gula, however, he refrained from acting, primarily due to his own inadequacies. Leave it to Dodoria. Let us depart. Ho ho ho! Remarkably, this time, he managed to produce only 2 chuckles. The disc-shaped spaceship was hurtling through the cosmos at breakneck speed, with Frieza's destination set for planet Yardrat. That realm boasted martial techniques rivaling those of Earth, with a meticulous understanding of energy manipulation, alongside impressive travel capabilities, including instantaneous movement. Frieza could no longer endure the languorous pace of space travel. It felt like an utter squandering of life. For an entire month, he spent his time aboard the spacecraft, endeavoring to sense the existence of energy. Given his extraordinary talent, once he grasped the concept of energy, mastering it would be quite effortless. Yet, lacking systematic training, he could only suppress his energy to approximately 60 million. King Frieza, we have arrived at planet Yardrat. Shall we eliminate the indigenous inhabitants? Dodoria once again felt the chilling ruthlessness of the Cosmic Emperor. A mere glance from Frieza sent shivers down his spine. Return to base. Your services are no longer required here. Paying no heed to Dodoria's response, Frieza blasted a hole through the spacecraft and shot off into the distance. He was unconcerned about the gaping hole in the ship or how they would return. These were not matters for Frieza to ponder. He had been in a foul mood since his arrival in this world. As he surveyed the red-skinned inhabitants of planet Yardrat, he found them somewhat more agreeable to his eyes. Oh, ho ho. Are you the most formidable individual on this planet? Hyusu was drenched in cold sweat at Frieza's laughter. Yet he dared not display the slightest hint of fear. King Frieza has descended upon our planet. I, on behalf of the people of Udrat, extend my warmest welcome and gratitude for your mercy. Oh, I have made no promises of sparing your lives. Slap. With a swing of his tail against the ground, an unfathomable fissure appeared, stretching across half the planet. However, if you could impart to me the principles of energy manipulation and instantaneous movement, I might consider sparing you. Oh ho! Cursed Frieza. Steady yourself, do not betray any discomfort after all. He was the cold-hearted Frieza. Not a problem, I shall teach you everything I know, without reservation. Energy is omnipresent, every living being possesses it. And what we can achieve is the mastery of energy. 3 days later, Frieza successfully minimized his energy level, and the detector indicated his combat power was a mere 5. I have become a weakling with a power level of only 5. This statement sent a cold sweat running down Hugh's back. If you, the Cosmic Emperor Frieza, are a weakling, what does that make them? Bacteria? Next, let us discuss the principles of instant transmission. Just as he finished explaining, Frieza vanished. Hyusu. Frieza reappeared. What other tricks do you possess? Bring forth something challenging. How about the star transformation? Speak. A day later, Hyusu gazed at Frieza, whose body emanated a purple glow, drenched in sweat. Incredible power. This method of power enhancement is quite similar to the Kaioken, yet it imposes no strain on the body. Remarkable. Oh ho ho ho. Is there more? None. This is the most powerful technique I know, and even I have not mastered it. What Hyusu did not mention was that the star transformation was merely a legendary skill, conceived only in theory by its creator. Frieza vanished once more, appearing in the cosmos outside the planet Yardrat, where a purple energy sphere was coalescing on his fingertip planet destroyer. Hyusu felt the imminent threat of death, yet he found himself utterly incapable of resistance. Minutes later, that terrifying pressure dissipated. I am a new Frieza. I should not indulge in indiscriminate slaughter, even if Son Goku has learned instant transmission. I am confident I can defeat him. Having found ample justification to show mercy to his subordinates, Frieza instantaneously teleported away his next destination, planet Namek. He would not foolishly await the unfolding of events with the advantage of foresight. Why not employ it wisely? On an unnamed planet, an elderly and frail green being sat on a stone bench. Sighing in despair, Slug was deeply troubled. His lifespan was dwindling, and he desperately yearned to regain his youth. Suddenly, Frieza appeared before him, causing cold sweat to trickle down to his feet. Oh ho ho ho. Slap. With a flick of his tail, Frieza sent Slug flying. Much to his annoyance, he sensed the presence of Namekians, but could only detect Slug's energy. Just as he was about to speak, that infuriating laughter erupted once again in a fit of rage. He sent Slug hurtling away, dragging a long trench in his wake. This energy must be from Namek. It resembles Slug's, but lacks any malevolence. Left behind was the unconscious Slug, having been struck down by Frieza's tail, while Frieza had long since vanished. Whoosh! Near his host swung perilously close to Frieza's head, missing by a mere 0.001 centimeters. If Frieza were just a tad taller, he would undoubtedly be the first of the time. Travelers to be struck on the head by a hoe. Neru is the mightiest being on the entire Namekian planet, and when he wields his hoe to cultivate the land, its power is quite formidable. Neru swore that the petite individual standing before him, who willingly placed themselves beneath his hoe, would be the very first. Oh ho ho! Chapter 3. This Peculiar Wish. Oh ho ho! Never mind. This habit has become ingrained in my very being. It cannot be altered. Namekian, you are rather impolite. The malevolent exterior, the chilling gaze, all unmistakably reveal Frieza's nefarious nature. Who are you? And how did you come to be on Namek? With a resounding crack, Neru was rendered unconscious upon the ground. A mere 42,000 in combat power, he displayed an audacity that knew no bounds. Consider this a minor lesson. Oh ho ho! Indeed, I have grown accustomed to it. The sound is rather pleasant, particularly in its capacity for mockery. Gently touching the ground, Frieza soared towards the massive structure in the distance, resembling a worm's form, somewhat repulsive in appearance. The Universe Emperor, Frieza, pray tell, what brings you to Namek? The Grand Elder instantly recognized Frieza's identity, albeit with a slight discrepancy in the predicted timeline. Under normal circumstances, Frieza was not expected to arrive on Namek for another year and a half. Grand Elder of Namek, you are even more unsightly than I, and rather portly too. The Grand Elder? A bead of cold sweat appeared on his brow. He had never anticipated Frieza would utter such words, simultaneously insulting him and belittling himself. Lord Frieza, I beg your pardon for Neru's rudeness, and I hope my appearance does not cause you discomfort. How may I be of service to you? Oh ho ho. You are quite the eloquent speaker. Then gather the Dragon Balls, shall we? This request should not prove too difficult. Only upon completing the warrior's trial, your demand is simple. I shall have the Dragon Balls brought forth immediately. Under Frieza's piercing gaze, the Grand Elder resolved with determination. What nonsense was this trial? To hell with it all. Neru. Neru? Send someone else to collect the Dragon Balls. That fool has been knocked out by my tail and will not awaken for at least 10 days to half a month. In a rare moment, Frieza did not display his signature grin, for this outcome was of his own making. Casus, bring all the Dragon Balls to me. A distinguished guest requires them. The Grand Elder bowed his head, casting a glance at Frieza, who barely reached his knee, and managed to force a smile that was more painful than sorrow. Lord Frieza, Casus will soon arrive with the Dragon Balls. Please bear with us for a moment. Oh ho ho, well done. It seems you have the potential to inspire further capabilities. Although Frieza was somewhat reluctant to have his smooth head touched by the coarse hands of the Grand Elder, he resolved to endure it in pursuit of greater strength. Lord Frieza, your power is exceedingly formidable. I am no longer capable of assisting you in unlocking your potential. The Grand Elder spoke the truth, and moreover, who would dare to lay a hand upon Frieza's head? Was this not akin to the old immortal consuming arsenic, wishing for an end to his prolonged existence? Frieza was exceedingly displeased, truly aggrieved. He had reluctantly decided to lower his pride and allow this unsightly creature to touch his head, only for it to unfold in such a manner. You had best pray that the Dragon Balls can fulfill my wishes, for otherwise, you and this planet shall meet a most tragic fate. Ho ho ho. His laughter grew increasingly genuine. This was quite acceptable. The Grand Elder chuckled awkwardly. Fully aware of Porunga's limitations, he was not omnipotent, and he genuinely feared that Frieza might utter a wish that could not be granted. Alas, why must Namek face such tumultuous destiny? Just as Frieza's impatience began to mount, 6 Namekians, each resembling Nail almost identically, arrived, each cradling a Dragon Ball the size of a basketball. Enough of this idle chatter. Summon the Eternal Dragon at once. As soon as Frieza finished speaking, the individuals who had approached him bristled with anger. The Grand Elder immediately cleared his throat and proclaimed, "Heed the words of King Frieza. Summon Porunga at once." The Grand Elder, the progenitor of all Namekians, commanded a reverence that none dared to defy. Consequently, the 7 gathered placed the Dragon Balls upon the ground, and one among them recited the incantation in the Namekian tongue to summon the Eternal Dragon. Upon the conclusion of his utterance, the Dragon Ball shimmered thrice before a radiant beam ascended into the heavens, enveloping the sky in an ominous darkness, before Frieza materialized an imposing dragon, a creature that appeared to embody the sinister elements of the West. It seemed formidable, yet Frieza was acutely aware that beneath its menacing exterior lay a fragile essence, easily shattered with a single blow. Upon witnessing Porunga's emergence, the Grand Elder promptly addressed Frieza, saying, "King Frieza, you may now articulate your wish." "Ah, splendid. For my first wish, I desire to increase my height by 30 centimeters. As Frieza's wish was articulated, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Frieza's gaze sharpened, sending a chill down the spines of all present. Casus, the one who summoned the dragon, felt an urgency and promptly repeated Frieza's wish in Namekian. The wish was quite simple. "Very well, your wish has been granted. Please state your second wish." A radiant light enveloped Frieza, and when it faded, he had grown from a mere 5 meters to an impressive 8 meters. Finally, he could look down upon others, and the sensation was rather delightful. Casting a glance around, Frieza was suddenly filled with an urge to commit murder, for it seemed that the inhabitants of Namek were all taller than he. For his second wish, he declared, "Grant me a gender, that of a male." The room fell into a profound silence. Several seconds passed before Casus jolted back to consciousness, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, and hastily relayed Frieza's request. "This wish I cannot fulfill. The frozen demon race is far too powerful to alter physiological traits." Frieza's expression darkened. Despite his mental preparation, he found it nearly impossible to accept the reality when it truly unfolded. The sheer power of 120 million surged forth without restraint, and he yearned to obliterate this worthless dragon with a single blow. "Calm down, remain composed. Impulsiveness is not an option." Stifling a laugh, Frieza reined in his energy once more. "Then let me possess the appearance of a human." He harbored a profound disdain for his own exposed form. However, this wish was unattainable. "Please choose another wish." How predictable. Frieza, in truth, was merely experimenting, harboring no genuine expectations. Awaken my latent potential. Frieza contemplated that by unleashing his potential, he could continue his training without being hindered by his current power level for an extended period. This time, Porunga did not disappoint him, as another radiant light enveloped him. Your potential has been awakened. Please state your next wish. Frieza contemplated for a moment, yet refrained from articulating his desire for immortality, undoubtedly an unattainable aspiration, achievable only by the super dragon. Create a body that is an exact replica of mine, entirely obedient to my commands and devoid of any thoughts. This wish left everyone in bewilderment. Could this be what the universe refers to as a flawless, one-to-one simulation of a real person? The request was rather straightforward. 3 wishes had already been granted, and it was time to bid farewell. Porunga could hardly contain his eagerness to depart, having never encountered such a peculiar desire. Among the 3 wishes, only one was within the realm of possibility for an ordinary individual. The crux of the matter was that Frieza's demeanor was exceptionally unsettling, evoking an almost uncontrollable urge to relieve himself. Chapter 4. Deep within lies emotion. Majestic Frieza, your wish has been fulfilled. Is there anything else with which I may assist you? The Grand Elder bowed his head respectfully, addressing Frieza with deference. Frieza realized with irritation that he still had to lift his head to converse with the Grand Elder of Namek. Annoyed, he lightly tapped the ground, allowing himself to levitate and adopt a posture of looking down at the Elder. Ah, this was much more comfortable. It seems that your Namek possesses many wondrous magics. Might these enchantments be learned? Frieza contemplated Dandy's healing arts. As for the creation of Dragon Balls, he held little interest, for the creators of these orbs cannot grant wishes. And they are not the Super Dragon Balls, which bear little significance for him. The magic of our Namekian clan is awakened through the lineage of our blood. Whether it can be learned by outsiders is something we have yet to explore. Observing the anger brewing in Frieza's triangular eyes, the Grand Elder hastily added, Your Majesty, please do not be angered. You may attempt to learn these arts. I am confident that with your unparalleled aptitude, mastering such magic will pose little challenge. Beads of sweat trickled down the Grand Elder's forehead, fearing that Frieza's wrath might incite a cataclysmic event, leading to the annihilation of their clan. Ha ha ha. Speak of your magic, let me choose. Upon hearing Frieza's command, the Grand Elder did not dare to hesitate and quickly enumerated several forms of magic: detection art, healing art, body extension art, potential activation, egg regeneration art, and spatial storage. Upon hearing the term ovo rebirth technique, Frieza was reminded of an image so repulsive that it left a lasting impression: an egg forcibly expelled from a minuscule throat, covered in viscous slime. Indeed, it was the epitome of disgust. Thus, the healing technique and spatial storage were the only viable options left. Frieza contemplated that while the body extension technique was rather repulsive, it proved to be quite effective. Thus, he decided to add it to his repertoire. Furthermore, the scouting technique, which enabled the assessment of battle power, was undeniably practical. Blue, Cassis, Aluk, Beach, you were tasked with imparting these 4 skills to Lord Frieza. He shall learn from the finest practitioners of these techniques. Upon observing the 4 individuals who bore striking resemblance to one another, Frieza found himself questioning how one might distinguish between them. Was it the subtle differences in their bodily markings? A day later, Blue and his companions lay in 4 expansive pits. Had it not been for their faint breaths, none would have believed them to be alive. It was not that Frieza had failed to master these skills, on the contrary. He had acquired them all, and with far greater proficiency than those Namekians. What vexed Frieza was the realization that the healing technique could only be utilized on others, proving ineffective for self-use. The spatial storage capacity was limited to a mere 2 cubic meters. He refrained from testing the body extension technique, as he harbored no inclination towards self-harm. Yet, it was hardly an improvement. A day squandered learning skills of little utility. However, one could argue that at least the clones produced by the Dragon Balls had a place to reside, and the scouting technique remained beneficial. It is worth noting that this clone possessed only Frieza's exterior, devoid of any of the inherent abilities of the Ice Demon race, and lacked any semblance of combat strength. Frieza was so incensed that he nearly ground his teeth to dust. Even the Namekian dragon proved to be so unreliable. One could only imagine the quality of the dragons on Earth. Frieza truly yearns to seek the Super Dragon Balls. However, this endeavor appears to be quite formidable, as it necessitates venturing into the 6th universe. Despite possessing a combat power of 120 million, Frieza is, in essence, rather insignificant. For there exists an extensive list of beings within the Grand Kai's planet capable of overpowering him. though the feats of Kaioshin and Shin may seem modest. He wields a combat power of 800 million. As for Dragon Ball Super, the power levels are quantified in trillions, sufficient to instill terror in even Dodoria. One might ponder what wish Frieza harbors for the Eternal Dragon. Would he dare to disclose that he simply seeks a gender? His demands are not extravagant. Either male or female would suffice. In the Elder's chamber, a figure resembling Piccolo in appearance posed a question to the Elder. Are you certain Frieza will not annihilate us? The Elder's eyes deepened with contemplation, as if his gaze pierced through the mist of time, glimpsing both the distant past and the unfathomable future. It is unlikely. King Frieza did not destroy the planet Yard Rat, and he seems to have changed from his former self, from the depths of his being. I sensed the stirrings of human emotion. As if to validate the Elder's assertion, Frieza instantaneously transported himself back to the ice planet. He pinpointed a machine radiating unique energy, which he had previously stationed there to experiment with his instant transmission technique. With a resounding boom, he struck the ground, creating a substantial crater, and without hesitation, leaped inside. This time, his intent was not self-training, but rather to place a clone. Employing the principles of asexual reproduction, Frieza inserted a cell into the clone, allowing it to absorb the cell in the frigid environment. Whether this would result in a puppet entirely obedient to him remained uncertain, yet this was a venture worth attempting. Oh ho ho, do not disappoint me, Frieza number 2. Upon uttering these words, Frieza's presence vanished from the space, leaving behind the frozen form of Frieza number 2. Meanwhile, Dodoria has been plagued by distress, feeling abandoned by King Frieza. As the foremost sycophant of the Emperor, his combat prowess is woefully inadequate to command Frieza's forces. Thus he has recently been relegated to remaining obediently within Frieza's stronghold. Swish. Frieza suddenly appeared beside Dodoria, nearly bringing tears of joy to the troubled warrior's eyes. Lord Frieza. Oh ho ho ho, Mr. Dodoria, you seem quite surprised. Frieza nonchalantly uttered a phrase before settling upon his rightful throne. To Namek. Yes, Lord Frieza. At that moment, Dodoria felt invigorated, once again able to bask in the power of his master. But no, it was more akin to a fox assuming the majesty of a tiger. Alas, there seems to be no admirable term for this. Where is Vegeta now? Frieza held a glass of red wine, savoring a delightful sip. The flavor seemed rather exquisite. In that moment, Dodoria swiftly tapped a few buttons on the control panel, and an image materialized on the screen. It was none other than Vegeta, encased in the spherical spaceship, remaining in sleep mode. Evidently, he was still traversing the cosmos. Indeed, only a few days had passed. In the original narrative, Vegeta had journeyed for an entire year. Frieza harbored no intention of swiftly eliminating Vegeta and Son Goku, for without these two formidable warriors, what significance would his journey into the Dragon Ball realm hold? Oh ho ho, I eagerly anticipate your growth, Vegeta. Dodoria, this is the crux of the matter. It must be emphasized and remembered. As the ostensible emperor of the universe, Frieza undoubtedly possessed the swiftest and most luxurious spacecraft. Remarkably, it took merely 3 months for him to arrive at the planet Metamor. Had he known which atmosphere belonged to Metamor, he would not have wasted so much time aboard the vessel, returned to headquarters and await further instructions. Upon hearing this command once more, Dodoria felt a chill descend upon him. Yet, he dared not voice a single objection and continued to sit respectfully as the spacecraft departed. As for why Frieza no longer required a spaceship, that was a matter beyond Dodoria's curiosity, unless he wished for his own demise. Chapter 5. The fusion technique of Metamor. Frieza's arrival on the planet Metamor was undoubtedly for the purpose of mastering the fusion technique. Otherwise, why would he have asked the Eternal Dragon to create a mindless doppelganger for him? He even sought to acquire the Patera earrings from the Supreme Kai, envisioning the possibility of attaining divine status, which would render the fusion limitless in duration. Frieza, already far from the standards of conventional beauty, had little concern for the aesthetic appeal of the fusion technique's movements. All that mattered to him was the enhancement of his power. In the original narrative, after his resurrection, Frieza underwent 4 months of rigorous training before he grasped the transformation into Golden Frieza. However, once he truly transformed, he realized that such mastery was utterly unattainable. To reach the level depicted in the original story, one must first perfectly master the strongest form and then endure years of mental torment day and night. Only when his rage and potential were fully unleashed could he experience such a significant surge in strength, albeit only in the preliminary mastery of the golden form. He had no desire to be confined within a fleshy cocoon, dangling from a tree while surrounded by a choir of cherubic beings singing nursery rhymes. As for the potential supposedly awakened by the Dragon of Namek, it was nothing short of a farce. The mere thought of it made him long to teleport back to Namek and obliterate that treacherous, grotesque dragon with a single punch. This so-called potential merely allowed him to continue growing stronger, yet the pace was alarmingly slow. Through meditative training aboard his spaceship, his combat power increased by a mere 1 million, from 120 million to 121 million. It is worth noting that after Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan, his boosts were often in the billions. Boasting a mere million felt utterly humiliating. "Hey, hand over the fusion technique," Frieza coldly demanded while standing before two large-headed Metamorphs. The individual before him had a power level of only 100,000, donned in a vest and loose trousers, with an exceptionally large head. "Oh, are you an alien? If you wish to learn our fusion technique, you must defeat me." Without a moment's hesitation, Frieza swatted him down into the depths of the earth with his tail. What a ludicrous request. This is the first time I've ever encountered such absurdity. The other Metamoran, witnessing this spectacle, had his eyes bulge with disbelief, bloodshot and incredulous. "Can we speak now?" Frieza asked impatiently, his cold gaze sweeping over the remaining large-headed Metamoran. "Why, yes, but we must wait for Adu to awaken. This fusion technique requires 2 participants." The Metamoran replied hurriedly before jumping down into the pit to retrieve his unconscious companion. "He won't awaken for several days. Should I wake him up myself?" "Ho ho ho." Frieza's signature laugh nearly brought the Metamoran to tears. It was truly terrifying. With a splash, Adu was tossed into the nearby lake. The frigid water rushing into his nostrils and lungs, abruptly rousing him from his slumber. Boom. As the fierce butterfly unleashed its full combat prowess, it surged dramatically from the water's surface, its gaze darting apprehensively towards Frieza. The recent strike had taken it completely by surprise, rendering it unconscious in an instant. "Hurry and merge. I fervently hope you shall not disappoint me." Frieza's icy gaze and impatient tone caused AD to tremble, quaking as he leaped back to the ground. "Do not shiver, AD. Once we fuse, we shall undoubtedly triumph over him. Indeed, let us merge at once." With that, the two large-headed figures struck a pose for fusion right before Frieza's eyes. "Fusion," Frieza quietly remarked, indeed quite unsightly. With a resounding crash, a warrior emerged, adorned with a chiseled abdomen reminiscent of a grid pattern, still clad in a stylish black vest with golden accents, presenting an impressive silhouette. After gauging the intensity of his energy, it appeared to be approximately 5 million. This indicates that the fusion technique conferred a remarkable enhancement, amplifying his combat prowess to 50 times its normal state, akin to the boost attained during a Super Saiyan transformation. Quite commendable. Frieza contemplated the prospect of enhancing his power through the creation of a clone and subsequently employing a fusion technique, which could potentially yield an astounding battle prowess of 6 billion. Even a foe as trivial as the diminutive puppet would pose no challenge. Of course, this assumption was merely based on the fusion techniques observed from the two individuals before him. The existence of any upper limit remained beyond Frieza's current comprehension. Haha. I am neither a mere android nor an android annihilator. I am the android annihilator. Prepare to meet your demise, extraterrestrial. Witness the true might of our fusion technique. This is the aftermath of fusion, a manifestation of arrogance stemming from an abrupt surge in power. With a swift motion, he dispatched his opponent into the depths of the earth. Android annihilator? Why not call yourself the butterfly of Yami? The principle of fusion is straightforward. As one can discern from the original narrative, he merely sought to reconfirm the details on site, hoping to discover any discrepancies. However, there were none. 3 months of cosmic travel time had been squandered, leaving Frieza somewhat irked. In a fit of frustration, he instantaneously teleported to the recently awakened Shrag and forcefully drove him into the ground, confirming that his adversary was not dead but rather incapacitated for an extended period. Frieza finally felt a sense of relief. Poor Shrag, having only just regained consciousness, was still in a dazed state, only to be knocked out once more by Frieza's wrath. 5 months later, a Saiyan who bore an uncanny resemblance to Son Goku arrived on Shrag's planet, oblivious to the deep pit where Shrag lay unconscious. This planet was quite suitable for cultivating the Tree of Might, devoid of any formidable beings. Hence, it would serve as an ideal location for planting. Frieza remained unaware of this development, as he had retreated to the icy depths of his home planet for further training. As for the Frieza Force, he had temporarily entrusted it to King Cold, who was perpetually idle. In his quest for survival, Frieza was resolutely dedicated to his endeavors, believing he must at least be able to converse with the Supreme Kai. Otherwise, how could he ever obtain the Patera earrings? As for the God of Destruction, he was acutely aware of his limitations and knew that negotiations were not feasible at the moment, His only recourse was to assist in clandestine activities. While Frieza engaged in his seclusion, time passed quietly, and Vegeta arrived on Earth. The narrative unfolded as it did in the original tale, with Vegeta's journey from arrogance to a tragic departure, devoid of any deviations. The only notable difference was that upon Vegeta's return, he learned not of Frieza's journey to Namek, but rather of King Cold's jubilant departure for that very planet. Vegeta had no acquaintance with King Cold and was entirely unaware of his formidable strength. From the words of Kyue, he learned that King Cold was Frieza's father, possessing a power even more terrifying than Frieza's own. Furthermore, King Cold had assembled a team of 5, known as the Cute Squad, whose weakest member easily dispatched Jinyu with little effort. Doria and the formidable Shambo have both become minor commanders under the rule of the Kurdish king, particularly Doria, who spends his days weeping profusely, resembling a deposed concubine consigned to the cold palace. Vegeta, incensed, was startled merely by the image of Doria's corpulent form and the pitiful expression of a wronged wife that adorned his face. He resolved to travel to Namek and deliver a thorough thrashing to Doria, if he could seize the opportunity to acquire the Dragon Balls amidst the chaos. It would be even more fortuitous. Chapter 6, The Sorrow of Namek. The return of Frieza. With a resounding crash, Vegeta and Chui's spaceships descended upon Namek. Vegeta sought to chastise Doria, as his battle power had now reached an impressive 24,000, while Doria, the rotund figure, languished at a mere 20,000. Poor Doria remained blissfully unaware that he had become the target of the Saiyan, continuing his charge at the forefront, vanquishing one Namekian after another. His singular wish was for Frieza to return swiftly. He longed for the days when he could bask in Frieza's malevolent glory, even if it meant being a mere pawn. At least he was not a dog in truth. In the distance, a fierce battle erupted at the site where Vegeta and Chui had landed, a scene witnessed by Doria, who had just rescued a small Namekian child from 2 mischievous youngsters and was now searching for them. Without hesitation, he activated his scouter and identified one as Chui, with a battle power of 18,000. The other, who felt somewhat familiar, was likely Vegeta, also possessing a battle power of 18,000 in a suppressed state. So these two have arrived as well. I must teach them a lesson and finally release the pent-up frustration within me. He could only muster a single chuckle, for to laugh heartily would invoke Frieza's signature laughter. With a sudden surge, his crimson form erupted in a white aura, propelling him at great speed towards the battlefield. Upon arrival, Doria witnessed Vegeta dispatching Chui with a single energy wave, and his scouter displayed a daunting reading of 24,000. This revelation prompted Doria to slam on the brakes and flee without a backward glance. What a joke. He had come to assert his dominance, not to seek torment. Do not run, Doria. Today, you shall be vanquished, Vegeta declared as he unleashed his full power, closing the distance between them. Suddenly, a green-haired warrior named Sabo appeared, attacking Vegeta with a devastating elbow strike that sent him crashing into the ground. At that moment, Sabo had yet to transform, boasting a battle power of only 21,000, and he succeeded in landing the blow solely due to his ambush. Sabo, your strength is lacking. It doesn't hurt at all, Vegeta exclaimed as he erupted from the earth, dusting himself off, displaying no signs of injury whatsoever. Sabo finds himself in a rather lamentable position. He was once a close confidant of Lord Frieza, yet now he is relegated to the status of a mere vanguard leader. The audacity of Vegeta, whom he once regarded with disdain, to mock him is utterly intolerable. Vegeta, you seek your demise. With a thunderous roar, Sabo transforms. His pent-up frustration demands release. Although he was not conventionally handsome, Sabo, in his transformed state, takes on a grotesque visage reminiscent of a toad, his muscles swelling ominously. The sight is both hideous and terrifying. Moreover, his combat power surges to an astonishing 29,000, surpassing Vegeta's strength by a staggering 5,000. In a flurry of furious movements, Vegeta, exerting all his might, finds himself unable to contend with the newly empowered Sabo, who relentlessly pummels him with blow after blow. Wow! Vegeta suddenly coughs up blood, his once resplendent white aura dissipating as he succumbs to unconsciousness. Poor Vegeta has been reduced to a tragic figure, battered and on the brink of collapse at Sabo's hands. This scene unfolds before Krillin and Gohan, who are concealed behind a rock, leaving them utterly astonished. They arrived on Namek before Vegeta and, upon landing, sensed a multitude of malevolent presences, rendering them too fearful to act. The only time they intervened was out of desperation to save a child. Now, witnessing the once mighty Vegeta being so thoroughly vanquished, they dare not show themselves. They can only hope that Goku arrives on Namek swiftly to rescue them. Goku, please hurry. Namek is fraught with peril. Your closest ally is trembling in fear. Father, where are you? I am so frightened. Bulma gazes at the sky, watching the sporadic beams of light slicing through the air, her anxiety mounting. Meanwhile, what is Goku up to? He is writhing in his spaceship, akin to a maggot, fixated on a small bag not far away, containing several Senza beans. On the ice planet, an unyielding cold reigns supreme, with an endless expanse of ice that sends shivers down one's spine. Suddenly, bang! The entire ice planet trembles as a massive hole is torn into the ice, a fierce gale howling forth from the abyss. A figure, approximately Goku's height, emerges. Clad in a pallid hue with hints of purple on his shoulders and head, his eyes gleam a deep crimson, strikingly small and unsettling. Oh ho ho ho! Let the scanning commence. My power level has escalated to 250 million. Splendid indeed. It appears that gaining strength is quite exhilarating. Alas, I still yearn for that ultimate thrill. As I caress the smooth, unblemished surface devoid of any protrusions or seams, Frieza's eyes blaze with a fierce red light. Swish! The star of ice was nearly cleaved in two by Frieza. After barely releasing the pent-up fury within, Frieza retrieved a communicator from his storage space and affixed it to his ear, the glass lens obscuring his left eye. How peculiar, this ear of mine. Rectangular in shape, utterly absurd. Beep beep beep. Where on earth is Dodoria? Abruptly halting mid-flight towards King Cold's spaceship alongside Zebon, Dodoria was overwhelmed by the long-awaited sound, his emotions swelling to the point of tears. Zebon, puzzled by Dodoria's sudden outburst, impatiently inquired, "Hey, have you lost your mind? We must hasten to return Vegeta to King Cold." Ignoring Zebon, Dodoria executed a precise 90-degree bow to the air, impeccably performed. "Lord Frieza, I am presently on Namek." As King Cold seeks to collect the Dragon Balls that can grant any wish. Alas, Lord Frieza, my fate is lamentable. As your devoted secretary, I have now been reduced to a mere squad leader. The sound of Dodoria's pitiful sobbing sent shivers down Frieza's spine. Not that he possessed any hair to stand on end, given his entirely hairless form. However, upon realizing that King Cold was engaging in actions that should have been reserved for him, Frieza felt a wave of discontent wash over him. He had once owed a favor to the Grand Elder of Namek, yet it had hardly been long since then, and now his purported father had usurped his role. The fate of the Namekians was of no concern to him. What troubled him was the notion that King Cold was usurping his rightful place. Why not simply enjoy the pleasures of fine wine and cuisine on the Star of Ice instead of intruding upon the main storyline for attention? Now that his power had doubled, given merely a moment to gather his strength, he was confident he could vanquish King Cold in an instant. It was worth noting that Trunks, who had traveled from the future, was nearly his equal in strength, approximately 240 million, if one had to assign a figure. If the great Trunks could defeat King Cold, there was no reason he could not do the same. Oh ho ho! My first target upon returning to the fray is my own nominal father. How splendidly ironic. The act of slaying one's progenitor as a tribute. Indeed, boundless power. Yet, it was true that this energy could not be harnessed in such a manner. If only it could, it would be perfect. Curse you, Akira Toriyama. You ungrateful son. Chapter 7. Unleashing unnamed wrath. Frieza sensed the energy of Dodoria, only to realize that his power was exceedingly feeble, rendering it nearly undetectable. With no other option, Frieza shifted his focus to King Cold, and this time he quickly discerned his presence. Frieza vanished from the ice planet, only to re-emerge within the confines of King Cold's spacecraft. The sudden appearance of his unexpected progeny startled King Cold. He remained utterly oblivious to the manner in which his adopted son materialized before him, an occurrence that seemed almost magical. "Frieza, what sorcery is this?" Despite his astonishment at Frieza's abrupt arrival, King Cold, possessing greater combat prowess than his son, felt little cause for concern. Unbeknownst to him, Frieza had deliberately suppressed his energy level to below 100 million to avoid drawing attention, thereby deceiving King Cold. Given the formidable combat capabilities of the Frost Demons, it was entirely normal to temper one's power. Thus King Cold harbored no suspicions. "I have heard you are in pursuit of the Dragon Balls." After Frieza spoke, he glanced around and discovered 6 Dragon Balls tucked away in a corner of the spaceship, identical in size to those he had previously encountered. From the 2-star to the 7-star, they were all present, save for the final one held by the Grand Elder. As long as the Grand Elder remained unharmed, he could still be deemed not completely ungrateful, though he cared little for such sentiments. Frieza was already notorious for his infamy and did not mind accumulating another layer of disdain. However, this was a task he would undertake himself. Why should King Cold bear the brunt of the blame for actions he initiated? Such a notion was utterly absurd. Frieza was on the verge of acquiring eternal life, a feat primarily attributable to his subordinates. Previously, the scouter had detected the combat prowess of his subordinate, Vegeta, indicating that the Saiyan monkey did not regard him as an unwavering loyalist. King Cold sipped his red wine, exuding an air of gentlemanly elegance. A 5-member squad, the elite kid team, was also aboard the spaceship. The weakest among them could effortlessly overpower Captain Jinyu, while the most formidable boasted a combat power of 3 million. Yet, in Frieza's eyes, such strength was scarcely distinguishable from that of a mere novice. Do you realize that you have accomplished what I intended to do? This truly vexes me. Frieza's demeanor can only be described as exceedingly contemptible, which has understandably vexed the 5 members of the kid team. Nevertheless, they are acutely aware that they can flaunt their power throughout the cosmos, often regarding most beings with disdain. However, Frieza is certainly not among those they can dismiss. Had he remained the infantile Frieza confined to his pram, the leader of the kid team might still have had the audacity to look down upon him. But now, oh, why does today's sky appear green? Frieza, you might have forgotten, I am your progenitor. King Cold maintains his gentlemanly facade, yet only he knows whether he is truly enraged. It is merely nominal. The blood of the Ice Clan has never exceeded 0 degrees. Moreover, do you not frequently contemplate the demise of Gula? Is he not your son then? Creak, creak. Frieza approached King Cold step by step, casually retrieving a glass of red wine from a distant bar. What are you plotting, Frieza? You must be aware that my combat power far surpasses yours. King Cold had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation, clearly reminiscent of the one who was swiftly defeated by a single blow before he even had the chance to transform. Oh ho ho ho, how foolish you are. Suddenly, Frieza's aura surged dramatically, the ferocity of his energy overwhelming the Cold family quintet and sending them crashing against the spacecraft. Despite the vessel's advanced design and formidable durability, it was ultimately unable to withstand the energy discharge unleashed by Frieza's eruption. With a series of explosive sounds, 5 breaches appeared in the ship's hull, as those with slightly greater strength were thrust out into the void. The remaining feeble fighters, reliant solely on their advanced weaponry, could not endure the pressure and erupted in a cacophony of destruction, their cries silenced before they even began to escape their lips. Uft. King Cold looked down to find a violet-hued energy blade piercing through his chest. The searing pain compelled him to spit forth a mouthful of blood, which, upon hitting the ground, crystallized into ice. This vividly illustrated just how frigid the blood of the frost demons truly was. Frieza, witnessing this scene, grew increasingly agitated. It seemed that even if the dragon could grant him a gender, his other half would be unable to withstand the frigid temperatures. I have already begun to miss you. Oh ho ho ho. Frieza exerted greater force upon his hand, swiftly wielding a purple energy blade that instantaneously cleaved King Cold into numerous fragments. Whether by design or happenstance, King Cold's head remained intact. Frieza. Yet, what awaited him was a torrent of Frieza's purple energy waves. Amidst the soaring energy, King Cold was utterly annihilated, his very essence reduced to naught by the searing temperatures, leaving not a single cell behind. Having completed this grim task, Frieza still could not quell the malevolent simmering within him. From his blood-red eyes emanated 5 beams of death, each aimed at the fleeing members of the Cold army aboard the ship. Originally, you need not have met your demise, yet you chose to flee. The Cold quintet erupted in curses. I did not retreat. It was you who hurled us away. What enmity, what vendetta drives you? Slaying your own father was not enough. You must also target us, mere minions. No. With a resounding boom, silence enveloped the world. The wine glass in his left hand remained unscathed as Frieza downed its contents in one swift motion. What a delightful sensation. Indeed, the most gratifying method of release lies in destruction. Should I consider obliterating Namek as well? Perhaps not. This is the realm of Dragon Ball, where Goku faces transformative battles. The Super Saiyan, with his golden locks and emerald eyes, exudes a fierce gaze, radiating an air of arrogant supremacy. A childhood idol. Yet, now that I possess such strength, it seems effortless to vanquish them. Ah, Slug must have awakened by now. Albeit diminished in power, he can still serve as a useful springboard for Goku. Without hesitation, as Dodoria, brimming with excitement, and Zabon dragged the defeated Vegeta onto the ship, Frieza vanished once more. Oh, Frieza, do not forsake your most loyal servant. Dodoria felt an ache in his heart, deeper than consuming bitter herbs. Once again abandoned by Frieza, tears streamed down his cheeks. This was utterly revolting to Zebon. With a swift kick aimed at Dodoria's ample form, he exclaimed, "Get lost!" The pink mass was propelled from the ship into the void. Zebon vowed, "When Frieza returns, I shall demonstrate my prowess." He spat a mouthful of phlegm. Worthless sycophant. At that moment, a shadow crossed the path of the expectorated phlegm. Chapter 8. The tragic Shragdales bore an uncanny resemblance to Sun Wukong, and it remained a mystery whether he was the illegitimate son of Bardock. Initially, Dales discovered an uninhabited planet, upon which he planted a spirit tree. The spirit tree is a wondrous organism capable of drawing the essence from a planet. The day it reaches maturity signifies the day the planet exhausts its vitality. Once the spirit tree withers, the planet will crumble into cosmic dust. By chance, Dales encountered the burgeoning spirit tree and claimed it for himself. This marked his fourth endeavor in cultivating a spirit tree, and by this time, Dales had amassed a combat power nearing 30,000. This formidable strength surpassed that of all Saiyans. After all, before the destruction of planet Vegeta, King Vegeta possessed only about 10,000 in combat power. Dales felt a swell of pride, especially since even his 5 subordinates had surpassed King Vegeta's might. He believed that the revival of planet Vegeta rested solely upon his shoulders. Yet, reality conspired against him. Had he discovered Shrag's presence upon landing on this planet, he would have departed without hesitation. However, Shrag had been cast underground by Frieza, his consciousness lost, and his combat power plummeting towards zero. Yet, as the spirit tree was planted and began to siphon the planet's energy, it inadvertently stirred Shrag from his stupor. Upon opening his eyes, Shrag briefly questioned his existence, only to feel roots extracting his vitality. How could he endure such indignity? He was King Shrag, a super Namekian. With a thunderous roar, Shrag's aged and frail body made its grand entrance. Despite the severe diminishment of his combat power, he remained a force that Dales and his associates could not contend with. It is worth noting that in his prime, Shrag possessed an astounding combat power of 60 million, though now, weakened by age, he still retained several million. Dales met with misfortune. After sacrificing 5 of his subordinates, he fled in his spacecraft without even retrieving the spirit tree seeds. Shrag lacked the energy to pursue him, primarily due to the severe injuries inflicted by Frieza's previous attacks. Observing the once barren planet now adorned with a magnificent tree, laden with crimson fruit, Shrag felt a surge of excitement. The spirit tree. It truly was the spirit tree, ha ha ha. The era of King Shrag is about to return. Shrag eagerly devoured the fruit of the spirit tree, consuming nearly half in quick succession. Although his combat power did not increase significantly, he rejuvenated his youthful physique, raising his strength from 60 million to 65 million. Indeed, this enhancement is substantial. If Dallas were to discover this, he would likely faint in the restroom. Haha. Once I consume the remaining fruits and cultivate on other planets, the entire universe shall be mine. What is Frieza, after all? Prepare to tremble. Shrag is brimming with confidence, releasing the pent-up frustration from the previous 2 encounters. Suddenly, a sinister and mocking laughter echoed behind him. Ho ho ho. Congratulations, Lord Shrag. With great difficulty, Shrag turned around, his movements as sluggish as rusted machinery. FR Frieza. Frieza hovered in the air, for Shrag's stature surpassed his own. Frieza harbored a deep-seated resentment, lamenting that he should have instructed the dragon to elevate him by a few more meters. Come on, let me tremble. He cackled with glee. With a mere flick of his wrist, every fruit upon the Tree of Might was absorbed into his storage space, including the very seeds of the tree itself. In no time, the Tree of Might began to wither at a visibly alarming rate, and signs of erosion began to manifest upon the planet's surface. No, you cannot do this, Shrag exclaimed in shock, for he lacked the means to survive in the vastness of space. Thus, he unleashed his full fighting power and soared towards the distance, where his personal spacecraft awaited, a vessel akin to the insect-like abode of Piccolo. Regrettably, Frieza would not permit his escape. With a slight acceleration, he swiftly closed the distance to Shrag, seizing him by the antennae. Away with you, he declared. Frieza and Shrag vanished simultaneously. When they reappeared, Shrag was met with a mass of dark yellow phlegm hurtling towards him. Instinctively, he closed his large mouth, inadvertently trapping the viscous substance within. Frieza's temples throbbed with fury, a sensation of utter disgust overwhelming him. With a resounding crash, his elongated tail struck Slag's head with tremendous force, creating a gaping hole in the spacecraft and sending Slag plunging once more into the depths below. Slag, having been violently struck by Frieza, trembled uncontrollably, instinctively swallowing hard, only to find himself in a dire predicament. Enduring Frieza's assault was one thing. His own lack of power rendered him helpless to resist. However, that vile glob of phlegm was an entirely different matter. Ugh. Slag expanded his form to a colossal size and surged into the sky, desperately clawing at his throat in a futile attempt to expel the nauseating substance. A sudden impact to the crown of his head, seemingly from a fleshy object, sent it cascading down his body and into the confines of the spacecraft. Frieza's eyes twitched as he realized that Dodoria had tumbled down from the heavens. Is this what one refers to as the foremost sycophant? It seems rather undignified. Come. Let us diminish in stature and converse amicably. The colossal slug possesses a combat power of merely 100 million, which, in Frieza's eyes, renders him nothing more than an easy target. However, this level of power is just adequate to hone Goku's skills. Without formidable adversaries, King Frieza would undoubtedly find himself quite bored. Importantly, Goku could also invoke the androids, bring forth Cell, and summon Majin Buu. Among other plot developments, truly the finest stepping stone on the path to greater strength. Having regained his youth, Slug, humiliated by Frieza, would surely not comply meekly. With a thunderous roar, Slug prepared to engage Frieza in a battle of 300 rounds. If you wish to speak to me, you must first subdue me. With a thud, Slug collapsed face first onto the ground, causing the entire planet to tremble thrice, and countless fissures appeared on the surface. Such a peculiar request. I can indeed oblige. Ho. With a resounding slap, Frieza stood atop Slug's back, his tail striking down upon Slug's bald head. Before long, a colossal green figure resembling a deity emerged. If only it had halos behind its head, it would be even more fitting. King Frieza, you have finally returned. I have missed you so, Dodoria exclaimed, rushing over with tears and snot, his massive feet trampling along Slug's tendrils, leaving numerous imprints in the process. Ugh, are you trying to disgust me? With arms crossed over his chest, Frieza reclined slightly, flicking his tail. Dodoria vanished into the horizon at an even swifter pace than before. This scene left Zaban trembling in fear. It seemed that the thick phlegm he had just expelled was indeed the culprit. Ah, yes, Vegeta. This wretch dared to betray King Frieza. Capturing this traitor might just preserve his meager life. Wait, where is Vegeta? Goodness, do not toy with me. You cannot hide from me like this. Chapter 9. The arrival of the Ginyu Force above Namek. 5 spherical spacecraft flew in formation, poised to breach the atmosphere. As soon as Frieza contacted Dodoria, Dodoria promptly relayed the splendid news to the Ginyu Force. After much contemplation over their design, they were ridiculed by the good force, leading to a furious reprimand. Oh, the indignation they felt. Though King Frieza may not lavish them with praise, he will undoubtedly respect their hard-earned achievements, will he not? Upon receiving the news of Frieza's arrival, the 5 individuals hastily emerged from their healing pods, disregarding their yet-to-heal injuries, and rushed toward Namek. Their minor wounds posed no significant hindrance, as they would recover swiftly even without the pods. They sought refuge within the healing chambers primarily out of embarrassment, as they desperately craved acknowledgement, especially from those of great strength. Thus, 10 minutes later, they arrived on Namek, diving headlong into the fray. Boom, 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 boom. The 5 ships landed squarely upon the colossal slug. Each limb sustained a direct hit, along with a blow to the abdomen, resulting in 5 distinct indentations. This spectacle caused Frieza's eyelids to twitch uncontrollably. Had the Namekians not been asexually reproducing, one might have speculated whether Slug would be rendered a eunuch. Such was the uncertainty of the situation. With a hiss, the hatches of the 5 spherical ships opened, and outstepped 5 individuals of varying heights. The tallest among them was Bart, boasting a battle power of 44,000 and renowned for his reputed speed across the cosmos, though the exact seconds remain uncertain. The shortest was Gudu, with a battle power of 18,000. The weakest member of the Ginyu Force, who had gained entry to the team solely through his exceptional psychic abilities. However, in Frieza's eyes, he was merely a filler. His abilities of little consequence. The most striking hairstyle belonged to Jeez, with his flowing white locks and a battle power of 50,000. He also served as the vice-captain of the Ginyu Force. The most muscular yet simplest-minded, with a long face and pineapple-shaped hair, was Rikuum, who had notoriously tormented Vegeta, Gohan, and Krillin in the original saga. Nevertheless, his battle power was merely 40,000, placing him second to last within the Ginyu Force. Lastly, there was the seemingly brainless purple figure, Ginyu, the captain of the Ginyu Force. His true form remained a mystery, as he possessed the extraordinary ability to swap bodies. The Ginyu Force was named after him, boasting the highest battle power of 120,000, thus serving as the primary contributor to the team's overall strength. As the five leapt together, shouting their names in unison, they struck a comical pose. A gust of wind swept by, and a bead of cold sweat trickled down Frieza's forehead. Having witnessed their comical antics in the anime, observing them live was enough to elicit another drop of sweat. Truly, it was utterly ridiculous. With a swift flick of its tail, Shrag, who had been feigning death and questioning its existence, suddenly resurrected with a dramatic flourish. It quickly regained its usual stature, adopting a servile demeanor, even refraining from restoring the dents on its body caused by the spaceship's impact. Next, you must emulate the fervent pursuit of the Dragon Balls, yet under no circumstances should you venture towards the towering structure in the northwest. Do you comprehend? Shrag trembled uncontrollably. Beads of sweat cascading down its form, and in a sudden bend, nearly struck its head against the ground. Understood, though using the Japanese term would be more fitting. I simply refused to do so. Frieza, witnessing the bow of his adversary, could not restrain himself from delivering a kick. Are you paying homage to me? He retorted. And without a second thought for the vanishing slug, he turned and strode back to his spacecraft. Dodoria, why is this vessel in such a wretched state? How do you manage to be the foremost sycophant of the heavens? Having endured great pain to return, Dodoria suddenly felt invigorated, his aches forgotten. Filled with a renewed sense of vigor. Fear not, Lord Frieza. I shall promptly have headquarters dispatch a more opulent ship. In that moment, Dodoria found a renewed purpose. He could once again bask in the power afforded by Frieza's might. This feeling was utterly exhilarating. Mr. Zabon, I must confess, you are hardly handsome. Do refrain from being an eyesore before me in the future. Go assist Ginyu and the others with logistics. Frieza gazed upon the green-skinned Sabo, particularly noting the long braid that dangled from his head, a sight that shattered his worldview. Sabo immediately bowed at a 75-degree angle, cautious not to overdo it. Mindful of the fate that befell Shrag, he scurried towards Ginyu and the others, gripped by a profound fear of Frieza. With Vegeta absent, he feared for his very existence. Now, having narrowly escaped death, no, not death, but a close brush with it, he found himself content. As for his appearance, it mattered little. After all, Frieza, with his genderless nature, was hardly a judge of beauty. Boom! An energy blast struck Sabo. The force of the blast nearly vaporized him, but fortunately, Shrag rescued him just in time, placing him in a rapid healing chamber. Do not speak ill of me in your hearts. Should you wish to share his fate, be my guest. Even Shrag, who had just landed, was trembling with fear, his intended quip dying unspoken. Though Dodoria lacked strength and courage, he possessed a heart fit for servitude. You should all take a page from Mr. Dodoria's book. Oh ho ho ho. With a slight chuckle, he only incited further animosity. Casting a glance at the stealthily moving Vegeta in the distance, Frieza smiled. Just as Dodoria and his companions arrived, Frieza chanced upon the unconscious Vegeta and discreetly cast a healing spell upon him. After all, he was the second male lead of Dragon Ball. Without him, much of the enjoyment would be lost. Oh ho ho. Vegeta, do not disappoint me. Please do not meet the same fate as in the original. The power of the narrative is indeed wondrous. Although the forces of King Cold were collecting Dragon Balls, a swarm of minions was still eradicated by the Namekians. Furthermore, the one skilled in healing arts, the ever-constant Dend, was also rescued by Krillin and his comrades, a fact Frieza could sense with ease. More astonishingly, Vegeta encountered Gohan and Krillin along the way, leading to the historic decision of forming a strategic alliance among the three. Aware of their ki, they endeavored to suppress their energy signatures as they raced towards the Grand Elder. Meanwhile, Goku's spaceship was less than a day's journey from Namek. Just moments ago, Goku, resembling a worm, burrowed towards a small pouch containing senza beans, his chin crashing against the ground, causing a bean to bounce forth. Upon sighting it, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he stretched out his tongue to grasp it, but failed. A second attempt also ended in failure. As his eyes began to dim with desperation, he finally succeeded in rolling the senzu bean into his mouth. Crunch crunch, clang clang clang. With arms raised high, Goku was rejuvenated once more. And what, you may wonder, was our protagonist Frieza up to? Ah, he pondered, how shall he relieve himself? This conundrum is indeed quite grave. Chapter 10. Alone together after much contemplation, Frieza ultimately conceded. Having traversed to this realm for quite some time, he had never encountered a pressing need. Perhaps owing to his unique physiology. Growing impatient, Frieza ventured into a cave, where he stumbled upon an unexpected edifice. A house. Upon it was emblazoned a symbol, Capsule Corp. What this signified, Frieza could not fathom, as he had never been inclined to decipher foreign tongues. Nevertheless, he recognized that this was the domicile conjured by Bulma with her ingenious capsules. Knock, knock, knock. He gently rapped on the door, striving to appear as refined and gentlemanly as possible. The door swung open, revealing Bulma clad in pajamas, her curiosity piqued by the towering figure with alabaster skin before her. At that moment, Bulma found herself unable to discern whether the individual was male or female, hence she could only describe him as a tall person. Hello, may I inquire whom you seek? Frieza surveyed his surroundings, donning what he believed to be a gentle smile, and inquired with a hint of perplexity, could there be others here? Bulma was utterly terrified by Frieza's smile, which, combined with his blood-red eyes, rendered him akin to a villain from a dark novel. A fleeting glance revealed his long, sinuous tail, which filled her with dread. She felt an overwhelming urge to scream, to flee, and even an involuntary need to relieve herself. No. What do you want with me? She stammered, desperately suppressing her anxiety. Frieza could no longer maintain the facade of a gentle gentleman, thus reverting to his usual demeanor. He remarked nonchalantly, "It has been quite some time since I have savored the culinary delights of Earth. I wonder if you might indulge me in this modest request?" In return, he offered her a glass of exquisite red wine from planet Paramech and the renowned fruit of the cosmic tree, although Frieza still exuded an aura of malevolence. His return to his normal self alleviated some of Bulma's earlier trepidation. Upon hearing Frieza's request, she perceived him as a being capable of reason, which significantly eased her anxiety. Naturally, she was quite audacious. After all, she had ventured alone in search of the Dragon Balls. The mention of Paramech's fine wine and the illustrious cosmic tree fruit piqued her curiosity immensely. "Please, come in and make yourself comfortable. I shall fetch you some food," she invited. As the heiress of the Capsule Corporation, she was never lacking in provisions when she ventured out, always ensuring to prepare ample supplies in advance. Especially since her acquaintance with Goku, her food preparations had multiplied exponentially, for that boy often found himself famished, devoid of strength when hungry. On numerous occasions, his hunger nearly rendered Bulma a historical figure, a matter she took great care to avoid. Before long, a lavish spread of delectable dishes was laid before Frieza. A feast that was a veritable symphony of color, aroma, and flavor. It had been ages since Frieza had tasted such fare that he nearly drooled at the sight. With a grand gesture, he conjured forth a large crate of Paramech's red wine, and in Bulma's hands appeared a vibrant red fruit. Though the storage space was modest, its efficacy was remarkable. The cosmic tree fruit, though unappealing in appearance with its fuzzy exterior, emitted a tantalizing fragrance that stirred Bulma's desire to take a bite. "I would not withhold this fruit from you, but given your constitution, one is already your limit. Once you acclimate, I would be pleased to provide you with more." Frieza did not indulge in his meal with the same voracity as son Goku. Rather, he sipped fine wine while delicately slicing a steak with his knife and fork. Remarkably, this steak was cooked to a perfect medium, still glistening with a hint of red, truly to his liking. Bulma observed the stranger before her, methodically enjoying his meal, and she found herself perceiving him as a gentleman, a rather absurd notion. "I must apologize. I am yet unaware of your name." "Greetings, I am Bulma, hailing from a distant planet known as Earth. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." Bulma initially intended to extend her hand for a handshake but ultimately abandoned the gesture. Judging by his voice, this pallid-skinned individual appeared to be a man. "Greetings, fair lady. My name is Frieza. Perhaps you have heard of me?" Bulma's mind came to a standstill for a full 30 seconds. Then, a scream erupted, resonating throughout the house, causing it to tremble. "Frieza! You are Frieza." Frieza gently massaged his rectangular ears, pondering that an acute sense of hearing might not always be a blessing. Indeed, Bulma had come to know of Frieza, likely through the words of King Kai upon her arrival on Namek. From King Kai's descriptions, she learned that Frieza was an exceedingly cold-hearted villain, notorious for obliterating entire planets on a whim. Moreover, it was Frieza's father, King Cold, who was currently traversing Namek, and that group was also in pursuit of the Dragon Balls. "So, King Cold is your Frieza interrupted Bulma's words, although it was somewhat ungentlemanly. He could not bear to hear those few words. Merely nominal, he had thwarted my plans and sent him to meet the King of Hell. Perhaps it is only in the depths of Hades that I shall encounter him again. Bulma was taken aback. Yet, none of that truly mattered. What was of utmost importance was whether this cosmic villain would choose to kill her, perhaps engaging in some unspeakable act before doing so. Or would he first take her life and then proceed with the unspeakable? It seemed that any outcome was utterly unacceptable. What to do? What to do? Frieza's expression suddenly darkened, primarily because he sensed Bulma's thoughts. Were he endowed with such an ability, he would not only have been indifferent to Bulma's musings, but would have gladly assisted her in realizing her desires. The crux of the matter, however, lies in the eternal agony that resides within him. Miss Bulma, do not indulge in such fanciful notions, were I to wish you harm. You would have long since joined your ancestors. With that, Frieza resumed his indulgence in sumptuous delicacies: pudding, mousse cake, fruit milfun, hamburgers, steak, fried chicken, crispy pork belly, and braised pork with preserved vegetables. Why, even stinky tofu made an appearance. The quintessential representation of something that smells foul yet tastes delightful. Observing Frieza engrossed in his feast, and not nearly as terrifying as King Kai had described, Bulma's urge to relieve herself diminished. Holding a crimson fruit in her hand, she hesitated. Should she eat it, or refrain? Would it poison her, or contain some springtime elixir? Yet, the fruit emitted such an enticing aroma. She longed to take a bite. The dilemma. Eat it, she thought. Such a rare fruit could enhance her physical prowess. Consuming it might not guarantee eternal youth, but living for several centuries would pose no issue. Moreover, it would undoubtedly benefit her skin, ensuring that she emerged even more stunningly beautiful. Frieza coaxed her with a charm reminiscent of the tale of Snow White and the poisoned apple. After all, he desired Bulma, the most radiant heroine of the Dragon Ball universe, to possess a long and healthy life. After a while, Frieza, having indulged himself, noticed that Bulma had yet to consume the fruit of the Tree of Might, and his mood soured. What is this? Do you not trust me? Though I am not a eunuch, the distinction is negligible. In ancient times, emperors relied on individuals like me. What reason could you, a mere girl, have for doubting my intentions? I have presented you with this fruit, yet you refuse to partake. Is this a slight against me? His sudden change in demeanor startled Bulma, causing her to feel the urgency of nature once more. Suppressing her impulse, she swallowed hard, contemplating that if death were to be her fate, the Dragon Balls could surely revive her. With a crunch, the juicy and delectable fruit filled her mouth, leaving a lingering sweetness that words could scarcely describe. Bulma's eyes sparkled with delight as she eagerly took another bite. Oh, how delicious this fruit is! Upon witnessing this scene, Frieza felt a sense of satisfaction and naturally broke into a laugh, albeit his laughter retained its characteristic mocking tone. Oh ho 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 ho. Chapter 11. The great battle concludes in an instant. King Frieza has been missing for half a day, and no one knows where he has gone. Shrag feels that this is once again his domain. Upon discovering the purpose of the Dragon Balls, his mind began to race with possibilities. If he could wish for immortality, what need would he have to fear Frieza? None whatsoever. However, Frieza's oppressive presence still loomed, so for the sake of caution, he decided to wait another day. If Frieza did not reappear after that, he would no longer hold back. As for the Ginyu Force, to him, they were merely a band of buffoons, and not even the formidable kind. Their poses were nothing short of cringeworthy. Being unattractive is not a flaw, nor is being foolish. But the true annoyance lies in their utter lack of self-awareness, particularly that Dodoria, who acted as if he were Frieza's right-hand man. Had Frieza not praised Dodoria before his departure, Shrag would have certainly taught that lackey a lesson. No, rather, he would teach him how to be a dog. Perhaps he would first break one of his legs, as aren't all lackeys somewhat crippled? One more day of patience would suffice. In the dilapidated spaceship, to the northwest, in a place unseen by the eye, stood the Grand Elder alongside the cold-faced Nail and the survivor Dandy, also known as Tian Tian. The Grand Elder placed his hand upon the displeased head of Vegeta, and a surge of immense energy erupted from within him. Vegeta clenched his fists. Disbelief etched across his features. He felt as though he could defeat 10 Friezas now, were there a power-level detector present. Vegeta's combat prowess would have soared to a staggering 300,000. This level of power could annihilate everyone on this planet, except for Frieza and Shrag. Vegeta felt as if he were the brightest star on this planet. Come, let us do it again. Faced with Vegeta's unreasonable demands, the Grand Elder wore an expression of helplessness. Primarily, he knew he could not match him. Had he known, he should have unlocked Nail's potential first, with Nail S42,000 power level. Once developed, he would have been able to easily overpower the current Vegeta. A single individual can only have their potential unlocked once in a lifetime. Cough, cough, cough. Grand Elder. Grand Elder. Nail and Tion stepped forward, their eyes filled with concern. The Grand Elder waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was of no consequence. Nail, step forward. You are the finest warrior of Namek, and this calamity requires your strength. Nail wished to refuse, but ultimately submitted, resting his head beneath the Grand Elder's hand. 10 seconds later, Nail too experienced an astonishing enhancement, though not as outrageous as Vegeta's tenfold increase. He reached an impressive 350,000. This energy immediately overshadowed Vegeta, yet the contemptuous disdain remained in Vegeta's gaze. Just give Prince Vegeta a few days to train, and defeating him would be a trivial matter. As for Gohan and Krillin, after their development, they possess only 20,000 and 15,000 battle power, respectively. Vegeta feels somewhat embarrassed to ally with them. It matters not whether Kakarot shows up. I shall undoubtedly take care of Frieza. With a haughty declaration, Vegeta was enveloped in a white aura, launching himself at breakneck speed towards the spaceship. Vegeta! Gohan and Krillin exclaimed, attempting to halt him, but alas. Vegeta was intoxicated by his surging power and paid no heed to their counsel. Child, you too should assist them. This evil invasion is not something he can confront alone. The Grand Elder remained oblivious to the demise of King Cold and was unaware that their current adversary was a fellow warrior of his race, escaping from the previous Namek. The so-called most gifted Namekian warrior, Slug. The orchestrator of this dramatic scene, Frieza, was fast asleep in Bulma's room. What about Bulma? After consuming the fruit of the Tree of Might, she endured a prolonged bout of diarrhea, yet felt no discomfort whatsoever. On the contrary, she felt unprecedentedly well. Her skin had become smoother, her hair silkier, her figure more alluring, curvy, and remarkably elastic, especially her petite face, which seemed so youthful that it could almost glisten with a mere touch. As for her battle power, which had surged to 1,000 due to the fruit, she hardly regarded it as significant. Beauty was of utmost importance. As for fighting, she had no interest whatsoever. Gazing at the slumbering Frieza, she pondered whether he had been misunderstood. He was not as malevolent as he seemed. In fact, Frieza struck her as quite courteous and exceptionally refined. Far more of a gentleman than Goku. It must be your appearance that has led the world to misjudge you. Perhaps I should seek the Dragon Balls to alter your appearance? Such is the nature of women, so superficial. She recalled that this man, now in slumber, had previously dispatched her nominal father. Soon, Bulma concocted yet another misguided justification. It must surely have been King Cold, who, under your name, wreaked havoc. And you could not abide it, thus enacting justice upon your kin. Meanwhile, Vegeta had encountered the Ginyu Force. At this moment, his power was at its zenith. Brimming with confidence. Enough with the games. All of you come at me together. If I so much as furrow my brow, that little bald head will sprout hair. Humph. The Ginyu Force responded with incredulity. Meanwhile, Krillin and Gohan, struggling to fly, could only watch in astonishment. As for Nehru, he fled the battlefield, justifying his retreat by claiming, I'm the guardian of the Grand Elder. His safety supersedes all else. The ensuing battle must be fought without me. Klin, while outwardly expressing agreement with Nehru's decision, inwardly gestured a contemptuous sign. Damn it! Were it not for the insurmountable strength of our adversaries and the solitary Dragon Ball in my possession, I would most certainly express my disdain more openly. Just one more curse. What a coward! The battle commenced and concluded swiftly. The overwhelming disparity of power allowed Vegeta to annihilate the Ginyu Force in an instant. Though Captain Ginyu possessed a combat power of 120,000, he was unable to even exchange bodies, as Vegeta's merciless onslaught reduced him to mere fragments. As for the rejuvenated Zabon, who had been concocting cocktails in the rear, he narrowly evaded disaster. Vegeta was no longer the Goku of yore. His demeanor had evolved, and he would not prolong the inevitable for even a moment when he possessed the means to eliminate his foes. Strength, after all, is the foundation upon which bravado stands. Following the skirmish, Vegeta's confidence surged dramatically, as if a triumphant melody echoed from the heavens. I am, without a doubt, the most dazzling figure of this street. Striding forth, I must do so with grandiose swagger. Sunglasses perched upon my face, my hair must sway. The moment I step outside, I glisten with allure. There is no denying it. I was born to be this striking. My prowess forbids me from remaining humble. Dragon, grant me the boon of an additional 20 centimeters in height. Immortality? I shall forego it. Haha. Frieza, are you prepared to meet your demise? Frieza turned over in his slumber, murmuring softly. Chapter 12. The most suitable path to cultivation is to fly after consuming a fruit. Vegeta, in a frenzied state, sped towards the spaceship after swiftly dealing with the fleeting Ginyu Force. Gohan and Krillin, witnessing the scattered limbs and severed arms, felt a wave of nausea. However, the more formidable Vegeta became before Goku's arrival, the greater their safety, which was indeed a silver lining. Boom. While Gohan and Krillin were still in flight, Vegeta had already encountered Shrag in the distance. Upon seeing Shrag, Vegeta experienced a fleeting moment of doubt, yet he recognized Sabo. Before him stood Sabo, impeccably serving Shrag, one hand holding a tray with a goblet of red wine, and a white towel draped over his other arm, an epitome of a servant's attire. Shrag was quite pleased with Sabo's service, as he was in need of loyal subordinates. Perfectly, Sabo had been discarded by Frieza. He believed that with a touch of persuasion and reason, he could easily win Sabo over. Thus, when Vegeta charged at Sabo, Shrag intervened. As a genius-level Super Namekian, controlling his energy was a simple feat. Noticing Vegeta's mere battle power of 300,000, he couldn't be bothered to unleash his full might, especially after having undergone aging. He was now particularly focused on health. He merely summoned a power of 1,000,000, swatting Vegeta away as if he were swatting a fly. The moment Vegeta was slammed into the ground, a tremendous crash echoed. One moment, Vegeta was brimming with confidence. The next, he was left dazed by Shrag's blow. The disparity in strength was overwhelming. Just as he had easily vanquished the Ginyu Force, he too could be effortlessly defeated by Shrag. That he was not knocked out by a single strike was a testament to the Saiyan physiology's resilience. However, at this moment, Vegeta had lost his combat capability, and the fact that he had not succumbed to unconsciousness surprised Shrag. Mr. Sabo, that Saiyan monkey is a traitor under Lord Frieza, correct? Deal with him. Yes. Esteemed Lord Shrag. With a single fist clenched before his chest, Sabo bowed towards Shrag, signifying his respect. A sharp exhalation escaped his lips, and a white aura enveloped him. Prior to the emergence of Super Saiyans, this white energy was the most prevalent hue, with its intensity reflecting one's strength. With a battle power of 21,000, Sabo charged swiftly towards Vegeta, harboring deep resentment towards him. It was because of Vegeta that he found himself abandoned by King Frieza. As Sabo ascended above Vegeta, he bent his knees and prepared to kneel before him, intent on delivering a fierce blow. His descent was rapid, while Vegeta could only watch helplessly. Devoid of any defensive capability, should Sabo land his strike, it would likely spell doom for him. In that critical moment, Gohan arrived, having unlocked his potential. His battle power reaching 20,000, making him a formidable opponent for Sabo. Observing Vegeta's dire condition, Gohan, fueled by urgency, executed a swift sidekick aimed at Sabo. Unaware of Gohan's approach due to the destruction of his scouter, Sabo was taken by surprise and was promptly sent flying by the force of the blow. The impact was thunderous as Sabo crashed into a hillock, kicking up clouds of dust. Solar Flare. Krillin, with slightly lesser strength, arrived just after Gohan. Sensing Shrag's overwhelming and sinister aura, he instinctively activated a technique for survival. Gohan, run. Krillin grasped one of Vegeta's legs, ignoring Shrag entirely, and fled rapidly in a northwesterly direction. Not far off, two figures approached, one of whom was Frieza, who had just annihilated King Cold and had taken Shrag's place. His sleek physique, graceful contours, and crimson eyes unmistakably marked him as a natural villain. Yet, beside him was a rather unsteady woman in flight, shielding her eyes with one hand as she struggled to navigate the air. This woman was Bulma. Her ability to fly was taught by Frieza, consuming considerable time. This delay had caused him to miss the battle between the Ginyu Force and Vegeta. As Bulma flew, she shouted loudly, as if fearing that the sound of the wind would drown her voice. Mr. Frieza, that blinding light just now seemed to be Krillin's solar flare. The sound resembled his as well. Frieza stood with his hands clasped behind his back, effortlessly matching Bulma's speed. Ah, Ms. Bulma, you are indeed correct. There was indeed a small bald fellow and a child who appeared on the distant battlefield, and they managed to rescue the severely injured Vegeta. Each time Bulma heard that insufferable laughter, a chill ran down her spine. Yet, she dared not voice her doubts or point fingers at such laughter. Wait, what news did she just hear? You say Krillin and the others are allied with Vegeta? But isn't Vegeta one of your subordinates? Despite Bulma representing the pinnacle of intellect in the Dragon Ball universe, she found herself somewhat bewildered by the unfolding situation. Vegeta was notorious for his ruthless rampages on Earth, having mercilessly taken down Yamcha, Tien, Kaiatsu, and Piccolo. Stop talking nonsense. That was all Nappa's doing. I have never killed anyone. Vegeta protested, vehemently denying any wrongdoing. The mere thought of Yamcha brought tears to Bulma's eyes, primarily due to the dust from afar that had blown into her eyes, still unaccustomed to the rigors of flight. Of course, at that moment, Bulma still harbored fondness for Yamcha. After all, she had yet to discover his current infidelity. It must be a strategic alliance, she reasoned. After all, my subordinates are gathering Dragon Balls, and so are you. Isn't it said that the enemy of my enemy is my friend? Bulma's lips twitched in confusion. She simply could not fathom how such a gentlemanly figure had become the emperor of the universe, let alone a notorious villain. Surely, King Cold had shifted the blame onto his own son. Such a person is hardly worthy of lament. Yes, it must be just so. Frieza, capable of executing familial betrayal in the name of righteousness, must indeed be considered a figure of justice. Otherwise, why would he indulge himself with such exquisite fruits and teach himself the art of flight? She too yearned to soar through the skies alongside Sun Wukong and his companions. However, the mere thought of their rigorous training methods made her abandon the idea altogether. Yet, Frieza understood her desires. Fulfilling her wish with the consumption of a single fruit, how perfectly aligned with her aspirations. At that moment, as the dust settled, Bulma's vision cleared, and to her astonishment, she beheld a meteor streaking through the sky at an astonishing speed. Chapter 13. An Unconventional Entrance. Frieza's gaze was far more penetrating than Bulma's. He was acutely aware that it was a spacecraft making an emergency landing. The reasons behind such a desperate descent were of no concern to Frieza, for it bore no relevance to him. However, the direction of the landing piqued his interest, as it was aimed squarely at that grotesque green creature, Zabo. Enraged, Zabo no longer cared for his erstwhile beauty, having been reduced to worthless status by King Frieza. Transformed, his power surged to an astonishing 29,000, propelling him at a speed that far surpassed that of Gohan and his companions, oblivious to the fiery projectile hurtling towards him. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds later, boom. Goku's spaceship struck Zabo mid-flight with unrelenting force, sending him crashing into the earth, leaving only his trembling limbs exposed. The impact of a spaceship descending directly is immense. According to Frieza's estimation, if converted into battle power, it would amount to no more than 30,000. Thus, Zabo should not meet his demise from such a blow. Nearly suffering from severe incapacitation. Miss Bulma, let us take a moment to rest here, sipping fine wine while we revel in this grand spectacle, Frieza proposed. Then disregarded Bulma's opinion entirely, landing directly on a small hillock. Once Bulma descended, she waved her hand to envelop herself in a transparent energy shield, primarily to prevent the dust from being stirred up by the commotion. Bulma surmised that the recently arrived spaceship belonged to Son Goku, as its design was unmistakably familiar, clearly a product of the Capsule Corporation. However, she found herself at the epicenter of the impending battle, although her combat power had reached 1,000. Her awareness of fighting was nearly non-existent, rendering her strength seemingly futile. Bulma was determined to remain under Frieza's protection. From the capsule case, she retrieved a small capsule. With a pop, a sun umbrella, a circular wooden table, and 2 beach chairs materialized, along with a refrigerator. Opening the refrigerator, Bulma procured several cans of beverages, and Frieza, without hesitation, cracked one open and began to drink. Ah, refreshing. Indeed, Earth's beverages were the finest. Reclining on the beach chair, Frieza donned a pair of sunglasses, casually sipping his drink, embodying the demeanor of an onlooker. In the distance, the hatch of the spaceship opened, revealing a strikingly handsome young man with a crab-like head, clad in an orange battle suit. It was Goku. Dad. Upon witnessing the sudden turn of events, Gohan and Krillin had been hiding nearby, sensing that Goku had arrived. Who else could execute such a self-destructive landing but Goku, whose mind was solely focused on training for battle? As expected, the familiar orange hue and hairstyle could belong to no one else. Thus, Krillin grasped Vegeta's foot with one hand and hurriedly ran toward Goku, forgetting in his excitement that he could simply fly. Unfortunately for Vegeta, during Krillin's dash, his head made contact with the ground numerous times, nearly causing him to topple over. Ultimately, upon reaching Goku, Krillin instinctively discarded the cumbersome object he was holding. Vegeta was finally liberated, only to collide with the surface of the spaceship. producing a resounding clang that echoed. A human-shaped indentation appeared on the spaceship's exterior, and Vegeta found himself once again in a tragic predicament, embedded in the spacecraft. Uncle Krillin. Do you see that figure? Is that Vegeta? Gohan queried. Huh. Hearing Gohan's question, Krillin followed the direction of his finger. Well, isn't that Vegeta? How did he end up there? Krillin, take this Senzu bean to Vegeta. You're going to kill him. Luckily, Goku noticed Vegeta's distress just in time. His eyes were already beginning to roll back. After Krillin departed with the Senzu beans, Goku affectionately ruffled Gohan's hair, swiftly acquiring knowledge of the events transpiring on Namek. He learned that after the Grand Elder unlocked his potential, Vegeta's power level surged to an astonishing 300,000. This formidable strength surpassed Goku's current power, which stood at a mere 90,000, and even with the full utilization of his Kaioken technique at 15 times, he could only muster a maximum of 350,000. Yet, Goku felt no trepidation. Rather, he was invigorated by the prospect of easily defeating Vegeta. What was that beneath the spaceship? It appeared to be trembling. Goku, intrigued, pondered the curious phenomenon at his landing site. Gohan quickly recalled witnessing the grotesque Cyberman being crushed into the ground by the spaceship. That creature was a villain, having nearly annihilated the Namekians alongside numerous extraterrestrial allies. Dad, you must avenge Uncle Piccolo's kin. Goku found himself in a quandary. He relished combat, but had little interest in eradicating those who could not resist. While he hesitated, someone else was eager to take action, revitalized after consuming a Senzu bean. Vegeta harbored an immense resentment towards Cyberman. With a fierce shout, he unleashed a powerful energy blast that obliterated both Cyberman and the severely damaged spaceship into mere fragments. My gravity chamber, Goku lamented. Oh well, it's beyond repair anyway. I can always have Dr. Briefs construct another one upon my return. Truly. Goku embodied the spirit of an eternal optimist. Vegeta cast a disdainful glance in Goku's direction. Although Goku concealed his power level, Vegeta sensed it could not exceed 100,000. In contrast, having revived from the brink of death, Vegeta's power had ascended to 1,000,000. No matter how formidable Goku might be, or how extraordinary his Kaioken technique, he would surely be crushed by the Saiyan Prince. In the distance, Frieza furrowed his brow, perceiving the narrative taking an absurd turn. Given the trajectory of events, it seemed likely that Vegeta would transform into a Super Saiyan before anyone else. This defied all logic. Shrag felt agitated. Not only had he been conscripted by Frieza, but the individual he had intended to save had already been slain, and as he attempted to intervene, a mysterious force ensnared him. Once that binding energy dissipated, Cyberman had already been reduced to mere rubble, and despite his desire to overpower his adversary, Frieza's voice echoed in his mind. You may play as you wish, but those individuals are off limits. Frustrated and feeling wronged, Shrag resigned himself to remain inside the dilapidated spaceship. However, Shrag had no desire to engage in battle. While Vegeta was eager for a fight, and so was son Goku, just as Shrag was preparing to indulge in a few delightful drinks, a colossal energy blast pierced through the already dilapidated spaceship. The crucial point was that all of the fine wine was obliterated in an instant. Damn it! I spared your life, and yet you repay me with such insolence. Shrag noticed that after Vegeta consumed a certain object, he was fully revitalized, with his power terrifyingly surging over threefold. Yet, in Shrag's eyes, this was trivial. He was still merely a reptile, albeit a slightly larger one. What? Is that an Namekian? This time, not only did Son Goku see it, but even Gohan and Krillin were taken aback, filled with astonishment. Could it be that a Namekian had vanquished another Namekian? Was there a civil war? What on earth is happening here? Nonetheless, the Namekian before them exuded an aura of malevolence, entirely different from the peace-loving Namekians. Regardless of who he was, they would strike first and ask questions later. Vegeta led the charge, seeking vengeance for the previous slap. Smack whoosh ding. Chapter 14. Everyone's pretending to be impressive. A small dot vanished from sight. Frieza's keen eyes quickly discerned that the figure soaring away was none other than Vegeta. With a mere combat power of 1,000,000, he audaciously dared to confront Shrag, seemingly oblivious to the concept of mortality. Had it not been for Frieza's directive, and Shrag's concerted effort to restrain his own power, Vegeta would undoubtedly have been reduced to mere pulp by a single swipe. Bulma, lacking such sharp vision, remained unaware of the unfolding events. She could only perceive a fleeting silhouette that vanished in an instant. Mr. Frieza? Was that figure that just disappeared a human? Frieza's tail struck the ground as he took a large gulp of his beverage and burped. Indeed, it was Vegeta who had flown away. His gaze turned towards the direction where Vegeta had vanished, and a spark ignited in Frieza's eyes. An intriguing turn of events had unfolded. The battle on Namek had been utterly transformed by his arrival. Nero was in distress, having been reprimanded by the Grand Elder for merely wishing to protect him. Thus, under the Grand Elder's insistence, he reluctantly took Tien along, heading towards the battlefield. Tien was chosen for his exceptional healing skills, which, while not as swift as the Senza beans, were certainly more plentiful. As Neru and Tien soared towards the spacecraft, a dark spot appeared in the distance, causing Neru to pause momentarily. The figure quickly grew larger, and he soon recognized the individual barreling towards him, Vegeta. Tien, get out of the way, Neru shouted, pushing Tien aside as he unleashed his full power, a staggering battle aura erupting around him, reaching a combat power of 350,000. Neru's arms began to swell, more than doubling in size as his energy surged dramatically from 350,000 to 500,000. This transformation mirrored that of a powerful Super Saiyan, sacrificing speed for sheer strength. Neru had no choice. Vegeta was approaching at an alarming speed, an unstoppable force. If he did not act, catastrophe would surely ensue, although he could have evaded. The Grand Elder was positioned directly in the path of Vegeta's charge, and failing to halt him would undoubtedly endanger the Elder. The Grand Elder's frail body could not withstand such a collision from this distance. Neru had no alternatives. Halt, he commanded. Boom. Blood trickled from the corner of Neru's mouth, and the veins in his arms ruptured from the immense pressure he endured. Nevertheless, he managed to catch Vegeta. Neru never anticipated that his first full-power explosion would be to intercept a human projectile. This realization left him somewhat disheartened. After all, Vegeta possessed a combat power of 300,000, yet he had been so severely battered. Unbeknownst to Neru, this was the second time Vegeta had suffered such a beating, and his battle power had now soared to an astonishing 1,000,000, in less than half an hour since they had parted ways. His strength had tripled to terrifying levels. Tien, hurry and heal him. He is barely clinging to life. Poor Vegeta had truly endured a great deal. In less than 10 minutes, he had come perilously close to death twice. Tien wasted no time. As he had been sent by the Grand Elder to serve as a medic, saving lives was his forte. Bop bop, bop bop, boppily. As she hummed the renowned tune of the beloved Pokemon Jigglypuff, a radiant green glow enveloped Tien's hands. After a brief interval of 5 seconds, she spread her arms wide, traced a circle in the air, and then pressed her palms firmly down to her abdomen, exhaling deeply. It resembled the concluding gesture of a martial arts master after channeling their internal energy. Frieza, upon noticing, would undoubtedly exclaim, "Have you traversed realms as well? Are you from the Celestial Dragon or the Eightfold Path? Surely you cannot be a mere incompetent from the Deer and the Cauldron." Neru, observing the ostentatious antics of Tien, retorted with irritation, "Do not rush to rest. I am also grievously wounded." Subsequently, Tien, with his short legs, scampered over to Neru. After a series of ostentatious gestures, Neru's hand returned to its former state. Although he had not engaged in a great battle, Neru's power had seen a slight increase, barely reaching 400,000, a modest enhancement, indeed. In stark contrast was Vegeta, who, upon reopening his eyes, flickered with a fleeting golden radiance. Rising to his feet, he glanced at Neru and then at Tien. Realizing that it was Tien who had saved him. Though he wished to express his gratitude, his proud demeanor restrained him from uttering a word. Assessing his newfound strength, Vegeta, surprisingly, did not burst into triumphant laughter. Instead, he paused in silence. At this moment, his combat power had soared to 2 million. Though not as significant an increase as before, it was verging on the 3 million threshold required to transform into a Super Saiyan. The fleeting golden light had indicated that Vegeta was on the brink of attaining the Super Saiyan form. At that instant, another dark figure approached, and as it drew nearer, it became apparent that it was a person, disheveled, and with a hairstyle reminiscent of a crab, now styled into bangs. Who else could it be but Son Goku? Kakarot. With your meager power, you dare to show off? Are you seeking death? With Vegeta, boasting a formidable power level of 2 million, Goku was easily apprehended. Observing the unconscious form of Goku, Vegeta wore an expression of disdain. With a flick of his wrist, he unceremoniously tossed Goku in front of Tien, ensuring that he slid across the ground as a form of punishment for the harm he had caused on Earth, leaving a deep trench in his wake. This man is Gohan's biological father. Whether you save him or not is entirely up to you. Even the proud Vegeta recognized the formidable strength of Shrek. Despite his own 2 million power level, he had no chance against Shrek. Unless, of course, he could uncover the origin of that fleeting golden light. Perhaps it was the legendary trait of the Super Saiyan. Vegeta, a true combat genius, may not have grasped the distinction between a regular Super Saiyan and the fabled Super Saiyan, but that did not hinder him from contemplating in the right direction. Tian felt a bit fatigued. The healing techniques did not adversely affect his body, yet the pretense had worn him out. In a short span, he had put on a show 3 times, and it had been less than 10 minutes since he had emerged from the Grand Elder's presence. Tian had a premonition that he would be utterly exhausted by the end of the day. A green radiance emerged, and the day came to a close as the inner energy was once again refined. Soon, Sun Wukong awakened, his condition remarkably revitalized. With a sudden, thunderous roar, he exclaimed, "Huh!" A fierce white aura enveloped him, his formidable presence surpassing even that of Vegeta moments prior. Vegeta's expression darkened instantly. Who, after all, was the true prince of the warrior race, the Saiyans? On Earth, he found himself outmatched as Sun Wukong activated the fourfold Kaioken, indeed exceeding Vegeta's combat prowess. Now, after narrowly escaping death twice, Vegeta barely reached a power level of 2 million, while Kakarot, that insufferable nuisance, had only endured once, yet his power soared to 2 million. It was utterly inconceivable. Oh heavens, are you blind? Do you not recognize the true prodigy of battle? Meanwhile, Nehru silently berated within, a torrent of frustration flooding his mind. Chapter 15. Vegeta's moment of glory. The heavens are unjust, and Vegeta found himself devoid of options, yet he refused to concede defeat. He had grasped a fragment of the Super Saiyan concept. Should he achieve that transformation, what was Kakarot to him? Vegeta and Sun Wukong exchanged a glance, each detecting the indomitable spirit of competition reflected in the other's eyes. The energy surged skyward as they charged once more towards the location of Shrek. In the distance, on a spacecraft, Son Gohan and Krillin watched with teary eyes, pursuing the direction where Sun Wukong had vanished. Shrek harbored no desire to engage with these two insignificant beings. His thoughts lingered on Sabo, a subordinate he was on the verge of subduing. In this universe, a battle power exceeding 20,000 was already commendable. For instance, Choi, though not yet at that threshold, was still a worthy ally, especially with Sabo's impressive power of 29,000. Teams like the Kudo Squad and the Jinyu Force were already capable of dominating their territories, had they not encountered the likes of King Cold and Frieza, such anomalies. He felt a tinge of regret for allowing that Saiyan, who had cultivated the Tree of Might, to escape. Otherwise, he would have made a formidable subordinate. Wait. Those two foolish individuals who dared to strike at him seemed even more suitable for recruitment. They surpassed the Jinyu Force by a significant margin. How could he have so easily dismissed them? However, they likely survived. Should he investigate and offer them healing? Perhaps they could be persuaded to serve him. Resolving to act, Shrek, mindful of Frieza's ruthlessness, hesitated to openly defy him but deemed it acceptable to recruit subordinates for his own service. After all, he was, a self-proclaimed king. However, just as he was about to rise and take a look, the two individuals he had previously sent flying returned, appearing not only unscathed but also exuding an air of vitality. What on earth was happening? These two seemed to possess even greater combat prowess. Did Saiyans possess such latent potential? At that moment, Shrek felt an intense sense of threat. The crab-headed figure clad in orange, when his aura shifted to crimson, experienced a staggering increase in power by 50-fold. Although still akin to an ant, the growth of this ant was rather astonishing. It was once again Vegeta who initiated the offensive. Shrek thought little of his meager combat power of 2 million. Yet, what was this intermittent flash of golden light? Each time it appeared, Shrek felt the hairs on his body stand on end, as if some ancient beast lurked within that golden glow. Goku observed how Vegeta, relying on the sporadic golden radiance, could contend with Shrek, pondering deeply. The dust raised by the battle did not affect Frieza and Bulma. Frieza was leisurely savoring his steak, slowly reminiscing. Upon witnessing Vegeta and Goku's reappearance, a smile crept upon Frieza's lips, for he sensed the hidden strength within Goku. A combat power of 90,000 transforming into 2 million in an instant. Surely, Akira Toriyama would not dare to pin such a tale. Yet, here it was, in the state of a 20-fold Kaioken. Goku boasted a combat power of 40 million. Moreover, Goku's combat instincts were exceptionally keen. Once engaged with Shrek, coupled with the Saiyan rage enhancing his power. Shrag might not withstand the onslaught. It seemed he would need to enlarge himself. Alas, had he known, he would not have hastily eliminated King Cold, as allowing them to serve as a stepping stone for Goku and his companions would have been beneficial. What a pity, yet he held no regrets. The death of King Cold left him restless. If Goku could contend with Shrag using the Kaioken, then Vegeta's form was intriguing, though it could be termed a Super Saiyan. Its instability was notable, yet, in moments of golden flashes, his combat power had reached 40 million. This amplification was less than that of a Super Saiyan transformation, yet still formidable. Bang, bang, bang. Insect, insect, insect. Vegeta grew increasingly invigorated in his assault, while Shrag, in turn, cursed loudly, gradually unleashing his own combat power. Boom. Crash. After another exchange of blows, Vegeta's state underwent a transformation. A ring of stable golden light appeared around the periphery of his white aura, contrasting sharply with the earlier flickering. However, his hair and eyes remained unchanged. Frieza savored the resilient steak, marveling at its texture. Indeed, Vegeta's talent is remarkable in the absence of extreme emotions. He has managed to attain a form akin to Super Saiyan, with his combat power stabilizing at an impressive 40 million. Quite commendable. Bulma, observing the battle projected on the screen, was filled with anxiety. Although she was unfamiliar with the concept of the mimicry Super Saiyan, she could discern that Vegeta was still at a disadvantage. Indeed, Vegeta was struggling, despite unleashing his full power, which surged to 65 million. He could not withstand the onslaught from Shrag. Furthermore, the mimicry Super Saiyan form was incredibly taxing on stamina, akin to the Kaioken technique. Thus, Vegeta could not maintain this state for long. It was unfortunate that he had yet to master the true art of transformation. It appeared that defeat awaited him. Frieza shook his head and consumed the last morsel of steak. Let us proceed to the scene. Does it not tire you to gaze upward like that? Ignoring Bulma's eye roll once more, Frieza soared ahead towards the battlefield, his pace leisurely, akin to a casual stroll. Boom, boom, bang, bang. The clash continued as Vegeta exerted every ounce of strength, engaging fiercely with Slag through a series of punches, knee strikes, and kicks, his movements bold and expansive. Directly confronting his opponent, the golden aura enveloping him was indeed magnificent, yet his combat prowess was evident, as Slag was no novice, responding with his own formidable blows. With a staggering gap of 25 million in power, the scales of victory swiftly tilted in favor of Slag. Moreover, Slag had yet to unleash his ability to enlarge himself, securing his position in this encounter with unwavering confidence. Suddenly, after a forceful exchange of blows with Slag, Vegeta propelled himself into the air, leveraging the rebound. The princess technique emerged. Previously, Vegeta had either annihilated his foes or been vanquished himself, never having the opportunity to employ his royal technique, which had left him seething with frustration. Energy blasts erupted from his hands like an unending torrent, their velocity far surpassing that of a Gatling gun, rendering Krillin and Gohan unable to perceive them. They could only sense the terrifying energy descending from above, illuminating Krillin's bald head with an intense radiance. As Bulma drew closer, she felt an overwhelming sense of peril, unable to maintain her flight. Compounding her distress was an urgent need to relieve herself. Final flash, Vegeta shouted, unleashing his ultimate move. A powerful energy wave strikingly reminiscent of the Kamehameha. Regardless of the energy wave's impact, Vegeta's fervent exclamation was extraordinary, scattering the clouds above. Goku, observing Vegeta's position, was instantly alarmed. Vegeta, cease. Are you intent on obliterating planet Namek? He could hardly fathom the catastrophic consequences that would ensue if Slag were to evade rather than withstand the assault. From the heart of the explosion, Slag's voice emerged, followed by an energy beam even thicker than Vegeta's final flash, countering it directly. Goku exhaled in relief. It appeared that their adversary did not wish for planet Namek to be lost so easily. Wait, speaking of which, how is it that even Vegeta remains unaware of their opponent's name? What kind of battle is this, truly? Nevertheless, it was sufficient to have a fight at hand. Ah, is that Bulma plummeting headfirst towards the ground? Chapter 16, just a simple treatment. Is there really so much to worry about? As Bulma was on the brink of an intimate encounter with the Earth, destined for immortality, Frieza unexpectedly appeared beside her. The energy emanating from his hands enveloped Bulma, sparing her from the grim fate of being reduced to a mere pulp. Mid-flight, Goku halted upon witnessing a pale-skinned figure with a long tail rescuing Bulma. Sensing no malevolence from the stranger towards Bulma, Goku redirected his attention to his adversaries, Shrag and Vegeta. "Ah, Miss Bulma, how careless of you, plummeting from such heights. Even with a power level of 1000, you wouldn't meet your demise, but with your face facing the ground, disfigurement is a real concern." Upon hearing that laughter, Bulma, for reasons unknown, felt a flicker of safety. I need to take a bath." Frieza was on the verge of breaking into laughter once more when Bulma's voice startled him, causing him to sniff the air. With a curious gesture, he pointed a finger at Bulma, and a peculiar wave of energy enveloped her. In an instant, she found herself clad in a fresh outfit of the same style but a different hue, her entire being seemingly cleansed. Bulma, taken aback, was soon consumed by fury. You, she stammered, unable to articulate the indignation of having her intimate garments altered. Absolutely not. Bulma was a refined heiress. She valued her dignity. She could never lower herself to the shameless antics of Goku, who bared all before an audience without a hint of modesty. With a resounding clash, Vegeta ultimately succumbed to Slag's overwhelming power. In the moment the cannon shattered, he exerted all his strength to evade the energy blast, narrowly escaping its lethal embrace. After all, the energy orb was directed skyward, and he felt no psychological burden in his evasion. The crux of the matter was that Vegeta had been utterly drained. His combat prowess diminished to the point where he could hardly sustain flight. At that juncture, being struck by Slag's onslaught would leave him as nothing but remnants. Vegeta began to descend slowly toward the ground, mirroring Bulma's earlier position, head first. Slag accelerated fiercely, intent on finishing Vegeta off, having already disregarded Frieza's instructions. Allowing the Saiyan monkey before him to grow stronger posed an undeniable threat to his existence. Yet, Goku would not permit such a fate to unfold. "Tenfold Kaioken," he shouted, his aura transforming into a vibrant red as he appeared before Slag in an instant. Enraged, Slag, upon witnessing another Saiyan causing disruption, retaliated with a powerful knee strike. Bang! Gasp! Goku, caught off guard, was struck in the abdomen, expelling a mouthful of bitter fluid. He had been too careless, under the tenfold Kaioken. His combat power was merely 20 million, insufficient to contend with Slag in his full fury. As Goku prepared to unleash the 20-fold Kaioken, a profoundly irritating laughter resonated through the air. Though Goku had never encountered this laughter before, it struck him as particularly contemptible. "Oh ho ho ho. Gentlemen, might I interject? As an impartial observer, I must say that your bout seems rather unbalanced." At this proclamation, Slag trembled, his resolve faltering. Goku also distanced himself from Slag, directing his gaze toward Frieza and Bulma nearby. Why has Bulma changed her attire? It seems that this matter holds little significance. What truly captivates him is the enigmatic figure before him, adorned in a blend of white and purple, evoking an aura of profound mystery. Previously, at a distance, he felt no such impression, but now, Sun Wukong senses it deeply. Even though the individual presently appears to possess a mere fraction of strength, it surpasses that of Nezuko by a slight margin. "Bulma, who is this person beside you?" Sun Wukong inquired, diverting attention from the crux of the issue. Bulma, still seething with indignation, rolled her eyes and retorted, "Sun Wukong, why didn't you come to find me first? Do you have any idea that I was nearly killed just now?" With a flick of his finger, Frieza sent Bulma screaming towards Krillin and the others. "Ho ho ho. Lord Slug, your energy has diminished considerably. It seems that Vegeta has given you quite a challenge. You must be Son Goku, right? Would you care to engage in battle with the peak of my power?" Slug, though slightly out of breath, remained confident in his abilities to confront the crab-headed opponent before him. Son Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Indeed. However, I have exhausted my senzu beans, and I doubt that Din would agree to heal this individual." He glanced down at Din and Tien on the ground, seemingly dazed, completely forgetting to rescue Vegeta. Oh well. Vegeta is unlikely to perish. If he remains unhealed, so be it. Ho ho ho. Allow me to fulfill your wish. I expect nothing less than a spectacular battle from you. As Frieza's eyes narrowed at the final moment, Shrag could not help but shudder in response. Even Goku sensed an overwhelming aura of malevolence. Frieza, the resplendent tyrant. In a desperate bid to evade the aftermath of battle, Dodoria suddenly erupted from the water. His body a mass of quivering flesh, Dodoria felt a tumult of emotions, frustration, indignation, and fear. At last, he laid eyes upon his steadfast master once more, and in a surge of excitement, nearly collided into Frieza's embrace. Frieza wore an expression of exasperation, yet Dodoria remained unwaveringly loyal to him. He required his subordinate like Dodoria to relay messages and perform errands. Suppressing his inner irritation, Frieza flicked his finger, striking Dodoria squarely on the forehead. In an instant, Dodoria vanished from sight. "You better hide until the spaceship arrives." Frieza lamented, his heart heavy with worry. All he wanted was to step out and attend to the two. Yet complications seemed to abound. Two beams of green light shot toward Shrag and Son Goku, while Frieza made a beeline for Bulma, primarily because she possessed a bounty of delectable treats. Drinking alone was hardly enjoyable. One ought to savor the experience with snacks and fine wine. Life should embody a sense of ritual. Vegeta suddenly shouted, "Everyone be cautious. He is the true Frieza, the Emperor of the universe, the most malevolent Frieza in history." At this exclamation, Krillin and Gohan instantly fell into a battle-ready stance, while Bulma produced a capsule containing an array of sumptuous delicacies. Meanwhile, Nail and Tien regained consciousness. Yet neither recognized Frieza. Nail had encountered Frieza once, but had quickly lost consciousness, while Tien had only heard of him from the Elder but had never seen his true form. Nevertheless, both had learned from the Elder's words that Frieza was not inherently malicious. As long as one complied, all would be well. Upon hearing Vegeta's series of descriptions, Frieza surprisingly revealed a faint smile. "Miss Bulma, I appreciate your hospitality." Frieza reclined on his beach chair, grasping a handful of sunflower seeds and savoring a sip of red wine, entirely disregarding Vegeta. "Hey, are you two not going to begin? I am ready over here." An energy shield materialized, enveloping Frieza and his banquet table, with Bulma, who stood nearby, included in the protection. Vegeta was taken aback, while Gohan and Krillin stood frozen in place. Should they engage or not? Chapter 17. The Radiance of the Kaioken. Lord Frieza, may I inquire if you are aware of the individual battling Vegeta? Why is he one of our Namekians? This question intrigued not only Nail and Tien, but also piqued the curiosity of Vegeta and Son Goku. "Oh ho ho ho. Lord Shrag, are you not going to introduce yourself?" With a swish, all eyes turned to Shrag in the sky. Even Dodoria, who had vanished into the distance, glanced back, though he could see nothing. "I am Shrag. Everyone? Is that it? That's your introduction? Oh ho ho ho. I am quite satisfied with this introduction. For more details, you may inquire with the Grand Elder of Namek. Now, please commence your performance." With a roar, Shrag unleashed all his energy, sensing that Son Goku had yet to display his full strength. Upon witnessing Shrag's seriousness, Goku's curiosity dissipated. "I am Son Goku. Let us fight." With a similar roar, he unleashed his full power, beginning with a 20-fold Kaioken. Shrag's expression grew solemn, as he perceived that the energy emanating from Goku was comparable in magnitude to Vegeta's 40 million. Moreover, he could sense that Goku was capable of further enhancement. Goku's battle power had reached 40 million, igniting a fierce envy within Vegeta. He was utterly envious of this Kaioken. That scoundrel Goku, with his shameless Kaioken, had thankfully already brushed against the threshold of Super Saiyan. Goku had no time to dwell on Vegeta's mental turmoil. The strain of the 20-fold Kaioken weighed heavily upon his body, necessitating swift resolution. Consequently, Goku took the initiative to strike. Simultaneously, Shrag moved as well. In an instant, aside from Vegeta and Frieza, the spectators could only see two figures, one white and one red, colliding and separating, then colliding again. For the time being, Gohan and the others could only hear the sounds of fists and feet clashing, accompanied by furious roars. Bulma suddenly recalled the World Martial Arts Tournament and, producing a microphone from seemingly nowhere, extended it towards Frieza. "Mr. Frieza, could you provide a live analysis of the situation?" Frieza nearly spat out his red wine. This Bulma is quite eccentric. With a flick of his finger, Bulma realized she was unable to move, her mouth sealed shut. Thus, she could only glare at Frieza in exasperation. Suddenly, she stumbled upon a new revelation. Frieza was devoid of attire. Regrettably, she could not vocalize her thoughts. Otherwise, Frieza would undoubtedly resort to eliminating her. The aerial battle persisted, with both combatants locked in a stalemate, primarily due to Sun Wukong's adept utilization of his own fighting prowess. Ultimately, it was Sun Wukong's heightened combat awareness that prevailed, landing a decisive elbow strike upon Shrag's cranial dome. This blow nearly caused Shrag's eyes to burst, leaving him wide-eyed and bloodshot. With a thunderous impact, Shrag was sent crashing to the ground, creating an instant crater and fracturing the surrounding earth. A fiery column erupted from the surface, a consequence of magma spewing forth from below. The extreme heat rendered those beneath uncomfortable, with Vegeta lying prone, narrowly avoiding a splash of lava that sent a chill of sweat cascading down his back. At that moment, he possessed not an ounce of fighting spirit. Fortunately, Nera discerned Vegeta's distress and promptly relocated him to a place of safety, where Tion was able to administer healing. Frieza did not intervene. Instead, he watched with keen interest as Son Goku and Shrag engaged in yet another fierce battle. The clash of energy blasts and Kamehameha waves was evenly matched, as they were not ultimate moves charged with power, rendering them less spectacular. Bang, 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 boom, boom. The visceral nature of this hand-to-hand combat is indeed captivating. Son Goku landed a punch to Shrag's abdomen, prompting Shrag to retaliate with a double fist strike to Goku's back. Goku executed a whip kick to Shrag's head, but Shrag elongated his arm, slamming Goku down onto the ground, nearly plunging him into a pool of lava. Ouch, hot, hot, hot. Fortunately, with a wave of energy surrounding him, the lava only scorched Goku, inflicting no real harm. It was a true contest of equals, each landing blows and exchanging pain. However, Shrag, unwilling to prolong the duel, realized that despite his superior combat power, he had been struck more often than his opponent, which was a considerable blow to his pride. He decided to grow in size. In the next moment, Goku was astonished to find himself reduced to the mere size of Shrag's palm. Moreover, upon growing larger, Shrag's power surged to an astounding 100 million. If Shrag's increase in size had merely amplified his strength, Goku might have found ways to counter it. After all, an enemy that cannot hit you is hardly intimidating. Yet, Shrag's enhancements were balanced, with both speed and power elevated. Even though his target had grown larger, Goku struggled to find any openings in Shrag's defense. Bang! At last, Goku miscalculated and was struck by Shrag's fist, sending him crashing into the distance, demolishing several mountains before finally landing in a vast lake. Boom! Goku used the lake's water to dissipate Shrag's force, yet it resulted in a towering column of water that startled countless fish and shrimp beneath the surface. Goku lamented the lost opportunity, thinking of the splendid feast that could have been. The disparity in their combat power, now at 1.5 times, rendered the battle overwhelmingly one-sided. No matter how heightened Goku's combat awareness, he could hardly withstand the onslaught. Ultimately, Shrag landed a punch squarely in Goku's abdomen, causing him to retch violently. Before Goku could recover, Shrag clasped his hands together and slammed Goku into the ground with tremendous force, causing the earth to tremble. Son Gohan, disregarding all caution, rushed towards Goku, with Krillin closely following. Dad, Goku, Son Goku, Mr. Frieza, please save Son Goku. I will prepare more delicacies for you. In her desperation, Bulma could only cast a pleading glance at Frieza, who appeared malevolent yet had never harmed her in the slightest. However, how could Frieza possibly acquiesce to such an unreasonable request? Ignoring Bulma's gaze, he continued to sip the red wine in small amounts. After all, Son Goku's limits had yet to be reached. He should possess a greater understanding of the transformations of the Super Saiyan than Vegeta. This was merely the beginning. 30 times the Kaioken, the maximum multiplier. Son Goku's aura swelled even further, and in an instant, his battle power surged to 60 million. This spectacle was nothing short of spectacular. Amidst the crimson waves resembling flames, Son Goku shouted as he charged towards Shrag, with a single upward punch reminiscent of his childhood. He even emitted a primal roar akin to that of a gorilla. Shrag was momentarily taken aback by Goku's display. However, upon sensing the disparity in their battle powers, he quickly regained his composure. With a sinister grin, Shrag shouted, bringing his palms together, and a green energy sphere rapidly materialized, soon expanding to a diameter of several meters. Die, Son Goku. Son Goku's resilience had earned Shrag's acknowledgement, as he no longer referred to him as the Saiyan Monkey, but instead addressed him by name. Chapter 18. The first Super Saiyan emerges. Shrag amassed a tremendous amount of energy, intending to send Son Goku to his demise in one fell swoop. Yet, an unexpected turn of events was about to unfold. Frieza's gaze narrowed, for he sensed something amiss with Son Goku. As Goku ascended halfway into the air, still a considerable distance from Shrag, the crimson aura surrounding him began to diminish. Just when Goku was a mere 100 meters away from Shrag, the waves of energy enveloping him abruptly vanished. It was not only the red aura of the Kaioken that disappeared, but even the ordinary white energy dissipated. In his reckless attempt to employ a 30-fold Kaioken, Goku's body could no longer endure the strain, and he had lost his fighting capability. Such a pity. Frieza was eager to witness the might of the Dragon Fist, but alas, it was a tremendous disappointment. As Goku plummeted downward, Shrag had no intention of letting him escape. The green energy sphere continued its relentless descent. Goku was undoubtedly in the line of fire, but at that moment, Gohan accelerated and positioned himself above his father. Krillin, have Din save my dad, he cried out. Special beam cannon. Fueled by the sight of Goku's dire situation, Gohan's fury ignited an extraordinary surge in his power, amplifying it by an astounding 500 times. Indeed, it was a staggering increase, elevating his battle power from 20,000 to a remarkable 10 million. Frieza had just spat out the red wine he had sipped, utterly incredulous. No, don't, Gohan, Son Goku shouted, his eyes wide with anguish. With a tenfold disparity in their battle powers, there was no way Gohan could withstand the impending doom that awaited him. Frieza, if you do not intervene to save Gohan. Bulma, in a moment of desperation, suddenly found her voice again, but it was clear she posed no true threat to Frieza. Meanwhile, Tien, having set aside his bravado, had healed Vegeta and was now anxiously tugging at the tattered remnants of Vegeta's battle attire. Mr. Vegeta, I implore you to save Gohan. You are his only hope. Though Tien was not a combatant of the Namekian race, he sensed the surge of power emanating from Vegeta, who had just been revived. Even if it was merely a fleeting moment, Tien was acutely aware of the explosive strength hidden within Vegeta. Particularly daunting was the vibrant green glow that flickered in Vegeta's eyes, cold and merciless, brimming with aggression. Humph. Useless father and son, it falls to me, the Prince of Saiyans, to resolve this. Suddenly, a golden aura enveloped Vegeta, and this time, Frieza nodded in satisfaction. It seemed Vegeta had surpassed his limits. The recent battle had propelled Vegeta beyond the Saiyan threshold, elevating his power from 2 million to 3 million and granting him the opportunity to transform. Having faced near death 4 times in a single day, his pride had endured the utmost humiliation, fiercely igniting his determination to transform into a Super Saiyan. The transformation granted him a staggering 50-fold increase, soaring his power from 3 million to 150 million, effortlessly eclipsing everyone aside from Frieza. With flames erupting from his golden hair and his sword-like brows now gilded, the waves of energy surrounding him were devoid of any white. While his emerald irises struck fear into Tien, causing him to collapse in shock. With a single foot stomp, Vegeta launched himself into the sky, moving at an astonishing speed, almost instantaneously appearing beside Gohan. At that moment, Gohan had unleashed the special beam cannon, but it failed to halt the descent of the green energy sphere, leading to its imminent destruction. Exhausted from the earlier outburst, Gohan could barely maintain his flight, determined to shield his father with his small frame. Join your worthless father in the afterlife and behold what a true Super Saiyan truly is. With a single hand pressed against Son Gohan's abdomen, he was propelled towards the ground like a cannonball. It was fortunate that Vegeta had no intention of killing his opponent. Otherwise, Gohan would have undoubtedly exploded upon impact. With a cold gaze cast upon the green energy sphere overhead, Vegeta's lips curled into a disdainful smirk, a clear indication of his contempt for slag. Raising his foot, Vegeta unleashed a flying kick towards the energy orb. Boom. The energy blast was sent hurtling away, detonating midair. What a farce, Slag the Great. I am now a Super Saiyan, and you are nothing but a mere nuisance in my eyes. Whoosh. Vegeta was enraged. Fear finally flickered in Slag's eyes. He should have anticipated this. He ought to have guessed it long ago. The Saiyan race is a veritable anomaly. Each resurrection brings about a staggering increase in their combat power, as if they were born solely for battle. No. Frieza, save me. Slag was genuinely terrified. The look in Vegeta's eyes was utterly intimidating, an expression that disregarded all, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Slag's desire to fight had completely evaporated. Bang, boom, thud, crash, roar. Slag was beaten into submission, feeling as though his bones were being shattered, many already fractured. Moreover, his left arm had been broken, entirely obliterated. He could only clutch at the remnants of his left arm, gasping for breath, green blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Frieza, oh Frieza, save me. Slag's gaze began to dull. With a power disparity of a staggering 50 million, he had no room for resistance. He could do nothing but call out for Frieza, who had sent him to take the fall. Frieza could not abandon him to his fate. Creak, creak. The unique sound of footsteps. Almost like a personal theme song for Frieza. Slag had put on quite the performance for Frieza, who truly did not want to let him perish so easily. Thus, he stepped forth. Vegeta, Slag was the one who helped you become the first Super Saiyan. Is this how you repay his kindness? Vegeta regarded the towering Frieza with disdain in his eyes. With a powerful thrust of his foot, he sent Slag flying away, ultimately choosing not to end his life. Frieza, you are the one who destroyed my planet, yet you deceived me into believing it was due to a colossal meteorite. Do you take me for a mere child of 3? Vegeta's emotions surged with fervor, and the golden aura surrounding him expanded dramatically. Judging solely by this aura, it appeared that Vegeta's might far surpass that of Frieza. However, in reality, the anger that fueled Vegeta only resulted in a slight augmentation of his power. If Vegeta's combat strength was previously 150 million, it now barely reached 160 million at most. This level of power was trivial in the eyes of Frieza, who possessed an impressive strength of 250 million. Oh ho ho ho. Vegeta, if I recall correctly, you were merely 5 years old back then? Indeed. You are no longer the child of 3. Vegeta? Everyone, Goku, who was undergoing daily treatment, nearly choked with laughter. Chapter 19, Vegeta vs. Frieza. Frieza's taunts inflicted a profound blow to Vegeta's pride, an affront that was utterly unforgivable. Ah, Frieza, meet your demise. The golden aura of the Super Saiyan is unparalleled, far beyond that of mere ascended forms or the numerous iterations of Kaioken. The battle was nothing short of magnificent, a ruthless display of power. Yet, no matter how fiercely Vegeta attacked, Frieza maintained a perpetual smile, effortlessly parrying every onslaught with a mere gesture of his hand. It appeared that the clash between Vegeta and Frieza lacked the grandeur of Goku's confrontation with Shrek. However, if one were to witness the extent of the surrounding devastation, it would become evident just how formidable Vegeta's destructive capacity was in his Super Saiyan state. At times, Frieza chooses not to raise his hand in defense, opting instead to sidestep. In these moments, the energy unleashed by Vegeta strikes elsewhere, upon mountains, the ground, or the surface of the water. When it crashes into the mountains, they crumble. When it impacts the earth, it fractures. When it collides with the water, towering waves rise hundreds of meters high, revealing the depths below, where countless fish and shrimp lie utterly decimated. The more Vegeta fights, the more his impatience grows. The more impatient he becomes, the more frenzied his attacks turn. Soon, Vegeta's breathing quickens, and his movements lose the fluidity they once possessed. He is no match for Frieza, who is even stronger than Shrek. Goku's eyes gleam with excitement, invigorated by the fierce battle unfolding before him. Regrettably, he has yet to master the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Although he has grazed the threshold of that power, he remains unable to achieve the transformation. Were it a hypothetical transformation into a Super Saiyan, Goku would be confident in his ability to succeed. Yet such a form would not come close to matching Vegeta's current combat prowess. Perhaps it is worth a try. The clash between Vegeta and Frieza rages on, but it is evident to any discerning observer that Frieza is merely toying with Vegeta. Frieza did not retaliate at all. He merely evaded and blocked with one hand. Yet, despite this, Vegeta was on the verge of exhausting himself. Why? Why can't I defeat Frieza even after transforming into a Super Saiyan? I refuse to accept this. In the world of Dragon Ball, it is often said that fighting prowess is reliant on one's roar. In a moment of overwhelming frustration, Vegeta once again transcended his own limits, his power soaring to an astonishing 200 million. In the original story, Son Goku attained a power level of 250 million only after training for an extended period on Yardrat following the battle on Namek. Although this was 50 million higher than Vegeta's current power, it was achieved through over a year of rigorous training. This illustrates just how far Vegeta's rage has driven him. The golden aura surged once more as Vegeta distanced himself from Frieza, his energy somewhat unstable, gasping for breath. Frieza, if you have the guts, don't dodge. Here comes my ultimate move. Final flash. Vegeta clasped his hands together, arms at his sides, twisting his body as he shouted at Frieza. Vegeta feared that Frieza would unscrupulously evade. His fully unleashed final flash could not be redirected. If Namek were to explode, there would be no salvation. Vegeta was acutely aware that while Frieza could survive in the vacuum of space, the Saiyans could not. Gohan, Krillin, Bulma, hurry and summon Shenron with Nail and the others. If the planet blows up, we're all doomed. Son Goku, observing the frenzied Vegeta, felt a twinge of unease. He could disregard everything for the sake of battle, but he could not place his son and friends in jeopardy. Given his intellect, the idea of relying on Shenron to relocate them was already a testament to Chi-Chi's fervent prayers back on Earth. However, Vegeta's final flash would not pause simply because Goku and the others needed to summon Shenron. Krillin clutched a Dragon Ball, while Gohan, with the Dragon Radar in hand, dashed off to locate the remaining 6 Dragon Balls scattered amidst the wreckage of the spacecraft. They had only just set off when Vegeta unleashed his massive final flash, glowing with a pale yellow light, hurtling straight towards Frieza. It resembled a rocket in launch, exuding an astonishing momentum that left the unheated slug visibly terrified. With great effort, Sherlag summoned his remaining strength to perform the body extension technique, and his vanished left arm re-emerged. He then sprinted towards Gohan and the others, who were in search of the Dragon Balls. Attaining immortality was Sherlag's most fervent desire. After all, he had faced death once before and was profoundly fearful of it. As long as there remained a glimmer of hope, Sherlag would never relinquish this aspiration. The true potency of the energy wave lies in its ability to unleash power that can exceed one's own strength by 2-fold or even 3-fold. Vegeta's current combat prowess stands at an impressive 200 million, yet Frieza can easily overpower him due to his superiority of 50 million in battle strength. Presently, Vegeta's final flash has reached a staggering intensity of 500 million. If Frieza does not take countermeasures, injury is inevitable. Celestial Storm. Frieza unleashed a mighty roar, extending his arms forward, his body leaning slightly backward as a wave of purple energy materialized and surged toward Vegeta's Big Bang attack. Die. Vegeta bellowed furiously. And one must admit that the Saiyans possess quite a formidable vocal prowess. Fortunately, Frieza's anatomical structure was far from ordinary, and his vocal capacity rivaled that of Vegeta. Ho ho ho. Allow me to cool you down in the cosmos. Both Vegeta and Frieza intensified their attacks, and at that moment, the disparity in their combat powers became apparent. The purple stellar storm was noticeably more robust than the pale yellow Big Bang attack. The scales of victory were swiftly tilting in Frieza's favor. In the blink of an eye, the stellar storm approached Vegeta, rendering his Big Bang attack nearly invisible. Damn it! With a swift motion, Vegeta narrowly evaded the lethal shockwave. The purple stellar storm merely grazed his arm and cheek, leaving behind faint scars. However, the stellar storm was not merely a melodious title. Its nature allowed it to expend minimal energy even in the vastness of space. Though seemingly futile, it possessed the capability to obliterate a planet. As Frieza had previously been serving the god of destruction, Beerus, this stellar storm was designed to annihilate as many planets as possible. Ho ho ho, Mr. Vegeta. It seems you are no match for me. Shall we bring in Mr. Goku instead? Or perhaps you both would like to join forces? Observing that Vegeta had lost his Super Saiyan form, Frieza once again emitted his signature laughter. Upon witnessing Vegeta's defeat, Goku rushed to confront Frieza. While he may not be able to best Frieza, he could not allow him to disrupt Gohan and the others as they summoned the dragon. As for Shrag, Goku completely forgot about him. Now, allow me to engage you in battle. Until this moment, Goku had not seen Frieza harm anyone, making it difficult for him to harbor hatred towards him. Thus, his words bore an additional courtesy. Chapter 20. The dragon emerges, wishes in progress. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and a grotesque green dragon appeared in the night, an abrupt spectacle. Goku was taken aback. It seemed he had overlooked this detail, which blatantly announced to everyone, the dragon has emerged. Remembering the bizarre wish made by Yulong in his childhood, Goku broke into a cold sweat. Ho ho ho, Goku. Let us pause our battle. I am quite curious about what wishes you may make. Goku, burdened with unspoken concerns, had entirely missed the implication in Frieza's words. It was not a single wish, but rather multiple wishes. Thus far, Frieza's every action exudes a certain benevolence. Shrag is his subordinate, and unlike Vegeta, Frieza does not resort to outright annihilation. Although Vegeta betrayed him, Frieza refrained from eliminating him when he was utterly defenseless. Consequently, the Na'vi, Goku finds himself at a loss on how to decline Frieza's request. However, Frieza merely made a statement. Does he truly need to consider Goku's feelings? Absolutely not. Thus, before Goku could respond, Frieza leisurely soared towards the dragon. With a sense of helplessness, Goku shook his head and hurriedly followed suit. The dragon of Namek is vastly different from that of Earth. The latter resembles a 5-clawed eastern dragon, albeit in a vibrant green hue. In contrast, the Namekian dragon possesses a lengthy tail but exhibits traits akin to a western lizard dragon. Comparatively, it is considerably larger and, truth be told, rather unsightly. Beneath the dragon, a gathering of individuals, including Nail, Dend, Gohan, Krillin, Bulma, the weakened Shrag, and a slightly revived Vegeta, convened. Krillin was the first to cry out, "O dragon, please resurrect the Earthlings slain by Vegeta." The dragon responded, "Vegeta," he shouted, "grant me the gift of immortality." After the recent battle, Vegeta resolved that he preferred immortality over any further growth in stature. The dragon replied. Shrag, in a moment of excitement, inadvertently shouted in his native tongue, "O dragon, grant me eternal life." Those who did not comprehend the Namekian language were left bewildered. This time, the dragon reacted, opening its gaping maw and gazing at Shrag with its blood-red eyes, uttering words that left everyone speechless. "I cannot fulfill your wish. Please propose an alternative." Din immediately called out to Gohan and Krillin. The dragon requires wishes to be articulated in the Namekian language. Otherwise, it will not heed you. Furthermore, the dragon can grant 3 wishes. Enraged, Vegeta was on the verge of striking Din. "What are you waiting for? Hurry and articulate my wish." Krillin, in a state of urgency, shouted to Din, "Ignore Vegeta. First, resurrect those he has slain." Suddenly, an unsettling, sinister laughter echoed, sending shivers down everyone's spines. They beheld the pale-skinned Frieza, followed closely by a disheveled Goku clad in tattered orange martial arts attire. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta seethed, "Frieza, I will not spare you." Frieza dismissed him, treating his words as mere barking. His crimson pupils exuded an aura of malevolence, and when he cast a glance at the dragon, it shuddered in response. "Esteemed King Frieza, it has been a year since our last encounter." The tension in the air was palpable, and not just Son Goku, but everyone inhaled sharply. While Shrag found himself utterly bewildered. How could it be that the dragon was an old acquaintance of Frieza? This revelation was akin to a dagger piercing the flesh, a true eye-opener. "You may proceed with your work. Pay no attention to that green little fellow below." Oh ho ho ho. Only a being as unconventional as Frieza could utter such a command to the dragon. Son Goku, Vegeta, and Shrag were all left in stunned silence. Frieza, it seems, harbored no intention of making a wish. Shrag, in a fit of rage, found himself compelled to suppress his anger. The dragon had already declared that his wish could not be granted. And to further offend King Frieza would be akin to lighting a candle in a restroom, an invitation to demise. The first to react was Bulma, who appeared to harbor little fear of Frieza. Of course, Goku was unperturbed as well, viewing Frieza merely as an opponent for battle. Firstly, let the dragon resurrect the earthling slain by Vegeta, Goku urged. Prompted by Bulma's reminder, he immediately complied. However, the dragon replied, "I cannot fulfill your wish. I can resurrect only one individual at a time. Please, present another wish." Gohan, Krillin, Bulma, and Goku stood in shock. This dragon appeared quite formidable. Even larger than Earth's dragon, yet it was surprisingly inept. It was even less competent than that novelist, Taisi. "Gohan, revive me first. Once I am resurrected, the deity will also return, and thus Earth's dragon will be restored." Suddenly, a voice unfamiliar to Goku and the others echoed through the space. "Uncle Piccolo," Gohan exclaimed. "Are you dead?" Gohan's words left Piccolo exasperated. Was this truly the moment to discuss such matters? "Do you have no awareness of the situation? Do you not comprehend the circumstances surrounding my demise? Calm down. Breathe." Goku interjected. "Gohan, make your wish, quickly." Gohan snapped back to reality and turned to the dragon. The dragon directly responded, "I have already acknowledged the wish as per the voice's instruction." Gohan looked skyward again, though he could not discern Piccolo's form. "Uncle Piccolo, are you still alive?" Piccolo, unwilling to engage with Gohan's navet, reminded himself to remain composed as he still had a wish to make. "Gohan, be a good boy. For my second wish, let me go to Namek." How deftly the dragon's tongue was. Before Goku could intervene, the wish was already granted. A figure clad in a cloak, nearly identical to Nail, with green skin, descended from the heavens. The cloak was indeed impressive, but if only his head had not been buried in the ground, the scene would have been perfect. Upon seeing Piccolo struggling to extricate himself, Gohan rushed forward to assist. Grasping Piccolo's large foot, he pulled him out as if uprooting a radish. Piccolo, feeling despondent, was nearly on the brink of seclusion. "Gohan, could you kindly let go? Being held by the thigh in such a manner is truly unpleasant. This accursed Shenron has resurrected itself, yet fails to restore its own strength, leaving it in a state of extreme weakness." Every day, Tian noticed that Piccolo was not quite right and hurriedly trotted over with her little legs to his side, extending her hands to emit a green healing light. After 5 seconds, Tian struck a pose as if to signify the completion of her task, ostentatiously gazing off into the distance with a sidelong glance. Upon witnessing this scene, Frieza felt compelled to inquire, "Pray tell, from which martial arts realm have you traversed?" Moreover, Frieza harbored the illusion that he had not entered the authentic Dragon Ball universe, for in Dragon Ball Z, this motley crew was far from amusing. Unable to contain himself any longer, Son Goku exclaimed, "I wish to make my third wish." While it was not unreasonable for Goku to request a wish, Vegeta was far from pleased. Vegeta had reached the limits of his patience. The third wish must be granted to him. No way. That third wish is mine. Grant me the gift of immortality. Chapter 21. Truly a combat genius. Vegeta erupted in fury, yet it was of little consequence. The Eternal Dragon cast a disdainful glance at Vegeta and, unusually, uttered a few words. "You are mistaken. If I possessed that ability, would I fear Lord Frieza?" Vegeta was left speechless, baffled by this insipid dragon that was of no use whatsoever. The tension in the air was palpable, as Frieza relished the discomfort he instilled in others, delighting in the sensation of being insufferable yet untouchable. It was simply exhilarating. Setting aside the trivialities, since Vegeta's wish had been dismissed by the dragon, it naturally fell to Son Goku. With fervor, Goku declared to the Eternal Dragon, "Transfer everyone on Namek, except for Frieza and me, to Earth." Piccolo. Piccolo was about to voice an objection when, to his surprise, the dragon deviated from convention, not even bothering to relay the wish in the Namekian tongue. This wish was quite straightforward. The Eternal Dragon bellowed dramatically, its colossal eyes glowing a vibrant red. In an instant, Namek was left with only Son Goku and Frieza, with even the Dragon Balls following suit to Earth. The psychological toll on Piccolo in that moment was immense. The skies of Namek brightened once more as a figure plummeted from the heavens. Goku observed Vegeta crash into the very hole that Piccolo had previously created, intrigued by the spectacle. Vegeta rejected the situation. The voice of the Eternal Dragon resonated in resignation, only to fall silent thereafter. The psychological burden on Piccolo at that moment was profound. Piccolo himself felt a sense of refusal. Yet with his meager battle power of under 80,000, he lacked the strength to defy the dragon's authority. "Bah, Kakarot, do not think you can steal the spotlight. I alone shall defeat Frieza." Vegeta spat out the mud from his mouth, hands on his hips, glaring up at Son Goku with palpable annoyance. "Well, since you all have made your wishes, perhaps it is time for me to showcase my prowess? If you still rely on the Super Saiyan techniques, they shall not suffice against me." Vegeta felt as though he had received 1,000 critical hits from Frieza. However, he truly finds himself unable to contend with Frieza at this moment, and his stamina has yet to be restored, leaving him with his arms crossed and an expression of discontent. Son Goku begins to gather energy, swiftly elevating his aura to its peak, achieving an unprecedented battle power of 3 million. However, Son Goku does not cease there. He commences a more agonizing scream, causing the surrounding stones and earth to levitate. His aura escalates dramatically. Roar. A golden wave of energy envelopes the white aura surrounding Son Goku, transforming him into a state reminiscent of Super Saiyan. With his battle power soaring to 60 million, Frieza felt a tinge of disappointment. Son Goku, despite not experiencing extreme emotions, had astonishingly reached a constant battle power of 3 million, yet he still had not transcended into a Super Saiyan. This was rather disheartening. TSK. Such power is of little consequence. When compared to Vegeta, you fall woefully short. Gasping lightly, Son Goku exhaled and bellowed, "This is not over yet. Kaioken times 5. What? Frieza was taken aback. Was it not said that one could not utilize the Kaioken while in the form of a Super Saiyan? Could it be that the original narrative deceived me? No, Goku had not fully transformed into a Super Saiyan. He had merely achieved a state akin to it. Perhaps this was precisely the reason that allowed him to employ the Kaioken. The crimson aura of the Kaioken was undeniably formidable. Yet the golden flame of his energy was equally fierce, resulting in a striking combination of infrared red and gold surrounding Goku. To be honest, it was quite spectacular. Far more resplendent than Frieza's violet aura. Vegeta stood astonished, his mouth agape. No, this cannot be true. It must be a trick. Although Goku had yet to don the cold demeanor typical of a full Super Saiyan transformation, his brows were furrowed and his eyes gleamed with a menacing intensity. Let us conclude this swiftly. I cannot maintain this state for long. Boom. Bang. 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 In this moment, Goku's battle power soared to an astounding 300 million, surpassing Frieza by a staggering 50 million. This is the essence of the Saiyan race, a people who, when given the opportunity, manifest boundless potential. Caught off guard, Frieza found himself relying solely on his defensive capabilities. Before his battle prowess surpassed 100 billion. A disparity of 50 million in power was sufficient to dictate the outcome of the confrontation. However, Frieza was not to be underestimated. His exceptionally high innate talent, coupled with a resilience rivaling that of the Saiyans, allowed him to gradually keep pace with Goku's movements. Frieza's combat power is steadily on the rise, nearing an astounding 300 million in a mere minute. The battle rages on, each strike reverberating across the landscape of Namek, where thunder rumbles ominously and tsunamis crash upon the shores. As the two warriors clash, mountains crumble, stones shatter, and the sea is rent asunder, creating vacuum pockets within the ocean. Namek has already suffered considerable damage from previous skirmishes, and now, under the duress of their conflict, the ground fractures. With molten lava surging forth from the depths below, lightning streaks through the sky, casting an inky darkness over the entire planet, shrouded in dense clouds, a harbinger of impending destruction. This cataclysmic scene is a direct consequence of the aerial duel between Frieza and Goku. Energy blasts scatter in every direction, creating crater after crater. Occasionally, a cry pierces the air, whether Frieza is sent crashing into the sea or Goku is driven into the earth. 3 minutes have elapsed, and Frieza's combat power has surged to 350 million, continuing its relentless ascent. Initially, Frieza believed he would need to unleash his ultimate technique today. Yet he is astonished to discover that his own resilience is equally formidable. What Frieza was unaware of was that it was precisely due to his mastery over Ki and his prolonged seclusion in the depths of the ice planet that he had amassed a tremendous reservoir of potential within his being. This latent power was subsequently awakened by the immense pressure exerted by Sun Wukong. Once this potential began to surge forth, it would not wane in response to the strength of his adversary. Rather, it would only stabilize after a complete and overwhelming eruption. 400 million. When Frieza's combat power reached 400 million, it finally ceased its relentless ascent. Frieza revels in the thrill of battle, his power nearly doubling within a mere 5 minutes. However, Goku finds himself in dire straits. Despite his transformation into a Super Saiyan, he is far more ferocious than in his ordinary form. Coupled with the enhancement of the Kaioken technique, his body has reached its utmost limits. Gasping for breath, Goku feels as though his chest is on the verge of exploding. His aura fluctuates dramatically, oscillating between strength and weakness, and even his hands begin to tremble. This is not a manifestation of fear, rather, it is a testament to his body approaching its critical threshold. In a moment of frustration, Goku lets out a defiant roar. If not for the strain on his body, he would undoubtedly unleash an even greater multiplier of the Kaioken. He is truly unwilling to settle for merely 5 minutes of such exhilarating combat. Suddenly, the crimson aura enveloping him dissipates, signaling the cessation of the Kaioken state. Chapter 22. The Explosion of Namek. Frieza shook his head, although Sun Wukong had momentarily astonished him. Such a tactic was ultimately unsustainable. Frieza believed that Goku would soon exhaust his energy in the air. However, it became evident that even in his reincarnated form, Frieza was still overshadowed by Goku's protagonist aura. With a fierce sense of unwillingness, Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan after the Kaioken was released. Having previously experienced a combat power of 300 million, Goku, upon his transformation, immediately possessed a battle strength of 300 million. Although this power was still inferior to Frieza's, it surpassed Vegeta's by a considerable margin. With golden hair, noticeably bulging muscles, emerald green irises, and a cold, ruthless gaze, this version of Goku emanated an aura of invincibility. Yet, the effectiveness of this power depended on the opponent he faced. A mere 300 million combat power was something Frieza regarded with utter disdain. Bang! Frieza's fist struck Goku's face with tremendous force, yet Goku merely tilted his head slightly, his predatory gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Frieza. An entire 100 million in power disparity was so brazenly disregarded by Goku? In truth, it was not so, for in the state of the mimetic Super Saiyan, Goku utilized the Kaioken, rendering him impervious to pain in this moment. It was precisely this absence of pain that imbued Goku with an aura of invincibility. With powerful, robust arms, he delivered an upward punch that connected squarely with Frieza's abdomen. Despite the staggering 100 million gap in combat power, Frieza still felt as though his insides were ablaze. Frieza staggered back a few steps, clutching his abdomen. How careless. He had allowed the entire dead monkey to strike him, and all in a moment of unpreparedness. Ugh. Frieza spat out the bitterness from his mouth, and a tremendous wave of energy erupted around him. Bang, bang, bang. Once again, Frieza and Son Goku engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging blows without resorting to energy blasts. Indulging in a frenzied melee, each punch echoed like thunder, and Vegeta struggled to keep pace with their astonishing speed. Gulping nervously, a thought suddenly struck Vegeta, These two were truly formidable adversaries. 5 minutes later, the epicenter of their clash erupted with a tremendous roar. As if the heavens themselves had split open, sending a shiver down the spine. A figure hurtled towards the ground with blinding speed, directly targeting Vegeta's location. Alarmed, Vegeta summoned all his strength, scrambling to escape, ultimately plunging into the water. Boom! A crater several kilometers in diameter formed where the impact occurred, exposing Son Goku's bare torso, his tattered battle pants clinging to his legs like racks, while he managed to preserve the last vestiges of his dignity. Goku's eyes were vacant, his body racked with cramps, instinctively curling into a ball. The transformation into a Super Saiyan had dissipated, aside from not losing consciousness. He could hardly feel his own body. Faced with a Goku devoid of pain, Frieza found the situation quite challenging, yet ultimately managed to bring Goku crashing down. Frieza's breath had become somewhat uneven, his breathing noticeably more rapid. He slowly descended to the ground, advancing step by step towards Son Goku. The familiar creaking sound of his movement echoed once again. Suddenly, Vegeta burst forth from the water, scrambling onto the land and erupting into a violent coughing fit. The clash between Frieza and Son Goku had pushed Namek to the brink of annihilation. This planet had sustained irreversible damage. Particularly, the moment when Son Goku struck the ground had utterly shattered the core of the planet, leaving it with no more than 3 minutes before its impending explosion. With a single gesture, Frieza summoned several spherical spaceships belonging to the Ginyu Force, gracefully bringing them to the battlefield. He was aware that Son Goku had not perished, and that Vegeta had not sustained any severe injuries. In fact, Vegeta was in a far superior state compared to Goku. Vegeta, within this spaceship lies an emergency healing pod. It may not be able to cure you, but it will certainly prevent your demise. You must leave. This planet will soon erupt. He expressed a keen anticipation for their growth, declaring, during our next encounter, I hope you will allow me to fight with the same exhilarating fervor as today. Ha 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 ha. Whoosh. Frieza vanished from his original location, and in the next moment, he found himself on the icy planet. Wait a moment. Frieza felt a sense of unease, as if he had forgotten something important. Nevertheless, he decided to focus on consolidating his combat power beneath the ice layer. Any enhancement in strength requires a period of stabilization, otherwise, one risks a decline in power, as exemplified by Son Gohan in the original narrative. Following the Cell Games, Gohan became a mere shadow of his former self, and by the time of Majin Buu, his strength had even regressed to a level inferior to his childhood self, a lamentable fate. On planet Namek, Vegeta finally approached Son Goku, who was in excruciating pain. Initially, Vegeta contemplated ending Goku's life with a single strike. He had gathered an energy blast in his hand, but after half a minute, he ultimately refrained from delivering the fatal blow. You spared me once on Earth. This time I shall grant you mercy as well. However, mark my words. Next time I will surpass you, defeat you, and eliminate you. With a forceful kick, Vegeta sent Goku crashing into the nearest spaceship. He hurried over to attach the emergency medical equipment and finally pressed the ship's ignition button. Boom. A fiery dragon composed of molten lava soared into the sky, heralding the imminent explosion of planet Namek. Vegeta dared not delay any longer and swiftly boarded a spaceship, activating its launch mechanism before closing his eyes to rest. He had not had a proper sleep in days and was utterly exhausted. Yet, should the opportunity arise again, he would embrace it with fervor. For he had not only significantly increased his power, but had also transformed into a Super Saiyan. Moving forward, he resolved to train even harder, vowing that one day he would surpass Son Goku and Frieza. I am the Prince of the Saiyans, the most gifted warrior. I will not be defeated by you. I refuse. With a resounding clatter, the hatch closed, and Vegeta's spaceship followed Goku's into the cosmos. Shortly after their departure, planet Namek erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. In the vastness of space, sound could not travel, yet the brilliant fireworks displayed the inhumane fate that had befallen planet Namek. On Earth, Dodoria trembled as he dodged the molten lava emerging from below, only to be suddenly transported to this serene and tranquil locale, surrounded by trees and a peaceful ambience. He found himself bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? Where is King Frieza? Soon, he encountered a group of individuals not far away. Among them, the one lying on the ground with tightly shut eyes was indeed Shrag. Before Shrag stood a green mountain, or rather, a Namekian of similar stature. A diminutive Namekian crouched beside the giant, emanating green energy from his hands. The two eerily identical Namekians gazed at one another, the atmosphere thick with unease. Furthermore, Dodoria noticed a woman from Earth who appeared to have a favorable relationship with King Frieza. He could not recall her name. But anyone shielded by Frieza's energy barrier was certainly not to be trifled with. As for Gohan and Krillin, he was intimately familiar with them, for they were the ones who had rescued that tiny Namekian. Chapter 23. The absorption of evil. Dodoria's arrival drew the collective gaze of the group. Piccolo regarded Dodoria's pink flesh with evident disdain. What was particularly off-putting were the numerous little bumps, even more repulsive than his own green skin. Nail's gaze bore an aggressive intensity as he observed the chubby, pink figure. He was far from as innocuous as he appeared. Tien's face was etched with terror, for Dodoria had once led the massacre of their village, with Din being struck down by this very Dodoria's finger. Gohan and Krillin braced themselves for a potential confrontation, having witnessed Dodoria's malevolence firsthand. Shrag remained in a deep slumber, shrouded by an unknown energy, undoubtedly the work of the Grand Elder, the sole possessor of such arcane magic. Bulma had sought refuge behind Gohan and Krillin. Dodoria's appearance was utterly at odds with her aesthetic sensibilities, instinctively categorizing him among the villains. "Excuse me, radiant and noble lady. Might you know the whereabouts of King Frieza? And where exactly is this place? How did I suddenly come to be here?" With a battle power of merely 20,000, Dodoria could only hope to contend with Krillin, Bulma, and Tien among those present. The Grand Elder's prowess was beyond compare, his sheer presence intimidating. Dodoria's cordial demeanor stemmed not only from his understanding that others would treat him no differently than they would a mere chick, but also because Bulma was a favored guest of King Frieza. Although he could not fathom why Frieza would take an interest in such a frail woman, it did not deter Dodoria from attempting to ingratiate himself. As the foremost sycophant, he possessed that much awareness. Bulma pointed at herself, her expression one of utter confusion, and asked, "Are you addressing me, you hideous creature?" Upon reflection, it seems that the only woman present who could truly be called a lady, possessing both youth and beauty, as well as an air of affluence, is none other than her. Thus, although Bulma still harbored a dislike for Dodoria, her demeanor towards him softened considerably. Meanwhile, Frieza, Son Goku, and Vegeta were engaged in battle on Namek, while here on Earth, we had all been returned by the dragon. When Dodoria heard the derogatory term directed at him, he nearly erupted with rage. However, recalling Frieza's terrifying nature, he managed to maintain what he fancied to be a gentle smile. Yet, upon Bulma's response to his inquiry, Dodoria's countenance fell drastically. It seemed he was now leagues away from Frieza. Consequently, Dodoria attempted to contact King Frieza via his communicator. Just as his fingers were about to touch the device, a figure darted past, and Dodoria felt a lightness at his ear. The communicator had been snatched by Piccolo. With a decisive snap, Piccolo recognized the communicator and had no intention of alerting Dodoria. After all, should he attract some formidable presence, the Earth's great demon king would be vanquished, leaving him with no one to seek justice from. Dodoria wished to curse, but fear held his tongue. At that moment, the Grand Elder suddenly coughed, drawing the attention of all present. "Kata's-san, you now go by the name Piccolo, correct?" Though reluctant to acknowledge it, Piccolo understood the Grand Elder spoke truthfully. "Yes, I am called Piccolo." The Grand Elder squinted, casting a glance at the fallen Slug, and sighed deeply. "Slug escaped from your home planet simultaneously with your father. Both were gifted Namekians. Unfortunately, Slug succumbed to malevolence, transforming into a villain of the worst sort. Your fortune surpasses that of Slug. Yet you two are divided by the duality of good and evil, with you embodying the latter. This is well known among Earthlings, as the Supreme Kai once elucidated. However, I can sense that the darkness within you has been softened. You possess attachments, human emotions, and are willing to take on the responsibility of defending this planet." Cough, cough. Grand Elder. Nail sought to halt the Grand Elder from continuing, concerned for the Elder's frail health. Yet, the Grand Elder gently waved his hand, persisting in his discourse. "I have employed special means to control Slug's body. His malevolence is overwhelmingly dominant, and I cannot seal it for long. With King Frieza absent, and Son Goku and Vegeta also away, once Slug awakens, Earth shall face annihilation, and none will be able to prevent it." To everyone's astonishment, the Grand Elder mentioned Frieza, seemingly placing a degree of trust in him. It was quite an extraordinary notion, yet no one dared to interrupt the Grand Elder's words. They all understood that his insights were indeed profound and yearned to know his solution to the dilemma. As the embodiment of malevolence, you possess the capacity to master your own heart, and this presents a pivotal opportunity. If you can absorb the wickedness within Slag, not only will it empower you, bestowing upon you formidable combat prowess, but it will also enable Slag to revert to the pure and benevolent Namekian he once was. Piccolo was momentarily taken aback, only to be filled with elation. He cared little for notions of good and evil. The prospect of becoming stronger was all that mattered. The immense power of Vegeta and Goku had struck him deeply, igniting a profound hatred for his own weakness. Had he possessed such formidable strength, he too could have defied the dragon's teleportation, instead of being unceremoniously sent back to Namek upon his arrival. This was nothing short of a disgrace. While a battle power of 78,000 might allow one to dominate on Earth, in the presence of Goku, it rendered him akin to an ant beneath a boot. He was once the formidable Demon King Piccolo, who had fought Goku to a standstill. How could he reconcile himself with this grim reality? What must I do? Piccolo's reaction did not surprise the Grand Elder, who remained the same enigmatic figure, a blend of wisdom and allure. Place your hand upon Slag's chest. I shall draw forth his wickedness into your being. All you need to do is maintain control over your essence. Obeying the Elder's command, Piccolo extended his hand, revealing his sharp claws, and pressed them firmly against Slag's chest. Prepare yourself. Let us commence. A cacophony of sound erupted as a silvery light enveloped Slag and Piccolo, and all bore witness to a surge of black energy flowing into Piccolo's palm. Boom! An astonishing aura erupted forth, stirring a tempest that bent the trees of the forest low. After 30 seconds, the tempest subsided, and Slag's presence diminished to that comparable to nails, devoid of any trace of malevolence, exuding an aura of tranquility and peace. However, Piccolo's state was quite the opposite. He was engulfed by the dark energy, unleashing a series of furious roars, his demeanor fraught with uncontrollable rage. Control this malevolence. Envision the ones you wish to protect. Recall the emotions you felt when you sacrificed for them. No. I do not wish to harm Gohan. Boom. An even more violent aura erupted from Piccolo, sending the trees of the forest swaying perilously. Uncle Piccolo. Chapter 24. The pitiful Dullia Bick felt as if he were on the verge of explosion, consumed by an overwhelming desire to obliterate everything in his sight. Whether living or inanimate, he was determined to annihilate it all. Just as Bick was about to succumb to this chaos, Gohan surged forward and embraced him from behind. Pencil, pen holder, tube, bullet, slingshot. These were words from a game of word association that Gohan had played while training alongside Bick. Upon hearing this familiar sound, Bick's turbulent energy dissipated, and the darkness in his eyes receded like a tide. This voice represented the soul sanctuary within Bick's heart, a crucial element enabling him to regain control. With a deep exhale, Bick finally attained full tranquility, reaching out to pull Gohan from behind and into his view. Looking into Gohan's eyes, he spoke earnestly. Thank you, Gohan. Without you, Uncle Bick would have completely lost himself. Tears glistening in his eyes, Gohan replied, I knew it. I always believed that Uncle Bick could do it. Gently setting Gohan down, Bick clenched his fists, sensing the immense energy coursing through him. Incredibly powerful. He was uncertain whether he could rival Goku at this moment, yet he undeniably felt that he had become exponentially stronger. Frieza, you have merely transformed from 78,000 to 78 million, a significant increase indeed, yet you remain but a younger sibling. According to the colossal power of Shrag, which stands at 100 million, Piccolo has only achieved an augmentation of 92 million, a considerable waste in some respects. However, the advantage of assimilation lies in the fact that Shrag has preserved his life. Moreover, Shrag has previously demonstrated remarkable strength, even after adopting a benevolent disposition. He can gradually cultivate his abilities further. After all, Shrag possesses a physique with a baseline combat power of 60 million, although his current strength is a mere 400,000. Anyone with less than 50 million in combat power would find it impossible to breach his defenses. Dodoria was terrified. The earth is truly formidable. I must return to the side of Lord Frieza. Woe is me. The sheer terror of Piccolo is evident, as even Dodoria has been reduced to tears. Hearing the weeping, Piccolo cast a piercing glance in his direction, instantly rendering Dodoria incapable of even twitching in fear. The elder Namekian spoke once more. He serves Frieza and is the most trusted subordinate of the tyrant. His subordinate. You must not harm him. The terror of Frieza is beyond your imagination. Goku and his companions cannot prevail against him. Piccolo recognized that the elder's predictions were infallible, and Frieza was not as indiscriminate in his slaughter as the Kai had suggested. For the sake of the elder and Frieza's reputation, he decided to spare Dodoria's life for the time being. However, before Frieza arrives on Earth, Dodoria must remain by Piccolo's side, serving as a laborer. Doria remained oblivious to the fate that awaited him, persistently expressing gratitude for the life-saving intervention of the Grand Elder. Meanwhile, events on Earth resumed their original course. First, the Dragon Balls of Earth were utilized to revive the Namekian who had been slain by the minions of King Cold. After 130 days, an attempt to resurrect Goku using the Namekian Dragon Balls failed, as Goku had never truly perished. Bulma was reminded by the Namekians that she could summon Goku to Earth, yet, reminiscent of the original tale, her invitation was declined. As for Vegeta, regrettably, he had not yet earned the recognition of his peers and had been forgotten entirely, even though Vegeta was the first to transform into a Super Saiyan. This fact could not alter his current predicament. Consequently, the group abandoned this course of action and chose instead to revive Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiatsu. Another 130 days passed before the dragon was summoned once more. This time, the wish was quite straightforward. They first learned of Goku's whereabouts alongside Vegeta on Yardrat, followed by news of Frieza's return to the ice planet. Ultimately, the Namekians used their final wish to transport themselves to a habitable planet devoid of humans. The conclusion remained one of universal joy as Earth returned to a state of peace. On the new Namek, all Namekians gathered around the Grand Elder, who appeared markedly aged. From now on, Shrag shall be your new Grand Elder. I trust that under his guidance, our Namekian race will experience a renaissance. Upon uttering these words, the Grand Elder's hand fell weakly, and tears glimmered in Shrag's eyes. At that moment, Shrag embodied nothing but pure benevolence. His mind solely occupied with thoughts of how to strengthen the Namekian lineage. On Earth, Doria toiled relentlessly, using his limbs to clear paths and build roads, only to have his earnings entirely appropriated by Piccolo for Gohan's sustenance, as Gohan's voracious appetite rendered Chi-Chi nearly unable to provide for him alone. As Gohan's uncle, Piccolo felt compelled to assist this childless family. Poor Doria labored the hardest yet dined worse than a pig, having lost considerable weight. The solitary solace came from the fact that Doria's power level had risen to 50,000. Though still deemed weak, it was a testament to his training. His trainers were none other than Yamcha, Tien, Kaiatsu, and Krillin from Earth. This group, previously sidelined, had finally surpassed the limits of Earthlings. Yamcha's power level reached 45,000. Tien soared to 70,000, Kaiatsu attained 40,000, and Krillin emerged as the strongest, having skyrocketed to 100,000, cementing his status as the premier fighter on Earth. The era of Master Roshi had irretrievably passed. One could reminisce about the days when Master Roshi, muscles bulging, obliterated the moon with a Kamehameha wave. Now, he had become a veritable lecher, surrounded by a multitude of boastful disciples, making it impossible for him to remain humble. On this day, Frieza awoke from the depths of the icy layers of the ice planet. His combat power not only stabilized but surged to an astonishing 600 million. 300 days had elapsed, and Frieza finally recalled what he had forgotten, that sycophant, Dodoria. With a sigh, Frieza deemed it necessary to pay a visit to Earth. If Dodoria had not been vanquished by the Earthlings, he was likely still lingering on that planet. Glancing at the clone created by the Dragon Balls, which had successfully integrated Frieza's cells, he noted its power steadily increasing, now reaching 100 million. However, beyond this threshold, the rate of enhancement had slowed to a crawl. Such a modest power level was evidently inadequate, and thus it would have to remain nurtured within this realm. Frieza's own rapid advancements in power rendered it seemingly impossible for the clone to catch up, a miscalculation on his part. Without equal combat power, true fusion was unattainable. Any attempt to diminish the clone's power to facilitate fusion would be futile. What if the fusion resulted in a being weaker than the original? Never mind. Let it continue to grow. Perhaps one day a miracle will occur. Whoosh. Frieza vanished from his original location and reappeared on Earth, standing beside Piccolo. Chapter 25. Distorting Truths and Inverting Reality. Frieza found himself at a loss, as the distance was too great. The only presence he could sense on Earth was that of Piccolo. Throughout this period, Piccolo had not ceased his rigorous training, and his combat power had nearly approached 100 million. Although still insufficient, it was significantly stronger than in the original narrative, a feat made possible largely due to the contributions of Slug. Upon seeing Dodoria, who had lost considerable weight, Frieza nearly failed to recognize his once plump subordinate. Can one envision the transformation of the formerly rotund Dodoria into a well-sculpted figure with an impressive eight-pack? Were it not for Dodoria's distinctive skin color and the slight remnants of his former physique, Frieza would have been utterly oblivious to his identity. The moment Dodoria laid eyes on Frieza, a wave of grievances surged within him, and tears streamed down his face uncontrollably, casting aside the food in his hand. Dodoria prepared to report back to his master. It is worth noting that this food was a result of Gohan's compassionate intervention, as he could no longer bear to witness Dodoria's inadequate diet. Otherwise, Frieza would have encountered Dodoria feasting on scraps meant for pigs. "Oh, how delightful it is to see you like this, Dodoria. Those 8-pack abs are quite impressive. It appears you have been diligently training on Earth." Dodoria, taken aback and unable to respond, found himself in a state of shock, as did Piccolo. Piccolo's astonishment stemmed from being overwhelmed by Frieza's aura, having just completed his training. Frieza had yet to conceal his combat power. The staggering 600 million combat power nearly rendered Piccolo despondent. He had assumed that, while he might be weaker than Goku, he wouldn't be far behind, yet Frieza's presence delivered a crushing blow to his expectations. Aside from Frieza's ability to probe, others could only gauge strength by instinct. However, even without precise data, Piccolo sensed the vast chasm between them. He was utterly dominated by Frieza's formidable power. Dodoria's bewilderment was triggered by Frieza's recent words. True to his role as Frieza's most loyal underling, Dodoria immediately discerned the admiration embedded in Frieza's statement. "Oh, mighty Frieza, I am your most devoted subordinate. To avoid bringing you shame, I have exerted myself to the utmost in my training on Earth. I eagerly undertook all the arduous tasks and engaged in battles with various opponents, sleeping merely 3 hours a night and subsisting on the most unpalatable coarse grains. After nearly a year of relentless effort, I have attained this admirable physique. Yet, upon seeing you again, I realize you are the sun in the sky, while I am but a humble blade of grass on the earth, nourished by your radiant light, allowing me to flourish." Piccolo was once more taken aback by Dodoria's shamelessness. No wonder the Grand Elder refers to Dodoria as Frieza's foremost sycophant. With such flattery, he wouldn't even manage to board a spaceship in time. Frieza was reveling in the extravagant flattery of Dodoria, feeling somewhat elated, when suddenly a mechanical insect approached him. Contemplating a certain possibility, Frieza refrained from crushing the insect. He allowed it to collect his cells before dismissing it. The others remained oblivious to the presence of the insect, only noticing Frieza's sudden change in demeanor, followed by a wave of his hand that signaled a decrease in his aura. Piccolo, initially bracing himself for an intense confrontation with Frieza, pondered how to contact Elder Guru, hoping he could devise a way to revive him with the Dragon Balls. However, before he could formulate a plan, Frieza's aura swiftly diminished, soon resembling that of Krillin. Sighing in relief, Piccolo addressed Dodoria. "Mr. Dodoria, since Lord Frieza has arrived, it would be prudent for your training to come to a temporary halt. I believe Lord Frieza will require your assistance." Piccolo's sincere cooperation nearly brought Dodoria to tears. Having endured nearly a year of inhumane treatment, he felt deeply wronged by such insinuations, as if he were being asked to express gratitude to the very one who had mistreated him. Dodoria was filled with profound resistance. Frieza remained oblivious to the unfolding events, finding Dodoria rather amusing. However, upon realizing that Piccolo also possessed a certain charm, he decided to play along. Dodoria, where has your decorum vanished? You are my subordinate. Do you wish for others to claim I lack control over my subordinates?" Frieza's gaze suddenly darkened, an involuntary chill emanating from him that sent shivers down Dodoria's spine, nearly causing him to cramp. With a sharp clap, Dodoria swiftly brought his legs together and bowed at a 90-degree angle towards Piccolo, expressing his gratitude with a loud voice. "I am immensely grateful to you, Mr. Piccolo, for the training regimen you have devised for me. Please accept my sincerest thanks." Piccolo was taken aback. He had harbored a somewhat unrealistic notion, merely intending to annoy Dodoria. Yet he certainly did not believe that Frieza was oblivious to it. However, whether Frieza was aware or not remained unclear to Piccolo. What he did know was that Frieza had played along with his words. This king of the universe was nothing short of a grand deceiver. Even Bulma, that unreliable, whimsical girl, seemed more dependable. Bulma was right. Frieza was indeed a rather agreeable individual, though there were moments when he seemed devoid of humanity. This was clearly a manipulation of his subordinates, a loyal subordinate at that. "Your name is Piccolo, correct? I remember you. Your combat power was not nearly this formidable before. Has something transpired that I am unaware of?" With a mere wave of Frieza's hand, a table and a chair materialized from the storage space, adorned with a platter of fruit, the very essence of the spirit tree's bounty. He tossed one to Dodoria, a gesture meant to grant his subordinate a taste of sweetness, a subtle exercise in the art of subjugation. "Sit." Frieza sat regally in the sole chair, yet insisted that Piccolo take a seat as well. Where then? Could Piccolo possibly sit? On the floor or atop the table? The thought of flipping the table in a fit of rage crossed his mind, yet he refrained. Not everyone possesses the audacity of a crow to act so brashly. Piccolo was acutely aware that should he dare to make even the slightest move towards such defiance, he would undoubtedly be obliterated in an instant. In truth, Frieza harbored no such intentions, but his very presence exuded an air that instilled such trepidation in Piccolo. His malevolent appearance rendered any semblance of friendliness utterly futile. Frieza merely wishes to express that Piccolo, you are rather superficial, judging others solely by appearances. Such thoughts are unbefitting of a mature individual. Is it not a sign of disrespect that you refuse to take a seat when offered? Frieza seized a fruit from the tree of might and unceremoniously tossed it into his mouth, akin to how Zhubeiji devoured the ginseng fruit, devoid of any aesthetic grace. Although the fruit held little utility for him, its flavor was rather pleasant, at the very least quenching his thirst. Chapter 26. The Bulma family is indeed wealthy. Ultimately, Piccolo did take a seat, though beneath him lay nothing but emptiness. Outwardly, however, he maintained a relaxed and composed posture. Frieza, without a hint of hesitation, swiftly obliterated a platter containing 5 spirit fruit, then elegantly gestured with his hand. Does Mr. Piccolo not fancy fruit? Piccolo nearly lost his composure. You invite me to partake before you have finished, yet remain silent, and you expect me to indulge? Now that you have completed your feast, you still blame me for my lack of appetite? Very well, I concede that I do not relish such delicacies. A mere sip of water suffices for me. Piccolo resolved to shift the conversation. In the past, we were transported back to Earth by the dragon Shenron, enduring Elder Guru's moment of vulnerability. He employed our clan's secret technique to subdue Shrek. Frieza narrowed his eyes, seemingly suspecting that the towering elder had concealed further secrets. Your Majesty Frieza, please do not misunderstand. This secret technique is only effective for members of our own race. The startled Piccolo, nearly frightened into a heart attack, quickly rose to his feet to clarify. Frieza nodded with a gentlemanly demeanor, once more inviting Piccolo to take a seat. Do not be agitated, sit down and speak. We have ample time. He proclaimed. Dodoria, prepare the tea. With a sense of resignation, Piccolo levitated once more, while Dodoria discreetly took flight, off to fetch the kettle. After all, could one conjure boiling water with mere hands? Piccolo cast a glance at the vanishing Dodoria, inhaled deeply, and continued, with the assistance of the Grand Elder. I absorbed the malevolent thoughts of Slug. As a significant portion of Slug's combat prowess stemmed from those wicked notions, I reaped considerable benefits as well. Subsequently, with the aid of the dragon, we resurrected the deceased inhabitants of Earth, restoring peace to the planet. Through my training during this time, my strength has reached its current pinnacle. Piccolo refrained from mentioning anything regarding Dodoria, since Frieza had gently set aside the matter. There was no need for him to seek further torment. Frieza nodded thoughtfully. Although the narrative had undergone certain alterations, the overall course of events remained relatively unchanged in his absence. Analyzing the recently emerged mechanical insect, it was evident that it would not be long before the formidable Trunks made his appearance, and in 3 years, the androids would inevitably manifest as well. Initially, Frieza contemplated inquiring whether a character named Kalik II had surfaced during this period, but upon reflection, he dismissed the notion. Such trash was hardly worthy of concern. Have Goku and Vegeta not yet returned? He asked. Piccolo shook his head, revealing that their summoning of the dragon had not brought the two back. They only learned that the warriors were on a planet known as Yardrat. Frieza pondered for a moment. It was his design to send Son Goku and Vegeta to the planet Yardrat, and it appeared that both had mastered the art of instant transmission there. Very well. I appreciate your honesty in revealing this, and in light of your candor, I shall refrain from holding you accountable for your actions towards Dodoria. Upon the utterance of Frieza's command, with a mere wave of his hand, all the furniture vanished into thin air. You have taken away my chair. Yet you still remain seated. However, before Piccolo could react, Frieza had already soared into the sky, heading westward. Piccolo maintained his seated posture, his face turning a deep shade of green in frustration, yet he could only endure, for his strength paled in comparison. Per Dodoria, having finally retrieved the kettle for boiling water, returned to find only a green visage awaiting him. Where's Lord Frieza? Dodoria lamented his misfortune, serving a master prone to disappearing at a whim, which left him utterly fatigued. This time, Piccolo refrained from restricting Dodoria's freedom, instead gesturing towards the west. If I am not mistaken, Frieza is likely heading to Bulma's residence. After all, it was said that he shared quite a rapport with her back on Namek. Dodoria's spirits soared, and he promptly discarded the kettle, launching himself into the sky towards Bulma's abode. Mere seconds later, Dodoria returned, grasping the kettle he had carelessly thrown aside, and once more pursued Lord Frieza. This sight caused Piccolo's eye to twitch uncontrollably. Bulma's home, situated in the heart of West City, was a half-spherical mansion occupying a tenth of the city's expanse, a testament to her family's immense wealth. The staggering profits from Capsule Corporation were evident therein. Within, Bulma was engrossed in her research on the gravity chamber and spacecraft, topics currently under the purview of Dr. Briefs, her mentor. Naturally, the prodigious Bulma was equally invested in this endeavor. However, unlike Dr. Briefs, she possessed the advantage of levitation, allowing her to observe her work from any angle without the need for a ladder. Suddenly, a ghastly face loomed before Bulma, and despite her ability to fly, she was startled enough to plummet to the ground. Frieza's visage frequently haunted Bulma's nightmares, and as time passed, the memories of his face became increasingly vivid. This was not love. Rather, it was a genuine terror induced by Frieza's appearance and gaze. Frieza? Frieza, what brings you to Earth? Upon the shocking realization that the individual before her was indeed Frieza, Bulma, who often awoke in fright from her nightmares featuring him, found herself surprisingly less afraid. She hastily rose from the ground, grasping Frieza's hand, first examining his eyes, then his square ears, and finally his long tail. There was no doubt. This was the authentic Frieza. Wild. Ho ho ho. Miss Bulma, you seem rather excited about my arrival. Bulma rolled her eyes and retorted, how could I not be excited? Quickly tell me, have you imprisoned Goku? Otherwise, why hasn't he returned? Frieza contemplated various scenarios for their next encounter, yet he never anticipated this particular outcome. Momentarily, frustration welled up within him. Nevertheless, he reassured himself, surely, you are not that kind of person. This must be your first visit to my abode. Come, let me treat you to a lavish feast. Oh, mighty Frieza, you must not abandon me now. Frieza had yet to respond to Bulma's words when Dodoria, his ever-enthusiastic follower, hurriedly approached. Casting a disdainful glance at Dodoria, he ultimately refrained from kicking him aside. This individual had not enjoyed a proper meal in over a year, and Frieza, feeling a pang of sympathy, resolved to treat him to a sumptuous feast as a reward for his unwavering loyalty. Bulma harbored no objections to Dodoria's presence, after all. She could easily accommodate not only Frieza and Dodoria, but even a glutton like Goku, should he choose to join them. The trio arrived at Bulma's dining area, where dozens of chefs bustled about, dedicated to ensuring that the household could indulge in culinary delights at any moment. Such extravagance could only be afforded by the wealthiest families on the planet. Dodoria's eyes gleamed with desire as he eagerly swallowed, yet he remained rooted in place, unwilling to partake until commanded by Lord Frieza. Go ahead, eat as you please, but do not let those 8-pack abs disappear. Dodoria, as if he had received a royal decree, promptly nodded and expressed his gratitude for the graciousness bestowed upon him. Then, the dining hall erupted into a pink tempest of indulgence. There was a reason for Dodoria's previous corpulence, after all. Chapter 27. The Great Challenge ultimately arrives. The Earth of Dragon Ball remains a harmonious realm, populated by an array of peculiar species, such as werewolves, bearmen, and bird people, all coexisting alongside humanity. Although Frieza is reluctant to acknowledge it, he has indeed benefited from the influence of this group of individuals. Consequently, despite his and Dodoria's rather unconventional demeanor, the public harbors relatively little animosity towards them. Of course, this sentiment hinges on Frieza wearing his sunglasses. Otherwise, many would be frightened to the point of a heart attack. Pharmacies would likely find their supply of emergency heart pills completely depleted, and police officers on flying motorcycles would confront him, ready to charge him with a terrifying offense. Nonetheless, Frieza does not frequently venture outside. He typically resides within the gravity chamber tailored for him by Bulma. This chamber can simulate up to 1,000 times Earth's gravity. Yet Frieza currently utilizes only 500 times, a level once employed by Vegeta during his training in the Majin Buu saga. As for Dodoria, I regret to say that anyone daring to enter would be swiftly crushed into a pulp. During this period, Dodoria's combat prowess has significantly improved. Frieza frequently strikes him with his tail, under the guise of Frieza-style training. Remarkably, this method has proven effective, and Dodoria has now achieved a combat power of 300,000, no longer the easy prey he once was for Krillin and others. With the aid of the gravity chamber, Frieza's strength progressed at an astonishing rate. upon sensing the formidable aura of future Trunks. His battle power had already soared to 800 million. Moreover, the gravity chamber served another remarkable purpose. It enabled Frieza to stabilize his combat prowess, eliminating the need to return to the ice planet for such stabilization. Consequently, Frieza made Earth his new residence. However, he could not neglect the affairs of the Frieza Force, for the annihilation of certain insignificant planets was a task bestowed upon him by the god of destruction, Beerus. Frieza, unable to afford the ire of Beerus, opted to have Dodoria operate remotely. After experiencing the benefits of Frieza's unique training regimen, Dodoria was resolutely unwilling to part ways with Frieza, no matter the circumstances. Frieza allowed Dodoria to have his way, as Beerus had not imposed any stringent requirements. Destruction was all that mattered. To be fair, Frieza has unfairly borne the brunt of blame, as all his actions were dictated by Beerus's demands, yet he is often labeled as the quintessential villain. Today, after concluding his training and achieving a combat power of 800 million, Frieza seemed to encounter a bottleneck. Despite his relentless efforts, he could not further augment his strength. Having attempted to train under more intense gravitational conditions to no avail, he opted to take a respite. At that moment, Frieza sensed the presence of future Trunks. Though the energy felt unfamiliar, it unmistakably bore the signature of a Saiyan, confirming it to be future Trunks. Not only did Frieza perceive this, but others on Earth did as well. Consequently, all warriors, almost instinctively, soared toward Trunks' location. While Frieza could have instantaneously transported himself there, he chose to take his time, merely sending Dodoria to observe the unfolding events. Having just concluded his training, he deemed it necessary to indulge in a bath. As for clothing, Frieza felt no need for garments. His natural form sufficed, and he believed that once his power reached a certain threshold, a transformation in his appearance would occur organically. After bathing and grooming his non-existent beard, he savored a light meal before instantaneously materializing beside Trunks. Trunks was already in a state of bewilderment. When Piccolo and the others informed him that Frieza had not been defeated and had been residing on Earth for some time, Trunks' entire worldview crumbled. The revelation of his mother flying toward him was particularly shattering. His mother could wield martial prowess? Her combat power had reached 1,000? This surpassed even the formidable King Piccolo. Who am I? Where am I? What am I meant to do? When Frieza appeared at his side, Trunks' confusion peaked. The overwhelming stimuli of the day led to his instantaneous breakdown, transforming into a Super Saiyan. He unsheathed the sword from his back and struck down upon Frieza with a fierce blow. Frieza's crimson pupils swiftly unleashed two beams of lethal energy, shattering Date's long sword into countless fragments. Casting a glance at Bulma, Frieza remarked nonchalantly, "It appears you have failed to educate your son properly. Allow me to take on the role of his instructor." Bulma was left in a state of bewilderment, while the others wore expressions of contemplation. In a fit of rage, Date discarded the remnants of his broken sword and raised his fist to strike at Frieza. Bang! Whoosh! Boom! Frieza sent Date flying with a flick of his tail, crashing him into a mountain and reducing it to rubble. "This is rather unfortunate," Frieza mused, "for I am an advocate for environmental preservation. I typically avoid trampling on green spaces. How can I justify such devastation to nature?" With a swift kick to Date's back, the latter was propelled into the sky, transforming into a fleeting star before vanishing from sight. Date had emerged, and it would not be long before Son Goku returned. After all, he had possessed a battle power of 300 million back then. One wonders how much stronger he has become since. As soon as Frieza finished his utterance, Sun Wukong appeared, grasping Date's shoulder. It turned out that Sun Wukong had sensed the fierce battle between Frieza and an unfamiliar opponent. Fearing that the Earth might be devastated by their confrontation, unable to contain himself, he utilized instant transmission to first rescue Date, who was on the verge of breaking through the atmosphere, and then, with another swift movement, found himself before Frieza. Frieza gazed down at the unconscious body of the formidable Date, utterly disheartened, who granted him the audacity to challenge one as powerful as himself with a mere combat strength of 260 million. How could such a paltry measure of power justify his emotional outbursts? Had Bulma not been your mother, and I not held her in considerable regard, that kick would have sent you straight to the afterlife. I wonder, in this timeline, do souls of the deceased return to their future selves? Never mind. Why ponder such matters? Goku, you mastered instantaneous movement from the Yardrat people, yet how is it that you alone returned first? Upon seeing Frieza, Goku raised his hand in greeting, "Hi," while cautiously sensing Date's energy, and replied, Our spaceship will take 3 more hours to reach Earth. Vegeta hasn't learned instantaneous movement, but he has acquired another skill, teleportation. Vegeta retorted angrily. Damn it, Kakarot. You've sold out my secrets and even stolen my words. We must settle this in another battle. Teleportation? Could it be that Hyusu had concealed something from me all along? Frieza pondered inwardly, contemplating the possibility. Lord Frieza, Hyusu exclaimed, I am innocent. The teleportation is a technique that Vegeta adapted from instant transmission. That fellow is indeed a prodigy in combat. After assessing Goku's battle power, it stood at 8.2 million in his normal state, and upon transformation, it would simply multiply by 50, yielding a staggering 450 million. Hello, everyone. Goku noticed Frieza's silence and turned to greet his comrades on Earth. As for the unconscious state, he had not sustained fatal injuries. He had merely fainted, causing little worry. Chapter 28. What am I called again? With Goku's return, everyone was enveloped in joy, momentarily setting aside Frieza's recent remarks. Why was this enigmatic youth the son of Bulma? Was that even significant? Ultimately, nothing surpassed the importance of Goku's safe return. Goku, what have you been up to on Yardrat? Did you find a new wife? A group turned to Yamcha, who scratched his head in confusion. It had merely been a jest. After all, was such a reaction necessary? Goku also scratched his head. Although Chi-Chi was a bit fiery, her cooking was undeniably exquisite. The crowd collapsed in laughter. It was confirmed. This was the Goku they knew so well. Despite his newfound strength and ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, he remained the same carefree, blunt-spoken Goku. After a year apart, there was much to discuss, especially for Krillin, who shared a deep bond with Goku. Of course, the most significant figure was Gohan, Goku's son. After a year under Chi-Chi's stringent guidance, he yearned to accompany his father on adventures. Perhaps it was the Saiyan genes. Within every Saiyan lay a restless, combative spirit. As the group reminisced about their separation, 2 spherical spacecraft appeared in the sky, identical to the one Vegeta had used when he arrived on Earth. Everyone, step back. This is my and Vegeta's spaceship, and it's about to land. Goku's declaration was met with no skepticism, even from Frieza, who cautiously distanced himself. His appearance ensured that few wished to stand beside him. Save for Dodoria, who would always be eager to position himself behind Frieza, ready to embrace any rigorous training from him. Boom, boom. The sound of 2 impacts resonated as the spacecraft successfully landed. Once again, the crowd gathered around. Uncle Piccolo, that spaceship has legs, Gohan exclaimed innocently, prompting a collective realization among the others. It seemed that no one had attended to the unconscious, mysterious figure. What was his name again? Frieza claimed to be Bulma's son? Is there any truth to this? Help? In unison, everyone rushed to the edge of the spaceship, particularly Son Goku, who effortlessly lifted the spherical vessel and hurled it away. Although the unfortunate Daz was somewhat the worse for wear, with his body, save for his feet, buried deep in the ground, he was still a Super Saiyan. Thus, such a minor collision could hardly harm him, primarily due to Frieza's excessively domineering kick. The thrown spaceship exploded mid-air. Vegeta, enveloped in a golden aura, exuded a murderous glare. Kakarot. Whoosh. Vegeta vanished into thin air, so swiftly that even Frieza failed to perceive his disappearance. However, Frieza sensed the energy and turned his gaze behind Son Goku, where Vegeta suddenly emerged, sporting a fiery golden hairstyle, delivering a kick aimed directly at Goku's backside. This maneuver was all too familiar to Goku, having been ambushed by Vegeta countless times before. Initially, Goku could swiftly detect Vegeta's energy, yet he struggled to react in time. Eventually, he developed an instinctive habit. The moment Vegeta vanished, he would immediately vacate the spot. After all, Vegeta did not always target him with a kick to the rear. This instance was no exception. As Vegeta disappeared, Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan and took flight. While Goku managed to escape, the hapless Daz, whom Goku had just rescued from the pit, faced dire consequences, being kicked away by his own father. Poor Daz, who had barely recovered from Frieza's near ejection from the atmosphere, was yet again sent soaring into the sky. Fortunately, Vegeta had no intent to kill. At the moment of impact, he retracted 99 of his strength, delivering a mere 0. One of his battle power with that kick. Even at such a diminished capacity, a Super Saiyan's power still amounted to several 100,000. Far more painful than being struck by a spaceship. Thus, Daz awakened from this unexpected blow, filled with rage, transforming once more into a Super Saiyan. He glared furiously at Frieza in the distance. Frieza, that kick just now was delivered by your father. What do you mean by glaring at me? In the brief span of time, 3 Super Saiyans have suddenly emerged, their immense energy causing the very heavens to shift. The once clear sky is now shrouded in ominous clouds, threatening rain and thunder at any moment. Enveloped by the dark clouds, Frieza suddenly recalls a classic line. It's thundering and raining. Time to go home and gather the laundry. Daz, poised to charge at Frieza once more, is abruptly intercepted by Vegeta. Speak. Who are you? How did you transform into a Super Saiyan? Vegeta surmises that Daz must also be a Saiyan, otherwise, how could he achieve such a transformation? Goku returns, marveling at Daz's Super Saiyan form. Impossible. The surviving Saiyans are just the 2 of us, along with your half-breed son. Moreover, his hair isn't black, and his hairstyle is all wrong. Vegeta hovers in the air, arms crossed, enumerating the reasons Daz cannot be a Saiyan. But how do you explain his ability to transform into a Super Saiyan? Goku presses on, dismantling Vegeta's assertions. Now, tell me, who exactly are you? Daz feels an overwhelming sense of despair, his expression resembling that of a defeated dog, which only serves to irk Vegeta even further. At this moment, Frieza had set up a beach chair and a small round table, sipping on watermelon boba while enjoying the spectacle before him. Daz, 260 million. Vegeta, 400 million. Son Goku, 450 million. How delightful. In the original narrative, Vegeta would not transform at this point, and Son Goku's power was only 280 million, surpassing Daz, but not by a significant margin. However, now both Vegeta and Son Goku could easily overpower Daz. What kind of sparks would fly between them? I call myself Harry Potter Conan. Although Daz felt that this timeline had descended into chaos, he still worried that uttering his name might somehow affect his very existence. Puff. Upon hearing that name, Frieza promptly expelled the watermelon boba he had been holding in his mouth. How formidable is Frieza's strength? The seemingly feeble watermelon bomb was hurled towards Piccolo and his companions. Suddenly, a cacophony ensued, chaos, wails, and shouts filled the air. Bulma, petite in stature, found herself entirely shielded by Tien Shinhan due to the angle of the attack. Turning to face him, she inquired with curiosity, "What has transpired? Have you been ambushed? Oh, have you been battered by watermelon juice?" Chapter 29. The conflict provoked by the watermelon bomb. Everything is fine. Just a slip of the tongue. Please, continue your spectacle. Continue to observe. Frieza offered a brief explanation, having unwittingly incurred the wrath of the crowd. The onlookers glanced at Frieza, then at their own bodies, sore from the watermelon bomb's impact, and collectively decided to refocus their attention on the Saiyan warriors, particularly Goku and his allies. Bulma, however, was undeterred. Her boldness and wealth emboldened her. She promptly produced a capsule, and with a pop, a refrigerator materialized before them. As she opened the door, it revealed an abundance of watermelon bombs. Come, everyone must try this. It is Mr. Frieza's latest invention, and the flavor is quite delightful. Gohan was the first to step forward, inserting a straw and taking a hearty sip, only to rub the bump on the back of his head. A souvenir from the watermelon bomb's assault. Gulp. Goku turned to observe his friends, who were engrossed in the unfolding drama while enjoying their drinks, and felt a pang of envy. Oh, Harry Potter and Conan, right? You two entertain Vegeta for a moment. I'm off to quench my thirst. Oh, Vegeta. Don't fret. I'll save you a cup. Just be gentle. He seems fragile, and we wouldn't want to inadvertently harm him. Vegeta, watching Goku turn away and revert to his normal form, was instantly incensed. Kakarot. Goku turned back, tilting his head in confusion. Vegeta growled, "At least save 3 cups." Goku collapsed to the ground, followed closely by Dend, while Piccolo, Tien, Krillin, Gohan, and others, caught in the moment, erupted in a spray of watermelon juice. Fortunately, their outburst lacked the terrifying force of Frieza's, causing merely a few small craters in the ground. Frieza laughed so heartily that he nearly doubled over in pain. The one who suffered the most was Dodoria. As Frieza's subordinate, he was forbidden from laughing, no matter how amusing the situation might be. Unless, of course, he found it utterly impossible to contain himself. Ah ha ha ha. Oh ha ha ha. How invigorating. As Frieza cast a glance, Dodoria immediately trembled, ceasing to laugh. However, his cheeks twitched uncontrollably, and his abdomen convulsed rhythmically, revealing a well-defined six-pack. Initially, it was presumed that the situation had escalated to a point where a confrontation was unlikely, leading everyone to settle down for a refreshing summer drink instead. Yet, events rarely unfold as anticipated. Suddenly, a sound erupted. Louder than thunder, Vegeta had engaged in combat with the great ape. The rhythmic sounds of their clash resonated in the air. A series of thunderous booms echoed through the sky as Vegeta and the great ape exchanged blows, creating not only sonic booms but also waves of pressure that surged outward. The breeze felt quite pleasant, as one sipped on an ice-cold watermelon bubble tea, enjoying the refreshing gusts of wind, which added a unique flavor to the moment. Frieza's words garnered unanimous approval from all. Dodoria, moved to tears, nodded fervently while biting on a straw. It had been a long journey. But he was finally bestowed a cup of watermelon boba, vowing to serve Frieza with unwavering devotion until the end of his days. The battle raged on, as Goku remarked. While Dado could transform into a Super Saiyan, he paled in comparison to them. Nearly 2 minutes later, Vegeta grew impatient, having initially thought Dado was concealing his true strength, only to discover he was genuinely weak. "You're wasting my time drinking. You deserve a beating." Smack, smack, smack. Following a flurry of slaps, Dado, feeling wronged, crouched on the ground, clutching his backside. Vegeta disdainfully washed his hands with ice cubes from the refrigerator, ignoring Goku's gaze, and took 5 cups of watermelon boba for himself. "Vegeta, you said you would only take 3 cups." Goku, with a cup in each hand, gulped down a mouthful of boba and, upon witnessing Vegeta's actions, swallowed hard, his throat bulging. "Don't think I didn't see that. Kakarot, you're already on your 4th cup." A collective sigh of exasperation arose among the onlookers. What was wrong with these two, competing even in such trivial matters? Thus, a watermelon boba drinking contest commenced between Vegeta and Goku, leaving everyone in a state of embarrassment. Behold, what a disparity. Even at their formidable levels, they still sought to outdo each other. Inspired, Piccolo and the others joined the watermelon boba contest, swiftly depleting the entire stock from the refrigerator. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept by. Forgotten by the crowd, Dado began to doubt the purpose of his existence. What had compelled him to traverse to this timeline? Was it merely to be beaten? To receive a spanking from his father? To witness their beverage squabbles? The watermelon boba looked rather delicious, didn't he? "You must be thirsty too. Drink up. I saved some just for you." Bulma's gentle, sweet, and understanding words made Dado yearn to weep. Mothers are the best, regardless of the timeline. Any delectable treat will always have a portion saved for their child. Gulp, gulp. Delicious. "Thank you, Mom." "Oh." In a moment of excitement, he exclaimed without thinking. "What now?" Poor child. He has been rendered foolish by the 2 brutes. Frieza and Vegeta. Bulma gazed at Dado with compassion, her heart aching. "Kid, stop pretending. Who are you really, and how can you transform into a Super Saiyan?" With a swift motion of his hand, Vegeta unleashed a devastating force upon the scattered empty cups at his feet. His hair, rising defiantly towards the heavens, exuded an aura of unmatched pride and independence. Oh ho 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 ho. In an instant, the goosebumps on Vegeta's skin fell away. Yet he resolutely maintained his posture with arms crossed. Though he may not possess the strength to overcome, his demeanor radiated an unyielding courage. Creak, creak. Frieza approached slowly, accompanied by an aura that exuded an undeniable presence. Dodoria followed closely, his watermelon beverage still more than half full. A treasured gift from Lord Frieza that he was reluctant to consume in large gulps. Frieza. The expression on Dodoria's face was one of sheer frustration, nearly causing him to crush the cup in his grip. "Please, call me Harry Potter Conan." Yet, soon his confidence waned, as Dodoria's sole desire became to ensure his own future existence, leaving the rest of his concerns behind. Creak. Frieza came to a halt, regarding Date with a smile that was both enigmatic and unsettling, a grin that sent shivers down the spines of even the most seasoned warriors. Bulma, however, had grown immune to such expressions. She had become accustomed to the peculiarities of his demeanor. Yet, she understood that each time Frieza displayed that particular expression, it signified impending mischief. Although she had never witnessed Frieza engage in such mundane acts as flatulence or squatting, the foreboding atmosphere was unmistakable. Chapter 30. The terrifying androids will emerge in 3 years. Conan, how old are you this year? Where has Stowland been sold to? Everyone. Frieza paused, seemingly realizing he had strayed off script. Ahem. Conan, is it not time for you to reveal the purpose of your visit? This theatrical display has persisted for several chapters. If it continues, not only the readers, but even I, Frieza, shall be at my wit's end. Am I not the true protagonist here? My presence has been all but negligible in these recent episodes. There are no battles to be fought, no Dragon Balls to seek, and certainly no training to be undertaken. With such meager combat prowess, I find myself playing the fool. My battle power stands at a staggering 800 million. Have I become arrogant? I alone could easily crush the three of you. Is that boasting? I have barely sipped from a single cup of watermelon bubble tea. Am I truly incensed? Very well. I am indeed vexed. I conceived of this, yet you all seem to indulge more than I. Ahem. It appears I have digressed once more. Frieza exclaimed. Run, you fools. I am the protagonist. If I wish to vent my frustrations, how does that stray from the topic? Date, feeling quite awkward, scratched his head. Although he found this realm somewhat perplexing, the only notable differences were that Frieza was not an adversary and Vegeta could transform into a Super Saiyan. These were mere trifles. The true matter of significance was whether Date could even be born. As for Conan, let him be. Greetings, everyone. I have come to convey an important message. Do not inquire how I came to know this. I simply cannot elucidate. The crowd exchanged bemused glances, thinking, what on earth are you trying to say? If you don't clarify, what questions can we even pose? Please, continue. Frieza's sinister gaze was decidedly displeased. If you remain silent, how will the plot unfold? Approximately 3 years later, at 10 o'clock in the morning on May 12th, a formidable duo will emerge from an island located 9 kilometers to the southwest. Vegeta interrupted Dater's narration, disdainfully remarking, formidable? Can they surpass my strength? Dater paused, seemingly realizing that the future androids might indeed pale in comparison to his father's prowess. If I measure by my own strength, any one of them is only marginally stronger than I am. As he continued, Dater's voice dwindled. He could distinctly sense that Vegeta surpassed him by a considerable margin, and that Mr. Son Goku might even eclipse his father's might. Furthermore, that ever-smirking Frieza seemed to invoke a genuine trepidation in his father. Wait a minute, hadn't Frieza just delivered a thorough beating to me? This implies that Frieza's strength has indeed surpassed what it was originally thought to be. Given the presence of such individuals on Earth, can the androids truly create significant upheaval? I thought it was something of great consequence. Although I am uncertain how you are aware of events 3 years hence, according to your words. This so-called duo is hardly remarkable. Bulma was particularly concerned about this matter, as it transpired on Earth, her homeland, and deemed it prudent to inquire further. Conan, please elaborate on who they are. Are they extraterrestrials? As she mentioned aliens, Bulma glanced at Frieza, seemingly recognizing him as the leader among them. Do not look at me. Just remember to compensate me for the proxy fee of my watermelon bobo, she retorted, turning away and refusing to regard Frieza's avaricious visage any longer. Dodoria, as Frieza's most loyal subordinate, was incensed to see Bulma disregard his master and was on the verge of erupting in fury. How dare you, but soon. Dodoria's head was buried in the ground, producing only muffled whimpers. Frieza's tail slowly descended, signaling everyone to disregard him. Date, drenched in sweat, dared not speak. They were not extraterrestrials. They were androids created by Dr. Gero, designed solely for the annihilation of humanity. They had slain Mr. Vegeta and Mr. Piccolo. With Piccolo's demise, the dragon god vanished, rendering the Dragon Balls inert, mere stones. Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, Master Roshi, and countless others fell victim to the androids, and ultimately, even Gohan met his untimely end. Upon hearing the news of his own death from Date's lips, everyone wore peculiar expressions. Yet, they stood there, perfectly fine, having just quarreled over beverages. At that moment, Date remembered the watermelon-flavored drink in his hand. Noticing everyone's gaze upon it, he hastily bit the straw and savored a sip. The watermelon drink possessed the remarkable ability to lighten the mood. The atmosphere improved once more. After all, who could predict the veracity of future events? Moreover, it had been stated that the androids were not as formidable as Vegeta, so what was there to fear? Wait, what about me? You mentioned they all perished. Yet you did not explain how I met my end. Goku suddenly sensed something amiss. It appeared Conan had omitted his fate. The androids, surely he could not have abstained from battle. Date was momentarily stunned and choked on the watermelon drink. How curious that Goku was interested in his own demise. After a fit of violent coughing, Date retrieved a small vial from his pocket. Mr. Goku, you did not engage in combat in 2 years. You will succumb to a condition known as viral heart disease, never having had the opportunity to fight. Date, already aware of this group's eccentricities, continued without waiting for Goku to respond. This is a miraculous remedy for heart disease. If you take it when symptoms arise, you will be fine. Having spoken in one breath, Date felt on the verge of collapse. This damn timeline, he wished to leave it behind at once. He would rather return to his own time and confront the androids than be entangled in this absurdity. It was simply too taxing on his mental faculties. Thus, he declared, I have deliveries to make. I must take my leave. Eagerly, he produced a capsule containing a time machine and tossed it into the distance. Boom. A time-traveling vessel, accommodating only one passenger, materialized. Oh ho ho ho. Wait, I'm quite curious about that machine. Bulma, do examine it and create one for me as well. Boom. Date barely had time to board before the time machine reverted to its capsule form, snatched by Frieza's hand. Frieza, return my capsule. The future still needs me. I cannot stay here. In a moment of urgency, he resolved to take matters into his own hands. With a resounding crash, the world fell silent as Frieza effortlessly swept him away with a flick of his tail. What I desire is not for you to dictate, Frieza declared. You have 3 days to uncover the principles behind it. Should you fail, take your own life. Casually tossing a capsule to Bulma, Frieza vanished without a trace. Indeed, Frieza had disappeared. However, the onlookers were accustomed to his elusive nature, and there was little else for them to express. Goku, what skills did you acquire on planet Yardrat? The dragon mentioned that you were training there, they urged eagerly. Goku scratched his nose, unable to refuse Krillin's inquiry. It's nothing much, just a technique called instant transmission. As long as one can sense the energy, they can swiftly teleport to the other's side. By the way, Frieza used instant transmission just now. Where has Frieza gone? He has arrived at the planet Yardrat, seeking the one who initially taught him instant transmission and the transformation known as the supernova, the esteemed guru. Chapter 31, A Talent Beyond Compare. Frieza, the formidable figure capable of curing the cries of children at night, suddenly materialized beside Husu, startling him and abruptly bringing the battle to an end. Ah, Husu, it seems you are in high spirits. Are you wishing to savor every fleeting moment before your demise? Husu dared not show disrespect to Frieza, for he is a being known to annihilate planets with a mere whim. Shao Dai, please step outside. I have matters to discuss with our esteemed guest. Husu hastily donned his attire, while Shao Dai, with an expression of unfulfilled desire, could only clutch the blanket and flee in fright at Frieza's terrifying presence. What brings you here at such a late hour, Lord Frieza? Is there any way in which I may be of service? Just months prior, he had dealt with 2 troublesome Saiyans, and now Frieza had returned. How unfortunate was the fate of planet Yardrat. The destruction caused by the battle between Sun Wukong and Vegeta weighed heavily on Husu's mind, though those areas were uninhabited. The once smooth elliptical planet bore a significant debt. If the inhabitants did not tirelessly seek materials to mend it, the planet would inevitably meet its doom. Do you know how much I despise being deceived? What is the meaning of Vegeta's teleportation? Husu recalled having already elaborated on this matter. Very well. If Lord Frieza wishes for me to explain, then I shall proceed. Thus began the tale that had its roots a year prior. On a day when the skies were clear and bright, and I, alongside Shao Dai, Frieza's crimson gaze swept across the scene, revealing 2 fathomless pits beside Husu, leaving one to ponder whether the planet's core had been compromised. Yet, at this moment, Husu had no time for such concerns. He was so terrified that he lost his composure, collapsing to the ground in abject fear. Indeed, Husu was the mightiest individual on planet Adralat. Yet his combat prowess barely reached a mere 80,000. How could he possibly compare to a formidable presence like Frieza? Oh great king, have I erred in any way? After a considerable struggle, Husu finally managed to gather his scattered wits and timidly posed a crucial question. My second greatest disdain lies with those who are excessively loquacious. Frieza showed no interest whatsoever in the affairs of Husu and Shao Dai. Despite their recent fierce battle, his heart remained as calm as still waters, tinged with a hint of disdain. The root of his discontent lay in the fact that he, Frieza, was unable to express his own suffering, an agony so profound that it defied resolution. Curse that infernal truck. It could have collided with anyone, yet it had to be me. He yearned for straightforward communication regarding the matter of teleportation. At this juncture, Husu dared not indulge in any deceptions. He had once hoped to elicit sympathy, imagining that if Frieza were pleased, he might take it upon himself to reprimand Vegeta and Goku. Yet now, he refrained from such thoughts, understanding that merely avoiding offense to this more terrifying deity was paramount. It seemed the medicinal herbs Shao Dai had recently burned were indeed effective. Teleportation, in essence, was a variant of instantaneous movement. While Husu could not achieve long-distance transfers, he could maneuver within his line of sight. Compared to instantaneous movement, this form of maneuvering was far more suited for combat. For millennia, those who had grasped this ability from the concept of instantaneous movement were exceedingly rare. Nonetheless, those who did comprehend it were truly remarkable, capable of vanquishing foes far beyond their level with ease. Having concluded his statement, Hyusu cautiously regarded Frieza. His small eyes filled with an air of pitiful trepidation. Frieza felt quite uncomfortable under his gaze, yet he refrained from resorting to violence, his expression darkening significantly. Are you implying that Vegeta's talent surpasses mine? A mere mortal's fury can cause blood to spill across 5 paces, while the wrath of a king nearly shatters the very fabric of space. Hyusu, gazing at the vanished house, shrank in terror, lamenting the loss of his newly purchased home. Oh, how unfortunate. My lord, please temper your anger. I am merely a humble servant, and I assure you, your talent is undoubtedly the highest in the entire universe. It was simply a matter of not having considered this aspect before. Oh? Frieza contemplated the matter and realized that it indeed held truth. He had been so influenced by the original narrative that his sole focus was on mastering instant transmission, neglecting all other avenues of thought. The crux of the matter was that he had acquired the skill of instant transmission with remarkable swiftness. As soon as Hyusu articulated the principles, Frieza had already grasped it. Who, in their right mind, would ponder other possibilities? Please elucidate your approach to teleportation. However, Hyusu found himself unable to fulfill Frieza's request. Alas, my lord, each individual who comprehends teleportation possesses a uniquely personal methodology, one that is utterly beyond the capacity of outsiders to articulate. This assertion was undeniably sophisticated. Thus, Frieza meticulously reflected upon the principles of instant transmission. Subsequently, Frieza appeared in the distance, only to manifest in various locations thereafter. After a series of approximately 10 relocations, he returned once more. Upon reflection, one might exclaim, how utterly perplexing. The principles governing his teleportation remain entirely elusive, suggesting that Hyusu spoke the truth after all. Frieza felt a sense of satisfaction, for this affirmed that his innate talent surpassed that of Vegeta. After all, he had comprehended it in an instant, while Vegeta had labored for several months. He inquired if there were any similar anomalous abilities. Any skill that was immensely formidable would not escape Frieza's grasp. Hyusu pondered deeply, recalling the many brilliant talents that had emerged over the vast expanse of time. After considerable mental exertion, he finally recalled one peculiar ability. Nerve. Alas, Hyusu could not evade the consequences this time, successfully inciting Frieza's wrath, and was sent flying by a swift sweep of Frieza's tail. You dare to seek your own demise? Whether it exists or not is irrelevant. How dare you insult me? Of course, Frieza did not genuinely intend to inflict lethal harm. Though he was a cold-blooded creature with blood colder than any known temperature, he also possessed a human soul, which restrained him from committing treacherous acts against his mentors. As for the annihilation of his clan, he harbored no illusions of familial bonds among the Ice Clan. However, there was one individual who stood apart. In the narrative, Cooler sought to confront Goku on Frieza's behalf, ultimately mirroring Frieza's fate, which did evoke a sense of emotion in Frieza. As for King Cold, who sought to claim Frieza's son after his demise, he held no place in Frieza's emotional landscape. After a considerable period, Hyusu timidly returned, exclaiming loudly, "My lord, I assure you, I was not referring to you when I spoke of nerve. I meant to say that you are the one who is insane." With that, Hyusu was once again propelled far away. Frieza understood that Hyusu was momentarily bewildered. Yet this did not justify the other party's disparagement. Frieza vanished from sight, primarily because Hyusu seemed to have exhausted his energy and could not flee. Observing Hyusu, who had lost 3 teeth, Frieza spoke in a chilling tone, "You would do well to think carefully before you speak. While I have no desire to take your life, my patience is not infinite." Hyusu, now missing several teeth and speaking with a slight lisp, had indeed come to a realization. He endeavored to articulate his thoughts as clearly as possible, declaring, "The deep well belongs to the realm of the pure, where the allure of a captivating performance has summoned forth the dancing specter." Frieza was utterly bewildered, wondering what on earth was being said. Chapter 32. This skill is truly impressive. The words uttered by Hyusu, who was missing 3 front teeth, left Frieza completely confused. What in the world does this mean? Frieza's furious gaze emanated a chilling aura of murderous intent, causing Hyusu's legs to tremble in fear. His already large eyes bulged with terror, veins coursing with blood. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, Hyusu hastily retrieved a weathered tome from his storage space. After a fleeting glance to confirm its authenticity, he promptly presented it before Frieza. The Neuro Book. Frieza could not help but utter the words, and upon recalling Hyusu's previous remarks, it seemed he began to comprehend a few things. He cast a healing spell, and Hyusu, as if imbibing a mystical being, experienced a rapid restoration of his injuries. Even his previously lost teeth were miraculously regenerated. Though astonished by his own transformation, Hyusu understood that it was undoubtedly linked to the green light that Frieza had casually conjured moments ago. Lord Frieza, this is what I referred to earlier as the Neurobook, which contains the profound insights of an ancient master regarding mental prowess. It is said that someone once grasped the technique of instantaneous movement from its contents. Instantaneous movement. A brilliant light emanated from Frieza's eyes, signifying an extraordinarily formidable combat skill. That fellow hit dominated the entire sixth universe solely through his mastery of the time-skip technique. In an instant, the weathered tome found its way into Frieza's grasp. Upon opening it, he was utterly bewildered. The crooked and indecipherable script rendered him speechless. Are you certain this isn't merely a cover piece together? Why is it that the exterior employs universally recognized characters, while the interior is filled with incomprehensible glyphs? Hyusu, now devoid of tremors in his legs and invigorated in his hands, spoke with remarkable clarity and confidence. This is not a cover I have fashioned. It is the cover of my ancestors. Frieza's expression darkened. What difference does it make? Your Majesty Frieza, do not be anxious. This book does not require your comprehension. Simply directing your mental energy towards it will allow you to naturally grasp its contents. Indeed, this book possesses an intriguing and enigmatic quality. It seems the author has truly mastered a remarkable level of mental prowess. Frieza remained silent and directly unleashed his mental energy, although it was but a mere fragment. It was sufficient to envelop the book. Hyusu pondered the prowess of King Frieza, despite having never systematically studied the techniques of mental energy control. He could effortlessly project his mental power. Judging by the extent of Frieza's abilities, it was evident that his mastery of mental energy was formidable. However, Hyusu had overestimated Frieza. Had it not been for the soul residing within Frieza, which had traversed dimensions, his mental prowess could not have reached such heights. Frieza was oblivious to all this. He merely recognized that this peculiar book was indeed quite extraordinary, as it would undoubtedly drive an ordinary individual to madness. Fortunately, Frieza was no ordinary being. He not only remained sane but also gleaned insights into the techniques of temporal flash and lightning strike. Temporal flash, akin to the technique employed by Hit, was comprehended by Frieza, yet he could only manipulate time for less than a millisecond, rendering it somewhat impractical. On the other hand, lightning strike, while not as powerful as temporal flash, significantly augmented Frieza's speed, enabling him to move 3 times faster than lightning itself. The two techniques, temporal flash and lightning strike, formed a synergistic combination by concealing oneself within the interstices of time using temporal flash and then employing lightning strike. Even an adversary with double the user's combat power could be caught off guard. In masterful combat, even the slightest advantage can alter the tide of battle. Indeed, considering the remarkable quality of your book, I shall overlook your previous disrespect. Hyusu had been vigilantly guarding Frieza for a month, fearing that upon awakening, Frieza might not find him and unleash his wrath. He dared not leave even for a moment. At long last, Frieza finally regained consciousness. Had he delayed any longer, Hyusu feared he might devolve into a wild man. Oh, how is it that in such a short span, you have ended up in this state? King Frieza exclaimed. It has been a month. Has it truly been that long? Very well, you have worked hard. I shall refrain from punishing you this time. However, should I discover any further concealments on your part, you are well aware of the consequences. I understand. I would never dare to conceal anything again. Frieza departed, and the planet Yardrat was preserved. However, Hyusu fell ill and returned to Bulma's residence. Frieza immediately inquired, "How is the research on the time machine progressing?" Startled by Frieza's sudden appearance, Bulma retorted with irritation, "How could I possibly make any progress? This is a time machine we are talking about, not an aircraft. It's beyond my capability. I can't comprehend much of the data, and without systematic notes, it's impossible to conduct any research. At least for now, I lack the expertise." This realization left Bulma feeling quite disheartened. "Hand it over to me. I will take it to the headquarters for further examination." Although Frieza felt a tinge of disappointment, he understood that the time machine was indeed quite complex. Granting Bulma merely a month was undoubtedly insufficient. As for when Dayton would return, he had no concern. The fate of the future bore no significance to him. It was irrelevant, for Conan had already retrieved it and had departed using the time machine. Frieza's gaze sharpened, his aura steadily intensifying. He was enraged and in dire need of release. Unable to vent his frustration through conventional means, he resorted to destruction instead. Alas, it was you who mentioned a 3-day research period. Yet here we are, a month later. Bulma remained indifferent to the repercussions of Frieza's fury. After all, he had committed no wrongdoing. However, it seemed Bulma possessed a semblance of truth in her words. Damn that Husu. Ultimately, Frieza was certain he bore no blame. Frieza has vanished. Whoosh. Frieza has made his appearance once more. This latest incarnation of Frieza feels significantly more at ease. Yet poor Husu is in dire straits, as he will not be able to rise from his bed for at least a year and a half. Prepare exquisite delicacies for me, Frieza commands Bulma, exhibiting no hint of psychological burden, especially since she still owes him a considerable amount in patent fees. Why not simply visit the restaurant? There are attendants available around the clock. Bulma, on the other hand, silently scoffs, pondering where all the food goes, as she only sees the consumption and not the preparation. Frieza, too, harbored a curiosity about where all the food he consumed had vanished to. Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought, as peculiar occurrences seemed to unfold each year. And this year it merely happened to occur in his household. Within the restaurant, Vegeta was indulging in an extravagant feast, with a significant depletion of food supplies evident, clearly indicating that the kitchen was struggling to keep up with the demand. Frieza was left speechless. Fortunately, Vegeta, the Saiyan, was not picky with his diet, primarily consuming staple foods, which differed from Frieza's preferences. Frieza, I shall duel with you. After nearly a month of training in the gravity chamber, Vegeta's power surged to 500 million. He felt confident that he could teach Frieza a lesson now. Oh ho 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 ho. Mr. Vegeta, your self-assurance seems rather inflated. Frieza replied. Very well, I shall indulge in my meal first, and then we can engage in some playful combat. A post-meal exercise wouldn't hurt. Chapter 33. The proud Vegeta on a deserted planet not far from Earth. Frieza and Vegeta stood 100 meters apart. The atmosphere shifted dramatically with their arrival, particularly when Vegeta unleashed his full power and transformed into a Super Saiyan. The previously darkened sky brightened. When an individual's strength reaches a certain threshold, even the heavens must yield. On Earth, Goku and Piccolo were training on Mount Paozu, also instructing Gohan. Upon Vegeta's transformation, Goku suddenly paused mid-action. Piccolo and Gohan looked solemnly towards the sky. That was the energy of Vegeta. How formidable! What kind of rigorous training had he undergone this past month? Goku was perplexed. He remembered that upon returning to Earth, his power level had surpassed Vegeta's by 50 million. Yet now his own power was only 500 million, a growth considerably slower than that of Vegeta's. Daddy, the other energy seems to belong to Frieza. It feels terrifying. I think my heart might stop. Gohan exclaimed. Come on, Gohan, Piccolo, let us find out what is happening. Goku said, grabbing both of their shoulders and initiating instant transmission, transporting them directly to the deserted planet where Frieza and Vegeta stood. At this moment, Frieza was enveloped in a swirling aura of purple energy, soaring into the sky with a force that could terrify even the most composed. Previously, from a distance on Earth, Gohan had already begun to feel overwhelmed, and now, experiencing it up close, he felt an overwhelming urge to collapse onto the ground. To become a competent warrior, Gohan must possess the courage to face all challenges. Frankly, Piccolo was also astonished by Frieza's power. The disparity was so vast that he found it difficult to summon the courage to engage in combat. Yet, could he admit this? Absolutely not. Not only could he not concede, but he also had to ensure that Gohan remained fearless, for otherwise, he would not fulfill his role as a worthy mentor. Ha ha ha. Goku and Piccolo have arrived. Why not join forces, the three of you? It would be far better to be vanquished by me than by the androids. As for Gohan, with a combat power of merely 300,000, Frieza deemed him beneath consideration. Were it not for Piccolo's combat prowess exceeding 100 million, Frieza would not even acknowledge him, though he presently dismissed him nonetheless. Vegeta's expression was grim. He was reluctant to admit it. But Frieza's power indeed far surpassed his own. However, his intense pride would not allow him to accept Frieza's taunt. No, this battle is ours alone. I will not permit any interference. Prepare to perish, Frieza. The clash of powers echoed as Vegeta's combat strength of 500 million still held some merit. Although Frieza had hit a plateau at 800 million, he was more than capable of dealing with Vegeta. With a swift movement, Vegeta began to teleport, appearing in unexpected locations that caught Goku and the others off guard. This technique was indeed formidable. Within their ranks, Vegeta could dominate purely through his ability to move. Goku, reluctant to acknowledge it, recognized that this method of teleportation was more suited for combat than instant transmission. However, It soon became apparent to Goku that something was amiss. Vegeta had yet to succeed with his teleportation, as if, perhaps, Frieza also possessed the same ability. How could this be? Frieza could teleport too. What? Piccolo and Gohan were taken aback, but after observing for a moment longer, Goku slowly nodded in understanding. The battle between Frieza and Vegeta rages on. Yet as the technique of teleportation proves futile, Vegeta finds himself increasingly overwhelmed. Bang, 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 boom. Vegeta is now entirely on the defensive, utterly devoid of any means to retaliate. Impossible. It cannot be. Why? Why? Boom. Frieza delivers a sweeping blow, sending Vegeta crashing to the ground, creating an enormous crater in the process. Ho ho ho. Mr. Vegeta, it seems I have mastered your so-called teleportation technique as well. Moreover, my power surpasses yours. It appears you are utterly helpless against me. Impossible, it cannot be. Vegeta lies at the center of the crater, still maintaining his Super Saiyan form, indicating that he has not sustained significant harm. No, no, no. I am the strongest Saiyan in history. I am the Prince of the Saiyans. I will not be defeated. I refuse to lose. Roar. Once again, Vegeta erupts with fury, causing the stones beneath him to fly upwards, shattering into dust mid-air. Ho ho ho, it seems the Saiyans' power relies heavily on their roar. Indeed, the reputation holds true. In that very moment, Vegeta's energy surges to 800 million. Now matching Frieza's own. Incredible. Vegeta's energy has reached parity with Frieza's. Piccolo exclaims in astonishment, realizing just how monstrous the Saiyans truly are. This rate of power increase defies all logic. No, Piccolo, you are mistaken. Vegeta has entered a miscalculation. Look at his muscles. They have expanded significantly. While his strength may have increased, it does not guarantee victory over Frieza. Goku senses something amiss. He feels that Vegeta has sacrificed certain attributes for this newfound power. For instance, speed. If he cannot keep up and cannot land a hit, then sheer strength is rendered useless. No, Goku, you forget that Vegeta can teleport. By utilizing this ability, he can swiftly close the distance to Frieza, giving his strength a purpose. Gohan's eyes brighten as he turns to his father, feeling that Uncle Piccolo's words hold merit. Yet Goku shakes his head. No, despite my admiration for Vegeta's ingenuity, while his teleportation indeed offers significant maneuverability, you all overlook one crucial detail. Frieza. He can also teleport, and his inherent speed exceeds that of Vegeta's. In the blink of an eye. Driven by his intense pride, Vegeta transforms into a muscular version of the Super Saiyan, then teleports directly behind Frieza, with a punch infused with all his might. He believes he could obliterate an entire planet with a single blow. Alas, the reality is in stark contrast to what Vegeta had anticipated. His punch struck nothing but empty air. To be precise, it landed upon the phantasm left behind by Frieza. TSK, 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 oh Vegeta. How you seem to regress with each passing moment. Frieza materialized behind Vegeta, surprisingly devoid of his usual sneering demeanor, and swiftly delivered a sharp strike to Vegeta's neck. A tremor coursed through Vegeta's body, overwhelming him with a sense of weakness that compelled him to relinquish his Super Saiyan form. Plummeting towards the ground in a manner reminiscent of a toppled onion, I realized that should Vegeta employ this tactic against someone unfamiliar with instantaneous movement or relocation, it would undoubtedly catch them off guard. However, against Frieza, who possessed knowledge of such spatial manipulation, it proved utterly ineffectual, further highlighting Vegeta's own speed deficiencies. It is an undeniable truth recognized by all that Goku's intellect regarding combat is never lacking. Chapter 34. 1 against 3, the planet trembles this time. Vegeta did not bury his head into the ground, for his steadfast ally Goku was there to catch him. Despite Vegeta's past transgressions on Earth, an unbreakable bond of mutual respect had blossomed between him and Goku, a sentiment forged during their shared months on planet Yardrat. Their rivalry transcended mere competition. They both aspired to surpass a common adversary, Frieza. Vegeta's fierce pride would not allow him to be outdone, while Goku's simple desire was to grow stronger. Though their motivations differed, they shared an untainted purity that others could scarcely comprehend. And it was this very simplicity within their hearts that propelled their progress beyond that of their peers. Yet, they found themselves pitted against Frieza, an entity endowed with even greater innate gifts, whose power eclipsed theirs. How about it, Goku and Piccolo? Are you interested in engaging in a post-meal exercise? Gohan was taken aback, while Piccolo's eyes twitched in disbelief. Do you seriously equate this intense battle to post-meal exercise? I haven't even eaten yet. Goku, being Goku, possessed a uniquely peculiar thought process. At that moment, it was Frieza who appeared taken aback, pondering how Goku could jest so casually, only to take his words literally. Head over to Bulma's restaurant. There's plenty of food to be had. Frieza may not have been defeated by Goku in terms of combat prowess. Yet in the realm of intellect, he faced utter defeat. With no capacity to articulate his thoughts to Goku, he resorted to simply indulging himself. Consequently, the chefs at Bulma's residence contemplated a strike. They were already overwhelmed with the demands of just one Vegeta, and now with the addition of Goku and Gohan, who were equally voracious eaters, their situation became increasingly chaotic, especially Vegeta, who had consumed a staggering amount of food meant for 100 people. How could he still be so ravenous so soon? For heaven's sake, be reasonable. Observing this scene, Bulma sighed, extinguished her cigarette, and promptly made a phone call. Within 5 minutes, a throng of delivery personnel clad in yellow uniforms arrived on hoverbikes at Bulma's home in West City. They brought an endless array of culinary delights: fried rice, stir-fried noodles, steak, fried chicken, roasted lamb, and suckling pig, along with cakes, desserts, snacks, and beverages, all in abundance. Feast to your heart's content. If you can eat me out of house and home, consider it a talent. Bulma, ever generous, always strives to fulfill her friends' desires. Even if they do not voice their needs, she often seizes opportunities during gatherings to cater to those in need. After the sumptuous meal, it was time for some physical activity to aid digestion. This time, the audience had grown even larger, with Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiatsu in attendance, along with Master Roshi, Oolong, and Puar, while Bulma herself joined the fray. With a flick of her wrist, a long table laden with a variety of delicacies appeared. Leftovers from Goku and his companions who could no longer eat. To waste food would be a disgrace. While having wealth allows for indulgence, squandering it is simply shameful. The onlookers were ready, and the warriors prepared for battle. This time, Vegeta, Goku, and Piccolo joined forces to confront Frieza. Although Vegeta felt a twinge of annoyance at Bulma's unilateral decision to invite spectators, as someone who enjoys free food and drink, he found it difficult to voice any substantial objections. Goku, on the other hand, was simply eager for the fight, indifferent to the rest. As for Piccolo, he held no sway in the matter. With a tremendous surge of energy, the atmosphere crackled as Goku, Vegeta, and Piccolo elevated their power levels to their peaks. Vegeta at just over 500 million, Goku at 500 million, and Piccolo at 150 million. Boom. Frieza unleashed his full power. A tempest of purple energy surging forth, his combat strength of 800 million instantly overwhelming the battlefield. Oh ho ho ho. The battle had only just commenced. Yet the atmosphere was already charged with intensity. Goku took the lead in the assault, employing grandiose techniques that forced Frieza to confront him head-on. Vegeta, utilizing his teleportation, occasionally struck Frieza with surprise attacks, while also engaging him directly. Who am I? Where am I? Wait for me. I must first locate Frieza. Ultimately, Piccolo could only fire his special beam cannon time and again, yet not once did he manage to hit Frieza. Several times, he nearly struck Goku and Vegeta instead. Oh ho ho ho, this is unbearable. Your combined combat power far surpasses mine, yet why am I still so ineffective? Frieza's scornful taunts fell indiscriminately, inciting a furious response from both Goku and Vegeta, while Piccolo's face reddened with indignation. How infuriating. Damn it. Kakarot, hold him down with all your might. I am about to unleash my ultimate attack, Vegeta exclaimed, his voice rising in intensity. With Goku's distraction, he unabashedly transformed into the muscular form of a Super Saiyan. Piccolo, ensure your aim is true when you unleash your skills. If you accidentally harm me, do not expect my mercy. A thunderous clash echoed through the sky as Vegeta's punch collided directly with Frieza's. With Goku preoccupying Frieza, the latter dismissed Piccolo entirely. Yet he still had to engage with Vegeta's formidable strike. The collision produced a sound akin to thunder, startling the onlookers who instinctively covered their ears, wincing from the reverberations that pierced their eardrums. Krillin, think of something. At this rate, we shall be deafened. Bulma cried out, feeling as though thunder had erupted within her mind, making her stomach churn. Observing the plight of the crowd below, Goku called out to Piccolo, Piccolo, go down and protect them. Your involvement in this battle is no longer feasible. Just then, Goku was sent flying by Frieza's kick, crashing into a mountain and reducing it to rubble. Becoming distracted during battle is a grave mistake. Frieza vanished from his location and, in the blink of an eye, reappeared behind Vegeta, ready to employ his old trick once more in an attempt to knock him unconscious. However, Vegeta was no fool. He had already braced himself for the impending strike the moment Goku was sent flying. Thud! Frieza delivered a swift strike with his hand upon Vegeta's arms, unleashing yet another soundwave explosion. Fortunately, Piccolo had reached the bystanders in time, enveloping them within a protective energy barrier. Although the shield trembled violently, it miraculously remained intact. After his surprise attack faltered, Frieza retreated, only for Goku to instantaneously appear at the spot where Frieza had just stood. Indeed, the synergy between the two had grown increasingly harmonious, adding an exhilarating dimension to the encounter. Ha ha ha. Whoosh. Bang 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 bang. Frieza once again unleashed his full power, and a series of explosive sounds reverberated through the sky, causing the entire planet to tremble. A look of fear crept into Piccolo's eyes as he realized that the planet was nearing its breaking point. Boom. Boom. 3 minutes later, two figures hurtled from the epicenter of the battle, crashing into the earth, resulting not only in the formation of two craters, but also causing the whole planet to fracture. Bulma cried out in alarm. Goku, Vegeta, Frieza, we are doomed. Chapter 35, gathering some Senzu beans, just in case. Whoosh. Frieza materialized amidst the crowd, and with a mere gesture, caused all individuals, including the furniture, to levitate. You all owe me a favor. Ho ho ho. With a swift motion, Frieza, encircled by an aura of energy, vanished from his previous location and reappeared beside Dodoria, who had been stationed in Bulma's computer room, overseeing the remote operations of Frieza's army. The sudden appearance of so many individuals startled Dodoria, and upon recognizing Frieza's visage, he immediately bowed deeply and exclaimed, "All hail Lord Frieza." The atmosphere in Bulma's home became chaotic, with the very structure trembling in fear. This job is unbearable. My heart can only take so much. Dodoria lamented. You may leave. I'll summon my relatives. With such a high salary, I must depart, you fool, Mo. Yet, not a single employee dared to propose their resignation. The allure of wealth can often be strikingly straightforward. Frieza offered words of encouragement to Dodoria, urging him to focus diligently on his work. Just as they exited the computer room, a sudden flash heralded the arrival of Goku and Vegeta, both of whom promptly collapsed to the ground. Frieza, you are truly formidable. Following Vegeta's unconsciousness, Goku too succumbed to the overwhelming pressure and fainted on the spot. Chaos ensued, and Krillin hastily took flight, his back turned. As he made his way to Korin Tower in search of the cat sage, who presumably possessed a stockpile of Senzu beans. Alas, this post-meal exercise not only nearly cost lives, but also obliterated a planet. Yet it could be deemed yet another service rendered to Beerus. Lord Frieza, Cooler has made contact with us, and he is en route to the ice planet. In the wake of Goku and Vegeta's collapse, Dodoria rushed out in a state of urgency to report to Frieza. While most matters could be easily addressed, Dodoria felt trepidation regarding Cooler. It was said that Cooler's combat prowess was unparalleled, a figure whose strength and influence cast a long shadow over the Frieza force. Understood. Inform him that I shall return to the ice planet shortly. Casting a glance in the direction Krillin had departed, Frieza contemplated his own formidable strength and the remarkable regenerative abilities of his race. However, as missteps are inevitable, he resolved to prepare a reserve of Senzu beans. And he also noted that the laggard Yachirobe must not squander any more of them. With a sudden flash, Frieza vanished, leaving the others startled. As they pondered where he had gone to assuage his hunger, hoping that Earth could withstand the aftermath. Korin Tower has existed for an indeterminate length of time. Its origins trace back to ancient days when humanity first emerged on Earth. Above Korin Tower lies a structure that mirrors Bulma's home, albeit in reverse. This is the bowl-shaped lookout. The deity residing there is the benevolent incarnation of Piccolo, whose only notable achievement is the creation of the Dragon Balls, rendering him somewhat ineffectual. Accompanying him is the god attendant, Popo, characterized by his deep ebony skin and round, expressive eyes, clad in attire reminiscent of Native American garb. And he rides upon a flying carpet. Frieza harbors considerable skepticism regarding the existence of yet another divine lamp, setting aside the question of its divinity. The character of Popo remains one of the most enigmatic figures in the original narrative for Frieza. Were it not for the introduction of angels in the Dragon Ball Super series, Popo would merely be regarded as an ordinary divine attendant. However, with the emergence of the angelic race, the true identity of Popo becomes a matter of intrigue. Popo himself has stated that he has served not only the current Kami, Piccolo, but also the previous deity. Given Piccolo's rapid aging, Popo still appears remarkably vigorous, leading one to ponder how many generations of deities he has faithfully served. When Frieza reappeared, he had already arrived at Caring Tower. Without even casting a glance at the corpulent Yachirobe, he simply swept his tail, sending Yachirobe hurtling towards Bulma's residence in West City. Dare to come here for more sins of beans, and next time, you shall not survive. Yachirobe found himself utterly unable to control his body, crashing into the latrine of Bulma's home. When Yamcha discovered him, Yachirobe was belching and retching, embodying a pitiful figure devoid of hope. It was merely a matter of consuming some sins of beans. Who had he wronged? Now, not only were the beans wasted, but they were also contaminated. Was Frieza's action intentional? In fact, it was not deliberate at all. He did not even need to make an effort to understand the purpose behind the trajectory of Yachirobe's descent. Oh ho ho ho, Master Korin. Do present all your sins of beans. Frieza's audacity is well understood by Master Karin, who, perched high, possesses a far-reaching perspective. He is acutely aware of Frieza's deeds on Earth. While not entirely deserving of condemnation, Frieza cannot be deemed a virtuous individual either. Following his whims facilitates dialogue. However, opposing him renders any appeal futile. Take Yamcha, for instance. That ill-fated soul, who, due to Frieza residing in his girlfriend's abode and indulging in free sustenance, found himself in an unbearable predicament. Unbeknownst to him was the question of Frieza's masculinity. He merely felt as though a goat's head was looming above him. Thus, he uttered some unflattering remarks about free meals and even suggested that Frieza was not alone in his gluttony. Yamcha's words were not entirely unfounded. Yet they were met with a ruthless retaliation that nearly extinguished his very breath. With a heavy sigh, Master Karin felt a deep sense of helplessness. Were it not for his vigilance against the treacherous Sakairobe, who he meticulously monitored, and his timely provision of a senzu bean to Yamcha, the latter might have faced a dire fate. Master Karin had no choice but to acquiesce to Frieza's temperament. Mr. Frieza, I currently possess only 30 senzu beans. May I retain a few for emergencies? Master Karin spoke earnestly, for these 30 beans were indeed the yield of the past year. 20 would suffice, merely for urgent needs, as they are hardly a delicacy. Frieza had tasted it once, and the flavor was far from pleasant. It bore an unpleasant rawness that was somewhat nauseating. However, the efficacy was indeed remarkable. Regardless of whether one was missing limbs, as long as the severed parts remained, a single magical bean would ensure a complete restoration. The recovery was astonishingly swift, revealing its unique merits. Truly, Lord Frieza is a figure of reason. Master Karin sincerely praised him and promptly retrieved a small pouch containing 20 magical beans. Frieza was quite decisive, effortlessly storing the items into his designated space. A 2-meter square area that proved to be remarkably convenient. Each year, I shall reserve a portion of the yield, should any troubles arise on Earth. I shall not remain idle. This is certain, for Frieza, before his traversal, was indeed a denizen of Earth. How could he bear witness to its demise at the hands of others? Of course, should he be the one to bring about its ruin, that would be an entirely different matter. Thank you, Mr. Frieza. Master Karin expressed his heartfelt gratitude this time. To exchange a senzu bean for the promise of a formidable warrior was an exceedingly worthwhile transaction. Whoosh. Master Karin gazed at the empty Caring Tower, where Frieza's presence had vanished. Lord King Kai, it seems Frieza is not as malevolent as you portrayed. On North Kai's planet, a short, stout figure with 2 antennae shook his fleshy body, the antennae twitching as he spoke. However, Frieza's brother Cooler is truly a harbinger of malevolence. Chapter 36. Sibling Rivalry at Long Last. The troublesome Frieza has departed from Earth, allowing life to return to its tranquil state. Although one Frieza has left Bulma's home, another permanent resident, Vegeta, has taken his place. It is not the allure of Bulma's culinary delights that draws Vegeta, nor is it her beauty that captivates him. Rather, it is the gravity chamber within her abode, which seems tailor-made for Saiyans. Vegeta utilizes a gravity setting of 300 times Earth's gravity. Fully aware of the significance of a solid foundation, hence, he consistently engages in basic training within this intensely challenging environment. At 500 times gravity, one must transform into a Super Saiyan to move freely. Goku, recalling the essential nature of the gravity chamber, remembers how he spent his journey to Namek training within such a facility. Consequently, he requests Bulma to construct a large gravity chamber for him, disregarding any concerns about the cost, as such notions do not occupy his mind. Bulma, unfazed, considers it a trivial expense for a gravity chamber. Thus, Goku, Piccolo, and Gohan returned to the Capsule Corporation to train in preparation for the upcoming battle against the androids 3 years hence. Meanwhile, Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien once again seek refuge in the sacred world of the Kais, believing that training there would be more beneficial for them. The gravity chamber, given their physical constitution, would be detrimental to their health. Unlike Saiyans and Frieza, they lack such robust vitality. Earthlings, whose lifespans are inherently short, are ill-suited for the demands of a gravity chamber, as it would only hasten their aging. In contrast, Saiyans enjoy a longer lifespan and an extended period of youth. Previously, Yamcha had nearly perished while testing Frieza's gravity of 500 times, which is one reason he harbors resentment towards Frieza, although he had not witnessed Frieza's terrifying power firsthand. He is aware of Vegeta's prowess. The fact that Vegeta has taken up residence in Bulma's home leaves him frustrated, as he feels powerless to voice his grievances. The trauma inflicted by Frieza has left him with deep psychological scars. Krillin remarks that Earth now boasts 2 Super Saiyans, Goku and Vegeta, both of whom have grown immensely powerful. With the even more formidable Frieza looming in the background, can the androids truly pose any threat? Yamcha feels somewhat disheartened, believing that no matter how diligently they train, they will never catch up to Goku and his companions. Despite being among the elite of Earthlings, he questions whether further arduous training is truly necessary. Krillin, joining his hands in prayer, suddenly scolds his rebellious hands, cursing them for their disobedience. Damn these hands. I do not wish to become a monk. I have yet to even hold a girl's hand. Ugh, you wretched hands, stop pretending to be pious. With a sharp slap, Yamcha felt the sting on the back of his head as Krillin swiftly made his move. Tianjin and Jiaozi witnessed a figure swiftly vanish into the ruins of the Heavenly Temple. Where did Yamcha go? What was his question a moment ago? In an instant, Tianjin and Jiaozi distanced themselves from Krillin, retreating to a considerable distance. A bead of cold sweat trickled down the brow of the deity, while Bobo maintained his composed demeanor, exuding an air of effortless mastery. Bobo, do you believe the temple can withstand their chaos? Bobo's eyes sparkled with an ethereal insight, as if he could see through the myriad complexities of the world. Have you forgotten, great deity? The heavenly temple can be restored with but a single thought from you. There is no need to fret over their potential destruction. Ha ha ha, you speak the truth. Let the tempest rage even fiercer. In a remote jungle on Earth, a figure named Dodoria emerged, clad in battle attire, his head adorned with small bumps. After a fortnight of searching, he had finally fulfilled the directive of King Frieza. Gazing upon the time machine, encrusted with moss and marred by a significant breach, Dodoria was filled with profound reflections. First, he marveled at King Frieza's uncanny foresight. And then he was struck by the realization of his own success in locating it. So, this is the time machine? It appears rather antiquated, does it not? No matter. I shall retrieve it and have Manaka send it to headquarters for analysis. Manaka, the most esteemed courier in this universe, had never faltered in his duties. However, it was worth noting that Manaka had yet to encounter Goku and his companions. Otherwise, one could not predict the potential for errors, particularly with those 2 troublemakers, Goten and Trunks. Manaka would undoubtedly find himself in quite the predicament. Oh, and then there was Beerus, the unpredictable one. Today, Manaka had accepted a commission to deliver an item to the ice planet. The parcel was a wooden box containing a tape. The sender was Gula, and the recipient was Frieza. To be fair, Manaka truly exemplified dedication. Despite the frigid conditions of the ice planet, he successfully delivered the item, even though he nearly became an ice sculpture himself. Such professional spirit is indeed worthy of admiration. Frieza had only just returned to the ice planet when he encountered an Iceman slowly making his way towards the palace gates, cradling a block of ice. The Iceman was, of course, Manaka, and within the icy embrace lay the very wooden crate from before. Before his resurrection, Frieza had traversed a period of time working for Mightwin and had donned the golden robe. Thus he was well aware of the challenges inherent in this profession. He did not impose any difficulty upon Manaka. In fact, he graciously returned Manaka to the spaceship, which left Manaka profoundly grateful, incessantly expressing his thanks. Upon returning to the palace, Frieza casually shattered the items Manaka had sent, yet astonishingly, the videotape within the wooden box remained completely intact. Dodoria, play it, he commanded. Are you deaf? Frieza's gaze sharpened, and then he recalled that Dodoria had been left on Earth. You there, play it, he commanded. A bald figure with gray skin pointed to himself and asked dully, Lord Frieza, are you calling for me? I am Tagoma. Had it not been for the lack of available personnel in the palace due to King Cold's demise, Frieza would undoubtedly have allowed Tagoma to experience the rigors of training much sooner. Go, play it. Frieza was filled with curiosity and anticipation. The elder brother, Cooler, must have gathered some indescribably fascinating videos, causing Frieza to feel a sense of impatience. Though Tagoma was somewhat dull-witted, his movements were swift. Soon, an image appeared on a large screen. Frieza was taken aback. This scene felt eerily familiar. In the imagery, King Cold was indulging in a drink when, all of a sudden, he found himself appearing. What the hell? Frieza's eyes sparkled with excitement as two beams of destructive energy shot towards the player, obliterating both it and the tape into mere fragments. In an instant, the image vanished, leaving only a few words thanking the user for choosing a Changhong television. Frieza's black line, the advertisement is unparalleled. Gula. Frieza seethed with indignation, utterly astonished that, within the spaceship of King Cold, Cooler had installed surveillance devices, allowing him to witness Frieza's patricidal act in its entirety. Had this been shortly after his arrival or immediately following King Cold's demise, Frieza might have harbored some trepidation towards Cooler. After all, Cooler had consistently maintained his peak form, boasting a combat power of 470 million. This, however, does not represent his ultimate strength. Moreover, Frieza was acutely aware that Cooler had developed a new transformation, the specifics of which remained ambiguous in Frieza's mind. Yet, in the present moment, Frieza felt no fear of Cooler. He was unconcerned even if Cooler's power were to double. As for Cooler's alleged transformation, Frieza was equally capable. But he knew that once he transformed into the fourth stage, he could never revert to his current form. He preferred the aesthetic of his present visage over the addition of more horns. Nostalgia also played a role. The current Frieza was a vivid embodiment of the image that lingered in his memory, unforgettable in its essence. Chapter 37. The frigid race lacks kinship. Having just delivered a humane destruction to the recording, Frieza furrowed his brow, though his lack of eyebrows rendered his expression somewhat peculiar. Fortunately, the absence of eyebrows was a common trait among many characters in Dragon Ball, thus he had grown accustomed to it. Thud. The sound of a heavy object crashing to the ground resonated from outside the palace, prompting Frieza to exhale a sigh. Cooler had arrived. If he was coming, so be it. To kill one is a crime. To slay thousands is to be a true conqueror. To annihilate myriad foes is to be the mightiest of the mighty. Creak, creak. This time, it was not the sound of Frieza's footsteps, but rather Cooler's distinctive gait as he entered the palace. Frieza, my dear brother, you have accomplished what I have long desired. Pray tell, how should I express my gratitude? Cooler exclaimed with exuberance upon seeing Frieza, yet the temperature within the palace plummeted. Even colder than the outdoors. Ho ho ho. You seek to do what you dare not attempt. What fear do I have, Frieza? Meanwhile, you, after all these years, have made no progress whatsoever. Your combat power has merely risen from 470 million to 500 million. How disappointing. Ho ho ho. If Cooler had not entered with overt malice, Frieza would not have been so confrontational. After all, this Cooler had ventured alone to Earth seeking vengeance for him. Yet now, it seemed Cooler merely utilized that pretense. Cooler held no familial affection in his heart. Or rather, the frigid race possessed no kinship to speak of. Upon hearing Frieza's mocking laughter, Cooler's face involuntarily twitched. He could not fathom why his brother's proclivities were so peculiar. Frieza, it appears you are quite confident. Do you not realize that I can transform once more? Cooler crossed his arms, attempting to look down upon Frieza. Yet, he soon discovered that he could not. When did you grow taller? Cooler exclaimed in disbelief. For among the frost demons, once adulthood is reached, it is impossible to alter one's physical form, let alone grow so significantly. Oh ho ho ho. If you wish to fight, then let us engage. Why the incessant chatter? Whoosh. Two beams of deadly energy shot forth from Frieza's eyes, instantly piercing through Cooler's chest. However, Frieza displayed no semblance of triumph. His gaze shifted to the left. There, Cooler's figure gradually emerged, while the previous incarnation of Cooler began to dissipate rapidly. Humph. What a childish trick. Cooler disdainfully flicked his tail and struck the ground forcefully, causing the earth to crack open into an unfathomable abyss. Yet, the ice planet had one advantage, its resilience. The fissure quickly froze over, as if the earlier events had never transpired. Cooler, no longer wishing to indulge in idle talk, unleashed a surge of energy, the purple aura erupting explosively, sending Tagoma flying into oblivion. The fate of Tagoma mattered little to Cooler, nor to Frieza. Upon witnessing Cooler's outburst, Frieza remained unfazed, regarding the 500 million battle power as merely a trivial matter not worthy of his serious attention. Clang! The clash of fists propelled Cooler out of the palace, crashing onto the distant ice surface, scattering ice crystals into the air. Anger ignited in Cooler's eyes as he incredulously rubbed his arm. That blow nearly rendered his left limb useless. Very well, very well. I now understand from where you draw your confidence. Your strength has indeed escalated significantly. However, all of this is futile, Frieza. You have successfully provoked me. Roar. Cooler erupted once more, preparing to transform further. Only thus could he hope to defeat the current Frieza. Bang. Cooler was once again driven beneath the Ice Slayer, as Frieza coolly remarked, "Your words are excessive." Extending his right hand, he pointed his index finger at the pit where Cooler lay, unleashing a beam of death tenfold thicker than the previous ones. Boom. Even the sturdiest of ice planets could not withstand such an assault, and the entire planet began to shift. Massive ice blocks erupted, the surface cracking under the strain. Frieza, you seek your own demise. With a furious roar, Cooler burst forth from the ice layer, his hands now hanging limply at his sides. Oh ho ho ho. I once believed my dear brother to be formidable, yet it appears he is but a hollow shell of power. Such a level of attack could be withstood by a Saiyan, although Gula possesses formidable combat prowess. He lacks the profound understanding of harnessing his energy that Sun Wukong and his companions possess. In such a battle, Frieza perceives it as utterly meaningless. Transform. I shall grant you a moment. I want you to die with a sense of justification. When Frieza effortlessly dispatched King Cold, his power was merely 250 million. Yet King Cold was capable of 2 transformations. Crucially, at that time, he could not utilize the stellar transformation, leaving him no opportunity whatsoever. Perhaps it was due to his prolonged interactions with the Saiyans, or perhaps Frieza inherently possessed a predatory nature. But he now deemed it futile to eliminate Gula in such a manner. Gula's furious gaze burned with the intensity of flames. Yet he refused to relinquish the chance to transform. He had underestimated Frieza and overestimated himself. In this moment, he was engulfed by an overwhelming fear of death. Upon viewing the surveillance footage, Gula's eyes gleamed with realization. He could execute Frieza's stealthy ambush, and perhaps even more artfully. Having convinced himself that Frieza had merely ambushed King Cold rather than genuinely defeating him, Gula boldly charged forward. However, he no longer dared to underestimate Frieza, for the latter indeed possessed the power to end his life. You will come to regret this. Haha. You will surely regret this. Observing Gula engage in needless banter, Frieza swiftly teleported before him and unleashed a devastating punch to Gula's abdomen. The blow caused Gula's eyes to bulge, his mouth agape, as he expelled a viscous green liquid that was indistinguishable as either bile or blood, much to Frieza's disgust. With renewed vigor, Gula let out a pained roar and was sent hurtling 1,000 meters away. You may not yet feel regret, but I am certain you now regret your excessive chatter. In an instant, Frieza teleported again, landing a crushing kick upon Gula's chest, shattering bones, and eliciting a pained scream before he withdrew his foot. 10 seconds, for reasons unknown. I shall grant you another 10 seconds. Should you fail to transform, then prepare to meet your demise. Gula's eyes sparkled with determination. He needed not 10 seconds, but merely 5. Moreover, even after your transformation, you cannot escape death. Frieza interjected. 3 seconds have already elapsed. Gula was momentarily taken aback. Frieza's words were a distraction, and he was even keeping time. Resolving not to hesitate any longer, Gula fervently concentrated his energy, producing a resonating sound of cracking bones as his body began to undergo transformation. Frieza, I shall make you experience the sensation of being ruthlessly beaten. Gula continued his tirade even as he transformed, while Frieza calmly counted down. 7, 8, 9, 10, time's up. Chapter 38. The Tyrannical Cooler. Frieza's misstep as Frieza counted to 9. Cooler had completed his transformation. 2 stout appendages, resembling antennae, protruded from his forehead, striking a triumphant pose. His ears elongated and morphed into additional antennae. And with the addition of one more, he could have easily resembled a star. His chest was adorned with a white armor-like musculature, while his abdomen, limbs, and extremities turned a deep purple. He had grown significantly taller, now matching Frieza's height. If one were to assess the merits of the 4th transformation, Frieza would concede that the increased stature was indeed a point of satisfaction. However, beyond that, he could only scoff. He too possessed the ability to transform. Yet he would never entertain the thought of doing so, for his path diverged from Cooler's. Frieza preferred the Saiyan aesthetic, characterized by shifts in hairstyle and color. Yet he was unable to do so, as he lacked hair entirely. Instead, he opted to alter the hue of his skin, favoring a temporary change that could revert. Frieza, it is time for you to experience the exquisite agony of despair. Do not resist, it is quite delightful. Cooler proclaimed, his confidence soaring, but alas. A single movement from Frieza shattered his bravado. Ha ha ha. Frieza's contemptuous grin incited Cooler to unleash his full power, a staggering battle strength of 1.5 billion. His fists, as unyielding as iron, struck forcefully against Frieza's chest. Boom. Caught off guard, Frieza was unable to evade a powerful punch, resulting in a catastrophic collapse of the entire palace. Amidst the rubble, he violently coughed up a mouthful of blood. The searing pain in his chest ignited a fury within him, had he not managed to retreat a half step at the last moment, thereby mitigating the full force of Gula's strike. The considerable disparity in strength might have left Frieza unable to rise again. Boom. Roar. Frieza, consumed by rage, unleashed a torrent of violet energy that soared into the heavens, his combat power exceeding 800 million in a cataclysmic eruption that obliterated the very ruins of the palace. Creaking and cracking. A battle power of 1.5 billion, and yet, is it truly so formidable? Proud Frieza, can you still muster a smile? Soon, very soon, you shall reunite with our deceased father. A howl erupted from Cooler, who swiftly surged towards Frieza, his surrounding violet aura visibly surpassing that of Frieza's. Frieza should not underestimate his opponent. The disparity in combat power is evident. Engaging in a direct confrontation would undoubtedly result in his disadvantage. Thus, Frieza repeatedly utilized his ability to teleport, evading Gula's strikes, and capitalized on the extraordinary speed afforded by this technique to deliver several powerful counterattacks. However, Gula, in his current form, possesses not only formidable offensive capabilities and remarkable swiftness, but also astonishingly high defensive prowess. Frieza's assault struck Gula, yet it failed to inflict the immense damage it had previously wrought. Indeed, Gula merely needed to summon the waves of energy surrounding him to withstand a staggering 90% of Frieza's might. Frieza, you may flee, but you cannot triumph over me. Such rapid movements must surely drain your stamina. I wonder how long you can endure. Gula unleashed a tempestuous barrage, while Frieza resembled a solitary boat amidst turbulent waves, seemingly on the brink of capsizing yet persistently evading the relentless onslaught. Boom. Gula's fist collided with the ground, causing the entire ice planet to tremble. As more layers of ice shattered, with colossal ice blocks rising like mountains, while other areas sank into the depths. In the distance, Frieza appeared, his breath becoming increasingly labored. The significant disparity in power, nearly double, had left him visibly fatigued after a brief skirmish. Ahaha. Cooler, today I shall reveal to you my ultimate trump card. You are fortunate. You are the first to witness it. With a crescendo of exhilaration, Frieza clasped his shoulders, as the aura surrounding him transformed from a deep purple to a pitch black, and then into a resplendent array of colors, speckled with glimmers akin to starlight. Sensing impending doom, Cooler instinctively unleashed a shockwave directed at Frieza. Yet, to his astonishment, at the very moment the shockwave struck Frieza, the radiant colors of his aura flickered with brilliance. With a sound reminiscent of a creature exhaling, Cooler's attack dissipated into nothingness. Frieza's energy continued to surge, swiftly reaching an astounding 2.4 billion. Oh ho ho. Gula, this is my trump card, the stellar transformation, Tri-Fusion Wave. Gula was taken aback, pondering what on earth this Tri-Fusion Wave could possibly be. Frieza's face was adorned with a mocking smile as he taunted. Do you feel uneducated, unable to comprehend? Allow me to enlighten you. The Triad Wave multiplies my combat prowess threefold, although it cannot be wielded as casually as the Kaioken to achieve dozens of times the strength. The stellar transformation bears none of the Kaioken's detrimental side effects and endures long enough to make one question the very essence of existence. Regardless of whether the Kaioken is doubled or amplified 30-fold, it imposes a strain on the body. Many speculate that Goku's viral heart condition stems from the consumption of the super divine water. However, I believe it is more closely linked to the Kaioken. When bodily strain reaches a critical threshold, the body collapses, presenting the optimal opportunity for external viral invasion. Thus, possessing a robust and healthy physique, while refraining from excessive strain, is indeed the foundation of true revolution. Frieza did not believe that the Tri-Fusion technique, which translates to a threefold enhancement in battle power, would suffice to defeat Cooler. Thus he refrained from augmenting his own strength further. The primary reason for this was that when he initially mastered the stellar transformation, he recognized the technique as incomplete, and only after refining it did he truly grasp the trifusion. As for the first tier, named the Pillar of Heaven, he dismissed it with disdain, finding the name utterly frivolous. The second tier, dubbed the Twin Dragons playing with the Phoenix, was a source of profound anguish throughout Frieza's life. Consequently, he had never employed the stellar transformation prior to comprehending the trifusion technique. Although the so-called trifusion also bore a somewhat ludicrous connotation, reminiscent of the phrase mountain splitter, for one to decipher on their own, it was not overtly obvious. Tremble, Cooler. You shall soon meet your end. Oh ho 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 ho. In an instant, Cooler was left bewildered, truly unable to perceive Frieza's presence this time. Frieza found himself in a state of bewilderment. He had merely intended to relocate the power switch, only to find himself in an unfamiliar realm. Here, the air was fragrant with the songs of birds and the beauty of blooming flowers. This place seemed harmless. Inhabited by a short man with a tuft of white hair and pale, grayish skin, alongside another man whose complexion mirrored that of Doria, marked by numerous wrinkles upon his face. At that moment, both individuals wore expressions of sheer terror as they beheld the menacing Frieza, their bodies paralyzed with fear. Could it be that he had stumbled upon the Supreme Kai Shin and his attendant Kibito? How had he ended up here? Engaging with them was not an option. These two pompous fools would only complicate matters further, and eliminating them would disrupt the narrative. It was time to make a discreet exit. Hello, goodbye. Whoosh. Frieza instantaneously vanished. Chapter 39. Gula was engulfed by the black hole. Whoosh. Bang. Boom. Frieza re-emerged, delivering a powerful kick to Gula's shoulder, propelling him deeper into the earth, perilously close to the core of the ice planet. Should Gula breach the core, he would likely be transformed into an ice sculpture, sealed away for millennia, awakening only after an eternity had passed. This flaw of the Ice Clan is evident. Upon encountering extreme low temperatures, they involuntarily seal themselves, awaiting rescue or the gradual acclimatization of the one who sealed them. However, extricating oneself from the icy core is no simple task, and Frieza would not dare to test fate. What if he too fell victim to self-encasement? Millennia later, he might emerge as an invincible entity. But what era would he find upon his return? Without the Dragon Balls and the likes of Goku, Vegeta, and Bulma, what significance would it hold? With a thunderous roar, Gula burst forth, ice shards cascading from his form, especially from his incessantly chattering jaw, clearly indicating that even the Ice Clan was not immune to the frigid temperatures near the core. Frieza, you shall pay for this. You shall perish. Gula's energy surged again. Yet it was a futile display of fury, as his combat prowess saw no substantial enhancement. Faced with Frieza's overwhelming power of 2 per billion, Gula's fate was sealed. Relying on mere shouts for strength was not a trait of the Ice Clan, but a unique ability of the Saiyans. Back on Namek. Even in his initial transformation into a Super Saiyan, Vegeta's rage propelled his power from 150 million to 200 million, a staggering increase of 1/3. Similarly, Goku, in his first transformation, reached a staggering 300 million. It is noteworthy that, even at full power in the original narrative, the first stage of Super Saiyan could only achieve a maximum of 1.5 billion, a feat Goku attained posthumously. Indeed, Gula and Frieza belong to the echelon of those who possess extraordinary abilities. Gula's final transformation granted him a staggering increase of 1 billion in combat power, bringing him to an equal footing with the full power of a Super Saiyan. Oh ho ho, shout as you may, your voice shall not be heard. No matter how loud you scream, it cannot surpass mine. Frieza declared triumphantly. I hear you. A voice, frail and pitiful, emerged unexpectedly from behind a large ice block. It was Tagma, hiding in abject fear. With a swift motion, 2 beams of death shot from Frieza's eyes, piercing Tagma's left chest and abdomen, leaving gaping wounds from which blood flowed, only to be instantly frozen by the ice planet's chilling temperatures, preventing excessive bleeding and environmental contamination. Oh ho ho. This time, surely no one will hear your cries. Go on, continue to scream. King Frieza, I am still alive. Tagma's heart is unlike that of others. It resides on the right side of his body, and thus the recent death beam failed to claim his life. Gula was left astounded. And then, oh, ha 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 ha. Frieza, oh Frieza, do you wish to bring about my demise through laughter, so that you may inherit my power? Frieza's face darkened instantly, as black as pitch. What an insufferable fool. Has his mind been clouded? In that moment, Frieza extended his finger, unleashing a beam of lethal energy that struck Tagoma squarely on the forehead. Tagoma was no more. He breathed his last, succumbing to his own indiscretion. Frieza, you shall meet your demise. Cooler had been gathering power, waiting for the precise moment when Frieza, in his fury, would kill Tagoma. At this moment, a sphere of energy, 1,000 meters in diameter, coalesced in his hand, then descended forcefully upon Frieza's head. The annihilation sphere. Frieza's gaze sharpened, realizing the formidable power of Cooler's annihilation sphere. Should it strike the ice planet directly, everything would be obliterated, save for the ice core. Simultaneously, the doppelganger conjured by the dragon would also be lost, although somewhat trivial. It was a creation born from a wish, and he could not allow Cooler to destroy it so easily. Was Frieza to be humiliated? Stars. Energy wave. A vibrant, multicolored energy wave erupted from Frieza's hand, swiftly surging towards Cooler's annihilation sphere. It appeared that Frieza's stellar energy wave was significantly smaller than Cooler's sphere, yet upon contact, the annihilation sphere halted its descent and was repelled by the stellar energy wave. The disparity in power was insurmountable, even without the protagonist's halo like Goku. Cooler could not withstand Frieza's counterattack. No. Frieza, spare me. I am your brother. Frieza. With a swift motion, the stellar energy wave pierced through the annihilation sphere, propelling Cooler into the cosmos. As in the original narrative, Cooler was thrust beyond the atmosphere by the energy wave, soaring into the void. Unlike the original tale, however, there was no sun or similar star nearby the ice planet. Instead, he faced a black hole. Upon entering the black hole, both Cooler and Frieza's stellar energy wave vanished without a trace, leaving their ultimate fate uncertain. Nevertheless, Frieza was assured that as long as Cooler did not collide with an indestructible celestial body, such as a sun with extreme temperatures capable of vaporizing energy waves, he would be gradually consumed by the energy wave. Having entered a black hole, one could only ponder whether Cooler was alive or dead. Frieza felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. He had exerted himself too forcefully and had not succeeded in obliterating Gula on the spot. A grave oversight. Had Frieza unleashed the stellar energy blade that vanquished King Cold, countless Gula would have been reduced to mere fragments, followed by a devastating wave of energy to incinerate any remnants. Nevertheless, even if he were to survive, this wretch would never be a match for me. Should he dare to emerge again, I shall simply annihilate him once more. Frieza slowly exhaled, relinquishing the form of the stellar transformation. Indeed, the stellar transformation could be sustained for an extended period without imposing a burden on the body. However, Frieza swiftly reverted to his original state. Just moments ago, after utilizing the stellar transformation for the first time, he astonishingly found himself on King Kai's planet with a mere exertion of strength, which left him utterly astounded. Especially during the recent battle, he could distinctly sense the starlight enveloping him, continuously flowing into his being. Frieza harbored a conjecture that the starlight represented the so-called divine power. Were this divine power to be controllable, he would undoubtedly embrace it without hesitation. However, upon entering his body, this starlight inexplicably repelled his very soul. Such absurdity. This revelation struck terror into Frieza, prompting his overzealous action that resulted in sending Gula away from the ice star. Was it because my soul does not belong to this realm that the divine power seeks to reject me? This thought echoed in Frieza's mind, especially after the incident with Tagma, as he feared the emergence of any aberrations on the ice star that might overhear him. After all, this was Frieza's greatest secret, without exception. Updating at 1 a.m. is exhausting. Henceforth, updates will occur around 6 p.m. If all goes well, there will be another chapter at 6. Wishing everyone joy every day. Chapter 40, The Return to the Divine Realm of the King. Lord Frieza, I beg you, spare me. Save me. Indeed, Frieza's caution is certainly justified. Tagoma, that cockroach who should have long since met his demise, has inexplicably returned to life once again. At this moment, Frieza felt a twinge of curiosity about the individual known as Tagoma. His attributes were remarkably formidable, surviving even after 2 attempts on his life. Frieza, however, had lost the inclination to kill him again. As the saying goes, one may be killed once or twice, but a third time would be rather excessive. Although many perceive Frieza as inhumane, he has always considered himself a person, albeit one of a rather unconventional nature. Indeed, that is precisely the case. Given that Tagoma had not succumbed to death and continued to refer to Frieza as Lord Frieza even after being vanquished twice, his loyalty was commendable. Moreover, while his combat prowess may be lacking, His potential for growth is significantly promising. In Dragon Ball Super, upon his introduction, he was capable of engaging in combat with Gohan, even managing to dominate him with relative ease. This may stem from Gohan's considerable decline in training, but even so, his power level must still be in the tens of billions. Tagoma, appearing rather frail, possesses a potential that vastly surpasses that of Dodoria. However, it seems his mental faculties may not be entirely intact. Frieza unleashed a surge of green restorative energy, healing Tagoma's injuries, and then instructed him to restore the palace. When I return, I wish to see a more opulent palace. Yes, esteemed Lord Frieza. His speech does not seem indicative of someone lacking in wit. Nevertheless, such matters are trivial. The primary objective now is to ascertain the reason behind the soul being repelled by divine power. Originally, consulting the Eternal Dragon would have been the swiftest method, yet having recently visited the Kaioshin realm and familiarized himself with the presence of Kaioshin Shin, it would be prudent to inquire directly with him. Though Kaioshin Shin may not emit a conventional aura, it does not imply he is devoid of presence. The divine aura is uniquely distinctive, allowing Frieza to pinpoint it with precision, regardless of distance. He brought his index and middle fingers together and placed them upon his forehead, taking a moment to attune himself. Whoosh! Frieza vanished right before Tagoma's eyes. Tagoma suppressed his fury deep within, and following Frieza's disappearance, he initiated contact with the headquarters of Frieza's army, requesting personnel to be dispatched for the reconstruction of the palace. Unbeknownst to Frieza, the blow that struck his head had momentarily expanded Tagoma's consciousness. Frieza once again arrived at the serene and fragrant realm of the Supreme Kai's world. Supreme Kai Shin and his attendant Kid were left with expressions akin to encountering a specter. Soon, it was Kid who reacted first, vociferously confronting Frieza. Frieza, how dare you? A mere mortal from the lower realms, repeatedly intrude upon the Supreme Kai's domain. Oh ho ho. Mr. Kid, this is merely my second visit here. Wherefore the repeatedly? A lack of education is forgivable, yet your pretense of erudition is your folly. Thus, you shall receive 3 of my punches. Kid dismissed him with disdain, while Supreme Kai Shin wore an expression of mockery. Without hesitation, Frieza made his move. After his battle with Cooler and the subsequent use of his transformation, Frieza shattered his limitations, elevating his combat prowess to a staggering 1 billion. With a series of thunderous strikes, he sent Kid crashing into a mountain, obliterating not just that grotesque head, but even those exaggerated feet. Despite the resilience of the Supreme Kai's realm, Frieza wreaked significant havoc upon its surface. The once melodious chirping of birds and the tranquil ambience faded into chaos, leaving behind 2 impact craters and a collapsed mountain. Shin's mocking smile remained, as the events transpired in a mere instant, leaving him in a state of disbelief. Since when could the Frieza race enter the Supreme Kai's domain? Since when had Frieza, that feeble creature, become capable of dispatching Kid in an instant? With the combat strength he had just exhibited, he seemed to surpass even Shin himself. Alas, he still fell drastically short of matching Majin Buu. Were it not so, Shin would not only tolerate Frieza's actions, but also seek to ally with this harbinger of destruction. Supreme Kai, how long must you maintain that smile? Kid had not perished, yet he would remain unconscious for quite some time. His last blow had landed squarely on the nape of Kid's neck, a powerful strike that would surely render Kid unconscious for at least 10 days or more. It was primarily Kid's incessant chatter and his inability to discern the disparity in strength that proved irksome. Frieza, I have yet to confront you for your tyranny in the North Galaxy. Who granted you the audacity to provoke me in the Supreme Kai's realm? Shin was concerned solely with one matter, Majin Buu. Ironically, he also feared this very subject, as he worried that his attention might lead the sorcerer Babidi to discover Buu's whereabouts, which would spell disaster for him. Majin Buu was indeed located in the North Galaxy, and every move Frieza made was under Shin's scrutiny. However, Frieza's lackluster power rendered him unworthy of Shin's serious consideration. The Supreme Kai's realm? To me, it is merely a larger planet devoid of any true mystique. I have ventured into the realm of the Supreme Kai this time merely to request your assistance. Should you acquiesce, all will be well. However, if you dare to refuse, I would not hesitate to seek out the sorcerer Babidi. On a distant planet within the North Galaxy lies something of great interest to Babidi. The Supreme Kai Shin trembled, instinctively stepping back 2 paces. His countenance etched with terror. You? How? How could you possibly know? This is inconceivable. In the entirety of the universe, no one besides myself is privy to his whereabouts. Speak. Who divulged this to you? After the initial shock, The Supreme Kai Shin was left with nothing but rage and fear. Oh ho ho ho. My esteemed Supreme Kai. Does it truly matter who informed me? Shouldn't the pressing concern be whether I shall convey this information to Babidi? Frieza's words left the Supreme Kai momentarily stunned. Indeed, this was of paramount importance. The terror of Majin Buu is a reality that those who have not experienced it firsthand can never truly comprehend. Shin regained his composure. The situation had not yet reached its most dire state. What he needed to do was to keep Frieza steady. You see, if you agree to eliminate the individual who imparted this information to you and ensure that this knowledge remains confidential, I can grant you 3 requests. As a Supreme Kai, Shin made this concession to prevent Majin Buu from wreaking havoc throughout the universe, a decision that marks him as a competent deity. However, this cowardly disposition, particularly when matters concerning Majin Buu arise, causes Shin to lose his calm demeanor, rendering him somewhat ineffectual. He is a paradoxical individual, both genuine and pure. Ahaha. Very well. I can assure you that the only 2 beings aware of that individual's whereabouts in this universe are you and I. Upon hearing this, Shin exhaled a profound sigh of relief. Everything remained within the realm of control. Chapter 41. The method of soul fusion. I swear by the Frozen Demon Clan that I shall not disclose the whereabouts of that individual to anyone. Is this acceptable? Frieza found himself in a state of exasperation, as the Supreme Kai Shin had imposed upon him such an absurd vow. How ludicrous! Did he truly care for the lives of his frozen kin? Was the Supreme Kai perhaps still in a state of slumber? Very well, you may present your demands. But limit them to 3, for I reserve the right to choose whether to assist you or not. Humph. Frieza hardly regarded the words of Supreme Kai Shin with any seriousness. Disagree? I shall compel you to acquiesce. I have previously merged with an unknown life form, which explains the meteoric rise in my combat prowess during this period. However, my soul is at odds with it. Supreme Kai, do you possess a remedy for this predicament? Shin was taken aback. He had anticipated that Frieza would make some outrageous request and was contemplating how to evade it. Yet, the demand turned out to be so modest. If only Shin were aware that Frieza's soul did not originate from this realm, would he still harbor such thoughts? Alas, there is no room for if only. In your case, it appears that you have fused with a new soul, and it is entirely normal for your body to exhibit rejection. Fortunately, this issue can be resolved quite efficiently. The first solution is to expel the alien soul from your body. The second option is to utilize the properties of the Patera earrings to forcibly merge the 2 souls within you, creating a new one altogether. This time, it was Frieza who was taken aback. He had never anticipated that the Patera earrings possessed such a capability. Then, I humbly request the use of the Patera earrings. This request posed no difficulty for Supreme Kai Shin. With a swift motion of his hand, as his fingers spread apart, a pair of earrings materialized in his palm. They were yellow, identical to those that Supreme Kai Shin currently wore. Though mortals are typically unqualified to don the Patera earrings, I shall make an exception this time. Having granted you my word, Frieza paid no heed to Shin's nonsensical chatter and swiftly attempted to adorn his ears with the earrings. However, a tragic turn of events unfolded. It was one thing for his ears to be rectangular, but the utter lack of any protrusions was truly perplexing. How on earth was he to wear them? After yet another moment of self-deprecation regarding his appearance, Frieza found himself at an impasse. Is there no alternative? As you can see, my ears are rather unique. Shin, rendered speechless, pondered the absurdity of such a predicament. Strange occurrences seemed to multiply each year, and this year was no exception. Fear not. You need not affix them to your ears. As long as they are symmetrically placed, you could even hang them upon your body. Frieza was filled with rage. How dare you compel me, a person of impeccable principles, to engage in such absurdity? This is utterly intolerable. In an instant, Frieza teleported to the location of his doppelganger, a place he believed to be concealed from all prying eyes. Damn it, let's do this. Oh, how it hurts. With the first one dispatched, Frieza found himself drenched in sweat. Oh, is there a hint of pleasure amidst the pain? Frieza had scarcely contemplated the reason behind the sudden sensation of exhilaration when he found himself engulfed in a tumultuous whirlwind, a colossal vortex materializing within his mind. 2 silhouettes emerged from this maelstrom, one unmistakably the visage of Frieza, and the other that of Ho Chin. With the assistance of the vortex, their souls commenced a profound fusion. In no time, Frieza succumbed entirely to unconsciousness. Shin, harnessing his abilities, swiftly located Frieza and witnessed the entirety of his actions. Then, he laughed, a joyous, Childlike laughter erupted from him. Consider this a mild reprimand for your audacity in trespassing into the realm of the Kais and treating me with such disregard. However, I assure you, this earring truly facilitates the merging of souls within you. Kid, let us return to our game of Gamoku. The life of a Kai is refreshingly simple, and through the long passage of time, he has relied on this game to alleviate his boredom. Each time Xian proposed a game, Kid would promptly respond with enthusiasm, preparing tea and setting up the board. Yet this time, Kid's voice was conspicuously absent. It seems Kid has been rendered unconscious by Frieza. Never mind. I shall count ants instead. The ants Xian referred to were not the insects one might find on the ground of the Kai's realm, for such creatures were forbidden to exist there. Rather, his ants represented the newly birthed human life on a nascent planet. As he counted how many new lives had emerged that day, thus, the Kai continued to indulge in his leisurely, monotonous, yet enjoyable daily existence. Frieza remains entombed in the depths of the ice planet. The fusion of souls proves exceedingly arduous, as the original soul belongs to Ho Chin, who is not a denizen of the Dragon Ball world, rendering the fusion's complexity far greater than anticipated. Time flows inexorably, unperturbed by Frieza's slumber. Before long, a year has elapsed, and Frieza's fusion is on the verge of completion. During this period, Earth witnesses a series of astonishing events. Firstly, in a drunken stupor, Bulma unexpectedly finds herself entangled under the sheets with Vegeta, who has been thoroughly exhausted from his rigorous training. This incident leaves Yamcha utterly devastated, his heart metaphorically overrun with countless alpacas grazing on a verdant meadow. Yet, he finds himself helpless in this situation, as his own fickleness has led him astray. After each training session, instead of seeking out Bulma, he chooses to frolic with other ladies. Loneliness, emptiness, and coldness ensue. Women require care and companionship. And despite Vegeta's obsession with training, spending nearly 24 hours a day in the gravity chamber, he has never stepped outside Bulma's abode. Such a devoted partner is precisely what Bulma needs at this moment. Naturally, the two become romantically involved, and it isn't long before Bulma discovers she is pregnant. Now, aside from exploring new projects, Bulma is dedicated to nurturing her body, as it harbors the extraordinary result of her and Vegeta's union. Vegeta, too, has undergone a transformation. Perhaps devoid of the tension characteristic of the original narrative, he surprisingly agrees to accompany Bulma on a trip. This change in Vegeta has completely enamored Bulma with this seemingly aloof man. Moreover, in a gesture of support for his pregnant wife, Vegeta proactively suggests obtaining a driver's license, solely to embark on spontaneous road trips with Bulma. Life, after all, must be infused with a sense of ritual. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi is in a fit of rage atop the mountain of steamed buns, her voice resonating with such force that it shakes the very foundations of their home. Goku, you must get a driver's license. Even the inept man next door has managed to drive on a self-guided tour. You must accomplish this too. With no choice but to comply, Goku feels the burden, while Piccolo begins to regret his earlier decision. Why did he provide such substantial funds to Gohan's family? Was it not merely an excess of wealth leading to frivolous desires for self-guided travel? Gazing at the luxurious flying car parked outside, Piccolo laments silently to the heavens. Thus, within the largest driving school in West City, three formidable figures emerge. One is Vegeta, his hair standing defiantly like flames. Another is Goku, sporting a crab-like hairstyle, with a goofy yet muscular demeanor. And the last is Piccolo, exuding evidence of jealousy, even greener than Yamcha. What thrilling scenes will unfold among these three robust individuals at the driving school? Let us await the spectacle. Chapter 42. The driving school stormed. The West City Driving School is renowned worldwide, celebrated for its vast expanse, state-of-the-art facilities, and an impressive fleet of training vehicles, all of which are among the finest globally. Naturally, the tuition fees are quite steep, attracting only those from affluent backgrounds. However, characters such as Vegeta, Son Goku, and Piccolo remain unfazed by the costs. Vegeta, benefiting from his wealthy spouse, spends without a second thought, feeling no guilt whatsoever. Son Goku, oblivious to financial matters, seems to have an inexhaustible supply of funds from Piccolo's generous contributions. It is worth noting that the industrious Doria once single-handedly constructed 3 highways around the globe, earning a substantial sum in the process. One can only spare a moment of sympathy for him. Upon completing their registrations, the trio officially embarked on their learning journey. As for the written examination, given the exorbitant fees of the driving school, their participation was deemed unnecessary. Vegeta's instructor was a muscular man, Son Goku's was an elderly gentleman, and Piccolo's was a seemingly demure woman. The instructors meticulously explained the intricacies of the clutch, brake, accelerator, and gear shifting, demonstrating each action. Among them, the muscular man's gestures were the most gentle, the old man's were the most practiced, while the female instructors were the most exuberant. Soon, it was time for the trio to take their turns behind the wheel. As the Prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta had ample experience with high technology during his time under Frieza's command. Flying cars were child's play to him. Piccolo, endowed with superior intellect, adapted with ease. Son Goku, however, was a different story. His mind was consumed with combat instincts. He mistakenly pressed the accelerator instead of the brake, crashing into a reinforced wall and rendering the first training vehicle irreparably damaged in under 5 seconds. Fortunately, Goku, exhibiting a sense of responsibility, promptly rescued the elderly instructor, averting a tragic fate. In this initial round, Vegeta and Piccolo decisively outperformed Son Goku. Once all three became familiar with the vehicle's controls, they ventured onto the road. Vegeta soared ahead without hesitation, causing the muscular instructor to become utterly enamored, his demeanor turning remarkably effeminate. Vegeta found this utterly distasteful. Piccolo drove with commendable stability, yet was ridiculed by the female instructor, who mocked his impressive physique, revealing him to be a coward beneath his imposing exterior. Enraged, Piccolo bristled at the insult. Under the careful guidance of the elderly instructor, Son Goku finally managed to grasp the controls, once again mistaking the accelerator for the brake. In an instant, he surged forward, dominating the scene. Just as Vegeta was about to unleash his frustration, Goku darted past him, igniting Vegeta's fury. "Kakarot, must you compete with me even in driving?" he seethed. Determined, Vegeta pressed down forcefully on the pedal, causing the car to lurch forward, creating a gaping hole in the vehicle as the accelerator vanished into the interior. The car was rendered inoperable. Piccolo found himself the target of relentless ridicule. Upon witnessing Vegeta reclining nonchalantly and Goku accelerating with fervor, he immediately embraced a machismo mentality, flooring the accelerator. After a brief moment of inertia, Piccolo's vehicle surged forward like a cannonball, swiftly catching up to Goku. Meanwhile, Vegeta discarded a wrecked car and single-handedly halted a speeding instructor's vehicle, yanking the student from behind the wheel before taking his place. The muscular man, surprisingly responsible, also climbed aboard the same vehicle. With a swish, Vegeta activated his racing mode. This spectacle left the muscular man trembling with excitement, shouting, "Mr. Vegeta, you are incredible. Let us revel on a yacht tonight." Virum. Vegeta nearly exploded with rage, triggering the vehicle's teleportation mode. This left the muscular man petrified, his face turning pale as if he were witnessing sorcery. The once bustling driving school was now reduced to 3 cars racing wildly: Goku, Vegeta, and Piccolo. The speed reached an astonishing 580 miles per hour, the roar of the engines audible even outside the premises, interspersed with the ecstatic screams of women, the terrified shouts of the muscular man, and the lamentations of an elderly gentleman. Then came the announcement over the driving school's loudspeakers: "Attention, please. 3 students exhibiting severe road rage are currently racing within the premises. For your safety, please vacate the roadway immediately and take shelter indoors. We are urgently contacting the transportation department for assistance. We are also reaching out to psychiatric hospitals for support. Attention, please. Attention, please." This message is of utmost importance. As for Goku and the others, they disregarded the broadcast entirely, continuing their reckless racing. Goku led the pack, followed closely by Piccolo, with Vegeta trailing behind. However, Vegeta activated his special ability, catapulting himself into the lead. Goku, eyes ablaze with determination, unleashed a Kamehameha to regain first place. Piccolo, not to be outdone, drove with one hand while gripping Vegeta's vehicle with the other, ready to latch on should Vegeta teleport again, all the while unleashing energy blasts at an astonishing speed. In that moment, the 3 engaged in a fierce competition, while even the reinforcements summoned by the driving school could only flee in terror. Out of fuel? Is that even a concern? In today's world, who still requires gasoline? The energy wave technique is far more effective. Vegeta continuously maneuvers. Piccolo persistently unleashes his energy waves, while Goku's Kamehameha has never faltered. Indeed, Goku has long ceased to hold the steering wheel with his hands. Just moments ago, the elder, in a fit of excitement, urged him to steer, and Goku complied, fully liberated from restraint. Consequently, the muscular man succumbed to unconsciousness. and the elder managed to gulp down an entire bottle of revitalizing pills. Yes, the entire bottle, swallowing it whole. The only one who remained conscious was the female instructor, who, mesmerized, touched Piccolo's elongated hand. Soon, Vegeta and his companions ceased their circling within the driving school and began racing towards the wilderness, causing a delightful commotion along the way. Fortunately, all three instinctively avoided colliding with people and structures, thus sparing significant destruction. Mr. Piccolo, can your towering form also expand and contract like your hand? At last. The infatuated female instructor voiced her pent-up curiosity, instantly breaking Piccolo's composure. With a fierce glare, she too succumbed to unconsciousness, following her two fellow instructors. Unhindered, Piccolo felt a rush of clarity, and his speed surged once more. A golden light shimmered, followed by another, prompting Piccolo to exclaim in frustration, "Can you two handle this? If you dare, don't transform." Would Vegeta heed him? Would Goku concede defeat? Vegeta and Goku's speeds escalated again, but Piccolo securely held onto Vegeta's vehicle, maintaining his position at the rear. At Bowsy Mountain, Gohan was diligently completing his homework when he noticed 3 cars soaring overhead, positioned in a line. Mom, I see Dad and Uncle Piccolo. The one in front is Uncle Vegeta." Kiki, too, was astonished. "Gohan, your father's driving skills have already reached such heights on the very first day. He truly is my Kiki's man." Gohan, with a bewildered expression, glanced at the vanishing cars and then at the still visible energy waves. "Mom, don't you think Dad and the others are using energy waves to drive?" Kiki was momentarily paralyzed in disbelief. Suddenly, a figure appeared before Vegeta, clad in a ghastly blend of white and purple, none other than Frieza. Just as he materialized, the 3 cars barreled towards him. "What the hell? I arrived here after being hit by a truck. Are you 3 intending to send me back?" Boom, boom, boom. In breaking news, a collision involving 3 vehicles occurred in the southwestern direction of Bowsy Mountain, with the culprits suspected to be 3 volatile students from today's driving class in Shidu. Fortunately, the instructors aboard have been safely transported to the Central Hospital of Shidu. Driving schools must pay close attention to the physical condition of their students to prevent the recurrence of such deplorable incidents. The police in Shidu have officially issued a wanted notice for 3 individuals, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Piccolo, who are now fugitives with mental health issues. If you encounter any of these individuals, please do not approach them and promptly call the hotline. The hotline 748 is always on standby. Upon learning this news, Frieza was doubled over with laughter. Chapter 43, The Warriors with Soaring Power Levels. Ultimately, the driving licenses for Vegeta and his companions were purchased by Bulma, who even went so far as to alter their names. This became a source of embarrassment for the trio. Fortunately, training allowed them to forget such trivial matters, and time would eventually erase the memories of the 3 madmen from their driving school days. On this particular day, when Frieza opened his eyes, he sensed that the Dragon Ball warriors were soaring towards the southwest. Frieza was acutely aware that the time for the emergence of the androids was nigh. Over the past 2 years, he had not engaged in frenzied training. After successfully merging with his original soul, the divine power within him no longer rejected his essence. He had also unraveled the reason for his presence in the realm of the Supreme Kai. It was the divine power within him that had instigated this anomaly. As his soul did not belong to this world, the divine power sought to leverage the might of the Supreme Kai to eradicate this aberration. Unfortunately, Frieza's combat prowess was far too formidable for the Supreme Kai, Shen, to contend with. Furthermore, due to a significant rupture in his lineage, Shen had lost many of the skills inherent to his position and had entirely overlooked Frieza's predicament. The reason Frieza had not engaged in relentless training was that his combat strength was rapidly advancing even without it. Moreover, during these 2 years, he had once again employed the 3rd form of the celestial transformation, the triad overlapping waves, fervently absorbing the divine power within him. Hidden within this divine energy was an ultimate technique, the unfettered ultimate skill. Although, with the current divine power coursing through him, he had yet to grasp even the rudiments of the unfettered ultimate skill, this did not deter his desire to comprehend this profound technique. His instant transmission had also seen considerable improvement, having enhanced from a success rate of 1,000th of a second to 10 times that duration. Indeed, it now measured at 100th of a second. While still lacking significant utility, this progression indicated that Frieza would one day attain a time frame of 0.1 seconds, the minimum required to effectively utilize instant transmission. When Hit made his debut, he had mastered the 0.1 second instant transmission, enabling him to freeze time for that brief interval and strike while his enemies remained immobilized. With increasing proficiency, this duration could be extended. Hit's record stood at an impressive 0.4 seconds, a truly terrifying feat. However, weaknesses existed, as the use of instant transmission itself required time. If one could exceed the user's speed by a considerable margin, the technique could be countered. For instance, in the Tournament of Power, the 11th Universe's Dispo had managed to counter instant transmission through supersonic speed. Feeling the surge of his ever-increasing combat strength even in slumber, Frieza reveled in the sensation. A staggering combat power of 1.5 billion. This was without invoking the celestial transformation. Even if Jiren were to fully transform, he would still be no match for Frieza. Only in his lightning form could Jiren pose a challenge worth considering. As he brushed his teeth while showering, life was undeniably delightful. Although Frieza's current visage rendered the prospect of romance improbable, should it arise, it would surely resemble a platonic love, exceedingly frustrating. However, Frieza is momentarily unable to alter the current circumstances. Life must persist, and it should be lived in comfort. After enjoying breakfast at Bulma's restaurant, Frieza then instantaneously transported himself to the side of the Z-Fighters. It is noteworthy that Vegeta is exceedingly displeased with Frieza's prolonged stay in his household, even going so far as to usurp the privilege of naming his own son, although he indeed has a fondness for the name Trunks. The arrival of Frieza captured the attention of all, though it was merely a fleeting glance. Frieza's demeanor was somewhat aloof and capricious, prompting those present to maintain their distance. Notably, Frieza's lack of clothing became apparent, and although they refrained from voicing their thoughts, the others felt a sense of embarrassment in his company. A glance at Goku revealed that his base combat power had reached an astounding 12 million, with his transformation into a Super Saiyan soaring to approximately 600 million. Vegeta's power was comparable to Goku's. Even at its peak, it only amounted to several tens of millions, insufficient to sway the balance of victory in their battles. It is worth mentioning Gohan, who, in the original narrative, had yet to attain his Super Saiyan transformation. However, Frieza could clearly perceive that Gohan possessed the potential to transform, as his base combat power had risen to 8 million. With such power, if he still could not transform into a Super Saiyan, Frieza would dare to broadcast an embarrassing spectacle. Piccolo was rather astonishing, having made significant gains, despite concealing his power. The detection techniques revealed that his strength had escalated to 400 million, a truly remarkable feat. Yet, considering Frieza's own power of 1.5 billion, he found solace in the fact that his opponents were still far from his level. Despite Piccolo's diligent efforts, he remained relegated to a mere supporting role. This was a world of Dragon Ball where combat powers were generally inflated, particularly among those connected to Frieza. Yamcha stood at 100,000, more than doubling his previous strength. Tien Shinhan reached 150,000, also roughly doubling his power. Frieza noted that he seemed to have reached a critical threshold. Surpassing it would result in explosive growth. Kaiatsu, with a mere combat power of 50,000, had clearly fallen behind, his limits now reached. As for Bulma, Frieza preferred not to comment. It is said that a woman becomes foolish for 3 years after pregnancy, but her case was as if she had regressed to a state of utter ineptitude. Her combat power had diminished to a mere 10 points, a staggering tenfold decrease. Lastly, the strongest warrior on Earth, Krillin, boasted a combat power of 300,000. Truly, Krillin deserved his title as the mightiest Earthling, with ample potential to surpass 1 million not being a distant dream. Soon, the group convened to devise a plan for locating the androids, a matter in which Frieza held little interest. He had come primarily to witness whether historical events would unfold as they once did. At that moment, a pink whirlwind approached from afar, adorned in a snug vest and loose-fitting trousers that allowed him to showcase his impressive six-pack abs. Frieza had once praised his physique, a compliment that had motivated Dodoria to dedicate himself to daily workouts. Indeed, Dodoria, without relying on the gravity chamber, had achieved a combat power of 1 million, earning his rightful title as the foremost among Frieza's subordinates, recognized unanimously as the top sycophant. Suddenly, Frieza's gaze sharpened as he turned his attention to a distant town, where 2 extraordinary presences emerged. These were not mere energies, for he could not sense their auras. However, Frieza was able to perceive their power. A delightful surprise brought forth by his detection techniques. Ha ha ha. The familiar sound of his laughter echoed once more, sending shivers of exhilaration through Dodoria. Akin to savoring an ice-cold treat on a scorching summer day, an elderly figure, presumably Dr. Gero, possessed an energy level that astonishingly reached 600 million, while another rotund individual with a lightning rod atop his head matched this energy. This was indeed threefold beyond what the original narrative had suggested, making the situation rather intriguing. It seemed that these androids could bring him considerable amusement. However, upon glancing at his subordinates, Frieza felt a surge of frustration. Were they merely here to flaunt their 8-pack abs? Did they not possess any awareness of their own combat capabilities? After all this time, he had provided them with ample training, yet their performance was utterly disappointing. With a swift motion, Dodoria once again found himself on the receiving end of one of Frieza's dismissive strikes, delighting in the moment. He believed that with a few more such encounters, he might ascend to the status of Super Dodoria. Alas, how could the mighty cosmic Emperor Frieza have ended up with a subordinate inclined towards masochism? Could he not simply devote himself to training in the gravity chamber? Dodoria retorted. How could I possibly seize the opportunity to shine if I remain cooped up? If I stay away for too long, the audience will forget me. Chapter 44. Uncle Son Gohan. Perhaps it was the heaven's sympathy for Yamcha's plight. Or perhaps Frieza's arrival had unintentionally empowered the androids, leading them to become overconfident. In any case, this time, it was not the unfortunate Yamcha who fell victim to the androids' onslaught, but rather the overwhelmingly green Majin Buu. His fortune was slightly better than Yamcha's, as he had just been ambushed by Android 19 when Son Gohan came to his aid. While others may be described as Mama's boys or Daddy's boys, Son Gohan was distinctly an uncle's boy, not in the sense of the famed Qin Shubao, but rather in a way that conveyed a closer bond with his uncle. Witnessing his uncle Piccolo under attack, Son Gohan was instantly consumed with rage, transforming into a Super Saiyan without hesitation. His combat power surged from 400 million to a staggering 600 million, fueled by his fury. Son Gohan's anger has its limits, varying randomly. With a single blow, he sent Android 19 flying. In his uncontrollable wrath, Gohan inadvertently caused significant destruction, toppling numerous plants and skyscrapers, leaving chaos in his wake across the island. Fortunately, there were plenty of heroes around, preventing the situation from spiraling into utter disaster, resulting in only a modest financial loss. Just how terrifying was the enraged Son Gohan? The sight of the dented visage of Android 19 clearly indicates the situation. This artificial being possesses an astounding energy level of 600 million, a metric synonymous with formidable power. However, Android 19 finds himself unable to control his own body, only coming to a halt after colliding with another small island. At this moment, all the warriors hasten to this location, accompanied by the very presence of Android 20, Dr. Gero himself. Originally, it was intended for Son Goku to be the first to engage, but in his fury, Son Gohan deviates from the expected course, unleashing a torrent of attacks upon Android 19. Indeed, despite the impressive energy level of 600 million, a recent ambush by Gohan has significantly diminished this power, resulting in Gohan's dominance over the battle. Has Gohan become this powerful? His energy feels even more potent than when Goku first returned to Earth. Tien Shinhan remarked with a sense of awe. Yamcha and Kairatsu nodded in agreement, while Krillin felt a swell of pride for his student. Given that Goku is his fellow disciple, Gohan naturally occupies the role of Krillin's student. Go die, go die, go die. Gohan's combat style is distinct from the others. He relishes the act of fighting while vocally expressing his fervor, creating an aura of intimidation. As the battle prolongs, the energy reserves within Android 19 plummet drastically, leaving him with less than 400 million. He begins to feel a sense of panic. Initially, Gohan's explosive onset saw his combat power soar to 600 million, but as fatigue sets in and the burst of energy wanes, he finds his own strength reduced to below 400 million. Furthermore, despite appearing to be the aggressor, Gohan is acutely aware that if this battle drags on, he cannot outlast the androids. Masenko. Gohan places his hands upon his forehead, unleashing a colossal energy wave directed at Android 19. Frieza stood at a distance, shaking his head in disappointment upon witnessing the scene unfold. Son Gohan was indeed courting his own demise. As anticipated, Android 20 could not contain his laughter at the sight. Android 19, facing the energy wave head-on, wore a sinister smile that was promptly observed by Piccolo, who inwardly lamented the impending disaster. With a malevolent grin, Android 19 directed his palms toward the energy wave, revealing a glass orb nestled within his hands. A remarkable phenomenon occurred as Son Gohan's energy wave was effortlessly absorbed by Android 19. Breathless and incredulous, Son Gohan gazed at the unfolding spectacle. Meanwhile, Android 19 erupted into hearty laughter. "Huh," he bellowed, as the debris surrounding him was instantly swept away. And Frieza witnessed Android 19's energy level surge back to 600 million. It appeared that this was the upper limit for Android 19. Contrary to the original narrative, where he could still gain more power after absorbing energy waves. With a swift motion, Android 19 launched his counterattack, ramming his head towards Son Gohan with astonishing speed, creating a sonic boom in his wake. "No, Gohan, evade." The collective shouts of the onlookers finally jolted Son Gohan from his stupor, prompting him to muster his energy and attempt to dodge. Unfortunately, his stamina was severely depleted, and in his moment of distraction, he was a fraction too slow to avoid the impending strike from Android 19. Should he be hit, it would surely lead to grievous injury, if not death. The lightning rod atop Android 19 was no mere decoration, but a lethal weapon capable of piercing through him. In this critical moment, it was imperative to rely on his uncle, for his father was not to be trusted. Having sensed the threat posed by Android 19, Piccolo had already removed his weighted clothing, boosting his power by an additional 50 million, bringing it to 450 million. Just as Son Gohan found himself unable to evade the attack, Piccolo surged forward, crossing his arms in a defensive stance to intercept Android 19's ferocious blow. A thunderous crash reverberated across the landscape, the sound waves reaching the sea and causing numerous fish to flip onto their backs, succumbing to the chaos. Despite the staggering power gap of 150 million, Piccolo managed to withstand Android 19's deadly strike. Although his hands were pierced, he was a man of resilience. Possessing the body extension technique, such a minor wound was of little consequence. Vegeta, his arms crossed over his chest, exhibited no emotional reaction to the unfolding drama. Conversely, Goku, perhaps realizing his failure to fulfill his paternal responsibilities, erupted in fury. A golden wave of energy surged skyward, a testament to the raging fire of anger within Goku's heart. Whoosh! Bang! Thud! With a single strike, the island nearly plunged into the depths of the sea, while Android 19 was effortlessly pierced through the island. Descending into the ocean's abyss, Sun Wukong's combat power reached an astounding 650 million. In that fleeting moment of fury, Sun Wukong surged from 600 million to 650 million. Such is the nature of the Saiyan race, governed by their emotions. Alas, Frieza found himself feeling somewhat bored. Such battles failed to ignite his enthusiasm. He deemed it far more worthwhile to seek out the Supreme Kai Shin, to engage in philosophical discussions about life, and perhaps indulge in a game of Go to pass the time. As Frieza contemplated his departure, he suddenly sensed the rapidly diminishing energy of Son Goku, plummeting from an initial 650 million to a mere 300 million. Such a rapid decline was utterly abnormal. If he had been captured by the androids, resulting in the siphoning of his energy, it would be comprehensible. However, Son Goku had just unleashed a powerful attack, sending Android 19 plummeting to the ocean floor, from which he had yet to resurface. This situation was not only apparent to Frieza, but to everyone present, all wearing expressions of disbelief. Only Vegeta bore a contemplative look on his face. Boom! Android 19 erupted from the ground, launching Son Goku into the air, followed by a barrage of relentless blows, leaving Goku utterly defenseless. To make matters worse, Goku's energy continued to wane. When he was struck down again by Android 19, creating a massive crater upon impact, he could no longer maintain his Super Saiyan form. Father! Goku! Goku! Old son! Humph! Kakarot! That useless fool! Chapter 45, The Unfortunate Child Returns for More Punishment, a must-read for brothers. Oh ho ho ho! That simpleton has suffered a heart attack. If you don't provide him with medication soon, he will swiftly meet his demise. Witnessing Krillin offering a Senzu to Goku merely restored his injuries. Yet Goku still clutched his chest, his face contorted in agony. Strangely, Krillin and the others failed to comprehend the situation, leaving Frieza deeply concerned for their intelligence. With such limited understanding, they paled in comparison to the cunning Dodoria. At least Dodoria, when afflicted by his own ailments, could endure a beating with some level of strategic finesse. With Frieza's reminder, the others finally grasped what had transpired, leading Yamcha and Kairatsu to escort Goku back to Kirin Tower for treatment. Androids 19 and 20 attempted to intervene, but Vegeta positioned himself before them, instilling caution in their hearts. They were acutely aware of Vegeta's formidable strength. Although the data on their database was several years old, they would not underestimate their opponent. Goku's combat power had recently exceeded theirs, and while Vegeta was slightly inferior, it was by a negligible margin, a fair assessment of both Goku and Vegeta. However, placing Goku above Vegeta was unacceptable. Scrap metal. Allow you to experience the might of a Saiyan Prince's iron fist and see whether your scrap is tougher or my fist is more ferocious. Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan. His battle power, albeit not reaching the staggering 650 million achieved by Goku in a fit of rage, stood at a formidable 600 million, equivalent to that of the androids. While the androids possessed the same energy level, they lacked Vegeta's combat awareness and the unique prowess of a Saiyan to unleash his true potential. Vegeta was not foolish enough to entertain the notion of battling two foes simultaneously. Instead, he focused his relentless assault on Android 19. Android 20, Dr. Gero, felt a deep sense of frustration. Why was he being ignored by everyone? Was it due to the fragile appearance of his glass dome, leading others to fear that he could not withstand a beating? Dr. Gero could not fathom it, yet he resolved not to intervene, believing that a one-on-one victory over this group would further diminish their arrogant spirits. However, this time, Dr. Gero miscalculated. Android 19 was no match for Vegeta's might. Even without employing his teleportation skill, Vegeta's superior combat prowess rendered Android 19 utterly helpless. The clash was devastating. Boom. A portion of Android 19's arm exploded, oil gushing forth like a grotesque fountain, sticky and yellow, making the scene particularly revolting. My hand. Vegeta grinned maliciously, noting the striking realism of this robotic foe. Were it not for the fact that this creature was unlikely to obey, he might have considered taking it home for his son to play with. Don't worry. You'll soon meet the same explosive fate as your hand. In a flash of movement, Vegeta appeared before Android 19, as if he were destined to be there. With a swift twist, he tore off the android's remaining arm, following up with a powerful sweep that severed its head entirely. Ugh, a robot is still a robot. I'm drenched in oil. Enraged once more, Vegeta extended his arms, palms directed at Android 19's body and head, unleashing two energy blasts after a brief moment of concentration. Turning his gaze towards the astonished Android 20, he had the glass dome encasing the brain within, feeling a churn in his stomach. And now, it's your turn. With a surge of speed, Vegeta prepared to eliminate Android 20. However, as he raced forward, a bullet-shaped spacecraft abruptly appeared before him, forcing him to halt. Vegeta looked up, recognizing a familiar face, Harry Potter Conan from another timeline. Yet, the timing of this unexpected arrival felt off. Was it deliberate or merely coincidental? Due to Conan's unexpected appearance, the individual labeled as number 20 has already made his escape. With the artificial human devoid of any discernible aura, the search has become exceedingly troublesome. Date, wearing an expression of utter bewilderment, found himself seated within the time machine. He had just witnessed an elderly figure darting away at an alarming speed, a sight that did not align with his previous encounters with artificial beings. With a resounding click, the hatch of the time machine swung open. Date swiftly leaped out, promptly transforming the time machine into a compact capsule for storage. His gaze was drawn to the distant figure of Frieza, stirring memories of the moment when Frieza forcefully commandeered the time machine. Frieza flicked his tail dismissively, a look of contempt on his face. I have long possessed a machine, which is currently under research at headquarters. Why would I waste my time on your shabby contraption? Dodoria, my lord. Ours is the true wreckage. May I inquire, whom were you just battling? Observing the desolate island strewn with debris, Des felt perplexed. Perhaps sensing that the battle here had concluded, Bulma, cradling her son Trunks, floated over unsteadily. With a battle power of 100, it truly required considerable effort to ascend. Daz's brow twitched in anxiety, fearing that his unreliable mother might fall, thereby erasing his existence in this timeline. Vegeta, indifferent to the chaos, was irate at Conan's, as he believed the stranger to be named, sudden appearance. Was this not akin to releasing a tiger back into the wild? Life is eternal. And so is the struggle. This is the essence of a Saiyan's existence. Grabbing Daz by the collar, he bellowed, just moments ago. I was on the verge of eliminating the last android, and your unexpected arrival allowed it to escape. Now you dare question who I was fighting? Daz, utterly bewildered, realized that the one who fled was also an android. Could it be that in this timeline, the android was an old man? No, that couldn't be right. Androids were supposed to be two young individuals, a man, cold and ruthless, and a woman, strikingly beautiful. There was no reason for it to be an elderly man. As for Android 19, Daz could no longer discern its true form, as it had been reduced to a pile of shattered fragments. Moreover, Mr. Vegeta, your battle power is indeed terrifying. Such strength would undoubtedly allow you to annihilate those two androids with ease. Piccolo, being somewhat astute, seized upon Daz's words. Are you suggesting that there are more androids than just these two, particularly two younger ones? However, your assertion that Vegeta could eliminate them in an instant is misguided. While their power may not match his, it is certainly not insignificant. Piccolo was acutely aware of Vegeta's true strength, for Gohan was certainly no match for him, and he himself could only hold his own against Gohan at best. In the fleeting moment when Android 19 had severely wounded him, he grasped the disparity between their powers, and felt a sense of pride in Gohan's ability to endure against Android 19 for so long. This adopted son of his was worth every bit of effort. Ahaha, Daz. It is time for you to reveal your true name. Little Trunks has already been born. Daz's face stiffened. Indeed. The infant in Bulma's arms was undeniably a younger version of himself. Though he found Frieza's laughter irksome, he no longer intended to conceal his identity. Being addressed as Conan was rather vexing. Greetings, everyone. I would like to formally introduce myself. With a swift motion, Vegeta struck him down to the ground, a glob of phlegm landing squarely on his face. Who has any interest in knowing your identity? You have been rambling for ages while the androids have vanished. Frieza laughed outright. Indeed, it seemed that only the formidable Date could alleviate the boredom of the spectacle. Otherwise, one might easily succumb to slumber. Chapter 46. The Tragic Tower. The genuine heir Date felt quite aggrieved. Every time he arrived, he was met with a beating, and each time, it was at the hands of his biological father. The crux of the matter was not that he lacked the courage to retaliate, but rather that he was simply outmatched. Over the past 3 years, Date had endeavored to contend with the androids, and his combat prowess had only reached a meager 290 million. In the face of Vegeta's 600 million, he was destined for utter defeat. Ahaha, Vegeta, are you not curious as to the identity of the individual you are thrashing? The distinctive BGM accompanied by that insufferable laughter could not be found in any other being across the 12 universes, except for Frieza. Vegeta, with an air of haughtiness, acknowledged that being unable to defeat Frieza was one matter, but maintaining the demeanor befitting a prince was imperative. Who could he possibly be? Given that his name was not genuine, and considering his hair color, I can think of no other than my son. To be frank, Vegeta was quite displeased with Bulma's genetic alteration of their offspring's hair color. The androids could flee as they wished. After all, they were hardly formidable adversaries. As long as they did not provoke him, he had no inclination to engage with them. His main grievance lay with Trunks' hair color, which prompted him to deliver a slap that sent the boy crashing to the ground. Date was on the verge of tears. He could tolerate the beatings, for he was aware of his father's identity, but why must he also be spat upon? Vegeta, how dare you strike my son? I shall not let this go unchallenged. Though Bulma had already given birth, her fiery temperament remained unchanged. In a sudden motion, she cast aside the bothersome little Date and charged toward Vegeta. This scene left Vegeta's heart racing. Date was indeed his son, but that was in the future, not the present. Regardless of his annoyance with the child, he was still his own flesh and blood. In a flash, Vegeta rushed to save his son. With a resounding slap, Bulma struck the recently risen Date across the face, leaving him utterly bewildered. His mother had actually hit him. On the same day? Within a span of less than 30 seconds, they engaged in a mixed duel of sorts. Feeling wronged and on the verge of tears, little Date cried out. Having been discarded by his mother and caught by his father, who was holding him by one foot, it was unreasonable for him not to cry. Bulma, this is our son. The older one is from the future. Why are you so worked up? Holding a lump of flesh, no, a diminutive Trunks, Vegeta stormed towards Bulma, his frustration palpable. Young Trunks, oblivious to the unfolding chaos, felt a profound sadness and sought an outlet for his emotions. Suddenly, a slender stream of water cascaded from above, landing with precision upon the face of the larger Trunks, swiftly cleansing away the remnants of his earlier distress. Even Frieza could not bear to witness this. The larger Trunks truly evoked pity, as he was mercilessly tormented each time he ventured forth. The first encounter had been tolerable, as he was simply overpowered, receiving a thrashing from both Vegeta and Bulma that rendered him utterly helpless. However, the second instance was far worse, as he had been slapped by his parents and, to his embarrassment, had soiled himself in the process. A peculiar sensation washed over him as he contemplated this. Frieza, caught in his own ire, fumed. How dare you relieve yourself? You possess the essence of youth, yet you flaunt it before me. Are you mocking my own lack thereof? Frieza was seething with anger, desperate to vent his wrath. Casting a glance over the arena, he found only Vegeta capable of withstanding his fury. Vegeta, under Frieza's gaze, was filled with trepidation. It was evident that Frieza was not harboring benign intentions. With a swift motion, Frieza delivered a brutal sidekick, sending Vegeta flying across the expanse. Fortunately, just before being propelled away, Vegeta managed to release Little Trunks, who was then caught by Big Trunks, who, undeterred by the circumstances, ensured the safety of his counterpart. Otherwise, Little Trunks might have vanished from sight like Vegeta. Bulma gasped in horror. Frieza, what are you doing? Why are you attacking my man? Trunks, hurry. Take me to find your father. Little Trunks exchanged glances with Big Trunks, who finally realized that Bulma was calling for him. Reluctantly, yet concerned for his father's well-being, Big Trunks shot a fierce glare at Frieza before scooping up Bulma in one arm and himself in the other, racing towards the direction where Vegeta had disappeared. Krillin, Tien, Piccolo, and Gohan observed the unfolding chaos, pondering whether they were to confront the androids or contend with Frieza. Piccolo was the first to regain his composure. Addressing the group, the direction in which the androids fled aligns with where Vegeta vanished. We must follow them to prevent any potential conflict from leaving us at a disadvantage. Krillin also came to his senses, exclaiming, and Bulma, if she encounters the androids, it will surely lead to disaster. Tien interjected, Krillin, you should be more concerned about us. Bulma is protected by 2 Super Saiyans, while we have no one to safeguard us, and our combat power is significantly lower. Gohan, filled with protective instinct, declared, no worries. If we can't defeat them, you all should escape first. I'll have Uncle Piccolo hold them off. Piccolo responded with a hint of exasperation. Frieza gazed at the departing figures, particularly those of Krillin and Tien, and a profound sense of melancholy washed over him. Reminiscent of the phrase the winds howl and the waters grow cold, brave warriors depart, never to return. Had he not traversed into the body of Frieza, but instead transformed into any one of those earthlings, what would the circumstances have been without the aid of a system? Contemplating this, it seems that becoming Frieza and losing certain pleasures is not entirely unacceptable. Alas, he might as well observe the unfolding events. Androids 16, 17, and 18 are poised to make their appearance soon, and with the likes of androids 19 and 20 growing significantly stronger, one can only wonder how formidable the others will be. And Cell is from the future, so his combat prowess should remain consistent. Otherwise, he would have to resort to his transformation. As for Gohan, he can cool his heels, someone with a modicum of strength who revels in his prowess, ultimately leading to his father's demise. What a wretched creature. In his previous life, Frieza found himself infuriated by the events of Dragon Ball, particularly the moment when Gohan inadvertently caused the demise of his own father. Even in his current incarnation as Frieza, he refrains from overtly assuming the role of a villain. Villains invariably meet with grim fates. It is far more gratifying and liberating to embody a character that straddles the line between good and evil, operating clandestinely without detection. Sensing the energy emanating from Android 20, Frieza vanished from his location in an instant. Due to unforeseen circumstances, Dr. Gero had already returned to his base. And upon Frieza's arrival, he had activated the dormant capsules of Android 17 and Android 18. Frieza lowered his energy to the bare minimum, ensuring that Dr. Gero and his associates remained undisturbed. After casting a brief glance at Android 17 and 18, he proceeded deeper into the subterranean realm. Android 17, a dashing 17-year-old youth, exuded an air of cool arrogance, with an energy level of 900 million. Android 18, a twin born slightly earlier, thus serving as 17's elder sister, possessed a cascade of light golden hair and a visage as smooth as silk, free of any blemish. Her physique was remarkably well-proportioned, not overly grand, yet perfectly suited for control, with an energy level of 800 million. As Frieza surveyed the shattered incubation chamber before him, he sensed an unforeseen development unfolding. For on the ground lay a hole, approximately 30 centimeters in diameter, strikingly reminiscent of the size of a certain future being. Chapter 47, The Unconventional Androids Boom. Perhaps it was mere coincidence, but the location where Vegeta descended happened to be precisely at the entrance of Dr. Gero's laboratory. The force of Frieza's kick is evident from the mountains that have been demolished in its wake, while Vegeta himself remains unscathed, after all. A Super Saiyan can endure such an impact. Those within the laboratory are not so fortunate. They may not have suffered severe injuries, yet they find themselves entombed alive. It is not solely androids 17 and 18 who share this fate. Frieza, buried deeper still, faces a similar predicament. As for Dr. Gero, transformed into Android 20, he remains unchanged in his grim destiny, having been slain by Android 17. The only silver lining is that he is now buried, spared from the fear of his corpse lying exposed in the wilderness. Boom, boom, crash. Android 17 emerges from the depths, carrying an enormous sleep pod, accompanied by the girl. Android 18. The third explosion, caused by Frieza's uproar, obliterates the entire mountain. Surrounded by a swirling aura of purple energy, Frieza hovers in the air. His expression one of displeasure. The indignity of being buried alive is an affront to his pride, albeit the physical harm is minimal. Upon witnessing Vegeta rising from the earth, shaking off the dirt, Frieza instantly comprehends the situation. This is indeed an awkward turn of events, an extraordinary stroke of luck. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Soon, Dai and others arrive on the scene. Dai, in particular, is consumed by rage upon seeing androids 17 and 18. Unlike Vegeta and Bulma, however, he maintains his composure, gently placing Bulma down and cradling little Dai in her arms. Android 17. Android 18. Prepare to meet your demise. With a roar, Dai's power surges to 300 million. His fury amplifying his strength. Confidence surging, he charges towards Android 17. Whoosh. Bang. Arc. Dai's misfortune seems far from over, as he foolishly provokes Android 17's power of 900 million. The outcome is all but predetermined. This time, rather than disappearing into the sky, he is caught by Gohan. This is impossible. Android 17 cannot be this strong. I should be able to match him. There is no such impossibility. Even previous androids could defeat you with just one hand. Vegeta harbors disappointment towards his future son, while power can be honed through training. A lack of intellect poses a far graver challenge. Contemplating the absence of any immediate solution to remedy this deficiency, Vegeta resolves to engage the androids in combat first. As for the fact that he was just kicked away by Frieza, he conveniently chooses to forget that moment. You are androids 17 and 18, are you not? Let us engage in battle. I refuse. So do I. At this moment, number 17 had opened the stasis pod labeled number 16, from which emerged an exceedingly tall man, or perhaps more aptly described as a robot resembling a male figure. Remarkably, he was constructed entirely of metal. If Dr. Gero possessed such capabilities, why then did he feel the need to modify us? Number 18 tapped gently on number 16's arm, eliciting a metallic clink that sparked her curiosity. Originally, numbers 17 and 18 were merely ordinary humans, yet they had been selected by Dr. Gero for transformation into artificial beings. Although they still retained their humanity, they were now imbued with nanotechnology that altered their thoughts, as well as equipped with emergency shutdown and self-destruction mechanisms. Most crucially, the process of their transformation had been akin to a living hell. Otherwise, why would they harbor such deep-seated hatred towards Dr. Gero? Why would they refuse to engage with me? Were they not created to eradicate humanity? Number 17 lifted his gaze towards the distant Vegeta and inquired with confusion. Who informed you that we were to annihilate humanity? We are humans ourselves. Oh, you refer to Dr. Gero, do you? His directives for us do not include the extermination of humanity. I detest Dr. Gero's assignments. He even tasked me with pursuing Bulma. Humph, you are a man. Is it so difficult to court a beautiful woman? As for me, I was commanded to seduce Son Goku and bring about his family's ruin. Damn that old fool and his wretched tasks. The wind continued to blow, leaving everyone present astounded by the revelations of numbers 17 and 18. Bulma's heart fluttered momentarily. Yet she feigned ignorance and focused intently on examining the condition of Dend. Gohan pointed to himself and then turned to Piccolo, saying, Uncle Piccolo, did that female android just say she intends to tear my family apart? To separate my dad and mom? Piccolo, filled with compassion, tenderly ruffled Gohan's hair and closed his eyes in resignation. If we are not imagining things, then you heard correctly. But do not worry, Gohan. Uncle Piccolo will not abandon you. Such words seemed to imply that number 18 had already succeeded in her mission, as if Goku and Chi-Chi had already been estranged. In that moment, Frieza was left utterly petrified. Had the narrative truly taken such a bizarre turn? What lay ahead was not a battle, but rather a youthful romance drama. Perhaps a tale of a homewrecker? How utterly absurd. Yet, everyone seemed to overlook that if anyone were to feel enraged in this scenario, it would undoubtedly be Vegeta. He had been publicly scorned, and was being urged to pursue his own woman, as if he were to be cuckolded. Den stood frozen in shock, his mind racing with a torrent of thoughts. I must leave this timeline. It does not belong to me. I want to go. I want to find my mother. However, did you think this was the end? Not at all. Number 18 first compared her height with number 16, and then asked, "Big guy, what is your mission?" On the 16th, with pure eyes gazing at the sky, a drop of oil-like tear fell. My mission is to film a movie. Only when my popularity surpasses that of Optimus Prime can I be accompanied by the beloved little creatures. The wind continued to howl, and the plot galloped down a twisted path. Bang! A time-traveling machine appeared, and Deet, with a face full of despair, was about to flee. Bang! The time machine transformed back into a capsule, this time not by Frieza's hand, but by Bulma's quick reflexes. Do not rush away. Although this timeline has undergone unacceptable changes, your future has not altered. You must grow stronger to rescue the devastated future. Deet was taken aback. His mother's words resonated with such wisdom that he found himself speechless. To prevent you from succumbing to your father's training, I will safeguard this capsule. When your father acknowledges you, and you feel capable of overcoming the future androids, I shall return the time machine to you. Mother. Deet was moved to tears by Bulma's heartfelt words, kneeling before her. In this world, only a mother truly cherishes her child. Oh ho ho ho, Bulma. You merely wish to admire the physique of your future son and see how popular he is with the girls, don't you? Deet froze, instinctively raising his gaze to his mother, only to find Bulma's eyes darting away, her face flushed with the embarrassment of being seen through. Deet was on the verge of a breakdown. Chapter 48, a Dragon Ball rendition of anxiety for everyone. Whether Deet breaks down or not, Vegeta is uninterested and lacks the leisure to care. He is of an age where independence is expected. Vegeta's current ire stems from being disregarded. First, his challenge to battle was declined, and then right before him, the intention to pursue his woman was voiced. Although Bulma feigned ignorance, this was intolerable for Vegeta. Did he not perceive that Bulma's heart raced and her cheeks flushed the moment? Roar! Vegeta's golden energy surged with unprecedented strength. Filled with a mix of embarrassment and anger, he erupted. His power level soared by a staggering 200 million, instantly reaching 800 million, astonishing even Frieza. This Saiyan is off the charts. Bang! Vegeta's punch struck 17's chest, although blocked by 17's arms. The immense force still caused the ground behind him to crack and crumble. Frieza's gaze sharpened, channeling his divine power deep into the ground, reinforcing the earth as much as possible. Once the battle commenced, all attention returned. Even the great turtle dove watched the fierce clash between Vegeta and Android 17 with palpable tension. Android 17, reluctant to engage, had already discerned his mission objective. The fact that his opponent had already fathered children was irrelevant to him. His sole focus was on completing his task, which would lead to the permanent deactivation of the devices within him. He had no choice. Just as Vegeta relentlessly unleashed his fury upon him, 17 found himself with no alternative but to defend and counterattack with all his might. Despite the staggering difference of 100 million in battle power between 800 million and 900 million, combat is not solely dictated by raw strength. Especially with Vegeta's unpredictable appearances in astonishing locations, which left 17 in a state of vexation. He had endured numerous blows, collapsing one mountain after another, leaving the ground riddled with varying depths of craters. His attire lay tattered, and a gash marred his face. Touching the wound, 17's anger ignited. He still needed this handsome visage to win over Bulma. A scar could significantly hinder his endeavors and jeopardize his mission. Vegeta, you seek your doom. With a surge of energy, a transparent barrier materialized, intercepting Vegeta's kick aimed from behind, a direct manifestation of the Dragon Tail technique. Driven to desperation, 17 activated his energy shield, a life-saving skill he could utilize only thrice in a day. Bang! Boom, 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 boom. Vegeta was caught off guard by this kick. His usual teleportation technique, which always proved effective against Frieza, was unexpectedly thwarted by this dandy. After shattering several mountains, Vegeta finally managed to dissipate the force of 17's strike, his fury boiling over. You bastard! You bastard! I am the prince of the Saiyans. How dare you covet my woman? I shall make you incapable of being a man. Frieza seemed to hear the background music that typically accompanies battles in Dragon Ball. Dun 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 dun. Dun dun dun. Dun dun. Dun dun. Dun dun dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Ah, Chi-Chi. Goku has stabilized, right? Oh, understood. A bead of sweat appeared on Frieza's forehead, and to his astonishment, it was the ringtone of Bulma's phone. The encounter was as absurd as a plow meeting a musical staff. How ludicrous. Bang, bang, bang. With a sudden impact, Vegeta received a headbutt from Android 17. And in perfect synchrony, both clutched their heads and crouched down to the ground. Ultimately, Vegeta's resilience prevailed. He clenched his fists against his waist, slightly bent his knees, and opened his mouth wide to unleash a frantic roar. Ah! Thud! Thud! Once more, Vegeta unleashed his Super Saiyan muscle form. His muscles swelling to an immense and formidable size, leaving Bulma in awe. If only the bump on Vegeta's head were absent, he would have appeared even more formidable. As it stood, it added a touch of comedic effect. Uffed. Frieza could not suppress a chuckle. He was uncertain why his sense of humor had become increasingly juvenile. However, the sight of Vegeta undeniably elicited laughter. In his muscular form, Vegeta's combat power surged to an astonishing 1.2 billion, a truly terrifying figure. Recognizing the inadequacy of his speed in this state, Vegeta decisively employed instant transmission. He executed a low kick aimed squarely at Android 17, harboring the resolute intent to shatter his adversary. Completely unprepared, 17's mind lingered in a hazy stupor. Both he and Android 18 possessed eternal energy, rendering them immune to fatigue over prolonged battles. Nonetheless, they were not devoid of pain. Thus, when Vegeta appeared suddenly, 17 failed to mount any effective defense, merely reflexively tightening his legs in a futile gesture. If he were facing an opponent of comparable strength, this maneuver might have proven useful. However, in the face of the enraged, power-enhanced Vegeta, such instinctive defense appeared woefully inadequate. Android 18 had already covered her eyes, able to envision the catastrophic outcome. In that moment, rather than contemplating how to rescue 17, her thoughts drifted to the grim realization that he would likely never complete his mission. Among Vegeta's allies, only Frieza possessed the capacity to avert this impending disaster. Yet, why would he intervene? Having transcended his biological traits, Frieza yearned for everyone to share in his existence. Thus, rather than impede Vegeta's actions, he gleaned much from the experience, pondering that he could employ such a kick against anyone he found displeasing in the future. Behold Vegeta's kick. Its angle, force, and speed were impeccable, a testament to precision and brutality that captivated Frieza, bringing him immense delight. Boom. Huh, that sound was peculiar. It shouldn't have been the expected noise of an egg shattering. Had 17 been entirely obliterated? Was such violence truly necessary? As the wind rustled and the dust settled, Vegeta found himself driven into the ground by a colossal foot, his body convulsing as though he were on the brink of expiration. His head was buried in the earth, depriving him of oxygen. Roar. A magnificent golden aura erupted skyward, fueled by rage for his father. Roar. A purple energy wave surged into the heavens. Frieza was furious. He was thoroughly enjoying the spectacle when the hulking number 16 dared to disrupt the scene. Was he not intentionally seeking trouble? Whoosh. Whoosh. Both Frieza and Dor moved simultaneously. Bang. Whoosh. Clang. Dor was sent flying by Frieza's tail, and this time, even Gohan was unable to intervene. Krillin, with his hands on his forehead, lamented. Trunks truly has a short memory. How many times has he been beaten already? Tien blinked his 3 eyes and, surprisingly, extended a hand to count earnestly. The first time was when Frieza struck him from above, the second time was when he was hit by a spaceship, and the third time. Bang! Number 16 was struck in the chin by Frieza's foot, launching him into the sky. Frieza then recalled Vegeta's recent maneuver. Whoosh! A swift move appeared before number 16, delivering a kick with even greater speed and precision than Vegeta. This kick was nothing short of extraordinary, unparalleled in its execution, a veritable thunderclap. Bang! Ouch! It hurts, my foot, my foot, my foot, my foot is ruined. A Dragon Ball rendition of anxiety, presented for all to enjoy. Lyrics by Little Golden Turtle, sung by Frieza. At that moment, Tien finally uttered the next line. Including Bulma's slap, it should be 7 times, right? Poor Trunks. Bulma was seething with rage. With both hands raised, she aimed her little pepper at the 2. Trunks, shoot. Chapter 49. The Comedy of Errors comes to a close. The shadow kick is an ominous move. Vegeta used this technique and found himself buried in the ground, only saved from suffocation by Frieza's intervention. Frieza swiftly employed the same technique, resulting in severe trauma to his leg bones. Not only did he suffer injuries, but he also sang a tune that became a divine melody within the Dragon Ball universe, a song laden with anxiety. Those who executed this technique paid a heavy price. But what of those who nearly or already experienced its effects? Number 17 maintained a half-squat posture with his knees tightly pressed together. Beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead, a reaction born out of sheer fright. In contrast, number 16 possessed an exceptionally resilient physique. Yet he too was subjected to a painful blow, resulting in a yellowish liquid, likely oil, spilling forth. With a combat power of 1.2 billion. He too felt the pangs of discomfort. Fortunately, he lacked certain anatomical features, thus avoiding the misfortune of suffering any grievous harm. Nonetheless, he still bore a significant burden. As without someone to mend his wounds, he would inevitably succumb to the fate of becoming mere scrap metal due to the depletion of his oil. Please, save me. Miss Bulma, you are the embodiment of wisdom, kindness, beauty, nobility, elegance, grace, and virtue on this planet. In light of my transgressions against your partner, and considering I too am a product of technology, I implore you to assist in sealing this oil leak. Miss Bulma, I beseech you to come to his aid. At most, I shall refrain from pursuing you for the time being. After all, I shall not age, and you are still youthful. Whenever you find Vegeta lacking, I would be more than willing to prove my worth. Frieza no longer complained of foot pain, and Vegeta ceased to gulp fresh air. Both were utterly astonished by the shamelessness of these two androids. However, do you believe this marks the end? No, there exists an even greater audacity. Indeed, Miss Bulma may indulge in casual flirtations with my brother, and I too can engage in playful antics with Son Goku. This is perfectly reasonable. By the way, is Goku's household in dire financial straits? What if I were to rob a bank to treat Goku for a night? Ha ha ha. Piccolo and Gohan were somewhat perplexed. Yet Tien, Krillin, Vegeta, and Bulma, even Frieza, could comprehend the jest. Daite remarked, if future androids were assigned such trivial tasks, there would be no complications. Suddenly, a luminist appeared swiftly from behind the crowd, radiating golden light. Could it be that fortune had descended upon Android 18? With keen vision, Piccolo recognized the golden light's source from afar and exclaimed, isn't that Trunks? This time, didn't he collide with anything? Has he circled the earth and returned? Little Tay joyfully shouted, oh, a hug. Bulma's expression darkened, and she prepared to let Piccolo experience the wrath of a child's urine once more. Piccolo hastily took flight, having just been doused in it, now feeling utterly uncomfortable. As a member of the demon race, he had an aversion to such things. Who doesn't he know that a child's urine wards off evil spirits? That recent splash had cost him 100 points of combat power. He would need to throw several punches to regain it. Stop right there. Daite was indeed a peculiar being, even after being knocked unconscious by Frieza. He maintained his Super Saiyan form. It wasn't until Piccolo tucked him under his arm, exposing him to an unbearable stench, that Daite groggily awakened. Let me go? Let me go? Please, I beg you to release me. Daite was on the verge of collapse, and upon touching solid ground, he began to retch uncontrollably. Piccolo rubbed his nose and explained to the others, it's nothing serious, he just fainted. A little vomiting will set him right. The crowd collapsed in laughter. Not far away, behind a stone, a pair of exceedingly malevolent eyes observed them before once again burrowing into the ground. Frieza cast a fleeting glance in that direction, perceiving nothing noteworthy. Moments earlier, he sensed the gaze of another upon him, but by the time he turned to investigate, that sensation had evaporated. The power level he had detected was a mere 8 points, only slightly superior to the weakest of warriors. Perhaps it was some sort of beast, he dismissed the thought. Observing the trio, androids 16, 17, and 18, it was evident they were neither the malevolent figures from the future nor the mere adversaries focused solely on defeating Goku as depicted in the original narrative. Their mission was rather peculiar, yet fundamentally, they posed no threat to others. This realization rendered the Dragon Ball warriors devoid of any justification for their battle cries, and Frieza, too, had no inclination to engage the only formidable opponent present, boasting a power level of 12 billion. For him, inflicting pain upon himself while attempting to vanquish a foe was not a strategy he would entertain. He would not partake in such folly. After consuming a Senzabine, his injuries vanished instantaneously. In a swift motion, Frieza teleported away without a backward glance. He pondered that a chat with the Supreme Kai, Shin, while playing a game of Go, and perhaps imparting a lesson to Kid, would be far more enjoyable. Additionally, he harbored a desire to test the Supreme Kai's sword. In the original tale, Gohan, despite a decline in his strength, hovering around 17 billion, was still able to draw forth the Supreme Kai's sword, with his current power exceeding 15 billion. There was no reason he should be unable to do the same. Frieza has departed, yet the situation still demands a resolution. Bulma was the first to break the silence. I can assist with repairing Android 16, and Android 18 is welcome to stay at my home for a while. However, as for the 17th, it would be prudent for you to keep your distance from me. The mention of the 17th ignited a fiery glare from Vegeta, prompting Bulma to hastily amend her statement. In truth, Bulma perceived these two individuals as mere children. She believed that a rational discussion about life might persuade them to abandon their mission. Suddenly, Krillin interjected, "Bulma, could we possibly enlist the dragon's aid to restore them to their human forms, or at the very least, to deactivate the devices controlling them?" Gohan's eyes sparkled with realization, for he was a quick thinker and an academic prodigy. "Indeed, Aunt Bulma, you have already gathered the Dragon Balls, haven't you? We could wish for them to have completed their mission." Surprisingly, this was quite an astute suggestion. For the sake of Earth's peace, familial harmony, to alleviate the pursuit of a married woman by a well-meaning young man, and to rescue a girl striving to offer Goku support, Bulma made her decision, ignoring Vegeta's glare. She raised her hand decisively and declared, "Everyone, return to West City with me. I shall request the dragon to resolve these issues." Vegeta was visibly displeased. Recalling how he had been bested by a mere robot left him feeling humiliated, and now Bulma was taking charge, which further fueled his ire. With a contemptuous snort, he cast a menacing glance at Android 16 before vanishing in a flash. Android 18, however, paid no heed to Vegeta's sentiments and readily agreed with Bulma's proposal, even planting a kiss on Krillin, the first to suggest this course of action. Instantly, Krillin's face flushed crimson. Instinctively, he clasped his hands together and began to mutter a prayer, only to be startled into action. In a sudden reflex, Krillin swung his left hand towards his right. Shenron, witnessing this scene, promptly retreated several hundred meters away from Krillin. A tragic episode unfolded. As he aimed to strike his right hand, the latter instinctively dodged, resulting in a resounding snap that echoed sharply. The sound was notably crisp and vibrant. Upon closer inspection, Krillin recognized a familiar and stunning beauty. With a louder smack, Krillin was sent flying by Android 18, crashing directly into Shennon's arms. Tion's 3 eyes widened in shock, blood vessels straining. How could he have retreated so far yet still failed to escape? "Yamcha, where are you? This should be your responsibility." Zoom. Ding. "Uncle Krillin. Uncle Shenron. I'm coming to save you." Gohan, with his innocent exuberance, was the first to rush forward, determined to prevent the two from spiraling around the earth. Vic sighed deeply and then took flight. Date looked at Shout, their eyes locked in a silent exchange. "Hi. Oh, come here for a hug." Chapter 50, A New Crisis. Who is Earth's savior? Date gazed at the pleading Shout, his emotions a tangled web. Embracing oneself felt rather peculiar. His father all right? Date had lost his father during infancy and was entirely unaware of the man his father was. All he knew came from the narratives told by his future mother, Bulma. He was aware that Vegeta was immensely proud and fiercely competitive. Although Vegeta did not suffer defeat at the hands of the delicate Android 18 as depicted in the original tale, and even managed to nearly incapacitate Android 17 after his transformation, he was nonetheless overpowered by a robot. While there was an element of ambush involved, a loss is still a loss. When Vegeta departed moments ago, the resentment and fury in his eyes were palpable to anyone observing. As a man himself, Date could sense the deep-seated bitterness Vegeta harbored, directed towards none other than Frieza. Date could not comprehend why this timeline had spiraled into chaos. He firmly believed his presence was not the catalyst for such turmoil. When he first arrived, Frieza was already on Earth, possessing a terrifying level of power. Trunks, don't overthink it. Your father is indeed a proud man, but he is also incredibly resilient. Nothing can break him. Trust me, Vegeta will recover swiftly. As Bulma, Vegeta's wife, she may not have held a wedding ceremony or obtained a marriage certificate, yet this in no way diminished her understanding of Vegeta. Proud, that was in the past. The current Vegeta embodies pride without loneliness. His royal lineage instills a sense of pride that ordinary individuals cannot fathom, and he will demonstrate through his actions that he is indeed the strongest. Mom, may I go check on Dad? However, Bulma shook her head firmly, speaking earnestly. Trust your mother, do not go. Let him have some time to cool off. Let us return home. You're quite dirty, and girls don't fancy that. Date felt his face flush crimson. Both his young mother and future mother had such a peculiar sense of propriety. Thus, Date, with Shout perched on his neck, one hand steadying him and the other cradling his young mother, soared towards their home in West City, followed closely by the three androids. Occasionally, Date glanced back at the androids, still struggling to accept the vast disparity in capabilities between the androids of this timeline and those from the future. It was utterly absurd. Upon returning home, everyone was astonished to find Vegeta already standing in the yard. If you make even the slightest wrong move, I will obliterate you without hesitation. That includes you, big guy. If Frieza could defeat you, I am equally capable. Having spoken, Vegeta did not await the responses of those present, but instead strode directly into the gravity chamber. He refrained from standing atop the mountain in solitary meditation as depicted in the original narrative. After all, the recent blow was not one that he found insurmountable. Observing the absence of Trunks, he remarked, "Your father is indeed a remarkably attentive individual. Has he always cared for us this much?" Daz, moved by the revelation, finally began to believe his future mother's words. "Your father truly values us," he exclaimed. "Trunks, come to the gravity chamber at once. Have you been playing in the mud all these years?" Vegeta's furious voice echoed from within. "To confront the future androids, you must rely solely on yourself. Your father shall train you rigorously. How can my son, Bulma's child, be inferior to that son Gohan, the heir to the treasure?" Daz nodded vigorously, gently lowering the reluctant little Trunks into Bulma's embrace. "Yes." With that, Daz dashed toward the gravity chamber, glancing back at the three androids before shutting the door. Noticing their expressions were devoid of hostility, he finally closed the chamber's entrance. "Everyone follow me. Little Chong, take Android 16 to the lab for a structural assessment," Bulma commanded, ushering the androids into her home while instructing a household robot. Android 16 followed the robot, his hands awkwardly covering his groin as oil began to seep through. Under Bulma's guidance, Androids 17 and 18 first proceeded to the bathing area to cleanse themselves. After all, Bulma's bathing facility was ample enough to accommodate both genders comfortably. With appropriate partitions in place, "There are some clothes over there. Feel free to choose whatever you like." As the world's richest individual, Bulma had an abundance of high-end garments. After expressing their gratitude, Androids 17 and 18 entered the bathing area. Bulma approached a safe, inputting a code to unlock it, revealing the shimmering Dragon Balls, 7 in total. The Dragon Balls had essentially become a closely guarded secret of Bulma's household, a fact that the Supreme Kai could only observe from a distance. He would never dare to cause trouble in Bulma's abode. It was not a matter of maintaining fairness. It was akin to an old immortal consuming poison, lamenting the length of his life. Within the gravity chamber, Trunks struggled under the weight of 300 times the normal gravity, finding it somewhat arduous as he had yet to acclimate. No transforming into a Super Saiyan. You must navigate this environment with ease in your base form, moving with the swiftness of the wind. Vegeta admonished, his disappointment palpable. "Your foundation is utterly disheartening. The mere ability to transform is a miracle." "I'm sorry," Daz muttered. His head bowed, offering no resistance to his father's scolding. "Lift your head. I, Vegeta, your father, demand that my son possess the pride of a Saiyan. I am a prince, and so are you. The pride of a Saiyan prince does not permit you to lower your gaze." Yes, in the heart of Bao Mountain, Sun Wukong had ceased to suffer. Upon the arrival of Son Gohan, Piccolo, Tien, and Krillin, the sound of Sun Wukong's gentle snoring filled the air, bringing a collective sigh of relief from everyone present. As long as Sun Wukong was unharmed, they believed the Earth was safe. With the artificial beings now confirmed to be harmless, what could be more pressing than Sun Wukong's ailment? Indeed, there was something. At that moment, the deity in the celestial palace furrowed his brow. Just moments ago, a creature had ambushed the residents of a small town, leaving them completely vanished, with only their scattered garments remaining. This revelation struck the deity, for the creature's growth was astonishing, and its aura exuded an overwhelming malevolence, causing beads of sweat to form on his aged visage. Bobo stood by the old deity, his expression as tranquil as a still pond, as if no event could disturb his emotional equilibrium. "Bobo, I sense an impending catastrophe for Earth. This feeling is intensely strong. Perhaps this time I may truly depart." Bobo's gaze finally shifted, revealing a flicker of compassion. "Deity, you will be all right. With Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and the now considerably stronger Piccolo on Earth, they will safeguard it." The deity's attention turned to another scene, where individuals were vanishing at an astonishing pace, leaving onlookers in utter disbelief. "Let us hope so, but my intuition is powerful. This time, not even Piccolo, nor Sun Wukong or Vegeta, may be able to vanquish this evil. Perhaps Frieza could." Yet, he is not on Earth now. Who knows if he can return in time? Bobo's eyes flickered with a rare intensity, indicating a significant emotional shift. He will. Frieza possesses a spark of goodness. He is not as malevolent as the Kai claims. Frieza embodies both righteousness and wickedness yet maintains his own principles. Moreover, I can sense that he is genuinely protecting Earth. He has previously reinforced the geographical properties of the combat zone. Frieza can save the Earth. The deity regarded Bobo with curiosity, for it was the first time he had spoken so extensively. Let us hope so. Where exactly is Frieza now? Chapter 51. The pain of 360 strikes. Where is Frieza? He is in the realm of the Supreme Kai, sipping tea brewed by Kid Buu, engaged in a fierce battle with Supreme Kai Shin. The chessboard is nearly full, yet the outcome remains undetermined. Frieza's countenance was fearsome, while the King Kai, Shin, wore a gaze that drifted aimlessly. Kid stood at a distance, fervently wiping the cold sweat from his brow. He was genuinely apprehensive that if Frieza were to emerge victorious again, he would unleash his wrath upon him. He had endured enough. Each encounter left him nearly lifeless. The pain was all too real. Ho ho ho. Kid, come here for a moment. I promise I won't strike you this time. Kid's eyes lit up. Could it be that King Kai Shin had finally shown compassion for his servant and intentionally conceded to Frieza? With eagerness, Kid scampered over, showering congratulations on Frieza for finally securing a victory after the 361st match. Bang, whoosh, boom, ho ho ho, although I have triumphed. Why must you insist on mentioning the number of the match? I genuinely had no intention of striking you this time, Shin remarked. Kid, oh, he has already fainted. Shin, I have heard there exists a King Kai sword in the sacred land, one that no King Kai has been able to draw out throughout the ages. Chirp, chirp. Kid's ears twitched. Boom. It was uncertain whether Kid had endured too many beatings, thereby increasing his resilience, or Frieza's mention of the King Kai sword had stirred his excitement, but he miraculously revived instantly. Frieza, you absolutely must not lay a finger on the King Kai sword. It is a treasure of the King Kai realm. Smack. Once again, silence enveloped the surroundings. As he repositioned himself before King Kai Shin, Frieza gazed down with an overwhelming superiority. This was the essence of dominance. King Kai Shin awkwardly wiped the sweat from his forehead. Strangely, Shin felt a twinge of gratitude towards Frieza for sparing his dignity each time he faced defeat. Frieza only vented his frustrations on Kid, never once directing his ire at Shin himself. The King Kai sword existed, but it was embedded in the hardest stone of the King Kai realm, making its extraction exceedingly difficult. As you mentioned, no previous King Kai has succeeded in drawing it out. It is said that the one who can accomplish this will become the strongest being in the universe. Shin spoke with utmost seriousness, even exaggerating for the first time, but his intention was to dissuade Frieza from coveting the King Kai sword. Could Frieza truly be deceived by him? What a jest. Enough of this chatter. Take me there. I refuse to believe that I cannot even engage with women, let alone wield a mere scrap of metal. Sure, and seethed with anger, Frieza had the audacity to compare the Supreme Kai sword to worthless scrap and belittle it alongside women. This was an affront too great to bear. Casting a glance at Kid, he pondered whether he would remain unconscious for a while longer. Frieza, I demand a one-on-one confrontation with you. A cruel smile crept upon Frieza's lips, and his already small eyes narrowed, exuding an even more menacing aura. That expression sent a shiver down Shin's spine, causing him to retreat 3 steps in fright. I grant you a chance to reorganize your words. Shin steadied himself. He had long acknowledged the disparity between them. Ultimately, he realized he could never wield the same power over Kid as Frieza did. Frieza, if you possess the courage, let me face you with both hands and feet. Frieza was momentarily taken aback. This Shin was utterly shameless. I shall grant you your wish. However, should you lose, you must lead me to the King Kai sword. Had the King Kai's realm not been so vast, Frieza would never have allowed Shin to escort him. For the task of locating a sword that merely protruded from its sheath on such an expansive and barren planet would have proven exceedingly troublesome. With a swift motion, Frieza propelled himself forward like a cannonball, boasting an astounding battle power of 1.6 billion, charging straight at Shin. Indeed, it was 1.6 billion. After delivering a kick to number 16 and playing a couple of rounds of Go over the course of 2 days, his power had surged by 100 million. Shin felt as though he were facing a formidable adversary. Frieza's speed was so astonishing that he could scarcely perceive his opponent's form. It was quite exasperating. The King Kai may have had his own frustrations, and Frieza was well aware of that sensation. Even in the absence of such, Frieza could certainly impart that experience to him. After all, number 16 had his own share of frustrations, yet he too had tasted the bitterness of defeat. Frieza's third appendage struck with ferocity, that elongated tail forcefully lashing against Xian. Despite Xian's meticulous preparations for defense, the disparity in combat power was insurmountable. A staggering difference of 800 million, indeed, a complete doubling. Undoubtedly, Xian was sent sprawling through the air, his consciousness already beginning to waver in the midst of the flight. Frieza, having finally encountered a legitimate opportunity to strike Shenron, could not simply allow him to succumb to unconsciousness so easily. After 361 rounds of chess, he had triumphed in the final game. With a mere flick of his finger, a strand of verdant restorative energy enveloped Shenron, instantly reviving him. I'm perfectly fine. Frieza's abilities are rather limited, aren't they? Frieza, meet your demise, for you are merely a facade of strength. Slap. Once again, Shen fell into a state of disorientation, engulfed by another strand of vibrant green restorative energy. Come on, Frieza, give it your all. Slap. After 36 encounters, Frieza was panting heavily, simultaneously delivering blows and rendering aid. It was utterly inhumane. At this moment, Shen had regained his senses, realizing he was being struck and saved by Frieza repeatedly. This fiend was toying with him. How outrageous. Frieza, after 360 attempts, and this is only your count? Is that all the vigor you possess? Frieza's gaze hardened with fierce determination. Suddenly, a magical bean materialized, which he savagely bit into several times before swallowing. The frail state he had been in vanished instantaneously, restoring him to full vitality. Today, if I do not make you question your existence, I shall not bear the name Frieza. Crack. Once more. Crack. Again. Crack, crack, crack. After 300 strikes, Frieza had consumed 8 magical beans. The light had faded from Xian's eyes. The once mechanical cries for more had finally succumbed to defeat. No. No more. Crack. Including that last one, there are still 59 left. You brought this upon yourself, denying me the use of hands and feet, and granting no gender to your ice race during its creation. Boom, boom, boom. Xian, as for the ice race, I still do not know where I stand. I refuse to be blamed for this. In the realm of the King of Worlds, today marked the darkest day in history, with endless wails of despair echoing throughout. Kid had long been awakened by fear, yet he dared not move or speak. He feared not only Frieza but also the disgrace that might befall the King of Worlds because of him. The 360th strike. Xian, your merit is complete. Bang. Wham. Even the resilient realm of the King of Worlds bore a crater with a diameter of 10,000 meters, and at its center, the King of Worlds, Xian, truly fainted from the experience. Frieza, despite his formidable physique, found himself fatigued, primarily due to the relentless thrashing of his tail. Breathing heavily, he rubbed his tail incessantly, and after consuming his 10th senzu bean, he felt a semblance of rejuvenation, though his spirit still appeared somewhat languid. Stretching out his hand, a fruit from the tree of might materialized, possessing an unparalleled ability to mend mental exhaustion. Using it to enhance combat prowess would be an utter waste. Exhaling a deep breath, Frieza sensed a renaissance within himself. Although such battles were exhausting and the one-sided nature of pummeling others was tedious, the prolonged exertion served as an excellent form of training for him. An astounding battle power of 1.8 billion, without any systematic training. Merely venting his frustrations through combat had elevated his strength by 200 million. Piccolo would surely weep in despair. Meanwhile, Daki had already fainted in the gravity chamber. After 2 grueling days of hellish training from Vegeta, his battle power had merely reached 400 million. However, the torment and fatigue endured by Daki far surpassed that of Frieza. Father, may I please relieve myself? If you continue to strike me, I fear I shall lose control. Get lost. After finally patching up the breach left by Android 16, Bulma began to prepare for summoning the dragon, only to be startled by the commotion emanating from the gravity chamber. Chapter 52. A bunch of undisciplined beings arise. Dragon. Bulma disregarded the tumultuous father-son duo, entrusting little Trunks to Android 18, for she noted his fascination with her silky golden hair. As night fell, Daki burst from the gravity chamber, his hair disheveled and his clothing in tatters, bellowing, "Clear the way, I can't hold it any longer." A gust of wind accompanied a cacophony of flatulence. "Mortal, why summon me in such a foul environment?" The dragon, visibly unimpressed, glanced away. Bulma, feeling quite embarrassed yet unfazed, quickly dismissed the dragon's jest. "You are the dragon, and that symphony of flatulence originated from the vanished brat, not us." Android 18, cradling little Trunks with a curious expression, mused about the dragon's meat, seemingly appetizing. Ahem. Lazuli, cast aside your foolish thoughts. The dragon is here to help us remove our internal devices. Save your cravings for another time. Android 17, crossing his arms, immediately discerned his sister's thoughts and intervened. The dragon sighed. This group of summoners appears rather unorthodox. Speak your desires. I possess the power to grant any wish you may have. On the 16th, he suddenly lifted his head and, before Bulma could speak, exclaimed, My wish is for 3 more wishes. Android 17 was taken aback, and Android 18 looked stunned. Little Trunks remarked, Oh, how soft. Bulma collapsed to the ground, and a visible bead of sweat trickled down the forehead of the eternal dragon. This wish is beyond my capabilities. Android 17 immediately interjected. Then let me and Lazuli return to being ordinary humans. The eternal dragon replied, Impossible. Impossible. Can you not wish for something within my power? Good heavens. You nearly shattered my composure. Shall we start over? Everyone fell silent. Bulma finally stood up and, with a sense of deep apology, said, I'm sorry, eternal dragon. Please disregard these 3 unsophisticated bumpkins. Allow me to make this wish. The eternal dragon urged, Speak swiftly. My time is precious. Unperturbed by the dragon's tone, Bulma cleared her throat and shouted, Eternal dragon, please remove the self-destruct devices from their bodies. At last, the expressions of the 3 androids grew gravely serious. This was the best solution they could conceive. They feared the ineffectual eternal dragon would declare, That wish is impossible. This wish is quite simple. The eternal dragon's eyes glimmered, and a flash of red light erupted. Done. The wish has been granted. Farewell. Bulma immediately cried out, 17, quickly, leave all the Dragon Balls with me. Whoosh. Android 17 vanished from his spot and appeared before the dragon's colossal head. Why haven't you disappeared? He asked, gazing at the immense dragon eye, perplexed. The eternal dragon sighed, forget it, forget it. I cannot afford to provoke this. The eternal dragon vanished, and as he attempted to shoot toward the distant Dragon Balls, 17 swiftly collected them in his hands. Here, they've turned into 7 stones. I assure you, I did not swindle you. Nor do I know if it was the dragon's doing. Bulma was drenched in sweat. No worries, they will restore in a year. How are you all feeling? Bulma was primarily concerned about this question, genuinely feeling sympathy for androids 17 and 18. As for 16, being a pure robot, he fell outside her realm of empathy. Android 17 touched his lower abdomen and nodded. I feel quite well. Seeing you invigorates me. Boom. The gravity chamber exploded. Vegeta was furious, his Super Saiyan muscle mode activated. No. I was merely joking. I feel fantastic now, and the self-destruct device is gone. I couldn't be better. On the 17th day, the Great Khan harbored a profound psychological shadow from that fateful kick. Yet, I find the term rubbish quite absurd. The explosive within me has dissipated, and my mission has vanished. But I still yearn to frolic with Sun Wukong. Do you not feel the same? 17, in a fit of rage, retorted, Silence does not render you mute. Furthermore, I do not go by rubbish. Remember this. I am your brother, and my name is Lapith. Regardless of whether you refer to me as rubbish or Lapith, should you dare to flirt with my woman, you shall be rendered powerless. With a resounding crash, 17's formidable battle power of 9 billion stood no chance against the muscular form of Vegeta, whose might surpassed 12 billion. He was effortlessly sent flying, vanishing from sight in an instant. Vegeta, contemplating delivering another kick, soon realized that 17 had already disappeared. He glanced at 18, who was cradling her little Trunks, and decided to let that be. Turning his attention to the towering android 16, he noticed a large piece of steel covering his legs, instantly recalling Frieza's unsettling tune. At that moment, Vegeta's desire to fight evaporated. Have Bulma prepare another gravity chamber. Trunks requires rigorous training. With that, Vegeta placed his hands on his hips, disregarding the presence of others, and strode directly toward the bathing room. Let us not be strangers. Vegeta is simply like that, with no ill intentions. The absent 17 had yet to return, and Bulma uttered this with little conviction. 16. That unsightly mass beneath you needs some attention. It would be best to repair it at Bulma's place. As for myself, I shall visit the Baozi Mountain to check on Sun Wukong. If the opportunity arises, I shall seize it, and if not, I shall create one. Following 17's disappearance, 18 also departed. Bulma, having heard 18's departing words, felt a shiver of trepidation. What wish had been made that left everyone so disoriented? Suddenly, a handsome figure erupted from the ground, his eyes filled with resentment, scanning the surroundings. Upon discovering that Kid had yet to awaken, King Kai Shin let out a sigh of relief. With a flamboyant snap of his fingers, Shin restored himself to his most exquisite form. Ah, at last, you have chosen to awaken. Now, shall you lead me to the King Kai sword? Revive Kid. He can teleport us there. King Kai Shin finally grasped the meaning of being a wise observer of the times, though the realization came at a rather grim cost. Frieza did not intend to rescue Kid. He merely floated in place and remarked, "If you continue to sleep, then you shall never awaken." With a sudden perk, Kid's ears stood upright, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared clean and pristine behind Shin. Lord Supreme Kai, I assure you I have only just awakened. The corners of Supreme Kai Shin's mouth twitched, and tears glimmered in his eyes. How could I, the illustrious Supreme Kai, have forgotten that Frieza possesses a tail? Enough of this nonsense. Swiftly lead us to the Supreme Kai sword. You two have wasted an inordinate amount of my time. Kid, terrified by Frieza's narrowed eyes, nearly lost control of himself and hastily grasped Shin's shoulders before vanishing in an instant. Frieza, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, "Have you forgotten about me?" Whoosh. Frieza, in a fit of rage, instantaneously transported himself to Kid's location, only to find that neither Kid nor Shin were present. Meanwhile, Kid and Shin had returned to Frieza's previous location, yet they too found him absent. Then, Frieza, filled with indignation, declared, "I refuse to believe I cannot capture you." With swift movements, he pursued his quarry. Eventually, as both Frieza and Kid were utterly exhausted, Frieza's superior skills prevailed. He delivered a decisive kick that sent Kid and Shin soaring towards a mountain peak. The impact was thunderous. "How dare you toy with me? Must you remain so obstinate and immobile?" Kid felt a sense of profound injustice. He knew he could not afford to cease his pursuit of Frieza. Pausing would undoubtedly result in a beating that would render him utterly incapable of self-sufficiency. Moreover, why could Frieza not simply remain stationary and await his arrival? The injustice weighed heavily upon him. Chapter 53. Do you intend to insert, or not? Upon an inconspicuous mountain pillar, the hilt of a sword protruded. Surrounded by three figures, none other than Frieza and the god of the Kais along with his attendant. The god of the Kais maintained his charming demeanor, while Kid bore a considerable bump upon his forehead. A healer who could mend anyone but himself, Kid shared Frieza's inability to heal his own wounds. And yet he lacked the courage to request Frieza's assistance. The frustration was palpable. Is this indeed the sword of the god of the Kais? It resembles its depiction in the original tale, but only the hilt is visible, with no means to grasp it fully. However, it was not entirely impossible to grasp. At least with 2 fingers, one could still manage to hold it. Ah! Frieza let out a sudden, eerie shriek, causing Kid to tumble down from the stone pillar in fright, while Shin immediately soared into the sky. Ever since their encounter with Frieza, the two had transformed into nervous wrecks, truly haunted by the psychological trauma inflicted upon them by Frieza. The earth trembled violently, and the stone pillar quaked in response. Frieza's fist struck forcefully around the hilt, as he sought a suitable point of leverage. However, to his astonishment, the impact only left a shallow imprint around the hilt, failing to yield the desired damage he had anticipated. It appeared that this stone pillar was no ordinary hardness. Frieza, having pondered upon the original narrative, often questioned why. If one could not extract the god sword, they did not simply shatter the surrounding area instead. Whether the characters in the original story contemplated this, he could not say, but he now realized that this approach was futile. The area was fortified by some form of enchantment, rendering any potential harm to the stone pillar impossible unless the god sword was withdrawn. Seeing that Frieza's intentions were merely to extract the god sword and not to unleash his fury upon him, Shin relaxed enough to offer a suggestion. Then do enlighten me. How does one extract it? Shall I attempt to pinch it out with 2 fingers? He mused, uncertain of how to articulate the situation. Should he reveal to Frieza that this predicament had only recently arisen? He feared the repercussions could leave him incapacitated. Step aside, I shall attempt the energy blade, Frieza declared. The energy blade was the very technique that had felled King Cold, and it was most famously wielded by Black Goku and Zamasu, who had even fashioned a scythe-like manifestation of the power. A humming sound filled the air. Frieza harnessed the energy within his body, conjuring a violet energy blade from his fingertips, and began to slice wildly at the stone pillar. It must be said that the seal imposed by Beerus through Whis was indeed formidable. Frieza exerted immense effort before finally carving out a small hole, just enough to grasp the hilt of his sword with both hands. Kid, come and restore my energy. The kid, apprehensive of Frieza's wrath, hesitated. Would Frieza truly be frightened? Nonsense. The kid scurried back eagerly and replenished Frieza's strength. Now, step aside. I am about to commence. With his feet firmly planted on the ground, he bent forward, gripping the sword hilt tightly, and Frieza bellowed, "Ya. Rise for me." Yet, there was no response whatsoever. Caw. It was perplexing how crows could be present in the other world. Frieza was on the verge of losing his composure. I refuse to believe that something which Goku can accomplish, I cannot. Frieza commenced his grand endeavor of fervently drawing his sword. From a distance, Xian and Kid observed, cheering him on with fervent shouts of encouragement. Go. Pull the radish. Heave ho. Pull the radish. Alas, they lamented. Oh dear, it's not budging. Frieza, muster your strength and pull the radish. Frieza was on the verge of spitting blood and fury. Oh dear, get out of here. With a swift motion, the King Kai's sword was yanked out halfway by Frieza. Shenron and Kid fell silent, their mouths agape in disbelief, their faces etched with expressions of existential doubt. No, I don't want to come out yet. It's not time. At that moment, an ancient voice resonated from the sword, leaving the three astonished. Shenron and Kid were oblivious to the identity of the voice, but Frieza recognized it instantly. Wasn't this the old King Kai who had fused with the witch from generations past? Stop your prattle. Whether you like it or not, you shall emerge today. Frieza continued to exert his strength, yet the sword relentlessly plunged into the earth. I will not emerge. Come forth, I command you. Frieza exerts his strength once more. I shall not emerge. How infuriating. My temper is flaring. Today you shall certainly reveal yourself. Roar. The third form of stellar transformation, the triple wave, has been unleashed by Frieza. In an instant, Frieza's aura surged threefold, escalating from 1.8 billion to an astounding 5.4 billion. Come forth, I command you. Ah, whoosh. The sword was drawn. Yet it slipped from my grasp. The Kaioken's sword was flung away by Frieza, its trajectory aimed directly at the Kaioshin, Zine. Zine's face turned pale with fear as he shouted, Kid. He heard it, yet feigned ignorance. This was undoubtedly a summons to his demise. He was not foolish. Thud. The Kaioken's sword pierced Zine's shoulder, propelling him at breakneck speed into the distance. His hands went numb from the force. Ha. To challenge me, do you think the tiger is merely a sickly cat? Kid, where's the sword? Frieza inquired, his dissatisfaction evident as he glanced around and found only Kid remaining. Kid swallowed hard, sensing at that moment that Frieza appeared far more divine than the Kaioshin. The 7-colored waves of energy, the resplendent starlight, nearly blinded Kid's titanium alloy eyes. Particularly that tremulous aura. To what terrifying extent had this combat power escalated? Whoosh. Frieza, please halt this sword immediately. Upon observing, Frieza exclaimed, how amusing. Shin is quite the player indeed, as he has managed to be spun around the Supreme Kai realm while impaled by the sword of the Supreme Kai. Frieza pressed both hands against Xian's back. Xian coughed up a mouthful of blood, having sustained severe injuries from the combined assault of the Kaiser's sword and Frieza's onslaught. Fear not, for I shall soon extract the sword, Frieza declared, grasping the hilt of the King Kai's sword, and with a sudden exertion of strength, he forcefully drew it forth. Do not pull it out. Alas, by this moment, Frieza had already extracted the sword. Frieza gazed at Xian in bewilderment, questioning, do you truly enjoy the sensation of being pierced? How peculiar you are. Allow me to thrust it back. No. A sudden burst of crimson erupted from Xian's shoulder, rendering his complexion even paler than before, his eyes bulging in shock. I told you, no one relishes the feeling of a blade penetrating their flesh. Very well. I shall extract it. Do not. A cry of anguish escaped Xian. Frieza, wielding the sword of the Kais, inquired of Shin, do you desire this or not? You truly are a difficult one to please. Shin fell silent, his breaths becoming shallow and scarce. Come on, Kid, show some compassion and save him. What sort of servant are you? Kid had indeed scolded Frieza 100 times over. Lord Kai, hold on, I'm coming to rescue you. At that moment, the sword of the Kais, held by Frieza, emitted a voice once more. Hurry and release me. Let me go. My sealing time has not yet expired. It is not yet time, Frieza, to be obedient, for within this sword is sealed the ancient Kaioshin, who he hopes will assist him in his endeavors. Ho. I shall release my grip now. Phew. The Kaioshin sword once again plunged into the form of Kaioshin Shin, but due to the angle, it penetrated directly into his lower abdomen this time. Ugh. Frieza, I shall fight you to the bitter end. Shin could no longer endure and prepared to unleash his fury. No, that is not the correct place. return to the previous spot. The voice of the ancient Kaioshin echoed once more from within the sword. A sinister smile graced the corners of Frieza's mouth as he grasped the hilt of the sword with a single hand. Xian was taken aback. Chapter 54. The one who should draw me is a handsome man with golden hair. Guh. Please, I beg you. Do not insert it again. Xian was truly in tears, a sight of utter disarray. Even Frieza, witnessing this scene, could not bear it and began to feel pity. Meanwhile, the old Kaioshin continued to complain about the location being incorrect, yet, to Frieza's eyes, Xian was pierced all over except for his head. Kid, save him first. Once he is rescued, we can discuss with this sword where it should be inserted. Kid was already rendered speechless by shock. He had witnessed Frieza piercing the Kaioshin Lord right before his eyes, leaving him riddled with wounds. It was fortunate that the Kaioshin Lord possessed such robust vitality. Had it been him, he would have likely succumbed long ago. With no time to ponder further, Kid placed his hand upon the Kaioshin Xian, and a series of radiant lights flickered. Finally, Xian's aura stabilized. Were it not for the countless rips in Xian's attire, one would hardly believe that just moments prior, he had been covered in gaping wounds. However, the old Kaioshin within the sword continued to yell about the wrong placement. Is he healed yet? I want to insert it. Whoosh. Xian vanished from the spot in a flash, genuinely terrified of Frieza, who appeared utterly devoid of any semblance of mercy. Frieza, you have misunderstood. The meaning of the Kaioshin sword is to insert it back into that stone pillar. Boom. Frieza unleashed a cataclysmic storm upon the stone pillars, reducing them to mere fragments. Nonchalantly, he lifted his gaze to the collapsed remnants and inquired, after all the effort to uproot them, you expect me to reinstate them? Do I not have any dignity? Besides, the pillars are in ruins. How could one possibly restore them? Xian was at a loss for words. Realizing that Frieza was acutely aware of the situation, yet chose to stab him multiple times with his words. By the way, Frieza, what is your current combat capability? Can you contend with Majin Buu? Frieza remained indifferent. He had no intention of confronting that seemingly indestructible monstrosity at this juncture. The power levels of number 16 and his allies had undergone a remarkable transformation, and who could fathom what that invincible creature would evolve into should he intervene? To ensure prudence, it was far wiser to remain grounded. Oh ho ho ho. Old Supreme Kai, cease your futile clamoring. The one who sealed you away has succumbed to slumber and will not concern themselves with your fate. At this moment, I present you with two choices. The first option entails my deliberately damaging the sword, allowing you to emerge once more. The old Supreme Kai exclaimed, Two. I choose two. The second option is for you to free yourself. The old Supreme Kai retorted, You insolent brat. You display no respect for the elderly or affection for the young. If I could extricate myself, why would I remain imprisoned? No, the timing is amiss, and the individuals are all wrong. I see no reason to emerge. Frieza found himself bewildered, questioning how time could be so misaligned and how individuals could appear so incongruous. He pondered aloud. When would the right time and the right person ever come to pass? The old Kai, filled with aspirations, remarked, The one who should be drawn from me ought to be a handsome fellow with golden hair, certainly not you, a bald and sexless entity. How dare you? You old fool. Are you aware that you have trespassed upon my taboos? Frieza erupted in fury, grasping the sword's hilt with one hand and the blade with the other, screaming in madness as the Kai sword began to warp in erratic distortions. Stop, exclaimed Xian. The Kai sword, gasped Kid, with a resounding crack. Xian and Kid stood frozen in shock. Frieza panted as he violently tossed the shattered King Kai sword onto the ground, then spat a thick gob of phlegm upon the broken blade. Old fool, come out. With a sudden bang, an elderly man materialized before him, bearing a broad face, pointed fox-like ears, pronounced bags under his eyes, a visage etched with wrinkles, a small Japanese mustache, and a mere tuft of hair atop his head. This was the ancient King Kai from 15 generations past, endowed with the unique magic to unlock a person's potential. Old man, don't be so shameless. You still expect the one with golden hair to release you? Your demands are rather excessive. Should he ride in on a rainbow cloud? Cough, cough. Now that you've appeared, it seems it is destiny. The old King Kai, with an air of nonchalance, appeared far less agitated than before, which led Frieza to suspect that the old man was merely toying with Xian through his hand. Enough with the nonsense. I know you possess the ability to unlock potential. You were drawn from me, so now, unleash that potential. Wait, Frieza, do you even know who he is? Xian was puzzled by Frieza's apparent familiarity with the King Kai sword. Before Frieza could respond, the old King Kai, filled with disappointment, began to lecture him. What kind of King Kai are you? You know nothing at all. I am the King Kai from 15 generations prior, and you, young one, have utterly disappointed me. She gaped in disbelief at the old man, stammering, the King Kai from 15 generations ago. Frieza, growing increasingly impatient, had been indulging the Supreme Kai for quite some time. He had no desire to prolong this charade any further. Otherwise, the readers would surely express their discontent. Hurry up, for my patience is finite. The old Supreme Kai, with a sigh of resignation, responded, very well, but you must promise me one thing. Frieza suddenly experienced a foreboding sense of unease. This ancient Kaioshin was indeed comparable to Master Roshi. It seems you have grasped the situation, so let us spare the need for further elaboration, shall we? The old Kaioshin's eyebrows quivered, and a mischievous grin adorned his face. Frieza was acutely aware of what the LSP was contemplating, however, with the request at hand. He had no choice but to present what he had meticulously prepared. After all, one must not be overly assertive. An incessant penchant for violence is hardly commendable. Suddenly, a plethora of magazines materialized, each adorned with images of elegantly attired young ladies, much to the delight of the old Kaioshin, who was utterly enraptured. Meanwhile, Shin and Kid were left reeling on the ground, utterly incapacitated. Excellent, excellent. Please, have a seat. I shall commence your development at once. With most of the magazines carefully tucked away, the old Kaioshin retained just one, incessantly flipping through its pages while occasionally wiping away drool. On the other hand, Frieza finally found his desires fulfilled, while the atmosphere on Earth was equally lively. Android 17 had been sent flying by Vegeta no less than 10 times. Underscoring the latter's unwavering resolve, Bulma was nearly moved to tears by this steadfast determination. Goku awoke to find himself greeted by a stunning beauty with golden locks. Yet, true to his nature, Goku disregarded the enchanting maiden, pushing her aside while exclaiming, Chi-Chi, I'm hungry. Is there food? This left Android 18 feeling quite disheartened as she rushed to the mirror, gazing at her reflection, thoroughly convinced of her unparalleled beauty. Chi-Chi had succumbed to slumber, courtesy of 18's cunning, while Gohan and Piccolo had been lured to Bulma's residence. Naturally, no one was available to respond to Goku's query. Having slept for 3 days, Goku's hunger became unbearable, prompting him to teleport in search of Vegeta, for Bulma's home was replete with culinary delights at all hours. Oh, Conan, is that you? Daz was dining with Vegeta when he suddenly heard the name Conan, causing him to choke as noodles erupted from his nostrils. Kakarot, this is my son, Trunks. Not some Conan. Goku was taken aback. No way. Has your food been enhanced with hormones? How has Trunks grown so much? Vegeta, unable to contain himself, expelled a chicken leg through his nose. As both Vegeta and Trunks busied themselves with coughing, Goku commenced a ravenous feast. Daz and Vegeta exchanged glances, both arriving at the same conclusion for the first time, that Kakarot is surely doing this on purpose. Meanwhile, in Fark City, all residents had mysteriously vanished, marking it as the 13th city on Earth to experience such a disappearance. In Beachy City, the populace had inexplicably evaporated overnight, leaving behind only scattered garments. In the Heavenly Temple, the Supreme Kai's brow furrowed deeper in concern. The situation had spiraled into an exceedingly uncontrollable state. Piccolo, come to the Heavenly Temple at once. As Piccolo was en route to Bulma's residence, he suddenly squinted his eyes and glanced at the distant sky. He was perplexed as to why the old Kai would seek him out, yet he was certain that the Kai would only do so in dire circumstances. Gohan, you proceed to Bulma's house. I shall make a trip to the Kai's temple. With a swift motion, Piccolo accelerated towards the Kai's temple, opting to fly rather than instantaneously teleport. Fortunately, his formidable combat prowess allowed him to reach the temple in no time. Chapter 55. The usurper and the attention-seeking Cell Son Wukong had indulged in a hearty meal, and Son Gohan was equally satiated. Piccolo had also arrived, and the warriors of Dragon Ball gathered in Bulma's dining area. Piccolo brought astonishing news. True malevolence did not stem from the so-called androids 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20, but from a perpetually evolving, unknown entity. Not only had the Kai conveyed the gravity of the situation to Piccolo, but the news was also being reported on television. During the time Son Wukong was finishing his meal, yet another city had reported missing individuals. Wait a moment, I know about androids 19 and 20, but who are 16, 17, and 18? The group had momentarily forgotten, as Son Wukong, due to his heart condition, was oblivious to the unfolding events. At that moment, Android 18 entered the room, cradling Chi-Chi, accompanied by Android 17, whose face bore a slight swelling, avoiding Vegeta's gaze. Chi-Chi? Mother! Sun Wukong exclaimed. Recalling that the person who had held Chi-Chi close to him upon awakening was indeed Android 18. He remembered Chi-Chi had done the same in the past, particularly during subsequent events that he found rather exhausting, more so than battling. What have you done to my mother? Son Gohan, familiar with Android 18's intentions, knew she aimed to disrupt their family. He had thought that Aunt Bulma had already made a wish with Shenron, ensuring their safety. Yet now his mother had fallen into the clutches of the wicked Android 18. Gohan felt a surge of anger rising within him, but Android 18 spoke first. Oh, Chi-Chi is fine. She is merely asleep. Listen to her breathing. Does it not sound steady? Calm down, Gohan. Your mother is unharmed. Can you please inform me what has transpired? Piccolo adeptly recounted the events, while Sun Wukong's eyes gleamed with excitement. Everyone understood that Sun Wukong became invigorated upon encountering formidable foes, and they assumed his enthusiasm was due to that. Little did they know. Hey, could you make my nights less exhausting and perhaps prepare some meals for me? The collective response was a chorus of astonished disbelief. Bulma sighed, relieved that she hadn't competed with Chi-Chi for Goku. Vegeta delivered a sharp knock on Goku's head, exclaiming, "Stop fooling around. Is it a matter of fatigue?" Goku, perplexed, replied, "Don't you feel tired? I'd rather fight." Vegeta fell silent, and at that moment, Android 18 also began to comprehend the situation. "I don't know either," Krillin interjected. "Then why did you kiss me back then?" "Stop," Bulma erupted, unable to bear the chaos any longer. The relationships had become a tangled mess. Now, let's redirect the conversation towards the monstrous entity that threatens humanity. Her authoritative shout echoed, and it was clear that Bulma's voice must be heeded, especially since they were all beneficiaries of her generosity. Goku's expression turned serious as he tightened his belt and declared, "Let's set aside the issue of fatigue for now. I understand. Let's focus on that unknown creature." In this regard, Piccolo was the most qualified to speak, so he confidently took the metaphorical microphone. Ahem. He cleared his throat. According to the Supreme Kai, this unknown creature has grown to a truly terrifying extent. And then, the group listened intently for more details. Ahem, that's all. Thud. Bulma's floor took a hit. In any case, Goku suggested, let's first locate that monster and engage it in battle. If we win, everything will be fine. And if we lose, let's just hope we survive. His straightforward yet effective approach was acknowledged, albeit with the understanding of the imminent danger. Vegeta had no objections. Instead, his gaze shifted towards Android 17. "You, stay by my side and do not dare leave my sight. I assure you, I won't miss this time." Android 17 clenched his legs, feeling a chill. He had no choice. He couldn't compete against that muscle-bound form. If it weren't for the opponent slowing down during their strikes, 17 truly felt helpless. "Can I stay close to you?" Android 18, feigning weakness, wished to approach Goku, but she lamented the chaos caused by the wretched Dr. Gero. Gohan, who was supporting his mother, suddenly erupted in anger. "No way." Goku, curious, asked, "Why, Gohan?" Gohan, at a loss for words, could only feel a deep sense of frustration. Regardless, a large group set off to confront the unknown creature that had been ambushing humanity, leaving West City with only Bulma and the still-enhancing Android 16. Oh, and Chi-Chi, who had consumed a considerable amount of sleeping pills. This brought a sense of relief to Vegeta, while Gohan felt his vigilance heightened. In a certain island city, Sheru had just devoured the entire population of the isle. Feeling as though he had acquired sufficient energy, no longer concealing his aura, he yearned to unleash his fury with a thunderous roar. The moment his energy erupted, Sun Wukong and the others immediately sensed him, rushing towards his direction. Sun Wukong arrived first, his instantaneous movement being remarkably swift. Accompanying him were Android 18 and Sun Gohan. There was no escaping the fact that Android 18 clung to Sun Wukong like glue, unwilling to let him go. Meanwhile, Sun Gohan fixated anxiously on both his father and 18, terrified of any indescribable incidents, despite his uncertainty about what could possibly occur. In his helplessness, he could only grasp Sun Wukong's other hand tightly. Vegeta and Android 17 were also rapidly approaching, and during the journey, Vegeta could no longer contain himself. Wasn't it Sun Wukong who obliterated the Red Ribbon Army? Why was your target Bulma and not Chi-Chi? Android 17 shrugged, responding with a hint of resignation. "I had no choice. The system indicated that Chi-Chi was not yet with Sun Wukong, And at that time, the woman closest to him was Bulma. Vegeta seethed with rage, feeling as though he had drawn the short straw. No, Bulma has some worth. Cursed Dr. Gero. Dr. Gero. Hey, I'm already dead. Once all the Dragon Ball warriors arrived, Gero had finally vented his anger and roared to his heart's content. Sun Wukong was the first to speak. Who are you? And why do you possess the energy of all of us? Vegeta followed suit, his tone dripping with arrogance. Why ask? Let's take him down first. Dodoria interjected. Why do you have King Frieza's aura but not mine? Piccolo glanced at the almost inconspicuous Dodoria, surprised to discover that his aura had indeed grown stronger. You're far too weak. Not worthy of notice, are you? Dodoria, enraged, pointed at Yamcha, Tien, and Krillin, exclaiming, they are even weaker than I am. I am now a man of 2 million battle power. Yamcha suffered a critical hit of 100 points, Tien received the same, while Krillin only endured a 50-point hit due to his slightly higher strength. Be quiet, you sycophant. What role do you think you play? Date crossed his arms, looking down on Dodoria with disdain. In the future world, the trash that died at the hands of his father on Namek held no appeal whatsoever. Gero was somewhat bewildered, wondering how a conflict was erupting among them. I should be the main character now, he thought. No, I must quickly reclaim the spotlight. Otherwise, what good is my howling? Coughing, he growled. Silence. I, Son Gohan, shall ensure that Dodoria receives a thorough beating from my 3 uncles. Gero, who am I? Where am I? Did you not come to find me? Why do you not look at me? Alas, I am now in my full form. Have you not discerned the source of the problem? I did not consume androids 17 and 18. Goodness, I cannot endure this any longer. Bang. Son Gohan has not transformed. Yet he has already commenced a one-sided assault on Dodoria. Cell, in a fit of rage, bellowed, do not strike him. If you must, then strike me instead. Thus, all eyes turned to Cell, including the battered Dodoria. Let us all join forces and eliminate this greasy man covered in spots. The brawl officially commenced. Chapter 56. The display of Cell's Tai Chi in the realm of the Supreme Kai. Frieza incessantly reminded himself to endure, to be steadfast. A moment's weakness could unravel grand designs. Observing the old Supreme Kai with bubbles forming on his nose, Frieza reassured himself that he was indeed awake, truly awake. He would never dare to succumb to slumber. Frieza is enduring the most excruciating torment in history, constantly resorting to psychological self-soothing. Meanwhile, on Earth, a grand spectacle unfolds. A fierce battle not against Elbu, but against Cell. Upon his arrival, Cell's combat power surged to an astonishing 5 billion in his perfect form. A fact unbeknownst to Frieza. In Frieza's absence, no one seems capable of withstanding such overwhelming strength. Goku, despite his considerable talent, consistently finds himself overshadowed by Vegeta since Frieza's emergence. Presently, Goku's combat power stands at 650 million, while Vegeta, even in a non-muscular state, boasts 800 million. Piccolo and Gohan each possess 450 million. Dabra holds 400 million. Android 17 stands at 900 million, and Android 18 at 800 million. The others, whose power levels do not exceed 1 billion, hardly warrant mention. This data starkly illustrates Goku's decline due to a heart ailment, rendering him significantly weaker. Apart from Piccolo, he can only hold his own against the younger generation. However, the most striking aspect is that he has been rescued by Android 18 on 2 occasions, to the extent that she has suffered grievous injuries in the process. Indeed, Cell is formidable, remaining unfazed amidst a group assault. He engages with the ease of a master, a sense of grandeur enveloping him as he strikes with precision. With a left hook, Dodoria vanishes. With a right hook, Tien, Yamcha, and Krillin retreat in disarray. A sweeping strike leaves Gohan incapacitated, while a single whip renders Dabra immobile. A palm thrust causes Piccolo to lose consciousness, and with a graceful flourish, Goku is left in utter defeat. In a moment of vulnerability, Android 18 collapses, clutching Goku. A careless blow sends Android 17 out of the fray. Vegeta, attempting to withstand the onslaught, transforms into his muscular state. Yet even the enhanced Vegeta is overwhelmed by Cell's superior speed. Thus, the melee concludes with Cell emerging victorious, standing amidst the fallen Z warriors with a smirk, casually remarking, I hadn't even completed my Tai Chi, and you all are already down. Dodoria, not being a Z warrior, has vanished without a trace, leaving his fate uncertain. Logically, if Yamcha survived, Dodoria might also have lived. Who can say? Such is the consequence of forcibly stealing the spotlight. And what of Android 16? Why has he not made an appearance? Once I absorb 16, I shall ascend to become the universe's most powerful ultimate being, Steel Cell. Frieza, too, has disappeared. Is he too terrified to show himself? Regardless, I am invincible now. Annihilating you would be dreadfully tedious. The essence of the Saiyan race has propelled Cell into a romantic journey, leading him to make a historic decision. I have resolved. 10 days. I grant you a span of 10 days to grow stronger, and after this period, I shall host a competition titled the Ultimate Martial Arts Tournament. Indeed. Let us refer to it as the Cell Games. With a mocking demeanor, Cell departed, thus fulfilling Goku's earlier sentiment. If one cannot prevail, at the very least, strive to survive. With fervor, he exited, leaving behind a cacophony of lamentations. Upon encountering the group, Bulma nearly lost her grip on Trunks, causing great alarm for both Vegeta and Goku, who were on the verge of cramping from the strain. Vegeta fared the worst, determined to endure, having withstood 3 rounds against Cell. It was nothing short of miraculous that he remained intact, devoid of any severed limbs. 16. Go to Master Roshi and procure the Senzu beans, gather them all. In an instant, Android 16 sprang into action, landing with such force that it cracked the ground beneath Bulma's plaza. Such mass. Surely it would fetch a handsome price as scrap metal. I shall depart at once. With that, 16 covered his groin with one hand while striking a superhero pose with the other, racing towards Korin Tower at great speed. His absence was the most prudent choice. He emitted no energy, rendering him undetectable to Cell. Yet, he wondered why he still felt the need to shield himself, despite having ceased leaking oil. It's nothing. Just a habit. It keeps me warm. 5 minutes later, 16 returned, bringing with him a large ceramic jar. All the Senzu beans are contained within. The group erupted in joy. Such a sizable jar indicated that Master Roshi had been quite generous this time. Goku was the first to rush forward and, upon opening it, was left dumbfounded. 1, 2, 4, 6, 5, 7, 3, 4, 5, 6. How can there be only 6? As Goku counted, the others began to sense something amiss. Had he not just counted to 7? Vegeta, enduring the pain of cramping, delivered a swift kick to Goku, sending him flying. You fool, you can't even count properly. 17, you take over. 1, 10, 20, 30. The group felt reassured. Surely there were dozens, right? 17 reached out, retrieving all the Senzu beans. In total, there are 10. Thud, thud, thud. Vegeta, incensed, shouted at 16, is this all there is? Why did you bring back just this tiny amount? 16. Scratching his head with one hand while still covering his groin with the other, sheepishly replied, I inquired about the Senzu beans. And he indicated they were all in this jar. I recall Miss Bulma saying to gather them all, so I brought back the entire jar. Excellent. That reasoning is flawless. The one at fault is still Kakarot. That simpleton counted to 7 and then proceeded to count 3, 4, 5, 6, truly the epitome of foolishness. Hey, shouldn't we be eating them? I'm starting to hallucinate. Krillin, barely managing to walk, staggered over to Android 18 and clung to her like a lifeless dog. Goku, how have you become so thin? Slap. Klin spun in place for a full 3,600 degrees, and this time, he truly experienced a hallucination. Klin had forgotten that both Android 17 and 18 possessed eternal energy. It wasn't that they were out of strength, but rather they understood that confronting Cell head-on was futile. To think Klin would dare to take advantage of Android 18 was akin to a bald head striking a great bell, truly a reckless endeavor. Android 18 rubbed her hands together, reflecting. This feels remarkably smooth and comfortable. This bald fellow does have his merits. Moreover, my regard for Son Goku has diminished significantly upon seeing him. Ding, 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 ding. Everyone was revived to full strength. Although there were only 10 Senzu beans, it was sufficient for everyone to share. Androids 17 and 18 needed none, and the others had consumed merely 8. Son Goku, sensing a slight increase in his battle power after his revival, found it had risen only from 650 million to 700 million. A gain perhaps less than that achieved through his own mighty roar. Hey, Bulma, prepare some golden vocal cords. I might need to roar frequently from now on. Vegeta delivered a swift kick, exclaiming, have Chi-Chi prepare you. No one is allowed within 3 meters of Bulma. Vegeta had become somewhat excessively tense due to 17's antics. Bulma felt as though she had consumed honey, sweet and delightful. At long last, the group regained their serious demeanor and began to discuss how to confront the Cell Games set to occur in 10 days. Vegeta, I know a place where one day of training equals a year. Shall we go? Son Goku recalled the hyperbolic time chamber, believing it to be the perfect time to visit. Vegeta glanced at Android 17, suppressing the urge to agree, and gritted his teeth, saying, "Not going. Unless you assist me in eliminating 17. Android 17. The group collapsed once more to the ground, in the frigid expanse of the Earth's polar regions. A pink-skinned man with 8-pack abs was laboriously crawling, tears of regret streaming from his eyes. This wretched author, I would not court disaster, you would not remember me otherwise. Yet, the author held all the power, and he could only endure. However, Frieza was unconcerned with such matters. He was on the verge of losing his composure. Chapter 57. Frieza's Return. Words to be spoken. The old Kaioshin began circling Frieza, and he endured. With each step the old Kaioshin took, bubbles formed at his heels, releasing the foot odor accumulated over countless years, and still, Frieza held his tongue. The old Kaioshin sat there, chuckling at a magazine, even snoring bubbles from his nose as he dozed off, and Frieza endured it all. This was an experience that Son Gohan had previously endured. Frieza had no reason to be unable to withstand it. However, you should never have crossed this line. That Frieza, endowed with divine power, rendered my potential development useless. So, all those hours of patience were for naught. There is a limit to endurance. Bang, whoosh, ding. The furious Frieza not only sent the old Kai flying, but also propelled both Shin and Kid, who could no longer contain their laughter, into the air. Frieza instantaneously materialized beside the old Kai, accompanying him as they soared around the Supreme Kai realm. Pray tell, what is the nature of the divine power residing within me? The old Kai, being of advanced age and having merged with the witch, was not particularly adept in combat, rendering his fighting prowess exceptionally low. As he engaged in rapid movement, he found it nearly impossible to articulate, his mouth barely able to open. Alas, after much effort, he finally managed to part his lips. Yet all that emerged were incoherent sounds, rendering his speech unintelligible. In exasperation, Frieza resorted to delivering a swift tail strike, sending the old Kai crashing to the ground. As for Shin and Kid, let them revel in their laughter and continue their flight. Cough, cough. Oh dear, my frail bones cannot withstand such antics. If you wish to play, find them instead. The old Kai remarked, somewhat apprehensively, gesturing toward Shin and Kid, who had already completed a circuit around the Supreme Kai realm. Frieza's tail struck the ground with a resounding thud, his patience having been thoroughly exhausted this time. It seems you have acquired a skill that can only be learned through divine means, thus augmenting the divine energy within you. Given the amount of divine power you currently possess, it is likely that you have become as formidable as a planetary deity. Bear witness. Frieza decisively unleashed the stellar transformation. Under the influence of the Triad Wave, not only did Frieza's combat prowess triple, but the surrounding air currents were enveloped in a layer of iridescent waves, twinkling with countless starlit sparks. Old man, is this the skill you spoke of? The old Supreme Kai was so captivated that he murmured to himself. Indeed, it is the stellar transformation, a technique even the gods fail to comprehend, yet you have mastered it. Truly remarkable. Is it possible for you to manifest an even higher tier of the stellar transformation? Perhaps the fourth form, mountain crossing, or the fifth form, white dragon probe? Frieza's lips twitched as he pondered the name of this abominable skill, which had been whimsically bestowed upon it by a group of lecherous individuals. No wonder it provokes such tantalizing thoughts. However, I cannot allow myself to be distracted. I have only recently grasped the intricacies of the triadic wave, and I have yet to attain a full understanding of transcending mountains and valleys. The old Kaioshin nodded thoughtfully, then shook his head. It is indeed a pity. You may only comprehend the art of transcending mountains and valleys due to the peculiar nature of your race, rendering you incapable of grasping the mysteries and wonders of the white dragon's excavation. Yet, fret not. Thus far, only 2 individuals have successfully mastered the stellar transformation. First, the Grand Priest, and now you. Your potential knows no bounds. Upon hearing the name of the Grand Priest, Frieza was seized by a profound tremor. No wonder. No wonder he was able to comprehend the Ultra Instinct through the stellar transformation. It is, in fact, a skill mastered solely by the Grand Priest. Are you implying that as long as I consistently maintain the state of stellar transformation, I shall acquire greater divine power, ultimately subduing the Grand Priest beneath my feet? Cough, cough, cough. The old Kaioshin was taken aback by Frieza's audacious words. How bold he is. Does he not realize the extensive duration the Grand Priest has devoted to reach such heights? Perhaps the old Kaioshin himself, is unaware. How awkward. There is no need for that. Although the stellar transformation bears no adverse effects, your body is still unprepared to endure an excess of divine power. Remember, extremes invariably lead to reversal. Forge ahead. You possess the qualifications to ascend to angelhood, as long as you do not meet a fate akin to Liu Bei's, succumbing prematurely. There remains a chance. The elder, as expected, speaks with such eloquence, it is rather unbearable. Oh ho ho. In light of your enlightening discourse, I shall spare your frail old bones from further torment. Frieza departed with an air of nonchalance, entirely indifferent to the frenzied rotations of Shin and Kid, who had spun countless times. The old Kai watched helplessly as Shin soared past him, resigned to the futility of intervention. Perhaps it would be more entertaining to peruse a magazine instead. On Earth, when Frieza made his appearance, he happened upon Vegeta proclaiming his intent to eliminate Android 17. Oh ho ho. What new absurd technique have you devised this time, Vegeta? I hope it doesn't backfire like that infamous low blow. Speaking of that notorious move, it had become a shared source of torment for both Vegeta and Frieza. Android 17 sat on the ground, paralyzed by fear, while Android 16 instinctively covered his face, both bearing expressions of utter dismay. Bulma was in a state of exasperation, struggling to steer the conversation back on track. Yet, within mere moments, the chaos resumed. Are you two done yet? Cell has granted us only 10 days. If you cannot defeat him in that time, the Earth shall meet its doom. Upon hearing the name Cell, Frieza's interest was immediately piqued, for Cell was undoubtedly the prime candidate for testing his techniques. Has Cell emerged? Are Androids 17 and 18 not still in fine form? How could you possibly be unable to defeat him? At this juncture, Cell should possess a power of scarcely 500 million, correct? I am unaware of where you obtained this information regarding Cell wanting to absorb both me and Android 17. All I know is that Cell aims to absorb Android 16. Android 18, visibly displeased, adamantly refused to be absorbed by that hideous creature. What? This defies logic. Well, it is not entirely implausible. After all, Cell has absorbed the version of himself from this timeline, resulting in a significant enhancement of the local android's abilities. Thus, the Cell that absorbed the juvenile form of this timeline's Cell must have undergone considerable transformation as well. A group of individuals found themselves utterly bewildered as Frieza's intricate wordplay, alternating between references to Cell, left them in a state of confusion. Which Cell has absorbed which Cell? After all, Frieza offered no explanation. He merely gazed at Goku. Your combat prowess is utterly lacking. Have you not considered training to enhance your strength? With your belly round and full, do you truly believe you cannot even surpass Vegeta? Vegeta, Frieza, if you wish to criticize Kakarot, then do so without implicating me. I am far superior to this fool. With a swift motion, Frieza's tail struck Vegeta down to the ground. A reflexive action cultivated from recent encounters with Shin and Kid. You all ought to devote yourselves to training. Your lackluster efforts are disheartening to witness. I shall confront this so-called Cell. Ha ha ha. Frieza instantaneously teleported away to confront Cell, and the scene returned to its previous rhythm. Goku intended to enter the hyperbolic time chamber, while Vegeta, gritting his teeth, struggled to rise from the ground, insisting that they must eliminate Android 17 before allowing anyone to proceed. Vegeta, how about this? Gohan and I will guard Bulma to prevent her from being seduced, rather, to ensure that Android 17 does not entice her. Bulma, please refrain from striking my head. Otherwise, I might feel famished again. Piccolo, unable to tolerate this farce any longer, urged for a swift conclusion. The hyperbolic time chamber could accommodate only 2 individuals at a time, so those who remained outside would protect Bulma and decisively eliminate the brainwashed Android 17. This proposal garnered unanimous agreement, even from Android 17, who confidently pledged to ensure his own demise. Thus, the order of entry into the hyperbolic time chamber was established. Vegeta and Den would enter first, with Vegeta insisting he would emerge first to deal with Android 17. Following them would be Goku and Gohan, while Android 18 appeared adorably distressed. Next was Piccolo, and lastly, Androids 17 and 18. However, they claimed they did not require training, as their stamina was everlasting, yet they could not enhance their combat power through training. To increase their strength, they would have to wait for a thunderstorm. Goku was curious. Why must it be during a thunderstorm? Androids 17 and 18 remained silent. It was a pain they were unwilling to divulge. Meanwhile, where was Cell? At that moment, Cell had found a plane and intended to construct a stage there, akin to the previous World Martial Arts Tournament, albeit on a larger scale. perhaps due to Cell's absence from the television station. There was no army of humans to confront him this time. Cell had little interest in dealing with ordinary people. He simply stood quietly on the stage. An hour later, Cell suddenly opened his eyes wide, staring intently ahead, his entire body beginning to tremble. 10 days. Such a long time. I am utterly bored standing here. How about I help you pass the time? The tailed Frieza materialized before Cell, causing him to take a step back in surprise. Upon recognizing the visitor, Cell smiled. I thought you had turned into a coward. During the previous battle, even your lackeys showed up, yet you did not. Frieza furrowed his brow, then feigned sudden realization. Oh, you are referring to Dodoria, aren't you? How did he end up in the far north? Cell smirked, wearing a mischievous expression as he replied, that was intentional. Frieza remained unfazed, as Dodoria was, after all, a fool who relished in his own suffering. Thus, he could take his time returning. It mattered little to him. However, what truly surprised me was your immediate transformation into your complete form. That caught me off guard. Well, after battling for 1.5 billion, it appears there is no deviation from the original narrative. Cell was thrilled. At long last, someone acknowledged his current complete state. It was no small feat. Cell exclaimed with fervor. Frieza? Frieza was perplexed. Cell fervently exclaimed once more. Let us swear an oath of brotherhood. In this world, only you truly understand me. Frieza scrutinized Cell, the creature primarily adorned in green with splotches of black, whose head resembled a pistachio and bore wings akin to sunflower seed shells. Could it truly be that this being sought to form a brotherhood with him? Did it not realize its own hybrid nature? How audacious to propose an alliance with the sovereign of the universe. Cell, you court death. You may insult yourself, but you shall not insult me. With a thunderous roar, a purple aura surged skyward as Frieza unleashed a staggering combat power of 2 billion, shattering the arena that Cell had just erected. Merely drawing the sword of the Kais had augmented his strength by an additional 200 million, and he reveled in this capricious display of might. Goku and his companions, who stood guard over Android 17, were immediately awestruck by Frieza's overwhelming presence. Gohan exclaimed, so powerful. Yamcha added, indeed, it is formidable. It obliterates any inclination to resist. Goku declared, I must witness this battle. Android 18 interjected, don't leave me behind. Android 17 echoed, yes, yes, hurry. Piccolo cast a sidelong glance at Android 17, assuring him, rest assured, if we go, you will accompany us. Krillin stated, I will go with you, 18. Android 16 timidly remarked, I am frightened. Thus, a consensus was reached. Android 16 would remain to guard, while the rest, possessing combat prowess, instantaneously followed Goku to the battlefield. Cell, seething with indignation, had sought to honor Frieza with his proposal, only to be met with disdain. The Buddha preaches against anger, but such notions were cast aside. In his fury, Cell grasped the true essence of the Saiyans, that is, to unleash a primal roar. Ah, how dare you insult the mightiest Cell in history? I shall eradicate you. With a roar akin to that of a Super Saiyan, a golden aura erupted as Cell's power surged by another 200 million. If Frieza's strength was a result of the Elder Kai's restraint, then Cell's increase was purely derived from his fierce battle cry. The difference of 300 million between 17 billion and 20 billion could indeed tilt the balance of combat, though those with a keen mathematical mind could exploit this disparity. Nevertheless, Goku, who struggled with basic arithmetic, was ill-suited for computations involving such monumental figures. Ahaha. Now this is entertaining. With a resounding boom, the battle commenced. Frieza and Cell exchanged blows, fists colliding, feet striking, tails meeting wings, and from the outset, their confrontation was fiercely contested. With another clash of fists, waves of energy radiated outward, forcing Goku and the others to retreat slightly. Goku's fervor ignited within him, yet he found himself ensnared in Android 18's embrace. Unable to break free. Father, this time I shall not prevent Android 18 from holding you. Their battle is one in which you cannot partake. Goku felt the sting of 1,000 critical hits from his son's words. With hands opening and closing, the right single whip, elbow strike beneath. Turning to push with the palm, the Jade Maiden weaves through, left and right kicks, covering hand elbow strike, the wild horse separates its mane. Turning to present the lotus, bending the bow to shoot the tiger, left gathering the sparrow's tail, crossing hands. This time, Sheru completed the entire set of 42 forms of Tai Chi, yet the once invincible Tai Chi against opponents like Vegeta proved to be of little effect against Frieza. Oh ho ho ho! Do you think that as a mere Western commodity, you can grasp the mysteries of Tai Chi? Dream on. Behold my technique. Tai Chi flows in circles, the interplay of yin and yang ceaseless, transforming yin into yang and vice versa, thus allowing it to flow effortlessly, circular and harmonious. Without beginning or end. As the saying goes, emptiness is form. My apologies, I digressed. Bang bang bang. Frieza, having traversed dimensions, mastered the art of Tai Chi under the tutelage of the esteemed Zhang Sanfeng from Wudong. He has watched the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber no less than 10 times. His Tai Chi, executed with unparalleled finesse, sends Cell scurrying in disarray. Truly remarkable, indeed, for this is the essence of authentic Tai Chi, the most formidable secret technique. What Cell displayed earlier was but a mere imitation. I must seek Frieza's guidance. Sun Wukong, the embodiment of martial fervor, astonishingly believes in the absurdities of Cell and Frieza, elevating their teachings to the pinnacle of martial arts. It is noteworthy that not only Wukong was deceived this time, but even Piccolo found himself perplexed. Could it be that drawing circles holds such extraordinary power? Yet, if that were not the case, how does one explain Cell's utter inability to counter? Ultimately, it was the astute android number 18, whose thoughts were solely consumed with the notion of blood donation, who posed a profoundly serious question. By calculations, Frieza's combat strength stands at 2 billion, whereas Cell's is merely 1.7 billion. Is it not entirely reasonable that Cell should falter against Frieza? Bang, 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 boom. Cell has abandoned close-range assaults, opting instead to unleash energy blasts, employing the princely fighting style right from the outset. Frieza, undeterred, adopted a defensive posture reminiscent of the concluding gesture in Tai Chi, clasping his hands together before seizing his own tail and aiming it squarely at Cell. Behold my Frieza brand Gatling, he exclaimed, a cacophony of excitement erupting. In that moment, the confrontation transcended mere physical combat, transforming into a scene of interstellar warfare. Goku watched in rapt fascination, while Piccolo and the others wore expressions of sheer astonishment. Could this battle truly be played out in such a manner? Hey, Frieza, is your tail going to explode from the heat? They wondered. Do you think Android 16 will employ such a technique? The Blood Queen could inquire of him. Boom. At last, Cell could no longer withstand the onslaught. He unleashed a barrage of 1,000 energy spheres, yet managed to strike Frieza with only 3, akin to a mere tickle. In stark contrast, Frieza's Gatling was astonishingly swift, launching 5,000 energy spheres, with at least 4,000 finding their mark, leaving Cell in a pitiful state, his skin devoid of any trace of green. Stop. Give me a moment to catch my breath. I've lost my tail, and you still have yours. This is unfair. Bang. Did Cell truly expect to dictate the pace of the battle? Frieza's disregard for dignity is evident as he delivers a swift kick that sends Cell soaring into the sky, landing with his hands clasped tightly over his groin, only to collapse heavily to his knees upon descent. It is not until that very moment that Cell emits a heart-wrenching wail. Witnesses to this spectacle shudder in unison, with Android 17 even foaming at the mouth, rendered speechless by sheer terror. Android 18, the sole female present, is left blushing furiously. Chapter 59. The complete evolution of Cell. It is no wonder Cell boasts of being the strongest in history, despite enduring such inhumane treatment from Frieza. He merely howls for a brief moment. Even Android 18's hand remains frozen in shock as Cell grits his teeth and rises to his feet. Frieza, you lack martial virtue. Fortunately, I share your traits in this regard. Otherwise, my blissful existence would have been utterly shattered by you. Frieza? Immediately, in a fit of rage, I compel you to expose my wounds, to spew forth your vile words, to wail like a banshee, and to feign death. Initially, Cell managed to withstand the torment, uttering words that Frieza found utterly intolerable. However, as time went on, his defiance transformed into anguished cries, culminating in Frieza's merciless assault that left him sprawled on the ground, clutching his groin in a feigned demise. Cell was utterly exhausted, his body was weary, and his heart bore an even greater burden. Bang 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 bang. Boom boom boom. Frieza's strikes were imbued with a rhythmic cadence, compelling the sole female, Android 18, to succumb to the urge to dance gracefully. Yet, she ultimately restrained herself, fearing the same treatment from Frieza. I can no longer contain myself. Boom. Frieza was hurled away by a tremendous surge of energy, unable to maintain his footing despite his combat power of 2 billion. At that moment, everyone noticed that Cell's form had once again reverted. His previously dark exterior transformed into a vibrant green, with the black spots on his body reflecting light. His aura remained golden, yet it crackled with streaks of lightning, creating a fearsome spectacle. Moreover, Cell's wings had shifted from black to a regal purple, exuding an air of both nobility and allure. Cell had not only transcended the limit of Super Saiyan Level 1, evolving into the equivalent of a Super Saiyan Level 2, known as Lightning Cell, but he had also mutated. Had he truly evolved again? If Cell's wings had retained their original hue, he would have remained merely Lightning Cell, with a combat power barely reaching 9 billion. However, the situation had changed. Frieza needed only a glance to discern his opponent's strength, 5 billion. This was a staggering increase of 1 billion compared to his prior dormant state. Android 18 murmured, "Goku, do you have any idea what your combat power is?" Goku, slightly irritated, brushed aside Android 18's persistent inquiry and replied, "Based on the data, do you think I can calculate that?" Android 18's expression faltered as she recalled Goku's lack of sensitivity to numbers. Without further ado, she stated, "Your combat power is currently 700 million, while Frieza stands at 2 billion. Yet, Cell's power has surged from 7 billion to 5 billion. Goku turned to Gohan, his expression serious, and inquired, "How many billion is 5 compared to 2? Gohan responded with a silent pause. The others sighed deeply, lamenting their plight. "Oh dear. Goku. I recall that your math was taught by Master Roshi. He must be weeping inconsolably in the restroom by now." Android 18, perplexed, noted that despite Frieza's current disadvantage in combat power, he appeared remarkably at ease. She believed that if another round of mutual attacks ensued, Frieza would undoubtedly be the one to falter. Concepts like Tai Chi's circular movements were merely superficial, devoid of true intent. While she hesitated to declare that Frieza's strength was inferior to Cell's, she reasoned that as long as it surpassed hers, it would suffice. Frieza, in a fit of rage, sought to strike her, leaving her with no opportunity to escape. "Frieza, I must truly thank you. It appears that within this body of mine lies the extraordinary ability to resurrect from the brink of death. Moreover, I am now in my complete lightning form." "Are you afraid? Can Frieza truly be afraid? That is utterly inconceivable, not to mention his ability to transform, even without utilizing his stellar transformations. How could a mere disparity of 500 million in combat power pose any threat to him?" Frieza vanished. Bang. Duong. Observing Cell being propelled into the sky once more, Frieza erupted into laughter. "Oh ho ho, what is this? Isn't he supposed to be in his perfect form? Yet, here he is, ascending once again. The Buddha shall not shelter you. Descend at once." As he uttered this last phrase, Frieza disappeared from his position, only to reappear directly above Cell, delivering a powerful 360-degree spinning kick to Cell's head. Duong. Had Frieza not fortified the ground with his divine power, this strike might have sent Cell plummeting into the Earth's core. Of course, reinforcing the ground in such a manner did not detract from Frieza's combat prowess. And as of yet, he had not devised a method to incorporate divine power into his fighting style. Cell knelt on the ground, his knees buckling, hands still cradling his head, which resembled a pistachio, now buried deep into his neck. His eyes bulged with a mix of resentment and fury. "Huh." With a mighty roar, Cell's head popped back up, and he regained his poised appearance. "Frieza, I concede that your speed is impressive, but it is futile. The disparity in our power is insurmountable. You cannot defeat me." This time, Cell resolved to take the initiative. He could no longer remain in a defensive stance. He charged forward with a knee strike aimed at Frieza, and as Frieza raised his arms to block, Cell unexpectedly unleashed a side kick, catching Frieza off guard. Although Frieza instinctively used his left arm to shield himself, he was still forced back by the sheer force of the blow. Seizing the moment, Cell surged forward again, lifting his size 48 foot to deliver a kick at Frieza. Previously, Frieza treated him with disdain, and now Cell seeks to exact vengeance in kind. With a swift motion, Cell unleashed a devastating kick aimed at Frieza, only to find him evading to a distance. In this moment, Frieza wore no trace of his usual mockery. His eyes narrowed slightly, his crimson pupils exuding a predatory hunger. His blood-red tongue flicked across his lips, a visage so terrifying it nearly brought 18 to tears. She cast a pitiful glance towards Goku, silently pleading for protection. However, Goku, overwhelmed by Frieza's menacing aura, transformed into a Super Saiyan involuntarily. Evil, cold-blooded, savage. In Goku's limited capacity for expression, he struggled to articulate the depth of his feelings towards Frieza. This sensation was not unique to Goku. Everyone instinctively slipped into a battle-ready state. Such was the formidable presence of the tyrant. He could engage in merriment with his companions, yet when he became serious, None could bear to meet the gaze of Frieza, the very visage that haunted Bulma's dreams for half a year. In the heavenly realm, the Supreme Kai observed the meager fighting power of Piccolo juxtaposed against the overwhelming malevolence radiating from Cell and Frieza, and he finally resolved to take action. On North Kai's planet, the portly North Kai had plopped down onto the ground, his entire form trembling with trepidation. Frieza, synonymous with evil, had made his ominous entrance. Within the Kaishin realm, Shin and Kibito halted their flight, along with the elder Kaishin, all fixated on the crystal ball before them. Shin wiped the sweat from his brow. Kibito, this malevolent energy seems even more potent than that of Majin Buu. Kibito fell to his knees. Lord Kaishin, we are fortunate to still be alive. The elder Kaishin's complexion turned pale. How could such a wicked being gain the recognition of divine power? While others pondered their thoughts, Cell, surprisingly, felt an unfamiliar chill. The cold of the Ice Clan, a true frost that penetrated to the bone. Ha ha ha. You have successfully provoked me. A surge of violet energy erupted, soon followed by an inky black wave that soared into the heavens. Clang. Creak. Creak. Cell rubbed his eyes in disbelief at the sight before him. Why you? How could you possibly transform into? What exactly had he become? Chapter 60. The fiercest expression utters the most shameless words. Creak. Clang. Clang. Enveloped by the dark energy, Frieza emerged from the smoke, each step resonating with the sound of clashing metal. Though he maintained his previous appearance, his entire being shimmered with a metallic black sheen. Save for the dazzling violet crown atop his head, the crackling purple electric currents continuously emerge, creating a sensation akin to impending dizziness. If Frieza's previously pallid complexion conveyed a sense of fragility, his current form exudes an unyielding, iron-like strength. Even the smooth surfaces, devoid of both skyward reach and abyssal depth, now appear remarkably solid. With each step Frieza took, the hearts of those present would skip a beat, causing Cell to involuntarily retreat a step. Number 17 ceased his frothing at the mouth, and number 18 refrained from taking advantage of Son Goku, exchanging a knowing glance with him. Both number 17 and number 18 were ignited with a fervent madness in their eyes. They had previously not disclosed the reason for needing thunderous weather to enhance their combat prowess. The truth was that their method of augmentation involved being struck by lightning. Could they possibly articulate such a notion? A constitution that thrives on lightning strikes? Though they were androids, they still possessed a sense of pride. As for one wishing to woo Bulma and the other seeking to spill blood, this stemmed from the twisted tasks assigned by the deranged Dr. Gero, who had brainwashed them to fulfill such missions. This explains why, even after the devices within them were removed, they could not forget their objectives. Returning to the matter at hand, upon witnessing the purple currents of electricity surrounding Frieza, a greedy glint sparkled in number 18's eyes. She was tempted to experiment, pondering whether being struck by lightning in battle might render her increasingly formidable. Yet, the last remnants of her rationality held her back. After all, she was a lady and ought to maintain some decorum. Number 17, suddenly enlightened, recalled Frieza's devastatingly powerful low kick, which quelled his impulse to charge forward and absorb energy. Ho ho ho, Mr. Cell, transformation. You are not the only one capable of such feats. Are you frightened? Did Cell fear? Indeed, he did. Frieza's current combat power, merely from the perspective of his aura, has surpassed him by more than double. Thud 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 thud. Cell swallowed hard, retreating incessantly. Whoosh. Frieza suddenly sprang into action. Not by teleportation, but by charging forth, his shoulder colliding forcefully with Cell's chest. However, the disparity in combat power rendered Cell utterly incapable of responding. A wave of energy surged outward, causing everyone to be swept back once more. Tien had to grasp onto Android 17 just to maintain his footing. A figure was sent flying, and Tien was unable to attend to it. The terror was palpable. Android 18. What is Frieza's combat power now? Piccolo shouted towards Android 18, who, shielding her eyes with one hand, managed to utter 3 billion. Astonishment ensued. Not only were the onlookers stunned, but even King Kai Shin gaped in disbelief. Suddenly, Shin leaped up in excitement. This is splendid. Frieza's current power, combined with the power of the stars, might just be sufficient to defeat Majin Buu. Frieza delivered yet another devastating blow to Cell's abdomen, causing Cell to clutch his stomach and stagger backward, retching bitterly. He was filled with resentment. No. If I could absorb Android 16, if I were to transform into my ultimate form, I would surely not fear you. Frieza paused in his advance, his originally malevolent gaze slowly regaining a semblance of composure. Just as Cell believed that Frieza intended to spare him, Frieza vanished. Bang! Cell's eyes widened in shock. his bulging orbs nearly popping from their sockets as his body convulsed and soared skyward. At this moment, Cell lacked the strength to shield himself. He was utterly ruined. Frieza. Not again. This is so unfair. Why can you transform into a metallic form while I am unable to absorb Android 16? After crashing down once more, the lower half of Cell's body had become a grotesque mass of flesh, yet he still roared in defiance. With a puff, Cell, possessing the genes of Piccolo, managed to restore his lower half, albeit with a significantly diminished aura. Quite resilient, I must say. I had suspected that you were most suited for mastering this technique. It's flawless. Oh ho ho ho. 1 leg, 2 legs, 4 legs, 8 legs, 3 legs? Goku, is your mathematical talent contagious? Goku, utterly bewildered, could only stare blankly. The crowd once again collapsed to the ground. Frieza was consumed by rage, unable to fathom that he too was a high emotional intelligence powerhouse, one that could be counted among the few. With a thunderous impact, he forsook his usual tactics and unleashed a devastating sidekick directly at Cell's form, employing the most forceful technique imaginable. In an instant, Cell exploded. Indeed, he detonated, showering the surroundings with a torrential downpour of crimson and scattered flesh, one particularly grotesque fragment even displaying one of Cell's eyes, blinking in a bewildered manner. As if to inquire, what has transpired? The first to succumb to nausea was Android 18, a female who promptly retched. Krillin fared no better. Yet he managed to procure something to collect 18's vomit. Shenron, upon feeling the exposure of his well-toned physique, pondered curiously about the absence of his clothing. Gohan too succumbed to the urge, producing a cacophony of retching, while Goku gently patted his back, removing the remnants of Gohan's upheaval from his own clothing. Piccolo, unable to bear the sight any longer, fixed his gaze upon Gohan, who materialized in his grasp and tenderly supported his back. Let it out, let it out. Soon you'll become accustomed to it. Android 17 recalled Vegeta's ominous proclamation before entering the hyperbolic time chamber, vowing to deliver a devastating strike upon his emergence. Would he too meet a fate akin to Cell's? In an instant, 17 began to roll his eyes and foam at the mouth. By the heavens! I exerted but a modicum of effort, and you disintegrated so effortlessly? Your physique is lacking. A brisk wind rustled through the air, as a light drizzle began to wash away the sanguine stench of the battlefield. Cell's final eye slowly closed, for he understood that this time he had no opportunity to employ his regenerative techniques. Although Frieza spoke with extreme derision, he did not relinquish his transformed state, for according to the original narrative, the lightning-imbued Cell was not so easily vanquished. It appeared that as long as a certain chip remained intact, Cell could be resurrected. His decision not to obliterate Cell with the death ball stemmed from a desire to observe how far Cell could evolve. In fact, he was even open to the possibility of absorbing Android 16 if it came to that. Suddenly, without warning, Cell re-emerged amidst the scattered remnants of flesh. With a resounding bang, the resurrected Cell made a dazzling entrance. Although his combat power had only risen by 500 million, increasing from 2.5 billion to 3 billion. It was indeed a significant enhancement, surpassing even Frieza's rate of growth. Nevertheless, it was futile, for Cell remained no match for Frieza, who had no intention of eliminating Cell entirely. Ahahaha. Mr. Cell, you truly are tenacious. Frieza mocked. Racked with rage, Cell growled in a low voice, Frieza. Suddenly, his expression contorted into a grotesque snarl, radiating an astonishing aura. A combat power of 3 billion was not to be taken lightly. Everyone present, save for Frieza, were nothing but trifles. I implore you, allow me to conduct the Cell games. His formidable presence was undeniable. Yet the words that escaped his lips left the onlookers utterly astounded. The recently risen individuals found themselves collapsing once more in disbelief. Was he truly wearing the most ferocious expression while uttering such humble words? Were their worldviews shattered? Ahahaha. Give me a reason. Any reason not to kill you now. Cell suddenly lifted his gaze, a glimmer of excitement flickering in his eyes. I shall provide you with 3 reasons. The first is that Dr. Gero, during my creation, tasked me with hosting a martial arts tournament that would determine the fate of Earth. The second is that I am capable of further evolution. You, the Cosmic Emperor Frieza, must desire to battle the ultimate form of me, correct? Only then would it befit your esteemed status. The third reason is that within me lies your unparalleled genetic material. I am, in essence, your progeny. Frieza was astounded, Goku was astonished, Piccolo and his son were taken aback, and Krillin was left in disbelief. Android 17 ceased to foam at the mouth. He had discovered a new realm. Android 18 also remained silent, casually discarding Tan's clothing, her gaze fixated on Cell. Krillin's eyes were solely on Android 18, while Tien continued to admire his own physique. Yamcha, it seemed, had perhaps collided with a rock and lost consciousness. Good evening, everyone. Each of my chapters exceeds 2,400 words. There will be 2 more chapters during the day. Thank you all for your support and affection. Chapter 61. Krillin's Desperate Strike for Love. Frieza could only exclaim, Dr. Gero, you truly are a remarkable talent. Each and every one of these androids has been crafted by your hands, and yet the missions they are assigned are increasingly bizarre. It is one thing for number 16 to pursue a career in acting, but number 17 is tasked with seduction, and number 18 is to dismantle a perfectly happy family. Reflecting on this, it seems that Cell's mission is, surprisingly, the most reasonable of them all. Frieza does not wish for the games of Cell to vanish so abruptly, as they represent a cherished aspect of his childhood. Although they have become somewhat difficult to embrace, overall, they have not strayed too far from their essence. Indeed, it is merely a slight deviation, inconsequential in nature. And I have another purpose. If I could merely devour androids 17 and 18, I would be able to dismantle their nanostructures, rendering Dr. Gero's hypnosis ineffective. No need to rush. I can still bring them forth. Observe how my tail is capable of excreting. Frieza shot a piercing glance. Must you be so repugnant, bullying me as if I cannot retaliate? Furthermore, who permitted you to lift those hypnotic constraints? Is this not less entertaining now? Observe, Krillin, emboldened by Android 18's audacious ideas, has already begun to transform into a sycophant. With merely a single glance, Cell was instantly cowed. He fears nothing in this world, save for Frieza. Stand here obediently and do not move. Should you so much as break wind in the next 10 days, I shall ensure you fail your mission. Others may be oblivious. But Frieza knows all too well that this Cell is a hyperactive individual. Just an hour ago, he was already bellowing that the duration was excessively long. Thus, Cell was rendered speechless. Then, he felt an overwhelming elation. Standing still for merely 10 days pales in comparison to the value of his life. Let us not even discuss whether he needs to relieve himself. Even if he did, he could suppress it, ensuring silence. All he must do is tightly clench his tail and gradually, slowly, even if the odor wafts through the air, it shall not make a sound. For instance, Cell just discreetly conducted a test, and indeed, it did not attract Frieza's attention. Frieza inquired with curiosity, what causes your cheeks to flush? To which Cell instinctively replied, I radiate with vitality. Oh ho ho ho. You, my boy, have piqued my interest. Stand tall. Keep your eyes sharp. Should a CC aircraft soar above you, I grant you permission to bring it down. Cell, perplexed, could only comply, for he knew he stood no chance in a confrontation, at least not before absorbing Android 16. As for what might transpire after that transformation, he remained uncertain, yet he harbored confidence in his supremacy. Oh ho ho ho, my little ones. Let us return for a grand feast. Frieza has relinquished his black iron transformation, a change he did not desire. However, his current battle prowess only permits him to revert to the black iron form. He is uncertain when he will ascend to the bronze tier. If only it were as straightforward as in some mobile games, where one could directly attain the bronze level. Curse that little golden turtle for insisting on the black iron form. The crux of the matter is that this transformation offers a meager enhancement to his power, merely doubling it by a slight margin. It is utterly disappointing. Frieza vowed never to assume this form again, cloaked in darkness. It truly embodies the saying. From Africa they come. Frieza departed, leaving behind a scene of utter chaos. Cell gazed at a distant group of onlookers, witnesses to his shameless display. The urge to silence them with lethal intent surged within him. Alas, Frieza forbade any action. He truly felt paralyzed by fear. Android 17 pointed at himself, inquiring, Are you referring to us? Android 18 nodded earnestly. Given our combat prowess, if we are not the little ones, then who else could be? Look at that one still unconscious. Perhaps he doesn't even qualify to be among Frieza's little ones. Yamcha bore the brunt of Android 18's scathing remarks. Hey, bald head, stop clinging to me. How can I execute my mission with you constantly in the way? Krillin lamented inwardly, unaware that Android 18 was originally meant to be his wife. He had been utterly captivated by that single kiss. Well, can you abandon the mission? Android 18 pondered, casting a glance at Cell and then at Krillin. A plan forming in her mind. How about this? You deliver a swift kick to Cell, and I will forego my mission. What do you say? She was confident that Krillin would hesitate. However, how could she fathom the reckless response of a lovesick fool? In an instant, Krillin's eyes glowed crimson. the veins on his arms bulging ominously, a sight that sent a shiver down Tien's spine. Having tasted Krillin's torment before, Tien refused to retreat this time. 100 meters felt too short, he needed to distance himself considerably. With a whoosh, Tien soared toward West City, shouting, "Krillin, I support your pursuit of love. I am spiritually with you in this endeavor." Just before departing, Vegeta had declared, "Krillin, if you don't kick, you're no man." Goku, aware of Android 18's interest in him, had intended to advise Krillin but ultimately let out a resigned sigh. "Krillin, I'm with you. Let's kick and then instantaneously flee." Gohan interjected. Android 17 covered his face with both hands, pleading, "No, please, don't let me witness this scene any longer." In a state of extreme distress, 17 fled, not recklessly but rather cautiously, aware that he could not stray from the gaze of the others while Cell remained a threat. Who knew what Vegeta might concoct in his absence? Krillin took measured steps towards Cell, each one filled with trepidation, yet he gambled on Cell's unwillingness to defy Frieza's orders. Cell watched as Krillin approached, his rage boiling over. "Hurry up. Why are you dragging this out?" Cell wanted to scream. "I am prepared psychologically. Just come at me. I swear I won't retaliate." Step by step, Krillin inched closer. Finally, under Android 18's astonished gaze, he was pulled to Cell's side by Goku. "Hurry up. If we don't return soon, I'll be starving," Goku urged. "Thank you," Cell replied. "Sun Wukong?" Krillin was nearly frightened out of his wits. What on earth was that thank you? However, upon realizing that Android 18 was watching, he assured himself that he would teleport them away in an instant. Damn it. It's now or never. At worst, he would end up with a scar the size of a bowl, but in 18 years, he would emerge a hero once more. He lifted his foot, recalling the formidable stance of Frieza from their first encounter, the angle of that kick, the ferocity behind it. With a mighty shout, Krillin summoned every ounce of courage. The magnificent kick, rivaling the perfect angle of Frieza's, was unleashed. Clang. Ouch, 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 that hurts. No fluff here. Krillin channeled Frieza's iconic rhythm, anxiety. Where's Sun Wukong? Where's Gohan? Where's Android 18? Why was only the unconscious Yamcha left behind? Krillin, noticing the darkening expression of Cell, disregarded his aching foot and swiftly executed a somersault, landing beside Yamcha and shielding him with his body. "Yamcha, thank you." At Bulma's house, Gohan looked at his father, frustrated and demanding, "Where's Uncle Krillin?" Sun Wukong was taken aback. Oh no. In a flash, Sun Wukong vanished and reappeared right beside Krillin and Yamcha. He glanced at the motionless Cell in the distance and then at Krillin's swollen leg, resembling a pig's trotter, and instantly burst into laughter. Did Cell wear his armor incorrectly? "You've been injured." Krillin, furious, shouted, "Wukong, you promised to teleport me with you. Why didn't you follow through?" Sun Wukong scratched his head, apologetically replying, Sorry, in my haste, I could only grab your head. But your head was too slippery, and well, I missed." Krillin nearly spat out blood in anger, vowing to grow his hair. In his fury, Krillin delivered a kick to the peacefully sleeping Yamcha. Ouch, ouch, that hurts. What a tragic tale. Android 18 was flying towards Bulma's house. She had been teleported by Sun Wukong and had to escape the scene on her own. Yet, her mind was filled with images of Krillin's heroic stance. "Krillin, so handsome. If only you had longer hair, I would abandon my mission and follow you wholeheartedly. Cell, finally, I can enjoy some peace and quiet. It turns out, being alone feels so wonderful. Android 16, you must come in 10 days. Chapter 62. Even cowardice must be natural. Krillin returned, and so did Android 18. As their eyes met, Krillin gathered his courage and declared, "Wukong, I'm planning to grow my hair. Next time, don't let go." Sun Wukong, are you looking at Android 18 while speaking to me? Android 18 turned to Sun Wukong and replied, Krillin, "The moment your hair grows back is when I will have let go of Sun Wukong." Sun Wukong, Android 18, are you gazing at me while conversing with Krillin? Android 18 and Krillin locked eyes once more, and in unison declared, "Wukong, you should go eat." Sun Wukong. From a distance, Android 17 fixed his gaze on Bulma, murmuring, "If Lazuli has discovered a way to break the mission, what about me? Am I truly destined to practice the so-called sunflower scripture that Frieza mentioned? Even if I must train, at least provide me with the manual." Until I see that manual, I will absolutely not resort to self-castration. With a toss, he discarded the fruit knife given to him by Frieza and stormed off to the dining hall. He was resolute. He would secure a place at the Heavenly Pavilion. As declared by Android 17, In Bulma's dining hall, the number of chefs had multiplied threefold, and the kitchen had expanded significantly, with the pantry rivaling the largest vegetable market in the world. Even so, this overwhelming demand had exhausted dozens of chefs. One chef, before fainting, exclaimed, "Miss Bulma, I cannot manage this workload. It seems I might earn my keep but lose my life in the process." Helpless, Bulma resorted to a global recruitment of chefs, implementing a 3-shift system. "At this rate, my family's wealth might finally lose a digit, and my father would certainly be proud of me." A beggar hiding outside Bulma's dining hall pondered, "Why has the wealthiest family become so frugal lately? They waste not a single grain of food." If she were to overhear Bulma's musings, would she consider ending her life in despair? Alas, she could not hear. Even if she floated over, it would be futile. For the gates of Bulma's home were sturdy and guarded by robots. Even a gazebo outside was sacred territory belonging to the Bulma household, not to be trifled with. As he indulged in delicacies while watching a live report on the city's missing population, Frieza's mood was quite cheerful. The day swiftly passed, and Sun Wukong and Gohan departed. Their bellies distended, their belts loosened significantly. Gohan remarked, after a hearty meal, "The food in the hyperbolic time chamber is far from appetizing. We shall be inside for a whole year. Why hasn't Mom awakened yet? It's best she remains asleep. Otherwise, how could I take you to the time chamber for a year-long excursion? Let us keep pushing forward. Look at Vegeta. His aura is truly astonishing now." Hearing Sun Wukong's words, Vegeta felt a swell of pride. Always in his Super Saiyan state, he and Din exchanged knowing smiles. Powerful, undeniably powerful. Frieza cast a glance at Vegeta, momentarily taken aback before finding solace in the situation. Since Goku had managed to comprehend the method of consistently maintaining his Super Saiyan form to alleviate the physical strain of transformation, Vegeta had no reason to overlook this possibility. Moreover, since the Android saga, Vegeta's combat prowess had consistently surpassed that of Goku's, albeit partly due to Goku's illness. Nonetheless, Vegeta's innate talent played a significant role as well. With a combat power of 2 billion, Vegeta could potentially amplify this strength further, placing him on par with the fully formed Cell. Unfortunately, Cell had evolved due to Frieza's intervention. One could only ponder if the muscular form would still retain its efficacy at full Super Saiyan power. As for Dobra, with a combat power of 1.5 billion, his strength appeared somewhat lacking. However, this was understandable given his weak foundation. And what of number 17? Upon returning home, Vegeta hardly spared a thought for sustenance. His foremost concern was to locate number 17 and incapacitate him. What was 17 up to? Oh, he was standing beside Frieza, occupying the position originally held by Dodoria, appearing quite the obedient little soldier. Seizing the opportunity while Dodoria was absent and before Vegeta's return, 17 felt compelled to latch onto a formidable ally to withstand Vegeta's impending wrath. He didn't wish to, but every encounter with Bulma rendered him utterly unable to resist. Thus, he sought out Frieza, the tyrant capable of subduing Cell. "Lord Frieza, your loyal second-in-command requires your protection." If Dodoria was the first, then 17 had no choice but to settle for second place. He was uncertain of Frieza's sentiments towards Dodoria, yet the fact that Dodoria had survived was already noteworthy. Dodoria was laboriously making his way out of the Arctic Circle. At least he possessed some self-awareness. Vegeta glanced at Frieza. He lacked any form of probing technique, nor did he possess the ability to assess combat power like the androids. "Frieza, this is a personal matter. Do you intend to intervene?" Vegeta felt inflated with confidence, believing he could conquer all adversities. What of Cell, or the Tai Chi Form 42? All mere trifles. To demonstrate his strength, he was determined to challenge Frieza's authority. This being, who dined with his wife, resided in his home. Vegeta had long been intolerant of it. Everyone knew Dodoria was profitable. Why should he continue to partake without consequence? Vegeta was unaware of Frieza's black iron form, oblivious to Frieza's transformation into a star, and had no inkling of Frieza's current combat capabilities. Yet someone had informed him, "My Lord Vegeta, as a subordinate of Lord Frieza, I find myself in a position of rivalry with you. And I feel compelled to share this vital information. Firstly, your combat power stands at 2 billion. Whereas King Frieza's has stabilized at an impressive 2,800 million following his battle with Cell. This 800 million gap renders you incapable of defeating King Frieza. Furthermore, this matter does not concern you, as neither Bulma nor I are your family. You and Bulma have not even held a wedding ceremony. Nor do you possess a marriage certificate." Number 17's words were exceedingly sharp, so piercing that Vegeta nearly found himself at a loss for words. You must be jesting. Bulma and I have already welcomed 2 children into our lives. Frieza was utterly amused by Vegeta's remark, bursting into laughter. Oh ho ho ho. Pray tell, aside from Trunks, who else is there? Bulma, cradling little Trunks, wore a perplexed expression. When had she ever given birth to 2 children? How could she have been unaware? Mom, it's me. And me too. Big Trunks, feeling a lack of recognition, couldn't help but chime in. Indeed, it is both Big Trunks and Little Trunks. These 2 are my progeny. My offspring with Bulma. It seemed there was a semblance of truth to that. Oh ho ho ho. So, Mr. Vegeta, might you be seeking to engage in battle with me? Frieza's eyes narrowed slightly, indicative of a burgeoning desire for battle. After all, Vegeta's combat power had reached an astonishing 2 billion. With a further surge and the aid of teleportation, he could indeed pose a challenge. Engaging in physical exercise is beneficial for both body and mind. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, while Dapit wore a face full of combat fervor, enveloping the scene in an atmosphere of utmost seriousness and tension. Vegeta, adopting a fierce glare, surveyed everyone present. Noticing their reluctance to meet his gaze, he stepped within 5 meters of Frieza. Dapit, brimming with excitement, felt his blood boil. The surge in power instilled him with an inexplicable confidence, igniting a desire to prove himself. Yet, he thought, why fight? I am not foolish. I'm merely hungry and wish to eat. Without hesitation, Vegeta plopped down at a dining table, seizing a roasted piglet, and began to gnaw at it. Dapit, his energy erupting, raised his fists in anticipation, only to be taken aback by the spectacle. In disbelief, he exclaimed, Father, how can you do this? Frieza cast a chilling gaze toward Date, instantly reminding him of the myriad tortures he had previously endured. Date reassured himself, indulgence is unwise. In the future, I shall be a warrior alone, and I must remain composed. To achieve composure, the first step is to satisfy my hunger. This succulent roasted piglet is my favorite, Father. Why have you not saved any for me? The room erupted in laughter as everyone spat out the delicacies they had been holding in their mouths. Those who understand the times are truly wise. Mr. Vegeta, you are indeed a model for our generation. Ho ho ho. Before long, the next day arrived. And under Frieza's protection, Android 17 could finally hold his head high. However, he dared not provoke Bulma again, for he had no inkling whether Frieza would truly shield him. The crucial point was that Frieza wished for him to attempt the ultimate secret of the Sunflower Scripture. Android 17 scoffed. I trust you as much as I trust a ghost, you shameless creature who walks around unclothed. At that moment, the door to the hyperbolic time chamber swung open, and 2 wild individuals emerged. Goku and Gohan had completed their training. Goku appeared relatively unchanged, but Gohan had grown his hair to his waist, ready to step into society. Chapter 63. Chi-Chi awakes. The heavenly palace cannot be without him, perhaps by some mystical connection. When Goku returned to Bulma's home, Chi-Chi had just awakened. Upon seeing her beloved son, Chi-Chi was momentarily bewildered. Who is this? Is this wild man truly my son? I merely took a nap. How has Gohan not only grown taller but also transformed into a savage? Furthermore, Chi-Chi noticed someone even more unkempt than her son referring to Bulma as mother, leaving her utterly flabbergasted. Is that Trunks? Has he been raised on pig feed? Oh, and Bulma is cradling another child who, judging by the hair color, should also be hers. Recalling the multitude of gifts Bulma had sent when Gohan was born, Chi-Chi felt compelled to extend her congratulations to Bulma. Gohan, go take a bath. Afterward, mother will cut your hair. Children should not have such long hair. You are not a girl. With that, Chi-Chi approached Bulma, but after a moment's thought, she felt something was amiss and looked back at her son. Wait, Gohan, why on earth are you not learning from good examples? Can children dye their hair? And at your young age, being a boy, why are you wearing colored contacts? Frieza, instantly on the defensive. Oh ho ho ho. In your household, Goku. It seems that Gohan is the most sensible. I can't bear it any longer. If I stay here, I will be unable to resist the urge to strike her. Swiftly, Frieza vanished in an instant. As Kiki observed him speaking, she turned her head with great difficulty after his departure and inquired of son Gohan. Gohan. Was that just Ultraman? The floor of Bulma's home lay in ruins. On the Earth of the Dragon Ball universe, global warming was absent, and the severely injured Dodoria trudged along, feeling utterly exhausted, famished, and hardened. When he first arrived on Earth, Dodoria had worked tirelessly and consumed meager rations. Yet he had not felt as feeble as he did now. Lord Frieza, your most loyal servant is nearing his end. if you have any spirit in the heavens, manifest your presence. No sooner had Dodoria spoken than Frieza appeared with a darkened expression, and Dodoria caught sight of those unforgettable feet, particularly the 3 toes that he constantly yearned to worship. Mr. Dodoria, do you seem to be cursing me? Dodoria immediately trembled, for he had not intended any malice. He merely wished to pray to Frieza as if he were a deity when he could not see him. Oh, Lord Frieza, please, hear my justifications and my nonsensical pleas. I truly regard you as the god of my heart. You must believe me. The Jinyu force cannot exist without me. Without me, it is soulless. Lord Frieza, do not misunderstand. Frieza refrained from attacking, nor did he move his feet or tail. It was merely Dodoria's excessive excitement that aggravated his injuries, compounded by hunger, causing him to faint. Am I truly that intimidating? Dodoria could have held on for half a day or even a night, yet upon seeing me, he fainted instantly. A surge of green restorative energy emanated from Frieza's fingertips, swiftly entering Dodoria's body. Dodoria's injuries were quickly mended. However, the sensation of hunger and his heightened anxiety remained unrelieved. Thus, he remained in a state of unconsciousness. Wrapping Dodoria's body with his tail, Frieza vanished from the spot. Upon reappearing, he found himself in the realm of the Supreme Kai. Moments ago, Shin had communicated with him, hoping for an intimate discussion. However, Frieza had little interest in such discourse. He simply wished to avoid the startled woman, Kiki, and thus accepted the invitation to the Supreme Kai's realm. First, procure some food for my subordinate. Without waiting for Shin to speak, Frieza tossed Dodoria to Kid. Kid may not excel in combat or intellect, but his only strengths lay in teleportation and healing techniques, making him a formidable variant of the ever-reliable. Additionally, as a divine servant, Kid could conjure an array of delectable dishes with a mere snap of his fingers. Proving that wealth is not the ultimate treasure, divine power reigns supreme. Do not speak of anything else for now. Let us engage in 3 matches of Go Bang. With the format of best 2 out of 3. Should you emerge victorious, I shall depart from this place. However, if I triumph, you shall indulge me with a few moments of your chatter. To Frieza's proposal, Shin readily acquiesced, for defeating that wretched blunderer in chess would be an exceedingly simple task. Very well. There is no way you can prevail against me. Frieza displayed a smile, and the old Kaioshin sprang up, delivering a sharp slap to Shin's head, leaving the latter, who was busy arranging tables and chairs for the chessboard, momentarily stunned. You impulsive fool. Did you even comprehend what he said? How could you still entertain thoughts of victory? Shin meticulously recalled Frieza's words and suddenly grasped the situation. It was not that his intellect was lacking, nor was his hearing impaired. Rather, it was the relentless beatings from Frieza that had clouded his mind with dark memories. Indeed, those were memories too painful to revisit. I understand now. I shall not be defeated. With a furious clap, Shin exclaimed, What now? The old Kaioshin, exasperated, retorted, You ought to lose. Kid has fled as far as he could. He truly is a clever little rascal. Frieza shook his head with a sigh, lamenting the presence of an ancient entity. The old Kaioshin, who had existed for millennia, rendering the experience rather dull. With a flick of his wrist, a 10 terabytes tablet materialized before the old Kaioshin's eyes. This device was far more captivating than a mere magazine. It possessed sound and motion, surpassing the allure of mere images. The old Kaioshin's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement as he reached out with both hands, exclaiming, Give it to me. Give it to me. I want it. Frieza shivered, casting aside the tablet, while the old Kai, on all fours, pursued him relentlessly. Do not return unless called. He barked. The air was thick with tension as Zine, his head adorned with dark lines of annoyance, observed the scene. Who else but Frieza would toy with the old Kai in such a manner? Little did the old Kai know Shin's thoughts. Had he been aware, he would have revealed that Frieza was merely the second individual to engage in such antics. The first had not only treated him like a pet, but had also imprisoned him for several millennia. Thus commenced the ultimate showdown of Go. Frieza versus Shin. In the first round, Frieza placed his 8th black stone, achieving a 5-star alignment and securing victory. In the second round, Frieza subtly signaled to Shin not to make his leniency too apparent, yet Shin inadvertently triumphed. The third round commenced with intense fervor, as Frieza pondered each move for an extended duration, while Shin, drenched in sweat, feared that he might somehow stumble into another unwarranted victory. Meanwhile, on Earth, Chi-Chi finally vented her frustrations and turned to Bulma, her demeanor transforming into one of warmth. Miss Bulma, is this your second child with Vegeta? How adorable. Have you chosen a name? Bulma, still in a daze from Chi-Chi's unexpected behavior, instinctively replied, Trunks. Chi-Chi promptly applauded, exclaiming, Trunks. What a splendid name. As always. Miss Bulma has an exquisite taste in names. What did you just say this child is called? With a resounding crash, Bulma's floor once again endured an unmerciful treatment. Thankfully, Bulma was unfazed, and Dr. Briefs was indifferent, while Bulma's mother surprisingly sought to arrange a dinner date with the muscle-bound Tien. Would Tien agree? When launch. That crazy woman with blue hair was amiable, it was one thing. But once she sneezed, Tien would likely bear numerous scars. Gohan discreetly covered his mouth and whispered to his father, "Dad, after our special training, we wanted to inspire envy among everyone. But it seems Mom might ruin that for us. No one has even inquired about our combat abilities." Goku, resting his forehead on his hand, replied, "Am I not correct? It would be best if your mother took a longer nap." Piccolo crossed his arms, nodding in understanding. Gohan, perplexed, asked, "Uncle Piccolo, what do you mean by nodding? Does it have anything to do with whether Mom sleeps or not?" Chapter 64. Frieza, please be gentle. Chi-Chi was bewildered. Why? After merely a short nap. Had her son grown so much, and now a visitor from the future had appeared? Indeed, the older Trunks bore a striking resemblance to the younger Trunks, differing only in hair color, one with light purple locks and the other with golden hair, alongside a noticeable disparity in physique. As for the hair color, Chi-Chi understood. Her two men frequently dyed their hair, so it was hardly strange. However, what could it possibly mean for someone from the future to arrive? Her mind struggled to comprehend. To deal with Chi-Chi, Goku had a clever tactic. "Chi-Chi, I'm hungry. The chef at Bulma's house doesn't cook as well as you do. Could you prepare something for me?" As expected, Chi-Chi's attention was swiftly diverted. She gazed at her son, and although his long golden hair was somewhat striking, she found it impossible to harbor any disdain for him. Son Gohan nodded earnestly, understanding the necessity of cooperation at that moment. Otherwise, the situation would become interminable. With a cheerful demeanor, Chi-Chi sang merrily as she dashed towards Bulma's kitchen, disregarding the other ingredients and instead selecting only those favored by Sun Wukong, such as lizards, frogfish, and pythons. At last, the atmosphere in the dining area returned to a semblance of normalcy. Well, a new definition of normal. True normalcy could hardly coexist with the likes of Android 17 and 18. In a genuine normal state, they should all be in the Celestial Temple. Piccolo had departed. He had contemplated leaving during Chi-Chi's solo performance, but was concerned about Gohan facing reprimand, so he felt obliged to keep a watchful eye. With Chi-Chi now gone, he seized the opportunity to make his way to the room of spirit and time at the Supreme Kai's temple. Vegeta observed the father-son duo, both maintaining their Super Saiyan forms, and couldn't suppress a hint of disdain. They dared to mimic his style, lacking any originality. Kakarot was nothing more than that. As for Android 17, he was present. After Frieza's departure, 17 had been exceedingly compliant. When Vegeta instructed him to serve dishes, he would not dare to pour any drinks, nor would he touch the tablecloth. So, Kakarot, what is your battle power? Before unleashing his full potential, Vegeta knew he could not gauge his opponent's strength solely through key sensing. Thus, he required the assistance of 17, who possessed a miniature calculator within him. Without hesitation, 17 promptly responded, having already calculated the figures during this period. Sun Wukong's battle power stood at 2 billion, while Son Gohan's was 2 billion. In disbelief, a sudden spray of liquid hit Vegeta's face. He had previously taken pride in his own battle power of 1.5 billion. Now, he realized that Gohan, who was significantly younger, matched his father's strength, while Sun Wukong had surpassed him entirely. Frieza, that fellow? Without comparison, it is nothing but a tale of bitter tears. If one were to assert that Vegeta's Super Saiyan power has yet to reach its zenith, then one must concede that Goku's Super Saiyan has achieved its full potential at a staggering 100. Once unleashed, his combat prowess could escalate significantly. In a moment of exuberance, Goku's Super Saiyan state faltered, as he had been laboriously maintaining it since departing from the room of spirit and time. With a combat power of 1.5 billion, he was unable to sustain this form for as prolonged a duration as Vegeta and the others could. Vegeta was far from pleased. That Kakarot is a relentless rival. Back on Namek, he had surged ahead unexpectedly, intent on surpassing him. Once again, it was disheartening. Having previously lagged 200 million in combat power, he had managed to equalize and even exceed Vegeta by 200 million in just a single day. This was somewhat demoralizing. Allow me to remind you, once the Saiyans experience a surge in power, they tend to lose their composure. The melodious voice of Android 18 resonated, drawing the attention of all present. Krillin immediately flaunted his shiny bald head, displaying a rather proud demeanor. Although he was several meters away from Android 18, and no one could witness his somewhat possessive antics, he nonetheless proceeded with it. Upon hearing Android 18's words, Goku seemed to recall something from the past. He remembered something before encountering Chi-Chi, but now, it eluded him. Cell. Now more aptly referred to as Lightning Cell. Yes, the one that Krillin had kicked. Vegeta rolled his eyes, irately admonishing, "If you have something to say, say it." Women who dawdle are the most exasperating. Bulma puffed her cheeks in indignation. In a corner, the mountain-like Yajirobe sheepishly scratched his head, apologizing, "My sincere apologies. I am usually quite obedient." Upon hearing the male hostess' request, I instinctively complied. Tien Shinhan swiftly covered Yajirobe's mouth, exclaiming, "Do you not see Vegeta's expression? He is currently a Super Saiyan. With a mere finger, he could eliminate you. To indulge in idle chatter while consuming free food is truly excessive." Android 18 waved her hand dismissively at her nose, her expression one of disdain. "Vegeta, hold your ground. Lightning Cell's combat power is 3 billion, exceeding yours by a full 1 billion. Vegeta, who was absent at that moment, remains unaware, but Goku, you should certainly know. In a rare moment, Sun Wukong refrained from his usual antics and solemnly nodded. He recalled that upon leaving the hyperbolic time chamber, his intention was to inform everyone that their current combat capabilities were inadequate to confront Lightning Cell, if they wished to avoid being swept away by a single move. Akin to the previous encounter, further training was imperative. Curiosity piqued Krillin, who questioned why, despite the stipulation that a person could only spend 48 hours in the chamber throughout their lifetime, Sun Wukong had emerged after merely a day, fully aware of his inability to defeat Lightning Cell. Upon reflecting on this, Krillin spoke up. Sun Wukong provided a candid response. In that desolate space, enduring 2 years all at once would not only fail to surpass Cell, but could very well drive one to madness. Upon hearing the phrase "Ba," Krillin instinctively pressed his palms together. However, there was no further action. Everyone distanced themselves from him, save for Gohan, who firmly grasped Krillin's hand to prevent chaos. Vegeta found Sun Wukong's assertions credible. During his own year in the hyperbolic time chamber, had it not been for his son Trunks, he might have succumbed to the urge to exit prematurely. The overwhelming sensation of confinement was beyond the imagination of those who had never experienced it. No worries. We still have 8 days left, ample time for us to recuperate before another round. This time, Kakarot, you shall enter first. When it came to mental acuity, Bulma and Vegeta truly outclassed most, forming a formidable alliance. In a fleeting moment, Vegeta grasped the essence of why Sun Wukong consistently surpassed him, even in the anime. The climactic appearances were invariably followed by Sun Wukong. If his combat prowess were not somewhat exceptional, what justified his finale? Perhaps the arrival of Frieza instigated this realization in Vegeta, compelling him to resolve that this time, he would be the one to take center stage. Might it be that Android 18's words had unlocked Vegeta's potential? Regardless, he not only held firm but also conceived numerous insights. Sun Wukong, however, was not preoccupied with such contemplations. His cognitive capacity was insufficient for thoughts beyond combat. No problem. On the 7th day, Gohan and I will enter. And on the 8th day, you and Trunks shall go in. Why a day early? Yamcha seized a brief opportunity to interject. Sensing that they had not yet reached Dragon Ball Super, but were already on the verge of being overlooked, Tien Shinhan instinctively raised his hand, causing everyone to recoil. Realizing his reaction, he shot a glare at the snickering Krillin before speaking up. In anticipation of the impending battle, we should rest well for a day to rejuvenate our spirits. True to Sun Wukong's habits, he will undoubtedly indulge in a hearty feast before settling down. The group collectively understood, and Sun Wukong, his eyes gleaming with excitement, exclaimed, "Only one who truly knows me, Tien Shinhan. In the realm of the Kais." Xian fixed his gaze intently upon the chessboard, and after a prolonged silence, he delicately placed his piece. Victory was his, not by desire, but rather by necessity. As only one vacant spot remained on the board, what choice did he have? The 4 white pieces united seamlessly, yet Xian hesitated to make his move there. Strangely enough, in the end, Frieza did not obstruct him at all. He felt utterly helpless. Frieza. Oh, how merciless you are. Chapter 65, The Method to Annihilate Majin Buu. At the edge of the universe, a radiant beam of multicolored energy erupted from a black hole, before which stood a minuscule figure, fiercely resisting. This figure, adorned with 4 horns atop his head and clad in white armor that accentuated his muscular form, were a predominantly purple complexion. Boom. A planet standing in the path of the multicolored energy beam exploded with tremendous force. It was the sole planet in the vicinity. A guaranteed hit. Finally, Gula broke free from the constraints of the radiant beam, successfully escaping. Gula, a notable member of the Frost Demon race, had no trouble surviving in the cosmos. He surveyed his surroundings, his mouth moving rapidly, his emotions running high, and his expression a ghastly visage. Alas, in the vastness of space, sound could not travel. Thus, all of Gula's venomous curses went unheard. Voiceover: I curse you, celestial being. I can survive in this universe. Yet I am not a spacecraft. There are no planets nearby, so how am I to fly to distant realms? Surprisingly, he was not cursing Frieza, but rather lamenting the distance. It was a miracle he had not perished. Of course, whether Gula would meet his end among the stars was of little concern to Frieza. After acquiescing to Xian's request, he began to stretch his limbs. Having remained seated for too long, he needed to move about. Moreover, since Xian had explicitly requested a bout, Frieza would not disappoint him. Although Frieza could not fulfill wishes like the Eternal Dragon, nor could he impose limitations like the Namekian Dragon, he could certainly accommodate Xian's modest request. The process was excessively brutal and sanguinary. To spare the younger generation from its harshness, let us simply denote it with 6 dots. In any case, for the span of 3 hours, Xian's voice resonated throughout the realm of the Kais, proving that Frieza exercised a measure of restraint, at least to the extent that he did not render his opponent voiceless. Come on, this is impossible. I have to fight and rescue simultaneously. What a burden, he lamented. In the future, please refrain from such requests. I am not idly twiddling my thumbs. The old Kai was left dumbfounded. Kid was astounded. And the satiated Doria was equally perplexed. Xian, on the verge of tears, yearned to discuss matters concerning Majin Buu with Frieza, yet he found himself voiceless. How frustrating. Are you not inclined to speak? I have offered you the opportunity, yet you remain silent. What exactly does this imply? The elder Kaishin was taken aback by Frieza's words. He hastily stowed away the tablet and pointed at Kid. You, go tend to Shin. Frieza forgot to provide him with a recovery. Kid quickly grasped the situation and immediately cast a holy healing spell. After all, he still possessed abilities like Holy Flash, so a simple healing would not be a burden. He would never resort to interference, as that was a foolish skill that rendered the opponent invincible at the cost of one's own sacrifice, one he would never employ, no matter the circumstance. Ho ho ho. If you do not speak soon, I shall truly take my leave. I am rather busy, with countless planets awaiting my destruction. I have a professional code to uphold. Shin silently scoffed at the notion of Frieza's professional ethics, which stood in stark contrast to the elder Kaishin's principles. Nevertheless, the elder Kaishin discerned the underlying implications. Are you working for him? Ho ho ho. Old man, your ability to read the room is commendable. But do refrain from mentioning names. Otherwise, a few thousand years may not suffice. It could very well stretch into tens of thousands. The elder Kaishin understood the gravity of the matter and resolutely chose not to revisit the subject. Although Shin was perplexed, such details were inconsequential. What truly mattered was directing Frieza to confront Majin Buu. Frieza, can your shadowy form withstand the power of Majin Buu should you employ the star transformation? Frieza leapt forward and delivered a blow to Zen, uttering words devoid of reason. Firstly, that is not the form known as Black and Shadowy, but rather the Black Iron form, which I shall refer to as Black Iron Frieza. Secondly, barring any unforeseen circumstances, I need not employ the celestial transformation to surpass Majin Buu. The challenge lies in the act of annihilation itself. Thirdly, I currently have no intention of confronting Majin Buu, for he is not a being that can be vanquished by mere energy. Even if I possess a significant advantage in strength, I can merely render him infinitely weakened. Death is utterly impossible. Frieza is certainly not adept in the art of the spirit bomb, nor does he possess the capability of annihilation. His signature techniques are the death ball and the supernova, yet, to put it plainly, these methods cannot entirely obliterate Majin Buu. Majin Buu is fundamentally different from Cell. As long as Cell's core remains intact, he can be reborn, whereas Majin Buu can resurrect as long as a single cell survives. Furthermore, each individual cell of Majin Buu is remarkably resilient and can transform into smoke to revive. Solely relying on shockwaves would prove inadequate. What Frieza did not mention was that if he could master the Ultra Instinct technique, even with just 10 of its power, he could effortlessly annihilate Majin Buu. After all, the Ultra Instinct he learned from the transformation was the complete version, vastly superior to the simplified version that Son Goku possesses. Indeed, the complete version is formidable. Yet its mastery is exceedingly challenging. Despite Frieza's unparalleled comprehension, he has only grasped a mere 0.00001 of it, which is quite disheartening. His progress in instant transmission, however, has improved somewhat, doubling from 0.01 to 0.02, truly astonishing. The techniques of teleportation and instantaneous movement are at his disposal, but he finds no need for them at present. After all, indulging in a bit of currency exchange for a new appearance is quite enjoyable. Although the black iron form may only be considered a heroic skin, one can anticipate that an epic skin will follow soon. If even you cannot defeat Majin Buu, how on earth can he be vanquished? Xian clutched his head in despair. That recent beating felt utterly pointless. Oh ho ho, yet it is not entirely hopeless. Why the urgency? Buu is peacefully slumbering within his egg, posing no threat to your possessions nor your spouse. Such cries for violence seem unwarranted. Upon hearing Frieza mention a solution, Xian immediately perked up. Material wealth is of little consequence. As a millennium-long singleton, he doesn't even know who his partner might be. He would welcome any encounter. What Xian values is not the past, but the future. Do not divert my line of questioning. I demand to know precisely how to eliminate Majin Buu once and for all. Spare me your vague ramblings. Xian's words caused Frieza's eyes to narrow, an aura of pure malevolence radiating from him. Who does this insolent fool think he is, attempting to challenge Frieza? Does he not realize how King Cold met his demise? Whack. The ignorance of the younger generation has already been addressed. Consider him inconsequential and let it go. The old Kaishin was taken aback. He was not particularly concerned that Frieza would eliminate both of them, knowing that Frieza recognized the one above. It was likely that at least one of them would be spared. However, one must discern the difference between a mere slap and death. Let this be the last time. Old man, take the time to teach him the ways of the gods instead of always flaunting your superiority. He is not me, and he lacks that power. Oh ho ho. Alas, you do seem rather pitiable, so I shall impart a few methods to you. First, the ultimate skill invented by the North Kai, the Spirit Bomb. Second, destruction. For further details, consult the old man. I have no time to explain. Third, within the fourth layer of the star transformation technique, there lies a move known as direct assault on the yellow dragon, which, empowered by divine energy, can also completely eradicate Majin Buu. Fourth, food plus emotion. Xian gaped in disbelief. First, the notion that such a skill could be conceived by a mere junior king was utterly astonishing. Second, what on earth was destruction? Third, while it did sound somewhat plausible, Frieza had previously asserted that he had yet to grasp the potential of the fourth level. The most ludicrous of all was the fourth point. What on earth was the connection between cuisine and emotion? Frieza would not divulge anything to Xian. His methods to eliminate Majin Buu extended far beyond this singular approach. After all, he is Frieza, a man with his own ulterior motives. Xian yearned to inquire further. But alas, Frieza had vanished. Where had Frieza gone? Xian hastily employed his divine powers to investigate. Soon, he located Frieza's presence, who was currently in the company of a green-skinned individual, surrounded by many others of similar appearance. Chapter 66. Galactic Marauders. This planet was adorned with a multitude of towering mushroom-shaped trees, and those with keen perception would recognize that its environment bore a striking resemblance to that of the former Namek. Moreover, this planet was home to numerous Namekians. Indeed, you guessed correctly. This is the very realm from which the Namekian clan departed Earth. The current patriarch is none other than the once malevolent Namekian, Slug. When Frieza encountered Shrag, he was quite taken aback. After all, wasn't he once his subordinate for a time? Frieza's sudden arrival this time was due to a favor he owed to the Grand Elder of Namek. It was Nairu, the second strongest of Namek, who summoned Frieza. As the formidable Piccolo was absent. Is that not Slug? Have you transformed into a benevolent Namekian? Nairu inquired. What did you call me here for? Slug was about to respond, but Frieza seemed uninterested in his answer, instead directing his question towards Nairu behind Slug. The wind howled, casting an awkward atmosphere over the scene. More uncomfortable than Slug was a group of 5, 4 of whom sported matching orange hair, while the 5th, donning a turban reminiscent of an Indian, had his hair concealed. Likely orange as well. Each had pointed ears and adorned themselves with golden conical earrings, their skin a pale green. Boss, it seems we are being overlooked, one remarked. Peter, be confident. Drop the seams, another retorted. Bukin, you're blocking my view. I told you to cut back on the meat. Zanjia, you're a girl. Stay behind me for safety. Your words make my sword unsteady. Quiet down, all of you. Have you forgotten who the protagonist is? Apologies, Boss Bojack. They all chorused. The commotion was considerable. Yet Frieza appeared oblivious, still fixated on waiting for Nairu's response. Boss, that fellow has rectangular ears. He must have hearing issues. Nairu wiped the sweat from his brow, realizing that if he remained silent, he would not only offend Slug and the 5 members of Bojack, but also risk incurring Frieza's wrath, whom he had summoned for assistance. Lord Frieza, our Namekian plight is dire. In just a few years, our planet has become a prison for 5 galactic marauders. Nairu exclaimed. See, it is possible to clarify matters, without the need for those foolhardy individuals to prattle on. Haha. So, your luck is indeed exceptional. Do you wish to expend that favor in exchange for my intervention against them? Nairu glanced at Slug, sensing he had overshadowed him. What to do now? Do not worry, Nairu. As long as I can save my kin, my personal reputation is of little consequence. Nairu felt elated, reassured by the reliability of the new Grand Elder. Not quite like that, Lord Frieza. Could I perhaps ask you to summon Son Gohan and the others for assistance? Let's reserve this favor for future use, shall we? Bojack's 5 members were taken aback, as was Slug. Naira, you clever little fox. This way, you need not expend your favor. Haha. Have you thought this through? Are you certain you wish to spend that favor to have me notify Son Gohan? Naira was overjoyed and was about to answer loudly. Yes. However, Schlag was struck down to the ground. This is not how it is, Lord Frieza. Nero has merely had too much to drink. What we truly seek is your assistance in resolving the impending crisis on Namek. Schlag came to a realization, according to Frieza's perspective, regardless of the circumstances. A favor must be called in. What of Son Gohan and his companions? If that group of Saiyans were to falter in their battle, surely Frieza would be the more reliable ally. Upon hearing this, Frieza decisively turned around, finally directing his gaze towards the Galaxy Thieves Quintet. Oh ho ho ho. Very well. Who am I to deny reason and uphold my reputation? He exclaimed. Bojack, is it? How did you manage to break the seal? Bojack pondered for a moment before choosing to respond. Well, that's a tale best suited for a child without a mother. Frieza's tail struck the ground, and his expression darkened. Someone had traversed the black hole and disrupted a certain node of the sealing array, hence our liberation. Indeed, that is the situation. A gust of wind swept by, whisking away a bead of cold sweat from Frieza's forehead. Is this truly a tale of lengthy explanation? While I do not comprehend why the North Kai did not perish or how the seal has dissipated, such matters are trivial. These individuals, incapable of surpassing even a Super Saiyan 2, are merely suitable for warming up. Zhangya is indeed a vision of beauty, particularly charming with her light green skin, cascading orange waves of hair, and a smile imbued with the sweetness of first love. Alas, her own strength is lacking. A cursory scan of their combat abilities reveals all. Madamo, the one wielding a sword with the banana hairstyle, was vanquished by Goku in the original narrative, possessing a power level of 800 million. Pikin, the short individual adorned with an Indian hat, wields a remarkable magic that allows him to control others. However, it proves futile against the electrically charged Super Saiyan 2. Also at a power level of 800 million. Bojack, the tall one with a pineapple head and orange sideburns, may have consumed some expired food, resulting in the peculiar coloration of his hair, with a slightly higher combat strength of 1.2 billion. Zhangya, the sole female, possesses a lovely appearance and a petite, delicate figure, bringing her combat power to a respectable 1 billion. Bojack, the leader of the group, possesses the ability to transform, albeit only once, in his untransformed state. He boasts a power level of 1.7 billion, comparable to that of Cell in the original storyline. Ho ho ho. Do you wish to engage in a one-on-one duel? Or shall it be a brawl? Bojack and his companions have been sealed away for an extensive period, during which the legend of Frieza had yet to emerge. Thus, Bojack is not well acquainted with Frieza. However, upon witnessing Frieza's steadfast demeanor, having just been unsealed less than a day ago, he chooses to remain cautious and seeks clarity on the nature of the encounter. What of a duel, and what of a brawl? Frieza smiled his signature smile. Oh ho ho ho. In a one-on-one, I shall take on all 5 of you. In a brawl, I shall single-handedly combat all 5 of you. Bojack, filled with fury, exclaimed, just as I have been unsealed, I am toyed with. Do you truly believe that the galactic tyrant is to be trifled with? You are finished, regardless of who you are. We 5 shall compel you to kneel and sing your submission. Brothers, charge. Understood, boss. They replied in unison. Bido was the first to charge. a swordsman who embodied one principle, swiftness. There is a saying that aptly describes a swordsman: death is like the wind, always at my side. Whoosh. Bang. Bido surged ahead with unparalleled speed, departing even faster, when suddenly, a massive explosion erupted. A mushroom cloud appeared in the distance, and at the epicenter of the explosion. Not a single hair remained. Bido. As Bojack and his companions glanced back at Frieza, a flicker of panic surfaced in their eyes. After all, the individual before them had effortlessly obliterated Bido with a mere flick of his tail, leaving nothing but remnants in his wake. Frieza casually seized Bido's long sword, plunging it single-handedly into the ground, treating it as a makeshift staff. Peter. Bojack bellowed, and in an instant, Peter understood. In a straightforward combat scenario, they might not stand a chance against this bare-skinned adversary. However, when it came to teamwork, they had honed their skills over years of confinement. Although Bido had perished, their coordination would not be entirely hindered. One could anticipate that it would still yield satisfactory results. Peter made his move, unleashing beams of light that pierced towards Frieza, eliciting anguished cries from him. Sensing an opportunity, Buchan immediately united with Bojack and Zanjia to launch an assault. Bojack delivered a powerful punch to Frieza's abdomen, while Zanjia descended from above, aiming squarely at Frieza's nape. Buchan, a tank-like close combat fighter, executed a formidable headbutt aimed at Frieza's chest. The weak fear the strong fear the insane, and the insane fear those who are unafraid of death. Frieza, ever the pragmatist, values his life yet possesses formidable strength. With a resounding thud, Zanjia was sent sprawling by a swish of his tail, collapsing to the ground. Utterly drained of energy. That strike had struck her sensitive spot. Bojack's iron fist failed to land a blow on Frieza, instead being swatted away by him, hurtling towards Peter, who was engaged in casting spells at a distance. Bojack's ally, Buchan, also failed to strike Frieza. However, in his fervor, he could not rein in his momentum, skidding to a halt just in front of Shrag. A drop of blood appeared on Bido's sword, chilling to the bone. Ho ho ho. Isn't it amusing? Do you think victory is at hand? Chapter 67, an unintentional overexertion boom. Bojack could never quite master his own body. Frieza's might was beyond his comprehension. Peter was equally unprepared, lacking the explosive force that Nera had harnessed to face the human bomb head-on. A tragic scene unfolded. Bojack inadvertently obliterated Peter, a deluge of blood raining down, leaving Bojack momentarily bewildered. What just happened? Did I just reduce my subordinate to mere fragments? He glanced at Zanjia, who trembled on the ground, shivering uncontrollably, and felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Turning his gaze to the Team SMT, the towering Buchan, he was astonished to see him striking a charging pose amidst a throng of Namekians. Buchan, what are you doing? This is hardly the time for games. We need you to draw their ire. Boss, has Peter gone OT? Zanjia managed to stammer, her words inciting Bojack's ire. What nonsense. Peter merely needs to rein it in. He hasn't even unleashed his full power. Even if he were OT, he remains the strongest in our ranks. Buchan. With a sickening thud, Buchan collapsed, his cranium cleaved neatly in two. The more timid Namekians began to scream. The very villain who had previously rendered the Elder and the Great Guardian incapacitated was now, before their eyes, split asunder. Bojack then noticed Bido's sword, still firmly planted in the earth, blood trickling down its blade. Drip, drip. Beads of sweat cascaded down Bojack's forehead as he swallowed hard. They had been sealed away for countless ages, only to emerge and meet their demise? This defies logic. Shouldn't it have been a grand revelry, followed by a triumphant mockery, only to overreach and subsequently be sealed or obliterated? We have just emerged, and no one has been killed. Those two individuals who were beaten into a vegetative state were also revived by one another, were they not? We are merely hungry. Yet this group refuses to prepare food for us. Oh, didn't Bu mention that the vegetative state individuals have a rather pleasant flavor? However, we have yet to take any action. Who exactly are you? I am the Cosmic Emperor, Frieza. Frieza's laughter, as always, dripped with scorn. Yet Bojack dared not utter a word of retort. The Cosmic Emperor, Frieza. Bojack suddenly exclaimed, turning to glance at Zanjia, who had managed to rise to her feet. Have you heard? The very Namek trembled, and the Supreme Kai, Shin, was so taken aback that he began to perspire, hastily wiping the sweat from his brow. Old man. I mean, ancestor, this Bojack is even more reckless than us. Rubbing the spot where the old Supreme Kai had struck him, Shin nearly shed tears. Why did he always encounter those who relished in striking him? Bojack's plight is dire, but Frieza would not truly eliminate you. However, he would indeed crush that Bojack. It's Bojack. Yes, I am aware, that infamous horse. Kid, using his head as a cushion, served as a makeshift pad for Shin. Zangya instinctively shook her head, then immediately began to nod fervently. She felt as though she had narrowly escaped a trap set by her leader. In times like these, wouldn't one feign admiration regardless of their prior knowledge? You haven't heard? The voice was chillingly cold, causing the Namekian populace, led by Shrag, to collectively shiver. Was Namek welcoming winter? Would the freshly planted trees succumb to the frost? Who claimed that Namek was devoid of winter? Bojack felt the chill as well. Yet he could not show weakness. What does the Cosmic Emperor matter? What is Frieza? I am the Cosmic Marauder, and the entire universe shall tremble before me. You have provoked my wrath. Unleash your fury. Bojack, unleash it. I shall tear you asunder. Roar. Bojack's attire shattered. Not merely torn asunder. He mimicked the Saiyan transformation, dyeing his hair in a vivid hue. Not the blinding golden brilliance, but a devilish crimson. The color of his hair had changed. But Bojack's metamorphosis was far from complete. The disrobing was merely the prelude, and his next step was to inflate his muscles. Though not as exaggerated as Vegeta's super muscle form, it was not far behind. At the very least, it appeared as such. Battle power, 1, 8 billion, 1, 9 billion, 2, 1 billion, 2, 11 billion. Frieza chuckled, not merely a mocking laugh, but genuinely amused by Bojack's transformation. While the Saiyans boast a transformation that multiplies their power by 50, even Frieza's lackluster black iron form manages an increase of over twofold. Yet Bojack, in his audacious transformation, boasts a staggering increase of 410 million. Surely, this pales in comparison to the ferocity of a Saiyans battle cry. If you were to maintain this transformed state continuously, Frieza might have refrained from laughing, but the grandeur of the moment concluded in such a lackluster manner? Oh ho ho, Mr. Bojack. May I inquire as to why you do not simply retain your current form, insisting instead on reverting to your previous state? This appearance is indeed quite imposing. Bojack, having completed his transformation, gasped for breath, his throat parched, and it seemed he had faltered in his vocalization during his earlier shout. Aha. Since you have sincerely posed your question, I shall graciously enlighten you. Zangya, do share with him the reason. Zangya leapt hundreds of meters into the air, exclaiming, because the team must maintain a uniform hair color. Whoosh. As Zangya landed, she was already far from the battlefield. Frieza, your majesty, eliminate this pretentious fool. A gust of wind swept in, leaving Bojack dumbfounded. What was happening? Was he not formidable enough? Could they not see his red hair? Were their eyes deceived? Oh ho ho. Mr. Bojack, are you akin to Team Rocket from Pokemon? Since you have sincerely revealed this to me, I shall, in a moment of compassion, demonstrate what a true transformation entails. Frieza's hands were clenched tightly, the veins on his forehead bulging ominously. His battle power surged at an astonishing rate. 30 billion, 40 billion, 50 billion, 70 billion, 100 billion. A tremendous wave of energy erupted, sending forth a tempest that stirred the very sands and stones, a ferocious wind sweeping across the landscape, hurling the Namekians away. Even Zangya struggled to maintain her footing, her body involuntarily sliding backward, carving a deep trench into the ground. The explosive seven-colored energy wave transformed the atmosphere of Namek, shaking the very foundations of the planet. Its once tranquil surface fracturing into countless fissures. Shrag and Nera were blown back a considerable distance, with one of them grasping a pale green jade pillar to steady himself. Though Zangya was infuriated by the shamelessness of the two, she found herself unable to retaliate. The overwhelming force emanating from Frieza left her utterly powerless. Bojack's jaw dropped in astonishment, not because he possessed an unusually large mouth, but rather due to the sheer shock that rendered him prostrate on the ground. What manner of creature is Frieza? I have been sealed away for merely 1,000 years, yet how has the world changed so drastically? This is the true aura of a cosmic emperor, the embodiment of a genuine overlord of the universe. The notion of a cosmic thug is nothing but a farce. Zangya, you were right. You were absolutely right. Sweat beads glistened upon Frieza's forehead, a consequence of his exertion. He had merely aimed to transform into black iron, yet inadvertently shattered that threshold, leaving him in a rather awkward predicament. The clanging sounds of metal echoed clang, clang, clang. His combat power had indeed surged beyond that of black iron, increasing by more than double. 8 billion. Oh ho ho ho. Bojack. This is what transformation truly means. This is unparalleled in the world. Chapter 68. The depleted Namekian planet. A colossal meteorite crater marred the surface of Namek, from which emerged a figure enveloped in a spectrum of energy waves, slowly drifting out of the pit. Like a specter, it floated in the air, lacking only flowing locks of hair and a billowing white gown. Frieza, enveloped in a radiant green luminescence, exudes a hue reminiscent not of the verdant Machikstar, but rather of ancient bronze, a metallic green gleam. This, combined with the iridescent waves of energy and his cold, merciless crimson eyes, could silence the cries of children at night. Behold! Behold! On the Machikstar, a sudden surge of background music erupted. Undoubtedly the herald of a formidable antagonist's entrance. Imagine the grand arrival of Jiangcheng in a battle. Alas, that mocking laughter dissipated the music into nothingness. Yet none seemed to care. At this moment, Frieza stood as the undisputed sovereign, a deity gazing down upon all creation. It became evident that the first form of stellar transformation was not without merit. Rather, it served as the key to transcending physical limitations, a pillar reaching towards the heavens. Truly a vivid image, as his aura surged skyward, without a trace of energy wasted or leaking. Magnificent! Bojack, do you comprehend what true transformation entails? This is merely my newly developed second transformation. There are still several more to come, and though I am uncertain of their nature, I am confident that the golden form is assured. Frieza was in high spirits, though this form remained somewhat unstable, reminiscent of the manner in which Sun Wukong first transformed in the original narrative. His muscles had swelled significantly compared to his usual state, placing a considerable burden on his body. Were it not for the divine power of the star transformation easing the strain, Frieza might not have been able to soar to Bojack's presence. Lord Frieza, I acknowledge my mistakes. From this point forward, I shall be your servant. Please, spare my life. Bojack was not entirely devoid of the ability to sense energy, although he lacked the finesse of Earthlings or the inhabitants of planet Yardrat. He was acutely aware of the vast chasm separating him from Frieza. According to the principle that surpassing 30% of combat power grants one the ability to eliminate an opponent with ease, Frieza had reached a level where he could extinguish Bojack with the mere flick of a finger. Faced with such an overwhelming adversary, if Bojack were to persist in his defiance, it would not be bravery but sheer folly. Pathetic. You are unworthy. Frieza extended a single finger, swaying it from side to side, while uttering words that chilled Bojack's heart to the core. As the saying goes, anger arises from the heart, and malevolence breeds within the gallbladder. Bojack, fully aware of his impending doom, executed an astonishing act. Plop. Oh, mighty Frieza, I implore you, consider me as nothing more than a fleeting thought. By the way, Zanjia, I assure you, I have not laid a finger on her. None of my brothers have either. She remains untouched, pure as ever. Might I present her to you as a token of my respect? Frieza executed a graceful somersault, his bronze-green tail crashing against Bojack's forehead. Bojack vanished, not in a cloud of smoke, but rather, he reappeared on the opposite side of Namek. From the spot where Bojack had disappeared, a geyser of molten lava erupted skyward. The scene resembled that of someone's head being suddenly severed, with blood gushing into the air. Hiss! Zangyao was taken aback, while Slug and Neru nearly fainted from the shock. Frieza's strike had undoubtedly compromised the core of the new Namek, a planet they had inhabited for just over 3 years, now teetering on the brink of explosion. Slug even felt that each heartbeat was a countdown to the planet's demise. Neru, do you believe inviting Frieza to assist us was a wise decision or a grave mistake? This question plunged Neru into deep contemplation, and after a brief moment, he replied gravely, Frieza did not act with malice. You must trust him. Neru gave Slug a knowing wink, and Slug instantly understood. Yes, indeed. King Frieza did not intend for this to happen. Absolutely not. Internally, he thought, regardless of intent, we cannot hold him accountable. Our clan's fate hinges on Frieza's disposition. One must not underestimate Frieza's rectangular ears. They are quite perceptive. Frieza vanished. When he reappeared, Bojack soared out from the previous opening, his entire being nearly scorched to a crisp. Were it not for his formidable power and the protective aura surrounding him, he would have been reduced to mere ashes. Oh, how amusing. This is akin to playing whack-a-mole. Bang, crack, thud, boom. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. In any case, planet Namek had transformed into a blazing sphere, riddled with countless penetrating wounds. The Namekians floated in the air, cautiously avoiding the serpentine flames that leapt high into the sky. Their lamentations echoed throughout, not merely due to the impending explosion of their planet, but primarily because their diligent efforts over the past 3 years had been rendered utterly futile. Frieza suddenly dispelled his bronze form, now panting heavily. The burden of the bronze Frieza was simply too great for his current combat prowess. And even with the enhancement of the celestial transformation, he could no longer bear it. Casting a glance at the severely battered Bojack, then surveying the vast sea of flames engulfing Namek, Frieza slapped his forehead. What a colossal mistake. He had come to salvage the situation, not to wreak havoc. Yet, what was the outcome? The entirety of Namek lay in ruins due to his actions. Who could he possibly turn to for justice? Bang. Frieza, exasperated by his own lack of restraint, delivered a kick to Bojack, who flew across the room like a rag doll, landing near Zangya. Ho ho ho, my first love. Dear Zangya, do hold on to him tightly. Shrag, gather everyone. I shall lead you away from this place. Shrag was on the verge of tears, overwhelmed with emotion, as Frieza, in a moment of clarity, did not forsake them, despite their growing despair. Earlier, both Shrag and Naru had wallowed in guilt for far too long. Naru, in a fit of anguish, struck the face of Elder Beachy several times, weeping profusely, "It's all my fault. Why did I summon Frieza to save us?" Shrag, equally distraught, also slapped Elder Beachy's swollen face, crying out in regret, "It's not your fault. It's mine. I believed Frieza was more reliable than Gohan." Elder Beachy hesitated, pondering whether he should also give himself a few slaps. At long last, as planet Namek teetered on the brink of destruction, Frieza, fatigued, experienced a moment of conscience and decided to teleport everyone to safety. Suddenly, the Namekians fell to the ground en masse. Not due to the planet's explosion, but rather in a chaotic tumble. King Kaishin stared in disbelief at the throng of greenskin beings. Kid was furious, questioning whether Frieza regarded his realm as a mere refugee camp. Just as he rose to voice his outrage, he caught sight of Frieza's impassive face, and unexpectedly, Frieza smiled. Kid nearly collapsed from shock. Frieza's smile was more terrifying than his frown. "I must check for any injured," Kid thought, compelled by memories he wished to forget. The old King Kai, keeping his distance, fixated on his tablet, choosing ignorance to maintain peace. "Ho ho ho. Mr. Kid, I am quite pleased with your performance this time. It is finally clear who the true master is here." Kid seethed with frustration, while Shin faced a myriad of exasperations, and the old King Kai remained oblivious, engrossed in sage videos. Lord King Kai? Kid nearly exploded at Shrag's words, momentarily believing that the Namekian was unable to distinguish genders. How could one refer to such a robust figure as sister? Yet, his irritation persisted. "I am not a lord. I am merely a servant." Shrag pushed Kid aside, gazing intently at Shin. "I know you are not. You are far too unattractive to be the esteemed King Kai." Kid felt as though he had been struck by a cataclysmic blow, nearly succumbing on the spot. Frieza, indifferent to their antics, suddenly appeared before Zangya. "Oh, your beauty is truly exquisite. Shall I introduce you to someone?" Zangya replied with silence, while the nearly breathless Bojack interjected. "So it seems you do not cherish beauty for yourself, but rather prefer to bestow it upon others." Bang! Uffed. Frieza sensed Bojack's intentions and, with a swift motion, crushed him into the ground, leaving only his 2 toes exposed. Frieza does not harbor affection for beautiful women. Who would dare make such a claim? Such words would unleash a fury of 200% of his battle power. This is a source of inner turmoil for him, a matter that should never be mentioned. Not even by the little golden turtle. Otherwise, there would be no mercy in the punishment. Guess who Zangya's romantic partner is? If you guess correctly, there is no reward. Chapter 69. A grand gift from Frieza. Frieza is unconcerned about the ownership of Namek. Even if they have settled in the realm of the Supreme Kai, he remains indifferent. People lack combat power. The dragon Shenron is also of no use. The crux of the matter lies in his calamity-prone nature. Since his rebirth, Frieza has annihilated 3 planets. The first being Namek. The second was an uninhabited planet destroyed by a digestive exercise, and the third was once again Namek. Is he not a harbinger of disaster? As for the planet obliterated by Gula's black hole, Frieza is unaware. That does not count. Come, accompany me to a place where your ideal partner awaits. As for him, he too is a splendid gift. Frieza has vanished once more, and the Kaishin realm has returned to a state of tranquility and peace, albeit occasionally interrupted by the sound of subdued, mischievous chuckles. Cell has stood upon the shattered arena for a staggering 6 days, inundated by an uncountable amount of bird droppings, which has left him on the brink of psychological collapse by the time Frieza approached him. Ho ho ho. I shall not permit you to move, however. You may still unleash some of your energy to cleanse yourself. The rage emanating from Cell is palpable. Frieza, at that moment, would not even allow him to release a single fart. A fart is a form of gas, and so is a shockwave. Though fundamentally different, they ultimately converge in essence. Cell. Truly, I am filled with trepidation. Thank you very much. Nearly 5 days of silence, and Cell has already lost his eloquence. It appears that this punishment has profoundly impacted him. With a thud, the spherical form of Bojack was tossed before Cell, his limbs shattered, clinging to life by a mere thread. Here, this is a reward for you. Absorbing him will undoubtedly elevate your combat prowess to new heights. Cell scoffed, yet dared not resist. Even if Frieza pointed to a stone and proclaimed, "Hey, absorb this, and you will grow stronger," you would not hesitate to comply. Even if it meant shattering it afterward. After all, a mere kidney stone is hardly a significant concern. Cell's tail suddenly elongated, poised to envelop Bojack, yet halfway through. It was seized by Frieza. "Ah, this thing is rather repulsive," Cell exclaimed, trembling in fear. Frieza ultimately released his grip. He was merely curious to observe. Without any intention of immersing himself. He is powerful and far from foolish, certainly not one to embark on a so-called excursion within another's belly. Gurgle, gurgle. Frieza turned around, curiosity evident in his tone. "Do you wish to partake in Bojack as well?" Zanjia's originally pale green visage transformed into a deep shade of green, a reflection of both disgust and fear. No, no, no. Lord Frieza, I consume ordinary sustenance. I do not partake in human flesh. Frieza let out a chuckle. Having just heard the sound of Zanjia swallowing, initially believing she was simply craving something. He wouldn't mind carving off a piece of Shala's thigh for Zanjia to roast and enjoy. After all, that creature could regenerate swiftly. Oh, Eureka! Shala. I have conjured up a brilliant scheme for profit. Let us set up a stall to sell meat. After all, you can simply regrow whatever I cut. A zero-cost venture. Zanjia instinctively retreated several steps, while Shala hastily covered his tail. Choking. No, this won't do. Your flesh is green, and others might fear we are poisoning them. Which is quite unfavorable, and besides, you lack the necessary certification. Hurry and swallow it down, or shall I prod you with a stick? Frieza chuckled, his eyes narrowing into slits, a sight that sent a chill of dread coursing through Cell, provoking beads of cold sweat to form upon his brow. Finally, Bojack was devoured, leaving not a trace behind. Suddenly, a tremendous wave of energy surged forth, and Cell erupted into a pained roar, reminiscent of a dragon, a tiger, a ferocious beast. His furious bellow echoed with sheer agony, causing him to convulse. His combat power soared at an astonishing rate, swiftly reaching 3.5 billion, showing no signs of halting. Ah! Splendid. Just splendid. Recently, his power had inadvertently climbed to 4 billion, leaving him feeling invincible, yet strangely empty and isolated. Indeed, Cell, you have not disappointed me. Continue. Press on. At this moment, the inhabitants of Earth were gripped by terror, their screams piercing the air, while the Z fighters wore expressions of deep concern. This aura was all too familiar to them. On the 6th day, Goku and Vegeta had yet to re-enter the hyperbolic time chamber, but they had not remained stagnant either. For their current combat power indeed paled in comparison to Cell's. Bulma's household had acquired several gravity chambers, with an average of 1 or 2 exploding daily. Such extravagance was possible only due to Bulma's wealth. Yet, just moments ago, all the gravity chambers had detonated simultaneously. From the wreckage emerged Goku, Vegeta, Din, Gohan, and Piccolo. Ah, Piccolo had yet to fuse with Kami, but that moment was surely approaching. This is Cell's energy. How could it be possible for him to be this powerful? Piccolo exclaimed, veins throbbing upon his forehead, a mix of disbelief and utter bewilderment washing over him. The expressions of all present turned grave, Goku's usual nonchalance vanished. And Vegeta's confidence was once again shattered. In many ways, Vegeta had exerted more effort than any other character in Dragon Ball, mark my words, more than anyone. Yet, no matter how hard he pushed himself, there would always be someone who effortlessly surpassed him. If given the choice, Frieza's current essence would prefer to inhabit Vegeta rather than the androgynous Frieza. Frieza seethed with rage. Came. Humph, ignored. Vegeta's plight evokes sympathy, his pride stirs emotions. And his competitive spirit is unmatched by Goku. In terms of lineage, he surpasses Goku, yet fate has dealt him a different hand. Came feels the weight of this. Vegeta's emotions are a tangled web. His combat power has soared to 2.3 billion, now on par with Goku, marking the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 1. Let us not dwell on the details, shall we? Both Goku and Vegeta aspire to transcend Super Saiyan, yet have found no success. Notably, Gohan has also reached a combat power of 2.3 billion, but recently he has grown taciturn. No one knows the reason behind Gohan's sudden change. Perhaps it is the side effects of becoming a Super Saiyan. Only Goku harbors a subdued sense of anticipation. However, with Cell's sudden surge, the situation has spiraled out of control, leaving Goku uncertain. 17. Speak. 17? What are you talking about? 18, concerned about 17's mental state, took over the conversation. Cell's current combat power stands at 3.8 billion, rapidly nearing 3.9 billion, with no signs of slowing down. The data relayed by 18 sent chills down everyone's spines. They are acutely aware that even the strongest trio, including Goku, only measures up to 2.3 billion. The mighty Tien barely clings to 1.8 billion, gritting his teeth to endure. At this moment, 17 realized that every time Bulma appeared, he experienced a fleeting moment of distraction, causing him to misinterpret Vegeta's intent. 40 billion. No, wait, 41 billion. And still rising. On Cell's side, Frieza's laughter echoed endlessly, mingling with Cell's furious roars. The cacophony of oh-ho-ho and roar painted a vivid tableau of chaos. The earth, shaken by Cell's fury, was engulfed in tumultuous winds, relentless rains, and ferocious tsunamis, resembling an apocalyptic scene. Had it not been for Frieza's divine power shielding the planet, cataclysmic earthquakes would surely have ensued, resulting in countless casualties. At last, Cell ceased his howling, and Frieza halted his mocking laughter, causing Zanya's heart to nearly stop. It was terrifying beyond measure. The earth was perilous. She yearned to return home, even if it meant being sealed away. Anything was preferable to dying from sheer fright. Gasping like a bull, Cell caught his breath, while Frieza remained at ease. Oh ho ho. It seems you couldn't perfectly absorb Bojack. Your combat power is merely 4.5 billion, quite disappointing. Cell chuckled coldly. Despite the agony he just endured, the outcome was exhilarating, an explosion of satisfaction. Huh. Aya. Shenron began to unleash his fury. He could not believe that with his current combat power, he would be unable to defeat Frieza. This was the aftermath of acquiring Saiyan cells. A common affliction among Saiyans. When their battle power surges, they succumb to blind confidence. Goodness gracious. Here we go again, exclaimed number 17, while Sun Wukong trembled with excitement. Fear? Impossible. At worst, he would be severely beaten, but a single Senzu bean would restore him to his prime vitality. Vegeta's face darkened like ink. He was feeling a pang of fear. Perhaps this was the crucial distinction between Vegeta and Sun Wukong. The latter was fearless, while Vegeta still harbored trepidation. At that moment, a pair of small hands gently touched Vegeta's trembling hand. Slowly, Vegeta lifted his gaze. Chapter 70. The one who despises weapons the most. The one who held Vegeta's hand was Bulma, the person who understood him best, not Sun Wukong, nor Dieter, but his beloved Bulma, with whom he shared his life. You are the strongest. A jolt of electricity surged through his mind, and Vegeta felt as though he had grasped something vital. Glancing at Trunks and the woman he adored, Vegeta's confidence surged anew. For the sake of his wife and child, he would stand resolutely against any threat, even at the cost of his life. Shouting and creating noise was the specialty of the Saiyans. And now Shenron had taken it to new heights. With a thunderous roar, a golden aura erupted, and purple electricity crackled with a symphony of sounds. Shenron's eyes transformed into a vivid green, and the spots on his skin began to glow red, while his wings, still purple, shimmered even more brilliantly. Frieza, what is my current battle power? Shenron's voice was magnetic. Were it not for his unsightly appearance, his face and voice alone would render him extraordinarily handsome. In a flash, the Z warriors arrived on the scene, with Sun Wukong unable to contain himself any longer. Observing the crater created by Shenron's explosive energy, number 17's voice trembled slightly. Yet he remained dutifully committed to his role as narrator. Shenron has reached 4.8 billion. Number 18 was incensed by her unworthy brother's antics. And what of it? Your master is right here. Are you still afraid? With Frieza present, did he still wish to be a mere sycophant? The foremost sycophant, Dodoria, lamented, Frieza, have you forgotten about me? Suddenly, number 17 felt invigorated. Yes, he was a man with a master. What did 4.8 billion matter? Today, he would slap Shenron's face. Number 17 became emboldened, disregarding the others standing by. Like a solitary warrior, he strode forward with unwavering resolve, step by step towards Shenron. The Z warriors looked on with admiration, thinking, if one must be, let it be number 17. The pace was neither swift nor sluggish. Yet it poignantly reminded Shenron of the deeds inflicted upon him by that bald-headed individual. With a swift motion, Shenron struck. He had endured enough frustration. Today, he was resolute in engaging in a fierce battle. Should number 17 dare to make a move, he would be the first to obliterate him, subsequently absorbing him, leaving no remnants, even if it were but a heap of muck. Frieza's recent actions have led Cell to realize that he seemingly possesses the ability to grow infinitely stronger. Consequently, Android 17 was nearly paralyzed with fear. Lord Frieza, your most loyal servant is about to be obliterated. With this exclamation, the previous air of arrogance evaporated instantaneously, leaving the Z-fighters sprawled on the ground. It turns out, he was merely a FAOD of strength. Android 18, however, remained standing, having found her beloved, Krillin. She was reluctant to engage in any foolish antics. Instead, she placed her hand on her forehead and murmured, "That silly brother of mine is still so endearing." Suddenly, a massive crater emerged, larger than the last, as Android 17 was sent hurtling through the air like a rag doll. As he flew towards Vegeta, he was kicked away, soaring towards a woman with vibrant orange hair. In the spot where 17 had just stood, Frieza was enveloped in a kaleidoscope of energy waves. Despite the staggering disparity of 800 million in battle power, Frieza ultimately thwarted Cell's assault. However, in the process of dissipating the force, he inadvertently affected Android 17, resulting in a rather comical V-shaped trajectory. This trajectory was akin to an automated driving experience, not one that Android 17 could control himself. Zangya, standing at a distance, never anticipated being caught in an ambush. Caught off guard, Android 17 swiftly embraced Zangya, leading to an accidental dual tumble, resulting in the loss of her long-preserved first kiss. "Get off me!" Zangya exclaimed furiously, while Android 17 found himself in an awkward predicament. It wasn't that he didn't want to comply. Rather, the turbulent air generated by the clash between Frieza and Cell rendered him unable to rise. Bang! Crash! Boom! Frieza, without transformation, finds himself at a disadvantage. Yet he possesses an extraordinary talent that allows him to grow stronger with each battle. Why engage in tedious training when one can roam the universe, reveling in the experience? "Please, just get up," Zangya exclaimed, on the verge of tears, feeling as if she were being crushed. "I can't get up. Could you at least remove your weapon? Do you intend to kill me?" How innocent Zangya was, utterly unaware of the nature of his intentions. Number 17 felt a tinge of embarrassment. He wasn't eager for this either, but being a man, it seemed quite normal to carry a stick as a weapon. "I can't let go. My hand is broken." Zangya was at a loss for words. Suddenly, a thunderous clap echoed, reverberating in her ears, forcing her hand back to the ground. Not only that, but she also felt as though she had been struck again, rendering her even weaker. "Oh ho ho. Mr. Rubbish, do enjoy your lovely wife. This is my gift to you. Even the number 1 lackey doesn't receive such treatment." "Huh? Did I forget to bring him back?" Cell was furious. The Frieza before him was an abomination, a freak even more twisted than himself, managing to keep pace with him in such a short span and now multitasking effortlessly. "Is it really necessary to belittle me this way? Frieza, I want you to choke." A surge of colorful energy erupted, the fierce energy waves striking terror into the hearts of onlookers, with Cell stammering at the sight of Frieza's bronze and green form. A battle power increase of over 4 times catapulted Frieza from 4.5 billion to an astonishing 18.8 billion. Frieza couldn't help but scoff. Must there always be an ending digit of 8? Is that the key to prosperity? If you want wealth, just send that Doria fellow to work. "Oh ho ho. Cell, what do you mean by burping?" Cell had finally calmed down, an unprecedented tranquility enveloping him. From now on, regardless of how powerful he became or how inflated his ego grew, he vowed to adhere to one rule: never provoke Frieza. "Esteemed Lord Frieza, I merely wish to massage your shoulders and knead your legs. You understand me, right? After all, I am your nominal son." Zangya ceased to impede the stick's assault, and number 17 lost the desire to continue using his weapon. As a warrior, he aimed to defeat his opponent with his bare hands. With a determined roll, number 17 lay flat on the ground, listening to the most shameless words in history, and he smiled. Indeed, as long as he clung tightly to Frieza's leg, he would not be lost to the void. Goku, Vegeta, Din, and Gohan were once again reminded of the true meaning of shamelessness. Bulma was absolutely right. In this world, there is no ultimate shamelessness, only greater shamelessness. Shara perfectly embodies this sentiment. "Ahahaha. Mr. Sharu, it seems you have defied the punishment I assigned you. What shall I do to rectify this?" Utilizing authority, as Frieza adeptly demonstrates, is certainly not an unfamiliar endeavor. With 3 toes slightly curled, he scratched his right foot with his left, and then it struck him. "You shall remain here for another 10 days, adhering to the same rules." But you must stand on one leg like a golden rooster, your mouth agape towards the sky. Shenron was petrified, and everyone gasped in disbelief. The Z warriors pondered whether this punishment was too lenient. Shenron longed to crash to the ground, wishing for an end to his existence. The golden rooster stance was trivial, albeit somewhat peculiar. He could endure that, but to keep his mouth open towards the heavens? That would subject him to bird droppings. Such indignities are intolerable. One may be killed, but not humiliated. Flames of fury ignited in his eyes. Shenron could bear no more. With a mighty roar, he assumed the golden rooster position, enduring further torment. His arms stretched wide, fingers aligned downward, one leg bent, and finally, his head tilted back, mouth agape. An unknown crystalline liquid dripped to the ground. Shenron wept. In that moment, all present felt a pang of sympathy for him. Sun Wukong, hands on his hips, with a pained expression, remarked, "Do you not feel pity for Shenron?" Vegeta, arms crossed, chose to remain silent. The young boy nodded, glancing at his father, opting to stay quiet. How could son Gohan allow his father to feel awkward? "Father, I too feel sorry for Shenron." Piccolo scoffed. "Humph, he brought this upon himself." Krillin emerged from behind Android 18, displaying no embarrassment despite his girlfriend's presence, and cheekily inquired, "Shall I give him another kick?" Android 18 flushed slightly and retorted, "Change that habit. What goes around comes around." Krillin, hands protecting his groin, exclaimed, "That's terrifying." "Ahahaha, Zanya, that was the pairing I found for you. How can you leave him lying there? Remember, when you marry a chicken, you follow the chicken. When you marry a dog, you follow the dog. The husband sings and the wife follows. Men plow and women weave. Oh dear, you ought to take him to the bridal chamber quickly." Zanya was averse to this prospect. Yet she dared not refuse. Casting a glance at Android 17's youthful visage, he was indeed handsome, but alas, he had a broken arm and wielded a weapon. As an ancient warrior, Zanya loathed those who resorted to weaponry. Even more so than that sword-wielding fool, she held a deep-seated disdain for such individuals. He is a worthless being. A broken arm is one thing, but he carries a stick. I have the utmost contempt for such people. Frieza was taken aback. Is number 17 wielding a stick? I have never seen that before. Suddenly, Vegeta's face flushed with embarrassment. Trunks, Gohan, let's go. Without waiting for their consent. He seized both of their necks and took off into the sky. I want to see number 17's weapon. Chapter 71, a new twist in the story. What could number 17's weapon possibly look like? No one knows for certain. Perhaps Zhang could provide insight, but certainly not at this moment. Currently, everyone had gathered at Bulma's residence. As per tradition, everyone assembled in the dining room. Gohan pondered, is he truly not Ultraman? Why does he resemble the galaxy so much? He swiftly covered his mother Chi-Chi's mouth, for her audacity was astounding. Shoo, he is Frieza. He merely needs his tail to defeat your son. Goku interjected. He only needs his tail to take down your husband. Piccolo remarked nonchalantly. It takes but half a tail to handle your son's godfather. As the members of Gohan's family engaged in their banter, everyone else chose to distance themselves. This family was indeed courting disaster. And even Piccolo had been influenced by their antics. Frieza was elegantly slicing a steak, while Zangya reluctantly massaged his shoulders, primarily due to the fact that she could hardly apply any pressure. Standing nearby was number 17, a white towel draped over one arm, while the other hand held a tray adorned with steaming towels. The pressure exerted by Frieza upon those present was immense. Indeed, he alone occupied a seat, while the others dared not sit or even approach within a 5-meter radius of him. Suddenly, a flash of light illuminated the scene, revealing a red-skinned figure. His face adorned with wrinkles, accompanied by another red-skinned individual, grotesquely covered in flesh protrusions, clad in a vest that accentuated his striking 8-pack abs. Kid did not wish to attend, yet he felt compelled to do so, for Dodoria was weeping inconsolably, evoking sorrow in all who beheld him. Frieza, this is your delivery. Please sign for it. Frieza, with his eyes closed and cheeks puffed out, paid no heed to his surroundings. Bulma, this steak is problematic. It's utterly unchewable. Kid inquired. Who is Dodoria? He is the foremost sycophant, came the reply. Fear not, Lord Frieza. I shall take it upon myself to prepare a feast. And soon you shall savor the most exquisite steak in existence. The mere sight of Lord Frieza brought him immense joy. Behold, this is the hallmark of the premier sycophant. Far superior to number 17. Oh ho ho. Mr. Dodoria, I fondly recall your culinary prowess. But where is Kid? After being overlooked, he, in turn, disregarded Sun Wukong and departed without a word. Bulma, cradling little T, gracefully approached Frieza, extending a delicate wrist, fair as snow, presenting 2 capsules in her palm. Mr. Frieza, this is but a small token of my appreciation, a house in the latest aerial vehicle. Wishing number 17 and Miss Zanjia a joyous marriage. Number 17 wore a dark expression, silent, while Zanjia blushed, equally reticent. Rubbish, Zanjia, do you not comprehend the essence of decorum? The sinister voice of Frieza sent a shiver down the spines of the golden couple, who immediately bowed at a perfect 90 degrees, exclaiming in unison. Thank you for your kindness, Miss Bulma. Vegeta felt quite pleased with Bulma's actions. This way, number 17 would no longer harass his beloved, allowing him the freedom to indulge in his escapades without worry. Good morning, dear viewers. This is the premier broadcasting station, delivering you live coverage. Following reports from concerned citizens, we hastily arrived at the scene, where we discovered a bullet-shaped machine. Experts have identified it as a spacecraft, albeit with a rather limited capacity. The sudden broadcast captured everyone's attention, even eliciting a flicker of surprise in Frieza's eyes. This was not part of the original storyline. The footage revealed a time machine identical to the one piloted by the Great Trunks, with the sole distinction being that the top cover had been shattered. Unlike the one used by Cell, which had merely melted away, Dodoria, holding a perfectly cooked medium steak, neither overdone nor underdone, also caught sight of the television image. Upon meeting Frieza's gaze, his legs began to tremble. Struggling to suppress his urge to relieve himself, he carefully placed the steak before Frieza and dropped to his knees. Lord Frieza, I assure you that Manaka has returned the time machine to headquarters. This matter is recorded. Bang! Dodoria jumped, fearing he had exploded. He checked himself, finding no harm done, and Frieza remained motionless. Suddenly, a time machine identical to the one on television appeared, save for the missing top cover. The Great Trunks was astounded. How many time machines did I create in the future? Bulma inquired curiously. Although she was aware that this contraption originated from her future, it still felt astonishing, as she had yet to unravel its underlying principles. With a bittersweet smile and a hint of sadness, the Great Trunks replied, Mother, the future world has been ravaged beyond recognition. Producing even a single time machine required the combined effort of the entire nation. How could we possibly create multiple? Bulma felt a pang of discomfort upon hearing this and suddenly recalled something. She swiftly retrieved a capsule box from her bag and placed it in the Great Trunks' hands. I almost forgot. This is something I prepared for you. Remember to take it back. It contains a plethora of laboratory equipment, as well as ample food and clothing. Tears welled in the Great Trunks' eyes, overwhelmed with gratitude. I thank you on behalf of my mother. Vegeta couldn't shake the feeling that he had been betrayed by his own affections. Yet, the source of the problem remains elusive. This is rather vexing. Oh dear. Can we set aside the melodramatic imagery for a moment? Do you not sense that circumstances have undergone an inexplicable transformation? It is essential to recognize that this is a sudden emergence of a time machine. Who could possibly be traversing through it? Frieza's words jolted everyone from the poignant scene. Indeed, who is this individual? The Z-Fighters had a different understanding compared to Frieza. He was aware of an impending arrival of Cell, yet he was uncertain of this new presence. The Z-Fighters, on the other hand, were utterly oblivious to the fact that Cell was from the future, pondering instead the nature of the situation. Suddenly, a tremendous tremor shook the entire planet, as a wild, brutal, and utterly emotionless aura manifested somewhere on Earth. This presence was colossal, yet intolerable. Instinctively, everyone turned their gaze towards Android 17, the designated commentator. To their astonishment, they found 17 engaging in flattery with Dodoria. Greetings. You must be the esteemed number 1 of the TNZ Pavilion. I am but the humble number 2. I have long admired your illustrious reputation. Android 17, with unabashed boldness, was extolling the virtues of his nominal superior. Ah, the TNZ Pavilion is indeed a splendid establishment. Even as the number 2, one must uphold its honor. Lord Frieza demands absolute loyalty. You have already received Lord Frieza's favor, but that Zanjia must undergo rigorous training. She has yet to embrace her role as a member of the TNZ Pavilion. Blah blah blah, exclaimed 17. Blah blah blah, echoed Dodoria. Little fairy, transform, shouted Zanjia. This spectacle left the Z-Fighters in a state of utter disbelief, and even Bulma was rendered speechless. Frieza, too, felt an inexplicable sense of embarrassment wash over him. By the way, that aura we just sensed, there is no record of it in the database, yet its battle power is merely 1.5 billion. Goku remained exuberant, thrilled at the prospect of facing such an evil presence, believing the battle would surely be exhilarating. Vegeta, however, felt a gnawing unease. This aura was both familiar and alien. suggesting that it would not be straightforward. Casting a glance at Bulma and Trunks, his resolve gradually solidified. Regardless of who it was, such arrogance from a being with 5 billion in battle power warranted a lesson in humility. In Frieza's eyes flickered a glint of brilliance, his crimson gaze rendering all who beheld it unable to meet his stare. Let us proceed, though this presence may not be formidable. It is sufficiently malevolent to warrant our intervention. We cannot allow him to wreak havoc upon Earth. If the planet perishes, we shall all meet our demise. Piccolo, imbued with a profound sense of responsibility, could not bear the thought of his cherished Earth vanishing inexplicably. Goku chuckled lightly. No worries, I can teleport. I can escape. But suddenly, a large iron ladle, used for cooking, came crashing down upon Goku's head, prompting him to leap up, clutching his skull. Wukong, you may be able to flee. But what of Gohan and me? Kiki exclaimed, her anger palpable. Ah, I understand now. I shall teach him a lesson in humility. Hold on tight. I shall take you there. With a swift motion, Goku and the others departed, yet Frieza did not leave immediately. Neither did Android 17 nor Zanya. They had now switched allegiances. Nothing could disrupt Frieza's elegant enjoyment of his steak. Ah, Mr. Dodoria, your culinary skills remain as impeccable as ever. Would you care for a tale as a token of my appreciation? Dodoria beamed with delight, willingly turning his back to the mighty Frieza. Your Majesty, I humbly beseech your mercy. Frieza was thoroughly disgusted, his forehead twisted in distaste. He resolved to take action this time with his feet. Boom. Ah. Whoosh. Ding. Chapter 72. Unreasonably engaging in battle, Goku and his companions found themselves in a picturesque locale, adorned with mountains, trees, and a waterfall. Regrettably, the waterfall had ceased to flow, and amidst it stood a figure enveloped in a golden aura. The recent eruption of energy had caused cracks to form in the cliffside. This individual possessed an astonishingly muscular physique, even more imposing than that of the muscle-bound Super Saiyan, with prominent veins indicating immense strength. Gulps echoed in the air. And Krillin quickly exclaimed, doesn't this person resemble a Super Saiyan? Look at his golden aura. Bang! A crimson human cannonball struck the muscular man in the waterfall, producing a metallic clang, revealing the hardness of his body. Ah! Splash! Dodoria was swept away. His anguished cries shattered the tranquility of the scene, prompting the figure in the waterfall to finally lift his head. He sported wild, explosive hair reminiscent of Trunks, his torso bare, adorned with golden metallic rings on his neck and wrists, and a red cloth tied around his waist, complemented by an opulent golden belt. Most striking were his eyes, devoid of pupils, presenting a ghostly white appearance, akin to cataracts. Yet when he gazed at the onlookers, an unsettling chill ran down their spines. Kakarot! 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 Ah! 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 Buzz! Roar! To everyone's astonishment, it was the old version of Broly, and things were about to get interesting. They had yet to resolve the issue with Cell, and now an even greater harbinger of destruction had emerged. What would Goku and Vegeta do? Broly's energy continued to surge rapidly, soon approaching an astonishing 2 billion. At this moment, Frieza finally made his entrance and, upon appearing, bellowed the name of the muscle-bound figure. Broly. Though puzzled by the mention of an old version, Vegeta's eyes narrowed at the name, reminiscent of Saiyan nomenclature. Moreover, this individual had just shouted Kakarot. Could it be? Vegeta, he is a Saiyan whose battle power was 10,000 at birth. Oh ho ho. Vegeta. He is the true, legendary Super Saiyan. Vegeta was taken aback by Frieza's words, momentarily neglecting Broly's thunderous roars. A battle power of 10,000 at birth? The legendary Super Saiyan. Kakarot. Suddenly, Broly's energy halted at the staggering level of 2 billion, before he surged towards Son Goku with astonishing speed. His massive form created a thunderous roar in the air. Get out of the way! Piccolo shouted, swiftly pulling the weaker Tien Shinhan and Krillin to safety, while Din also hurriedly led Yamcha away. Son Goku bellowed, Ha! Gohan, let me handle this. With a resounding crash, their fists collided. Though Goku's punch was relatively small, his power surpassed Broly's, forcing Broly to stagger uncontrollably backwards. Yet, the ground where Goku stood shattered instantly, creating a vast crater that obliterated the serene landscape around them. Kakarot. Kakarot. Ah. Broly was at a disadvantage, yet remained oblivious to pain, his power escalating once more as he charged at Son Goku again. Frieza. What is wrong with this guy? Why does he keep shouting my name and attacking without reason? Bang. 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 Son Goku relished the fight. But surely there must be some justification for such ferocity. This was utterly senseless, launching into relentless assaults without provocation. Who could withstand such fury? As the battle intensified, Son Goku found no time to converse. However, Frieza would not let this opportunity slip by, with many spectators eagerly watching. Broly and Son Goku were born on the same day, and due to Goku's loud cries as a baby, he frightened Broly, thus igniting their rivalry. The crowd fell silent, utterly speechless, including the recently revived Dodoria, who stared in disbelief. Such a reason, such a source of enmity, was remarkably potent. Frieza contemplated further. Could it be that Son Goku's boisterous voice enables him to enhance his battle prowess at a pace surpassing others? The ability to instill a lifelong shadow of fear in Broly with mere cries is indeed formidable. Boom. Father. Goku. Old son. Humph. That waste of Kakarot. Before us. Son Goku was struck to the ground by one of Broly's punches, while Broly hovered above, his hair no longer golden but transformed into a vibrant grass green. Surrounded by a whirlwind of emerald energy. This shade of green was distinct from Piccolo's deep hue, radiating a luminous, almost fluorescent quality. Kakarot. Broly's aura surged once more, his voice resonating even louder than Goku's. Buzz. Broly advanced, his muscles now an unfathomable multitude, rendering Dodoria's 8-pack abs utterly insignificant in comparison. With a resounding thud, a deep crater formed, the surrounding earth fracturing only to swiftly mend under an unseen force. Bang bang bang. From within the crater, the relentless sounds of blows echoed as Broly unleashed a barrage of punches upon Son Goku. Although Goku managed to deflect many, he still endured numerous strikes. Roar. Son Goku erupted, utilizing his innate vocal advantage, his fighting power skyrocketing by an additional 100 million. This surpassed the limits of Super Saiyan, and faint currents began to flicker, though they remained elusive. In a fit of rage, Son Goku delivered a knee strike that sent Broly flying. Adadadada. Goku screamed wildly, his fists flying like the wind and his legs striking like lightning, momentarily pushing Broly back. Kakarot. Broly seemed to be fixated on uttering that one phrase as his form swelled once more, delivering a potent punch to Goku's abdomen. Before Goku could be sent reeling, Broly seized his head with one hand, a cruel glint flickering at the corner of his mouth. With a sudden burst of speed, he dove towards the ground, pressing Goku's head down just before impact. Kakarot. Broly's palm swiftly manifested an energy sphere, still green, radiating an astonishing power. Boom. The entire earth trembled as numerous structures collapsed, resulting in countless casualties. Frieza furrowed his brow. He is indifferent to the fate of others. Yet he harbors a peculiar concern for the Earthlings, wishing to avoid significant harm to them. Hold on to me. Remarkably, Frieza did not laugh. He merely uttered these words lightly to the crowd. Frieza, the sovereign of the universe, despite harboring 100 reservations within, finds himself inexorably linked to others, including Vegeta. One after another, Frieza, accompanied by his entourage, vanished only to reappear before Broly. The onlookers gasped in shock. Yamcha, in a fit of panic, exclaimed, I am not ready to die yet. The moment was abruptly silenced as the figures of many on Earth disappeared. A droplet of bird droppings fell, landing squarely on Cell, who was left feeling quite disgruntled. He had long been aware that Son Goku was engaged in a battle with another formidable opponent, both of whom possessed combat prowess that caught Cell's discerning eye. Alas, he dared not intervene. Ho ho ho. Cell, let us go. Such a pivotal moment could not be without Cell, who also possessed the cells of a Super Saiyan. Chapter 73. The tragedy of superspacing. This tale unfolds on a planet known as Bupas, a vast and resilient sphere. Here, no animals roam, as it remains in a state of pure vegetation. Today, however, this world welcomes an unexpected gathering of beings, humans. This group of humans has taken to enveloping themselves in a phenomenon known as ki waves, manifesting in hues of white, gold, green, and a particularly smooth-skinned individual with a purple aura. These individuals are poised to engage in a thrilling battle. So allow me to introduce the characters set to make their entrance. The purple ki wave unmistakably belongs to Frieza, who at this moment has yet to unlock the first layer of his star transformation, standing tall and unwavering. This transformation does not alter his battle power. It merely allows one to transcend their physical limitations. Frieza, with his purple ki wave, boasts a battle power of 4.6 billion, a notable increase from his previous 4.5 billion, attributed to a hearty meal of steak. Such is the remarkable skill of Dodoria, whose culinary talents are commendable and of the highest quality. The golden ki wave signifies the presence of Super Saiyans, including a bruised and battered Son Goku, a proud Vegeta with his arms crossed, the reticent Gohan, and the composed Trunks, often referred to as Big Trunks. Son Goku's peak combat power is 2 billion, a recent breakthrough, however. He currently hovers below 2 billion due to injuries and fatigue from prior battles. Gohan, at his peak, possesses a combat power of 3 billion, harboring tremendous latent energy within. Vegeta, also at a peak of 3 billion, with his ability to teleport, can confront foes far beyond his level. Big Trunks, while at a peak of 8 billion, remains somewhat unstable, with slightly lower power but remarkable resilience. The white ki wave is noticeably smaller than the golden and purple ones, featuring Krillin with a battle power of 2 million, Tien with 5 million, and Yamcha at 800,000. Additionally, there is a red muscular man, a weakling with a battle power of merely 20, appearing quite feeble, likely due to severe injuries. There are also 2 individuals without ki waves, one male and one female, the male being handsome and the female strikingly beautiful. They are respectively number 17, known as Rubbish, with a combat power of 900 million, and number 18, who has lost her title of the Queen of Blood Donation, boasting a combat strength of 800 million. The 2 enveloped in a green aura are also a pair, a man and a woman. The man, with muscles bulging, exudes unparalleled strength. His sinewy form a testament to his power. Not only is his aura green, but his hair also glistens in a verdant hue. He is none other than Broly, the central figure in this conflict, with a staggering combat power of 8 billion. The woman is petite and charming, yet a hint of melancholy graces her face, her orange waves failing to conceal her essence. She is Zangia, with a combat strength of 1 billion, and is also the intended partner of number 17. As for the peculiar figure who was unceremoniously discarded onto the ground, filthy and retching, he is predominantly green, adorned with black spots, sporting purple wings on his back, and a syringe-like tail attached to him. This character is the primary antagonist of this narrative arc, known as Cell, with a formidable combat power of 8 billion. Thus concludes the commentary from the Little Turtle announcer regarding the competitors. Now, let us welcome the first contestant to the stage. Buzz. Broly pays little heed to any announcer's words. His singular aim is to eliminate Kakarot, who nearly drove him to madness. After all, why would he endure the trials of a time machine if the Kakarot of the future had already perished? Perished? Broly cannot accept that. It must be he who delivers the fatal blow. Goku's plight is more bitter than swallowing bitter herbs. Yet here comes Broly, charging forward without a hint of hesitation. Boom. The clash of their fists does not occur, for Vegeta intervenes. Broly, I am the Prince of Saiyans, the mightiest Saiyan, the true Super Saiyan. He bellows. With a swift motion, Vegeta extends his right hand, fingers curled into a fist save for his thumb, which he proudly points towards himself, declaring his superiority. With a swift thud, Broly silences Vegeta, pinning him to the ground, lifting him, and slamming him down repeatedly. Broly's relentless grip on Vegeta's head effectively shatters Vegeta's renowned technique, instant transmission. After half a minute, Trunks finally reacts, exclaiming, "Dad." With a combat power of merely 8 billion, Trunks casts caution aside and delivers a kick to Broly's back. The impact is thunderous, yet it is of no consequence. Broly does not even glance at Trunks. Continuing his relentless cycle of lifting and slamming, his eyes glowing with a white light that sends shivers down the spines of onlookers. Boom, boom, boom. Ah. Vegeta's anguish cries echoed relentlessly. Bang, bang, bang. The relentless onslaught from Deke continued unabated, with jabs, hooks, side kicks, and downward strikes all failing to even slightly disturb Broly. In a fit of desperation, Deke conjured a massive energy sphere, approximately 100 meters in diameter, and unleashed it upon Broly's head. Boom. The spectators, who had stood at a distance, felt the very ground beneath them tremble, as if the planet itself was lamenting the torment inflicted by these intruding humans. A profound silence enveloped the world. A vast crater emerged, and 3 figures materialized at its center. One was the imposing, muscular Broly, whose vibrant green hue was almost alarming, seemingly unscathed. The second was Deke, panting heavily, his fists clenched tightly, his face etched with disbelief. Lastly, there was Super Saiyan, sprawled on the ground, the golden aura still radiating around him, signifying he had yet to be defeated. Vegeta, Trunks, Goku, and Gohan erupted with excitement. Broly was overwhelmingly powerful, far beyond their imagination. Aha! Ha! Goku and Gohan flared with energy, eager to assist. Yet, Frieza positioned himself before them, obstructing their path. Ho ho ho! Mr. Goku, young Gohan. Perhaps you should hold your horses. The situation is not as dire as you presume. This mere 2.8 billion power level of Broly poses no immediate threat to Vegeta's 2.3 billion combat prowess. Trunks appeared to be weakening, yet in reality, he had sustained no damage. He was simply fatigued from the fray. Goku and Gohan exchanged glances, ultimately opting to trust Frieza, for despite his erratic nature, he was not inherently malevolent. Krillin and Yamcha also shared a stunned look, particularly Tien, whose third eye shimmered with intensity, as if foreseeing a primordial beast on the brink of emergence. Android 17 and Zanja obediently followed Frieza, while Dodoria was unceremoniously suspended by 17, groaning in discomfort. I sense a tranquil calm before a tempest. Android 18 brushed her hair back, glancing at Goku, her cheeks slightly flushed. She quickly diverted her gaze to the bald Krillin, which promptly cooled her embarrassment. Finally, Cell, having completed his earlier exertions, felt utterly drained. Lord Frieza, shall I eliminate that green-haired one? I sense his limits extend far beyond what has been revealed. Shara possesses the cells of a Saiyan, coupled with a calm and meticulously calculating mind. He can sense the unparalleled potential residing within Broly. The most effective strategy is to capitalize on his opponent's lack of awakening, overwhelming him with an immense power that leaves no opportunity for retaliation. Frieza shook his head. Oh ho ho. You? Impossible. It is not your time to shine yet. Just obediently stand there like a golden chicken. Cell, the fool. He regretted ever speaking out. Guang. Ah. At long last, Broly struck at Trunks with a single punch, sending him flying far away. In midair, Trunks could no longer maintain his Super Saiyan form. This was the consequence of a shaky foundation. When faced with an overwhelmingly powerful opponent, one could easily be brought to their knees. If only Trunks could enter the hyperbolic time chamber once more, under Vegeta's rigorous training, perhaps this predicament could be altered. Alas, they had yet to make a second visit. Ah, Trunks. Broly. I want you dead. Roar. Buzz. As Trunks was sent hurtling through the air and fell to the ground in his base form, Vegeta's aura surged dramatically. Crackle, crackle. Bolts of electricity danced around Vegeta. His hair seemingly thickening and lengthening slightly, his fiery hairstyle becoming even more striking. Those emerald eyes filled with murderous intent. In that moment, Vegeta surpassed all the Super Saiyans present. He had transcended himself and the very concept of a Super Saiyan. Oh ho ho. Super Saiyan 2. Chapter 74. It should never have come to this. Gohan's eyes suddenly lit up. He had already felt he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Yet he always sensed something was amiss. Now, he understood. It was the peak of emotion, especially profound feelings. Goku relaxed considerably, sitting on the ground and murmuring. I thought Gohan would be the first to break through. I never expected Vegeta to surpass him first. This time, you truly have outdone me. Android 18 exchanged a glance with Android 17. This electricity seems quite impressive. Having never experienced an increase in fighting power, they now desperately craved advancement. Oh ho ho. Super Saiyan 2, how long can you withstand this time? Vegeta, furious, shouted, You bastard. I am Super Saiyan 2. Not Super Saiyan 2. Broly, die for me. Broly. He wanted to retort that he had not even mocked the other. Kakarot. Broly raised his head and spotted Goku seated on the ground. Consumed by hatred, he immediately roared. Buzz. Broly charged, aiming straight for Goku. Vegeta. Is my title of Super Saiyan 2 not worthy of respect compared to Kakarot? With a resounding boom, the planet trembled once more. Broly's furious fist collided with Frieza's form. It was not that Broly had misjudged his target. Rather, Frieza had inadvertently obstructed Broly's path. The shockwave radiated outward, causing everyone to stagger and sway. Number 17 grasped Dodoria's foot to activate the protective shield, while Zangya entwined her arm around Number 17's, feeling a profound sense of security emanating from this man. Frieza glanced at the enormous fist that had landed upon his chest, consumed by rage. Broly, your gaze is troublesome and requires correction. Oh, how infuriating. Frieza executed a complete 360-degree spin, delivering a powerful punch to Broly's chin. As Broly was sent soaring into the sky, Frieza swiftly teleported above him. Return, he commanded. Frieza bent his legs, his tail shooting skyward, and then clenched his fists, striking down fiercely towards Broly's head. With a swift motion, Broly launched himself like a human projectile, hurtling towards Vegeta. This is it. Today marks the pinnacle of my battle, Vegeta proclaimed. Vegeta's power surged once more. The golden aura around him rivaling that of Cell, his battle strength skyrocketing to an astounding 4.8 billion. Super Saiyan 2 represents 100-fold of the base form, which is twice the strength of a Super Saiyan. Cell, that hybrid, was now utterly overwhelmed by Vegeta, a true Saiyan. Especially considering Cell's previous enhancements were far weaker than this increase. With a resounding thud, Vegeta caught Broly's approaching form with both hands and hurled him skyward, unleashing his 4.8 billion battle power in an explosive display. The rapid succession of punches and elegantly executed side kicks rained down upon Broly, eliciting relentless cries of agony. Kakarot! Kakarot! The green energy surged once again, his battle power escalating to an incredible 2.8 billion. It seemed he had no limits. Particularly with that ironclad physique. Aside from the slight damage inflicted by Frieza's 2 attacks, even Vegeta's efforts seemed insignificant. 17 involuntarily swallowed hard. Initially, he thought Vegeta was a freak of nature, then shifted his belief to Cell, but now he was convinced that Frieza was the true aberration. Now, 17 regarded Broly as the ultimate anomaly, his battle power increasing inexplicably, shattering all conventions. Broly's height surged once more, his green hue intensifying, and his already exaggerated muscles swelled even further. Gulp. Broly's current battle power stood at an astonishing 5.6 billion. Cell, in a precarious stance, was nearly moved to tears. Realizing that Frieza was genuinely protecting him, willing to let him stand alone rather than face certain death. Kakarot. With a resounding crack, Broly's massive hand seized Vegeta's arms, delivering a brutal headbutt to Vegeta's skull. The impact sent tremors through planet Pash, causing mountains to collapse and waters to reverse course. Vegeta's scream was deafening. The collision left Broly unscathed, while Vegeta was left in a state of utter disarray, tears and snot flowing freely. He had witnessed shameless tactics before. But this was a reckless exchange of mutual destruction. As Vegeta writhed in pain, a second headbutt came crashing down, then a third, and a fourth. The sound of duang-duang echoed incessantly, leaving everyone astonished by Broly's fighting style. It wasn't until Vegeta began to roll his eyes, his hair reverting to its natural black, that the crowd finally reacted. It appeared that unless someone intervened, Vegeta might meet his demise in the next onslaught. Aside from Frieza and his allies, number 17 and Zanya, as well as the unconscious Dodoria in the meditating cell, the rest of the fighters surged forward. Charge! They cried. A series of strikes ensued. Yet none could hinder Broly's wrathful assault. In a moment of panic, Goku shouted, "I am Kakarot. If you dare, face me one-on-one." A glimmer of light flashed in Broly's luminous white eyes, momentarily halting his attack on Vegeta. He lifted his gaze, disregarding the others clamoring for his attention, and focused intently on Goku. In a fit of rage, he instinctively seized the unconscious Vegeta and hurled him toward Goku. Goku, taken aback, exclaimed, "What the? You're not fighting fair." Fortunately, he quickly utilized instant transmission to evade the attack. Vegeta, discarded like a mere punching bag, was left behind as Broly turned his fury towards the distant Goku. Kakarot, he bellowed, an explosive wave of energy erupting. In an instant, Piccolo and Krillin, who were attacking Broly, were sent flying. Piccolo felt a surge of frustration. Throughout his life, he had always kept pace with Goku. Yet now he found himself relegated to a mere spectator. He was unwilling to accept this fate. Special beam cannon. He unleashed, but Gohan, alarmed, realized the futility of Piccolo's attack against the terrifying Broly. The beam struck Broly precisely at his temple, but after a cloud of dust settled, not even a mark remained. Broly vanished and reappeared, landing a devastating blow. Piccolo collapsed into a pool of blood, his hands, which had attempted to withstand Broly's might, now absent. "Uncle Piccolo!" Gohan cried out in anguish. "Broly, I swear I will make you pay. I will destroy you." Rage consumed him. With a crackling intensity, Gohan lost control of his emotions and transformed into a Super Saiyan 2. A cascade of golden hair fell between his eyes, and his gaze, fierce and unyielding, surpassed even Vegeta's ferocity. "You shall pay for this. You may strike my father, you may strike Vegeta, and you may strike Frieza, but I will not allow you to go unpunished. Only do not harm my Uncle Piccolo." The bear. This fury is several times more terrifying than that of Vegeta just now. In his rage, Gohan is far more formidable than an enraged Vegeta. With a swift motion, bam! Broly, who was poised to strike Piccolo, was sent flying by a single kick from Gohan. This time, Broly's body even dented from the impact. Everyone is acutely aware of the hardness of Broly's muscles, yet Gohan's kick managed to alter even those bulging muscles. It is evident that Gohan's strength at this moment is astonishingly extraordinary. Chapter 75, Gohan's Outburst. A prelude to Cell. Goku feels immense pride. His son has truly flourished, and his joy surpasses even that of Gohan himself. Piccolo is actually capable of sitting up and regaining his strength, yet he refrains from doing so. He feigns death. For without this charade, how could Gohan unleash his true potential? Now, aside from Frieza, their hopes rest solely on Gohan's shoulders. Frieza is a being whom no one dares to command, thus the reliance falls upon Gohan. Piccolo is acutely aware of the astonishing power Gohan can unleash when engulfed in fury. Even in Gohan's youth, he recognized this potential. Gohan has not disappointed Piccolo. He now stands stronger than ever before. At the onset of Super Saiyan 2, his battle power reaches an astounding 100-fold of his baseline, and over time, this limit can be further augmented, much like the original Super Saiyan, where 50-fold is merely the foundation. 17, do speak. 17 is cognizant of his mission. As a proficient combat power detector, he must assume the crucial role of commentator. King Frieza, Gohan's current battle power is 5 billion. Yet I cannot shake the feeling that his state is rather unstable. At this juncture, Krillin has rescued both Vegeta and Din and has chosen to join forces with Android 18 at Frieza's side. Although Frieza appears intimidating, he pales in comparison to that lunatic Broly. As for Cell, he does not regard the situation as particularly safe. Each recollection of that audacious kick sends a chill down his spine. Gohan's power surges in moments of rage, a phenomenon not observed for the first time. During Raditz' arrival and when Vegeta came to Earth, Gohan had exhibited astonishing strength. Such explosive power is formidable, yet its duration is fleeting, leaving an impression of instability. Krillin addressed 17's inquiry, also pondering whether Gohan could vanquish Broly. Goku, could you please fetch some senzu beans? Vegeta's energy is highly erratic. Krillin called out to Goku. Having grasped Vegeta's leg for the second time, each instance finding the latter on the brink of collapse. What calamity has been wrought? Goku is reluctant to miss witnessing his son's battle, yet he understands the gravity of life and death. He cannot remain indifferent like Frieza, who, upon seeing Dodoria's condition, still finds amusement in the unfolding conflict. In a flash, Goku vanished. In the next instant, Gohan confronted Broly. One is a child yet to fully mature, while the other is a towering giant of over 3 meters. At first glance, the disparity is striking. However, when the clash ensues, Gohan dominates, delivering blow after blow to Broly. The visceral combat ignites the blood of onlookers. Regrettably, this planet suffers immensely, with crater after crater forming, and the very earth quaking beneath them. More terrifyingly, entire mountains are vaporized. Bang, bang, bang. You shall perish, you shall perish, you shall perish. Broly was once again knocked to the ground by Son Gohan. The disparity in their power levels was not as vast as one might think. Merely a difference of 900 million. However, Gohan's fury unleashed an astonishing surge of strength, making a purely statistical analysis somewhat misleading. For instance, during their exchanges of blows, there were moments when Gohan's combat power surged dramatically, only to recede almost immediately. Yet this was sufficient to inflict considerable damage upon Broly. Once, twice, thrice. Broly found himself struck to the ground once more. At this moment, numerous imprints of fists adorned his chest, and even his face bore signs of abrasions. Unforgivable! Kakarot! Kakarot! In a flash, Son Goku returned, bringing with him several senzu beans. Broly's attention was immediately drawn to Goku's arrival, causing his rage to surge once again. Bang! As Goku appeared, he was jolted by the collision between Gohan and Broly, instinctively tightening his grip. Krillin was left in shock. Tien's 3 eyes widened in disbelief. Yamcha was rendered speechless. Perhaps consuming a bit of senzu bean powder might suffice? Frieza found himself utterly bewildered by Goku's maneuvers. Oh ho ho ho, Mr. Goku. Have you learned the art of grinding beans from the butcher, Jean? Alas, you lack the legendary 8-section serpent spear. Guan Yu raised his green dragon crescent blade and declared, "Release him at once, or I shall cleave this counterfeit third brother. What has transpired cannot be undone. If we must settle for bean powder, it is preferable to soy milk." Gohan continued to battle, yet he was gradually succumbing to the tide of defeat. Gohan's bursts of power were limited. His combat prowess had reverted to approximately 8 billion, while Broly's had surged to an astonishing 6 billion. The tide of battle had swiftly turned, with offense and defense exchanged, and Gohan was on the brink of collapse. Unlike Broly, Gohan lacked the ability to grow stronger with each confrontation. As time wore on, Gohan's energy became increasingly chaotic, and it seemed inevitable that he would soon meet a tragic fate akin to that of the second tower. Piccolo, no longer feigning death, had regenerated his arm and sword to Frieza's side, exclaiming, "Goku, do not waste any more time. Gohan cannot withstand this any longer. Broly is simply inhuman." Growing stronger with each strike, Frieza had long since discerned that Son Gohan was merely sustaining himself through fleeting bursts of energy from their skirmish, utterly devoid of offensive strength. Surveying the surroundings, he noted that Son Goku had yet to transform into Super Saiyan 2. To approach him would be tantamount to courting death. Even should he assume that form, it would merely be a delivery of defeat. It seemed the only option was to let that Golden Rooster Poser take the stage. For Frieza had not yet had his fill of the spectacle. This performance was far more captivating than many television dramas. Ho ho ho, Mr. Cell. Do indulge in some warm-up exercises. Be cautious lest you cramp your feet. Furious, Cell complied and began his warm-up routine. Damn Frieza, forcing me into warm-ups. Do you think I am Sakuragi Hanamichi? Ho ho ho, Mr. Cell, do not overexert yourself. You might just entomb yourself alive. With a combat power of 4.8 billion. Even the simplest warm-up exercises created seismic chaos, causing the ground to quake and bury him beneath heaps of earth. At the center of the battle, a diminutive figure soared into the air, his golden aura still radiating, but his anguished cry nearly rendered Piccolo unconscious with distress. Gohan. Son Goku rushed forward. Catching his son, who was being propelled backward, a father's heart aches for his child. Gently ruffling Gohan's hair and pinching his cheek, Goku beamed with pride. Well done, Gohan. You have surpassed your father. I am proud of you. Dad. Uncle Piccolo. Ultimately, Gohan succumbed to unconsciousness, his hair reverting to its black state, even beginning to snore softly. He was utterly exhausted. While Son Goku battled Broly for 5 minutes and Vegeta was pummeled by Broly for 10. Gohan had endured a relentless struggle against Broly for no less than 20 minutes. Upon seeing Son Goku, Gohan also noticed Piccolo rushing towards him, and a wave of relief washed over him. He could finally rest peacefully. Kakarot, Piccolo exclaimed, equally exasperated. This Broly was nothing short of a monster. Utterly oblivious to the concept of halftime or the rules of substitutions. Quick, Piccolo, grasp my hand. Let us approach Cell from behind. Indeed. Let us proceed. Chapter 76. On the brink of exploding twice, Cell twisted his waist. Even the Golden Rooster pose was quite taxing. Mid-twist, he noticed Son Goku, Piccolo, and the snoring Son Gohan. He found it perplexing that these three had positioned themselves behind him. Hey, are you lot attempting to emulate that red-haired fellow and deliver a 1,000-year kill? I am not Takanashi Shigeo. I have needles behind me. However, neither Son Wukong nor Piccolo responded to his intentions. They merely gazed at him with mischievous grins. A chill ran down Cell's spine as he felt the hairs on his body stand on end. This group was utterly shameless. Whether it was a low blow or a deadly strike, could they not find someone else to torment? Cell, disregarding any discomfort, sought to flee from this hair-raising location. Suddenly, he noticed the expressions of Son Wukong and Piccolo shift from playful mischief to sheer terror. Terror? What could they possibly fear? I never intended to kill them. In a flash, Son Wukong vanished. Goodness, this instantaneous movement is incredibly useful. I must learn it too. Bang. Cell barely had time to react before he was thrust deep into the ground, accompanied by a muscular green figure. Broly. Bang. Cell was struck by Broly's punch, propelling him deeper into the earth before bursting forth once again. It was merely a matter of angle, and given the vastness of this planet, the core remained intact. Otherwise, this blow could have resulted in a cataclysmic explosion. Gulp. How ferocious. Thankfully, we managed to evade it just in time. This Broly is nothing short of a madman. Piccolo swallowed hard. The preceding scene had been utterly terrifying. His small frame simply could not withstand such force. No way, no way. Upon returning, I must merge with that ancient one. After all, if I perish, he shall not survive either. Piccolo's thoughts wandered until he suddenly sensed a powerful disturbance beneath his feet. Not good. He and Son Wukong hurriedly took flight, only to realize that Frieza and his entourage had vacated the area without a soul to warn them. How inconsiderate. Bang. Just as Piccolo took off from his position, Cell was propelled out by Broly's force. Broly, you lunatic, you scoundrel, you've skewed my needle. Pfft. Ho ho ho. Mr. Cell, keep it up. I have high hopes for you. If you can withstand his relentless assault for half an hour, I shall ensure you absorb Android 16. Whoosh. Everyone fled far from Frieza, save for Android 17 and Zangya, who dared not move. Oh, even Dodoria remained still, having succumbed to a deep unconsciousness. Frieza cast a glance at Dodoria, feeling that the punishment meted out was sufficient. After all, she had no intention of taking his life. With a wave of her hand, a beam of green light pierced into Dodoria's body. 5 seconds later, Dodoria opened his eyes. During these 5 seconds, Cell endured a brutal beating that was beyond comprehension. It was only due to Cell's exceptional resilience, a result of his cellular composition, that he possessed an ability to withstand blows that defied ordinary understanding. Bang! 10 minutes later, Cell's hands were obliterated. 12 minutes later, his feet vanished as well. Yet, this was not a concern. After all, Cell was endowed with the extraordinary ability to regenerate. 15 minutes later, bang! Cell was no more. Kakarot. Broly had slain Cell and was now frantically searching for Goku. A pursuit that sent chills down Goku's spine. This was madness. Desperate, he thought, I need a bit of that senzu bean powder. Goku realized he could no longer hide. Broly was clearly targeting him. If he did not confront him head-on, this ordeal would never cease. With the last remnants of senzu bean powder consumed, Goku's stamina was restored. With a resolve to face death, he decided to engage in a life-or-death battle with Broly. Father, let me go? I can still endure for a while. Kakarot, you cannot. Let Vegeta handle it. Or perhaps Gohan should join me. At this moment, Vegeta was no longer pretending. It was evident that Broly was not an opponent he could face alone. Yet, why were they all casting sidelong glances at Frieza? A thunderous crash resounded. Everyone instinctively covered their ears. The sound was overwhelmingly powerful, causing Yamcha to faint instantly. Tien's third eye flickered a few times before he too succumbed, following Yamcha's lead. It was said that even a man who relied on others had his own talents. Krillin remained unscathed, shielded by the energy barrier of Android 18. Thank you, Lazuli. Android 18's cheeks flushed slightly, but she quickly retorted fiercely, call me Android 18. Very well, Lazuli. A crisp smack echoed. As a green figure plummeted from the heart of the battle and crashed into the ground, Broly, seizing the advantage, dove down, unleashing a massive energy blast aimed at the ground where Cell lay. Indeed, the very Cell who had been struck down by Broly was still alive. He had resurrected once more. Although his battle prowess had not significantly increased this time, he was undeniably stronger than before. The boost gained from near-death revival prior to transforming into a Super Saiyan was immense. For instance, Sun Wukong possesses the extraordinary ability to ascend from 90,000 to 2.5 million, a ratio that is utterly terrifying. Presently, however, this ratio has diminished significantly. Following Cell's resurrection, his power increased from 4.8 billion to 5 billion. Although this represents a surge of 700 million, when converted to a smaller unit, it amounts to a mere 70,000, a rather insignificant increment. Moreover, this increase was achieved only after Cell had accumulated considerable rage over time. One might recall that Vegeta narrowly escaped death, and upon consuming a senzu bean for recovery, his battle power merely escalated from 4.8 billion to 5 billion. In other words, Vegeta's current baseline battle power is merely 50 million, regardless of how one interprets it. Cell has indeed progressed further, yet he remains insufficient to contend with Broly. Broly is a true anomaly. His battle power defies scientific explanation, seemingly fueled solely by rage. As if there are no limits. Whenever Broly finds himself at a slight disadvantage, he becomes frenzied, causing his power to soar uncontrollably. At this juncture, Broly's battle power has skyrocketed to an astounding 7 billion, a figure that is simply unfathomable. Boom. A colossal mushroom cloud, previously unseen, erupted, accompanied by numerous waves of energy, creating a truly spectacular scene. At the epicenter of the explosion, a deafening roar resounded once more, as Broly's massive foot, measuring 60 yards, brutally struck Cell's abdomen, obliterating his lower half. King Frieza, is the time up? I truly feel that this time I am destined to perish. How vexing it is for Cell. He has not retaliated from start to finish, either being pummeled or obliterated. Now, he distinctly senses that his chip has not absorbed sufficient energy. If he were to be destroyed once more, he would truly vanish into thin air. Ho ho ho. Mr. Cell, only 29 minutes and 30 seconds have elapsed. Can you hold on for another 30 seconds? How infuriating it is for Cell. Yet he is genuinely terrified. Those 30 seconds could suffice for him to perish multiple times. Suddenly, Cell ceased his cries, all his agonizing roars faded away, and even his breath vanished. With a dismissive glance at the head of Cell, who was left incapacitated, Broly turned away to continue his search for Sun Wukong. Kakarot. Chapter 77. The King appears, Broly's ruthlessness unleashed. Upon hearing Broly's beastly voice, especially as he called out the name of his Saiyan lineage, Sun Wukong felt an unsettling sensation coursing through him. What had he done to provoke such wrath? In his youth, he was prone to tears, but could he truly control that? Furthermore, it would be preferable if he were addressed as Sun Wukong. Unable to evade his fate, he resolved to engage in a fierce battle. Sun Wukong cast a sidelong glance at Frieza and said, "Let us attack together. I cannot confront this monster alone." Vegeta immediately grasped the situation and replied, "Kakarot, this time I have surpassed you once again. Even death would be worth it." Gohan, though perplexed, displayed unwavering determination. "Father, I will stand with you through thick and thin." Din, filled with inner turmoil, finally spoke, "Mr. Goku, although my battle power is somewhat lacking, I humbly request to join the fray." Piccolo cast a sidelong glance at Frieza and remarked nonchalantly, "Old man," with Gohan participating, "I cannot lag behind. Goku, I cannot allow number 18 to join. Her battle power is simply too low to alter the outcome." Ignoring number 18's furious glare, Krillin shifted his focus to the fallen Tien and Yamcha, continuing, "Moreover, I must attend to them. As long as they are conscious, I will undoubtedly fight alongside you." Unafraid of death, a green light enveloped Tien and Yamcha, gently rousing them from their slumber. Krillin, at a loss for words, suddenly heard Cell's voice. It turned out he had been feigning death to buy those crucial 30 seconds. "Frieza, 30 seconds have elapsed. I beseech you to take action." At that moment, a single number resonated within everyone's hearts. 666. This thought crossed their minds, yet no one dared to voice it. Now, Cell had stepped forward. Yamcha, just regaining consciousness, quickly adapted to the current rhythm, truly the crafty one among them. "Frieza, you are the mightiest king in the universe. I implore you to act." Tien, with his third eye gleaming brilliantly, quickly shut it tight, unable to utter such shameless words. He still had his ultimate technique left. Once he unleashed the Kamehameha, he would be invincible. Clearly still dazed, the after effects of his unconsciousness lingered heavily. Krillin glanced at number 18, who understood immediately, turning her gaze toward number 17, her eyes glinting with a hint of menace. Number 17 shivered involuntarily, caught in a mental struggle between his sister and self-preservation. "Frieza, this is the second dog of the Tianzi Pavilion, requesting to join the battle." The crowd gasped in astonishment. Such audacity, such courage. One must emulate number 17. Without a doubt. Ho ho ho. I grant it. Number 17 was momentarily stunned. Granted? What did that even mean? Wait a moment. Frieza, I misspoke. I was overly excited. It was just a slip of the tongue. With a swift kick, Frieza sent number 17 hurtling through the air, crashing headfirst into Broly. Number 17 felt his heart shatter. His battle power was merely 900 million. Was this not a lamb walking into a tiger's den? Bang. Boom. Broly swatted away an irritating fly, and at that moment, he finally caught sight of Son Goku. The drawback of cataracts is evident. It hampers one's vision, making the search for an individual a tedious endeavor. Meanwhile, the incapacitated android 17 lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Indeed, the energy shield proved to be formidable, saving his life yet again. Frieza was enraged. "Ha ha ha. How dare you strike my subordinate? Even when dealing with a dog, one must recognize its master. You, with your cataracts, today I shall teach you a lesson in humility." Swish. Frieza vanished instantaneously from his location and reappeared directly before Broly, where the once purple aura had been enveloped by a vibrant 7-colored aura. Soaring skyward like a pillar reaching for the heavens, a thunderous bang resounded. "Oh, how careless of me. I forgot to transform." Frieza's base power level was a mere 4.6 billion, yet upon confronting Broly, whose battle strength soared to 7 billion, he was instantly sent flying. "Ah, you wretched scoundrel, this king shall not spare you." A vibrant aura, resplendent with colors yet cloaked in darkness, erupted forth as Frieza transformed. However, this time, he merely ascended to the form of Black Iron Frieza. Frieza found himself utterly bewildered, questioning the circumstances at hand. The diminutive golden turtle remarked, "You've been a mere spectator for so long. Consider this a minor reprimand." With a resounding impact, Broly remained undeterred by Frieza's various forms. Although his gaze was ominous, he understood that as long as he eliminated all foes before him, Kakarot would inevitably have no escape. What is the battle power of Black Iron Frieza, one might wonder. It is indeed formidable, boasting a staggering 11.8 billion. This level of power is sufficient for him to overpower Broly. Had it not been for Broly's astonishing defensive capabilities, he might have truly faced annihilation. Even without transforming into his bronze form, Black Iron Frieza was still a force to be reckoned with against Broly. Broly was utterly defenseless. Despite Black Iron Frieza's alluringly slender physique, which paled in comparison to Broly's muscular bulk, sheer battle prowess did not deceive. Each strike inflicted upon Broly elicited agonizing howls, leaving immense craters upon the planet's surface. On planet Bupas, one might ponder if the name was a grave mistake. Kakarot. Oh, Kakarot. Kakarot. Broly collapsed to the ground, having just endured a crushing blow from Frieza, a 720-degree spinning dragon fist. This move, a signature technique of the purple dragon, was executed by Frieza, who was poised to transform into Golden Frieza. Was it too much to employ a technique of the Golden Saints? The previous attack caused Broly to spit up blood, a testament to the fact that even his inhuman physique could not withstand such force. For the first time, Broly was driven to bleed. In a fit of rage, he descended into utter madness. Kakarot. The air trembled as Broly's power surged, doubling to an astounding 14 billion, igniting the arena with an explosive intensity that defied reason. At this moment, while Broly's physique did not swell further, his hair elongated and deepened to a vibrant green, crackling with ominous black electricity, reminiscent of a predatory serpent. The terror was palpable. Goku and the others were left in stunned silence. Was such madness warranted, completely disregarding their sentiments? Vegeta, overwhelmed, knelt upon the ground, murmuring, This is the true, legendary Super Saiyan. The oppressive feeling stemming from his bloodline is undeniable. I do not wish to acknowledge it. Yet it stifles any spark of combativeness within me. Dend felt a pang of sorrow for his father, whose pride had been shattered to such an extent. Trunks. Allow him to regain his composure. This is a path he must traverse alone, as no one else can aid him. Although Piccolo scoffed at Vegeta's despair, he too felt a profound sense of helplessness. Not only against Broly, but even in the presence of Frieza, Piccolo sensed a deep-seated inadequacy. On the 18th. What is the current disparity between Broly and Frieza? Krillin has resigned himself to his fate, fully aware that he cannot contend with either of them, yet his curiosity remains. Glancing at Krillin, Android 18 pursed her lips and remarked, Do you really want to know? The outcome is rather disheartening. Krillin, observing the despondent Vegeta, steeled himself and replied, Go ahead. Sometimes only a profound setback can lead to a true resurgence. Unaware of Krillin's sentiments, Android 18 candidly stated, Frieza stands at 8 billion. While Broly reaches an astonishing 14 billion. Goku was taken aback, pondering the enormity of such figures. That's over 100 billion? I can't even count that high on my fingers and toes. Gohan, ISNT 140 minus 118 equal to 42? Gohan. Everyone else. Goku. Are you serious? Chapter 78. The King transforms again. Broly completely loses his mind. Ho ho ho. In the realm of the cinematic universe, you may not be the mightiest, but you truly embody an unbounded anomaly. Broly has no time for Frieza's banter. He is a lunatic, an absolute beast. Such a creature would care little for your words. It's all about the Iron Fist. Bam, 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 bam. The battle ignites anew, fists and feet flying. You deliver a punch to my gut, and I shall return the favor with a kick to yours. Bang. Frieza delivered a powerful punch to Broly's face, swiftly executing a 360-degree spin, and then unleashed a fierce kick to Broly's chest. The impact resonated with a loud crack. Did you think Frieza's moves were merely simplistic? Absolutely not. His tail, as dark as wrought iron, struck mercilessly against Broly's crown. This flurry of attacks sent Broly staggering backward for several meters. Kakarot. Broly bellowed. Frieza. Frieza also let out a tremendous shout. The two exchanged blows, each delivering a punch while the other roared in response, leaving Sun Wukong and his companions utterly stunned. Who would have thought that a brawl could evolve into a DJ showdown? Frieza. Kakarot. Frieza. They continued to compete in volume. One voice deep and boisterous, the other sharp and piercing. After a full 3 minutes, Frieza clutched his throat, feeling as if he might perish from the discomfort. Frieza felt that his throat could not be healed without a few dozen pounds of golden throat lozenges. Nevertheless, such a bellowing outburst proved to be remarkably effective. Frieza. Oh. Frieza. Behold, he has successfully diverted Broly's attention. Goku felt a surge of gratitude. Frieza was indeed a noble soul, willingly drawing the flames of battle towards himself. Ho ho ho. Frieza. Oh, Frieza. Adadada. Bang bang bang. The rhythmic clash reverberated throughout the entire planet. While Tien and others with lesser combat power could only sense the commotion and hear the sounds, utterly unable to witness the unfolding spectacle of battle. Goku and his companions exerted themselves to the utmost, barely managing to keep pace with the two fighters, their hearts racing with excitement. At last, Broly, disregarding all notions of fair play, faced an opponent with lesser combat prowess yet repeatedly struck at empty space, initiating an interstellar conflict. Countless green energy blasts erupted from Broly's hands, and Frieza, unyielding, retaliated in kind. In close combat, Frieza deftly evaded direct confrontations with his swift movements, while in ranged combat, he was equally formidable. With his hands outstretched, his fingers, as dark as ink, spread wide, summoning black orbs of energy that materialized between them. Behold my whirlwind poison dragon. Frieza began to spin rapidly, deftly evading Broly's energy blasts while simultaneously unleashing energy projectiles of equal might. The two engaged in an extreme clash that surpassed even the prince's battle tactics. What an unrelenting 360-degree bombardment it was. Frieza. Oh, Frieza. Ho ho ho. As Broly grew increasingly frenzied, Frieza reveled in the exhilaration of combat. Suddenly, with a swift change in tactics, Broly caught Frieza off guard, landing a powerful punch to his abdomen. Fortunately, in his black iron form, Frieza was remarkably resilient, and the blow did not inflict significant damage. However, Broly's ferocity erupted entirely. Before Frieza could evade, Broly seized his tail. In an explosive display, Broly hurled Frieza repeatedly to the ground. Each impact elicited a cry of anguish from Frieza. Yet he maintained his infamous, mocking laughter. Boom. Finally, Frieza felt the sting of pain. An overwhelming sense of frustration and rage surged within him, prompting an immediate transformation. His skin turned a bronze hue, no longer the valiant black iron but an epic skin. His battle power surged to a staggering 8 billion. The stark contrast of 8 billion in battle power allowed Frieza to break free from Broly's grasp. Ho ho ho. Come on, let us have some fun. You. Come here. Now armed with absolute confidence, Frieza was determined to prove that Broly could not unleash his fury again. Frieza. Oh, Frieza. Ho ho ho. The visceral melee resumed, returning the situation to its initial state, with Broly enduring a relentless onslaught once more. Ho ho ho. Allow me to demonstrate the technique of descending foot strikes. In an instant, Frieza vanished and dove straight down from the sky, not with five-fingered palm strikes, but with a colossal claw of 3 toes. The divine foot of Frieza. Boom. Even though Broly had crossed his arms defensively, he was nonetheless driven into the ground by Frieza's overwhelming kick, only to erupt from the planet's other side moments later. Frieza has vanished once more. The whack-a-mole mode is now activated. Oh ho ho ho. Bang. 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 Sun Wukong and his companions stood in astonishment, gazing at the battered planet. With molten lava fountains erupting skyward, their faces paling in unison. Planet Bupus, humph. I shall not succumb like that, my cuxing. I am Planet Bupus. The planet endured, rapidly mending itself. Frieza. Oh, Frieza. Boom. Broly truly is Broly, for he knows not the meaning of limits, and his formidable aura surged once again. Thud 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 thud. Broly's muscles expanded anew, his stature elevated, and his hair erupted wildly, cascading around him as if he had gone mad. Did you think this was the end? Not at all. The green on Broly deepened, but more importantly, a singular green, spherical energy shield enveloped him. And the waves of energy soared to unprecedented heights. Gulp. All the Z-fighters could not help but swallow hard. Oh, but it was not just that. At least Tianjinhan and Yamcha were once again rendered unconscious, and this time, Krillin was not spared either, as Android 18 had no attention to spare for him. Dade's heart trembled. He could scarcely believe that this suddenly emerged monster could be so utterly ferocious. A flicker of dread appeared in Son Gohan's eyes. His already wavering fighting spirit began to falter. Vegeta remained in a daze, while Sun Wukong retained his carefree excitement. Piccolo, oh, he clasped his head in agony. Zanya clung tightly to Android 17's hand, trembling all over, struggling to contain her urge to relieve herself. Android 17 dismissed the unconscious Dodoria, his right hand gesturing enthusiastically as he provided a fervent commentary on the battle. Breaking news, Frieza's combat power stands at 8 billion, while Broly, that old rascal, has surpassed 28 billion. Broly's combat power has doubled once more. Crack. Boom. The planet trembled, and Planet Bupus let out a furious roar. with colossal lightning bolts crashing down, instilling terror in all who witnessed it. Android 17's eyes sparkled. Android 18 instantly turned to him, and they both nodded in unison, casting aside Zangya as they swiftly surged toward the crimson lightning in the sky. Cell stared blankly at the scene before him, his eyes bulging in disbelief. As he swallowed hard and muttered, "So, there you have it, Bakana. Duong." Frieza suddenly materialized beside Cell, striking him to the ground with his tail before vanishing once more, leaving behind a singular remark. "Next time you utter such drivel, I shall extract every needle from your being." Chapter 79. The King Unleashed. Confronted with the utterly unreasonable Broly, Frieza found himself in a state of exasperation. At this moment, Broly had ascended to the pinnacle of his form as depicted in the cinematic saga. Muscles rippled and bulged with formidable intensity, exuding an unparalleled dominance. His towering stature imposed immense pressure upon those around him. His eyes radiated a white luminescence, and his hair erupted in vibrant green hues. Most notably, a protective green energy shield enveloped him, rendering any ordinary energy orb incapable of breaching his formidable defenses, leaving the prospect of inflicting harm upon Broly's corporeal form an uncertain endeavor. Frieza tested the defensive prowess of the energy shield, unleashing 2 crimson beams of death from his eyes. Unlike ordinary energy spheres, these death beams possessed formidable penetrating power, serving as the ultimate means to breach defenses. However, the beams failed to pierce through the protective barrier, merely causing it to tremble momentarily before returning to its original state, as if the lethal rays had never existed. Realizing this, the only recourse left was to engage in close combat. Broly, incensed by Frieza's death beams, moved with a swift motion, creating a violent sonic boom in his wake. Clang! Frieza's iron fist struck his own chest. However, he adeptly shielded himself with both arms. In the ensuing moment, he retaliated with a knee strike, while his tail swiftly coiled around Broly's neck. In an instant, Frieza unleashed a flurry of punches, each one striking Broly with precision, causing him to stagger back a few paces, merely a few steps. The disparity in power, nearly 100 billion, rendered it no simple task to breach his defenses. The relentless barrage of blows resonated like thunder, creating countless deep craters on the surface of planet Bupus, a testament to the fierce clash between Frieza and Broly amidst the skies. Frieza! Oh, Frieza! Bang! Boom! Crash! Broly swiftly landed a powerful punch to Frieza's left cheek, following it up with a side kick that left Frieza no time to teleport, sending him crashing toward the ground. A gaping pit, larger than all previous craters combined, formed as the very shape of planet Bupus began to distort. Above, crimson lightning continued to strike. Yet it did not touch the ground. 2 figures danced beneath the storm, repeatedly withstanding the celestial fury. "Oh, cursed wild monkey, cursed Saiyan, damn it all." Frieza soared into the sky, clasping his shoulders with both hands, his face contorted into a grotesque and terrifying expression, veins bulging fiercely on his forehead, while his crimson irises glimmered with a bloodthirsty intensity. Frieza's physique was undergoing a transformation, his muscles swelling in circular layers, while even the tail behind him grew increasingly robust. Celestial transformation, 3rd form. Triadic overlapping waves. The resplendent waves of 7 colors surged forth, wildly expanding. No longer were they straight, but rather they had become overwhelmingly formidable, as if intent on subjugating all in their path. Frieza revealed all his trump cards to date, transforming into his bronze form while simultaneously employing the 3rd technique of the stellar transformation, a first for him. The threat posed by Broly compelled Frieza to muster every ounce of his strength. The bronze Frieza transformation grants an approximate 4-fold increase in combat power, while the combined wave technique offers an additional 3-fold boost. However, it is essential to note that this does not result in a cumulative increase of 4-fold followed by 3-fold, but rather a tripling based on his original combat power. In simpler terms, Frieza now possesses a combat power amplification of 7 times his base level. To be candid, this enhancement is not particularly remarkable. It primarily stems from Frieza's incomplete mastery of the stellar transformation, as he has merely scratched the surface of its potential. Fortunately, following his recent battle, Frieza's combat power surged from 4.6 billion to 5 billion, propelling him beyond the formidable threshold of 30 billion to an astonishing 35 billion. All the Z fighters stood in awe, jaws agape, realizing that their king was indeed a formidable force, comparable to the shameless Broly himself. At this moment, Androids 17 and 18 were absent from the scene, preoccupied with their trials across the planet, eager to enhance their combat prowess. Dr. Gero proved himself a genius, ingeniously emulating ancient legends by employing the method of forging the body through heavenly thunder to augment the strength of androids 17 and 18, a notion that even Frieza had not anticipated. Watching the two androids darting about, Frieza could only express his incredulity, though his eyes sparkled with astonishment. In a mere moment, Android 17's combat power skyrocketed from 900 million to 2 billion, a truly astounding increase. Android 18 also fared well. Her original 800 million had surged to 1.8 billion, solely from enduring the strikes of lightning, her power escalating remarkably. Meanwhile, Broly remained unfazed by the strength of his opponents. And while it was indeed surprising that he allowed Frieza the time to transform, he would not grant him the luxury of leisurely observation. As Frieza's gaze sharpened, he unleashed a powerful punch that collided with Broly's massive fist. The earth-shattering sound reverberated through the air, sending shockwaves that forced the already distant Z fighters to retreat further. Goku wiped the cold sweat from his brow, glancing at his unconscious companions before making a resolute decision. Piccolo, Sangya, I will send you back to Earth. If this continues, you won't be able to withstand it. Though reluctant, Piccolo understood that remaining in this perilous situation would indeed be unbearable. Frieza and Broly showed no regard for their presence, unleashing a barrage of formidable attacks, their energy surging like a tempest. They were truly dancing on the edge of a blade. One misstep, and a single punch or kick from Frieza and Broly could leave them gravely injured, or worse, dead. Had they not witnessed Tien and Yamcha already bleeding from their mouths and noses? Reluctantly nodding, Piccolo replied, "Very well, take us back." Zangya was overjoyed. She had been on the verge of breaking down. The psychological impact Frieza had on her was immense, and with Broly added to the mix, she could hardly bear to remain for another moment. In an instant, Goku whisked Piccolo away, depositing them at the temple before eagerly returning to planet Pupas. The moment Zangya touched down, she dashed into the temple, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, Broly found himself under Frieza's relentless assault, enduring a barrage of techniques: Wolf Fang Fist, Rock Paper Scissors, Bagua Palm, Tai Chi Fist, Luan Fist, and the 18 Dragon Subduing Palms, each more extravagant than the last. The kicks: Shadowless Kick, Heavenly Destruction Kick, Soaring Whirlwind Kick, 18 Path Tan Legs, Een Lifting Leg, and Wind God Leg, were all lethal. Yet, Broly, a true warrior, remained stoic beneath Frieza's onslaught, not uttering a single sound of pain, only bellowing repeatedly, "Frieza! Frieza! Frieza!" Frieza was displeased, exclaiming, "How can it be that only your voice is heard? Do I not deserve any dignity?" With a sinister laugh, he continued, "Oh ho ho ho, shout all you want. Even if you scream your throat raw, no one will come to your aid. Frieza! Frieza!" He cackled triumphantly. In that moment, Broly was consumed by rage. The shameless fiend has once again led him astray. His fury was boundless, erupting like a volcano. "Oh, Frieza!" Kakarot. With a deafening crash, chaos ensued. "You wretched pervert, not again." Frieza was unexpectedly sent flying by a headbutt from Broly. Even with Frieza's formidable physical resilience, he experienced waves of dizziness. "Oh my goodness! Kakarot! Frieza! You shall all perish!" Frieza was taken aback. Goku was astonished. Everyone was in disbelief. Broly had astonishingly uttered a complete sentence. Chapter 80. I, Cell, have come to protect the royal. Bang. Planet Pash. This is it. We've truly lost a tenth of the surface this time. This freak cannot be intimidated by thunder. I can't withstand this any longer. Through his sheer madness, Broly illustrated the notion that there is no strongest, only stronger. In a mere few hours, his combat power surged from 1.5 billion to an astounding 56 billion. What an astonishing feat. Science? Can science elucidate this phenomenon? However, it seems that Broly may have reached his limit this time, for blood vessels had begun to appear at the corners of his once radiant eyes, rendering him exceptionally terrifying. It remains uncertain whether he has truly broken through his limits, as Broly's hair did not lengthen, yet one could only classify his current state as the legendary Super Saiyan 2 at full power. Note that this is the legendary form, not the ordinary version exhibited by Goku and his companions. Nonetheless, even if Broly has reached his pinnacle, Frieza is currently unleashing his full power as well. This situation is indeed quite precarious. Swish. Androids 17 and 18 finally ceased their relentless pursuit and, with a single strike, both reached their temporary limits. achieving a staggering 3 billion in power. Though still insufficient, it was a considerable gain, especially when Broly erupted moments ago. The wave of energy that surged forth bore green lightning, propelling their power from 2 billion to 3 billion. This illustrates that the thunder on the planet pales in comparison to the tempest generated by Broly and his fierce comrades. Goku, enough of this spectacle. We must flee. 56 billion. A single blow could obliterate us. Android 17 shouted, having just increased his power and eager to unleash it. To perish now would be a grave injustice. Krillin was not entirely wrong. When a person is pushed to their limits, miracles may occur. Vegeta leapt up in fury, exclaiming, "Flee? How could I possibly retreat? Trunks, grab hold of me quickly. Do not let me charge out." Big T? Is this really happening? He gently grasped the hem of Vegeta's garment. Indeed. Vegeta could not break free. "Father, let us go. This battle is beyond our capacity to engage. The disparity is far too great to be bridged by mere shouts." Gohan implored, feeling quite helpless regarding his battle-obsessed father. Goku recognized the gravity of the situation, especially since he had yet to transcend into Super Saiyan 2. His strength was only slightly superior to Big T's. "Let us go. I shall train relentlessly upon our return." As Sun Wukong and his companions departed, Shenron was left in a state of bewilderment. "Hey, have you forgotten about me? I have yet to master instant transmission." Frieza found himself ensnared by Broly, whose iron-like grip firmly clasped his arms, refusing to relent. Although Broly's mind was clouded, his instinct for combat was undeniably formidable. Frieza possesses the ability to teleport and has mastered a rudimentary form of electricity manipulation. Despite his power reaching an astonishing 56 billion, he remains slightly slower than Broly. Seizing the opportunity, Broly captures Frieza and initiates a devastating counterattack. Headbutt. Bang, 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 crack. Initially, Frieza retaliates with his tail and fiercely kicks Broly in the abdomen. Frieza had indeed contemplated employing a low blow, yet Broly's towering stature rendered such an attempt futile, as Frieza could only reach his abdomen with his feet. Although his tail could strike at Broly's vulnerable regions, the madman seemed utterly indifferent to such efforts. After all, the power of the tail pales in comparison to the strength of the legs. 5 minutes later, bubbles began to form at the corners of Frieza's mouth. His legs could no longer execute any martial techniques, and his tail hung limply. Broly was not faring much better. It is worth noting that Frieza's bronze form possesses formidable defensive capabilities, and the recoil from a headbutt caused Broly to also froth at the mouth. The battle was so fierce that gruesome seemed an inadequate description, and devastating barely scratched the surface of the destruction unfolding. At that moment, Cell hovered just above the ground, with nothing beneath his feet but a vast ocean of molten lava. This planet teetered on the brink of disintegration. "Frieza, my lord, the planet is about to explode." Frieza heard the commotion, yet he was disinclined to speak. He felt utterly exhausted, yearning only for a peaceful slumber. What did it matter if the planet exploded? His race, the Frost Demons, could survive in the vastness of the cosmos. Meanwhile, Cell was in a state of desperation, unleashing a torrent of curses. "Damn Son Goku. Why are you fleeing? You could at least have taken me with you. If nothing else, leave some Senzu powder behind. Even the remnants would suffice." In this dire predicament, Cell truly wished for Frieza's survival, for Broly was beyond reason, intent solely on obliterating everything in his path. Cell, unwilling to succumb to death, roared in fury, "Broly, release Lord Frieza at once." With a resounding thud, Frieza spat foam while Broly's lips bubbled once more. Ultimately, Broly's combat prowess proved superior. The staggering disparity of 21 billion in battle power allowed Frieza to endure for a mere 5 minutes, an endurance that astonished all witnesses. Cell's fist accurately struck Broly's head. Yet it was of no consequence. 5 billion in battle power was akin to a mere tickle to Broly, hardly qualifying as a massage. As Broly and Frieza collided once more, the energy released from their clash sent Cell hurtling through the air, landing with a splash into the molten lava below. Senzu beans? Senzu beans. Frieza's eyes suddenly glimmered with an intense brilliance, the crimson irises erupting with astonishing power once more. "Ah, voila! Voila! Ah!" As he shouted, froth spilled from his mouth. Frieza sought to retrieve a Senzu bean from his storage space, just in case. Duong. Frieza was once again struck, teetering on the brink of consciousness. Duong, duong, duong. Blood began to trickle from the corner of Broly's mouth, while Frieza's orifices started to bleed. In his haze, Frieza glimpsed a figure, indistinct in appearance yet marked by a distinctive feature, a radiant aura of 7 colors, reminiscent of Frieza's own energy waves. A series of cryptic characters floated from the person's lips, descending upon Frieza's form, bestowing upon him a wave of warmth. Since his transformation into Frieza, he had not known warmth. The only sensation he was accustomed to was the biting chill of despair. Yet, these characters brought forth a flicker of comfort. Suddenly, a crimson light pierced through Frieza's temples, and in a flash of insight, he grasped the profound truth of the star transformation. There exists but one truth. No. That was a misstep. Let us begin anew. Boom. Broly did not afford Frieza the luxury of a fresh start, abandoning the headbutt. He embraced Frieza and hurled them both into the already shattered earth, plunging headlong into the searing magma below. The molten heat posed no threat to Cell, and it was even less capable of harming Frieza and Broly. Yet Broly was intent on crashing into the very core of the planet with Frieza. Broly had lost his mind. Despite his overwhelming power of 21 billion, he sought to perish alongside Frieza. Abruptly, Frieza opened his eyes once more. This time, his gaze transformed from a mere blood red dot into a brilliant star, resplendent and inviolable. Begone! Frieza roared. I, Cell, have come to your aid. Boom. Just as Cell grasped Frieza's tail, a thunderous explosion left him momentarily dazed. Planet Bupas had erupted. Chapter 81. Monster? No, I am a demon. 5 minutes prior. On Earth. Goku and the others instantaneously appeared beside Zanja. As for why they were not by Piccolo's side, do not inquire. The answer remains elusive. Zanja had just stepped out of the restroom when an unsettling feeling washed over him. Turning around, he was taken aback to find a group of men, along with a blonde beauty, crammed into the cramped restroom. Zanja was horrified. Number 17. How shameless can you be? Number 17 replied, What is wrong with me? Why am I shameless? Instinctively patting his own smooth face. I'm still here. Kakarot. Was this your intention? There is Piccolo-S energy in the presence of that useless Tien Shenron, yet you chose to teleport to a woman-S energy? Vegeta was furious. Sniff, sniff. What is that smell? Ugh. Boom. Vegeta's rage surged, and with a resounding explosion, the restroom was obliterated. Before my eyes lies a vast platform, pristine and sacred, unmarred by any blemish. Yet, at this moment, a group of individuals exuding a foul stench has severely tainted this hallowed ground. Bobo remains expressionless, remarking, The preferences of these beings are rather peculiar. The deity and Bix stand side by side, beads of sweat forming on their brows. This unruly group, the deity, unable to accept that his temple has been ravaged and further desecrated, promptly swings his staff. An invisible energy sweeps forth, restoring the shattered palace, banishing all impurities to their rightful place. However, the deity has overlooked one crucial detail. That unruly group has not vacated their previously confined space. Foul pervert. Boom. The restroom of the deity's temple has erupted once more. This time, the onlookers have wised up, hastily fleeing the scene as streaks of light appear, their figures swiftly disappearing. The deity, rendered speechless, must once again restore the temple structure. Alas, what a calamity. A perfectly functional restroom has endured undeserved suffering. Bic, with evident impatience, exclaims, Are you serious? Stop fooling around. Aside from mending the building, you're of no use. Hurry and merge with me. Bic grows increasingly exasperated with the old deity, who continuously delays. Does he not possess a sense of urgency? Nevertheless, as the saying goes, if I do not descend into hell, who will? Come, maintain your composure. Strive to remain unperturbed even as the heavens collapse. Recite the mantra of Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva. I beseech you. Bic's face reddens as he extends his arms to form a circle, placing his palms downward before his abdomen, silently muttering, You, celestial being. Excellent. It appears you possess considerable talent. I shall proceed. The deity finally resolves to place his gnarled hand, resembling ancient tree bark, upon Bic's chest, bellowing, I, the deity, have arrived. Suddenly, darkness envelopes the sky. The old deity gazes at the heavens in shock, immediately grasping the gravity of the situation. This is dire. At Bulma's residence, a colossal dragon, reminiscent of an eastern divine serpent, spirals upward, radiating an imposing presence. However, the citizens of West City have grown accustomed to the bizarre occurrences that unfold at Bulma's home. Anything is possible. Life is fleeting. One must seize joy while they can. O summoner, articulate your wish. Regardless of its nature, I shall assist in its fulfillment. Goodness. Slow down, everyone. The mystical dragon possesses an unparalleled vision of 5. 0. Just after showcasing its prowess, it was suddenly confronted by several unkempt individuals rushing towards it. The dragon was taken aback and instantly broke into a frantic dance. I twisted my waist and lifted my hips, narrowly evading the human cannonballs launched by Sun Wukong and his companions. Why is it always you who disturbs my slumber? Could you not send a different group? Bulma exclaimed. Forget it. The dragon has truly become relatable. Dragon, grant the resurrection of those who perished at the hands of Cell. Bulma was filled with excitement. No matter how many times she experienced this wish-granting process, it felt utterly delightful. The wish was rather simple. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of 7 solid objects hitting the ground echoed, and Bulma could hardly believe the scene unfolding before her. As dawn broke, the dragon vanished, and the Dragon Balls turned to stone, falling to the ground. At the heavenly temple, the deity had just uttered a word of caution before disappearing simultaneously with the dragon. Piccolo's power surged dramatically. Ah, how formidable. I am invincible. What are Cell, Broly, or Frieza to me? I could take on 10. Boo Boo sighed. Another one has gone mad. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and others were bathing in Bulma's bathroom when they suddenly sensed Piccolo's overwhelming energy, causing them to gasp in astonishment. Piccolo. Such a powerful aura. Still just a waste. Vegeta grumbled as he scrubbed vigorously, feeling utterly disheartened. Number 17 elegantly lathered himself with soap, casually remarking, just 3.5 billion. Once I stabilize for a while, I'll go find the king and unleash my power. Curiosity sparked in Dai. What on earth has happened to Mr. Piccolo? This surge in combat power defies logic. Son Gohan, bursting with joy, exclaimed, I know. Uncle Piccolo must have fused with the deity, which is why his energy has changed so drastically. Vegeta's expression darkened as if recalling something. Hey, wasn't that lively dance just now the dragon? With the deity gone, did the dragon fulfill Bulma's wish? Outside, Bulma kicked the Dragon Balls, now turned to stone, perplexed. This doesn't make sense. There was no red glow in its eyes. So why did it turn to stone? Moreover, I didn't hinder you this time. Why did you not flee? Have the Earthlings truly been resurrected? Meanwhile, the Earthlings still waiting in line for King Yama's registration pondered. What do you think? If I were alive, would I still be floating here? This is a small planet known as Daburang, slightly larger than the North Kai's planet, entirely composed of a metallic structure, remarkably resilient. The planet Dabulan, much like the planet Bupas, is one of the celestial bodies where the Dodorians have positioned energy signals in advance, primarily to serve King Frieza for his digestive exercises. Just moments ago, a formidable figure emerged, enveloped in a spectrum of colors, with a bronze aura radiating outward. In his grasp was a muscular man exuding a vibrant green energy. Alongside them appeared a creature, entirely green with numerous black spots, gripping the tail of the formidable figure. This was Frieza, Broly, and Cell. At this moment, Frieza exhibited a significant transformation compared to his previous self, to put it simply. The hierarchy of energy had undergone a reversal. The 7-colored aura clung tightly to Frieza's form, while the bronze energy enveloped it in a secondary layer. Do not underestimate this alteration, for Frieza's aura was experiencing exponential growth. Initially, his energy had escalated to 56.4 billion, and it was rapidly increasing, soon surpassing the monumental threshold of 60 billion. With a deeper understanding of the celestial transformation, Frieza had finally mastered the ability to double his power once more after transforming. Furthermore, utilizing the attributes of the celestial transformation to transcend the limits of his physical form allowed his combat prowess to rise swiftly. Broly, now significantly more aware, fixated his fierce gaze upon Frieza. With a resounding crack, Cell was flung away by Frieza's tail, finally regaining his senses. The first sight that met his eyes was Broly, prompting a terrified scream to escape his lips. Monster! Broly, you monster, don't come near me. Broly glanced at his feet, which had not moved an inch, and a grin spread across his face. Perhaps due to the numerous headbutts exchanged with Frieza, he had regained a flicker of clarity. Monster? No. I am not a monster. I am a demon. Since Kakarot's blood was not offered, I shall first use you. This refuse infused with Kakarot's essence, as a sacrifice. As Broly prepared to lift his foot, intent on moving towards Cell, he bellowed, Oh ho ho ho. You just provided me with such delight. Now it is my turn to exact revenge. Chapter 82. The Tianzi Pavilion grows once more. Frieza. Oh Frieza. Oh ho ho ho. Oh ho ho ho. Huh. Frieza, consumed by fury, found himself utterly misled. Boom. Frieza unleashed a staggering battle power of 62.8 billion, causing the diminutive planet to hum with energy. Yet it did not succumb to the formation of craters. Boom. Broly, who had never known the meaning of retreat, was in a state where he could scarcely comprehend any word. The two waves of energy surged skyward, colliding with resounding force, propelling Cell away in an instant. Unfortunately, the planet was too small. He soon circled around the Dabura blue planet, only to be sent flying once more by the clash of the two warriors' energy. Crack. Despite the unyielding toughness of the Dabura blue planet, Cell was still struck down to the ground by Frieza's tail, creating a moderately sized crater. Cell, frothing at the mouth, inadvertently lost 3 of his front teeth. He was left in a state of utter despair. Wham! The battle of the Titans reignited, their fists and feet clashing with such ferocity that the Dabura blue planet trembled violently, leaving Cell feeling dizzy, as if he were intoxicated. Cell lamented, "What grievance do I bear? Why must I suffer in your quarrel?" Yet, Frieza and Broly remained indifferent to the plight of the insignificant Cell, having clashed thousands of times before. Crunch. The Dabura blue planet groaned. Who named this? It has barely been a few minutes, and it's already cracking. Boom. Bang. Crash. The shadows of fists danced like lightning, while the winds of their kicks wreaked havoc. An energy blast soared through the air, leaving the Dabura blue planet riddled with craters. Oh ho ho. What's happening? What's going on? Why have you stopped raging? Come on, strike me in the face. Why the lack of strength? Frieza erupted into a frenzied shout, experiencing an unparalleled sense of satisfaction in that moment. Although Broly's aura showed no signs of diminishing, he was indeed left bewildered by Frieza's onslaught. Straining to shake off the daze, Broly's face displayed a rare expression of terror for the first time. Frieza's battle power stands at a mere 62.8 billion, only surpassing Broly by a scant 6.8 billion, in the realm of hundreds of billions. This advantage is hardly substantial. However, the terrifying force of the stellar transformation leaves Broly utterly helpless against it. As the 7-colored energy waves envelop Frieza's form, Broly's punches dissipate with a mere fraction of their strength, particularly as the twinkling of starlight flares momentarily, leaving Broly feeling exceptionally discomfort. This exemplifies the preliminary application of divine power force mitigation. With explosive sounds echoing, Frieza taunts, inviting Broly to revel in the moment, confident in the abundance of time available. Yet, while Frieza speaks the most provocative words, he simultaneously delivers a brutal onslaught upon Broly. Despite Broly's frenzied cries, Frieza, in a state of euphoria, conjures a stellar obliteration bomb. Its diameter several times larger than the planet beneath them. Perish! Frieza exclaims with glee. The Daburan planet lives up to its reputation. Although Broly withstands 99 of the stellar obliteration bomb's force, the remaining one is still potent enough to reduce planets like Earth to mere ashes. Remarkably, however, the Daburan planet endures, sustaining only a fraction of its mass, demonstrating the resilience of a pure metallic sphere. Frieza and Broly exhibit even greater tenacity than the Daburan planet, as Broly remains unvanquished, albeit in a severely battered state, with even his once indestructible trousers reduced to mere undergarments. Astonishingly, Broly's resilience is beyond imagination. Having survived such dire circumstances, Frieza was poised to unleash the stellar blade, intent on reducing Broly to mere fragments. With a swift motion, a 3-meter-long energy blade materialized in Frieza's grasp. Alas, the tragic fate of Cell unfolded as he narrowly evaded the stellar annihilation blast, only to find himself at the blade's sharp end, resulting in a gaping wound in his thigh. Lord Frieza, spare me. I am your son. Do not take my life. Despite his predicament, Cell displayed remarkable resilience, his recovery ability surpassing that of Husu. In mere moments, his front tooth astonishingly regrew. With a sweeping gaze from Frieza's crimson, circular pupils, Cell immediately fell to his knees, weeping uncontrollably. In a flash of spiritual light, Frieza recalled a particular matter. Perhaps keeping Broly around could yield a significant surprise in due time. As the celestial energy blade vanished, Cell sighed in relief, while Broly too discreetly exhaled a breath of relief. Indeed, he was a madman for battle, and he willingly embraced the title of a demon. Yet he was not truly unafraid of death. Ho ho ho. Broly, number 3 of the Heavenly Pavilion, and Cell, number 4, this is your true allegiance. Do you understand? Although Frieza emitted a contemptuous laugh, his words were imbued with an icy tone, devoid of any warmth. Cell knelt on the ground, his large head striking the hard surface repeatedly, thudding 9 times in succession. Fourth underling of the Heavenly Pavilion, I pay my respects to Lord Frieza. Frieza nodded in satisfaction as he turned his gaze towards Broly. Who is Broly, one might wonder. If he were indeed the third-ranked member of the Heavenly Pavilion, perhaps Broly could come to terms with it. But what did that green-skinned creature just utter? Lackey. He could never tolerate such an insult. Frieza. Oh, Frieza. I am a demon, not a lackey. Broly yearned to unleash his fury once more, yet alas, he had truly reached his limits this time. He could not extract any more potential from his body in the short term. Frieza's eyes narrowed, and in an instant, he appeared behind Broly, his fists tightly clenched. With a powerful strike aimed at the back of Broly's head, the impact resounded with a resounding thud. Oh no! Thud! Broly, unable to withstand such a devastating blow, immediately reverted from his transformed state, returning to his frail form, his black hair and elongated physique collapsing as he lost consciousness. Cell watched, his eyelids twitching in disbelief. What had he just witnessed? Broly's head had erupted with a spray of crimson blood. Would that strike render him a fool? Yet, upon further contemplation, he mused that being a fool might be preferable to being a madman. At least a fool would not easily descend into madness. Frieza cast a glance at Broly. His fingers converging as a strand of iridescent energy gradually enveloped Broly. This was a manifestation of divine power, a psychic force through which Frieza intended to alter Broly's memories. Witnessing this scene, Cell retreated several paces, utterly astounded by Frieza's seemingly boundless capabilities. Such power was truly terrifying. While Broly displayed remarkable resilience, it was ultimately futile. Ha ha ha. Moments later, Frieza exhaled deeply, reverting to his original form, once again adorned in his pallid skin tinged with purple. Cell felt a wave of relief wash over him. To Cell, this incarnation of Frieza exuded a certain amiability, at the very least. It suggested that he might engage in trivial antics, such as standing on one leg. Come on, let's return to Earth. Cell hastily scurried to Frieza's side. Fearful of being abandoned once more, stranded on this metallic planet, he would surely perish from hunger. With a flourish, ha ha ha, following a fit of derisive laughter, Frieza, Broly, and Cell vanished from the Deburan planet. In their wake, only a planet resembling a bitten apple remained, a testament to the inhumane torment it had endured. Soon after, an individual strikingly similar to Frieza appeared near the Deburan planet, plunging headlong into the gaping wound of the planet. His force so great that he penetrated straight to its core. On Earth, when Frieza materialized in Bulma's dining room, a chorus of gasps erupted. Chapter 83, The King in a Fit of Rage Boom. As Frieza and the members of the Heavenly Pavilion arrived at Bulma's residence, a sudden explosion erupted from the laboratory. Bulma, alarmed, swiftly clutched little Trunks and dashed towards the laboratory. Vegeta, Trunks, hurry. My father is still inside the laboratory. Frieza reminisced about Dr. Brisfo's kindness, recalling how he had once provided him with a gravity chamber. Such a favor was worth remembering. In an instant, Frieza teleported ahead of the others and found himself at the epicenter of the explosion, where he immediately spotted the unscathed Dr. Brisfo. Oh, how could he forget? This was the world of Dragon Ball, here, even if something as trivial as an explosion occurred, or if Dr. Brisfo were truly to perish. The Dragon Balls could easily restore him to life. Hey, old man, what are you up to? Vegeta appeared next, utilizing his own teleportation. Though his reaction lagged just a moment behind Frieza's, Dr. Brisfo adjusted his glasses and reassured them, it's nothing serious, while modifying Android 16. I accidentally set off a small missile inside him. A missile? And it exploded? Remarkably, nothing seemed to be amiss. Indeed, the disparity between the Dragon Ball universe and reality was vast. With a thud, Android 16 rose from the rubble, moving about without a scratch. However, the sight of the transformed 16 was somewhat disconcerting for Frieza. Have you turned yourself into Optimus Prime? Gazing at the familiar silhouette adorned with a row of tires, Frieza was utterly speechless. No, I am Optimus Prime. Android 16 no longer exists. I have completed Dr. Gero's mission. Frieza found himself at a loss for words. Dr. Gero, how long have you been dead, yet you are still capable of such turmoil? However, even if you accomplish your task, you will ultimately be absorbed by Cell. Crash. Number 16. Optimus Prime plummeted to the ground, causing a tremor in Bulma's household. I refuse. I refuse to be absorbed. I wish to return to Cybertron. Oh dear. He is deeply poisoned. Soon, others arrived, and upon seeing that Brisfu was unharmed, Bulma's anxious heart finally found solace. She was acutely aware that the Dragon Balls on Earth had lost their efficacy, and the previous wishes had not resurrected those slain by Cell. With this thought, she cast a furious glance at Cell, who was meekly trailing behind Frieza, and her anger ignited. Slap. Cell was taken aback. The mighty Cell, the ultimate antagonist from the android saga, was actually struck across the face by a woman. As the saying goes, anger arises from the heart, and malice brews in the gallbladder. You seek death, woman. Cell prepared to strike this audacious female into oblivion. Calm down, fourth. She is not someone you can touch. Even Beerus was slapped by her, yet he remained unharmed. Bulma is a pivotal character throughout Dragon Ball. Should she meet her demise, who knows what calamity might ensue? Fresh from a fierce battle, Frieza was utterly exhausted and wished to avoid any further complications. Indeed. But, Frieza, she is not your woman. Why do you care so much for her? Vegeta was enraged. Cell completely disregarded him. Ah, I am a gentleman. Cell, your question is quite astute. Do you believe that someone from my race would seek out an ordinary woman? Which ordinary woman could endure the frigid temperatures of our kind? Bulma cannot, 18 cannot. And Zangya certainly cannot. I am a refined and dignified gentleman. Since I cannot bring them happiness, why should I claim them for myself? Bulma is beautiful, intelligent, wise, and generous. I cannot accept such a woman suffering by my side. 18 is stunning, alluring, captivating, and possesses remarkable combat abilities. I cannot bear to see such a woman bound to me. I wish for them to find their own happiness. Who am I? I am Frieza, and my woman must be capable of enduring the extraordinary nature of my kind. What Frieza did not express was his desire for their happiness, coupled with a wish for them to remain unharmed. After all, Bulma had been a companion throughout Frieza's entire childhood. Furthermore, should Frieza seek a partner, it would only be after making a wish upon the Super Dragon Balls. This is his anguish. Though he wished to keep these feelings to himself, there were always those who inadvertently brought them to light, causing him great distress and sorrow, leaving him to contemplate languishing on a beach chair. His childhood idol was not someone he wished to tarnish. Even in his current form as Frieza, he refrained from such thoughts. Turning back, Frieza cast a chilling gaze upon Cell, whose heart raced with trepidation under the intensity of Frieza's glare. It was this fourth-ranked sycophant who dared to reopen old wounds. With a swift motion, Frieza struck Cell down to the ground, offering no leniency. If Cell did not recognize the gravity of his words, he would learn that the matters of his master were not for him to meddle in. Frieza vanished from his location, his mood increasingly agitated. He yearned to return to the ice planet to regain his composure. The fervor he displayed moments ago left the Dragon Ball warriors utterly astonished, as it was the first time they had witnessed Frieza exhibit such a plethora of emotions. Bulma reflected on her initial encounters with Frieza. Indeed, he had consistently treated her with utmost courtesy, devoid of any excessive behavior. Even when he assisted her in changing attire, it was merely through magic and hardly constituted an inappropriate act. In the next instant, Frieza found himself beside his doppelganger, gazing at the clone whose combat power remained at a mere 110 million, leaving him speechless. Frieza stepped onto the icy surface, propelling himself swiftly toward the core of the ice star. In that moment, he felt an impulsive desire to penetrate the heart of the ice star. Perhaps, if he were to enter its complete confinement, he would be liberated from his tumultuous thoughts. Did you think he was indifferent to the notion of soaring alongside Bulma? Did you assume he did not yearn for Bulma on his left, Android 18 on his right, and Zangya nestled against his chest? He longed for such companionship. Yet, he was burdened with the identity of Frieza, devoid of gender. What if, by some capricious twist of fate, the Super Dragon Balls bestowed upon him a female form? Even if the Super Dragon Balls were benevolent, could they truly endure his frigid nature? Was he destined to shatter the happiness of these women with his own hands? Indeed, he was Frieza, but he possessed a human soul. He could not reconcile the act of denying others their joy while clinging to them with an iron grip. Frieza pondered deeply, realizing that he had never expressed any romantic inclination towards any girl. As for Bulma, he merely wished for her to be more youthful and radiant. Regarding Android 18, the mission assigned by Dr. Gero left him uncertain about how to intervene, compelling him to adopt a non-interference approach. In the end, 18 still developed feelings for Krillin, which surprisingly brought him some joy. Zangya was delightful and charming, to avoid causing her pain. He had already facilitated a relationship between her and Android 17, who was handsome and possessed formidable combat prowess, making them a suitable pair. Lost in thought, Frieza found himself at the edge of the ice star's core, hesitating. After laboriously traversing this path, could he truly allow such trivial matters to encase him in ice? What about the newly appointed members of the Heavenly Order, Android 17, Broly, and Cell? Dodoria, ever the sycophant, had significantly improved in strength. He should be able to live comfortably without causing any disturbances. The earth-shattering roar of Frieza reverberated, triggering a cataclysmic explosion across the ice star. Since his battle with Broly, his combat power had surged to a staggering 7 billion, an awe-inspiring figure. Mountains of ice erupted from the ground, and vast ice plains crumbled into disarray. It was only due to the unique structure of the ice star that a catastrophic explosion was averted. Tagoma watched in despair as the palace he had just completed collapsed before his eyes. How unfortunate! The mighty Frieza had returned. Yet he had not even had the chance to showcase his labor before it was all reduced to ruin. Tagoma could hardly believe that he would once again escape unscathed. He was merely endowed with a trace of the resilient bloodline, not invincible. Chapter 84. Emotions unraveled again. Tagoma's misfortune was palpable. Fear gripped him. Yet fortune smiled upon him. For Frieza showed no interest in the palace, instead captivated by the anomaly of his doppelganger. Moments ago, Frieza had unleashed his pent-up fury, nearly bringing about a catastrophic disaster for the ice star. Then, an astonishing phenomenon occurred. The ice star began to restore itself rapidly. The towering ice mountains settled, and the sunken ice plains regained their former level. The root cause of this miraculous restoration was Frieza's doppelganger. A surge of energy flowed from various locations across the ice star, converging upon the doppelganger, causing it to emanate waves of energy. Though merely the most ordinary white energy waves, such a feat was beyond the capabilities of an unawakened doppelganger. This extraordinary state persisted for less than 3 minutes, after which the ice star had fully rejuvenated, and the doppelganger fell silent once more, standing rigidly like an old ice pop. At that moment, the doppelganger's combat power astonishingly soared to 500 million. Certainly, in comparison to Frieza's own formidable combat prowess, the figure of 500 million is indeed pitiably low. However, it has undeniably brought him immense surprise. Fortunately, in the throes of his recent emotional upheaval, he refrained from crushing Broly beneath his heel, or else he would have been left to lament his folly too late. The reasons behind such an occurrence elude Frieza, and he presently lacks the time to unravel them. For just moments ago, the divine power he had exerted upon Broly was disrupted, and fissures had begun to manifest. Frieza vanished from the scene, leaving behind a replica of himself. Tagoma sensed the shift in the icy realm, realizing that Frieza must have departed. He then summoned the workers to resume their construction of the palace. This time, he resolved to erect an ice city, a venture that would be time-efficient, cost-effective, and remarkably durable. Coupled with inexpensive neon lights, it would undoubtedly possess a striking beauty. Meanwhile, on Earth, after a brief interval following Frieza's departure, Broly gradually awakened. Frieza did not reveal his identity, nor did Cell. No one knew who this peacefully slumbering boy was. After all, he was quite different from the frenzied Broly, especially since his attire had been obliterated by Frieza, leaving him clad only in black shorts. Broly rubbed the back of his head and sat up, gazing around in confusion. Food. An abundance of food. This was truly a paradise he had longed for. Broly did not succumb to madness. Rather, he swiftly devoured everything in sight at a staggering pace, akin to 1 golden ham per second. Stinky tofu, snail noodles, and foul-smelling salmon, all of which would deter most, were met with his unyielding appetite. The kitchen was once again in a frenzy. The staff found it perplexing why the wealthiest family would nurture such a glutton, each more outrageous than the last. It felt as though a ravenous ghost had been reincarnated. Even more astonishing, he could consume more than the fiery-haired and crab-headed competitors, and with greater speed. Goodness, that is a chew-worthy golden ham. How do you manage to swallow it whole? They gasped. Is it not excessively salty? Hey, that's freshly cooked mapo tofu. Careful. It's scalding. Alas, how could mere mortals comprehend the composition of a Saiyan's stomach, which could rival that of a legendary glutton? Though they appeared human, their stomachs were akin to those of gorillas. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain the disappearance of such vast quantities of food. When Goku and his companions returned, they were met with a man in shorts who could out-eat them all, igniting their competitive spirits. Vegeta, unwilling to be outdone by Goku in any aspect, eagerly joined the fray. Gohan reluctantly participated, while even Dend, with a sense of bravado, entered the contest. In an instant, 5 Saiyans became a whirlwind, leaving no edible morsel untouched. 3 chefs had already fainted, and more began to sway precariously. Witnessing this, Bulma exclaimed in alarm. She quickly pulled out her phone and frantically ordered takeout, nearly ready to contact Manaka. Before Bulma could finish her call, a new development unfolded. Broly and Goku simultaneously seized a roasted elephant, each refusing to yield to the other. Ultimately, it became a contest of sheer will. One began from the left while the other from the right, devouring voraciously. In less than a minute, they found themselves face to face. And in their haste, their lips inadvertently brushed against one another, producing a clear, bewildered sound. The room fell silent. Vegeta nearly vomited what he had just consumed. Goku, unfazed, wiped the grease from his lips and prepared to continue the competition. For the first time, Broly's gaze settled upon Goku. That iconic crab hairstyle sparked a vague familiarity, compounded by an aura emanating from Goku that Broly found intolerable. Stunned, Broly muttered to himself. What was it? Kakarot? No, that's not it. Cappuccino? Wrong. Came turtle? No. Karinta? Vegeta had lost his appetite, yet he was unwilling to concede defeat, so he called out to Goku, Kakarot, could you refrain from disgusting me? Goku scratched his head, acknowledging that the previous scene was indeed rather unsettling. If it had been Bulma, it would have been more tolerable. But witnessing it from a grown man was decidedly uncomfortable. Kakarot? Broly finally grasped the significance of the name Kakarot. Upon seeing this, Cell turned to flee, exclaiming, damn it, Lord Frieza is not present. Who can control this monster? This place is too perilous. I must return to West City. Bulma stepped forward, blocking Cell's escape, and interrogated him loudly. Hey, ugly bug, who exactly is that guy? At this moment, Bulma's face flushed slightly as she quietly remarked, he's rather cute, and has a good physique. Vegeta felt a peculiar sensation on his head, as if something was trying to be taken away, yet there was nothing there. Cell swallowed hard, daring not to lay a hand on Bulma, for he knew all too well that Lord Frieza would not spare him. Gulp. He is the creature who has rendered everyone here utterly defenseless. Broly. With a swift gust, Yamcha dashed out of the dining hall. Following him, Tien, Krillin, Android 18, Android 17, Zanya, and Dodoria vanished as well. Daz was petrified, Gohan was in a stupor, and Vegeta was left dumbfounded. Goku? He had not heard, as he was captivated by Broly's utterance of the name Kakarot. How do you know I am called Kakarot? Are you also a Saiyan? Kakarot. Kakarot. Who is Kakarot? Crash. The floor of Bulma's home shattered once more. Kakarot. He is Broly. Quickly, while he is not yet enraged, let us subdue him together. Vegeta shouted, fully aware of the terror that Broly embodied. Just as he had once faced Frieza, he had no desire to endure that agonizing experience again. Broly. Kakarot. Monster. No, I am a demon. Kakarot. The blood sacrifice is about to commence. I shall use your blood for the ritual. Kakarot. Oh. A burst of multicolored light erupted. The sound of cracking continued incessantly. Broly's eyes began to whiten, his veins bulging, and his aura soared to new heights. Do not hesitate. Everyone, attack together. Cell, you join in as well. Huh. Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan 2, followed closely by Gohan, Daz, and Goku, who also underwent their transformations. Cell, blocked by Bulma, had no choice but to unleash all of his power. Attack the back of his head, Shara shouted, charging boldly towards Broly's vulnerable spot. The others, perplexed yet unhesitant, followed suit. Recognizing that Sheru's survival amidst the fierce clash between Broly and Frieza spoke to his exceptional prowess. In an instant, Bulma's home in West City was reduced to ruins. Oh ho ho ho, have you not heard my laughter in the last 2 chapters? Do you all miss it? Yet. His words fell on deaf ears. The immediate priority was to subdue the rampaging Broly. Chapter 85, Piccolo brimming with confidence. Oh ho ho ho. Frieza's entrance effect was unexpectedly overlooked for the first time, which greatly displeased him. Do you think I'm a sickly cat because I haven't shown my power? Step aside. With a series of swift kicks, he knocked Vegeta and the others to the ground. His speed eclipsed even the legendary techniques of the Shadowless Foot and the Wind God Leg, rendering him virtually invisible, while his strength surpassed even the renowned Heavenly Cripple Leg. After dispatching everyone, he paid no heed to their cries of despair and approached Broly from behind. With a single hand, he grasped Broly's head, enveloping him in a dazzling display of iridescent light. Kakarot. Kawaii. Kawaii. To everyone's astonishment, Broly, who had been teetering on the brink of madness, gradually regained his clarity beneath Frieza's 7-colored radiance. It turned out that Frieza had once again replaced Kakarot in Broly's mind with the notion of Kawaii. Oh ho ho. Splendid. Splendid. Just 2 more times, and I will completely eradicate your fear of Son Goku. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers were utterly amazed. It became evident that combat was not a necessity, and Broly was not bound to succumb to insanity. Android 17 and Dodoria quickly returned, fulfilling their roles as the esteemed first and second elders of the Heavenly Pavilion. Broly, you shall be the third of the Heavenly Pavilion. Do you understand? Kawaii, I understand. With Broly now in line, Frieza turned, donning a smile that he deemed bashful, yet appeared utterly terrifying to others. Miss Bulma, my sincerest apologies. My subordinates have been rather impolite and have destroyed your home. Instinctively, Bulma took a step back, feeling that such a reaction was rather rude, but quickly halted her retreat. And no worries. It's just a capsule. Ever since the gravity chamber began to explode, I've prepared several new homes. Frieza was taken aback. Indeed. The wealthiest among them displayed an extraordinary prowess. Bulma instructed everyone to vacate the area, then summoned Vegeta to unleash a powerful gust, effectively clearing the ruins. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, a house identical to the original manifested before them. Remarkable! Piccolo arrived, darting towards Cell in an instant. With a swift strike, he landed a punch squarely on Cell's face, causing his head to tilt slightly. Piccolo, do you truly believe you stand a chance? With such feeble strength? How dare you attempt to ambush me? Are you overly inflated with confidence? Or do you think my defenses have weakened? Cell sneered at Piccolo, his expression dripping with arrogance, as if that formidable punch had barely grazed him. In truth, it had inflicted no damage whatsoever. With a swift motion, Cell retaliated, delivering a punch to Piccolo's abdomen with lightning speed. Ugh, this is impossible. I could take on 10 Friezas. How could I falter against a single blow from Cell? Upon hearing these words, Frieza erupted in a spray of nutritional beverage, dousing Dodoria's face in the process. Unperturbed, Dodoria promptly bent forward in a deep bow, exclaiming loudly, "Thank you, mighty Lord Frieza, for your generous bestowal." Frieza's lips curled slightly, deciding to disregard the brainwashed elder of the Tianzi Pavilion. Ho ho ho, Piccolo, come here. If you can withstand a slap from me, I shall overlook your insolence. Piccolo glanced at Goku and the others, then at the unfazed Cell who had endured a full-force punch from him, and finally at the exuberant Frieza. Gulp. May I suggest that the esteemed Frieza allow his loyal servant to take on this task? Your nobility is such that you should not dirty your hands. This time, everyone could no longer contain themselves and erupted into laughter. Gohan, however, did not join in. He stepped forward and positioned himself in front of Frieza. Frieza, I will take your slap, but please, avoid my backside and face. Frieza. He was moved by the profound bond between Gohan and Piccolo, instantly losing his desire to strike. If only the frost demons possessed emotions. This small episode was gently brushed aside by Frieza. Piccolo spoke again. Goku, can you locate planet Namek? With the absence of the Supreme Kai, the Dragon Balls have lost their efficacy, and those slain by Cell cannot be revived. Among those present, only Frieza and Goku understood the art of instant transmission. He dared not beseech Frieza and could only appeal to Goku. I have no idea where the Namekians are now. Piccolo stumbled and retorted loudly, Do not call me God Piccolo. While it may sound impressive, it is utterly pointless. Just call me Piccolo. Ho ho ho. I shall check if planet Namek still exists. Await my news. Whoosh. Frieza vanished from his location, only to re-emerge in the realm of the Supreme Kai. Observing a congregation of green-skinned Namekians, Frieza let out a chuckle. Indeed, these beings had been left behind by Shin. The vastness of the Supreme Kai's domain allows for a few gardeners to remain, which is rather delightful. You have arrived splendidly, Frieza. Now that you possess such formidable strength, go and vanquish Majin Buu. The battle between Frieza and Broly was observed in its entirety by Xian, whose admiration for Frieza surged within him like an unending river, relentless and overwhelming as the flooding Yellow River. Oh ho ho ho. You wretched chess box, step aside. I have come in search of Shrag. Where is Shrag? If he does not appear within 30 seconds, I shall strike the god of destruction, Xian, with a punch. Xian exclaimed, his voice escalating in pitch, nearly breaking. Kid was already prepared for an all-out rescue effort. Enraged, Xian shouted, Kid, use your instant transmission to fetch him. Kid quickly realized he possessed the remarkable skill of instantaneous delivery. Whoosh. In an instant, Kid vanished, only to reappear moments later, grasping Shrag. Just in time. At the 31-second mark, bang. Frieza is a creature of his word. As a true gentleman, he ensures that promises are upheld. Xian lay prostrate on the ground, his limbs convulsing uncontrollably. Oh ho ho ho. His strength has increased, and in a moment of carelessness, he exerted a tad too much force. Kid, If you do not rescue him soon, he will truly perish. Kid was taken aback. Shrag, wielding his hoe, wore an expression of utter disdain. Summon Tian to me at once. I grant you 1 minute. Should the time elapse and Tian not appear, I shall strike Xian once more. Just as Xian managed to sit up, Kid had already departed, having learned his lesson. This Frieza does not relent until the god of destruction is vanquished. This generation of gods of destruction is indeed difficult to please. Tian arrived. The time stuck at 60 seconds. Oh ho ho ho. Precisely 60 seconds, now I need not use my fists. With a swift motion, a tail struck Xian's face, causing him to roll his eyes back in shock. Kid. Whoosh. Frieza took Tian away, never explaining the reason behind his pursuit. Shrag looked at the now rejuvenated Xian, perplexed, and inquired, Might I ask, Lord Supreme Kai, are you and Frieza engaged in a game? Xian's lips twitched. He longed to retort that Frieza was simply being insufferable. Ah, indeed, it is a game that fosters camaraderie. Let us partake as well. With a sudden impact, Shrag vanished without a trace, completely taken aback. That last kick was executed with tremendous force, causing quite the commotion. Kid, go forth. Kid felt as though 1,000 wild horses were galloping through his mind. He wished to strike, yet dared not. Frieza appeared on Earth like a specter, tossing Tian towards Son Gohan. Oh ho ho ho. Do you know what to do? The others shook their heads, and Piccolo quickly interjected. Yes, yes. I will arrange for Bobo to conduct his coronation ceremony. Chapter 86. The world's greatest martial arts tournament Cell was in distress, not due to his membership in the Heavenly Pavilion, but because of the task assigned to him by Dr. Gero, which left him feeling utterly uneasy. Finally, unable to contain himself any longer, Cell seized the opportunity during Frieza's refined dining to voice his thoughts. The world's greatest martial arts tournament? Oh ho ho ho. This is a splendid idea. Since we have idle time, let us host it. We could make a grand announcement worldwide and seize the chance to collect some ticket fees. Everyone was astonished. Frieza was actually interested in money. Let us not forget, he once sought royalties from Bulma. Was he truly indifferent to wealth? This matter will be entrusted to you in Android 17. Expedite its implementation. Cell hesitated, then finally mustered the courage to ask, will 16 still allow me to absorb him? Frieza fell into silence. Now, number 16 has become Optimus Prime. Will this not break the hearts of many? How about this? Let Shenron create another number 16, after all. I promised you. Cell was overjoyed, seizing number 17's arm and making a dash. Let go of me, you fool. Zanjia is watching. Objections are futile. Ho ho ho. In no more than 15 days, the world's greatest martial arts tournament will commence. You all must strive to train diligently. If no one can defeat Cell, he intends to annihilate the Earth, and I shall not intervene. Kawaii. Broly, stop dawdling and eat something. Broly shyly patted his belly and remarked, Burp. I'm full. Frieza discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his brow and turned to Piccolo, saying, Let us proceed to witness the divine coronation ceremony. Upon arriving at the Heavenly Palace, a multitude of individuals gathered on the vast platform. This marked Frieza's inaugural visit to this sacred place, and the moment he laid eyes upon Bobo, he sensed a subtle fluctuation of divine energy within him. Although this disturbance was slight, it was pronounced enough for Frieza, who had just begun to master the application of divine power, to discern that something was amiss. Bobo was certainly not as feeble as he appeared. Activating his scanning technique, Frieza was astonished to find the display reading. This was an unprecedented occurrence. If the strength of a deity was impervious to scrutiny, then why had the Supreme Kai, Shin, not exhibited the same anomaly? Is this indeed the deity who is to ascend the throne? Bobo's expression remained unchanged as he calmly regarded Tien. Tien, still oblivious to the purpose of his presence on Earth, was met with a serious nod from Piccolo, who stated, Indeed, Bobo, please proceed with the coronation ceremony. Without further ado, Bobo approached Tien and placed his finger upon his forehead. The coronation ceremony. Commence. 3 seconds later, he declared, the coronation ceremony. Complete. A profound silence enveloped the gathering as they collectively grappled with the absurdity of it all. Is this truly how a deity operates? Tien, you possess the ability to create Dragon Balls, do you not? It suddenly dawned on Piccolo that he had neglected to inquire about a crucial matter. What if Tien was incapable? Fortunately, Tien did not disappoint. Yes, grant me a year, and I shall surely succeed. Piccolo's lips twitched, while Bulma shot a glare at Frieza, convinced of his unreliability. At that moment, Tien spoke again. If it is merely the resurrection of Earth's dragon I seek, I can accomplish that immediately. Moreover, due to it being the inaugural revival, I can alter the number of wishes granted. As in the original tale, Tien swiftly resurrected the dragon and adjusted its wishes to 2, revealing his brilliance. Ho ho ho. You may proceed to make your wishes. Remember, I want a copy of Android 16. After all, it's merely a robot, shouldn't he be an issue? Who would dare oppose? Who would dare resist? The first lackey of the heavenly pavilion, Dodoria, certainly lacked the prowess to confront them, yet the third lackey, who was not merely a lackey, possessed the strength to teach them a lesson. Once everyone had departed, Tien began to weep. Woe is me! How did I end up in this forsaken place? I do not wish to be a deity. Silence! Go and complete your homework. Frieza, in a fit of impatience, barked a command and swiftly dashed away, leaving only Frieza and Bobo at the scene. Who exactly are you? Bobo inquired. A divine attendant, Frieza replied. Impossible. Even the divine attendant of the Supreme Kai, Shin, lacks her enigma. Oh, I do not belong to the Supreme Kai hierarchy. Are you a divine attendant of the angel race? No. Then are you a divine attendant of the Omni King? No. Then whose divine attendant could you possibly be? I cannot recall, only a single word remains in my memory. What word? Divine. Frieza was taken aback. A deity? What nonsense. You are but a servant of the divine. Your master is no god, but rather a wretched specter. Knowing too much is detrimental to you. You are not yet worthy of such knowledge. The tranquil gaze of Bopo, coupled with his previous words, deeply wounded Frieza. He yearned for battle. Your divine power is but a jest in my eyes. I can shatter it in an instant. Frieza, ahahaha. Greetings, Mr. Bobo, and farewell, Mr. Bobo. Whoosh. Frieza vanished from sight, fully aware that Mr. Popo was nothing more than an unfathomable ancient creature, his every action in the original narrative merely a fade. Is a base battle power of 7 billion truly formidable? After unleashing full power, multiplying it by 4 and then by 3 to yield 840 billion, does that hold any weight? In the realm of Dragon Ball Super, it might be obliterated with a mere exhale. Moreover, one perplexing detail arises. It seems that in Dragon Ball Super, Popo has never encountered the Angel Whis or the God of Destruction Beerus. This raises intriguing questions. Perhaps, with Vegeta and Gohan having ascended to Super Saiyan 2, the sense of urgency from the original series has dissipated, leading Goku and his companions to forego re-entering the hyperbolic time chamber. The gravity room at Bulma's house has reopened its doors, only to be misused daily. What a pity. Oh, Piccolo entered the hyperbolic time chamber and emerged radiating energy, yearning to declare his intent to battle 10 Friezas, but ultimately chose silence. This was merely because Gohan, pressured by Chi-Chi to study, caught Piccolo's attention. Reflecting upon history provides clarity on gains and losses, while a mirror of copper can correct one's attire. Piccolo need not delve into history. A mere reference to events from days past suffices. News of the upcoming World Martial Arts Tournament, set to take place in 15 days with a grand prize of 100 million, swiftly spread across the globe, enticing countless martial artists to sharpen their skills. This information spread like wildfire, reaching even the underworld and eventually the Supreme Kai's planet. Instantly, it summoned 2 legendary demon kings, ancient specters from a time long forgotten, Roboku and Oliver. Roboku bears a resemblance to Piccolo, save for the absence of his 2 antennae and the presence of some dark blemishes on his head. Incidentally, this fellow, like Piccolo, favors donning heavily weighted gear. Let us hope he does not, like Piccolo, frequently collapse due to failing to remove his gravity suit in time. Oliver, on the other hand, is a muscular figure with golden locks reminiscent of a Western man, comparable to the instructor who taught Vegeta to drive. Coincidentally, the Supreme Kai has recently taken a liking to the trending activity of square dancing. To prevent these 2 from disrupting his concentration, he granted their request to frolic on Earth. Here we find ourselves on the planet Deburuin, where a message must be conveyed. Hey, what do you mean by digesting me? I've slimmed down a whole size. Chapter 87. The Z Warriors' relentless training. The news of the World Martial Arts Tournament has spread globally, prompting all prospective participants to commence urgent training. Let us not concern ourselves with the minor players. Instead, let us observe what the Z Warriors are up to. Yamcha, the founder of the Wolf Fang Fist, though long forgotten by most, is a martial art with remarkable prevalence in combat. With a power level of 1 million, he is currently preoccupied with the pursuit of romance. Krillin, swiftly switch the camera. No problem at all. Tianjinhan, possessing the 4 demonic fists, Solar Fist, and Spirit Bomb, This three-eyed powerhouse once vied for the championship of the World Martial Arts Tournament against a young Sun Wukong and emerged victorious. With a battle power of 1.5 million, he has been knocked unconscious twice on planet Bupas, only to finally grasp the essence of life at this moment. He is at a tattoo parlor. Boss, ink me with a 5-clawed golden dragon. Oh, how delightful. This time, I am determined to astonish everyone. Krillin, his renowned technique. The Chi Yuan Slash is regrettably so potent that it can easily cleave an adversary in two, which is why it is seldom employed in ordinary combat. With a staggering power level of 2,200,000, he is undeniably the strongest among Earthlings, and I shall not entertain any disputes. However, he is presently in a state of melancholy, as the arrival of Broly has led Android 18 to perceive him as more physically appealing, rendering Krillin a mere afterthought in her eyes. Especially when 18 remarked, "When Broly says kawaii, it's truly adorable." His fragile heart shattered into a million pieces. Perhaps struck by this blow, or perhaps to validate his worth, under the guidance of Sun Wukong, he fervently dedicated himself to training, disregarding the protests of all around him, resolutely stepping into the gravity chamber. Fortunately, the scene reminiscent of Yamcha's past misfortune did not unfold, much to everyone's relief. Dumplings, Master Mateto has abandoned his intention to participate, and along with Oolong and Poir, they have become the four sword masters of the Isle, dedicated to observing the primetime yoga classes. If Krillin stands as the mightiest among ordinary Earthlings, then among the extraordinary, the strongest duo is undoubtedly the siblings. Android 17 and 18. Android 17, known as Lapis and nicknamed Rubbish, boasts sleek black hair and an attractive visage. Though not wealthy, he is undeniably a formidable heartthrob. With a battle power of 3 billion, he possesses limitless energy. As long as his opponent cannot defeat him, he will outlast them. It is said that Zangya has grown increasingly fond of and attached to Android 17, especially after that fateful night when she was thoroughly captivated by his boundless stamina. Thus, 17 has acquired yet another moniker, the Perpetual Motion Machine. As for Android 18, originally named Lazuli, she is youthful and radiant, with flowing golden locks that once left Krillin utterly enchanted, vowing to be a devoted admirer. Yet, she has inexplicably developed an interest in the endearing Broly. With a combat power of 3 billion, she possesses an inexhaustible source of energy. Although she is temporarily unable to forget Sun Wukong due to Dr. Gero's mission, her perspective is gradually shifting. If Android 17 is the bane of married women, then Android 18's beauty is universally alluring, captivating both the young and the old. Young Trunks, fortunate by virtue of his age, was the first to receive her embrace. Young Trunks exclaims, "So soft and comfortable." The two of them do not require any training. They merely need to roam the world seeking lightning strikes. Unfortunately, the Earth's thunderstorms are too feeble to be of any real effect. Now, let us observe those who have come from other planets. Dodoria, the first elder of the Galactic Empire, personally prefers the title of Sycophant, finding it more down-to-earth than the lofty title of Elder. With a combat power of 3.5 million, the effects of Frieza's beatings have been quite pronounced. However, this level of power is somewhat lacking, essentially ruling out any chance of advancing to the semifinals. Dodoria, in a fit of rage, asserts, "I never intended to participate in the first place." His temper is rather explosive, perhaps inflated by his elevated status, rivaling even Piccolo in this regard. Zangya, a symbol of cuteness, sports a cascading mane of orange waves, bearing a striking resemblance to Krillin's former green-haired girlfriend, Marin. Upon first encountering her, Frieza warmly remarked, "It feels like first love." Because of this sentiment, Frieza spared her and even arranged for her to date the perpetually energetic Android 17. The two are currently inseparable, with Zangya's attitude reflecting that romance takes precedence over training. With a combat power of 1 billion, she is quite formidable, as Frieza would say. She possesses 90 of the necessary combat prowess to catch his eye. Piccolo, the Namekian who dubs himself the Demon King, paradoxically spends his time playing the role of a caretaker. He requires no gourmet meals to sustain himself, surviving solely on water. This race has been affectionately referred to as vegetables by Zangya's boss, Bojack, emerging from the hyperbolic time chamber. He now boasts a combat power of 5 billion and is currently meditating in the gravity chamber, exuding an astonishing aura. Date, whose full name is Trunks and is also known as Harry Potter Conan, is a love-starved youth who has arrived in this timeline via a time machine. Date is the future offspring of Vegeta and Bulma. Although this introduction may seem somewhat imprecise, it will suffice. As a hybrid possessing Saiyan blood, he has lived on Earth since childhood and has inherited his father Vegeta's S cells, making his transformation into a Super Saiyan considerably easier than his father's. Unfortunately, due to a lack of training under Vegeta in the future, his foundational skills are severely lacking, and he is currently engaged in various basic training exercises within the gravity room. These include sit-ups, push-ups, pull-ups, squats, and rapid punching, making the daily trek to the dining hall a strenuous endeavor. At long last, his battle power has reached the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 1, boasting an impressive 2.3 billion, and he merely requires a catalyst to break through to 2.4 billion, at which point he can transform into Super Saiyan 2 through sheer rage. If all Saiyans are known for their flamboyance, then Date stands out as the most composed among them, being the only Saiyan who refrains from excess. Indeed, he is the most normal of them all. As for Son Gohan, he is typically 10 years old, but after spending a year in the hyperbolic time chamber, he is now 11. He was 5 when Raditz arrived, trained for a year with Piccolo, and Goku returned a year later, followed by 3 years prior to the androids. As a Saiyan hybrid born and raised on Earth, he has already exhibited extraordinary talent at such a tender age. In a terrifying display, he once multiplied his battle power by an astounding 500 times, startling even the legendary Turtle Hermit. Not only has Son Gohan surpassed Super Saiyan 2, but during this period leading up to the World Martial Arts Tournament, his power has surged dramatically, with a battle power reaching 6 billion. He has easily eclipsed Uncle Piccolo and his father Goku, becoming the new Super Saiyan prodigy. Next up is Son Goku. Stay tuned for the next installment. Chapter 88. The Armored Cell. Son Goku, with his crab-like head, is emblematic of a low-class Saiyan warrior, having been born with a mere battle power of 2, which led to his being sent to the remote and low-power planet Earth. Some speculate that Bardock altered his trajectory, resulting in his landing on Earth. Who can say? Regardless, those details are now inconsequential. What truly matters is that Son Goku has transcended his initial station, now standing as a Super Saiyan, and moreover, he has attained the level of Super Saiyan 2, surpassing even the standard Super Saiyan. Though he has just recently broken through to Super Saiyan 2, he now possesses an astonishing battle power of 5 billion, making it no exaggeration to label him as a formidable opponent. However, his pinnacle moment occurred at birth when his cries nearly drove the legendary warrior Broly to the brink of insanity. Vegeta, the proud prince of the Saiyans, possesses an arrogance that is astonishing, coupled with a self-esteem that is remarkable. He was the first warrior to transcend into a Super Saiyan and subsequently the inaugural individual to achieve Super Saiyan 2. His prolonged stay in the gravity chamber has rendered him somewhat shorter in stature. However, this has not hindered his prowess, for he now boasts a combat power of 6.5 billion, reigning supreme among his kind. He is married to the proactive Bulma, the world's wealthiest woman, who has gifted him with a dutiful son, Trunks. Although their union was born of a moment of inebriated impulsiveness, it is, nonetheless, an inevitable outcome of their genuine affection. Cell, an abomination created by Dr. Gero through the amalgamation of numerous cells, is a being that traversed time from the future. Upon consuming the juvenile form of this timeline cell, he ascended to his perfect form. Through a series of fortuitous events, Cell has achieved a historic evolution, reaching his second form, known as Lightning Cell, with a combat power of 5 billion. Despite the scarcity of Saiyan cells within him, he possesses vast potential for advancement. At this moment, he gazes hungrily at the unconscious Android 16, salivating instinctively. This is the gift bestowed upon him by Frieza for his induction into the elite ranks. Android 16, now referred to as the Titan, has undergone significant transformation through the dedicated efforts of Bulma and Dr. Brief. His consciousness has merged with the avatar created by Shenron. Although his combat power has diminished from 1.2 billion to a mere 1,200, he has never been inclined toward aggression, making this outcome the most favorable. Broly, a pure-blooded Saiyan, emerged into the world with a staggering combat power of 10,000, a prodigy rarely seen in a century, in the legendary Super Saiyan. When enraged, he becomes utterly unrecognizable to all. However, in his calm state, Broly is remarkably gentle and endearing. This innocent demeanor has captivated countless maidens, particularly Android 18, who appears to have discovered her own princely figure. Indeed, appearance can dictate many outcomes. Broly's mere presence obliterates Krillin's confidence, leaving him perilously alive within the gravity chamber. He is the sole individual whom Frieza has expressly forbidden from getting too close to Goku, and even Vegeta refrains from addressing Goku, as Kakarot in Broly's presence. As for our illustrious ruler, Frieza, it is perhaps best left unspoken. He is a capricious entity, and describing him feels like a waste of breath. His laughter encapsulates all that he embodies. In Bulma's residence, 2 locations have been fortified with divine restrictions by Frieza. The first, of course, is the dining room, one of the few places that Frieza genuinely enjoys. The second location is the garden behind Bulma's residence, where those colossal beasts have been released. And it has now become the battleground for the Z warriors. These 2 places, regardless of the magnitude of the turmoil, remain unaffected by the outside world. Unless the combat power exceeds 50 billion. Boom. A tremendous roar emanated from Bulma's garden. It turned out that Cell had just managed to devour the robot No. 16 with great difficulty. The immense aura triggered an explosion in the garden, causing a cloud of dust to surge, yet it was contained by a barrier, preventing its spread. Nearby, the infatuated 17 and Zangya were lost in their romantic reverie, showering each other with affection, yet they too were taken aback by Cell's astonishing power. In that moment, whether they were in love, freshly tattooed, struggling in the gravity chamber, engaged in combat within the same chamber, or rendered dumbfounded by 18, everyone hastened to the scene. Oh. And there was Frieza, that peculiar being, who indulged in steak and juice daily, enhancing his combat prowess, also arrived at the scene, attended by his loyal minion. Cell's power continued to surge explosively, soon surpassing Frieza's previous threshold of 7 billion and nearing the current Frieza's 8 billion. Ho ho ho. Indeed, my meticulously cultivated hybrid. Boasting a combat power of 7.8 billion, this progress is quite commendable. A bead of cold sweat appeared on everyone's foreheads. Wasn't it said that the elder of the 4th hall was supposed to be involved? Why is he referred to as a hybrid now? Look at this capricious being. How could Master Roshi introduce him? Would he have to write a lengthy tome of millions of words titled, Dragon Ball, Frieza, Please Be Human? As the dust within the garden's barrier settled, a figure radiating golden energy stepped forward. His skin remained green, yet now it shimmered with a metallic luster. The black spots transformed into a regal purple, exuding an aura of elegance and otherworldliness. The originally purple wings had metamorphosed into gold, their texture now resembling a metallic structure. Appearing exceptionally sharp, the needle at the tail had vanished, replaced by a purple armor, perhaps a psychological evolution stemming from past traumas. Each step Cell took resonated with the sound of metal clashing, and upon reaching Frieza, he knelt before him with a thunderous thud. Elder of the 4th Hall, Armored Cell, pays homage to Lord Frieza. May Lord Frieza be invincible in battle, embodying both scholarly and martial virtues, reigning for millennia, and unifying the universe. Swish. Bang. Upon hearing the congratulatory remarks, Frieza unleashed a powerful kick that sent Cell hurtling back into confinement, the barrier itself echoing with the sounds of strain and resistance. At this moment, Frieza had activated the 3rd form of his stellar transformation, the threefold wave, with an overwhelming battle power of 24 billion. He swiftly imparted a lesson in humility to Cell. Although Cell lacked a gender, he certainly was not akin to the androgynous figure of the invincible East. Wielding the sunflower scripture. Ha ha ha. Should I ever hear such absurd congratulations again, I shall shatter your purple armor. Remember, I speak the truth. Even the Kaioshin's arrival will be futile. Dodoria wiped the cold sweat from his brow, realizing that the praise had originated from his own teachings to Cell. Alas. Had he known, he would have proclaimed it himself. Who knows, his battle power might have surged to a new echelon. Tomorrow marks the commencement of the preliminary rounds of the World Martial Arts Tournament, and I eagerly anticipate your performances. Ha ha ha. A glimmer of confidence shone in the eyes of all. The armored warrior, Cell, lay on the ground, sharing the sentiment. Cell proclaimed, Has this day finally arrived? Allow me, the armored Cell, to demonstrate to you the essence of utter helplessness. Oh, ha ha ha. Chapter 89, The First Battle, Rivals Encounter, Eyes aglow with rivalry boom. Boom. Countless fireworks erupted in the sky, vibrant and resplendent, heralding the grandeur of the World Martial Arts Tournament. This tournament was held on a small island, which just half a month prior had been a desolate land. In nearly 2 weeks, a colossal structure had emerged, the arena for the World Martial Arts Tournament. Designed by Frieza, constructed by Dodoria, tickets sold by Dodoria, culinary delights provided by the staff of the Universal Capsules Kitchen, and sponsorship of the prize money by Bulma. The ground, perfectly flat with no protrusions, and the arena, both magnificent and grand, were the result of Dodoria's tireless labor, often in tears as he rushed to complete it. Today, this small island achieved renown, drawing people from across the globe. Among them were wolfmen, bearmen, dinosaurs, lizard folk, cat folk, dog-headed beings, but the majority were ordinary humans. The registration area buzzed with activity, featuring many familiar faces once encountered by Sun Wukong, including Keenan, Nam, Tao Pai Pai, UPA, and King Champa. With UPA participating in such a tournament for the first time, there is no need to introduce the lesser individuals. Next in line for registration were the Dragon Ball Warriors. Lastly, there stood the most popular figure among humans on Earth, a man with a wild mane of curly hair, a beard shaped like teeth. Adorned with a golden belt symbolizing his strength, and a physique of remarkable muscularity. This was none other than Mr. Satan, a powerhouse capable of breaking 14 bricks with his bare hands. The combat prowess surpasses even that of a post-pregnancy Bulma, reaching a staggering 137 points. This data is derived from the force exerted on the punching machine. The commentator, a bespectacled gentleman clad in a suit, is undoubtedly the most dedicated announcer in the Dragon Ball universe. Let us welcome the king to officially declare the commencement of the World Martial Arts Tournament. A figure resembling a cat ascends to the stage, clearing his throat. Meow. Thus, the preliminary rounds begin. Doria, a true architectural genius, managed to construct 16 small arenas. Once the group stages conclude, these can be reassembled into 4 larger arenas, culminating in a grand arena for the finals. During the group matches, Chaos cast a spell, causing all the Dragon Ball warriors to scatter, and remarkably, Satan avoided any encounters with them. Due to the overwhelming number of participants, it took the entire morning to determine the top 16. From the heavenly realm, we have Cell and Broly, along with the trio of Goku, Piccolo, and Gohan. The father-son duo of Vegeta and Trunks, the siblings 17 and 18, Roboku, Oliver, Zanya, Tien, Krillin, Satan, and UPA. Poor Yamcha faced Oliver in his very first match, only to find himself seated among the audience after just 1 round. Truly embarrassing. This year's preliminary rounds of the World Martial Arts Tournament yielded an abundance of eggs and soda cans, for aside from Satan and UPA, all others were akin to a one-punch superhero. Excluding Broly, of course. It was utterly devoid of excitement. Nevertheless, they have safely arrived at the semifinals, where the arena is larger and the competitors even stronger. For arenas simultaneously host the round of 16 against 8. Rumor has it that reaching the top 8 grants a prize of 10 million, while the champion not only receives 100 million, but also the opportunity to challenge the hidden boss of this martial arts tournament, Frieza. Regrettably, apart from Goku and Vegeta, no one else seems interested in confronting Frieza. Is that not merely seeking torment? Without further ado, let the semifinals commence. Broly faces Krillin, Cell takes on Roboku. Goku contends with Oliver, Vegeta clashes with Zangya, 17 faces off against Trunks, 18 battles Piccolo, Tien encounters Gohan, and UPA squares off against Satan. As the 4 arenas commence simultaneously, let us first observe the battle involving Broly. Upon seeing his opponent, Broly, Krillin's animosity flares. It is truly a case of enemies meeting with intense animosity. Each time Krillin beholds Broly's naturally oblivious demeanor, white steam escapes from his rather ordinary nose. Rat-a-tat-tat. I shall prevent you from stealing affection. I shall thwart your attempts at adult happiness, and I shall ensure you continue to act adorably. Krillin was furious. He unleashed his full power from the very beginning, moving with a swiftness akin to the wind, and striking with a force that was astonishing. Each blow that landed on Broly's body resonated like thunder. Boom! The audience was instantly ignited with fervor. It was no longer a one-punch spectacle. They were finally witnessing a passionate bout of combat. It seemed there were tantalizing rumors swirling amidst the excitement. Go, bald kid. Defeat that pretender. Don't hurt him. Broly is so handsome, so adorable. Please don't treat my idol so violently. Broly stared blankly at Krillin, who was giving him a massage. Krillin, put in some effort. My shoulder is quite sore from 18's weight. Buzz. Broly remained silent and unresponsive, yet Krillin's words struck a nerve, causing him to completely lose his composure. You took away my youth. Return my goddess to me. Both love and anger can unleash a person's potential, and when combined, their power is formidable. Thus, Krillin erupted. A plume of milky white energy surged skyward as Krillin unleashed a battle power of 10 million. A testament to his relentless training. So cute. So adorable. Keep going. Don't stop. Exert more effort. Broly, without overthinking, even extended his arm to allow Krillin to grapple with him. Bang, bang, bang. The energetic sounds of their clashes ignited the audience's excitement completely. Oh dear, Broly is so pitiful, having endured such an onslaught. Is he really unscathed? This was a naive female fan's exclamation. Solar Flare. Today, you shall witness my ultimate technique, the Energy Blade. Krillin was utterly unrestrained. Buzz. A circular disc of light appeared in Krillin's hand, emanating a heart-stopping aura. Broly's gaze finally shifted, slightly affected by the solar flare. As for the Energy Blade, he hardly regarded it with concern. His normal combat power was already 50 billion. How could he fear an attack from someone wielding a mere 10 million in battle power? No matter how formidable, it would be futile. Die. 18 is mine. Buzz. The Energy Blade sliced toward Broly's shoulder. Ultimately, Krillin refrained from aiming for Broly's neck or chest, as he truly did not wish to upset 18. Puff. The entire audience tensed up as Krillin's Energy Blade appeared overwhelmingly powerful. Well, that was decent. Let us see a few more. Broly's calm, innocent voice broke through once more, leaving Krillin dumbfounded. The crowd erupted. Incredible. Broly is immensely powerful. Not only adorable, but also formidable. Broly, I wish to bear your offspring. At that moment, the girl who shouted the loudest met the piercing gaze of Android 18, which instantly sent her scurrying towards the restroom. Krillin, disheartened, comprehended the vast disparity in combat power. He finally realized that he was utterly incompatible with Android 18. Her beauty, physique, and fighting prowess overshadowed him completely. Oh, Goku. I must seek out the dragon Shenron. I desire the Saiyan physique. I yearn to become a Saiyan. Woe is me. Krillin voluntarily exited the scene. In this battle, Broly merely stood there, enduring the blows, using his words rather than his fists. He emerged victorious. This had been Broly's strategy from the very beginning, during the preliminary rounds. He simply wore down his opponents until they collapsed. Chapter 90. Even a Halo can be fun in truth. The battles were held simultaneously across 4 arenas. However, to ensure that everyone could clearly follow the proceedings of each fight, the announcer, Turtle, chose to narrate them separately. Cell's opponent was Roboku Fan, a ghostly king crowned with a halo, whose death was uncertain. With a combat power of 2 billion, Roboku Fan was among the elite on the King Kai's planet. Yet he now faced an unrecognizably powerful Cell, having absorbed this timeline's juvenile Cell, as well as Bojack, and ultimately gaining the abilities of Android 16 to evolve into Armored Cell. His combat power had soared to an astonishing 7.8 billion. Not only could he defeat Roboku Fan, but he could also eliminate him in an instant if he so desired. Upon seeing this metallic shimmering Cell, Roboku Fan understood he was up against a formidable adversary. Without hesitation, he removed his gravity training suit, demonstrating far greater wisdom than Piccolo. Roboku Fan shouted. And his combat power surged to 2.5 billion, with a milky white aura spiraling skyward. Had Frieza not established a suppression barrier in the audience area beforehand, that explosive display of power could have obliterated the island. Do not underestimate the significance of 2.5 billion. At this juncture in the original tale, such a power level was already enough to command respect. Stop dawdling. Here is your chance to strike. Otherwise, you may find yourself pelted with cans and eggs. After absorbing Android 16, Cell's voice became richer and deeper, his slightly metallic rasp captivating countless admirers. If not for his less than commendable appearance, his popularity would undoubtedly rival that of Broly. Roboku Fan had never encountered such brazen words before, having lingered in the afterlife for tens of thousands of years. Any spirit daring to speak to him so audaciously had long since been reincarnated. Even if he could not win, he would endure until he became the strongest in the afterlife. Such resilience is not easily comprehended. Charging forth, Roboku Fan employed high-speed movement, instantly appearing before Cell, unleashing a flurry of lightning-fast yet forceful kicking attacks. Clang, clang, clang. Shara stood motionless, for the attack from Rib Rice had failed to breach his defenses. Yet, with a mere flick of his fist, Rib Rice was sent hurtling away from the arena, unable to withstand the light blow. The halo above his head reacted sluggishly, lagging by 0.01 seconds before pursuing Rib Rice. Curse you. Don't think you can shake me off. Halt at once, commanded the halo. Rib Rice complied obediently, grasping the edge of the arena until he finally came to a stop. The halo turned back, feeling invigorated. What strength! I never imagined I would gain yet another foe to vanquish. But no matter, I am accustomed to this. However, I shall not relent. Prepare to taste my ultimate technique. Thunderstrike. With a crack, Rib Rice tumbled outside the arena. It is said that villains perish in their verbosity. You fell not just due to a lack of strength, but also your incessant chatter. Shenron retracted his aura, casting not a glance at Rib Rice as he turned to exit the arena. Boom. The crowd erupted once more, for this battle was unlike any they had ever witnessed. Electrifying in its intensity, the bespectacled commentator hurled his microphone skyward, and after a dizzying spin, he caught it deftly in his hand. He pointed to the heavens with his left hand and exclaimed, "After many years, I have once again witnessed such a fierce combat scene. My heart is ablaze with excitement. What say you, dear audience?" Yet, no one paid him any heed, for they were captivated by the spectacle unfolding in the third arena. It was not the clash between UPA and Satan, while their duel was undeniably thrilling. It paled in comparison to the fervor ignited by the battle between Sun Wukong and Oliver. Oliver possessed a battle power of 2 billion, yet he lacked the means to grow stronger. Sun Wukong, having merely activated the first stage of Super Saiyan, matched Oliver blow for blow. Would transforming during battle incite panic? Do not jest. Among the audience sat individuals who, engrossed in the match, instinctively morphed into wolves or foxes. A simple change in hair color and the emergence of golden energy waves were hardly noteworthy, even if one emerged as a golden giant. The crowd would merely regard it as a display of variety. Bang, bang, boom. Sun Wukong's old habits resurfaced. Whenever he encountered a worthy opponent, he would suppress his energy to match theirs, engaging in a thrilling showdown. If Broly had effortlessly bested Krillin, Shenron had sent Rib Rice flying with a mere puff. Sun Wukong truly transformed the semifinals into a spectacle worthy of the finals. Each punch landed with ferocity, every move fraught with peril. Oliver's muscles bulged impressively. Though his battle power remained unchanged, his appearance was undeniably intimidating. For the spectators engrossed in the match, Oliver's physique was undeniably impressive. Glancing around the arena, Sun Wukong was astonished to find that even Satan, that eccentric who always resorted to self-harm before every fight, had concluded his battle, while he himself appeared to be ensnared in a fierce struggle. Particularly on the prominent viewing platform, Chi-Chi, adorned in an exquisite evening gown and biting a handkerchief with a worried expression, prompted Sun Wukong to lose interest in continuing the fight. Ever since financial stability graced his home, Chi-Chi no longer pressured him to earn money, and he found great affection for her current demeanor. It was indeed disheartening to worry someone he cherished. Moreover, the true masters lurked in the shadows. This Western man with a halo atop his head was ripe for dismissal. Sun Wukong instantly transformed into his Super Saiyan form and charged at Oliver with astonishing speed, seizing the halo atop Oliver's head. "Down you go." Sun Wukong bellowed as he relentlessly struck Oliver's head with the halo. What was the point of wearing a halo if it could be weaponized? He hammered away, unrelentingly. Finally, Oliver, the long-dead specter of a king, emitted a heart-wrenching wail and fled, clutching his head. Did Sun Wukong allow him to escape? If he couldn't swiftly resolve the battle in his Super Saiyan form, he would be utterly humiliated. Seizing the moment, he aimed a kick at Oliver's posterior. Bang! Howl! Boom! Oliver collided directly with the barrier set by Frieza, yet there was not a ripple of disturbance. An onlooker, merely 30 centimeters away from Oliver, found themselves locked in a comical stare-down. "Excuse me, which generation of Tathagata are you?" the spectator inquired. "Do Westerners also revere Tathagata?" Oliver nearly spat blood, not from Sun Wukong's blows, but from the sheer irritation caused by the spectator. "Hey, your halo." Sun Wukong observed the halo in his grasp, sensing its fervent desire to escape his hold, a sentiment quite compelling. It was wrong to take someone else's belongings. Master Roshi had instilled this lesson in him during his childhood. Thus, Sun Wukong resolved to return it. With a swift motion, he flung the halo towards Oliver. Oh no! He exerted too much force. Sun Wukong gasped. Clang! It was akin to Neza wielding the universe ring to strike the bull demon king, graceful yet imposing. The halo crashed down upon Oliver's head, landing squarely on one of his bumps. Oliver, in agony, rolled his eyes back and succumbed to unconsciousness. He had not reverted to his original form. The halo slowly returned to Oliver's head, his heart steeled. There was no way he would rid himself of me. The man in sunglasses once again seized the spotlight, his voice brimming with fervor as he exclaimed, "The first round of the semifinals, from 16 to 8, has concluded. Now, let us welcome the contestants for the second round." Chapter 91. The The battlefield is solely mine. Next up, we have Vegeta facing off against Zanya, followed by Lapis against Trunks, Lazuli against Piccolo, and Gohan against Tien Shenron. What extraordinary battles await us. But first, let's indulge in a brief interlude for an advertisement featuring Watermelon Boba, and the excitement shall return shortly. This segment was insisted upon by Master Roshi, and upon reflection, Frieza realized that airing an advertisement for Watermelon Boba would also serve to enhance his royalties. Therefore, with a grand gesture, he acquiesced. In the special audience section, Frieza languidly sipped from an interminable glass of red wine, a tribute from the planet Paramek. Paramek, a world of great beings, meant that with each sip Frieza took, he was, in essence, partaking of the blood of the Paramekians. However, he remained blissfully unaware, and even if he were to find out, it mattered little, after all. It was merely fruit. At that moment, Frieza sat with an air of gentlemanly composure upon a leather sofa, his tail protruding through a hole at the back. His blood-red irises fixated upon the dishes of rib rice and Oliver before him. Ah, you two must have come straight from the underworld, haven't you? Rib rice and Oliver felt compelled to respond. After all, had they not witnessed Broly and Cell dutifully standing behind this individual? Indeed. We have taken leave from the Supreme Kai's planet, but alas, we have met our defeat. Rib Rice was taken aback by Cell's final display of power, while Oliver found himself beaten into submission by Goku, as evidenced by the numerous lumps adorning his head. Frieza lightly swirled the glass of red wine in his hand. Remaining non-committal, his focus lay elsewhere. The registration fee was 500 yuan. Were you using ghost money? In an instant, the cold sweat from the ribs and Oliver broke out. They were utterly startled. Cell was also sweating profusely. The thoughts of King Frieza are truly unfathomable. Initially, I presumed that he wished to inquire about matters concerning the underworld. But who could have anticipated? Broly, in his innocence, remained oblivious to such complexities as he affectionately ruffled Android 18's hair, exclaiming, "How adorable." Android 18 was utterly delighted, for Broly's constant compliments on her cuteness felt extraordinarily romantic. "What? Do you wish to come over and receive a beating?" he retorted. "The entry fee for my subordinates is quite substantial. It merely requires a registration fee of 500 units from each of you. Is that too much to ask?" Contestants are required to pay a registration fee of 500 units, while spectators must procure tickets for 3,000 units, along with various advertising placement fees. The expenses for this venue were covered by Bulma. The prize money is also provided by her, yet all revenue ultimately belongs to Frieza. This is a matter he has fiercely contested. Although Bulma heard not a word, she was met only with a fierce glare. Frieza, glowering is also an art of negotiation. Are you not aware of Sakuragi's glowering technique? The Rib Rice and Oliver felt the overwhelming aura emanating from Frieza, instinctively bowing their heads in trepidation. They asked with utmost respect, "Pray tell, esteemed gentlemen, what must we do to elude the consequences of our fair evasion?" Frieza chuckled, and that was precisely it. Had he spoken those words earlier, he might not have been so incensed. However, while Frieza smiled, those in his vicinity instinctively took several steps back. That grin appeared more terrifying than his usual scowl. "Ha ha ha. Alas, I can comprehend that you, having emerged from the underworld, lack the currency of mortals. I, Frieza, am quite the reasonable being." Upon hearing Frieza's remarks, those who had lingered by his side for some time shuddered collectively, while those unfamiliar with Frieza, such as Roboku and Oliver, were elated. "Yet I have opened 2 specialty watermelon bubble tea shops. Each of you shall oversee one, earning an annual wage of a mere $1. Work for 500 years, and that will suffice." Do not misunderstand. This is merely Master Roshi spitting blood. Primarily because the spectacle at the arena was too exhilarating. Not just Master Roshi, but Oolong resembled a drunken individual, struggling to maintain his footing. Roboku and Oliver were dumbfounded. They had only taken a day off. How could they possibly remain on Earth for 5 centuries? Look at the nearby crowd. Android 18 and Broly were playfully exchanging affection, while Android 17 and Zanja shared an open kiss. Vegeta pointed at little Trunks, exclaiming, "This is the character you shall embody in the future, from your first birthday onwards. You will train with me." Goku ruffled Chi-Chi's hair and shamelessly inquired, "Chi-Chi, is it convenient for you to cook in that outfit? I'm famished." Piccolo regarded Gohan with a gaze akin to that of a proud father, while Gohan and Tian were engaged in solving a linear equation. Tian, your 8 times 3 should equal 25. Why did you calculate it as 23? Piccolo remarked. Krillin appeared despondent, Yamcha remained carefree, and Tien occasionally touched his tattoos. Master Roshi's nose had not ceased bleeding, while Oolong had blissfully fainted. It seemed that none in this group were serious. Well then, Roboku and Oliver decided to take the plunge. They clasped their fists together and proclaimed loudly, "We are willing to serve you." Inwardly thinking, at last, we can legitimately avoid returning to the underworld. Ha ha ha. Excellent, excellent. Considering your earnestness, I shall spare you this time. You may depart. Roboku was taken aback. Oliver was astonished. No, I only require a dime for my annual salary. No, even a penny will suffice. I implore you. Show us your mercy and accept our sincerity. The vibrancy of youthful maidens is indeed captivating. However, the time for battle approaches. In the audience, a young lady with a bun exclaimed, "Hurry and win, Broly. The time for just the two of you is imminent." Joyu lamented, crying in the restroom. Android 18 was furious. As the words of the man in sunglasses echoed, a flurry of movement ensued, and all the warriors appeared on their respective arenas. Number 17 shouted, "Vegeta, pay attention. If you harm a single hair on Zangya, I will pursue Bulma." Vegeta. Number 18 whispered to Piccolo, "Broly is watching." Piccolo. Dai pondered whether he should say something. Tien, stroking his dragon pattern tattoo, murmured, "Success or failure hinges on this moment. If I succeed, I shall soar to great heights. If I fail, it shall be deemed a reflection of the tattoo artist's skill. The world claims I am merely a side character, but I, Tien, solemnly declare that even as a mere bystander, I can deliver 3 pounds of power. The heavenly eye opens, the boundless realm of hell, I alone reign supreme. Great demon dragon, lord of the earth, the wisdom of all Buddhas, the essence of emptiness. Divine might akin to hell, the golden dragon emerges, all phenomena are void." With a thunderous roar, a wave of yellow energy surged into the sky, as Tien, the weakest among them, initiated his rampage mode. In this moment, he attained enlightenment. Hell trembled, heaven shouted, and the earth roared. Wind, rain, thunder, and lightning engulfed the entire arena. The audience was instantly stirred, rising to shout in unison. "Majestic might! Majestic might!" Sensing the atmosphere still lacking, Tien bellowed once more, "From this moment forth, I shall dominate the battlefield alone." The demon descends. Chapter 92. In chaos among the 8 participants, while Tien unleashed his explosive energy, the others quietly observed Tien and Gohan. Moments ago, Tien had suddenly erupted with an unprecedented aura, piquing their curiosity. What kind of stimulus could provoke such a transformation in a typically taciturn individual? Was it love, hatred, or jealousy? None of the above. Goku and the others possess the innate gifts of Saiyans. Number 17 and his companions have experienced the wonders of artificial beings. While Cell is an anomaly of multiple cells, I, 10, also possess the uniqueness of 3 eyes. Why should I be overshadowed by that noseless sycophant? I refuse to accept this. Whether you believe it or not, I, Tien, am a 3-eyed alien. I shall ignite the entire arena. Tien, filled with intense dissatisfaction, recognized that his silence did not stem from indifference. Rather, it was precisely because he cared that he silently pressed his potential. He even endured a whole day of exertion just to have this 5-clawed golden dragon tattooed upon him. Gohan was astonished. Tien's current aura was a stark contrast to his previous demeanor, especially after he unleashed the cry of the demon's descent. His tattoo seemed to come alive. On the 17th, with an expression resembling that of someone who had just encountered a ghost, he exclaimed incredulously, "This must be a trick. He is actually transformed. And his combat power has soared to an astonishing 1.5 billion. If previously, Tianjin Fan, aside from possessing 3 eyes, appeared no different from an ordinary person, now he still resembled an ordinary individual. The claim that he had transformed was due to the tattoos enveloping him at that moment, bestowing upon him an imposing presence. Moreover, the aura emanating from Tianjin Fan was yellow. Though lacking the resplendent brilliance of a Super Saiyan, it exuded a sense of profound steadiness. Of course, this combat power was indeed outrageous. After diligent training, he barely reached 8 million, yet simply by acquiring a tattoo, it surged to an incredible 1.5 billion, an astounding increase of 18.75 times. Observe, this exemplifies the calculative prowess of the 17th, precise to 2 decimal places. In contrast to those who were merely brawlers, he was in a league of his own. Piccolo remarked, "Gohan and Tian are not merely fighters, are they? They don't even know that 3 times 8 equals 24. Come on, let us engage in battle. My golden dragon has long been eager for action." With that, he charged towards Son Gohan. The golden dragon on his body coming to life, surging towards Gohan with swifter speed than Tianjin Fan. Boom. Great Dragon of Heaven. The flying dragon in the sky. Bang. The moment Son Gohan saw Tianjin Fan charging towards him, he exploded with power. If he did not transform into Super Saiyan 1, he would not stand a chance against Tianjin Fan's current strength. However, even though Son Gohan had transformed, he effortlessly received Tianjin Fan's punch. Yet what was that golden dragon? Bang! Son Gohan was sent flying, his shirt torn asunder, revealing the sheer dominance of that golden dragon. Pain. Son Gohan felt an excruciating agony. Ever since breaking through to Super Saiyan 2, his base combat power had also received an enhancement, and at this moment, even in Super Saiyan 1, he possessed nearly 3 billion combat power. Yet, despite this, he was still pushed back significantly by Tianjin Fan's assault, feeling an unbearable pain. Ha! Uncle Tianjin Fan. You are formidable. I must unleash my true strength. After another surge of energy, Son Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan 2, crackling with electricity. With combat power exceeding that of Broly's normal state, reaching the height of 6 billion. A difference of 4 times. This was no mere skill or technique that could bridge the gap, for techniques like the Kaioken and the Star Transformation were exceedingly rare. Haha, what do I, Tianjin Fan, have to fear? Enhanced version of 4 Demon Fist, 6 Demon Fist. Yellow Dragon Ascend. As Tianjin Fan witnessed Son Gohan transform into a Super Saiyan of the 2nd tier, he resolutely unleashed his most formidable technique. 4 enormous hands emerged from behind him. Unfortunately, Tianjin Fan lacked 3 heads, achieving only a 6-armed figure. A golden dragon entwined around him, swiftly descended to his feet and hoisted him into the special audience section. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Enraged, Tianjin Fan exclaimed, "You foul dragon. I have not yet endured enough punishment." The golden dragon, however, paid him no heed. It did not wish to be utterly vanquished in their first battle, as that would be a tremendous disgrace. Its master was already in a frenzy, incessantly lamenting about not having been sufficiently beaten. It had to assist him in escaping from this dire plight. The bespectacled host adjusted his fallen sunglasses and raised the microphone, declaring, "In the duel between Son Gohan and Tianjin Fan, Son Gohan emerges victorious." The audience responded with discontent, lamenting the abrupt conclusion of the match. What a letdown. This is utterly heartless. Yet, they soon turned their attention to 2 beautiful women engaged in combat with their opponents, exclaiming, "Indeed. The sight of these lovely fighters is far more pleasing. The previous clash was far too raucous." Meanwhile, Vegeta fought with utmost stealth, his anger boiling within him as Android 17 brazenly threatened him using Bulma as leverage. Piccolo was equally incensed, concerned about Broly's woman. What would happen if Broly lost control? Dai was infuriated, as Android 17 refused to confront him directly, relying on his boundless energy to evade capture. Crucially, Dai intended to use this battle as a means to transcend into Super Saiyan 2. "Zankai, use your leg to strike," he urged. "Do not lay a hand on Vegeta. Utilize your feet. You are wearing shoes, after all, while your hands are ungloved." Vegeta growled, "If you dare to retaliate, I shall forfeit the match and seek out Bulma." Android 17's voice resonated throughout the arena, leaving the audience in shock. "What is this? We are merely competing. Yet you impose such restrictions and threaten others. What nonsense is this?" With a resounding smack, Dai finally found an opening and landed a punch aimed squarely at Android 17's mouth. Enraged, Android 17 could not comprehend how Dai could create such chaos in such a tense moment. Thus, he showed no mercy, delivering a slap that sent Dai crashing to the ground. Dai was momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, Vegeta, cornered by Zankai, was consumed by fury. "Rubbish. You have gone too far," he bellowed. With a powerful punch, Vegeta struck Zankai directly in the chest, causing her to cry out in surprise and fly off the arena. "Speak again. I dare you. I shall strike you down alongside the others." Vegeta, the proud prince of the Saiyans, could hardly tolerate such indignity. Were it not for Frieza's presence, he would have dismissed the words of Android 17 entirely, upon witnessing Zanjia's shrill cry as she soared off the arena. Particularly towards the area where Vegeta had unleashed his attack, 17 lost all semblance of reason. "Vegeta, I shall not relent. If you do not defeat me today, I will exhaust you into oblivion." Without sparing a glance at the bewildered Tect, 17 propelled himself towards Vegeta's platform, engaging in a fierce struggle without further ado. The air was filled with the sounds of clashing fists and explosive energy blasts, creating a spectacle of unparalleled grandeur. The bespectacled observer was taken aback. It was his first encounter with such a blatant disregard for the rules of the tournament, driven by jealousy. "Hey, rubbish labbies, you are disqualified. Your eligibility is revoked," he shouted, though his feet remained firmly planted, for according to the organizer, Mr. Frieza, as long as he did not step outside the designated circle, he was utterly secure. Should he cross that boundary, any ensuing consequences would be the organizer's responsibility. Could 17 heed the words of the bespectacled man? Could Vegeta? Clearly, it was impossible. However, was 17 truly a match for Vegeta? With a power disparity of 6.5 billion to 3 billion, Turtle immediately recognized the staggering gap of 3.5 billion. Humph. This was a blatant imbalance. 18. Come assist me. Vegeta would certainly not dare to strike you. Otherwise, Broly would not spare him. After enduring a savage beating from Vegeta, 17 finally recalled he had an elder sister. "Sister, save me, dear brother." The long-lost call stirred 18's heart, evoking memories of their childhood. "Piccolo, let us cease hostilities. My brother is in peril, and I must lend my aid. Brother, sister is here. Together, we shall forge an indomitable bond." With a resounding thud, 18 descended to the ground. The disparity in combat power was insurmountable. Sheer numbers could not rectify the issue. Kawaii. Chapter 93. Wait. I have not yet fallen from the arena. In that moment, as 18 was unceremoniously thrust to the ground by Vegeta, the proverbial hornet's nest was thoroughly disturbed. Just as 18 exclaimed Kawaii, Broly's eyes in the special spectator area suddenly glazed over, instinctively unleashing a primal roar. "Kawaii, cockroach. How dare this insignificant insect touch my Kawaii?" With a thunderous roar, a surge of green energy erupted into the sky, a tempestuous aura enveloping the entire arena. The indomitable sunglasses of the man shattered in an instant, causing a tremor throughout the martial arts tournament arena. Sun Wukong was taken aback, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself in the tournament's dining hall. It is far better to indulge in food. Even if it pales in comparison to what Chi-Chi prepares, I would rather avoid a confrontation with that lunatic Broly. When Broly is not in a frenzy, he is harmless and rather adorably naive. However, once he loses control, it is not just the members of the Tianzi Pavilion who will face the consequences, but even Frieza, the pavilion's master, will suffer. Vegeta felt utterly weakened. 18. Do you wish for the Earth to be annihilated? Kawaii, you old man. Hey, sunglasses guy. Hurry up and declare my victory. I need to make a swift exit. The host, who had inexplicably donned his sunglasses once more, seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation and promptly shouted, "Lapith and Lazuli have violated the competition rules. Vegeta is declared the victor of the semifinals." Alongside him, victories were also claimed by Piccolo, Son Gohan, and Trunks. As soon as the words left the sunglasses man's lips, everyone vanished without a trace. Even 18 dared not linger a moment longer. In her heart, 18 felt aggrieved. She had merely called out Kawaii, so how did that provoke Broly's rampage? He was not usually like this. Boom. A muscular man with green hair crashed directly into the tournament venue. Debris flew, and a tempest raged, sending the audience into chaos. Everyone, remain calm. The explosion in the arena poses no threat to us. This is merely a special performance during the intermission, just like before. The bespectacled man was quite the professional. As the venue descended into pandemonium, he remained motionless, using his microphone to quell the crowd's unrest. I would like to flee as well, but it seems that everywhere outside this circle has already caved in. The audience gradually regained their composure, reassured by the sight of the host unscathed at the center of the explosion, and settled back into their seats, many even pulling out beers to enhance the festivities. This year's martial arts tournament is truly spectacular, with grand gestures that have left the arena in ruins. Indeed, this is far from the paltry effects of a five-dime show. The sensation is remarkably authentic. Cockroach. The destructive Broly continued to roar, his battle power now doubled, a seven-colored radiance emanating from within him. Oh ho ho. Have you already unleashed your third transformation so swiftly? Allow me to help you forget it entirely. The figure of Frieza suddenly appeared above Broly, his fingers claw-like. As he unleashed the long-lost 9-in white bone claw, seizing Broly's head with a powerful grip. Of course, Frieza's fingers did not penetrate Broly's skull, however. The force was considerable. A dazzling radiance, even more brilliant than the seven-colored light emitted by Broly, enveloped him in an overwhelming display. With a commanding presence, Frieza invoked an ancient decree, erasing Broly's childhood memories. I am Broly. Thank you, Lord Frieza. At that moment, Broly retained the legendary Saiyan form, yet his once shimmering white eyes now bore crimson irises, indicating a genuine return to rationality. Ah, splendid. Return to the audience. Broly glanced at Frieza, his appearance reverting to that of black hair and black eyes as he strode towards the spectators. Now, Broly, while still charming, lost the naive demeanor he once possessed. He swiftly approached Android 18, enveloping her in his embrace, exuding an aura of dominance as he proclaimed loudly to those around them, "From this moment forth, Lazuli is my woman. Dare to touch her, and you will face my wrath. From today onward, you shall be my beloved wife. Do you consent?" This bold declaration left Android 18 utterly entranced, as if she floated amidst a rainbow of clouds. "Whatever you say goes. I shall follow your lead." Krillin, witnessing the scene before him, felt his heart bleed but was left powerless. With a mere wave of his hand, Frieza restored the crumbled arena to its original state, merging all the platforms into one. The battle among the 8 finalists was about to commence. Ah, how thrilling! Broly faced off against Mr. Satan, while Vegeta squared off against Goku. Gohan was pitted against Trunks, and Piccolo confronted Cell. Let the spectacle begin. Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, Daitetsu, Piccolo, Cell, Broly, and Mr. Satan. These 8 individuals were the contenders vying for the championship title of this martial arts tournament. Among them, 2 participants were rather unexpected. The first was Broly, whose overwhelming strength rendered him a formidable opponent. Even Frieza, unleashing his full power, could only hope to match him evenly, leaving the others at a distinct disadvantage. The second anomaly was Mr. Satan, who, through sheer luck, had somehow reached the quarterfinals. Was this a testament to the absurdity of fate or the cruelty of reality? Unfazed by the recent commotion caused by Broly, Mr. Satan boldly took to the stage first, exuding an air of misplaced confidence. "Huh, I see through your tricks. Against me, the national martial arts champion, all your flashy antics are futile." With a flourish, he tossed out a capsule, revealing 15 tiles laid out on the ground. "Behold, I shall challenge these 15 tiles. I am the master of all things extravagant. Ah, break." Mr. Satan inhaled deeply and struck down upon the stack of tiles. The audience braced themselves, ready to cheer. Boom. A figure descended, not only shattering the tiles beneath a single foot, but also sending Mr. Satan flying with an overwhelming force. Broly glanced at the bespectacled man, who appeared as a sunny, confident neighbor. "Excuse me, did I win? He must have fallen off the stage, right?" The bespectacled man confirmed with a glance, sensing no danger, and indeed, Mr. Satan was nowhere to be seen on the platform. With a dramatic toss of the microphone, he caught it with flair. Wait, I have not yet fallen off the stage." Chapter 94, The Fateful Battle. Astonishingly, Mr. Satan's voice rang out first, as he struggled to pull himself back onto the stage from the edge. Balancing on one foot, he somehow managed to endure a round against the overwhelming might of Broly. This unexpected turn of events left not only Broly in shock, but also astonished everyone in the audience, save for Frieza. Just how powerful was Broly? Even the legendary martial arts master, Wu Tian, would likely hesitate to claim he could withstand a round against him, let alone the hapless Mr. Satan. Yet, the situation had unfolded in the most unpredictable manner. Despite the fact that Satan had just sustained a bruised visage and lost 2 teeth from the recent altercation, he resolutely rose to his feet. In contrast to the former Broly, who would have harbored no thoughts of retaliation, the current Broly had regained his clarity of mind, allowing for a modicum of different contemplation. "Come forth, I commend your spirit. I have resolved to exhaust you." The bespectacled man twitched at the corners of his mouth, fully aware of how Broly had previously dispatched opponents through sheer fatigue. Satan, however, was unconcerned with such matters. He was determined to deliver a severe reprimand to this man who disregarded the principles of martial ethics. Satan's iron fist, Satan's whirlwind kicks, Satan's ultimate technique. The impact resonated with a series of thunderous booms. To be fair, Satan's martial prowess was commendable, certainly standing out among humanity, which explained his journey thus far. Each punch and kick was executed with impeccable form, leaving even Master Wu Tian unable to pinpoint any significant flaws. The sole drawback lay in his insufficient power. Broly remained immovable, truly not budging an inch, allowing his opponent to strike with abandon. Of course, he too is not idle. Dear villagers, let us set a wager. How long do you think Mr. Satan can endure? What say you? Do on. The entire venue of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, regardless of age or gender, found itself sprawled upon the ground. What audacity this required. Oh ho ho. I wager 3 minutes. The crowd gasped in astonishment. I wager 4 minutes. I wager 5 minutes. At the 3-minute mark, Frieza's gaze sharpened. A spark of inspiration flashed in Satan's mind. Satan's headbutt. Bang. Oh, so many stars. Satan collapsed. And the bespectacled man counted to 20 without a sign of awakening. Oh ho ho. I have triumphed. Each of you owes me 1 million. The crowd exclaimed in disbelief. You didn't specify the wager amount. We were merely indulging you. Who could have anticipated your greed? Dodoria, Android 17, sell, go collect the money. Those who refuse shall be conscripted for coal mining until they have earned their million. The duo of Roboku and Oliver brightened at this, exclaiming, I shall go. I shall go. A year's wage of just 1 coin will suffice, provided we get some time off. Uft. These two, in their desire to remain on Earth, had completely cast aside their dignity. Even Frieza felt a tinge of embarrassment at their shamelessness. His face flushed. The competition resumed. Frieza had lost interest in toying with this group, and the impending clash between the fated rivals, Son Goku and Vegeta, was about to commence. Son Goku's power level stood at 5 billion, while Vegeta's reached an impressive 5 billion. To be candid, the disparity was rather significant, especially considering Vegeta's mastery of the highly advantageous skill of teleportation. Clang, clang, clang. Without waiting for the bespectacled referee to signal the start, Goku and Vegeta rapidly exchanged a flurry of punches, delivering an exhilarating spectacle that captivated the audience. Son Goku was the first to transform into a Super Saiyan, landing a powerful blow to Vegeta's left cheek, sending him hurtling through the air. Kakarot. Kakarot. Instinctively, Goku attempted to teleport away, haunted by the weight of those words. Bang. In an instant, Vegeta had also transformed into a Super Saiyan, delivering a fierce strike to Goku's abdomen. Vegeta, you trickster. Bang. That is the essence of strategy. Duong. Boom. Boom. Number 17 was approaching Bulma. Vegeta was momentarily taken aback, only to feel a sharp pain on his face as a kick landed on his stomach. Kakarot. Chi-Chi is wearing a Chi Pao again. Goku exclaimed, glancing instinctively towards the audience. Bang. 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 Thud. Seizing the initiative, Vegeta gathered a tremendous amount of energy, launching multiple energy blasts toward the grounded Goku. Tai Chi circle turn. Using stillness to counter movement, Goku shouted, emulating Frieza's Tai Chi circle turn from the past. His movements appeared slow, yet astutely evaded each of Vegeta's energy blasts with remarkable precision. Frieza's gaze sharpened as he observed Goku's movements, suddenly recalling the concept of the Ultra Instinct. Could it be that Tai Chi's circular flow is merely a simplified version of Ultra Instinct? No, that cannot be right. Rather, Ultra Instinct must have been derived from the profound insights of Tai Chi. Ultimately, Vegeta's combat prowess proved superior as the two transformed into Super Saiyan Level 2. The disparity in their power became apparent, a staggering gap of 1 billion, an insurmountable chasm. Trunks, land a punch on Krillin, make it count. Goku, being chased around the arena, suddenly remembered Gohan's furious rampage after Piccolo had been struck. Perhaps he could attempt something similar. Though Trunks did not fully grasp the reasoning behind this, he had long grown weary of Krillin's woeful expression post-breakup. Now that Mr. Goku had issued a request, how could he possibly refuse? Instinctively, his size 42 foot connected with Krillin's face. Bang. Krillin, already in a poor state of mind, was first bewildered by Goku's demand, and then tumbled headfirst into the dirt at the edge of the arena. Witnessing this scene, Goku kept urging himself to get angry. And indeed, he became furious. You can strike Piccolo, you can strike Gohan, but you absolutely cannot harm Krillin. Vegeta, your son has attacked my dearest friend, and I demand retribution. Bear. Goku's aura surged dramatically, exhibiting an unreasonable intensity, instantly surpassing Vegeta's 5 billion and matching Cell's power. Goku, power level 7, 8 billion. Ho ho ho. Krillin, in despair, lamented his fate. Cell, what do you think? Cell, upon hearing this address, felt a pang of irritation but dared not retort. Lord Frieza, Goku is nothing but a nuisance. Ho ho ho. Second in command, go have a heart-to-heart with Bulma. Mind your manners. Android 17 was equally uncomfortable with this term of endearment, finding it rather peculiar, yet he too refrained from protesting. Understood, Lord Frieza. And so, Bulma exclaimed, 17. What are you doing? Zanja is watching. Vegeta, help. 17 quietly replied. Thank you for your cooperation, Miss Bulma. Then, steeling himself, 17 turned his gaze towards the arena. At that moment, Vegeta had already found himself at a disadvantage. Were it not for his teleportation abilities, he would have surely been bested by Goku. When Bulma's voice echoed through the air, Vegeta's heart raced. Wow, I want your life. Bear. Vegeta's fighting spirit surged once more. Cell. Watching the two before him, felt his eyelids twitch. Lord Frieza, how will you provoke me now? Krillin lamented, while Bulma cried out. Who would emerge victorious in a clash between Sun Wukong and Vegeta? Chapter 95, the audience caught in the crossfire. If Piccolo represents the Achilles heel of Gohan, then Krillin embodies the same for Sun Wukong, while Bulma holds an irreplaceable place in Vegeta's heart. Krillin endured a beating, resulting in a staggering increase of Sun Wukong's combat power by an astounding 2.3 billion. At that moment, Vegeta, stirred by Bulma's cries, erupted with fury. Vegeta declared, combat power 10 billion. In an instant, Vegeta vanished, only to reappear before Sun Wukong in less than a second, his fists clenched, striking down towards Wukong's head with tremendous force. In the special audience section, Android 17 found himself captured by Broly, who was now rolling his eyes in exasperation. Elsewhere, the spectators were oblivious to the fact that Vegeta had briefly stepped off the stage. They merely witnessed his sudden appearance before Sun Wukong, delivering a colossal punch. Sun Wukong raised both hands with all his might, managing to withstand the blow. However, the sheer force was so overwhelming that his clothing shredded, and his legs sank deeply into the ground. Though there was a disparity of 2 billion in combat power, Sun Wukong was not one to concede easily. His gaze shifted towards the audience. Suddenly, a bald head adorned with a snowy white beard came into view. Master Roshi. Big T, give Master Roshi a good whack. But Big T declined, unwilling to partake in such antics any longer. With a resounding thud, Tien Shinron unleashed a kick, carefully controlling his strength, landing a hefty blow on Master Roshi's rear. In the next moment, Master Roshi found himself beside Krillin, both adopting identical postures. Fury, 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 release your wrath. Why the hesitation? Take down everyone related to me. Sun Wukong bellowed. A shiver ran through all those close to Sun Wukong in the audience. Ho ho ho, Broly. Since Vegeta has dealt with old S, lend a hand to Sun Wukong. Broly's expression shifted as he gripped 17's leg and hurled him towards the crowd. The first to be struck was Piccolo, followed by Gohan, Tien Shinhan, Kaiatsu, Yamcha, Oolong, Puar, and finally Chi-Chi. Broly, now alert, adjusted his strength evenly. Piccolo and Gohan bore the brunt of the impact, while the others felt progressively less force. Piccolo and Gohan, ever intelligent, swiftly positioned themselves beside Krillin and Master Roshi. The special audience section collapsed like a stack of dumplings, with the exception of Chi-Chi, who remained seated on the ground. Boom. Oolong, why strike along? He is merely a little lecherous pig fond of undergarments. Why? The furious roar of Sun Wukong utterly shattered Frieza's defenses. You can shout anyone's name. Yet why is it Nemo Oolong? Boom. Sun Wukong, battle power 10 billion. In this moment, Sun Wukong finally matched Vegeta's power, but this audacious maneuver left one utterly speechless. Of course, the most speechless of all was number 17, who, astonishingly, had been turned into a human-shaped mace by Broly. Zhangjia was heartbroken. How does the perpetual motion machine, the Lapis, feel? Is everything all right? Number 17. Duong. The entire venue trembled violently as Vegeta and Sun Wukong, both with a power radius of 8 tails, ceased their antics and engaged in a proper battle. Chi-Chi has changed into a Chong Sam. Bang bang bang. Number 17 moved closer to Bulma. Bang bang bang. No words could sway the determination of the two to conquer one another. Even if Chi-Chi were to shed her garments, today I shall prevail first. Duong, Duong, Duong. Bulma would never betray me in my presence. Bang bang bang. Oh ho ho ho. Mr. Dodoria, who do you think will emerge victorious? Now a fit and handsome man, Dodoria bent low in respect and replied, I believe. If Chi-Chi truly disrobes and Bulma genuinely betrays, it may indeed escalate the battle. Slap. Whoosh. Ding. The number 1 sycophant has once again successfully deceived with a flick of his tail. Congratulations. Vegeta. Receive my attack. Kamehameha. Kakarot. Try my improved ultimate move. The power cannon. Kamehameha. Ha. Power cannon. Ha. The blue and yellow waves of energy collided. This was not merely a casual energy blast. Such a clash was exceedingly formidable, for this energy wave could instantaneously amplify battle power threefold, and at the center of their clash, the forces of 230 billion power levels collided. Upon observing, Frieza promptly enacted another restriction. Oh ho ho ho. Bulma, who do you think will emerge victorious between the two? Broly intently gazed at the arena and solemnly declared, I believe Son Goku will triumph. Frieza, taken aback, inquired, why? Broly replied, it's a feeling. Ahaha. Allow me to enlighten you. There exists a law regarding waves, which states that historically, whoever stands on the left side of a wave must lose. This time, Sun Wukong is standing on the left. In an instant, Broly appeared on the opposite side of the arena, exclaiming, now, Sun Wukong is on the right. Puff. Number 17 remarked that he was not laughing uncontrollably, rather. He was so incensed by Zanjia's words upon awakening that he felt like spitting blood. Clap. Whoosh. Ding. Number 17 managed to pull off a tailspin. But he certainly did not require such antics to grow stronger. Zanjia, astonished, shouted Lapis. I have arrived. Let us share life and death together. The momentum of the waves intensified, and both Sun Wukong and Vegeta unleashed their full power, plunging the scene into a stalemate. Oh. Sun Wukong and Vegeta had now devolved into a contest of whose voice could be louder. Their output relied solely on their shouts, which was no mere boast. The louder one's voice, the more favorable the center of the wave would be for them. The upside-down figure returned to the audience, while Dodoria and number 17 circled the earth twice before reappearing. Son Gohan bellowed. Historically, the Sun family has always triumphed against waves. Daidoku was incensed, questioning, on what basis? My father cannot possibly lose. My father is invincible. My father is superior to yours. My father can endure anything. My father can endure 3 pounds of anything. Vegeta, furious, retorted, I would never endure that. Ah. Sun Wukong roared, even if it means enduring, I can endure far more than you. Ah. Boom. At last, a mushroom cloud erupted from the center of the arena, waves of energy radiating outward, captivating all. The audience erupted in excitement. What a spectacle. Who created this effect? I would hire them at a high salary. I regret to inform you of some unfortunate news. It seems a tsunami is approaching. The crowd gasped. Chapter 96. The War of the Second Generation. Ultimately, the tsunami failed to engulf the small island, for it was home to numerous supermen. If a mere tsunami were allowed to wreak havoc here, the Heavenly Pavilion would have to expunge its name. Frieza had indeed extorted protection fees from this group of individuals. Thus, some semblance of protection was necessary. Otherwise, who would dare participate in any significant event he might host in the future? The calamity of the tidal wave was averted, however. The arena where the competition took place lay in ruins, reduced to mere ashes from the arduous labor of Doria. With the original stage obliterated, only a vast pit remained. Goku and Vegeta floated in the air, panting, their eyes reflecting exhaustion and frustration. In the next moment, both were unable to maintain their Super Saiyan forms. The golden aura dissipated, their hair reverted to black, and their eyes returned to their natural color. Nevertheless, neither displayed any intention of ceasing their struggle. Charging once more at each other, the clash reverberated with a series of thuds, lacking the grandeur of a Super Saiyan battle, yet allowing the audience to witness every detail more clearly. Go, Crabhead. Defeat that bald one. You're the bald one. His is an M-shaped baldness, which is quite stylish. Flamehead, give it your all. Eliminate that shameless fiend for sacrificing his own friends and family. The crowd's enthusiasm was unprecedented, with supporters for both Goku and Vegeta in abundance. Gradually, both warriors bore the brunt of their fierce exchange. Vegeta's eyes were swollen, and one of his arms hung limply at his side. Goku fared little better. Blood flowed from his nose, and he limped on one foot. It was brutal. Merely a martial arts tournament. Yet the intensity of their conflict suggested they would not rest until one lay defeated. Ah, Kakarot, how dare you bite me? Ark, let go. I still want to have a second child with Chi-Chi. Release me. I've already released you. How else could I speak? No, you haven't released me. Ark, Kakarot. Let go of me. Not a chance. I will not only hold on, but I intend to bite you. In the special audience section, all present stared in shock at the entangled Goku and Vegeta. Chi-Chi and Bulma exchanged glances and, in unison, exclaimed, separate them. Otherwise, they will both be ruined. Indeed, could this monkey's antics be taken lightly? The pain inflicted upon Goku and Vegeta resonated deeply with Chi-Chi and Bulma. The two women were about to rush in to intervene when two swifter figures arrived at the heart of the fray. Gohan seized Vegeta's leg, lifting him upside down, and delivered a swift kick to his backside, exclaiming with ire, can't take a loss. Resorting to underhanded tactics? Goten, slightly delayed, quickly grasped Goku's hair and delivered two swift kicks to him, stating, if your son hits my dad, I'll take it out on you. Vegeta and Goku. one with blood rushing to his head from an upside-down position, the other grasping his hair and baring his teeth, simultaneously erupted in a torrent of insults. Vegeta, Kakarot. Let our sons carry on our battle. Very well. Let us decide our fate through rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. Again. 10 minutes later. Gohan. I'm about to suffer a hemorrhage. Could you please let go of me? Trunks, my scalp is nearly torn off. Would you kindly release me? At long last. Gohan and Trunks came to their senses and promptly loosened their grips. Bang. Ouch. X2 rock, paper, scissors. Kakarot, do not play the same card as me. Rock. Vegeta exclaimed triumphantly. Ha ha ha. I have won, Kakarot. You have lost to me once more. I was the first to transform into Super Saiyan 1. The first to become Super Saiyan 2. My wife is more beautiful and wealthier than yours, and I have also triumphed in rock, paper, scissors, though you did win in the eat shit contest. Goku, unwilling to concede defeat, retorted, my son is stronger than yours. Just as it seemed the two were about to clash again, the bespectacled man interjected. May I ask, should I declare Mr. Vegeta the victor? Vegeta roared. That is beyond question. Goku, accepting his defeat gracefully, nodded in acknowledgement. Vegeta has won. I even lost the eat shit contest. Gohan and Trunks broke into a sweat and hurriedly pulled the two apart. Suddenly, a dazzling array of colors illuminated the arena, restoring it to its original state. Audience member A. See, I told you, that was special effects. The recent tsunami was also special effects. Audience member B. You understand nothing. This is definitely not special effects. It is an illusion. Audience member C. Is the taste of feces truly that delightful? Eating 3 pounds at once, aren't you afraid of bursting? Next, let us welcome the competitors Gohan and Trunks to the stage. By the way, Gohan is the son of Goku, and Trunks is the son of Vegeta. This is a battle between the second generation, a continuation of their father's conflict. Who will emerge victorious? Stay tuned. I shall only fight you using Super Saiyan 1, lest you claim that Uncle Vegeta has bullied you. Ah. Gohan's golden aura surged into the sky, and Trunks was equally undeterred. At that moment, Trunks finally felt exhilarated. It was not easy. He had finally encountered someone normal. The battle commenced. Whoosh. Bang. Fists and feet collide, only to part instantly. The enhanced version of the Wolf Fong Fist is executed with exquisite mastery, while the Shadowless Kick meets the Wind God Leg, resulting in a stalemate. Ultimately, Gohan's foundation is far more solid, and after transcending to Super Saiyan 2, his Super Saiyan 1 also surpasses its limits, consistently placing him a notch above Date. In the audience, two boisterous figures struggle to watch the battle, bickering incessantly. Kakarot, your son is bullying others. Vegeta, I might concede in many areas, but I cannot allow myself to lose in the matter of fathering a son. Bang, 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 boom. Gohan delivers a powerful Grand Ancestor Fist to Date's chest, instantly sending Trunks crashing to the ground. You all can surpass Super Saiyans, so can I. I am the son of the Saiyan Prince. I cannot lose. Roar. ZZZZZ. Sparks of electricity envelop Date, and at this moment, he finally shatters his limits, successfully transforming into Super Saiyan 2. Although his combat power stands at 4.8 billion, he has managed to surpass his own boundaries. If he were to return to the future now, he would undoubtedly be capable of handling all adversaries. Now, let us engage in a fair battle. Thus, Gohan unleashes his full strength, and his combat power explodes to 6 billion in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. Date is pummeled, searching the ground for his teeth. Trunks, tell me, what will it take to make you angry? Should I strike you, or perhaps your mother? I could even beat up little Trunks. Infuriated, Vegeta, in a fit of rage, recalls Goku's previous antics. Vegeta is indeed a fierce character. He does not spare even himself. Oh ho ho ho. Vegeta, do refrain from repeating the same actions. It may lead others to accuse me of padding my word count. Vegeta becomes incensed. What's wrong? Kakarot can do it, but I cannot. Nonsense. My son cannot lose to Kakarot's son either. Bulma, toss little Trunks down. Little Trunks. Date. Wow. You can beat anyone, but how can you strike little Trunks? Roar. Chapter 97. A tough exterior is insufficient. Mental resilience must be strengthened. Who is Date? He is not one to easily succumb to anger. Upon his first arrival in this chaotic timeline, he was beaten soundly twice. Did he grow furious? Yes. Yet, he did not explode in rage, nor did he increase his combat power by even a fraction. when he first returned to this timeline for the second time. Was he angry? Indeed. Not only was he besieged by his parents, but he also ended up with a face full of his own urine. Yet, he still did not unleash his fury. Why? Ultimately, his heart had grown resolute in the future, making it difficult for him to reach the boiling point of rage. After a Saiyan experiences a fit of rage, their combat power surges remarkably. However, for someone like Trunks, it is inconceivable that he would lack such enhancements. Observing the fierce transformations of Goku and Vegeta, Trunks has gleaned invaluable insights. Thus, upon hearing Vegeta's intention to cast aside his younger self, he finally compelled himself to unleash a torrent of fury. With a resounding explosion, Trunks' attire was torn asunder, propelling his battle power to an astonishing 5 billion. Yet, it appeared somewhat underwhelming. While others might experience an explosive increase in the billions, he failed to surpass the double-digit threshold. This is, in fact, quite reasonable, as he had just achieved Super Saiyan 2 status, which already strained his latent potential. Such rapid escalation is hardly feasible. Gohan, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction, questioned why his peers could so easily ignite their tempers while he, the most gifted second-generation Saiyan, was left in the shadows. With a decisive strike, merely one punch, Trunks, still reveling in his newly acquired power and yet to utter a boastful proclamation, was sent soaring out of the ring by Gohan. The bespectacled commentator, yet again, launched his microphone into the air, effortlessly catching it with his well-honed skills. What a spectacle! Gohan had effortlessly dispatched the once mighty Trunks out of bounds, securing victory for himself. In the special audience section, two pig-headed spectators exchanged glances. The crab-headed one chuckled, revealing his teeth, while the fire-headed one cursed under his breath. Realizing it was time to commence training on the younger Trunks, for the older Trunks had seemingly fallen from grace, focusing on the younger version now seemed paramount. Vegeta, unwilling to concede any semblance of dignity, reclined backward in silence. Suddenly, he vanished from sight, the retching sound seemingly emanating from above. Kiki, are you all right? Did Vegeta make you feel ill? Goku exclaimed, alarmed, as Kiki had finally donned her evening gown and he couldn't bear for anything to go awry at this moment. It's all right, Goku. I believe I'm with child. Goku paused, bewildered, asking, whose? Boom. Kiki erupted in anger, her battle power skyrocketing by 300 times. It's yours. As Gohan and Trunks rejoined the audience, Piccolo and Cell had already ascended to the arena. Piccolo, you are not my match. It would be wise to surrender, lest you find yourself in a predicament akin to that of Goku and Vegeta shortly. Shenron exhibited no interest whatsoever in Piccolo, whose combat power stood at a mere 5 billion. Moreover, he possessed skills that Shenron was already well versed in, leaving him devoid of any desire for battle. Piccolo calmly stated, you ought to remember Gohan once declared, you may strike his father, but you must never lay a hand on Uncle Piccolo. Now, with a combat strength of 60 billion, what might happen should he become enraged? A gentle reminder, his power can multiply up to 500 times. Shenron was taken aback. 500 times? What is 60 billion multiplied by 500? There are too many zeros. I can't compute. Suddenly, he recalled King Frieza and that monstrous Broly. Ha ha ha, Piccolo. They say you are the wisest of all, yet you resort to such psychological tactics. If Gohan could indeed multiply his strength by 500, how could he possibly lose to Broly? Enough of this idle chatter. Prepare to meet your demise. Shenron, unwilling to grant Piccolo another moment to speak, launched his assault. The air vibrated with a unique hum as Shenron moved, distinct from the swift whooshing sounds of Frieza and the others. It resembled the buzzing of a mosquito near one's ear. Especially after absorbing Android 16, this hum acquired a metallic resonance, brimming with vigor. Clang, 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 boom. Alas, despite Piccolo's valiant attempts with his 50 billion in combat power, augmented by his fusion with the Supreme Kai, he found himself repeatedly vanquished. Suddenly, Piccolo sprawled on the ground, extending a hand to halt Shenron's onslaught. Shenron, stop. Let me catch my breath. To his surprise, Shenron complied, scoffing, surrender. You are no match for me. You can't even provoke my full strength. Special beam cannon. Shenron gasped in astonishment. What that you're employing tricks, you shameless rogue. Boom. Shenron was enveloped in a cloud of dust. Seizing this opportunity, Piccolo vanished from sight. Piccolo, you seek death. I will crush you. As the dust settled, Shenron covered a wound on his shoulder with one hand, seething with rage. Yet, on the arena, he was utterly alone, save for the bespectacled man standing outside the ring. Looking up, he caught sight of Piccolo's infuriating green visage in the special audience section. Gohan exclaimed, "Uncle Piccolo, you're incredible. I've mastered nothing." With a composed demeanor, Piccolo ruffled Gohan's hair and kindly remarked, "Gohan, there are 2 lessons to be learned here. The first, it is better to sacrifice 10 fingers than to lose a single one. The second, of the 36 stratagems, retreat is the best option." Sheru's auditory senses were exceptionally acute. Despite the considerable distance from the audience, he still heard the words of Piccolo. A trickle of blood appeared at the corner of Sheru's mouth. The wound on his shoulder was of little consequence to him. With merely a thought, he had already recuperated. The blood at his lips was solely a manifestation of internal injury, provoked by Piccolo's provocation. In the 4th match of the quarterfinals, Piccolo withdrew from the contest, resulting in Sheru's victory. The bespectacled man remained as diligent as ever. Sheru returned to the audience, his expression dark as he glared at Piccolo, harboring a fierce desire to confront him physically. However, he realized that this was the tournament organized by Lord Frieza, and he could not be the one to instigate chaos. Upon noticing the blood at Sheru's mouth, Piccolo comprehended the situation and spoke again to Son Gohan. Although Sheru had become metallic in nature, with both his body and demeanor exceptionally resilient, he was quite susceptible to internal injuries. Son Gohan, filled with delight, responded, "Uncle Piccolo, I understand. In future encounters with Sheru, we need not engage in combat. A barrage of insults will suffice. Isn't that right, Shala?" The last remark was directed at Sheru. With a sudden eruption, Sheru could no longer contain himself, spewing forth a torrent of blood. The next phase was the semi-finals, featuring participants such as Broly, Vegeta, Son Gohan, and Sheru. However, Vegeta was still in a state of disarray, while Sheru was gravely wounded. What could be done? Chapter 98. All present or worthless. The Senzu beans were indeed a remarkable resource, albeit laboriously produced and in scant supply. Fortunately, the Supreme Kai was now available daily, possessing healing abilities that rendered the injuries sustained by Goku and the others easily treatable. After finishing his ostentatious display, the Supreme Kai exhaled slowly. "All right, you may proceed with your escapades." Goku and Vegeta were revitalized, though their fighting power had not significantly increased, indicating that the era of Saiyans experiencing a drastic power surge upon near-death revival had come to an end. Moving forward, their strength would rely solely on diligent training. Ho ho ho! Vegeta, Sheru, and Son Gohan, you 3 should team up against Broly. Frieza contemplated that allowing any one of them to confront Broly alone would be tantamount to offering themselves as mere fodder. Although Broly had ceased his previous rampage, the legendary Super Saiyan was not to be trifled with. If the former Broly was merely a mindless force of chaos, the current incarnation had acquired the capacity for rational analysis of the battlefield. He would no longer engage indiscriminately with anyone who dared to impede him. Having regained his composure, Broly might not unleash his full power as readily as before. However, even a few bursts of energy, 2 or 3, to be precise, would undoubtedly instill terror in his adversaries. His first surge could elevate his strength from 5 billion to 10 billion. The second could escalate to 20 billion, and the third could reach a staggering 40 billion. Who could withstand such overwhelming might? Aside from the peculiar Frieza, none among them could hope to endure. Upon hearing Frieza's remarks, Gohan and Cell both exhaled in relief. They too wished to avoid a solitary encounter with Broly, as that previous battle had etched indelible memories in their minds, not particularly pleasant ones. Vegeta, however, differed. He and Goku, being the purest of Saiyans, relished the thrill of one-on-one combat. Yet, when facing Broly, even he felt a sense of helplessness, leading him to abstain from refusal. Broly, in turn, harbored no objections. In his eyes, apart from Frieza, who possessed comparable strength, everyone else was beneath him. He merely scoffed, remarking that all present were inconsequential. Regardless of how numerous they were, they could never rival a Titan. Goku, Piccolo, Android 17, Trunks, come forth. I shall take on all 7 of you without a hint of trepidation. If that seems insufficient, feel free to include that tattooed fellow, the bald one, and the one with the orange, wavy hair. What do I have to fear? Having regained his clarity, Broly appeared more loquacious, yet his overwhelming presence utterly captivated Android 18. Wow, Broly, you are incredibly handsome. Goku and Krillin pale in comparison. Forget Dr. Gero's mission. Krillin exclaimed, I feel like I've taken 1 trillion points of critical damage. Broly, I adore you. In the face of Android 18's fervent affection, Broly softened. He gently wrapped his arm around her waist and pressed a tender kiss upon her lips, whispering, "Dear, just watch closely. Your man is invincible. Tonight, I shall show you that my prowess extends beyond the battlefield." With a sudden flush akin to a ripe tomato, 18 buried her face against Broly's chest. "All right. It's my turn to take the stage. They are all in position." A swift glance from 18 revealed a staggering 12 individuals standing on the arena. Those summoned by Broly have all taken to the arena, including Boku and Oliver, who have joined the fray with fervor. Each participant is eager and ready for battle. Particularly Krillin, whose gaze is filled with palpable animosity. His resentment is unmistakable. Yamcha, although absent from the scene, feels a deep sense of injustice. Why was he not even mentioned? The seeds of discontent begin to sprout. With a sudden release of 18, Broly ascends to the arena. The moment his feet touch the ground, the entire platform trembles. And he transforms into his formidable red-eyed, green-haired form. A fierce torrent of green energy surges forth, whipping up a whirlwind. "Ahaha! Come forth, insects! Except for King Frieza. None of you are worthy of my attention." The crowd erupts in fury. For the first time, Goku and Vegeta abandon their solitary combat strategies, simultaneously transforming into Super Saiyan 2, each boasting a staggering battle power of 10 billion, ready to confront this formidable foe head-on. Vegeta swiftly positions himself beside Broly, launching a fierce kick, which Broly blocks with his left hand before retaliating with a powerful knee strike aimed at the sky. Boom. Goku narrowly intercepts Broly's knee just in time. The battle ignites, and the arena erupts into chaos. Enhanced. Keyblade Slash. Enhanced. Mighty Dragon Fist with Key Cannon. Enhanced. Demon Flash Cannon. Thunderbolt Wave. Mjolnir. Energy Sphere. Eventually, Yamcha joins the fray, buoyed by Boku and Oliver's lead. Gohan bellows, Demon Flash, while Daidoka shouts, Sky Cannon. Meanwhile, 17 and Zanya chant, Affectionate Pink Wave. Goku seizes Vegeta's shoulder, utilizing his teleportation to position himself further away. Turtle School Kamehameha. Power Cannon. Broly smirks, his power surging once more, doubling instantly. "Ah, insects. Come, let's ignite this battle." Unfazed, Broly stands his ground, conjuring a massive green energy sphere before hurling it toward the assembled warriors. Boom, boom, boom. All attacks converge upon Broly's energy sphere. What? The seven-colored barrier quivers but ultimately contains the energy, forcing it skyward. Ahahaha. Futile. Useless. You stand no chance against me. Swish. Broly burst forth from the epicenter of the explosion, his left hand grasping Krillin's bald head, while his right hand held Yamcha's skull in a vice-like grip. Tien Shinhan was met directly with Broly's fierce gaze and the impenetrable force of his forehead. Bang! Bang! Tien's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed, rendered unconscious on the spot. While Krillin and Yamcha, pinned to the ground, had long since lost awareness. Frieza shook his head, observing that this Broly was nothing short of a human bulldozer. Not only did he relish in slamming opponents against the ground and walls, but he also favored the brutal technique of headbutting. With a flick of his finger, 3 unconscious individuals were dispatched to the audience. Oh ho ho. The Earth's deity, it is now your time to engage in your healing endeavors. Tian was already sweating profusely. How little time had passed, and there were already 3 grievously injured combatants on the verge of death. He certainly had his hands full today. Duong. Another tremor shook the arena, and Boku and Oliver followed in the footsteps of Krillin and Yamcha, soon joined by Zangia and Piccolo in the audience. At that moment, Tian had just managed to revive Tien Shinhan. He was utterly overwhelmed. Chapter 99. Resentment breaks through the dimensional wall within merely 3 minutes of the battle commencing. Only 6 fighters remained in the arena: Son Goku, Vegeta, Son Gohan, Cell, Date, and Piccolo, all possessing considerable power. Originally, Number 17 could have continued fighting, for he was an inexhaustible engine, with so many distractions. He could have maintained a distance and attacked from afar. Alas, Zanjia was not so fortunate, and Number 17 could not allow Zanjia to endure such inhumane treatment. Consequently, after executing their couple's technique, Number 17 and Zanjia became deserters. Out of respect for Number 18, Broly did not pursue this nominal brother-in-law further, permitting their exit. The others, however, were not so fortunate, especially Krillin, who nearly faced Broly's lethal wrath. This time, Broly, unfazed by anything, charged at Date, ruthlessly seizing his head and smashing it against the ground. As if that were not enough, He followed up with a brutal kick. With a combat power of 20 billion and an unnaturally formidable physique, he rendered Date unconscious. Vegeta, infuriated, teleported in front of Broly and unleashed a flurry of attacks. Son Goku and Son Gohan joined the fray. Thud, 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 thud. The three of them unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks upon Broly, creating a tumultuous scene. Audience A. This Broly is truly ferocious, single-handedly taking on a group with overwhelming force. Audience B. I believe that crab-headed and flame-headed fighter might just create a miracle. Audience C. Fraud. Fraud. That thing is absolutely inedible. Audience AB moved far away from Audience C, finding his remarks utterly unbearable. Duong. Broly collided his head with Piccolo S, causing a resounding buzz within Piccolo S' mind, followed by frothy spittle and rolling eyes. Uncle Piccolo. Swish. Piccolo and Date were teleported to the special audience seats by Frieza, leaving only Son Goku, Vegeta, Son Gohan, and Cell remaining. At this moment, nearly 5 minutes had elapsed. Suddenly, Gohan erupted. Since the commencement of the martial arts tournament, Gohan had remained dormant. But with Piccolo grievously injured and on the brink of death, Gohan's fury reached its zenith. Broly, I shall obliterate you. Under the persistent care of Dend, Piccolo soon regained consciousness. He merely peered toward the arena, murmuring, Gohan, my good child, let your anger soar, otherwise my deliberate clash with Broly would be in vain. Witnessing this scene, Krillin's resentment swelled once more. Why was it that the Saiyans could inexplicably grow stronger, while his relentless training barely compared to their surges of rage? It must be said, Krillin had become somewhat obsessive since Android 18's departure, irrationally directing his ire towards the Saiyans. Look at Yamcha. He simply harbored resentment towards Broly for disregarding him, without pondering further implications. Bear. Gohan's aura exploded instantaneously, lacking the terrifying increase of 500 times, yet it startled Frieza nonetheless. A staggering 24 billion. A fourfold increase. This was indeed excessive. Such power was nearly approaching the limits of Super Saiyan 2, was it not? Buzz. Bang. Gohan struck Broly squarely in the face with a punch, utilizing the momentum to leap and deliver a kick to Broly's chin, then instantaneously appearing behind him to deliver a fierce kick to his back. Gohan executed his movements with the grace of a monkey, catching Broly utterly off guard. Oh ho ho ho. Cell, you absorbed Android 16 and still remain so feeble. What use are you, my fourth-tier lackey? If you cannot provide me with an exhilarating performance, you might as well take your own life. Buzz. Cell's mind exploded with turmoil. King Frieza is undoubtedly a being of his word, and Cell harbors no doubts about this. The battle between Gohan and Broly rages on. Despite a staggering disparity of 4 billion in combat power, yet, Broly steadfastly endures with his formidable physique. Seizing the moment, he forcefully grips Gohan's head. Insects. Insects. With a resounding crash, the island, bolstered by Frieza's enhancements, begins to tremble as green energy blasts erupt upon Gohan, sending shockwaves soaring into the sky. Gohan. Goku gasps in alarm, rushing towards Broly, only to be intercepted by Vegeta. Gohan's energy remains undiminished, while our efforts to advance are rendered futile. Just moments ago, Vegeta received a vision, a fusion of Android 17 and Android 18, a gift from Frieza, who could no longer bear the ineptitude of the two. Goku has not perished. He has not entered the underworld, and thus remains unaware of the fusion technique from the planet Metamor. Having not trained for 7 years in the afterlife to achieve Super Saiyan 3, how could such a grand spectacle unfold without Gogeta's presence? In the underworld, a young boy is laboriously pushing a machine designed to absorb malevolent thoughts, aiming to purify the malevolence that pervades the realm. Suddenly, an intense wave of resentment breaks through the dimensional barrier, followed closely by a surge of negative emotion emanating from Earth, landing directly upon the malevolence-absorbing device. Boom. The boy, in shock, discovers that the machine has exploded. The malevolent energy rises skyward through the shattered dimensional wall. On Earth, Frieza suddenly senses Krillin's overwhelming resentment, intangible yet palpable. His divine power enables him to truly feel it. What is this? An extremely evil aura descends from the heavens, as the previously bifurcated malevolence seems to sense the intensity of Krillin's malice and wildly rushes into his being. Frieza sensed that something was amiss and swiftly hurled a divine force towards Krillin, instantly sealing the eruption of malevolent energy. The malevolent wave? How could it have manifested prematurely? And why had it taken residence within Krillin? Frieza, filled with curiosity, suddenly felt a surge of malevolent energy erupt from Krillin's body, instantly penetrating the center of Cell's forehead. Upon closer inspection, Frieza realized that Krillin's body could not contain the overwhelming energy, forcing a portion of his aura to break free from the constraints of divine power. Oh, what a spectacle we have here. Will Krillin transform into the evil aura, or will he, with the aid of divine power, master it completely? Cell, you too have acquired a fragment of the evil aura. Do not let me down. Frieza extended his hand, simultaneously restraining the malevolent thoughts within Cell, and then vanished from the scene with everyone in tow. At that moment, Mr. Satan descended from the heavens. Haha. How could anything so ostentatious ever compare to my status as the true world champion? Just moments ago, Mr. Satan had heard a voice compelling him to take such action. Thus, he emerged victorious as the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Alas, the prize money was embezzled by Frieza. Chapter 100. The Overwhelming Dominance of King Frieza. Frieza's impatience surged. The desire to continue watching the spectacle dissipated. He now yearned for an exhilarating battle. Although every sip of water seemed to enhance his strength, it was combat that would expedite his ascent in power. He felt as if he had languished like a salted fish for far too long. This is a planet named Hongbushui by Dodoria, its surface composed entirely of hard black stones. The planet boasts mountains and waters. Yet only large mosquitoes manage to thrive in this desolate environment. Hongbushui is situated not far from the planet Dabulon. But Frieza could no longer sense the power devices on Dabulon. Hence, he chose this desolate sphere. As the foremost subordinate, Dodoria was quite dutiful, diligently seeking a venue for Frieza to engage in unrestrained combat. Suddenly, a group materialized on this planet, comprising Frieza's entourage. This time, the number of companions was limited, primarily consisting of those qualified to partake in the battle. However, one individual received Frieza's particular attention, Krillin, with a battle power of 10 million. Bang, bang, bang. Broly and Gohan remained oblivious to the changes in their battlefield, fiercely exchanging blows. As the arena expanded, their confrontation filled the planet, unleashing a cacophony of explosive sounds, each akin to thunderclaps. Oh, how delightful. So exhilarating. Alas, I am growing weary. Roar. Broly erupted once more, his green hair exploding outward, his form towering as his aura doubled, reaching a terrifying 40 billion. Come, let us all join in. Oh, how splendid. Fusion. Just as Broly proclaimed his audacious challenge, Goku and Vegeta officially fused. Despite Vegeta's disdain for this form, the vision transmitted by Frieza compelled him to embrace the power augmentation that fusion promised. In a dazzling burst of light, a new Super Saiyan emerged, clad in a small vest, with a flawless physique and a gaze of cold charisma. His golden hair shot upwards, a strand cascading elegantly across his forehead, exuding an aura of unparalleled distinction. I am neither Goku nor Vegeta. My name is now Gogeta. Originally a Super Saiyan 1. Gogeta unleashed his energy once again, swiftly transforming into Super Saiyan 2, his battle power skyrocketing. In this moment, Gogeta's aura surpassed Broly's, reaching a staggering 75 billion. Igniting the atmosphere with fervor. Oh ho ho, has Gogeta finally made his appearance? Then let the grand melee commence. Boom. Frieza transformed directly into his bronze form, simultaneously unleashing the celestial trifold wave, catapulting his battle power into the trillions. Just as Broly had finished his raging outburst, he found himself utterly overwhelmed by the unparalleled might of Gogeta, while King Frieza also assumed his most formidable shape. He was momentarily taken aback. Was such a blatant humiliation truly acceptable? Yet, the events did not conclude there. After a period of time, Cell astonishingly managed to completely assimilate the malevolent thoughts within him, causing his power to surge rapidly, soon surpassing the monumental threshold of 70 billion. Did you think this was the end? No, Krillin too succumbed to madness. Lacking Cell's capacity for absorption, and despite being confined by the divine power, the dark waves within him erupted uncontrollably. Boom. Krillin's body expanded instantaneously, though he retained his appearance. He had transformed into a formidable figure, rivaling Cell in strength right from the onset. Suddenly, numerous fighters with battle powers in the hundreds of billions emerged, causing the planet of Hanbu to tremble in fear. It was not merely an illusion of fragility. Ho ho ho. Come on, Broly, join me. I intend to defeat you all single-handedly. Frieza struck first, his tail lashing out towards Broly in an instant, as he swiftly positioned himself before Gogeta, delivering a powerful punch. Bang! Gogeta's lips curled into a slight smirk, for he had successfully blocked the attack. With a sudden knee thrust, he let out a fierce shout. Ha! Duong! Frieza, too, collided with Gogeta, executing a swift turn and delivering a fierce kick to Gogeta's chest, sending him flying. In the next instant, Frieza appeared before Cell, eschewing any elaborate maneuvers as he charged directly at him with his massive head. With a resounding impact, Cell was forced to lean back, and Frieza executed a complete 360-degree spin, landing a powerful kick squarely on Cell's chest, driving him deep into the ground. The incredibly resilient rocks of planet Namek could not withstand the force, resulting in a gaping pit several hundred meters deep. Frieza unleashed his full power, eager for an exhilarating battle today. In the blink of an eye, he appeared beside the malevolent Krillin, a violet energy sphere forming in his hand, which he then hurled down towards Krillin's plump figure. Boom! Within a mere minute from transforming to striking, Frieza had already dealt with everyone present, except for Gohan. This action made it abundantly clear to all that Frieza intended to withstand them all single-handedly. Oh! Broly erupted once more, and judging by the previous instance, this would be his final surge of rage. With his battle power doubling again, he soared to become the foremost fighter, aside from Frieza. His haughty demeanor, his bulging muscles, and the greenish aura that surged forth instilled a sense of dread. Boom! Frieza and Broly are locked in a fierce confrontation, exchanging blows with astonishing speed. The clash of their fists resonates like thunder, each strike quicker than the last. A kaleidoscope of purple, multicolored, and green energy blasts collide, creating a multitude of craters upon the surface of the majestic planet Macro. Goku and Cell refuse to concede defeat so easily. They too charge into the fray. Goku's combat style is imbued with a remarkable blend of strength and technique, delivering rapid punches and agile maneuvers as he unleashes a flurry of strikes upon Frieza. Cell, not to be outdone, retaliates with powerful jabs, elbow strikes, and knee thrusts, eschewing any unnecessary embellishments to maximize the impact of each assault. Meanwhile, Gohan, having discerned the gravity of the situation, recognizes that despite the considerable disparity in battle power, he cannot afford to miss such an exhilarating spectacle. With a resounding burst of energy, he joins the melee, adding his prowess to the tumultuous clash. Frieza has indeed endured numerous blows. However, he is notoriously resilient, capable of withstanding attacks even from foes with superior power for an extended duration. Moreover, his current strength is somewhat elevated. Oh ho ho ho! Lightning strike! Whoosh! Frieza's speed surged once more, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks, accompanied by countless tail whips in an instant. With a resounding smack, Son Gohan was struck by a punch aimed at his outstretched hands, only to be subsequently slammed to the ground by a powerful tail. Cell fared no better, enduring at least a dozen punches and numerous kicks, had Frieza not been preoccupied with the formidable Broly and Gogeta. Both Cell and Son Gohan would undoubtedly have sustained far more severe injuries. Darkness Wave. No. I am Krillin. Darkness Wave. No. Oh. I am Krillin. I am Krillin. I am Krillin. Boom. The previously uninvolved Krillin transformed, his stature now towering above his former self. He retained the appearance of bald-headed Krillin, yet his aura had undergone a dramatic transformation. A sinister glint sparkled in his malevolent eyes, and his once flesh-colored skin took on a subtle purplish hue. Broly, I seek your demise. Buzz. As Broly engaged in combat alongside Gogeta against Frieza, he was unexpectedly struck by a flying kick from Krillin. Broly was sent reeling from the impact, agony radiating from the point of contact. Ho ho ho. This is my battlefield. Krillin, you have misidentified your target. With a thunderous crash, Frieza clenched his fists tightly and brought them crashing down upon Krillin's bald head. Boom. Krillin fell heavily to the ground. Frieza was not faring well either. The moment Frieza made his move, Goku instantaneously appeared before him. Frieza, you are far too arrogant. Goku delivered a powerful punch to Frieza's abdomen. Boom. A shockwave erupted from Frieza's back. Damn monkey. Curse be you. Caught off guard, Frieza was struck so forcefully that he bent deeply at the waist. This is certainly not the limit of Gogeta, considering their fusion was only at 10 billion. Chapter 101. Unparalleled Strength. Wow. Frieza suddenly expelled a mouthful of bitter liquid, having sustained minor injuries from the punch infused with dark energy delivered by Gogeta. The formidable fusion of Son Goku and Vegeta may possess a calculation ability reminiscent of the absurdity of 2 equating to 3. Yet his combat instincts undoubtedly reflected genius, where 1-1 transcends the value of 2. At the precise moment Frieza doubled over to expel the bitter liquid, Gogeta swiftly repositioned himself behind Frieza. Super Energy Wave. Kamehameha combined with a Power Blast. Boom. Aya. Unforgivable. Whoosh. Frieza also shifted, fully harnessing the power of electricity, and delivered a ferocious kick to Goku's body. Duong. A massive pit formed. Fortunately, Goku was not alone in this battle. He had allies. Bang. Broly's colossal foot struck Frieza with tremendous force, sending him hurtling into the distance, carving a deep trench several thousand meters long across the surface of planet Hongbu. By chance, Cell stood directly in Frieza's path, and his eyes sparkled with intensity. He launched a powerful kick at Frieza's back, sending Frieza uncontrollably soaring into the sky. Goku reappeared, positioning himself above Frieza, and unleashed another tremendous energy wave towards him. Frieza, how could the malevolent key of the evil spirit wave allow such a golden opportunity to punish a fallen foe to slip away? With a swift opening of his mouth, a violet energy wave shot forth, perfectly pinning Frieza between two opposing blasts. Gohan also joined the fray, with a brilliant flash of magic. Cell unleashed his most penetrating technique, the Demon Flash Cannon. Broly, in a grand display, hurled an exaggerated green energy sphere towards Frieza. Frieza was consumed by rage. Yet, this was the consequence of his excessive arrogance, provoking the wrath of many. However, soon after, a chilling laughter erupted from him. Not enough. Not enough. I require more power. Amidst the onslaught of formidable attacks from all directions, Frieza exhibited no trace of fear. Instead, he laughed heartily and continued to mock his adversaries. Unleash your full might upon me. With that, an unprecedented explosion unfolded, creating a scene of sheer devastation. Frieza's bronze aura surged majestically into the sky, its subtle 7 hues bestowing upon him an air of unparalleled sanctity. He emerged unscathed at the epicenter of the explosion, defiantly enduring the onslaught of all adversaries' attacks without flinching. Completely unharmed, despite the fact that he possessed no hair at all, Frieza vanished, only to reappear before the feeble Gohan. At this moment, Gohan had surpassed his peak of power. His combat abilities had plummeted. With a mere flick of his tail, Frieza reduced Gohan back to his ordinary form, leaving him motionless on the ground. Ha ha ha. The first one down. Cell was taken aback, for Frieza had suddenly materialized in front of him, offering no time for reaction. A barrage of punches rained down upon Cell, each strike leaving an imprint on his body. The sound of cracking echoed, a testament to his body's inability to bear the strain. Even Cell's armored exterior began to falter. With a gasp, blood threatened to erupt from his mouth. But Frieza swiftly quelled it with a purple energy blast. Cell could not even muster a scream before his head was obliterated. With a fierce stomp, Frieza crushed Cell's body into a pulp. It was not that Frieza wished to abandon this subordinate. Rather, he was aware that such an onslaught would not claim Cell's life, as he had encased the chip within Cell's brain in divine energy. Ha ha ha. The second one down. Bang. Frieza's speed was so astonishing that it left everyone utterly bewildered, even the malevolent Broly, whose power was comparable to that of Frieza at this moment. However, Broly possessed his own life-saving technique. In an instant, he transformed into a multitude of small cubes, swiftly vanishing beneath Frieza's fist. Then, a luminous screen materialized, and Broly abruptly emerged from behind it, unleashing a devastating energy wave directed at Frieza. Frieza's gaze sharpened, and in an instant, the 7 colored energy waves ensnared the malevolent Broly. With a swift flick of his tail, he extricated Krillin from the fray. Ha ha ha. I have no need to purify you. Instead, I shall strike you down until you are completely absorbed by him. Bang, bang, bang. Frieza relentlessly struck the nefarious Broly with a barrage of punches, leaving countless imprints upon his form. Broly attempted to escape, yearning for freedom. Yet he was utterly ensnared by Frieza's prismatic energy, succumbing to anguished cries. Bang! Vegeta's legs swept towards Frieza, and in an instant, a wave of bronze energy erupted, sending Vegeta hurtling away. Oh ho ho ho! Bang bang bang! Krillin's screams echoed in a heart-wrenching crescendo, eliciting a flicker of compassion even from Frieza, who hesitated momentarily to unleash his fury. Thus, the onslaught continued. Frieza commenced his assault with a series of kicks, and this time, the malevolent Broly found himself truly unable to endure, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Moments later, Frieza sensed it was nearly time to conclude the bout. He casually unleashed a spectrum of energy, casting it upon the wicked Broly, before shifting his gaze towards Gogeta and Broly. While the malevolent Broly possessed formidable combat prowess, he had yet to master it fully, unleashing merely a fraction of his potential, which posed no significant threat to Frieza. In stark contrast to Gogeta, Broly boasted unparalleled defensive capabilities and immense strength, fighting with a reckless abandon. Gogeta, ever the cunning warrior, exhibited remarkable speed, and with his adept teleportation, had recently caused Frieza some minor setbacks. Moreover, Frieza harbored doubts that this was the pinnacle of Gogeta's power. A mere 7.5-fold increase was undoubtedly anomalous. Frieza was uncertain about the extent of the power increase brought about by fusion, yet he was acutely aware that Goku and Vegeta still possessed untapped potential. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to another direction, where Broly and Goku also turned their attention. Oh my, I was wondering who was playing house here. It turns out to be you. Foolish brother Frieza. The familiar voice, once again referring to Frieza as a brother, who else could it be but Cooler? Emerging from the shadows, a figure radiating a silvery luminescence approached, adorned with 4 antennae and enveloped in a shimmering silver hue. This ethereal silver emanated an unsettling aura, distinctly different from Frieza's transformations. Ah, so it's Cooler. I cannot believe I failed to eliminate you last time. Have you transformed into Metal Cooler? Both Broly and Goku felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from Metal Cooler, his strength undoubtedly inscrutable. Merely gauging his energy, it was already on par with that of the malevolent ki of Krillin, and although Frieza might be slightly stronger, his advantage was limited. Unlike Krillin, who was desperately suppressing the evil energy, Cooler was far more adept in combat. The malevolence radiating from him surpassed that of the evil ki. Ah, my poor brother. You have reduced yourself to this wretched state, truly believing you can defeat me? A mere battle power of 100 billion? You must be overestimating yourself. As Cooler approached, he emitted a familiar, ominous melody akin to Frieza's, which unsettled Frieza greatly. Just 100 billion, is it? Allow me to showcase my full strength. Ah. Upon reaching a short distance from Frieza, Cooler clenched his fist at his waist and bellowed. A colossal surge of energy erupted, the silvery metallic brilliance illuminating the planet like daylight. This is not good. I must send Gohan and the others back. With a swift maneuver, Goku transported Gohan and then, in another instant, seized the imprisoned Krillin, teleporting them back to Earth. Cell had just been revived. Although his power had surged once more, it remained at a mere 75 billion, leaving him feeling utterly irrelevant in the current battle. Cell was on the brink of despair. Once again, he found himself abandoned, with no one to take him away. Moreover, shouldn't this chapter have been his own? As if it weren't enough to contend with Broly. Now there was also the emergence of the evil ki. Even more infuriatingly, a more formidable foe had appeared, one who was Frieza's brother. King Frieza is on the verge of transforming once more. Will Broly succumb to his rage again? What is the true extent of Gogeta's power? To what heights can Metal Cooler ascend? In Chapter 102, Gogeta decisively overwhelms Cooler in a mere 5 minutes. Cooler's emergence was unforeseen by all. In reality, throughout this battle, aside from Krillin, who was manipulated by the evil containment wave, the others have maintained a remarkable composure. Frieza is acutely aware that Cell is far from mortal, which emboldens him to speak of dismemberment without a flicker of hesitation. Others share this understanding, thus harboring no trepidation regarding Frieza's ruthless demeanor. Prior to Cooler's arrival, Goku had never contemplated escorting Gohan and Krillin back to Earth, as he held no genuine concern for their safety in this perilous realm. However, the situation has now shifted. It is evident that Cooler harbors a deep-seated vendetta against Frieza, who had just remarked that he had failed to eliminate his adversary the last time they crossed paths. Oh, the chaos. While Cooler continues to bellow in fury, Goku has already returned. His instantaneous movement surpasses mere teleportation by leaps and bounds. Frieza's scouter had long been activated, and at that moment, numbers incessantly danced through his mind. Some may argue that power levels are not absolute. However, there are times when an accurate figure can indeed reflect the strength of an individual, a fact that cannot be denied. In the original narrative, particularly towards the latter part of the Android saga, specific data was scarcely mentioned, and the protagonist group consistently managed to turn the tide against overwhelming odds, largely due to the influence of the protagonist's aura. Nevertheless, if the disparity in power levels were exceedingly vast, it would necessitate a gradual enhancement of the protagonist's abilities. Otherwise, how could one explain the emergence of Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3, and even the subsequent transformations like Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan Blue, while lacking precise data? Their power levels undeniably increased, a truth beyond dispute. However, possessing specific data brings forth a clearer understanding. Thus, Frieza held a distinct fondness for employing the scouter to gauge his opponent's strengths. When Gula finally ceased his vocal exertions, his voice hoarse, he exclaimed, "Cough, cough. This is my ultimate strength." "So, what do you think, Frieza? Are you astonished?" Was Frieza taken aback? Indeed, he was astonished. For Cooler's combat power had astonishingly reached 18 billion. Regardless of the statistics, Goku could discern through his innate ability that this Cooler was at least more than twice as formidable as himself. Instantly, Goku's interest was piqued. Initially, he had anticipated a spectacular turnaround after Broly was overwhelmed by Frieza, but now he was far more eager to engage in battle with Cooler. Not for any other reason but to unleash his full power without restraint. Goku, possessing half of Vegeta's consciousness, found such thoughts entirely reasonable. "Frieza, how about I take on this Cooler?" Goku's proposition left Cell and Broly momentarily speechless. Was this fusion's mind truly clouded? Could he not sense the disparity in power? Ho ho ho. Go on, go on. Let me witness just how formidable Goku truly is. Frieza did not dismiss Gogeta's goodwill. At present, he indeed finds himself at a certain disadvantage compared to Gula, yet opportunities are not entirely absent. Since Gogeta has expressed interest, why not allow him to indulge for a while? Broly, Cell, let us make a wager. I predict that Gogeta can last no more than 3 minutes. Broly scoffed, declaring that given the magnitude of Gogeta's current energy, enduring 30 seconds would be quite an achievement. That creature, which has merged 2 insects into one, wouldn't he last even 30 seconds? Cell pondered thoughtfully, contemplating a possible scenario. Lord Frieza, I wager that Gogeta could match Gula in a fierce contest, and perhaps even gain the upper hand. Oh ho ho ho. Then let us await the outcome with bated breath. As soon as Frieza's words fell, Gogeta unleashed a tremendous roar. This pre-battle bellow to amplify combat prowess seems to have become a fixed ritual within the Dragon Ball universe. Gogeta's ascension in power surpassed that of Cooler by an astonishing margin. In merely 3 seconds, he completed his charge, and the surge in his combat strength darkened Broly's expression. He was utterly taken aback. In an instant, Gogeta surged from 75 billion to 180 billion. Moreover, he appeared to handle it with remarkable ease. At the very least, Gogeta's voice remained unbroken, a testament to his superiority over Cooler in this regard. It was simply unfathomable. Whoosh. Thud. Gogeta delivered a knee strike to Cooler's astonished jaw, sending him flying backward. Yet, in the very next moment, Gogeta struck again, targeting the same spot. Cooler let out a pained roar, forcibly halting his backward momentum, only to be horrified to find Gogeta had reappeared behind him. Bang! Gogeta landed a punch on Cooler's lower back, the sound of metal colliding resonating through the air, propelling Cooler forward once more. Bang! 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 Gogeta masterfully employed his teleportation, appearing at various angles around Cooler, relentlessly forcing him to evade in every direction without a moment's respite. No way. Impossible. How can your speed be so astonishing? Arc. Thud. Gogeta unleashed a powerful punch against Cooler's chest, causing an explosive reaction. Cooler's metallic torso caved in instantly, sending forth a shockwave from his back, radiating with brilliance. Oh dear. I thought you were formidable. I haven't even unleashed my full strength yet. Yet here you are, already down. Gogeta's voice echoed with a blend of Son Goku's tone and Vegeta's inflection, a combination so dazzling it was beyond compare. Broly's eyes sparked with intense battle spirit, his crimson pupils showing signs of fading. Upon witnessing this, Cell nearly knelt in fear. He genuinely dreaded Broly's wrath, knowing that he was a force that recognized no kinship. Having been thoroughly beaten by Broly on planet Bupa's nearly to the brink of death, and again nearly annihilated by the residuals of the battle on planet Deburan, the psychological scars left on Cell were profound. Ho ho ho. Broly calmed himself, taking a moment to truly sense Gogeta's state. Reaching such heights, it was indeed not an insurmountable challenge. Frieza's words hold significant weight in Broly's heart, a fact that cannot be divorced from the influence of divine power, as well as Broly's own character. Frieza has alleviated the perilous flaw of losing his sanity upon transformation, which has inspired Broly to express his gratitude towards him. Notably, Frieza has never referred to himself as the third lackey, but rather affectionately addressed himself as the elder of the third heaven pavilion. This sentiment has led Broly to regard Frieza as his most significant figure, not as a master, but as family. In this world, no one can claim dominion over Broly. With a tranquil mind, Broly settled into a meditative posture, levitating in midair, and closed his eyes to embark on a journey of introspection. At this moment, the turbulent aura surrounding Broly began to subside, yet his combat prowess surged at an extraordinary rate. Ah, splendid. Indeed, splendid. It is precisely this version of Broly. As long as you find your inner peace, there is no adversary in this world, apart from me, who can challenge you. Frieza's crimson eyes sparkled with intensity, as he felt the impending call for a life-and-death struggle approaching. It was only in the throes of such a confrontation that he could hope to transcend his limits once more. At this moment, a mere 10 seconds remained before the 3-minute mark. In the heart of the battle, Gula had been relentlessly pummeled by Gogeta for nearly 5 minutes. Had it not been for the resilience of Metal Gula and Gogeta's restraint in not unleashing his full power, Gula would have undoubtedly been reduced to mere fragments by now. Frieza. Bang. Chapter 103. Breaking free from the cocoon, Frieza resurrected from the abyss. As Frieza chanted to the count of 2, the time finally reached the critical 5-minute mark. In the midst of unleashing a fierce assault on Kula, Gogeta was suddenly enveloped by a blinding flash of light, and both Goku and Vegeta materialized, causing Gogeta to vanish. Cell widened his eyes in disbelief, even his gaze bulging from their sockets. Why? Why has this happened? They were fighting so well, only to revert back. Hey, why are you not continuing to destroy him? Do you wish to be obliterated with a battle power of 10 billion? Goku and Vegeta were immediately jolted, and as they lowered their heads, they beheld the ferocious glare of Kula. Die, you fools! Kula's aura surged, his previously weakened energy restoring to its former might. As he hurled a fist towards the two, the air crackled with a sonic boom from the force of his punch, indicating his lethal intent. Vegeta. Kakarot. Whoosh. Goku seized Vegeta, who reciprocated the grip, as Vegeta utilized instant transmission while Goku employed his own teleportation. Fortunately, the two evaded the devastating punch that Kula had aimed at them, reappearing beside Frieza. The Frost Demons are indeed resilient. Not only did Frieza endure an hour of relentless beating in the movie, but now Kula too withstood the brutal onslaught from Gogeta. His recovery abilities were remarkable. In no time, Kula's injuries had mended significantly, and his energy stabilized, no weaker than before. Frieza, what is the matter? Are you too afraid to make a move? Have you allied with these Saiyan monkeys? If I am not mistaken, that was the fusion technique from the Metamor star, but alas, it lasts only 30 minutes. Once the fusion is undone, they are nothing. Or do you intend to send that green-haired fiend beside you to his demise? As for Cell, well, Kula completely disregarded him. Cell's heart ached. He yearned for self-destruction to end it all. Yet he could not abandon the Tenkaichi Budokai. Cell concocted a rather reasonable excuse and opted to survive. Turtle, should we write a book where one starts as Cell, surviving for billions of years? Oh ho ho. Poor Kula, reduced to this pitiful state, truly a disgrace to the Frost Demon clan. Frieza became infuriated, although there remained a substantial disparity in combat power compared to Cooler. He remained utterly unperturbed. When it comes to resilience, who could rival Frieza? Whoosh. Bang. Frieza vanished in an instant, delivering a powerful elbow strike aimed at Gula's head. However, Gula deftly intercepted it with a raised hand. Frieza remained undeterred, mastering the art of movement and electricity to an extraordinary degree, unleashing a barrage of hundreds of punches upon Gula in the blink of an eye. Although Gula had prepared his defenses, he still found himself struck multiple times. With a creaking sound, Gula staggered back 2 steps. He was indeed astounded by Frieza's speed, yet it proved futile. Clang, clang, clang. Gula declared, "Your speed may be remarkable, Frieza, but alas, your strength poses little threat to me." Gula was not lying. Even the extraordinarily swift Vegeta had only succeeded in landing blows on him. And under comparable combat power, Gula had withstood the assault. Moreover, Frieza's combat power barely exceeded 100 billion. Clang, clang, bang, bang, duong. Frieza remained silent, solely focused on unleashing his full power. Frieza comprehended that in order to transcend himself in this battle, he must exert every ounce of his strength. Otherwise, even if he achieved a breakthrough, he would fail to attain optimal results. 20 minutes later, as Gula grew increasingly impatient, he finally discerned Frieza's movement trajectory. With a resounding thud, he struck, dwonk, and cursed, landing a decisive blow on Frieza's loathsome face. The solitary punch sent Frieza hurtling far away, crashing into the planet of Hongbu. Seizing the momentum, Gula accelerated and appeared beside Frieza, delivering another punishing fist to his face. Dwonk. Bang. 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 Frieza's anguished cries echoed, mirroring the torment once suffered by the malevolent Poklin and Cell, perhaps even surpassing it. Goku cast a glance at Vegeta, pondering whether they should fuse once more to rescue the insufferable Frieza back on Earth. Vegeta scoffed, his expression one of haughty disdain. Frieza annihilated planet Vegeta. My mere tolerance of him is a testament to my graciousness. How could I possibly come to his aid? Moreover, the cooldown for fusion has yet to elapse, rendering any rescue impossible at this juncture. As he spoke, Vegeta's gaze shifted towards Cell and Broly, particularly the latter. He found himself unable to gauge Broly's precise combat power. Yet he sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from his very soul. The legendary Super Saiyan indeed possessed a psychological dominance over ordinary Super Saiyans. Hey, Cell, Broly, are you merely going to stand by and watch your master endure such punishment? Have you not considered lending a hand? Even taking a few hits on his behalf would be a sign of loyalty. Cell nonchalantly dug at his ear, questioning whether someone had spoken. Broly remained immersed in meditation, entirely dismissing Vegeta's words. Oh ho ho. Continue, then. Out of steam, are we? Truly, a waste is indeed a waste. Frieza's taunting remarks once again ignited Gula's ferocity, leading him to unleash a flurry of punches and kicks upon Frieza beneath him, accompanied by a barrage of energy blasts and waves. On the planet Hombu, a colossal crater, occupying 1/10 of the entire celestial body, manifested, and with each of Gula's strikes, it continued to expand. Planet Hombu. Oh brother, could you possibly exert a bit more effort? This is truly tormenting. Either bring this to an end swiftly or obliterate me at once. Bang, bang, bang. An hour later, Son Goku reiterated his request for fusion, which stirred Vegeta's interest as well. Although this Frieza was an eccentric with a myriad of devious schemes, he genuinely cared for Bulma and harbored no ill intentions. Humph. For Bulma's sake, I shall rescue him this once. Son Goku and Vegeta commenced their dance, yet before they could even take their first steps, Frieza's voice echoed once more. Oh ho ho ho. Splendid, splendid. I can feel it. This is the sensation. Shatter it for me. After enduring a relentless barrage, Gula was utterly astonished by Frieza's resilience. He was not merely relying on physical strikes, as every conceivable energy wave had already been unleashed. Yet, despite Frieza's cries of anguish, he steadfastly persevered. And now, the absurdity escalated. Within Frieza's body, an overwhelming aura erupted, one so immense that it instilled a sense of despair. Boom. At this moment, Frieza finally unleashed his fury, instantly expanding the pit beneath him severfold. Oh ho ho ho. Guldo, dare to withstand a punch from me. Duong. Frieza's fist crashed into Cooler's face, nearly causing his eyeball to burst forth, leaving his countenance grotesquely deformed. With a whoosh, Cooler soared from the deep pit, struggling to regain his composure, wearing a countenance that reflected sheer dismay as he gazed towards Frieza. Chapter 104. Silver Frieza Creek. Background music. Dr. Brief's malevolent theme. A silvery aura surged skyward, a spectrum of colors enveloping Frieza, who, in that moment, appeared as if a celestial deity had descended. Each step he took resonated with a chilling creak, altering the immutable celestial phenomena of the planet Macro-Mercury. The skies became rife with ominous thunderclouds, and swarms of insects were reduced to mere ash. Broly opened his eyes from meditation, his crimson irises tinged with astonishment. Initially, he had dismissed Frieza's earlier proclamation as mere bravado, but now he realized that only King Frieza possessed the power to vanquish him. Cell's heart raced violently, and his knees felt weak, prompting him to instinctively rub them. Goku fixed his gaze upon Frieza's figure, speechless for an extended moment, his eyes reflecting not only excitement, but also a hint of enlightenment. Vegeta crossed his arms, tilting his body in a sidelong glance at Frieza while remarking, Cell, why are you kneeling? Cell, ho ho ho. Cooler, take a good look. This is the true silver transformation. Your method of absorbing the core of metallic planets is nothing but a twisted aberration. Not only that, I can achieve your fourth transformation as well. Cooler was taken aback. The current Frieza instilled a sense of despair within him. If Frieza were to transform again, how terrifying would that be? But I won't transform. What can you do to me? With a splutter, Cooler coughed up a mouthful of blood. You want to transform, yet here you are, bantering with me. Buzz. Bang. Silver Frieza's fist struck Cooler's abdomen with tremendous force, leaving an imprint on his back. Duong. Another kick followed, nearly snapping Cooler's neck as he was forcefully slammed into the ground by Frieza's relentless assault. Frieza, without waiting for Gula to respond, conjured 2 violet orbs of energy in his hands and lunged toward Gula, pressing his palms firmly against Gula's chest. A deafening explosion reverberated, causing the planet Hombu to tremble violently once more. Ah! Bang, bang, bang. The silver Frieza unleashed a furious barrage upon Gula, the commotion far surpassing the earlier disturbance caused by Gula's assault. Broly and the others stood at a distance, wary of any unintended repercussions. Get up, come on. Hit me, Duong. Weren't you so arrogant just now? Weren't you enjoying yourself? Keep going. Bang, bang, bang. Oh ho ho ho. Boom, boom. Why roll your eyes? I've endured far more punishment than you. Bang, bang, bang. Gula was already unconscious, his metallic body beginning to crack. Blood oozing from every orifice. He was barely recognizable. 3 of his 4 horns were missing, and his mouth was devoid of any teeth. Suddenly, Frieza teleported into the air and dove down once more toward Gula, his hands pressed tightly to his sides, legs straight and aligned. His impeccably smooth head descended with unparalleled might upon Gula. Boom! The planet Hombu was obliterated by more than half. The atmosphere thick with the dread of impending destruction. Hombu planet, impossible. Is my name truly just for show? I refuse to be destroyed. Indeed, the planet did not explode and was gradually recovering, albeit significantly diminished in size. This exemplifies the resilience of a pure rock planet. Bang! Gula's flattened form was forcefully smashed before Son Goku and the others, startling them. Oh ho ho ho! I'm not done yet. You too fuse for me. Frieza surveyed his surroundings, his brow furrowing. Where was Cell? Had that wretch fled? Son Goku and his companions exchanged uneasy glances, their eyes drifting to the incapacitated Gula beneath Frieza's feet, swallowing hard. Broly also twitched at the corner of his mouth, feeling a twinge of pity for Cell. King Frieza, beneath your feet lies Gula. Frieza cast a glance, non-committally uttering a sound of acknowledgement. Broly continued, beneath Gula, there lies a green insect. Frieza waved his hand, interrupting Broly's words. What I inquired about was the whereabouts of Cell, not your green insect. Goku wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and took over the conversation. The green insect that Broly referred to was indeed Cell. Frieza was momentarily taken aback. With a swift kick, he sent the flattened Goldo flying, only to catch sight of the dazed Cell before him. Indeed, he had underestimated the situation. Ha ha ha. He was merely concerned that this king might stub his toe on a stone, and now, you two shall fuse. Goku and Vegeta exchanged a glance, their eyes ignited with fervent battle spirit. The current Frieza, perhaps, warranted their full power unleashed. The peculiar fusion dance re-emerged as Goku and Vegeta shouted in unison. Fusion. Boom. A rotund figure clad in a small vest emerged, exuding a blend of 7 parts charm and 3 parts ferocity. Frieza's lips twitched, clearly indicating a disastrous fusion failure. With a swift kick, he struck the rotund Vegeta in the abdomen, causing a remarkable recoil. As Vegeta was sent flying, Frieza too staggered back several paces. Oh ho ho ho. It appears that this form possesses quite a remarkable resilience. Ah da. Da da da. Frieza unleashed a flurry of merciless blows upon the corpulent Vegeta. Ah. Frieza, please stop. It hurts. With a resounding crash, the fallen Vegeta dispelled his fusion state, having been thoroughly bested by Frieza in a mere 3 minutes. Observing the bruised and battered figures before him, Frieza's spirits were considerably lifted. The true extent of Vegeta's strength remained a mystery to Frieza, yet it was abundantly clear that he was far from being Frieza's current match. Unlike Piccolo's hallucination, Frieza's power had undergone a dramatic transformation. The silver Frieza represented a 100-fold enhancement, and at this moment, Frieza had merely employed the first technique of the celestial transformation, elevating his combat prowess to an astounding 80 billion. Should this strength prove inadequate against Vegeta at this stage, Frieza vowed to guarantee a live-stream spectacle for the audience. Given the magnitude of this enhancement, the Golden Frieza could easily rival Super Saiyan Blue, rendering it a matter of little consequence. Frieza approached cooler, enveloping him in a surge of divine power as a spectrum of radiant colors began to meld him away. No. Please. No. Frieza, I was wrong. I beg you, spare me this once, and I shall serve you as a loyal vassal. Frieza's cold, piercing gaze shimmered with intensity, yet his actions remained utterly unperturbed. As he amplified the output of his divine power, he brutally stomped down on Gula's face, silencing him completely. Ha ha ha. You are unworthy to enter the heavenly pavilion. To become a mere puppet is your ultimate fate. Gula began to shrink rapidly, first transforming into a small orb of flesh, continuously being compressed and diminished. Chapter 105. Dissuading Frieza with words, all present were astounded by the scene unfolding before them. The sheer audacity of compressing a living being into a small sphere was unprecedented. Goku, in a hushed tone, turned to Vegeta and remarked, "Do you think Frieza intends to consume Gula?" Vegeta shot him a glare, baffled by Kakarot's incessant thoughts of food. Ironically, Vegeta's initial instinct also leaned towards the notion that Frieza would devour the orb. Compressed biscuits aren't appetizing, are they? Hence, compressed flesh must lack flavor. Especially when raw. It could be grilled, perhaps seasoned with cumin and chili, that might enhance the taste. Broly, intrigued by the topic of food, diverged from Goku and Vegeta's preferences, favoring spicier fare. "Have you ever noticed that Frieza seems never to visit the restroom?" Goku revealed once again. Vegeta fell into contemplation, attempting to recall any instance of Frieza in such a setting, but to no avail. Broly too began to ponder, and it indeed seemed plausible. Cell, sweating profusely, exclaimed, "Gentlemen, do you not possess even a modicum of reverence?" Though Lord Frieza's ears are flat, his hearing is exceptionally keen. As anticipated. Ha ha ha. Cell, how do you serve in the heavenly pavilion? Cell straightened his posture and angrily shouted, "Goku, Vegeta, Broly, dare you mock the great lord? Prepare to face dire consequences." In truth, Cell's eyes were blinking rapidly, nearly igniting from anxiety. "You all must flee at once. Goku, teleport them away. Hey, Broly, could you refrain from rolling your eyes?" At last, as Cell gradually raised his fist, Goku finally reacted, whisking Vegeta and Broly back to Earth. Just then, Cell's fist accelerated, crashing down with tremendous force. Boom. That punch encapsulated all of Cell's strength, creating an unfathomably deep chasm in the planet, nearly threatening the core. The planet, in its fury, bellowed, "Is this never-ending? What have I done to deserve this?" Thus, the planet retaliated, spewing a torrent of molten rock on his Cell's face. Though futile, the planet, at long last, demonstrated its courage to strike back. At that moment, Frieza had compressed Gula into a small orb no larger than a marble, tossing it lightly in his hand. The orb shimmered with a silvery hue, radiating a spectrum of colors, resembling a 9-turn silver elixir. Cell immediately approached Frieza with an obsequious demeanor, bowing deeply, his expression betraying a sense of reluctance. "Lord Frieza, my subordinates have failed in their duties, allowing Sun Wukong and his companions to escape." Frieza's lips twitched slightly. He genuinely had not realized that Cell possessed a talent rivaling that of Dodoria. "Ah, how amusing. Since you acknowledge your shortcomings, it seems only fitting to impose a minor punishment. This planet is teeming with blood-sucking mosquitoes. Thus, you shall remain in solitary confinement for a duration of 10 days. Cell was taken aback. Whoosh. Frieza has vanished. Poor Cell, gazing in bewilderment at the desolate planet Namek, devoid of any presence but his own. His confusion deepened, particularly upon sighting the colossal mosquito soaring towards him after the battle's conclusion. Cell's face turned a shade of green. He was determined, a lone golden rooster standing tall. The ice planet. Frieza arrived at the side of Tagma, gazing upon the magnificent ice city before him, nearly blinding his titanium alloy eyes. Goodness, is this not exceedingly beautiful? This exquisite sight resembles a castle from a fairy tale. Ho ho ho. Tagma, do you take me for a lady? Such a splendid palace hardly befits my stature. With a resounding blast, an energy orb was unleashed, causing the resplendent palace to vanish without a trace. I grant you another chance. Should you fail to meet my expectations again, prepare to dwell in the underworld. Swiftly, Frieza vanished, nearly succumbing to the urge to eliminate Tagoma. It was not dissatisfaction with the ice castle that troubled him. Rather, its exquisite beauty inadvertently reminded him of the castle's enchanting mistress. This realization cast a shadow upon his mood. The entire world was aware that he currently could not attain a companion. Frieza approached his duplicate, observing the wretched being before him, which still retained a combat power of 500 million. Frieza felt an overwhelming desire to deliver a sound thrashing to the dragon of Namek. Was it not utterly ridiculous? If one was incapable of fulfilling a wish, one should simply admit it, rather than causing him to squander a precious wish without the courage to enact a true annihilation. After all, did this creature not bear an uncanny resemblance to himself? With a firm grip, he seized the duplicate's face and forcefully shoved a concentrated dose of Gula into its mouth, shaking the duplicate's jaw with unrelenting vigor. This vigorous shaking proved consequential, as the entire ice planet began to tremble. Good heavens, must one manually administer a supplement? This dragon was utterly absurd. Finally, Frieza's impatience reached its zenith. After an exhaustive shaking, the duplicate remained obstinately inert, its spherical form unchanged, and its teeth nearly dislodged. Bang! To hell with it. Off you go to the core of the ice planet for a cooling respite. You have driven me to exasperation. In a fit of rage, Frieza kicked the duplicate into the core of the ice planet and strode away without a backward glance. In the realm of the Kaioshin, oh ho ho ho, Shrag, summon the dragon forth. If I do not have the opportunity to unleash my wrath upon him today, I shall find no peace within my heart. Shin, witnessing the sudden appearance of Frieza, could not suppress a shiver of trepidation. This creature, how is it that he has returned yet again? Mr. Frieza, I have already dispatched the Namekian to another planet. Would you like to sense his energy? Shin found himself perplexed. Why, if Frieza sought Shrag, did he not simply teleport to his energy signature? Frieza's tail descended swiftly upon Xian. With a resounding thud, Xian was plunged into the ground, leaving behind a human-shaped indentation in the realm of the Supreme Kai. Oh ho ho ho. No need for that, huh? Xian, are you engaging in some form of corporeal art? Kid, how can you be such a servant, allowing the Supreme Kai to be toyed with like this? What are you staring at? Hurry up and rescue him. Kid, the old Supreme Kai could no longer bear to watch. It was evident that Frieza was merely venting his frustrations, using Xian as a mere punching bag. Frieza, you might be mistaken. Xian is actually testing the resilience of the Supreme Kai's realm, rather than indulging in any so-called corporeal art. He is not even worthy of such an endeavor. It is the beauty within that truly excels in the art of corporeal expression. Frieza, what on earth is this Supreme Kai? One is utterly clueless and cowardly. The other, though knowledgeable, is perpetually frivolous. Frieza, when will I have the honor of meeting Bodo, Changjing, and Xiaozhe? I have long considered myself their devoted admirer. Frieza, unable to endure any longer, instantaneously vanished from sight. Upon witnessing Frieza's departure, the old Kaioshin displayed a peculiar grin. Casting a glance at the recently awakened Shin, he scolded with a tone of disappointment. You, my dear, are simply too young. Learn from me. A few light-hearted words can effortlessly send Frieza fleeing. Kid, Shin, the shameless old lecher, how dare he bring that up? Had I known, I would have never given him that tablet in the first place. Frieza stood in the control center of headquarters, cursing vehemently before swiftly regaining composure. Ho ho ho. So, has my time machine been completed? Chapter 106. Issues with the time machine's positioning. Frieza's headquarters remained unscathed by his departure, as Dodoria continued to exert control from a distance. Although the king's presence was absent from the world, his formidable influence never waned. The headquarters of Frieza is inhabited by a myriad of extraterrestrial beings, frog-like creatures, bull-headed beings. Dwarfs, trolls, and centaurs are relatively commonplace. But have you ever encountered a fly-like entity? In Frieza's memory, such images were indeed commonplace. He had grown accustomed to them. Nevertheless, he found them somewhat tolerable. After Frieza had posed his question, a short individual, characterized by a large head, blue skin, and diminutive limbs, knelt before him. Frieza nearly stepped on him, for when this wretch was kneeling on the ground, he bore an uncanny resemblance to a pile of excrement. The chief of staff of the Frieza force, Sorb, presented himself before King Frieza, wishing the sovereign eternal blessings, a longevity that rivals the heavens, a harmony of both literary and martial prowess, and a dominion over the universe that endures for millennia. The corner of Frieza's mouth twitched momentarily, yet he ultimately refrained from delivering a kick to the Azure Sorbet. If Dodoria is regarded as Frieza's foremost sycophant, then Sorbet serves as his chief steward. As for any alterations to his anatomy, that remains uncertain. Frieza remains indifferent. As long as one exhibits sufficient loyalty, many matters can be overlooked. In the original narrative, this diminutive figure never wavered in his intent to resurrect Frieza. Perhaps he harbored ulterior motives. Yet this does not alter the fact that he allowed Frieza to linger in the realm of the living for an extended period. Had it not been for Frieza's overwhelming desire for vengeance, he would undoubtedly not have been cast back into the afterlife. Ho ho ho, Mr. Sorb. How has the research on the time machine I had Dodoria return fared? Frieza is not particularly concerned with the time machine. Rather, his true desire lies in a device capable of traversing the vast universe. The time machine is merely the initial phase of his research. He has never lost sight of his quest for the Super Dragon Balls. Report to King Frieza. The time machine was merely completed 3 months prior. Yet a certain issue persists. Solb's demeanor is notably humble, especially upon learning of the time machine's development, which brings Frieza considerable delight. It is indeed a rare occasion that something can bring joy to Frieza. Ah, splendid. As long as the invention is realized, minor issues can certainly be overlooked. Frieza, known for his magnanimity, has always been this generous. As he reached for a glass of exquisite wine presented by a bunny girl, he gestured for Sorbet to voice any concerns. Lord Frieza, we have constructed a total of 8 time machines, of which 7 have been successfully launched. However, one has met with an unfortunate explosion. Frieza was quite pleased, savoring a delightful sip of red wine. Solb continued his narrative, stating that of the 7 time-traveling machines launched, not a single one has returned. Before he could fully swallow another sip of wine, he inadvertently sprayed it all over Solb. After Frieza's recent battle, particularly following his transformation into Silver Frieza, his base combat power has now reached an astounding 20 billion. One can only imagine the sheer magnitude of force behind a single spray of his beverage. Alas, Sorbet is already riddled with countless holes, nearing the unfortunate distinction of being the first extraterrestrial to perish from a drink spray. Although Frieza was infuriated by the incompetence displayed, he ultimately cast a healing spell to bring Sorb back to life. Ah, Mr. Sorb, your performance has truly astonished me. However, fret not, for time is a luxury I possess in abundance. You may continue your research until you can guarantee that you will return after venturing into the unknown. After taking another sip of his drink, Frieza settled himself down with impeccable gentlemanly grace. Sorb, having just danced on the precipice of death, now trembled in fear. I shall abide by your royal decree. With a resounding bang, Sorb vanished from the headquarters. A decree? If one cannot articulate, it is better to remain silent. Minotaur, do enlighten me. Over the past few years, how many planets have we invaded, and how many have been annihilated? A Minotaur, swarmed by insects, bit his finger and glanced around, realizing he was the only Minotaur present. He withdrew his finger and pointed it at his own nose, saying, "Is His Majesty Frieza addressing me?" Frieza truly harbored doubts. This was not the world of Dragon Ball Z, but rather a comedic rendition of Dragon Ball itself. Where was the promised fervor of a passionate anime? Instead, it was filled with the whimsical antics reminiscent of Dragon Ball. "It is you. Speak." The Minotaur, overwhelmed with excitement, immediately collapsed to the ground, causing a multitude of pests to scatter across the earth. Frieza is utterly detestable. I can hardly contain my desire to bring about his annihilation. Your Excellency, King Frieza, since your departure, we have diligently adhered to your imperial decree and successfully invaded a total of 356 planets. Among these, 345 planets were deemed excessively inferior and have already been obliterated. The mastermind behind this scheme is the esteemed Lord Sorbet, with numerous implementers involved. The following 3 million words are omitted. Frieza was on the verge of slumber, nearly succumbing to the embrace of sleep, had it not been for the Minotaur's intrusion, which filled the air with an unpleasant odor. Perhaps he would have even begun to snore. Oh ho ho ho! How invigorating! Frieza suddenly opened his eyes. That laughter he just heard was certainly not his own. Not even in his dreams did he ever find amusement. Moreover, that laughter lacked the maliciousness characteristic of his own. Although he was reluctant to admit it, Frieza was acutely aware that his laughter indeed carried a certain disdainful quality. Could it be a manifestation of his doppelganger? Unlikely, for that wretched being possessed no consciousness and had been banished to the core of the ice star by him. Casting a glance before him, he discerned no notable figures. Phew. It seems he had laughed too much and was now plagued by auditory hallucinations. Ah, Whis, that insufferable Whis. As he turned around, Frieza was met with an astonishing sight. A figure with a mop-like head, skin of cerulean hue, adorned with a hula hoop around its neck. Draped in a resplendent rose-red robe, complemented by the standard apron of the angelic kind. In its hand, it wielded an elongated staff topped with a spherical orb, also encircled by a hula hoop. This visage, this laughter, Frieza is all too familiar with this. This is none other than the angel Whis from the 7th universe. Even if that universe were to be obliterated, he would remain unscathed, a truly bizarre being. Although he is referred to as the servant of the god of destruction, he often treats the deity as a mere pet. And let us not forget his extraordinarily powerful father, the diminutive Grand Priest, the very founder of the celestial transformation. In a swift motion, a capsule appeared in Frieza's hand, and he kicked the environment-polluting Minotaur away. With a resounding thud, an array of delectable dishes materialized before him. Spicy strips, instant noodles, steak, octopus balls, ice cream, pizza, hot pot, barbecue, sushi, an abundance of culinary delights. Wish journeyed from afar. And since this king had little else to offer, he could only invite him to indulge in a sumptuous feast. Ho ho ho. Although aware that this was Wiss's laughter, Frieza couldn't shake the feeling of discomfort. Mr. Frieza, you are truly considerate. Not only accomplishing a significant part of Lord Beerus's tasks, but also displaying such thoughtfulness. However, I must inform you that the time machine you are researching cannot progress any further, as the god of time, Kai, has come to seek me. Your choice of destination for the time machine is rather amusing. Why choose to set it at Kai's residence? Frieza was utterly flabbergasted. This Sorbi truly was a remarkable individual. If the time machine could indeed return, it would be nothing short of a nightmare. Chapter 107. This place is unsuitable for me. Whis pointed his staff at a certain location within Frieza's headquarters. Nothing transpired, no sound emerged, until Sorbi burst in, wailing and collapsing onto the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Lord Frieza, all the data regarding the time machine has just vanished. Everything has disappeared. Frieza was well aware that this was undoubtedly the handiwork of Whis. Such a method was indeed understated. Oh ho ho. Well, Whis, please indulge, for these delicacies have been meticulously chosen with you in mind. Frieza's laughter abruptly ceased. He still found himself looking up to the terrifying presence of Whis. What if Whis were to be in a foul mood and return to deliver a blow to Beerus? Oh ho ho. Then I must humbly comply. Lord Beerus truly did not make a mistake in selecting you for this task. Whis remarked that the delicacies before him appeared quite appetizing indeed. Oh ho ho. What is this dish called pizza? It is simply delightful and even has a stretch to it. Oh my, this egg waffle ice cream is simply exquisite. Sorbet remained kneeling, too fearful to move, while Frieza sat elegantly, sipping fine wine, though his previous smirk had vanished. After consuming roughly 1/10 of the culinary offerings, Whis paused his feast, waving his staff to clear the table of all the delicacies. Thank you for your generous hospitality, Mr. Frieza. I shall take care of things on the cane front. By the way, what is your purpose in creating a time machine? Whis was curious. How could Frieza, with his relatively modest power, harbor such grand ambitions? Oh ho. My intentions are quite simple. Really, I wish to traverse to the 6th universe. Whis was taken aback. The fact that Frieza was aware of the existence of the so-called 6th universe left him in disbelief. Oh ho ho. Mr. Frieza, why do you wish to go to the 6th universe? Have you grown weary of the 7th universe already? Though he laughed, Whis' eyes narrowed slightly, indicating his displeasure. Frieza dared not to conceal his intentions. As the saying goes, those who recognize the times are indeed wise. This is by no means an act of cowardice. In truth, it is quite simple. I merely wish to gather the Super Dragon Balls from both the 7th and 6th universes to make a wish. Suddenly, Frieza recalled a crucial matter. It seems that summoning the Eternal Dragon and making a wish requires the divine language. I hope that the language of the gods exists within the Dragon Balls of this universe. Ho ho ho. May I inquire, Mr. Frieza, what wish do you intend to make? If it is not too excessive, perhaps I shall not stand in your way. Frieza was exceedingly displeased. He felt that his patent had been infringed upon, yet he was powerless to collect any royalties. Oh, how infuriating. Regardless, if Frieza did not allow himself to laugh, even incompletely, he felt he might suffocate. Before articulating his desire, Frieza expelled everyone within 1,000 miles. Mr. Whis, my wish is to acquire male physiological traits. Whis. Cough, cough, cough. Whis nearly choked. This wish was remarkably audacious. After all these years, it was the first time he had ever encountered a wish of such nature. Mr. Frieza, are you certain that this is the simple wish you wish to fulfill? Whis incredulously sought confirmation. If Frieza spoke the truth, he genuinely wished to delve into Frieza's mind to discover what thoughts resided within. Frieza nodded solemnly, his tone imbued with utmost seriousness. Indeed, this is my aspiration. For the sake of this desire, I shall exert every ounce of my strength. Whis was taken aback, having assumed that Frieza was jesting. Yet, to his astonishment, it was indeed genuine. But how will you transport the Dragon Balls from 2 universes together? Oh ho ho. I can establish a divine power sensor in each universe, allowing for seamless traversal. Whis was once again astounded. Could it be that Frieza had mastered divine power? Suddenly, Whis' staff descended upon Frieza's head, a radiant light enveloping him. In no time, Whis sensed the divine energy within Frieza. Although faint, it was remarkably pure. I shall send you to a particular place, serving as a minor reprimand for the creation of your time-traveling device, but more so as a token of gratitude for presenting me with such delectable cuisine. With a flash of brilliance from the staff, Frieza's figure vanished. Oh ho ho. Lord Beerus, when you awaken, how will you react to discovering that not only can you meet the Super Saiyan God, but also the Frost Demon God? How delightful the prospect. In a blink, a spectrum of colors flashed, and Whis and Frieza disappeared from Frieza's headquarters planet. On the planet of Macrobio, Cell found himself besieged by swarms of mosquitoes. Fortunately, he had already undergone metallization, rendering him impervious to their bites. 10 days had long since passed. Yet Frieza had not made an appearance. King Frieza, have you perhaps forgotten your loyal servant from the 4th Division of the Heavenly Pavilion? Had Frieza truly forgotten him? Apologies, but indeed he had. Even if he recalled, he presently lacked the time to concern himself with Cell. In the aftermath of the previous World Martial Arts Tournament, a fervor for training surged across Earth. Mr. Satan's dojo emerged as the most popular, though several other dojos thrived as well. Among them was the resurgent Master Rashi, where Chaos became the professional instructor, leading to an exponential rise in their fame. Another notable dojo belonged to Yamcha. Although he was unceremoniously ejected from his first match by Oliver, boasting a combat power of at least 1.5 million and a handsome appearance. His dojo's popularity was on the verge of eclipsing Mr. Satan's. Ironically, Tien, who was most suited to establish a dojo, chose not to. He severed ties with the Z-Fighters and ventured alone into the deep mountains. I sense 2 malevolent energies, and when I subdue them, I shall awaken the bloodline of the three-eyed heavenly sovereign. At that moment, I will no longer be at a disadvantage against you. Although everyone believed Tien had lost his sanity, they respected his decision. Moreover, Krillin's condition consumed Goku's attention, as Krillin remained in a deep coma for over 10 days, his energy fluctuating erratically. Number 17, with his arm around Zanya's waist, calmly remarked, "Rest assured, King Frieza's multicolored energy is aiding him in absorbing this evil thought. When he awakens, Goku, you will have to look up to him." Broly glanced at number 18, who was seated on his arm, and smiled slightly before saying, "Look at Vegeta. Since his return, he has not ceased training. Goku, you have truly disappointed me." Number 17 took Zangya on a world tour, while Broly whisked number 18 away for a private engagement. "Lazuli, today I shall unleash my full power. I refuse to believe I cannot defeat you." In an instant, number 18's previously playful expression turned pale. Goku looked around, sensing the absence of someone, yet he could not recall who it was. Never mind, it was of little importance. "Goten, let us return to West City. With Krillin under Marin's care, we too must dedicate ourselves to training," Gohan remarked, looking at Piccolo. "Uncle Piccolo, will you join us in our training?" Gohan inquired. Piccolo affectionately ruffled Gohan's hair, replying, "Of course." Meanwhile, in a chaotic space filled with gravity anomalies, Frieza erupted in a furious roar. "Oh, Whis, let me out of here. This place is unsuitable for me. It is not meant for me. You could summon the old Kaioshin, yet why must it be me?" Frieza's spirit is on the verge of collapse. As he gazes upon the throng of flirtatious beings before him, he can hardly endure it any longer. "Oh ho ho ho, Mr. Frieza, to attain greater divine power, you must first fortify your own spirit. This is indeed the company of Bojack." Chapter 108, The Great Special returns. "No, do not come any closer." Boom. Although Frieza yearned to engage with this group of beautiful ladies, he found himself utterly incapable of doing so. However, these women were unabashedly direct in their intentions, which proved overwhelming for Frieza. He was unable to meet their advances, and the thought of them discovering his lack of gender terrified him even more. Consequently, Frieza was driven to madness. Time and again, he obliterated those who sought to harm him. Energy blasts surged forth relentlessly, emanating not just from his fingers, but even from his toes, unleashing waves of ki. Yet, the ladies seemed inexhaustible. No matter how many he vanquished, more would emerge. Frieza's eyes began to emit deadly rays, utterly futile. At first, the ladies donned more modest attire, but as time passed, their outfits became increasingly provocative, their words tormenting Frieza with phrases that stirred his imagination and left him in a state of bewilderment. Ah, Frieza is on the brink of madness. Boom. Frieza transformed, unleashing the full might of his resplendent silver form alongside the formidable tri-combining wave. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of power erupted, obliterating everything in its vicinity. This time, it appeared to be effective. The maidens did not reappear, granting Frieza a fleeting moment of respite. Though he was not truly fatigued, Frieza feigned breathlessness, a manifestation of mental strain. At that moment, the formidable strength of the stars revealed itself, as a cascade of celestial energy surged into Frieza, replenishing his mental fortitude. Suddenly, The maidens, who had previously vanished, re-emerged, nearly sending Frieza into a frenzy. "Whis, are you attempting to turn me into a lunatic here?" he exclaimed. "Oh ho ho, Mr. Frieza, this is a most beneficial training for you. A friendly reminder, a year spent here equates to merely a day in the outside world. You may remain here for a century. Enjoy it thoroughly." With a decisive snap, Whis severed his connection with Frieza. In truth, Whis was unable to perceive Frieza's environment, for it was all an illusion crafted by Frieza's own mind. This training ground was designed to evoke the deepest fears of its occupant, compelling them to confront and conquer such fears. Yet, Frieza yearned to roar in defiance. He was not afraid. Were he endowed with any male physiological traits, he would willingly embrace eternal entrapment. Whis, you've completely misjudged the premise. But was he truly mistaken? No. At this juncture, Frieza's psychological barrier was precisely this. Regardless of whether he could overcome it or not, spending a century within would undoubtedly catalyze his remarkable transformation. Oh ho ho, I can indulge in delicacies anew. Trading these gastronomic delights for a century of his time here seems far from a loss. Frieza may be unable to hear, yet his fury remains palpable. A century spent in such an environment, could it truly drive one mad? Meanwhile, within Bulma's residence on Earth, the Son Goku family had gathered. Android 17 arrived with Zanjia. Android 18 supported the frail Broly, and Android 16 transformed into a Lamborghini to join them. This congregation was prompted by the significant departure of Date. Following the martial arts tournament, Date had diligently trained for an additional 20 days, during which he made remarkable strides, his battle power surpassing a staggering 7 billion. Originally, Vegeta had hoped for Date to reach 100 billion before departing, but Date could no longer contain his impatience. "Everyone, I must take my leave. The future androids require my intervention," he declared. "Father, rest assured, I will train diligently. Even if formidable foes arise again in the future, I shall vanquish them on my own." Vegeta merely raised his hand into a fist, and Date instantly understood, reciprocating with a fist bump. At that moment, Dodoria rushed forth. "Trunks, Lord Frieza has something to hand over to you." Although Date had come to accept Frieza's existence, each encounter with him and Dodoria still left an unpleasant taste. He extended his hand to receive the box Dodoria presented, which contained only a note and a capsule. The note read, "In XX location, there exists a monster that is exceedingly difficult to kill, possessing battle power over 100 times your current strength. It is currently in slumber. Do not engage unless you are certain of victory. On XX planet, Namekians reside, and their Dragon Balls can resurrect those who have perished in the future, restoring Earth to its former glory." Inside the capsule lay a spacecraft, along with coordinates to the Namekian homeworld. "Good luck." Date stood frozen, gazing at the note in silence for an extended moment. Frieza had always exuded an air of self-assuredness, dictating terms as he pleased, with little regard for dissent. However, this message completely reshaped their perception of Frieza. If the initial part showcased Frieza's sagacity, the final phrase, "good luck," truly touched Date's heart. Bulma remarked, back on Namek, "I felt Frieza had been betrayed by his father. Moreover, aside from his rather intimidating gaze, he strikes me as quite the gentleman with a refined demeanor." Vegeta, upon hearing his partner's assessment of Frieza, felt a surge of displeasure. Yet, contemplating Frieza's lack of gender, he swiftly found solace. Date finally spoke, his tone laced with nostalgia. "We have been focused on gathering essential supplies for our return to the future, yet we never considered that with the absence of the Earth-esque dragon, we still have the Dragon Balls of Namek. After all, the androids have yet to wreak havoc upon the universe. Frieza, a genius." Suddenly, Son Goku inquired of Dodoria, "Say, do you have any idea where Frieza has gone? I have sensed his presence numerous times, yet to no avail." This perplexity weighed heavily upon Dodoria, who felt an ever-present sense of abandonment. Cell remarked, "You were forsaken by Frieza, while I have been forgotten by all. Indeed, though the flesh of a mosquito may be unpalatable, it is certainly preferable to mere photosynthesis." Dodoria shrugged his shoulders, an expression of helplessness adorning his face. "I am at a loss as well. The last known sighting of Frieza was at headquarters, yet now, no one there seems to know his whereabouts." A profound silence enveloped them, as they collectively realized a startling truth. It appeared that everyone had grown accustomed to the days when Frieza was present. It seemed that as long as Frieza remained, any endeavor requiring their utmost effort would undergo miraculous transformations. This sentiment resonated deeply with Dap. Dap departed. After his exit, Whis cast a glance at this scene from the Destroyer planet, ultimately succumbing to the temptation of devouring a slice of durian milfai. Oh ho ho ho. Delightful. Chilled to perfection, the flavor is exquisite. Ah, boom. Frieza could no longer recall the number of times he had erupted in fury. All he knew was that he was utterly exhausted. Were it not for the celestial energies from the Star of Destiny replenishing his mental fortitude, he would have surely lost his mind. Damn you, Whis. How infuriating. Keep your hands to yourself. Boom. Trunks. What follows will be a chapter depicting the future of the Great Trunks. Chapter 109, The Ordinary Android. In a flash, 20 years into the future from Frieza's timeline, a bullet-shaped time machine suddenly materialized above a desolate wasteland. Trunks gazed at the devastation before him, momentarily lost in disbelief. Perhaps having spent too long in an era of peace, coupled with the dual love of his parents, he found it hard to accept the grim reality that lay in front of him. The once vibrant and bustling streets were now mere remnants of their former glory. With only crumbling walls remaining, and the cheerful faces of people were nowhere to be seen, scarcely a soul was in sight. West City, the most severely ravaged city, had forced the surviving inhabitants to dwell in underground shelters, and Bulma and Trunks now resided within one such basement. Rather than immediately seeking vengeance upon the androids, Trunks first returned to his home. What greeted him was a significantly aged Bulma, appearing somewhat worn and disheveled, her hair no longer as meticulously maintained as in her youth. She was dining on nothing but canned food. The once lavish feasts had become a luxury of the past. Clink. The moment Bulma beheld Trunks, the spoon she held slipped from her grasp and fell onto the table. There were no tears, only a glimmer of hopeful anticipation in her eyes. Her son, who had been absent for over a month, had finally returned. She pondered whether he had discovered a way to combat the androids. Mom, I'm back, Trunks exclaimed as he embraced his mother. After days of worry, seeing Bulma safe and sound allowed his anxious heart to finally settle. Trunks, what transpired during your journey to the past? Have you found a way to eliminate the androids? Bulma inquired, noting her son's robust physique, which gave her some measure of comfort. Her foremost concern now was the eradication of the androids. Trunks gradually released Bulma and retrieved a capsule from his pocket, placing it into her hands. Mom, this contains a substantial supply of food and experimental equipment prepared by the younger version of you. Please, keep it safe. As for the androids, I will handle that. During my time in the past, Dad trained me rigorously, and I am now more than capable of dealing with the androids. Moreover, Mr. Frieza has provided me with a spaceship equipped with the coordinates of Namek. Once I locate Namek and summon the Eternal Dragoness assistance, peace shall return to Earth once more. Mother, please remain at home and wait for me patiently. I shall first vanquish the androids and resolve these two misguided marauders before embarking on my quest for Namek. Although Bulma felt a twinge of worry, the sight of her son's unwavering confidence deeply moved her. Be exceedingly cautious. The fate of Earth rests solely upon your shoulders. You must not falter. You are my only source of hope, so it is imperative that you return safely. Daitai nodded earnestly, stepping forth with resolute strides towards the door. Bulma gazed at the capsule box in her hand, lost in a sea of memories. Mr. Frieza? What manner of time and space is this? That it seems more chaotic than our own? Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind. Vegeta, Goku, Piccolo, and Krillin had perished 20 years ago. Could they still be revived with the Dragon Balls? Can the people of Earth truly return to life? Alas, so much time has elapsed. Meanwhile, while Bulma was lost in her musings at home, Trunks had located the two malevolent androids, number 17 and number 18. Moments ago, number 18, infuriated by a defeat in an arcade, unleashed a torrent of energy blasts from her hands, wreaking havoc upon the small city. Number 18. Number 17. As Trunks searched forward, number 18 ceased her rampage, a wicked smile gracing her lips, while number 17 maintained his usual apathetic demeanor. I wondered who it was. Turns out it's just a defeated foe. Have you finally mustered the courage to come out and meet your demise after hiding for so long? Her voice remained melodious, yet her words sent a chill down Trunks' spine. These two androids had annihilated all the warriors on Earth: Vegeta, Piccolo, Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, Master Roshi, and countless others. He alone, being the youngest, had managed to survive. Even his most revered brother, Gohan, had lost his life while protecting him at the hands of these two. An event that nearly shattered Trunks' spirit. It was only when his mother created a time machine that the possibility for change arose. Number 17. Number 18. Why is it that despite being of the same kind, there exists such a vast chasm between you and the androids of that other timeline? Number 17? Number 18? They exchanged puzzled glances, wondering if Trunks had lost his mind during his time away. come forth. Today you shall witness the triumph of good over evil. Ah, huh, roar. With his hair standing tall and golden eyebrows framing emerald eyes, and a surge of golden energy erupting around him, Trunks was a formidable sight. In truth, he need not unleash his full power against the current androids. But his hatred for them soared to the heavens. Only by manifesting his utmost strength could he deliver a fatal blow and unleash his pin-up fury. The immense energy radiating from Trunks left both number 17 and number 18 momentarily stunned. Their internal power meters indicated that the Trunks before them possessed a level of strength they could not hope to match, even though they were beings of infinite energy. The disparity in combat power was so vast that he could obliterate them in an instant, rendering their so-called infinite energy a mere farce. Whoosh, bang, boom. Date did not afford androids 17 and 18 much time for contemplation. He struck 17 squarely in the abdomen with a powerful blow, followed by the explosive release of an energy sphere that shattered 17 into fragments in an instant. 18 stood in stunned disbelief, unable to fathom the reality that her brother had been slain in such a fleeting moment. In the annals of time, 18, you were once so endearing. Krillin fell into madness for your sake, and even Broly held you in high esteem. Even I could not harbor a shred of animosity towards you. Why? Why is there such a vast chasm between you? Why is your mission not to dismantle Mr. Son Goku's family, but rather to annihilate the Earth? Ah, the unforgivable. Kamehameha. Date clashed the backs of his hands together, and with a resounding shout, a fierce yellow shockwave surged towards 18. Trunks, what on earth are you saying? Boom. As the dust began to settle, Date reverted to his ordinary form, with his blue hair, azure eyebrows, and a handsome visage. Tears trickled down the corners of his eyes. In this moment, Date recalled those who had long since departed. Just moments ago, he pondered the present time. Both Date and Bulma were confronted with the same troubling question. After all this time, even if Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, and Gohan could be resurrected, could this Earth truly return to its former state? This question, perhaps, upon finding the dragon, an answer might be revealed. Chapter 110, Fulfilling Dreams in the Future Timeline. Frieza provided a spaceship that boasted remarkable speed, allowing Trunks to locate the new planet Namek in a mere 3 days. Upon encountering a multitude of individuals who bore a striking resemblance to Piccolo, the astonishment that surged within him was profound. This timeline differed from the one Frieza inhabited. Shrag was not the new elder, and Nail had long since merged with Piccolo. The new elder was a Namekian named Dend, who was notably more robust than the average Namekian, possessing a stockier build and a darker complexion. Greetings, I am Trunks, a Saiyan from Earth. I have come to seek the use of the Dragon Balls of Namek, he declared earnestly. Due to the turmoil caused by the androids, Piccolo on Earth had been slain. The Guardian was no more, and the Dragon Balls had turned to stone, rendering the summoning of Shenron impossible. After approximately half an hour, Trunks recounted the events transpiring on Earth with utmost sincerity. Elder Din sensed Trunks' inherent goodness and perceived the immense power he harbored within. Even if Trunks were to exert his strength, they would be utterly incapable of hindering him. I understand, Din replied. Son Goku once saved our race from peril, and Miss Bulma graciously hosted us for nearly a year, albeit with only water to offer. As you are the child of Miss Bulma, you are indeed our esteemed guest. You may utilize the Dragon Balls. Trunks was overjoyed to discover this connection, which was a delightful surprise. As for the reason his mother had been so frugal with their hospitality, that was of no concern to him. Soon, under Elder Din's guidance, the Dragon Balls were gathered together. Din summoned Shenron to grant Trunks' wish, requested the Elder. In response, a figure emerged, resembling a young Piccolo in every regard. This was Din, who, upon reaching adulthood on Namek, no longer used his childhood name. Though Din did not recognize Trunks, he became visibly agitated upon hearing that Gohan had fallen to the androids, for Gohan was his closest extraterrestrial friend. As the 7 Dragon Balls, each the size of a basketball, shimmered, a brilliant light erupted following Din's incantation. From this radiance, a dragon of distinctly Western design ascended into the sky. This marked Trunks' third encounter with a dragon. The previous 2 had occurred in Frieza's timeline. His first attempt had been thwarted due to his eagerness to bathe, while the second, facilitated by Bulma, successfully resurrected those who had perished at the hands of Cell. Now, witnessing a dragon that resembled, yet differed significantly from the one on Earth, Trunks felt a surge of excitement. Din, please, bring back to life those who were slain by the androids on Earth. On this occasion, Dandy refrained from making a wish and instead addressed Date, saying, I regret to inform you that the Dragon of Namek can only revive one individual per wish. Date was momentarily taken aback. Despite the dragon's imposing stature, its capabilities seemed rather limited. Master, this fellow is calling again. Just as Date found himself at a loss, his phone rang. In this wondrous realm, even from such a distance, the signal remained strong. Trunks, have you arrived on Namek? Upon answering, Bulma's voice resonated through the line. Mother, I have reached Namek and successfully summoned the dragon, but it can only bring back one person at a time. On the other end, Bulma became animated, exclaiming, No worries. That dragon may not be as powerful as ours, but it does have one advantage. It can grant 3 wishes. The Namekians collectively broke into a cold sweat. Bulma, after 20 years, still possessed that razor-sharp tongue. Trunks, for your first wish, restore the areas of Earth that have been destroyed. For the second, revive Piccolo. And for the third, resurrect Goku. The rationale behind reviving Goku separately was that he had already perished twice. The Earth's dragon could not bring the same individual back multiple times. There exists a peculiar inconsistency here. Numerous ordinary humans had been slain by Nappa, then by Cell. And finally, they were completely annihilated by Majin Buu. Yet, they were not constrained by this stipulation and were inexplicably revived several times. Perhaps this was the special treatment afforded to Goku and his band of protagonists. Who can say? Date had always been obedient to his mother, and this instance was no exception. Dandy, having heard Bulma's request, found the plan quite agreeable. Thus, at Trunks' insistence, he articulated all 3 wishes to the dragon. For the first wish, the dragon did not disappoint. Upon hearing Bulma declare that West City had been restored, Date knew the wish had been fulfilled. The second wish was to revive Piccolo, and as the dragon's eyes gleamed red, Bulma's voice erupted with joy. The Dragon Balls. They have revived. Piccolo. Piccolo has returned. Date was nearly overcome with excitement, yet he steadied himself, now awaiting the realization of the third wish. However, the dragon then spoke. I am sorry, but I cannot revive Goku. He has expressed that he is quite content training in the afterlife, and due to his presence, he tends to attract formidable adversaries to Earth. Hence he declines to be resurrected. Date heard it, and Bulma did as well over the phone. A heavy silence enveloped the two. Yet Dandy felt compelled to break Date's silence, for the eternal dragon could not remain waiting indefinitely. Trunks, do you have any wishes left? Date shook his head. The others could be resurrected by the Dragon of Earth, and he could not fathom what other wish he might desire. At that moment, Bulma's voice echoed once more. Wait. Vegeta has died twice, and so has Krillin. Could you prioritize resurrecting Vegeta? Ultimately, between Vegeta and Krillin, Bulma chose Vegeta, a decision that could hardly be deemed selfish. Who could blame her? In the end, Date obediently opted to bring Vegeta back to life. In the realm of the afterlife, Vegeta had not been granted the privilege of a corporeal form. He endured a lengthy wait of 20 years, yet no one came to resurrect him. Today, he could no longer withstand Yama's insistence and reluctantly drifted towards the reincarnation pool. Today marked the day of his rebirth. In his next life, it seemed improbable he would ever become a Saiyan again, unless he were to become Date's son. Suddenly, a radiant light appeared, and a guide escorting a throng of souls for reincarnation noticed one spirit had vanished. On Earth, in a flash, Vegeta found himself clad in battle attire. The snug fit accentuated his physique, yet this bore no weight on his current elation. He clenched his fists in disbelief. 20 years. He had traversed mountains of needles, leapt over boiling oil, endured tongue-pulling, and been pressed flat. He had danced upon blades and sung amid flames, and even lay on ice in the frigid north. Today, just when despair engulfed him, he was resurrected. Oh, I'm alive. 18. Where are you? This time, I shall personally take you down. Bulma, I've searched both heaven and hell for you. Where are you? Chapter 111. The future is full of hope at this moment. Earth's population had dwindled to less than half. This was why androids 17 and 18 acted much like children, engaging in destruction only when the mood struck them. Rather than seeking total annihilation, Vegeta's resurrection location was not in West City. He returned to the very place of his demise, the lab of Dr. Gero. Bulma, I'm back. You're not in heaven or hell, so you must be in West City. I'm coming to find you. With a surge of excitement, his trembling hands unleashed a golden aura that soared skyward. Though his battle power of 180 million was not ideal, returning swiftly to West City posed no challenge. For 2 long decades, Vegeta had persistently sought Bulma. Although he had been barred from heaven, Yama made an exception for him, recognizing Vegeta's unwavering tenacity. Despite his notorious past, he had ultimately fought valiantly for Earth, giving his life in the process. In this regard, the King of Hell granted Vegeta a span of 20 years and a promise. Fortunately, perseverance bore fruit, and on the final day, Vegeta was presented with an opportunity for resurrection. After the initial excitement subsided, Vegeta realized that he was still no match for the androids. His foremost desire was to return to West City and find Bulma. With a swift motion, he arrived at the inverted bowl-shaped structure of West City, only to find it deserted. Bulma was absent, Trunks was nowhere to be found, and neither were Dr. Briefs and his wife. The only one present was the housekeeper, who had been revived by the Namekian dragon, as he belonged to the realm of technology. Esteemed Mr. Vegeta, Miss Bulma is likely in an underground laboratory approximately 30 kilometers away. We have just received a signal from that location. Vegeta barely cast a glance at the robot and soared into the distance. 3 seconds later, he halted above a farm, where he sensed a familiar aura, faint yet unmistakable. Gradually descending, he approached the solitary cabin. At that moment, the door swung open. A woman emerged, her hair lacking its former luster and fine lines appearing at the corners of her eyes. Though she had lost her youthful radiance and the charm of her prime, she exuded a newfound maturity. Vegeta instantly recognized her as his wife. Their eyes met in silence, devoid of words. Bulma found herself at a loss on how to face Vegeta, for he remained as he had been 20 years ago. But what of her? 2 decades in hiding had taken a toll. She had endured poor nutrition and inadequate living conditions, all while consumed by the fear of the unknown or immersed in her relentless research on time travel. The years had aged her significantly, given Bulma's family genetics. She should not have aged to such an extent in just 20 years, yet this reality was undeniable. This was precisely the concern that Bulma and Dr. Briefs harbored. After all, the first of those who had perished on Earth had long passed 20 years, and even if they could be revived, how could ordinary people come to terms with such a transformation? Step by step, Vegeta approached Bulma, causing her heart to race suddenly. Fear gripped her, though she could not quite comprehend its source, leaving her in a state of turmoil. His strong, muscular arms enveloped her, and one hand pressed gently against her head, drawing her deeply against his shoulder. It was a display of both dominance and tenderness. Bulma, I have returned. This time, I shall not leave you behind. Tears streamed down her face, though she could not recall when they had begun to fall. For 20 years, Bulma had urged herself to remain strong. If she faltered, the last hope for Earth would be extinguished. She dared not cry, even in the solitude of her room, refusing to allow herself the release of tears. In this moment, she finally laid down all her burdens, the kind that could have utterly crushed her. It was not merely because Trunks had saved the Earth, but also due to Vegeta's tender embrace and the heartfelt words she had never before heard. Vegeta's words were simple, yet they completely dismantled Bulma's defenses. She sank her teeth into Vegeta's shoulder with fervor. The pain was sharp. Suddenly, Bulma felt a wave of irritation. Why was she still clad in battle attire right after her resurrection? Home. Do as you please. In the distance, a green figure stood, gazing intently in their direction, his eyes alight with fervent hope. Gohan. Soon, you shall be revived. Piccolo and Gohan lingered in paradise, having chosen not to ascend to the Kaioshin realm. Piccolo had departed first, unaware of when Gohan would meet his fate, waiting patiently for his companion. Years ago, he had finally reunited with Gohan and chose to accompany him to heaven, for Chi-Chi and the others were there. Just moments ago, while he and Gohan were engaged in meditation, they were suddenly transported back to Earth. The halo above his head had vanished, and his spectral lower half had returned to normal legs. He understood that he had been revived. This must be the work of the dragon from Namek. Therefore, Gohan would soon be revived by the Dragon Balls on Earth. Vegeta was aware of Piccolo's existence, but would he truly concern himself with it? Proud as he was, he epitomized the spirit of doing as he pleased. Vegeta carried Bulma and a princess hold back to their home in West City. As Bulma, her cheeks flushed, touched the ground, Piccolo arrived as well. Seeing him, Bulma felt a surge of excitement, but was at a loss for words. 20 years had passed, and there was so much to say, yet she did not know where to begin. Let us summon the dragon. This single phrase was exactly what Piccolo yearned to hear. Bulma opened a cloth bag, revealing 7 shimmering orange Dragon Balls, sparkling with light. Arise, dragon. Grant my wish. A brilliant flash of light erupted as the green dragon ascended from the orbs, coiling majestically in the sky, its colossal head surveying the 3 below. This was the Dragon of Earth, a sight Bulma had longed for over 2 decades. Yet, upon encountering the dragon, She was so overwhelmed that words eluded her. Those who summon me, state your wish. Whatever it may be, I am capable of fulfilling it. Suddenly, the ringtone echoed. Your dear son is calling. That irresponsible scoundrel Vegeta has left me to raise our son alone. Upon hearing the sound, Vegeta did not respond with anger. Instead, his gaze softened. In that fleeting moment, he cast aside the pride of a Saiyan prince. I'm sorry. It is indeed remarkable that Vegeta would humbly apologize before outsiders. Bulma, with her not-so-smooth hands, firmly grasped Vegeta's large hand. The call connected. Mom, I've suddenly recalled something. If we were to resurrect all of humanity, it might lead to chaos in the world. The Grand Elder of Namek wishes for us to reconsider our wish. This notion had also crossed Bulma's mind, but her heart was tormented. She was not a selfish person. Hello, Miss Bulma, I am the Grand Elder of Namek. I fully understand your thoughts. However, it is best not to disrupt the cycle of life and death. After all, much time has passed. He continued, I suggest that you resurrect the warriors and their families who perished in the battle against the androids. This way, the impact will be minimized. The Grand Elder's persuasion touched Bulma deeply, especially after she saw Vegeta and felt the weight of such sorrow. The anguish of witnessing her beloved remain youthful while she herself had aged was unbearable. How many more instances of such suffering would arise in this world? With half of its population still remaining? Dragon, please grant me the resurrection of the warriors who fought against the androids and their families. Bulma was acutely aware of the dragon's nature. Such a complex wish must not contain any commas, lest the dragon interpret it as two separate wishes, thus rendering it unachievable. Indeed, she was correct. The wish was straightforward. The dragon's eyes emitted a series of crimson glows. Your wish has been granted. Farewell. Immediately, Bulma called out to Vegeta, quickly, leave all the Dragon Balls with me. Next time, I want to wish to be 20 years younger. Vegeta trembled all over. In an instant, he transformed into a Super Saiyan and charged at the dragon with fierce intent. The dragon mused, am I truly destined to be domesticated? To this, Piccolo held no objections. What could the dragon dare to say? Retreat. 3 days later, Deep returned to Earth, greeted by the youthful figures of his father Vegeta, Piccolo, Gohan, Chi-Chi, Krillin, and Tien. He noticed the absence of Goku and Master Roshi, as Goku was unwilling to be resurrected, and Master Roshi and the others had already been reincarnated. Deet found it somewhat strange. He strangely wished to see Frieza, Broly, Cell, and the androids 17 and 18. Yet, he understood that this was impossible. As this timeline was entirely different from the one Frieza inhabited, there were regrets, but also moments of joy. Time flew by, and 3 years passed swiftly. On this day, the energy of the time machine was finally replenished, prompting Data to resolve to return to the past once more to share the uplifting news of the restored future with everyone. Additionally, he yearned to ascertain whether Frieza had returned. Just as he was about to board the time machine, a creature, adorned in green with black spots, emerged before him. It was none other than Cell, now transformed into a humanoid shape. Data was taken aback. Could this be Cell? The disparity in power was too vast. Such combat prowess was hardly worthy of consideration. Not only had Data trained tirelessly for 3 years, but even Vegeta could effortlessly overpower him. Have you already killed androids 17 and 18? A hoarse voice, devoid of the mature allure of his previous form, was far from pleasant to hear. Data sensed an insidious aura emanating from this Cell, far more malevolent than that of the Cell from Frieza's timeline. Data surmised that this Cell had not yet absorbed the larval form of his counterpart from the past, thus his mission remained unaltered. Boom. Just as Data prepared to strike, Vegeta appeared, clad in his battle attire, and with a swift kick, sent Cell crashing into the ground, creating a profound crater in the once solid concrete, as if it were mere paper. What might Vegeta's battle power be now? Witnessing his son's Super Saiyan 2 transformation had profoundly shaken him. Over the past 3 years, Vegeta had devoted himself to relentless training. Impervious to the allure of his wife Bulma's newfound youth and beauty, hard work invariably yields rewards. Vegeta had ascended to the second level of Super Saiyan, delivering a devastating kick with a battle power of 4.8 billion, annihilating Cell, whose power was a mere 500 million. However, Vegeta's gaze turned sharply toward a figure wielding a staff, a person with a mop of hair and a hula hoop around their neck. Who else could it be but Whis? Ho ho ho. Mr. Vegeta, Mr. Trunks, this time machine could cause temporal chaos. It must no longer be produced or utilized. With a flick of his staff, the time machine vanished, as did the research manual from Bulma's home. In a flash of multicolored light, Whis 2 disappeared. His presence here was solely due to the request of the Supreme Kai of Time, Kai. Due to Dater's repeated temporal excursions, each jump was birthing a parallel timeline, leaving Kai overwhelmed and ultimately compelled to summon Whis to mitigate the risks. Dater relinquished his desire to return to the past, recognizing that this timeline was finally on the path to stability. Meanwhile, in Frieza's timeline, although 3 years had elapsed in the future, only 50 days had passed. The agonizing wails persisted, for Frieza had been howling for 50 years. After enduring torment for a full 50 years, Frieza has only grown stronger and lost his voice, yet has undergone no other transformation. Frieza, caught in a tumultuous blend of affection and disdain for the throng of approaching maidens, finally succumbed to the overwhelming pressure today. A cataclysmic surge of unparalleled power erupted, reverberating through Whis' staff. While sipping on his refreshing lemon water, Whis sensed the disturbance emanating from the staff and curiously lifted his gaze. In that instant, Frieza burst forth from the staff, propelled by an excessive force that sent him crashing directly onto the dining table before Whis. Astounded, Whis realized that Frieza had emerged from that peculiar dimension with astonishing swiftness, especially considering that Beerus had lingered therein for a staggering 99 years before making his exit. Frieza astonishingly emerged after merely 50 years. Whis. Bang. Frieza had just finished his furious roar when the top of the hula hoop staff struck him on the head. In an instant, he felt stars bursting in his vision and a wave of weakness washed over him. He overlooked the fact that Whis was an angel. Even though his combat power surged in that peculiar realm, he would not be able to confront Whis so swiftly. Thus, Frieza faced a tragic fate. Ho ho ho. Mr. Frieza, since you have emerged early, let us send you on your way. With a flick of the staff, Frieza vanished from his location and, upon reappearing, found himself back on the ice planet. Tagma gazed at the palace crafted from rock before him, with its resplendent columns and the vividly lifelike five-clawed golden dragon. Tagma was confident that this time, Lord Frieza would be thoroughly pleased. Suddenly, a dark speck appeared in the sky above the ice planet, plummeting rapidly towards the ground. Unfortunately, it struck precisely upon the newly completed magnificent palace. The tremendous impact reduced the splendid structure to ruins in the blink of an eye, causing tears to stream down Tagma's face. What had he done wrong? Why did the heavens conspire against him time and time again? Boom. The ruins were utterly laid to waste, and Frieza appeared in the sky, as if a deity had descended. He remained in his smooth, rounded form, without transformation, enveloped in a radiant spectrum of energy that rendered him looking exceedingly sacred and inviolable. Frieza surveyed his surroundings and realized he was on the icy planet. Below him stood the exceedingly unattractive Tagma, the very individual he had tasked with constructing a palace. Tagma's appearance was indeed repugnant. However, 50 years had elapsed, and not only had he failed to complete the palace, but he had also managed to create a substantial pit instead. Upon meeting Frieza's gaze, Tagma immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. Without a moment to lose, he hastily produced an enormous tablet. "Behold, Lord Frieza," he exclaimed, "the palace is indeed completed. I have images to prove it. Can Frieza endure the prattling of a mere insect? Would he ever concede that he has obliterated the fruits of another's diligent labor? Oh ho ho. Indeed, this image is quite well rendered. Let us adopt this style and create an identical one for me." Swish. Upon Frieza's departure, he vanished, leaving Tagma in a state of bewilderment amidst the chaotic chill of the wind. Frieza did not venture to Earth, within the realm of Whis. His divine powers have significantly augmented, and he has also mastered the ability to transcend dimensional barriers. Now, he possesses the capability to traverse to other universes using his own strength, with a means to cross the cosmos at his disposal. Frieza's foremost intention is undoubtedly to seek the Super Dragon Balls, retrieving the Dragon Ball radar crafted by Bulma from his storage. Frieza embarked on his quest through the universe in search of the Super Dragon Balls. However, will his endeavors truly proceed smoothly? Chapter 113. Ouch, my foot is cramped. After deepening his understanding of divine power, Frieza's instantaneous movement underwent a transformation. Now, he no longer required the energy to teleport, as long as he envisioned his destination. He could appear anywhere at any time, akin to Kid. Following the guidance of the Dragon Radar, Frieza teleported to a colossal planet. This planet was devoid of air and life, marked only by countless craters. The scene reminded Frieza of the tournament held between the 6th and 7th universes, which took place on the Super Dragon Balls. With a resounding crash, Frieza struck the planet's surface, creating a massive crater from which a golden light erupted. In an instant, Frieza realized that this was indeed the Super Dragon Ball. Rather than continuing the destruction, he even filled the crater back in, intent on making it less conspicuous. Suddenly, a spectrum of colors shot into the sky, accompanied by waves of divine energy spreading forth, surging toward the Super Dragon Ball. Frieza's objective was to envelop the Super Dragon Ball with divine power. Despite his enhanced form, mere instant teleportation proved insufficient to carry the Super Dragon Ball along with him. After a prolonged duration of 30 minutes, as Frieza's divine energy neared its limit, he finally succeeded in completely encasing the Super Dragon Ball. At that moment, it radiated a soft, seven-colored glow, truly a sight to behold. Even though the starlight from the stellar transformation supplemented his divine energy, Frieza found himself utterly exhausted. It became evident that his divine power still lacked the necessary strength, which executed such feats with remarkable ease. Were Whis aware of Frieza's predicament, he would undoubtedly unleash a torrent of derision. Presently, Frieza's reservoir of divine power was already comparable to that of a prospective Supreme Kai. Yet his application of it was still at a novice level, leading to excessive waste during usage. After a brief respite, Frieza appeared at the edge of the 7th universe, carrying the Super Dragon Ball, on which he inscribed a trace of divine power. This would facilitate his return from the 6th universe. However, it was not yet time to journey to the 6th universe, as 4 additional Super Dragon Balls remained in the 7th universe, awaiting his relocation. A month later, Frieza finally located the 4th Super Dragon Ball, albeit encountering a minor unforeseen event. A figure strikingly similar to Son Goku seemed intent on planting a tree upon the Super Dragon Ball. Was this a lapse in judgment? Donning an oxygen mask, was he truly relying on planting trees to generate oxygen and life for this planet? Darius, clad in the Turtle School's martial arts uniform, he was an uncanny doppelganger. Since being reprimanded by the elderly Master Roshi, Darius had refrained from cultivating the spirit tree. Having recognized the inadequacy of his combat prowess, he secluded himself on a deserted planet, diligently honing his skills. This planet possessed a gravity 100 times that of Earth, resulting in a remarkable surge in his combat ability. 3 million. Quite impressive, wouldn't you agree? Darius certainly believed so. He felt confident that he could easily crush the old pervert who had once bested him. Even when faced with Frieza, he was assured he could sweat him away with a single blow. Then he encountered Frieza, who appeared suddenly and without warning. Darius was astute. He had not consumed all the fruits of the spirit tree, but had preserved several as seeds, hidden away in a location known only to him. Coincidentally, this very place was the 4th Super Dragon Ball that Frieza sought. He had just been digging in the earth, not to plant trees, but rather to locate the spiritual tree fruits he had previously stored, guided by a marked point. The process was proceeding smoothly, and he had just extracted 3 shriveled spiritual tree fruits from the hole, preparing to leave with a hearty laugh. At that moment, Frieza appeared, without an oxygen mask. He regarded him with a sinister smile. Darius was stunned, utterly bewildered by that smile and those piercing eyes. Bang! Before encountering Frieza, he felt as though he was the strongest in the world. Upon seeing Frieza, all he could think about was kneeling down and singing his praises. It was not merely Darius sensing Frieza's overwhelming aura. Rather, it was the combat power detector he had modified, which had a detection limit of 5 million. That exploded upon attempting to measure Frieza's power. Darius was acutely aware of his own combat power, fully understanding the vast difference between 300,000 and over 500,000. Turtle was equally cognizant. In terms of appearance, if Sun Wukong's mathematical skills were akin to that of a kindergarten child, then Darius undoubtedly surpassed the 3rd grade. The difference of 200,000 was indisputably a positive integer, a fact well understood by Darius. Greetings, Lord Frieza. I am Darius, your most loyal subordinate from the Ginyu Force, specifically from the 120th Rescue Team of the 114th Division. Frieza was left utterly flustered by Dales's remarks, beads of sweat forming on his brow. What on earth was this about? He had nearly forgotten the skirmish with the Ginyu Force, and now there was mention of a subordinate squad member? After all, Frieza was a being of immense stature, far too preoccupied to remember such trivial details. Yet, he did recall Dales, the very individual who had appeared in the movie, initially bested and then, after consuming a fruit from the Tree of Might, had seemingly become invincible. How utterly absurd. Ah, Dales, so you are indeed a Saiyan, are you not? If you claim to be here to rescue the team, pray tell, why do you find yourself alone in this place? Hand over whatever it is you possess. Gulping nervously, Dales swallowed hard. He was indeed part of that squad. But even Ginyu had forgotten who he was. His solitary presence here was solely to procure the fruit from the Tree of Might, and he felt his situation was quite dire. However, he could never acquiesce to surrendering the fruit, perhaps due to an overindulgence in the fruit. His body had accumulated a significant number of S cells, and like Vegeta before him, he sensed he was on the cusp of achieving the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Frieza, Dale shouted, take me to a planet with oxygen, and I shall show you the very existence that your frozen demon race fears most, the Super Saiyan. His tone held a blend of trepidation and burgeoning strength. Frieza gazed at Dales in silence. Indeed, there exists a legend among the Frost Demon clan. When encountering a Saiyan with golden hair, one must never engage in direct confrontation. However, Frieza could hardly suppress a laugh. That was a joke passed down by that useless child. The fool was so frightened by Bardock, who traversed through time, that he relayed such a tale. Would the Frost Demon clan truly fear a mere Saiyan monkey? It seems that after his time travel, possessing Frieza's body, he was indeed nearly obliterated by the Saiyans. Bah, times have changed. Super Saiyans are no longer of great worth. Frieza seized Darls upon his arrival at the planet Hombu. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He had subordinates. And aside from Dodoria, it seemed that the most obedient was none other than the formidable Salas IV. It would be splendid to have Salas IV take this fellow under his wing, and later, to have Darls don Goku's battle attire. Just to see if Chi-Chi could discern the difference. Oh ho ho, what a delightful idea. As he mused, Frieza burst into laughter, startling even Salu, who was maintaining a steadfast golden rooster stance, despite indulging in a meal. After over 3 months of this rigid pose, Salu's mental fortitude had surged tremendously, not to mention his combat prowess skyrocketing as well. Lord Frieza, you have finally arrived. The 4th dog leg of the Heavenly Pavilion pays homage to you. Creak. Oh woo. Lord Frieza, my leg has cramped. Chapter 114. Salu evolves once again as Salu cried out in agony from the cramp. Frieza's eyes gleamed with excitement. Oh ho ho. A cramp is easily remedied. Allow me to assist you. With a swift motion, Frieza delivered a powerful kick to Salu's cramping leg, causing it to explode in a cacophony of destruction. Well, if you're cramping, just eliminate the limb. After all, regenerating a leg is no trouble at all. Darls was utterly horrified, not merely due to the brutality of Frieza's kick, but also because of the enormous blood-sucking mosquitoes that resembled eagles. Darls had just witnessed the unfortunate soul, who had his leg obliterated by Frieza, being mercilessly tormented by countless mosquitoes. He had assumed these mosquitoes were merely large and inconsequential. What was the result? He was nearly on the verge of anemia. Oh ho ho. Mr. Darls, how did you suddenly lose so much weight? Did you not just claim you would transform into the Super Saiyan I fear the most? Darls erupted in fury. Cursed mosquitoes, cursed planet. Return my blood. Roar. The transformation into the mimicry of a Super Saiyan was successful. His combat power surged 20-fold, skyrocketing from 3 million to approximately 60 million. Huff huff. So, are you frightened now? Frieza cast a disdainful glance, utterly uninterested in him. Oh ho ho. This wretch, Sandaler, is yours to deal with. You better torment him to my satisfaction. You know the consequences. Upon hearing this, Cell felt a shiver run down his spine. He was unafraid of anything except for 2 individuals, the formidable Frieza, who could make him stand on one leg at a whim, and the ever-rolling-eyed Broly. How audacious. How dare he provoke Lord Frieza? Feel my wrath. Thud. In an instant, Cell, who was previously missing a limb, went berserk, swiftly growing a new leg, glistening with a greenish slime. Then, Darius realized he had been struck by that repugnant appendage. Although Cell had kicked Darius in the stomach, a size 48 foot protruded grotesquely from his back. Puff. Darius coughed up a mouthful of blood, having been sent reeling by the blow, his already anemic state now teetering on the brink of collapse. Meanwhile, Cell licked his lips, savoring the scent of Saiyan blood, an elixir that could enhance the Saiyan cells within him. This sight terrified Darius so much that he hesitated to even spit out blood, retreating on the ground. Don't come any closer. Clang clang. The metallic clinking of Cell's armored footsteps delighted him, making him feel akin to Frieza, a man with his own bill in BGM. Oh ho ho. Mr. Cell, if you continue making that ghastly noise, perhaps you should float instead of walking. A shiver ran through Cell as he recognized Frieza's seriousness. When Frieza referred to him as Sandaler, he still considered him a subordinate. However, when Frieza addressed him as Mr. Cell, it signified that he no longer viewed him as a member of the elite. Lord Frieza, may I consume this purebred Saiyan? I believe that if I can devour a purebred Saiyan, I shall unleash my utmost potential. Frieza hesitated. He was contemplating how to convince Cell to join him, so they could play a little mischief on Earth. After all, that Goku's wife had mentioned him a number of times. How could he possibly be a Ultraman, let alone a Galaxy Ultraman? While Ultraman takes its time with monsters, he obliterates them in mere seconds. No, it's not just monsters he vanquishes. He confronts everything. Ha ha ha. Alas, perhaps it is best to refrain, for if things escalate, what would become of Goten if he were to turn into a spawn of Dorias? Given Dorias' potential, Goten would likely end up a mere wastrel. Ha ha ha. Do as you please. After all, you aspire to be my son. And you are the fourth lackey of the heavenly order. However, did you not run out of needles? And has your tail not also vanished? Frieza, filled with curiosity, wondered how Cell, now clad in armor, could still devour others. Suddenly, Cell forcefully pried open a section of his armor and with a swift motion, revealed a long, grotesque tail that emerged, appearing exceedingly repulsive. Frieza was thoroughly disgusted as two beams of death pierced through Cell's thighs, instantly creating two gaping wounds. If I ever see you with that revolting tail again, I promise you will regret ever having come into this world. Cell felt utterly wronged. It was not his fault for having a tail, and he had concealed it quite effectively. All the blame lay squarely on the Saiyan before him. He was the one who had instigated this calamity. Good grief. Don't you dare die. How could you be reduced to this sorry state by a mere mosquito? Cell panicked. He had only exchanged a few words with King Frieza, yet here he was, on the verge of being drained dry by this insect. Help me. Dallas, already teetering on the edge of consciousness, could do nothing but plead for Cell's assistance. He certainly couldn't negotiate with the mosquito to return the blood it had siphoned away. Could he? Very well, I shall rescue you, and you will never again be drained by a mosquito. Oh, but you shall be consumed by me one more time. Cell's tail suddenly swelled, engulfing Dallas entirely. Gulp, gulp. Though Cell's mouth remained still, the sound of swallowing echoed ominously. Not long after, King Frieza, here comes my punch. The moment was stifled with tension. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Frieza's forehead. What on earth is this Cell? How can he be so easily choked? Bang! With a swift swipe of his tail, Cell vanished in an instant, leaving behind only a humanoid-shaped crater, remarkably featuring 5 limbs. Approximately 3 seconds passed. Boom! Cell emerged. Radiating a golden glow, his purple wings transformed into 2 shoulder pads that gleamed jet black. His once pistachio-shaped head had metamorphosed into a boomerang-like structure affixed to his forehead, adorned in a green hue with black speckles, matching his body. The metallic texture had vanished, and his muscles appeared more robust, giving him a leaner physique than before. The chilling gaze, the chiseled cheekbones, combined with 2 purple stripes, imparted an even more perilous aura. Ha! This is my ultimate form. So powerful, truly formidable. Frieza nodded, acknowledging the impressive image before him. The combat power had surged several-fold, with Cell's strength now reaching an astounding 400 billion. To be candid, Frieza found this somewhat preposterous. Considering that Dales possessed a mere 60 million in combat power, it had enabled him to quadruple his own strength, which had just surpassed 100 billion. Were science capable of elucidating such phenomena, Frieza would undoubtedly indulge in a display of the golden chicken stance for all to admire. Ho ho ho. Quite remarkable indeed. Who would have thought that you, Cell, would ascend to become the foremost master of my esteemed heavenly pavilion? At this moment, Frieza had yet to return to Earth and remained oblivious to Broly's combat prowess. However, Frieza speculated that, barring a 4th surge of power from Broly, he would likely not surpass Cell's might. Frieza, my lord, I challenge you to a duel. Bam! Frieza instantaneously utilized the tri-combining wave without even transforming, appearing directly above Cell. With a swift and powerful kick, he struck Cell's forehead. Following a resounding explosion, the planet Mercury was left with a massive, human-shaped hole. How audacious! Bang! How arrogant! Crash! Have you forgotten your own identity? Boom! Oh ho ho ho! Bang bang bang! Frieza also recalls the total duration of the battle against Cell, ultimately resulting in the complete devastation of the planet Hongbu. Each piercing wound incited a profound fury within Hongbu. Hongbu exclaimed, "Enough! You have gone too far. Farewell." Boom. The planet Hongbu was never indestructible. It exploded. Chapter 115. The Golden Frieza makes his entrance, still discovering the Super Dragon Ball of Dales. Frieza unceremoniously tossed the battered and bruised Cell, who resembled a lifeless dog, to the ground. Upon witnessing Cell lying motionless on the floor, Frieza's impatience swiftly escalated. Bang! Howl! Frieza's foot pressed firmly upon Cell's abdomen, instantly reviving him from his feigned demise. Oh ho ho ho. No longer pretending to be lifeless. Cough cough. No more charade. When it comes to resilience, Cell is not significantly inferior to Frieza. The crucial factor lies in the fact that as long as his chip remains intact, this creature can resurrect. Remarkably, even Frieza is incapable of achieving such a feat. Prior to the emergence of that monstrous Majin Buu, Cell was undoubtedly the most indomitable survivor. To claim that I am not envious would be false. However, Frieza possesses the confidence that he shall not be obliterated. Unless, of course, he is utterly overwhelmed. Oh ho ho ho. I present you with two choices. The first is to remain by my side, and the second is to return to Earth and safeguard it, ensuring that those muscle-headed fools do not bring about its ruin. Cell's lips twitched violently. Frieza, do you truly possess no self-awareness whatsoever? What became of Bupas, Dabura, and planet Hombu? It is rumored that you have also annihilated 2 Namekian planets. When uttering such words, should you not maintain a semblance of dignity? While Cell may only dare to think such thoughts, I am unafraid to voice them. Frieza, should I return to Earth instead? Frieza did not refuse. After all, it mattered not to him. You may leave now, shouted Cell. What are you standing there like a fool for? Hurry up and get lost. Without hesitation, Cell immediately crouched down, clasped his knees, and then rolled backward. Frieza, ha. What is the matter? Haven't you mastered the art of instant transmission yet? That seems rather improbable. Surely you learned it after being obliterated the first time? Cell swiftly returned to Frieza's side, slightly bending his knees to appear less imposing. Well, at the very least, he should not tower over Frieza. No. From beginning to end, I have never possessed the ability to instantaneously move. Frieza shook his head, lamenting the plight of the poor child, utterly ruined by training. With a swift motion, he extended his hand, channeling a vibrant spectrum of energy into Cell's mind. This 7-colored energy, imbued with the principle of instantaneous movement, would surely be grasped swiftly, given Cell's innate talent. And then boom, Cell's head exploded. Frieza was utterly bewildered. He had never anticipated that he would attempt to eliminate Cell. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly harnessed his divine power to immobilize the core chip of Cell, which was on the verge of splitting. Subsequently, he unleashed a surge of restorative energy. Moments later, Cell gazed at Frieza with a countenance filled with terror. Just moments ago, he had truly sensed the specter of death. Oh ho ho ho, have you mastered it? Frieza inquired. Cell nodded, even if he had yet to fully grasp it. He dared not allow Frieza the opportunity to instruct him once more. Wasn't that utterly terrifying? Frieza felt a twinge of embarrassment. Cell had indeed been thoroughly defeated by him. This was meant to be Cell's showcase, yet he found himself enduring relentless torment, his presence utterly diminished. As for an apology, such a notion was inconceivable. How could a master deign to apologize to his servant? Even if the master were at fault, it would merely serve as a benevolent gift to the subordinate. Away with you. In an instant, Cell vanished, unwilling to linger for even a moment longer. King Frieza presented him with a choice. Yet how could he dare to align himself with Frieza? That would surely lead to inevitable destruction. Having accomplished his task, he should be relishing life, not constantly on the verge of catastrophe. As the vibrations settled after Cell's departure, Frieza unleashed his divine power, adhering to his familiar method of first enveloping the Super Dragon Balls. Half an hour later, Frieza teleported to the edge of the universe with the Super Dragon Balls in tow. Here, 4 Super Dragon Balls lay before him, appearing merely as 4 orbs of identical size. Gazing upon his own creation, Frieza felt a surge of satisfaction. An involuntary smile creased his lips, revealing a grin capable of silencing a child's midnight cries. Ah, here I come, Universe 6. Frieza, harnessing the power of the gods, intended to traverse the barriers of the universe. However, the outcome was a resounding impact that reverberated, causing even the Super Dragon Balls to tremble. Frieza clutched his head, stars dancing before his eyes, gazing incredulously at the shimmering figure of Whis before him. Once again, that staff encircled by a hula hoop had struck him on the head. Frieza, how consumed by hatred you are. Whis, what do you mean? Is it truly necessary for you to obstruct my humble wish? With an elegant gait, Whis approached Frieza slowly, one hand raised to his lips as he chuckled. Oh ho ho, Mr. Frieza, venturing into other universes can be quite perilous. I am merely looking out for your well-being. If Lord Beerus and Champa were to discover your actions, it would not merely result in a minor inconvenience. With a snap of his fingers, Frieza retrieved yet another capsule from his storage space and forcefully hurled it to the ground. Bang! A lavish banquet, even more sumptuous than the last, materialized before them. Oh ho ho, Mr. Whis, do you not find my sincerity sufficient? Frieza, noticing a slight movement from Whis' hand. Promptly retreated a few steps, anxiety evident in his voice. It's not that I wish to further engage in any activities with that stick of yours. I merely seek your assistance in concealing my personal aura. Please, please, do not come any closer. Do not presume that your hula hoop grants you any superiority. If you provoke me, I might even unleash my fury upon myself. Whis, unperturbed, continued to approach Frieza at a leisurely pace, a smile gracing his lips. To be candid, Whis' smile is rather charming, devoid of any menace. Yet, Frieza was genuinely terrified. I shall not back down. Celestial transformation, triple wave convergence. Observe my opulent golden form of Frieza. Roar. Boom. Background music, quickly, keep up with the tempo. The Swana player makes the first entrance. Dilly dilly. Prepare for the feast. The drum set, piano, trumpet, saxophone, and the bells of the Xinghui, all rendered speechless. Oh ho ho, Mr. Frieza. I merely wish to indulge in that watermelon bubble tea. Why the uproar? Frieza was enraged. Do you not realize how terrifying your silence is? With a swift motion, Whis pointed his staff at an array of delectable dishes, causing them, along with the table, to vanish without a trace. He inserted a straw into the watermelon bubble drink and savored a sip. Delightful. Oh ho ho, your golden form is quite impressive. In fact, you could remain in it for another 50 years to amplify your strength further. Frieza could no longer contain himself. This was undoubtedly doing it on purpose. Whis, come and take my life. Boom. Without a care for his words, Frieza unleashed a combination of teleportation and instant transmission, striking with a lightning-fast punch aimed at Whis' occiput. The synchronization of 0.1 seconds of instant transmission with teleportation and lightning speed rendered Frieza's blow utterly cataclysmic, a force that could shake the heavens and rend the earth. Just how formidable is Golden Frieza? He stands as a rival to Ultra Blue, exhibiting no signs of inferiority. And when amplified threefold by the celestial transformation, his strength must reach levels comparable to that of Jiren, though such a comparison remains speculative in the absence of having witnessed Jiren's power firsthand. Frieza was brimming with confidence as he unleashed his formidable punch. However, Whis merely tilted his head aside, causing Frieza's astonishing strike to land in empty space. Duong. The hula hoop-adorned staff struck Frieza's forehead once more, instantly leaving 2 welts upon his head. The most alarming aspect was that they were indeed swelling. Ouch, ouch, ouch. It hurts so much. Frieza roared in fury, thrashing about on the ground. Meanwhile, Whis calmly remarked, Mr. Frieza, you have yet to grasp the proper utilization of divine power. While your combat strength has indeed increased, when faced with a truly formidable deity, you remain utterly defenseless. In other words, Frieza's divine prowess and mental fortitude are still lacking. Even in his Golden Frieza form, he cannot fully unleash his true combat potential. Of course, this is largely due to Whis' excessively high expectations. Unintentionally, he has begun to hold Frieza to the standards of a god of destruction. My fate is mine to command, not dictated by the heavens. This so-called divine power is nonsense. I believe in the strength that shatters all barriers. Frieza exclaimed. You stay right there. Today, I shall show you what it means to wield the power of Pangu, proving my strength. With that, Golden Frieza made his entrance. Yet this was by no means his ultimate form. Chapter 117, Ignite the Explosion. Frieza erupted in a frenzy of shouts. On one hand, he yearned to attain a higher transformation, while on the other, he was being ruthlessly pummeled by Whis. Why must you create such a clamor before engaging in battle? Why do you not allow me to witness the so-called Panga demonstrating his might? Enough, Whis. Do not underestimate me, Frieza. Boom. The ferocious energy wave had no effect on Whis. However, for the first time, he narrowed his eyes. Frieza has transformed once more. The fleeting golden hue of the ostentatious gold Frieza has vanished. Now, he is enveloped in a resplendent radiance, harmoniously complemented by the 7 colors of the stellar transformation, creating an exquisite synergy. Noble and magnificent, he exudes an aura of invincibility. Behold the Diamond Frieza. This incarnation, shimmering with brilliance, is entirely cloaked in a crystalline layer, elevating his grandeur to unprecedented heights. If the Golden Frieza exemplified opulence, then the Diamond Frieza is a bespoke creation. Indeed, diamonds are eternal, a gem that transcends time. Now, adorned with diamonds, who dares question my understanding of love? At this moment, Frieza's transformation is not solely superficial. His previously smooth and angular visage has undergone a radical metamorphosis. Two diamond-shaped armors have emerged upon his shoulders, extending outward in a striking display that delivers a powerful visual impact. Additionally, his formerly sleek head now boasts two diamond armors, not tightly encasing his cranium like cells, but defiantly fanning outwards, embodying unparalleled arrogance. Frieza's ears have undergone a transformation, no longer resembling small, inverted bowls, they have elongated, taking on the elegance and ethereality akin to those of an elven race. Furthermore, his arms are adorned with spiked armor reminiscent of a stegosaurus, also in a diamond form, shimmering with a chilling radiance that could yield dire consequences if one were to be struck by it. Aside from the purple gem-like adornments atop his head and across his chest, his palms and soles have adopted a reddish-brown hue, marking the third color that envelopes Frieza's entire being. His piercing gaze and the slight curl of his lips unmistakably proclaim his uniqueness. This iteration of Frieza exudes an air of nobility and mystery, radiating an overwhelming, ostentatious brilliance. Although the image may lack clarity, it is the most fitting representation of Diamond Frieza. I must apologize. I am yet to reach the heights of the Panga deity. This is merely a direction in which I am evolving. Now, what do you think, Mr. Whis? Whis, reluctant to concede, acknowledges that Frieza now possesses the qualifications to challenge the god of destruction. In terms of combat prowess alone, this form of Frieza could undoubtedly stand against Lord Beerus. It remains to be seen how many layers of his power Lord Beerus is willing to unleash. Nevertheless, Whis still believes that divine strength is paramount, and any other path of development is misguided. It appears Mr. Frieza is somewhat resistant to counsel. Given your unwavering confidence, why not come forth and attack? Buzz, could Frieza be merely bluffing? Absolutely not. After yet another enhancement, Frieza has mastered the ability to control time for 1 second, a feat that far surpasses that of Hit. Coupled with teleportation and lightning speed, his velocity has reached unfathomable levels. The so-called Swift Bart and the supersonic Dispo are utterly unworthy of even being compared to Frieza at this moment. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Frieza's fist struck with an unstoppable momentum, relentless and powerful. Mr. Frieza, your speed is indeed impressive, yet, alas, you cannot reach me. Futile. Without a deeper understanding of the divine power, how could you ever hope to hit me? Suddenly, a wave of heat erupted from Frieza. Though it lasted but a fleeting moment, it startled Whis, who instinctively raised an arm to deflect Frieza's blow. At the instant their forces collided, an energy potent enough to annihilate the entire universe was unleashed. The Super Dragon Balls, caught in the immediate chaos, momentarily revealed their true essence, demonstrating their remarkable resilience, as they withstood the impact, albeit losing all the rocky layers on their surface. Whis furrowed his brow, gently striking the ground with his staff. The resulting energy waves dissipated, erasing the existence of 100 or so planets, all under his meticulous control. Time rewound. Although it was merely a few seconds, the devastation was completely restored. Even the rocky layers of the Super Dragon Balls returned to their former state. This exemplifies the divine power of the angel race. While they may not possess the ability to obliterate everything like the Omni King, they have mastered their divine powers to an extraordinary degree. Mr. Frieza, was that maneuver a manifestation of your mastery of Ultra Instinct? Indeed. The radiant aura surrounding Frieza briefly manifested a wave of heat, a direct representation of Ultra Instinct. In that fleeting moment, Whis found himself compelled to defend, for he realized that, unprepared, he could not evade the attack. After delivering that punch, Frieza's body was on the verge of paralysis. At this moment, he had no desire to respond to Whis's words. He could only gasp for breath. It is fortunate that Frieza can survive in the cosmos. Otherwise, in this airless environment, he would be incapable of even the act of breathing. The ability to utilize the Ultra Instinct technique is somewhat related to one's strength, yet the correlation is not substantial. Ultimately, it hinges upon the practitioner's state of mind. At the very least, Frieza's mindset has yet to fully align with the requirements of the Ultra Instinct, and forcing its use leads to his current predicament, exhausting himself. In the original narrative, Sun Wukong's successful application of Ultra Instinct during the Tournament of Power was largely influenced by the protagonist's halo effect. Otherwise, why was he unable to utilize it again during his battle with Vegeta after the birth of Vegeta's daughter? Of course, this is also closely tied to Sun Wukong's condition at that time. He was, in essence, depleted, and perhaps that coincidentally met certain prerequisites of the Ultra Instinct. Unlike Frieza, He has been comprehending, and although he has only grasped 0.1 of the level thus far, it has enabled him to attain a form of autonomous control. Ho ho ho. Mr. Frieza, perhaps you could utilize the Patera earrings to elevate your divine status, which would allow me to escort you to the 6th universe. Hoo-hoo. Whis' words ignited an inferno of rage within Frieza. Such an easily attainable solution, why was it not suggested sooner? However, in the face of absolute power, Frieza found himself unable to maintain his defiant facade. Taking a deep breath, Frieza slowly rose, still retaining his diamond form. Frieza is striving to maintain this form. There is no alternative, for in this shape, the ears are indeed prominent. Since the Patera earrings are to be utilized, this form is undoubtedly the most suitable. Otherwise, what? Hang them around the neck? How could Frieza possibly accept this? As Frieza extended his hand, 2 earrings materialized in his palm. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly adorned himself with the earrings. The instant they were affixed, an exquisite sensation enveloped Frieza, banishing all traces of fatigue. This was the divine power mending his very being, enabling him to grasp a deeper understanding of the celestial force. Ah, Mr. Frieza, once these earrings are donned, you shall inevitably become an apprentice god of destruction. Frieza, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, "Damn that Whis, ungrateful wretch." Chapter 118. A discontented mood leads to violence. Ho ho ho. Should you remove your earrings, the moment you set foot in Universe 6, you will undoubtedly be detected by Beerus. For you bear the mark of Universe 6. Whis' words caused Frieza to momentarily halt his actions. He paid little heed to the notion of a novice Supreme Kai. His singular ambition was to locate all the Super Dragon Balls and make his wishes. The language of the gods was not beyond his grasp. As the celestial transformations he had mastered over the past 50 years, coupled with the divine power he had acquired, enabled him to articulate the divine tongue with ease. Frieza mocked the divine words, stating, "The utterances of a so-called deity are nothing but ambiguous." Much like this Whis, who is merely a charlatan, deceiving others with his elaborate rhetoric. So, by adorning these earrings, I shall remain undetected? Frieza is primarily concerned with this issue, even if his speed is remarkable. Locating the final 3 Dragon Balls scattered throughout the vast universe within just a few days proves to be a formidable challenge. While instant transmission allows for swift travel, the coordinates provided by the Dragon Ball radar lack precision, necessitating numerous attempts before he can successfully position himself above the Super Dragon Balls. As long as one refrains from making significant disturbances, such as relocating the Dragon Balls or vanquishing deities, it is unlikely that Bardock will detect your presence so easily. Frieza is in quite a rage. Whether or not to kill a deity is of little consequence, as he is not particularly bloodthirsty. However, the fact that even the act of transporting the Dragon Balls can be detected is rather vexing. What, then, is the purpose of wearing these Patera earrings? Oh ho ho. Whis, do share your insights. It is uncharacteristic of the angelic lineage to leave one in suspense like this. Oh ho ho. Frieza, you are rather astute. The solution is quite simple. Just bring along some desserts, for Bodas has a penchant for sweet treats. Frieza once again found himself twitching at the corners of his mouth. Thanks to Whis, these top figures of the universe, astonishingly, all behaved as if they had never tasted anything exquisite. Oh ho ho ho. Not much else. But the culinary delights are in abundance. Swish. Frieza, unwilling to linger any longer with Whis, charged once more at the cosmic barrier. This time, with the assistance of the 7 colored energy waves, he successfully traversed the dimensional wall of the universe. However, upon gazing at the 12 orbs before him, Frieza was utterly bewildered. Who could possibly tell him which one was the 6th universe? Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Whis reappeared, striking Frieza on the back of the head with his staff. This not only rendered Frieza unconscious, but also reverted his form to its original state, propelling him at great speed towards the 6th universe. The seemingly modest orb transformed into an infinite expanse of cosmos the moment Frieza entered it. Frieza found himself stranded on a planet engulfed in golden sands. Headquarters. We have discovered an individual on the desert planet who appears to be none other than the Peace Ambassador, Frost himself. However, he bears 3 prominent lumps on his forehead, 2 of which have merged into a gourd-like shape. While Frieza remained unconscious, a reptilian being approached him and quickly made the connection to the Peace Ambassador. A gourd shape? Are you certain he is not from the gourd planet? A voice crackled through the intercom, filled with uncertainty. The lizardman reaffirmed, stating, "No, beneath that gourd there are no green leaves. Moreover, aside from his gem-like skin, which is purple, He bears a striking resemblance to the peace ambassador. Intercom, understood. I shall notify Lord Frost immediately. Vegeta was indeed ruthless. Even such a formidable entity as Frieza lay in a stupor for 3 days before finally regaining consciousness. As he opened his eyes, he was met with the sight of an upright lizard man, whose beady eyes scrutinized him from head to toe. Bang! Boom! Frieza immediately sensed an unsettling filth enveloping his body. Instinctively, he unleashed a powerful punch upon the lizard man's head. To be honest, having just awakened, Frieza's body was still in a state of weakness. Yet, with that single blow, he obliterated the lizard man into mere fragments. Who could he possibly hold accountable for this? Nevertheless, Frieza dismissed the matter, for what significance did the demise of a lizard man hold? Creaking footsteps echoed a familiar tune. Frieza was aware that he had merely sat up and had not moved, thus the sound could not have originated from him. Frieza's greatest ire was provoked by others emulating him. Turning his head toward the source of the sound, his crimson eyes locked onto another pair of similarly hued orbs. The figure bore a striking resemblance to Frieza, save for a slight variation in skin tone. The other was a blend of blue and pallid white, while Frieza himself was adorned in shades of purple and pallid white. Furthermore, this individual appeared somewhat shorter and lacked the ferocity embodied in Frieza's gaze. Notably, the other's tail was of a black hue. A spark of realization illuminated Frieza's mind. This individual was none other than Frost, the icy demon from Universe 6. An ambitious figure who bore the title of Peace Ambassador. Frieza and Frost. Oh ho ho. It appears that you are indeed Frost. What a remarkable coincidence we have here. I never anticipated that upon my arrival, I would encounter you so swiftly. Frost narrowed his eyes slightly, deeply unsettled by that laughter. Moreover, the height of Frieza was something he coveted immensely. Such a feeling of being looked down upon was truly unbearable. As a peace ambassador, he adhered to a stringent code of conduct regarding his words and actions, despite his desire to laugh unabashedly. However, his reason dictated otherwise. Sir, you are also of the Frost clan, are you not? Why have I never encountered you before? The tone of Frost is fundamentally distinct from that of Frieza. One exudes an air of arrogance and contemptible gentlemanliness, while the other embodies a gentle and dignified grace. Though both are gentlemen, the disparity is truly immense. Lord Frost, this individual has just slain our elder from the lizard clan. You must seek justice for us. A lizard man cannot accept the inexplicable demise of his clan's elder and implores Frost to impose retribution upon the perpetrator. Whoosh. 2 beams of lethal energy pierced through the speaking lizard man. Ho ho ho. Little insignificant one, it would be wise for you to remain silent and refrain from seeking attention. The assembly of lizard men was rendered speechless by Frieza's actions, paralyzed by a mixture of fear and indignation. They serve as pirates under Lord Frost. Although they are mere foot soldiers, it is unreasonable for them to be dispatched so easily. Frost, suppressing his fury, gritted his teeth and uttered the gentlest of inquiries. May I ask your esteemed name? Oh, ha, ha, ha. I'm Frieza. Remember it well. The Emperor of the Universe. Frieza, while others may be oblivious to the true nature of you, Frost, do you presume that I, a fellow member of the Frost demon lineage, would be unaware of your true character? Instinctively, he touched his earring. Bang! Frieza suddenly struck Frost with a powerful punch to the abdomen. Ack! With just that single blow, Frost doubled over, retching copiously as bile and gastric juices spilled forth. Frost yearned to inquire why the assault had erupted without any forewarning. Frieza offered him no opportunity. A swift spinning kick struck Frost's face, the very visage that irked Frieza, with 3 robust toes. Duong! Frost was struck to the ground, causing the Desert Star to tremble violently. The Desert Star pondered, what manner of beast has been summoned, resorting to such tremors? Bupus, Dabulin? And Hongbu Mercury responded, you shall soon discover. Chapter 119. Ideals are abundant, reality is stark. Ah, Frieza, how shameless you are. Have you truly forsaken the gentlemanly demeanor of your Frost kin to resort to such treacherous ambush? Bang! Will Frieza reveal to his adversary the reason behind his sudden fury? Will he admit that it is solely due to the Patera earrings embedding themselves into his ears after he reverted from his transformation? Certainly not. Thus, Frieza is compelled to find an outlet for his pin-up frustration. Although Frost's combat prowess stands at a mere 2 billion, he possesses the resilient constitution of the Frost demon race. To unleash his wrath upon him is far more preferable than targeting that wretched group of reptilian beings, who are utterly unworthy of such attention. Consequently, Frost finds himself at the mercy of Frieza, his anguished cries echoing throughout the entire planet. Ah, how disappointing, Frost. Your lack of fortitude leaves me devoid of any sense of accomplishment. Come, let me impart to you a transformation that may enhance your resilience. Huh. The Black Iron Frieza has made his grand entrance. Esteemed spectators, let us regard him as the Black Iron Frieza for the time being. In his primal form. Within the confines of that abominable realm of Whis, Frieza's combat strength has surged significantly, especially after unleashing his full potential and transforming into Diamond Frieza. His power escalated yet again. At this juncture, Frieza's base strength nears an astonishing 90 billion, and upon transforming into Black Iron, it further doubles, propelling his combat prowess beyond the trillion mark. Although Frost cannot perceive the intensity of the aura, the original Frieza had already rendered him utterly powerless. Now, the visage of Black Iron Frieza has completely shattered his worldview. Can the Frost demons truly engage in such antics? What a fortune must have been spent to acquire this skin. Oh ho ho ho. Mr. Frost, I refer to this as the Black Iron form, merely a warrior skin. Quite affordable indeed. By the way, I should inform you that beyond this, there are bronze, silver, gold, and diamond forms. Particularly, the diamond form is a prestigious collection, brimming with spectacular effects. Would you care to give it a try? It's rather simple. Just concentrate all your energy right here, and perhaps you might succeed in transforming. Frieza pointed to a protruding part of his own body, coaxing enticingly. Come now, I shall grant you some time. After all, you are the mightiest of the frozen fiends in this universe. Do not let me down. Frost, though greatly displeased by Frieza's arrogant demeanor, found himself even more irked by Frieza's insufferable habit of smirking before uttering a word. Such an attitude exuded an overwhelming sense of bravado. Oh, how utterly infuriating. Frost instinctively mimicked the action. However, how could Frieza tolerate such an occurrence? It is one thing that he cannot defeat Whis. But the essence of Whis' smile is fundamentally different. One evokes a chilling sense of dread, while the other sends shivers cascading down one's spine. Although it seems they ultimately converge on the same path, Whis undeniably possesses an intimidating strength that is hard to refuse, does he not? What is Frost in comparison? How dare he attempt to emulate him? Is this akin to the old sage testing the taste of poison, seeking his own demise? Frieza, one day, I shall make you aware that such an exquisitely delightful laughter is the exclusive smile of Frost. Frost erupted in a furious outcry. As a member of the Frozen Demon clan, he considered himself a genius among geniuses. He could not believe that Frieza could achieve what he could not. Frieza, unforgivable. Utterly unforgivable. What is the Black Iron form? Merely a trivial guise of a warrior. I am certain I can accomplish it as well. The desert star began to tremble violently once more, with yellow sand swirling across the planet, causing all the lizard men to shiver in fear. Perhaps it was the first transformation that caused such a commotion. After all, Frieza transformed into Black Iron with the ease of sipping water. His nonchalant demeanor was truly reminiscent of a deity descending from the heavens, rendering the onlookers unable to gaze directly upon him. It is indeed a contradiction. Yet the reality remains. Roar. Hoo-hoo. Frost's labored breaths echoed ominously, yet the crowd, obscured by the swirling sands, could not discern the unfolding events. Their sole sensation was one of dread. In contrast to Frieza's overt malevolence, Frost's hypocritical demeanor instilled a far deeper terror within them. The lizardfolk, who had long been allies of Frost, understood all too well that if he emerged victorious today, his elation might spare them. However, should Frost falter yet survive, his sinister disposition would undoubtedly seek retribution against those who had witnessed his disgrace. At last, as the sands settled, Frost's figure became visible, wreathed in pale violet auras, his azure skin glimmering and his gaze fierce. Frieza. Frost let out a loud cry, his voice brimming with rage. I have failed to transform. Could you perhaps spare my life? His momentum dissipated entirely, leaving him in a state of deep frustration. With a thud, the lizard man collapsed to the ground. Frieza erupted into laughter. Oh ho ho. Frost, you truly are a paragon of our kind. You have demonstrated, through your actions, what it means to utter the most shameless words in the most vehement tone. Once, Cell exhibited such behavior, but he possessed genuine strength, whereas you are truly nothing at all. In truth, with Frieza's current might, he could effortlessly crush Frost under normal circumstances. Yet, he wished to ascertain whether this solitary Frost demon of the sixth universe was indeed a remarkable talent, which is why he transformed into his Black Iron form to give the other a glimpse of his prowess. And what was the outcome? Aspirations were grand, but reality proved to be starkly disappointing. Frost, you have truly brought disgrace upon the Frost Demon clan. This individual is even inferior to Gula, who, at the very least, possesses the ability to transform into his fourth form. It is one thing for Frost not to transform in the fourth stanza, but to have explicitly instructed the other party on how to assume the Black Iron form and yet still encounter failure. What utter nonsense. Frieza spat directly onto Frost's face, displaying his utter disdain for such worthless trash that he couldn't even be bothered to lift a finger. Truly, it elicited not the slightest interest. With an initial battle power of a staggering 2 billion, he still hadn't managed to achieve the first stage of transformation, a complete failure. Frieza departed, leaving the question of whether Frost is a virtuous being or a malevolent one unresolved. The fate of the lizard men on the desert planet is of no concern to him. The planets such as Bupas are engulfed in a sense of frustration. Why? Oh why must this dusty world be spared? An unperceived resentment is quietly brewing. Frieza once again touched his ears, genuinely at a loss for words regarding the 2 earrings embedded in his flesh. To remove them, he would need to transform into Diamond Frieza. In order to evade the notice of Beerus, he believed it prudent to keep the earrings on for the time being. Though it was claimed that these trinkets served no purpose during his transport of the Super Dragon Balls, Frieza remained indifferent. He was not merely relocating the Super Dragon Balls within Universe 6, he was directly transporting them to Universe 7. With a mere instant departure from this universe, he was confident that Beerus would not be able to react in time. Therefore, it became increasingly vital for him to avoid attracting Beerus's attention while searching for the Super Dragon Balls. Oh ho ho ho. Why am I, Frieza, so astute? Chapter 120. The first Super Dragon Ball discovered. After his third instantaneous movement, Frieza still had not landed upon the Super Dragon Ball. He rubbed the slight bump on the back of his head, feeling a surge of frustration. Whis, you scoundrel, not only have you imitated my laughter, but your strikes are also exceedingly harsh. Once I develop a deeper transformation, I shall make you aware that divine power is not the ultimate strength. I possess the soul of the Pangu race. How could I be constrained by such a low-dimensional divine force? Duong, on a barren planet. Frieza felt increasingly agitated with each passing thought, feeling trapped by his own frustrations. Frieza could not contain his fury and unleashed a powerful punch upon the nameless planet, creating a vast crater with a diameter of several tens of thousands of meters, penetrating through the entirety of the celestial body. The nameless planet lamented. What have I done to deserve this? If you have pin-up rage, why unleash it upon me? Now it seems I am doomed to perish, and you shall be held accountable for my demise. In a swift motion, the nameless planet exclaimed, you lack honor in battle. What are you even doing here? Boom. The surrounding celestial bodies, including Hongbu Water and others, sighed in relief. Now this feels much better. However, Frieza remained indifferent to the planet's plight. After 3 arduous days, he finally located the first Super Dragon Ball. Yet, this particular Dragon Ball posed a challenge, as it was encircled by several planets, which had evolved through technological advancements into a habitable world. Moreover, extensive research by numerous scientists revealed that despite its modest mass, the planet's hardness surpassed all expectations. Consequently, this Super Dragon Ball became a renowned arena for combat within the 6th universe, giving rise to numerous shadowy trading venues, among which the Assassination Organization gained notoriety. This organization was not famed for its strength, but rather for the astounding success rate of its contracts. Even if one sought to assassinate formidable targets, as long as the price was right, there would always be willing hands. For instance, a contract was once placed to eliminate the illustrious emperor, known as Ushinababa, a man of the exceedingly rare undead race, aptly dubbed the Undead Warrior. However, after a cloaked figure accepted the mission, within a mere 3 days, the immensely powerful Ushinababa, boasting a battle power of over 100 billion, was slain, his body unceremoniously discarded at the organization's doorstep. This incident sent shockwaves of terror throughout the galaxies. Though many were reluctant to articulate it, the moment the assassin removed his hat, the first thought that crossed everyone's mind was of a certain Rod's apex hit. From that day forth, the name hit resonated throughout the entirety of the 6th universe. It undertook 9 contracts, each target possessing a battle power exceeding 100 billion and belonging to unique races. Remarkably, he never failed to complete a task in over 3 days. Such terror. The once derided shape of his head became a taboo topic across the cosmos. Of course, the dark dealings on this planet were not limited to this singular organization. It merely held the most illustrious reputation. Where there exists a representation of darkness, there must also be champions of justice. Among these righteous figures were two individuals, one resembling a teddy bear, known as Boda, and the other, the so-called peace ambassador, Frost. Frost's renown is attributed to his extensive involvement in liberation struggles across the cosmos, which has garnered him considerable acclaim. Bodhidharma's sense of justice is rather unique. Anyone harboring malevolent intentions, upon encountering him, will inevitably hear him utter a singular phrase, "Come, strike me. Let my suffering be the outlet for your pent-up fury." Thus, Bodhidharma has emerged as a universally recognized champion of justice, a formidable being with an impenetrable exterior. Bodhidharma. His offensive capabilities are not to be underestimated. And he is accompanied by a steadfast companion, the metallic entity Watai Magata, who delights in crafting homemade hot pots. Watai Magata. The intense heat he emanates leaves many at a loss for how to proceed. Should you engage him, you risk being burned. Yet, to refrain from action is to forego any semblance of enjoyment. When Frieza appeared here, he was truly in a state of turmoil. Was he really contemplating the annihilation of all the inhabitants of this planet? While such an act was not beyond his capabilities, would it not draw the attention of Beerus? Those familiar with the original narrative are well aware that only a handful of formidable beings exist within the entire sixth universe. Several of them are present on this very planet. If he were to eliminate them all, what would become of the tournament of power? Most opponents could be dealt with. But that hit, he is, after all, the strongest in the sixth universe aside from the gods of destruction and angels. He is a formidable adversary, capable of engaging in a prolonged battle with Goku in his Super Saiyan Blue form combined with Kaioken. As Frieza pondered how to persuade these individuals to vacate the vicinity of the Super Dragon Balls, a spaceship swiftly descended onto the planet. From it emerged a figure, beaming with a warm and cheerful smile. Frost. This hypocritical individual has remarkably adjusted his mindset so swiftly, showing no signs that merely 3 days ago he was left incapacitated from a beating, uttering the most shameless words with the fiercest of tones. Frieza caught sight of him. Yet Frost appeared preoccupied with greeting others, thus failing to notice Frieza in the distance. Soon after, Frost discreetly and stealthily made his way into the assassin organization's back entrance. Frieza observed everything with keen interest and conceived a brilliant idea. This Frost, hastily approaching, had his sights set squarely on the assassin organization. Whom did he intend to confront? The answer was all too evident. It was Frieza himself. Frieza envisioned himself lounging upon the Super Dragon Balls, patiently awaiting the arrival of an assassin from the organization tasked with a mission to confront him. In that moment, he would relish the opportunity to engage in a fierce battle, although Frieza was quite capable of striking at those he found displeasing without cause. A legitimate reason for his aggression would undoubtedly resonate more with his inclinations. The mere thought of this brought an involuntary smile to his lips. Ho ho ho. The chilling laughter of Frost, who had just exited the assassin organization, echoed in his ears. This was a sound he would never forget. It was utterly mesmerizing, delightfully wicked. He yearned to claim it for himself. Today, it also happened to arrive on the planet known as Super Dragon Ball. In the sixth universe. This celestial body bore a rather humanized name, True Candes Star. Why such a peculiar name, one might wonder. It was because a warrior named Candes had once triumphed over 99 challengers on this very planet. Upon his demise, he proclaimed, "No one can withstand this planet like I can." Henceforth, the inhabitants named the planet after Candes, appending true to signify its superiority over the warrior himself. It cherished this true Candes star, for here he could unleash his full potential without fear of the planet faltering under his might. Today, as he entered the mission hall of the assassin organization, he was immediately drawn to a crimson task announcement. Bounty, 100 black gem coins. Target, Frieza, accompanied by an image. Target power level, unknown, but preliminarily estimated to be no less than 100 billion. Frost thought that exaggerating slightly would ensure Frieza's demise. Mission requirement, eliminate. Mission difficulty, 10 purple stars. Upon seeing this, Hit could not suppress a satisfied grin. 10 purple stars represented the utmost level of difficulty, presenting a thrilling challenge. Moreover, 1 black gem coin equated to 1 million gold coins, and 1 gold coin was worth 10,000 units of universal currency. Such as some stirred Hit's emotions. Crucially, the power level exceeding 100 billion met Hit's desire for a warm-up exercise. Sometimes, possessing overwhelming strength could lead to a profound loneliness. In the entirety of the sixth universe, there was no one worthy of Hit unleashing his full power against. And those deserving of such effort were no more significant than squishing an ant. This realization left him quite dejected. Chapter 121. You dye your hair. I change my skin. Frieza also caught sight of Hit. After all, that appearance was quite striking. In truth, Frieza felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. The very thing he sought, something that would require a wish from the eternal dragon to obtain, was being flaunted right before him. Wasn't that simply a provocation? Ah, indeed, the Divine One, having just announced the 10th Purple Star mission, accepted it without hesitation. The Divine One is a being forever beyond our reach, a figure of immense stature, with one foot on the ground and the other touching the heavens. Why do I find your words rather peculiar? Peculiar? It is your mindset that is in question. Huh. The Divine One paused. Could it be that he overheard your earlier remarks? Huh. Where is Gwazajui? Hit had no time to heed the trivial gossip of those around him. Upon stepping outside, he spotted Frieza standing not far away, with his pallid skin adorned with purple gemstones, his fierce gaze, and a slight, sinister smile. He lifted the image of the character from the mission and noted that there was no discrepancy whatsoever. You are far stronger than I had anticipated. Your combat power undoubtedly exceeds 500 trillion. Hit's voice was low, yet it carried a profound rasp, resonating powerfully, especially given the gravity of his statement. 500 trillion combat power? Is that not an exaggeration? How are we, who lack even 500 in combat power, to survive? Whoosh. Almost the instant Hit finished speaking, a vast expanse surrounding them within a few kilometers transformed into an open space. The one standing closest was Frost, whose eyes narrowed in contemplation. One was the universally acknowledged strongest, Hit, and the other was the suddenly emerged Frost demon. Who would prevail in this confrontation? Frost was filled with curiosity. For 3 consecutive days, he had been striving to transform himself into the black iron form, yet each attempt ended in failure. It was not due to a deficiency in his combat prowess, but rather a shortcoming in his mental fortitude. Frost lacks the extraordinary soul that Frieza possesses, having traversed realms. He does not endure the relentless training of mental fortitude in paradise, akin to the original Frieza. Furthermore, he is devoid of the remarkable abilities found in star transformation, which can propel one to transcend their own limits. Frost, an entity without distinct attributes, finds the prospect of transformation exceedingly daunting. Had Frieza instructed him in the art of transforming into a 4th stage, similar to that of Cooler, rather than merely into black iron, perhaps Frost would have achieved success long ago. Such transformations would indeed offer enhancements surpassing even that of black iron, rivaling the boosts provided by bronze. Yet, Frieza, disinterested in such transformations, would hardly impart this knowledge to him. In contrast to the Saiyans, the Frost demons can be considered the ancestral masters of transformation. They first engage in transformations that compress their power, followed by an array of mineral-based transformations, showcasing their ingenuity. The Saiyans, on the other hand, merely play with their hair during transformations, alternating between colors and lengths, ultimately reverting to mere variations in hair color. Frieza pondered meticulously on the myriad hues that Saiyans have donned: black, golden, light blue, red, pink, deep blue, and silver. Alas, there exists no image showcasing the combination of pink and green. Oh, and there is an exquisite color, green. No wonder Chi-Chi remarked that Saiyans are nothing but delinquents. Their frequency of hair dyeing surpasses even that of women. The Frost Demon clan, however, is quite the contrast. Firstly, they do not indulge in hair dyeing, primarily because they lack hair to color. Secondly, they prefer to alter their skin tones instead, from pale white to purple, blue, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, and diamond. This is not even their ultimate limit. Such a visage of Frieza is truly terrifying. Frieza had heard prior to his transition that in the latest Dragon Ball manga, the black gold form was truly astonishing. However, he found himself perplexed as to why others could ascend from gold to black gold while he was merely granted a diamond form. Could it be that his yearning for romance was clouding his judgment? Or perhaps he had lingered in that perilous place for far too long under Whis' watchful eye. The riddle eluded him, leaving him in a state of vexation. It was quite rare for him to commend others, especially when they were his intended targets. Yet, upon hearing his words, the individual seemed lost in contemplation. Was this a sign of disregard, or was it a genuine lack of respect? Hey, surely, you cannot be mentally impaired, can you? Frieza's drifting thoughts were abruptly pulled back by Hit's mocking taunts. Hit, feeling rather exasperated, mused that when praised, Frieza indulged in fantasies, yet when insulted, he snapped back to reality? Oh ho ho. A piercing, sardonic laugh erupted, making Hit instantly realize that Frieza was indeed insufferable. Mr. Hit, are you here to assassinate me? Hit retorted. Assassinate you? We're already facing each other openly, for goodness sake. How about you escape first? I'll find an opportunity to take you out. Hit contemplated that perhaps engaging in a game of assassination could be quite entertaining, hence he proposed a feasible suggestion. Oh ho ho, Mr. Hit, I shall not flee. You may assassinate me directly. This audacious declaration not only astonished Hit, but also left the hundreds of thousands of onlookers in sheer disbelief, not at the absurdity of their exchange, but at the audacity of someone daring to confront Hit head-on. At that moment, an audience member posited a theory. Audience A remarked, "Do you think Frieza is aware that Hit excels in assassination? If he does not flee, Hit's signature skills cannot be unleashed?" Audience B responded, "Hey, you might actually be onto something there." Audience C interjected, "By the way, I heard that those who are the third to speak in Turtles' narratives often meet unfortunate ends." Audience A and B exchanged glances, clearly unfamiliar with Audience C. It seemed that surrender was the only option left. Today, it appeared that I might break the record for completing a task in a single day. It began to twist his neck and stretch his body. After a series of cracking sounds, he clenched his left fist against his chest, while his right fist mirrored the position in front of the left, albeit with his index knuckles protruding slightly. The assassin Hit. To be frank, this stance bore a striking resemblance to that of Yip Man, evoking a sense of Wing Chun. Seeing that Hit was prepared, Frieza engaged in a similar series of bone-cracking stretches. He extended his left foot forward, slightly bending his right knee, while his left hand opened and rested above his left foot, with his right hand raised to form a 7 with his left. Oh ho ho, Foshan Frieza, please enlighten me. Hit furrowed his brow, pondering. The Ice Demon Clan. Did they not all originate from the ice planet? Was this Foshan perhaps a renowned mountain on that planet? He couldn't quite grasp it. Well, no matter. Let the battle commence. With a swift motion, Hit activated his time skip technique. This was Hit's signature skill, and with a mere 0.1 seconds of time skip, he was invincible throughout the universe. Unbeknownst to him, there were other universes to consider, excluding the gods of destruction and angels. Wing Chun's inch punch. Missed. It stood dumbfounded. This was the third occurrence of such a situation, the first against Lord Champa, and the second against Lord Bardock. Hit could not accept this defeat. How could he endure such a humiliation? The flash strikes once more. Yelchin-esque blitz. Miss. Suddenly, Hitler appeared in the distance like a specter, gazing at Frieza, who remained frozen in a pose, with eyes that seemed to pierce through the veil of reality. The opponent had not moved at all. How could this be possible? Oh ho ho ho. Are you finished? Allow me to demonstrate my assault. Foshan's shadowless kick. Bang 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 bang. Chapter 122. The Fear of Golden Frieza. Oh ho ho ho. Hitler, why aren't you retaliating? Bang 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 bang. Frieza's speed is astonishingly swift, despite not transforming. His attacks land on Hit yet inflict minimal damage. But who is Hit? He is the progenitor of speed. With a mere flash, he renders countless opponents, renowned for their velocity, helpless. Frieza's actions towards him are not only ineffective, but also profoundly insulting. After enduring several minutes of relentless assault, Hit discerns Frieza's combat prowess. It surpasses his expectations, yet remains limited, compelling Hit to unleash a fraction of his true strength. Hit begins to emit a low, resonant cry as a delicate lavender aura envelopes him. Lacking the explosive energy waves characteristic of Saiyans, the pressure he exudes is nonetheless palpable. Hit activates his flash. The crowd of onlookers retreats once more, leaving only a scant few at the forefront. Among them, Bardock and Vegeta brace themselves at the vanguard, with Frost lurking behind their formidable figures. Not far from Frost stands a slender boy, his black hair spiking upwards, his limbs appearing exceedingly thin. Clad in a battle outfit reminiscent of a skirt, he initially conveys an impression of fragility. In truth, however, this individual possesses considerable combat strength, comparable to that of Frost. He is a Saiyan from this universe, albeit one devoid of a tail. Gabe, the ace of the defense force. Gabe's motto is to uphold love and justice. Embodying the charm of a seemingly frail warrior, Gabe holds Frost in the highest regard, for he merely defends his home planet, Sadala. In contrast, Frost valiantly strives to rescue planets across the universe under siege. How formidable! Gabe cannot help but exclaim, feeling daunted by the clash before him, daring not to approach the fray. Finally, Hit's charge culminates as he delivers a decisive blow to Frieza's chest, targeting the heart with absolute strength. Hit has mastered lethal techniques, each strike aimed at the enemy's vital points, creating a penetrating shockwave with each assault. Frieza, caught off guard, was struck forcefully by Hit, instantly experiencing a surge of excruciating pain. Frieza could not help but cough twice, clutching his chest. If this is your limit, then today you shall meet your demise here. I assure you, no one can save you. With a flourish, Hit declared his intent, once again employing his time skip technique, which now allowed him to manipulate the future by a mere 0.2 seconds. With a swift strike, Hit's enhanced combat prowess landed another blow on Frieza. This time striking his forehead. A wave of energy pierced through Frieza's head, and in an instant, Hit materialized behind him. It is over. Brushing away the non-existent dust from his attire, Hit proclaimed his victory. In his eyes, no one could withstand two critical hits from him and remain standing. One was aimed at the heart, the other at the brain. These are the most vulnerable parts of the human body. Regrettably, Hit underestimated Frieza's resilience and, even more so, his formidable strength. Suddenly, a pale tail ensnared Hit's neck with astonishing speed. The powerful appendage constricted around him like a python, tightening its grip. Oh ho ho ho. Mr. Hit, have you perhaps overestimated yourself? Bang. Frieza turned around and delivered a powerful punch to Hit's abdomen. Although Hit let out a cry of pain, he did not suffer significant harm. Frieza furrowed his brow, secretly acknowledging that Hit's combat prowess was formidable. It appeared he would need to exhibit his true capabilities. A golden wave of energy surged skyward, with a spectrum of colors tightly adhering to Frieza's form. The transformation into Golden Frieza, coupled with the ascended form of the Celestial Shift, was activated. Indeed, it was a magnificent display. The resplendent golden visage and the instantaneous surge of power thrilled Hit for the first time. Indeed, it was excitement. Finally, there was someone who could engage him in earnest combat. Duong. Just as Hit concluded his declaration, he had yet to extricate himself from Frieza's now golden tail when he was struck by a powerful kick. Oh ho ho ho. Bang. Boom. Continue with your arrogance. Continue with your frenzy. Celestial storm. Suddenly, a colossal shockwave manifested in Frieza's hand, hurtling towards the nearby Hit with tremendous force. Boom. Even the formidable Super Dragon Ball trembled under Frieza's astonishing display of power. The rocky surface of the planet began to shatter in large fragments, as terrifying fissures spread across the entire globe. In that moment, Frost felt a wave of regret wash over him. What kind of being had he dared to provoke? If Frieza in his normal state had instilled fear within him, the black iron form of Frieza filled him with a sense of bitter helplessness. The emergence of Golden Frieza, however, plunged his heart into despair. Frost was uncertain of Hit's exact strength, but if a contract were issued for Hit to assassinate him, he knew he could only await his demise. This was why Frost always portrayed himself as a paragon of justice in front of others, not merely for fame, but out of concern for his own survival. Audience A, we should leave quickly. I doubt this truly blessed planet can withstand such force. Audience B, it's all right. This isn't the first time such a situation has arisen. When the planet begins to radiate golden light, it can no longer be destroyed. Audience C, farewell. With each punch and kick, this cycle continued until Frieza prepared to unleash his 10th blow, at which point Hit finally erupted in fury. Unforgivable. You wretch. How dare you? How dare you? I am an assassin. I am invincible. Let me go. Boom. Buzz. A purple light surged forth, the raging power enabling Frieza to lose control of Hit, who managed to escape. Clang. The pale purple aura enveloping Hit transformed into a deep violet. As his combat power surged once more, enhancing his instant transmission to half a second, a collision sound erupted, ringing in the ears of all present as Hit's fist collided with Frieza's. Impossible. Hit was taken aback. He could scarcely fathom why, despite his combat power now surpassing Frieza's, the latter could still perceive his movements. It's merely instant transmission, a mere half-second glimpse into the future. What does that amount to? Bam. Frieza executed a swift rotation, delivering a powerful kick to Hit's chest with his right foot. Although Hit had crossed his arms in defense, he was still forced to take a step back. Oh ho ho ho. Bang. Bang. I too possess the instant transmission technique. Moreover, I can seamlessly combine it with the electric strike. Duong. Frieza appeared intermittently around Hit, launching a barrage of attacks upon him. No matter how hard Hit endeavored, no matter how he manipulated time, Frieza consistently managed to breach his defenses, striking him repeatedly. It was only due to Hit's extensive combat experience and his strength, slightly surpassing that of Golden Frieza, that he was able to withstand the onslaught. Otherwise, he would have truly succumbed. This is impossible. It was filled with frustration. Despite his superior combat prowess, he found himself merely on the receiving end of relentless blows. How infuriating. Chapter 123, Assassination Fails. Make your move. Oh ho ho ho. In my lexicon, Frieza, nothing is impossible. Duong. Frieza materialized above Hit, his fists clenched, and delivered a devastating blow to Hit's irritating head, sending him crashing into the depths of the earth. Boom. Crack. Suddenly, the planet of True Cants began to erupt in a series of explosive blasts. Layers of rock fracturing one after another, revealing glimmers of golden light in numerous places, while the Super Dragon Balls could withstand the clash between Frieza and Hit. The outer crust could not endure and was beginning to fracture, prompting many to flee the planet. The onlookers, once bravely observing, now hesitated and hastily began to gather their belongings to escape. The air was becoming increasingly thin, forcing those unable to survive in the cosmos to depart swiftly. Fortunately, not far from True Cants, for other planets stood as potential refuges. Following the fierce battle, only a handful of individuals remained on True Cants. At last, boom, Hit unleashed his fury. In an instant, he appeared behind Frieza and launched a lethal thrust aimed at the back of Frieza's head. A tremendous wave of energy erupted from Frieza's chest. This strike inflicted a profound pain upon Frieza, a piercing agony that resonated deeply. Frieza retaliated with a swift elbow strike aimed at Hit, but the blow was deftly intercepted by Hit's arm. Undeterred, Frieza executed a swift spin and unleashed a powerful kick. Upon realizing that his kick had missed its target, Frieza's crimson eyes gleamed with a deadly light, emitting two beams of ominous energy far more potent than Scott's lasers. Boom. The death rays collided with the golden Super Dragon Ball, resulting in a resounding explosion. At that moment, it became evident just how aptly named the True Cantwish planet was, as not a single scratch marred its surface. With reckless abandon, Hit unleashed his full power, landing several solid punches on Frieza, who possessed the abilities of teleportation and instantaneous movement. Time and again, Frieza was struck so forcefully that saliva flew from his mouth. Frieza was repeatedly thrust into the dwindling layers of rock by Hit, revealing the appearance of the Super Dragon Balls more prominently. Oh ho ho ho, Mr. Hit. You seem to be enjoying yourself. Now it's my turn. Stellar Transformation, Third Form, Triumphant Wave. In that moment, Hit felt a shiver resonate from his very soul. If Frieza's previous power had been inferior to his own, the aura now emanating from Frieza had surpassed him by more than double. Frieza's lips curled into a subtle smirk. Ever since he was taught the ways of humanity by Whis, it had been a considerable time since he had engaged in such a thrilling and exhilarating battle. Whoosh! Bang! As Frieza soared into the sky, he deftly maneuvered to appear behind Hit, unleashing a flurry of strikes in an instant, delivering a staggering 33 punches to Hit's back. Yet, to the eyes of onlookers, it appeared as though Frieza had only executed a single blow. That solitary strike was enough to shatter Hit's defenses, causing him to collapse onto the Super Dragon Ball, a torrent of blood erupting from his mouth. Fear enveloped Hit. The technique he mastered, time skip, was wielded with greater finesse by Frieza. His once proud combat prowess was mercilessly crushed beneath Frieza's might. Frieza delivered a powerful kick, sending Hit sprawling through the air. He swiftly pursued Hit, landing a knee strike squarely on Hit's chin, followed by a rapid double-footed assault to Hit's chest. With a sickening sound, Hit coughed up a fresh spurt of blood. Regret washed over him. Why had he accepted this mission? A mere 100 black crystals paled in comparison to his own life. Who was the one who issued this task? If only Hit could discover their identity, he would ensure they would not be recognized by their own mother. Bardock sensed the gravity of the situation. It appeared that Hit was on the verge of being annihilated. This was unacceptable. As a champion of justice, how could he bear witness to such a spectacle? Determined to intervene, Bardock believed that, despite his inability to defeat Frieza, he could endure punishment on Hit's behalf. With that resolve, Bardock dashed forward. Following closely behind was Vegeta, albeit a step slower than Bardock. As he had been pursuing Bardock's lead, Bardock reached Hit's side and shouted defiantly at Frieza, "If you wish to fight, then face me." Vegeta, furious, felt steam rising from his head as he erupted into a furious tirade. "Have you lost your mind, Panda? Is this something you can withstand? Do you think you are truly a beacon of hope for this planet?" It became apparent that Vegeta intended to pull Bardock back, but alas, he was too late. Oh, such a delightful request. How could I possibly refuse? With a resounding crash, the confrontation escalated. Frieza initially intended to deliver another ruthless blow to Hit. However, with Bardock stepping in to absorb the damage, he decided to demonstrate that he was not invulnerable. Frieza swiftly formed intricate hand seals, chanting fervently, "All warriors of the battlefield." assembled before me. Frieza's aura surged to new heights, indicating that he was indeed preparing to unleash a formidable attack. Hit's eyes began to lose focus, the excessive blood loss causing him to see double. Vegeta, in a state of panic, could only shout, "Bardock, run quickly." Bardock gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "No. I absolutely cannot retreat." At last, Frieza completed his hand gestures. In the blink of an eye, he materialized before Bardock, a sinister smile gracing his lips. "Ho ho ho. Behold my ultimate technique. The shadow leg." Bang. Frost instinctively made a protective gesture, while Vegeta also subconsciously shielded himself. Hit curled up into a ball, trembling uncontrollably. It was uncertain whether he had been traumatized by Frieza's assault or if he had been scarred psychologically by the encounter. This moment did not escape the notice of Bergamo. Yet he had no time to react, for he was already soaring towards a distant planet when he fainted mid-flight. A series of unidentifiable gases erupted from Bergamo's body, and upon landing on the nearby planet, he not only created an unfathomably deep crater, but also signaled the ominous prelude to an explosion. The planet of Namek mused. "I knew it. Wherever Frieza goes, a planet explosion is inevitable." Ah, what a relief. Vegeta, being a true friend of Bergamo, managed to grasp his foot at the last moment, plunging into the abyss alongside him. Despite being thoroughly unsettled by the inexplicable aroma, he valiantly rescued Bergamo from their plight. Hey, Bergamo, don't frighten me. What on earth is happening in your stomach?" Frieza approached Height step by step, the distinctive sound of the background music echoing with each footfall, compelling Height to force himself into a semblance of calm. With a sudden gasp, he spat blood once more. He had grown accustomed to the act of bleeding after so many attempts. The assassination has failed. It is your turn to act. With that, Height closed his eyes, tears of regret streaming down his cheeks. Ho ho ho. I present you with a choice. Would you be willing to accept the position of the fifth elder of my heavenly pavilion? If you agree, I can reveal to you who commissioned the attempt on my life." Frieza's words caused Hit to widen his eyes in astonishment. It is better to cling to life than to perish. Throughout his life, Hit has taken countless lives, yet he increasingly cherishes his own existence. Moreover, the title of the fifth elder of the heavenly pavilion sounds rather impressive. The crux of the matter is that Hit is aware of which despicable scoundrel issued the task. Just the thought of that mission, which involves flaying the opponent alive, is enough to intensify Hit's fury. Just as he was about to speak, he spat out another mouthful of blood. Frieza furrowed his brow, observing that Hit appeared to be gravely injured. With a casual gesture, he unleashed a stream of healing energy into Hit's body. Soon enough, Hit realized he had made a full recovery. Heavenly Pavilion. Elder number 5. I pay my respects to Lord Frieza. Ho ho ho. Do not call me Lord. Refer to me as King Frieza. Hit was taken aback, recalling someone from a certain planet adorned with braids. He quickly patted his arm and knelt down, one fist on the ground. Indeed, the Dragon Balls are under Frieza's command. Chapter 124. Those who have encountered Frieza have become rather peculiar. Thus, Frieza not only succeeded in driving away the inhabitants of this Super Dragon Ball, but also strengthened the ranks of the Heavenly Pavilion. Moreover, this newly joined member is the strongest in the 6th universe. Of course, the claim of being the strongest is somewhat exaggerated. Nonetheless, Frieza would be fortunate if he weren't claimed as a subordinate by them, let alone allow them to join the Heavenly Pavilion. What if they discovered the true nature of the Heavenly Pavilion? They would be skinned alive in no time. He is not the third prince of the Dragon King, lacking such inclinations. Ho ho ho. Mr. Hit, are you not curious about who issued the task? Hit stood up, bowing his head as he positioned himself behind Frieza, embodying the basic decorum expected of a subordinate. Moreover, Hit had thoroughly brainwashed himself, instinctively responding, "This servant is unaware." Ho ho ho. Mr. Hit, do not emulate the customs of that braided planet. Let us engage in normal discourse. Hit exhaled in relief and promptly replied, "Yes. I understand." A bead of cold sweat trickled down Frieza's forehead, finding the situation quite absurd. Why was it that before approaching him, everyone seemed relatively normal, yet upon contact, they transformed into, well, how should one put it? They became rather peculiar. Consider Vegeta, though he remained prideful and competitive. He had come to grasp the concept of self-preservation, a notion that should not have arisen, and even invented the formidable technique known as the shadow leg. Goku could be regarded as relatively normal, yet he, who should have surpassed Vegeta, found himself perpetually a step behind. The mathematics of the situation was indeed far more exaggerated than in the original narrative. Krillin, prone to clasping his hands together and unleashing energy upon those nearby, was consumed by his fervent desires, inadvertently attracting malevolent energy into his being. Had Krillin awakened, he would undoubtedly have dominated both Goku and Vegeta. However, it seems he still could not contend with Broly, as the vendetta for his beloved remains unavenged. As for Tien, who possessed little presence, he surprisingly took to tattooing, even manifesting a formidable dragon, which was indeed rather absurd. Unbeknownst to Frieza, Tien had ventured forth to vanquish demons. Amidst the vast expanse of the plains, Yamcha appeared to be the most composed, and fortuitously, due to Frieza's arrival, his luck had improved, sparing him from the clutches of the Android 19. Remarkably, he had ascended to the esteemed position of dojo master, thriving in ways far removed from the despondency depicted in the original narrative. Android 17 had ceased to harass Goku, instead opting to vex Vegeta, vowing to usurp him. Fortunately, with Frieza's assistance, he ultimately discovered his true love, Zanya. Android 18, once fiercely intent on challenging Goku, rightfully earned her moniker as the Blood Queen. However, under Frieza's tacit approval, she became Broly's wife, thereby leading a life unencumbered by shame or restraint. As for Cell, he epitomized tragedy, perhaps the most inconsequential character in the Cell saga. If it were to be dubbed the tale of Cell's suffering, he might have taken center stage. Yet, his combat prowess had escalated to alarming heights. Broly, this unexpected behemoth, relentlessly subdued all, even leaving Frieza incapacitated. Had Frieza not swiftly grasped the application of divine power, it might have indeed spelled his end. Ultimately, Frieza, putting aside past grievances, aided in restoring clarity and ensured that he would not easily lose his composure and transformation. Most importantly, he unexpectedly garnered the affection of the goddess from the Dragon Balls, Android 18. Frieza once harbored feelings of envy, didn't he? Of course. Had he been aware that Broly often found himself fatigued, perhaps that envy would have dissipated. Broly, Cell, and Android 17 have all ascended to become members of the esteemed Heavenly Order, a truly unprecedented occurrence. Speaking of the Heavenly Order, one cannot overlook its illustrious founder, Dodoria. Having shed his superficiality, he has developed a penchant for enduring punishment. Now, with a physique brimming with muscle, he has astonishingly elevated his combat power from a mere 20,000 to an impressive 4 million, earning the title of the foremost figure within the Heavenly Order. It seems that the trials of life have finally borne fruit for him. Now, let us turn our attention to Hit, the formidable assassin renowned for his mastery of time skip. Initially, Frieza assumed that he would always maintain a serious demeanor. Yet witnessing his submissive posture, bowing and scraping almost left Frieza bewildered. This is not a Qing dynasty drama. This is the Dragon Ball universe, and such antics are quite unbecoming. Hit, on the other hand, felt quite vexed at Frieza's apparent distraction during their conversation. However, having diligently studied the manual on subordinate conduct, he chose to remain quietly stationed behind Frieza, silent as a shadow. Mr. Hit, the individual assigning the tasks, is none other than the Peace Ambassador, Frost. I have 2 assignments for you. The first is to expose Frost's hypocritical nature, revealing his insidious cunning to the world. The second task is to compel him to change his name. The fact that both of us share the surname Fist simply intolerable. Upon hearing Frost's name, it was engulfed in righteous fury, yet Frieza's subsequent orders left him in a state of bemusement. Unmasking Frost is no insurmountable challenge. Yet to demand he change his name simply due to a shared surname? Alas, Frieza is the supreme ruler, and his subordinate is but a mere follower. Who would dare to disobey? Ah, I comprehend the intentions of Lord Frieza, and I assure you that the task will be accomplished. Ha ha ha. Now, kneel and take your leave, cough cough. You may depart now. Frieza nearly lost his composure, almost flinging Hit away with a single tail swipe. How could this impertinent individual lead him astray? It was utterly preposterous. At the very least, he could have addressed me as your majesty or this sovereign. But what on earth is this empress supposed to mean? Hit departed, doing so with an air of nonchalance, as if he had come and gone like a whisper, leaving chaos in his wake. In that moment, while conversing with Hit, Frieza enveloped the Super Dragon Balls with his divine power. Aha! Away you go. Whoosh. The 3 planets in proximity to the Super Dragon Balls were stunned to discover that their sacred land, the true planet of Kanda, had vanished. Instantly, pandemonium erupted as everyone speculated about the whereabouts of the true planet of Kanda. Soon, the news spread throughout the 6th universe, yet upon arrival at the scene, no one could articulate a coherent explanation. This incident even caught the attention of the Supreme Kai of the 6th universe, Fuwa. a rotund figure with green skin and a pineapple hairstyle. However, Frieza himself was equally baffled by the situation. The Supreme Kai's dignity was truly in tatters. Had Frieza encountered this hefty figure, one wonders if he would have considered bestowing upon him a new name as well. Whoosh. In the 7th universe. The location of the 4 Super Dragon Balls. Frieza suddenly appeared, bearing a resplendent Super Dragon Ball. The instantaneous travel across the cosmos truly takes a toll on one's stamina. With 5 Super Dragon Balls collected, only 2 remain to fulfill his lifelong ambition. Oh, ho 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 ho. In his exuberant mood, Frieza's laughter grew even more boisterous. Excellent. Now, with renewed determination, let us seek out the remaining 2 Super Dragon Balls. Swish. Frieza vanished from his location. Unbeknownst to him, just as he departed, Whis materialized, holding a bento box containing a hamburger. Oh ho ho. Should I inform my rather slow-witted sister? Glancing at the hamburger in his hand, Whis felt a twinge of conflict. After some contemplation, he decided to indulge in the hamburger first. As he looked at the now empty bento box, a smile spread across his face. Oh ho ho. Now there is no reason to feel embarrassed. After all, who told you to provide me with only a single hamburger? Frieza, a mouthful of old blood spewed into the heavens. Can you not have a shred of decency? Whis' thoughts were unbeknownst to Frieza, who had already manifested on the desert star. Observing the ground littered with the corpses of lizard men, Frieza narrowed his eyes, his disdain for frost deepening yet further. Producing a Super Dragon Ball radar, Frieza began to press buttons fervently. The cosmos is vast, and without expanding the search radius, it would be futile to hope for a discovery. Oh ho ho ho. The 6th Super Dragon Ball, here I come. Dragon Ball. Chapter 125. A feast prepared just for you. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After a full 7 days, Frieza finally located the 6th Super Dragon Ball. This time, much like in the 7th universe, there was no hint of uncertainty. It resembled an ordinary planet encased in rock, with a slight application of divine power to probe. Frieza confirmed that this was indeed the Super Dragon Ball. Wasting no time, Frieza hastily enveloped it with divine energy and executed a swift instant transmission away. As Frieza and the Super Dragon Balls vanished, a radiant spectrum of light suddenly emerged. What a swift motion! It departed before my arrival. Before me stood a breathtaking goddess. Her long white hair elegantly tied into a high ponytail, truly epitomizing the beauty of this hairstyle. With skin of a mesmerizing turquoise hue, arched eyebrows reminiscent of willow leaves, enchanting peach blossom eyes, and a petite cherry blossom mouth, her features were exquisite beyond reproach. Notably, her complexion was flawlessly smooth, devoid of even the slightest blemish. Her elongated figure boasted curves that perfectly showcased the allure of mature femininity. Those long, beautiful legs, though veiled by a flowing green robe, inspired boundless imagination. Draped over her robe was a formal apron identical to Whis', exuding an air of nobility and elegance. The staff she wielded mirrored Whis' as well. A black rod topped with a sphere encircled by a halo. It is worth mentioning that the angelic halo around her neck, though resembling Whis' ring, appeared exceptionally sacred when paired with her stunning beauty. This is the goddess Bodas. Feel free to add more images. She is the angel of Universe 6, the sister of Whis, and the daughter of the Grand Minister. Embodying wisdom, beauty, and formidable strength, she is the dream of countless aspiring individuals. Bodas. That rascal Whis indeed did not deceive me. It's all Champa's fault for insisting I seek out the egg of the dong-dong bird. How oblivious has Champa become to his own size? Frieza likely still needs the final Super Dragon Ball. I shall wait for him there. Champa. Hey, Bodas. When will you return my egg? Does Bodas care? Clearly not. In the 7th universe, at the gathering of the Super Dragon Balls. Gazing upon the 6 Dragon Balls before him, Frieza's heart raced with excitement. 6 already, quite the feat. Only 1 more Dragon Ball remains. Bodas, hee. Ah, how delightful. In truth, even without transformation, she is rather charming. By the way, Universe 11's angel, Margarita, is also quite lovely. Those twin ponytails are irresistibly captivating. Universe 10's angel, Kusu, is pleasant as well, though perhaps a tad shorter. I wonder if short genes might yield a positive outcome? Such a dilemma. Alas. Caulifla appears promising too, but being a Saiyan, her physique may not endure. What if I tried merging with Frieza? What might that experience be like? Oh dear. Such a tough decision. Perhaps I should wish to become a woman? It seems there are many handsome men in the Dragon Ball universe. Oh dear. Wait. I promised myself I would never become a woman. No, I am indeed a pure man. Swish. Frieza had been muttering to himself for quite some time when he finally realized he had strayed from his central purpose. Thus, he resolved to embark on his journey once more. There remained the 7th Dragon Ball yet to be discovered. To be so exhilarated at this juncture was simply unacceptable. Whoosh. Oh ho ho. It seems that Bodas has failed to capture you. Should I conceal a Dragon Ball? Gazing at the cream puff in his hand, Whis once again fell into deep contemplation. Upon his third arrival at the Desert Star, Frieza was filled with a myriad of emotions. Oh ho ho. Desert Star. How fortunate you are to have been graced by my presence thrice, and yet you persist in your tenacity. Desert Star, I am grateful to you. Once again. The Desert Star miraculously remained unscathed, and Frieza vanished into the ether once more. In his relentless pursuit of the 7th Dragon Ball, Frieza scarcely rested. Employing instant transmission with fervor, he had traversed through men's baths and women's showers, liberating the food of the cannibalistic tribes, causing the cafeteria of the Ras Defense Force to collapse. Bodas observed Frieza's antics with keen interest, finding him rather endearing. Unable to contain herself, she relinquished her hold on the final Dragon Ball's concealment. In that very instant, the Dragon Ball radar in Frieza's hand emitted a series of beeps, and Frieza was overjoyed. It had been a challenging endeavor, having scurried about for days, but he had finally entered the maximum search range of the Dragon Ball radar. Whoosh! Frieza vanished once more, and this time fortune smiled upon him as he found himself directly upon the Super Dragon Balls. Observing the individual at hand, particularly the lethal staff they wielded, Frieza felt a sudden jolt of apprehension. With a swift flick of his wrist, Bodas was cast far away by Frieza. Frieza swore that it was not intentional. He was merely startled. You must be the Frieza who stole the Super Dragon Balls, as mentioned by Whis, correct? Although Bodas was somewhat perplexed, having instinctively floated in midair, she found herself unexpectedly embraced by this tailed being. Bodas narrowed her eyes slightly, sensing divine power emanating from Frieza, and the dimensional level was quite impressive. Is this the reason he could suddenly appear by her side? What was more telling was the unmistakable presence of Patera earrings adorning Frieza's ears. Are you the trainee Supreme Kai of Universe 7? Bardas's words enlightened Frieza, revealing that her presence here was the result of Whis' underhanded machinations. Frieza is infuriated. He is both treated to exquisite delicacies and subjected to blows, only to ultimately be betrayed by Whis. Frieza even realizes that Whis merely wishes to prevent him from acquiring the Super Dragon Balls with such ease. With a flick of his wrist, Frieza hurled a universal capsule. Bang! Miss Bodas, I beg your pardon for my earlier indiscretion. This is a gift I have specially prepared for your arrival. Please indulge yourself. Frieza spread his arms wide, gesturing towards a grand table laden with desserts, a gift for Bodas. Bodas blinked her large eyes, glancing at the array of confections before her and then at Frieza's gentlemanly demeanor, honed through training. How thoughtful of you. However, I must admit, I am currently on a diet, so these indulgences do not quite entice me. Frieza could not help but chuckle. Oh ho ho ho. Miss Bodas possesses an inherent beauty, and her figure is undeniably impeccable. In truth, she has no need for any weight loss. However, I have also prepared a splendid vegetarian feast for you, complete with an exquisite fruit platter. Frieza flicked his hand once more, casting forth 2 universal capsules. With a resounding thud, 2 tables materialized. One table displayed an array of exquisite dishes crafted from various vegetables, characterized by their vibrant colors and appealing shapes, prepared with minimal oil and devoid of sugar. The other table showcased an assortment of fruits, all meticulously diced and adorned with a delectable salad dressing, alongside some that had been freshly juiced. These offerings were entirely natural, containing no additives whatsoever. This sumptuous feast was specifically designed for women, boasting low calories and delightful flavors, making it particularly suitable for the elegant ladies. Frieza placed one hand behind his back while the other, slightly bent, rested gracefully in front of him, his waist subtly arched, exuding an unmistakable air of gentlemanly elegance. One could only wonder if these tokens of greeting would please Miss Bodas. Bodas. She could only think to herself, the preparations are indeed thorough. What should I do now? Chapter 126. First, let us give the destroyer a good thrashing. Oh ho ho ho. Miss Bodas. May I inquire if you are satisfied with the gifts I have brought? Is Bodas pleased? Indeed, she is quite delighted. However, Mr. Frieza, your thoughtfulness is appreciated. I truly adore the gifts you have presented. Yet, this will only spare you from the penalty of stealing 2 Super Dragon Balls. Upon hearing these words, Frieza discerned that matters were far more complex than they appeared. Bodas was certainly up to some mischief. If you desire this final Dragon Ball, You must acquiesce to one condition of mine. Bodas did not keep Frieza waiting and continued with his discourse. In truth, it would also serve your interests. Receiving such a plethora of gifts, I cannot simply accept them without reciprocation, can I? As Bodas spoke, he lightly tapped his staff upon the ground, producing a resounding chime. Frieza discovered that 3 tables laden with exquisite delicacies had vanished without a trace. If it were merely this, he would have expressed no objection whatsoever. However, why had the Super Dragon Balls beneath his feet also disappeared? Miss Beerus, could you kindly elucidate the conditions surrounding this predicament? With my modest stature, I am ill-equipped to endure your whims. Miss Beerus squinted one eye and glanced at the orb ensconced within a hula hoop atop her staff. Whatever she perceived seemed to bring her satisfaction as she smiled. Mr. Frieza, there is no need for concern. Essentially, you are to serve as Lord Champa's training partner. He has become rather portly and is in dire need of shedding some weight. Beerus spoke with such nonchalance that Frieza nearly dislocated his jaw in shock. To accompany the god of destruction in his training? Are you certain it is training and not a matter of life and death? Sensing Frieza's apprehension, Beerus added, Do not fret. You have already attained the status of a trainee Supreme Kai. Lord Champa's destruction efforts will merely manifest as a slightly more formidable energy wave for you. Frieza was taken aback. Is it possible that the apprentice Kaioshin possesses such an advantage? Upon reflection, Frieza realized that the ranks of the Kaioshin and the god of destruction are indeed equivalent. However, the disparity in their combat prowess is rather pronounced. Perhaps it is precisely due to the immense power of the god of destruction that the angels, who are ostensibly their servants, actually treat them more like cherished pets. Frieza pondered for quite some time, ultimately realizing that he seemingly had no grounds for refusal. Even with the formidable Diamond Frieza combined with the 3rd form of the stellar transformation, he still failed to inflict any harm upon Whis. Naturally, facing Bodas resulted in an equally inevitable conclusion. Ho ho ho. Very well, let us set a time, for what if Lord Parda is inherently incapable of losing weight? Bodas considered this and found it to be a valid point, thus extending her slender-fingered hand towards Frieza. Frieza exclaimed, 5 months? That's far too long. Absolutely not. Bardock chuckled softly and replied, 50 years. Frieza's legs weakened, causing him to collapse onto the ground. Once he regained his composure, he immediately began to negotiate. 1 year. Bardos replied, 49 years. 2 years. 48 years. When Frieza was seized by Bardos and hurled onto the planet of destruction, the two finally reached a consensus, 5 years. Although this duration was not insignificant, it was the result of Frieza's firm insistence. And he could only grit his teeth in agreement. After all, he prided himself on being a gentleman of integrity. Yet, only Frieza himself knew the depths of his resentment. Following this incident, Frieza excluded Bardos from his list of targets for conquest. At least until he could overwhelm her with sheer power, he would not entertain such thoughts. Bardos, I tasked you with finding the egg of the East Bird, yet you have been absent for so many days. Speak. Have you been secretly indulging in delicacies without me? Frieza lay on the ground, lifting his head to behold the source of the sound. It was a cat-like figure adorned in Anubis attire, sporting a pair of upright rabbit ears. With a notably short tail and a protruding belly, his physique unmistakably resembled that of a middle-aged man who had succumbed to the indulgences of life. What a sight! Frieza beheld Champa, and Champa, in turn, noticed Frieza. Hey, Beerus, is that a mouse afflicted with vitiligo? You ought to know that I detest mice above all else. Beerus was momentarily taken aback, and Frieza was equally astonished. Subsequently, Frieza's ire surged uncontrollably. In all his years, it was the first time someone had referred to him as a mouse, and a mouse afflicted with vitiligo at that. How could such an affront be tolerated? Enough was enough. Frieza has not learned from Cell. He possesses a genuine fury, one that empowers him to strike at anyone after being seething with rage. This is reminiscent of the eye-rolling Broly. Ah, you, the purple, plump feline with rabbit ears. Dare to insult me, the great Frieza. Ah, unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. Bear, I shall annihilate you. As Frieza enunciated those 5 words with deliberate emphasis, he transformed once more into his Diamond Frieza form. His skin, crystalline and translucent, radiated a dazzling brilliance, especially accentuated by his furious gaze, which left even Champa momentarily stunned. Upon noticing the earrings adorning Frieza's ears, Champa finally grasped the situation. Oh, you are the Apprentice Supreme Kai? I have never encountered one before. When did the Apprentice Supreme Kai attain such formidable power? And the ability to transform? Vados covered her forehead with one hand. Realizing that Champa seemed to have missed the crux of the matter, Lord Champa, if I am not mistaken, it appears Frieza has declared his intent to kill you. Champa paused, reflecting carefully. It indeed seemed to be true. His expression darkened, and in an instant, his demeanor shifted, his eyes narrowing into slits. The yellow sclera and the tiny black pupils betrayed his foul mood. Buzz. Frieza would not concern himself with Champa's gaze. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that Frieza's eyes had already turned pale, with his crimson irises having diminished to an infinitesimal size. Frieza made his move. With a blend of swift displacement and dazzling speed, he unleashed a devastating punch upon the rotund belly of Champa. This strike was the culmination of Frieza's might, exerting every ounce of his power save for the use of Ultra Instinct. Had it been on the receiving end of this blow, it is likely he would have been rendered incapacitated on the spot. Yet, despite Frieza's punch causing Champa's abdomen to cave in profoundly, the latter exhibited no sign of pain whatsoever. Instead, Champa's gaze turned even more vicious, his lips parting slightly to reveal his pearly white teeth. Indeed, who would have thought that our sixth universe could harbor such an exceptional apprentice god of destruction? Allow me to train you properly. Moreover, I shall instill in you a crucial lesson, that there exists a hierarchy, and even deities must possess a sense of reverence. Duong. Oh ho ho ho. Your incessant chatter is truly tiresome. Duong duong. Bang bang bang. Frieza is accustomed to laughing maniacally while dealing blows, not only showcasing an abundance of mockery but also diverting his opponent's attention, such as the bewilderment of Pa, who finds himself at a loss. What is happening? He still has much to express, yet he has already endured 1,000 punches. Ah, the indignation. Filth. Rubbish. Stinking rodent. Frieza, in a fit of rage, delivered a powerful headbutt directly to Xiangpa's skull. This time, Frieza unleashed his full might, causing a notable shift in Xiangpa's gaze, as golden stars flickered within his previously pale eyes. Ha ha ha. I refuse to believe I cannot vanquish you. Glimmer. Glimmer. Bodas stood in stunned silence, no longer needing to shield her forehead with her hand. This was a true treasure unearthed. Now, Lord Champa would have ample entertainment. Oh ho ho, what is this laughter? Such mirth truly brings joy to the heart and soul. Oh ho ho. Glimmer, glimmer, glimmer. Frieza could no longer recall how many times he had collided with Champa. In any case, he had vented his frustration sufficiently. As the sound of the final impact echoed, Frieza closed his eyes, a trickle of crimson blood escaping the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, his head bore countless swollen lumps, a testament to the ferocity of the encounters. Even the legendary heroes of folklore seemed feeble in comparison, and the Buddha himself would feel a sense of shame. Frieza has returned to his most exquisite form, and for the first time, he has rendered himself utterly dazed. Android 21. Chapter 127. A Day of 9 Beatings. Champa feels immense frustration. After all these years, he has never been so thoroughly overpowered. Not even Beerus has struck him with such ferocity. Today, in a state of bewilderment, he was bested by a mouse with vitiligo, and the blows were quite severe. According to Beerus, this individual is named Frieza, and based on Champa's own assessment, he must be a trainee god of destruction. What in the world? When did a trainee god of destruction acquire such formidable power? If this being attains a divine realm comparable to his own, wouldn't he that mean a god of destruction focused primarily on creation would possess similar strength? Well, this is not something Champa cannot accept. After all, he has no intention of killing a god of destruction, as their demise would bring him no benefits. What truly irks Champa is that this wretched creature raged madly and pummeled him relentlessly, leaving Champa merely dazed while suffering no other consequences. By the time Champa regained his senses and sought to discipline this frenzied fool, he had already knocked himself unconscious. Just look at that head, covered in bumps. Even Champa is taken aback. What kind of person is capable of inflicting such mutually destructive damage? Gazing at the pitiful Frieza, resembling a puddle of mud, Champa felt an insatiable fury with no outlet. After all, he is a bona fide god of destruction. How could he strike someone who is already unconscious? Unless, by accident. With that thought, Champa delivered a fierce kick to Frieza's abdomen, feigning ignorance of his actions as he strode towards Beerus. Left behind was Frieza, with a head full of bumps, eyes tightly shut, and a footprint upon his belly. Hey, Beerus, is this trainee god of destruction from our sixth universe? Why have I never encountered him before? Frost, that blue-skinned mouse, isn't nearly as deranged. Beerus placed his hand over his mouth, chuckling softly. Oh ho ho. He must be a trainee god of destruction from the seventh universe. It was only thanks to Whis that I learned of this intriguing individual's arrival. A shiver ran down Champa's spine upon hearing Beerus's laughter, so discordant. Oh, Beerus, you've learned bad habits. From the 7th universe? Humph. That lucky fellow Beerus has such a resilient trainee god of destruction. His safety is assured. Oh ho ho. Hey, Beerus, could you refrain from laughing like that? That very fellow just attacked me with the same laughter. Champa was thoroughly displeased with the laughter, although Beerus's chuckle was far more melodious than Whis', and certainly sweeter than Frieza's. It lacked that irritating quality. However, the esteemed Champa finds himself utterly displeased by the sound of laughter. Ah ho ho ho. Bodas has taken it upon himself to demonstrate otherwise, with a dismissive gesture. My lord Champa, this is the fitness companion I have procured for you, with his assistance. You may reclaim the splendid physique of 90,000 years ago. In an instant, Champa's expression fell. Did he truly need to shed weight? Certainly not. He had no intention of resembling the skeletal Lord Beerus, whose form was entirely rigid to the touch. For the next 5 years, Frieza shall accompany you daily in your physical endeavors. Bodas pointed his staff towards Frieza, and a radiant spectrum of colors enveloped Frieza's being. Ah ho ho ho. Champa, you inconsiderate wretch, meet your demise. Frieza leaped into the air in an instant, and upon seeing Champa, immediately transformed into his diamond form, preparing to launch yet another self-destructive assault. A headbutt. But who is Champa? How could the same trick possibly work twice? With narrowed eyes, Champa aimed for Frieza's chin and delivered a decisive kick. Duong. Remarkably, Champa's kick missed entirely. Frieza, this time, not only employed the techniques of instant transmission, time skip, and lightning assault, but also forcefully invoked the ultra instinct at the very moment of attack. Champa felt a sharp pain in his head as an immense force compelled him to involuntarily take a step back. Ah, rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Frieza, emboldened by his formidable tail, ensnared Champa's massive foot with remarkable ease. With a vigorous tug, a resounding crash echoed as Champa was sent tumbling to the ground, allowing Frieza to mount him triumphantly. The very planet of destruction quivered under the impact. A pronounced bump appeared atop Frieza's head, while Champa was momentarily dazed, stars dancing before his eyes. This time, Frieza exhibited newfound cunning. With each fleeting moment of attack, a silver-gray heat wave radiated from his body, signifying a profound enhancement of his combat prowess. As the scene unfolded, Beerus casually withdrew a glass of mango juice from his scepter, reclining with an air of nonchalance, revealing his long legs. Sipping the juice, he squinted in delight. Oh, this is exquisite. Yet, the battle raged on. You vile rodent, meet your demise. Champa, a god of destruction, transformed into a fierce adversary. Once he resolved to fight seriously, Frieza discovered that even headbutts were futile, let alone any underhanded tactics. With a powerful shove, Champa sent Frieza flying. But the latter's relentless momentum persisted as he collided headlong with the unyielding realm of destruction. The impact was cataclysmic. Even the resilient domain of destruction yielded to Frieza's reckless assault, yielding a crater 2 meters deep and 100 meters wide. Destruction. Champa, unconvinced that Frieza could be vanquished so easily, darkened with fury, unleashing a wave of destructive energy towards him. In Champa's mind, the notion was clear: you may strike me, but should you wish for my weight loss, you are courting your own demise. A violet energy beam surged toward Frieza, adorned with a menacing pattern of purple lines, foreboding danger. The clash was imminent. A violent explosion erupted at Frieza's location, far more intense than the previous tremors caused by Frieza's headbutt. With a sudden swoosh and a resounding thud, Champa once again endured a ferocious headbutt from Frieza. This left Champa questioning whether his own destructive capabilities had somehow diminished. With a powerful kick, he sent Frieza flying and cast a fierce glare at Beerus. Hey Beerus, what are you drinking? Is it good? Initially brimming with aggression, Champa had intended to confront Beerus, for he found Frieza to be quite a formidable opponent. Frieza undoubtedly cannot contend with the god of destruction. Yet it is quite embarrassing for a deity to be repeatedly assaulted by an opponent. However, upon catching sight of the mango juice in Beerus's hand, Champa completely forgot his original intention. Oh ho ho, this is a slimming beverage prepared for me by Frieza. It may taste dreadful, but it promises to aid in weight loss. A slimming beverage, capable of weight loss. These 8 words entirely extinguished Champa's desire to take a sip. Unbeknownst to him, the flung Frieza was secretly concocting a powerful move. Chapter 128. I want a vacation, let the battle commence. In the fleeting moment when Champa spoke and was momentarily dazed, a long-lost yet fearsome technique emerged. It was none other than the headbutt descending from the heavens. This time, Champa's legs were buried deep into the realm of destruction, and his eyes bulged out in astonishment. Clearly, Frieza's move had an effect on Champa. However, Frieza had also reached his limit, closing his eyes once more and fainting. Oh ho ho. Not bad, not bad. This marks the second workout session, and Lord Champa has already unleashed a punch, a kick, and a burst of destructive energy. It seems I have found a most competent training partner for Lord Champa. Henceforth, let our goal be to exercise 9 times daily. Champa was taken aback. Was he truly expected to face such madness 9 times a day? He wished to protest, but his objections fell on deaf ears. Thus, Frieza too entered a phase of tragic existence. Who could comprehend the agony of being pummeled 9 times in a single day? Goku and Vegeta could certainly relate, yet they were reveling in an unprecedented sense of happiness. In the original storyline, Goku had already ventured to the afterlife, and Vegeta had endured a period of despondency, particularly after being eclipsed by that young Gohan, which was indeed disheartening. The present was different, although he remained surpassed by Gohan. Vegeta consistently held an edge over Goku. Moreover, Vegeta was not the sort devoid of special abilities as depicted in the original tale. He had mastered teleportation to an artful degree, allowing him to hold his own against opponents with battle powers several billion points higher. It was not until Cell's return and Broly's restoration of vitality that Goku and Vegeta discovered new adversaries. However, the sheer terror of Cell's current battle power was staggering, with a difference of a single digit between thousands of billions and hundreds of billions. The scenario of Goku and Vegeta challenging Cell resembled their earlier encounters on Namek, competing to see who would succumb first. It is worth noting that perhaps due to a lack of financial constraints at home, Chi-Chi did not insist that Gohan exert himself excessively in his studies. After Gohan's arrival, 3 individuals were frequently seen emerging from the backyard of Bulma's residence. Naturally, under such rigorous training, the progress of Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan was astonishingly swift. Today, Broly, accompanied by Android 18, returned to Bulma's house to seek some respite. After a month of recuperation, Broly's vitality had finally been restored. As for the reasons behind his previous exhaustion, Broly would never divulge. Upon encountering his fellow Saiyans, Goku and the others, after being bested by a hybrid, he resolved to stand up for them. Hey, Cell, you're quite audacious. Come on. Let me see what kind of prowess you possess to be so arrogant. Upon seeing Broly, Cell felt his legs weaken. Even though his power now surpassed Broly's typical state, he could not suppress his trepidation. Hey, Broly, we're just sparring here. Could you refrain from rolling your eyes? Cell's words delighted Android 18 immensely. The mere casual remark from her partner seemed to instill signs of submission in the strongest being on Earth. How could she not be pleased? Broly, if you give that bug a good thrashing, I promise to reward you handsomely afterwards. Even formidable as Broly was, he trembled at the mention of a reward. Hey, Cell, shall we postpone our battle for another day? Just then, Goku and the others, who had barely risen, found themselves crashing to the ground once more. While Cell may fear Broly, it appeared that Broly was willing to forego the fight simply due to 18's words. This revelation suggested that the most fearsome entity on Earth was not Cell, nor even Broly, but rather this delicate beauty? No. This Cell has devoured the essence of Android 16, and he once delivered a fierce beating to me. Darling, you must teach him a lesson. Otherwise, don't expect to get out of bed tonight. Android 18 stood with her hands on her hips, exuding an air of fierce determination. It was a rare opportunity for her partner to exact revenge. It could not be left unresolved. Exactly. Brother-in-law, you cannot treat my sister this way. We're counting on you to avenge us. At that moment, Android 17 descended from the sky, wrapping his arms around Zangia's waist. The sight of 17, vibrant and affectionate with Zangia, who appeared as delicate as a flower, truly depicted a couple blessed by the heavens. Chi-Chi, dressed in maternity attire, walked out, hand in hand with Bulma. Upon seeing Goku and Gohan, she was rendered speechless. She retrieved 3 senzu beans from her pocket and tossed them to Goku and the others, admonishing, "You lot, could you please settle down? We don't have many of these beans left." Turning to Zangia and Android 18, she exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Wow, Lazuli, Zangia, how have you both become even more beautiful? How is it that this skin can be so radiant?" The satisfaction on Android 18's face is nothing short of bliss. As she gently replies, "This is all thanks to my dear Lapis." With a twinkle in her eye, 18 turns to Broly, causing him to tremble thrice in quick succession. "Kiki, you look splendid as well. In just a few months, a little one will arrive, won't they?" As she speaks, 18 releases Broly's hand and gracefully strides over to Kiki and Bulma, casting a glance back to say, "Darling, please help me deal with that pest, Cell. I'll grant you a 3-day leave." Roar. "For the sake of a holiday, let us battle. Cell, meet your end." "Oh dear. Whether I live or die is inconsequential. But could you refrain from rolling your eyes?" The sounds of combat erupted within the barrier initially set by Frieza. Goku exclaimed with enthusiasm, 18, you are incredible. With a mere word, you can make Broly abandon the fight, and with another, you incite him to battle fervently. 18 offered a forced smile, Kiki sighed, and Bulma covered her face. Vegeta pondered aloud. Frieza remains oblivious to the extent of his own power, even with such intense combat. This barrier successfully contains the ensuing chaos. Gohan chimed in, based on the arithmetic principles taught by my teacher, I have calculated for quite some time. Bulma continued to cover her face, sensing Gohan was about to entertain them again. Yet, the others listened intently to Gohan, filling him with a sense of accomplishment. After 36 meticulous calculations, I have arrived at 3,141,5926. An endless string of numbers. The master of pi. Bulma's mouth twitched. She was on the verge of shouting, that is pi. However, witnessing the thoughtful expressions on everyone's faces left her feeling a profound sense of helplessness. Hee. As for scientific research, she considered abandoning it altogether. Boom. Gohan's astonishing computational prowess captivated everyone, causing them to momentarily overlook the fierce battle between Cell and Broly. This was partly due to Frieza's barrier, which effectively muffled the sounds of battle. Nevertheless, after a resounding explosion, the attention of the onlookers was drawn back to the conflict within the barrier. Inside, Broly had been mercilessly pummeled for an extended duration but was now ready to unleash his fury. Initially, Broly's fighting power stood at 30 billion, under 18's provocation. He instantly transformed into a formidable force of 60 billion. Throughout the fight, Broly endured numerous attacks from Cell, and in his rage, he underwent 3 additional transformations. His second transformation reached 120 billion, the third soared to 240 billion, and the fourth peaked at 480 billion. Even though Cell had grown considerably stronger during this period, he was still on the verge of being overwhelmed. The primary reason was that Cell was terrified. At this moment, Broly had achieved an unprecedented 4 bursts of power. A memory vividly etched in Cell's mind following their last encounter on the planet Hombu. If Broly were to unleash his fury once more, it would undoubtedly lead to a cataclysmic outcome. At that time, it was King Frieza who intervened. Otherwise, the final outcome of the battle on Hombu would remain an enigma. Hey, Broly, I concede. Is that acceptable? Broly the Third. Brother Ro. Director Lee. Boom. Chapter 129. The battle that established the strongest on Earth crash. At this juncture, Broly had not yet succumbed to the overwhelming rage that would turn his eyes white. He understood that once he entered that state, halting his relentless onslaught would be a daunting task without someone to rein him in. Now, blessed with the love of his life, he exerted every effort to suppress his fury. Fortunately, his battle power of 48 trillion was sufficient to keep Cell at bay. The ground, reinforced by Frieza's enhancements, had become pockmarked from the ferocity of the clash between Broly and Cell. Regardless of whether Broly's eyes turned white, his fighting style was undeniably ferocious. Relishing the act of grabbing his opponent's head and slamming it into the ground or against the mountains. Within the barrier, devoid of towering peaks, Cell found himself repeatedly smashed into the earth by Broly's massive hand. Bang, bang, bang. The series of thunderous impacts ignited the spectators' fervor. Android 18, filled with excitement, exclaimed, Wow, honey, you're so handsome. You're amazing, darling. I want to bear your children. Fortunately, the barrier created by Frieza possessed soundproofing properties. Otherwise, Broly might have halted his assault upon hearing 18's enthusiastic declaration. Broly, enough already. Come on. If you keep this up, I'll get angry. Bang. Stop it. Though Broly wished to cease, an inexplicable irritation surged within him, driving him to annihilate the creature in his grasp. A surge of green energy materialized in Broly's palm, directed at the pit where Cell lay, and he pressed down. Boom. Cracks appeared in the barrier, but it quickly mended itself. At the heart of the battle, one half of Cell's body was obliterated. The crimson hue in Broly's eyes began to fade, revealing the telltale signs of his impending transformation. Cell, terrified, realized he had no escape. If he did not free himself from Broly's grasp, he would surely meet a brutal end at the hands of this enraged titan. With a sudden surge, Cell's missing half regenerated, and he launched a knee strike toward Broly's abdomen. Ah! Thud! 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 At this moment, Cell's combat power had exceeded a staggering 500 billion. Although he could not inflict any significant damage on Broly, Broly was unable to completely disregard him. The relentless barrage continued. Elbow strikes, knee thrusts, side kicks, and hooks landed repeatedly upon Broly's form. How could Broly merely endure without retaliating, relying on his more robust physique? He unleashed a flurry of iron fists that sent Cell reeling, sputtering with a mix of mucus and saliva. At their level of power, the mere disparity of 20 billion was hardly consequential. However, something was amiss. Did you not notice? This was undeniably a battle to the death. Vegeta was the first to sense the gravity of the situation, his expression turning grave. Goku also recognized the problem, his demeanor shifting to one of tension. Indeed, have you observed that Cell was no longer holding back? The crimson gleam in Broly's eyes was swiftly fading. At this moment, Android 18 ceased her encouragement, her worry overshadowing any thoughts of punishing Cell. What to do? What to do? With King Frieza absent, who could possibly intervene? The clash between Cell and Broly intensified. Both combatants wholly intent on annihilating one another, the cacophony growing ever louder. Were it not for the protective barrier, even a single energy blast could inflict irreparable damage upon the Earth. Goku glanced at Vegeta, who returned the gaze, both their eyes ablaze with fierce determination. Through the course of this battle, their power had escalated considerably. Transformed into Super Saiyan 2, they had reached 25 billion. Without Frieza's assistance, the Cell from the original story would not have even been worthy to carry their shoes. Let us fuse, they exclaimed in unison and simultaneously assumed the fusion stance. The fusion. This time, their angles were perfect, their fingers meeting precisely. Boom. A warrior adorned with a small yellow vest and defined abs emerged. Gogeta. The tremendous wave of energy caused the entire West City to tremble. Get inside now. At this rate, you'll destroy West City. Android 17 exclaimed, kicking Gogeta. Realizing that he must enter the barrier to protect those around him, Gogeta complied and stepped within the confines. Gogeta. Upon seeing Gogeta, Cell was overcome with excitement. Having been struck to the edge of the barrier by Broly, he roared once more. Help me. After days of arrogance, the sight of Gogeta reduced Cell to tears, pleading for salvation. He vowed never to be so brazen again. As long as King Frieza or the monstrous Broly remains, he shall never dare to be arrogant. In the fleeting moment of Goku and Vegeta's fusion, he had already restored his body 3 times, and Broly's final punch nearly obliterated his head. Indeed, at this juncture, Broly's eyes had turned completely white, and his combat power had inexplicably doubled once more. A staggering combat power of 96 billion. If Cell could withstand that, it would be a miracle. If he survived, it would merely be a testament to Cell's extraordinary luck. Fortunately, at this moment, Vegeta appeared, and upon his arrival, Cell felt an oppressive force akin to that which Frieza had once exerted upon him. This was an overwhelming pressure that extinguished any flicker of fighting spirit within him. With a resounding impact, Vegeta's fist collided with Broly's colossal blow, unleashing a tempest of energy that engulfed the entire arena. Cell hastily diminished his energy to its lowest ebb and scurried out of the barrier on all fours. If we are to speak of monstrosity, it must belong to Broly. Vegeta, you cannot afford to lose. The unfortunate Cell, unable to endure beyond 3 seconds of glory, was compelled to depart, harboring resentment from the fierce clash among Earth's mightiest warriors. Of course, even in defeat, he firmly secured his place as the second most powerful combatant. Crack. The barrier once again manifested fissures, and this time, it did not restore as swiftly as before, indicating that the battle between Vegeta and Broly was nearing the threshold of the barrier's endurance. After all, with Frieza absent, the integrity of the barrier was inevitably compromised. Within the barrier, the clash between Vegeta and Broly had intensified, showcasing Vegeta's movements in a breathtaking display of elegance. Witness as Mr. Vegeta executed a knee strike to Broly's abdomen, then spun like a whirlwind, delivering a kick squarely to Broly's face. In an instant, as Broly's body shifted, Vegeta pressed a hand upon Broly's shoulder, performed a lateral flip, and drove his knee into the opposite side of Broly's face. In a flash, Vegeta appeared behind Broly. Bam! 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 A series of 3 punches landed on Broly's back in rapid succession, capped off by a side kick that sent Broly hurtling away. If Broly's confrontation with Cell was akin to a savage collision, then Vegeta's combat epitomized the artistry of battle. In this regard, even Frieza felt overshadowed. For instance, His battle with Champa bore no semblance to such intricate maneuvers. It was merely a clash of brute force, heedless of the consequences. You fools. Today I, Broly, shall make Android 18 and her unborn child aware that their husband and father is invincible. Chapter 130. Broly Beyond Limits. Just as the onlookers believed the barrier was on the verge of shattering, a dazzling array of colors flashed, and the barrier returned to its pristine state. A collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd, preparing to flee, yet even Sheru decided against escaping, opting instead to pull over a chair and assume the role of a spectator. Unbeknownst to all, above them, Whis observed the fierce battle within the barrier, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. Frieza, your barrier is rather inadequate. It nearly crumbled. After consuming so much from you, I suppose I shall assist you once more. It appears we have an entity here that is partially from another timeline. Kane's burden seems quite substantial. Yet, I ponder how Lord Beerus will react upon awakening to encounter the legendary Super Saiyan and the god of Saiyans. Quite an intriguing thought. Should I rouse Lord Beerus now with a gentle nudge? With a chuckle, Whis vanished in a flash of 7 colors, disinterested in the unfolding conflict. Within the barrier, Broly's once pale eyes suddenly ignited with a surge of earthy light, 2 amber irises emerging, prompting Gogeta to halt his advance. Broly, have you regained your senses? Gogeta inquired cautiously. Broly examined his hands, then turned to Gogeta, a slight smile gracing his lips. Haha, King Frieza. What a cunning strategy you employed to allow me to absorb that fragment of divine power. Gogeta, today, I shall demonstrate to you what absolute power truly means. A thunderous roar escaped Broly, his overwhelming aura expanding uncontrollably, stirring up dust within the barrier and obscuring the view of the onlookers. Yet, those sensitive to energy felt the raw ferocity of his presence, leaving them in a state of shock. Yamcha, who was instructing his disciple, abruptly ceased their training, much to the latter's chagrin. Master, let us continue our training. However, Yamcha stood frozen, captivated by the energy emanating from the direction of West City. Meanwhile, the turtle hermit, engrossed in his own training session with his disciple, suddenly experienced an epiphany, his expression turning grave as he sensed ominous energy approaching. That feels like Broly's energy. Kaiatsu exclaimed in terror. Tien, when will you return? I'm so scared. Far away in the deep mountains, Tien stood alongside 2 enchanting maidens, yet he insisted they were demons. Launch and Yuren were exasperated. Tien clearly recognized them, yet he insisted they were monsters and implored them to assist him in his training. They initially intended to comply, eager to help Tien develop his skills. However, just as they were on the brink of agreement, the third eye on Tianjin Fan's forehead suddenly widened, and his 3 eyes gazed into the distance. Such power, an unprecedented strength, a ferocious aura, could this be Broly? Meanwhile, Krillin, still lying in the Turtle Hermit's dojo, furrowed his brow tightly. Although he was in slumber, he could still sense the violent energy radiating from his arch-nemesis, Broly, which instilled an even greater sense of impending danger within him. The formidable conviction urged him to hasten the absorption of the malevolent energy waves. Piccolo sat in solitude atop a towering rock, as was his custom, meditating to enhance his combat prowess. When Broly unleashed a thunderous roar, Piccolo's eyes widened in shock. Gohan, if you dare to harm Gohan, I will risk my life to eliminate Android 18. With a roar, Piccolo soared into the sky towards Bulma's residence in West City, causing the rock beneath him to shatter dramatically. Within the barrier, Gogeta raised a hand to shield his eyes, equally shaken by Broly's ferocious aura. Yet, Gogeta was not afraid. He was exhilarated. The last time, he had been unable to unleash his full power. He had intended to engage Frieza with all his might, only to fail in his transformation and become a mere punching bag for Frieza, an utterly regrettable memory. This time, he had anticipated another failure. Yet Broly unexpectedly provided him with a thrilling opportunity. Broly continued to roar frantically, his robust physique adorned with numerous bulging veins. Strangely, his eyebrows began to vanish, and his brow bone protruded ominously. Moreover, the green hair that had previously erupted and failed to reach his shoulders now began to grow wildly, soon cascading down to his waist. Such rapid hair growth had never been observed in any pure-blooded Saiyan, only in the half-blood Gohan, who had gone a year without a haircut. Yet, Broly achieved this transformation in a mere second. Green currents of electricity coiled around Broly's body, crackling ominously. The sheer force of this aura was already terrifying in its own right. If Frieza were present, he would undoubtedly recognize that this form embodies the state of Super Saiyan 3rd grade. excluding the GT version, with its crimson hair and black shoulder-length locks. Known as Super Saiyan 4, it is indeed Super Saiyan 3 that may be deemed the most ferocious form. After all, subsequent transformations such as Red God, Blue God, Rose, Dark Blue, Instinct, and Self-Destruction have transcended the mere essence of Super Saiyan, as they have embarked on a divine path. The quintessential Super Saiyan should truly embrace the savage route of Super Saiyan 3, enough to ignite the fervor within all hearts. Came Senin. When I first witnessed the clash between Super Saiyan 3 and Majin Buu, it was truly exhilarating. Oh, how delightful. So, Vegeta, do you sense the fear creeping in? Initially, I intended to make you the offering for this transformation, but my wife cherishes a peaceful existence, so you should consider yourselves fortunate. However, I shall not hesitate to deliver a thorough beating. Broly did not lose his sanity with this transformation, although it merely amplified his mental fortitude after absorbing divine power. It alleviated the previous aftereffects. At this moment, Broly's eyes retained their earthy hue, yet the ferocity within them bore a striking resemblance to that of a beast. Savage, violent, cold, and bloodthirsty. These eyes hardly resemble those of a human. Compared to Frieza's, they simply lack a certain sinister glint. Vegeta laughed. Haha, Broly. Since you have unleashed your full strength, allow me to reveal my complete prowess. You are not the only one capable of surpassing limits. I, Vegeta, shall not be outdone by anyone, not even Frieza. I harbor no fear whatsoever, let alone you. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, the veins on his forehead bulging, while a strand of hair danced wildly as his aura surged exponentially. I, Vegeta, am the mightiest warrior in the universe. Who else could rival me? As Vegeta's roar echoed, his confident declaration and escalating aura once again astonished the warriors on Earth. Yamcha, having just resumed his training, paused in awe, provoking a furious response from his disciple. Came Senin buried his head amidst the so-called ferocity, gushing blood while simultaneously being profoundly shaken by Vegeta's overwhelming presence. Chapter 131. The unprecedented intensity of battle comes to an end at long last. Piccolo arrived at the scene just as Goku and Vegeta had fused. His heart, which had been heavy with worry, finally lifted upon seeing Gohan safe and sound. Observing a group of individuals leisurely gathered around the dining table, indulging in their snacks, Piccolo pulled out a chair and sat down, savoring a glass of water at a leisurely pace. Within the barrier, a dramatic transformation had also taken place in Goku and Vegeta's fused form. With pronounced brow ridges and golden hair cascading to his waist, he was enveloped in a dense aura of electricity. Particularly striking were his eyes, exuding a menacing allure that left the onlookers astounded. Suddenly, Bulma turned to Chi-Chi with a curious inquiry. Chi-Chi, tell me, is this truly your husband or my man? Chi-Chi paused, momentarily taken aback, then fell into deep contemplation. The nature of women is indeed fascinating, often appearing delicate, yet desiring their partners to embody unparalleled strength and dominance. Clearly, the appearance of Goku and Vegeta's fusion captivated both Bulma and Chi-Chi. Since he is a fusion of Goku and Vegeta, he belongs to both of us. Ultimately, Chi-Chi deemed this assertion most fitting. When their gazes met, a shared understanding gleamed in their eyes. This scene did not escape the notice of Android 18, who felt a mix of pity and envy toward them. My Broly possesses such an alluring physique all on his own. And yet Goku and Vegeta require a fusion to achieve this. With a wistful sigh, her light-hearted comment was met with fierce glares from Bulma and Chi-Chi, who, upon realizing something, found their faces flushed with embarrassment. Alas, how the world has changed, Android 17 declared as he made his final statement. Meanwhile, disregarding the audience's wild speculations, the fierce battle between Super Saiyan 3 Goku and Vegeta and Super Saiyan 3 Broly had commenced within the barrier. Vegeta blocked Broly's knee strike with both hands, leveraging the force to leap up and deliver a knee strike aimed at Broly's chin. However, Broly was not one to concede easily. He leaned back and landed a powerful left hook to Vegeta's face. As Vegeta was struck, his body veered to the right, while his foot retaliated with a fierce kick to Broly's right cheek. In their continuous exchanges, neither combatant gained a significant advantage. After a brief separation, they charged at each other once more, with Vegeta unleashing an extreme version of the Wolf Fang Fist. Fortunately, Broly was equally swift. Their repeated clashes resonated with thunderous explosions throughout the barrier. Suddenly, Vegeta landed a punch to Broly's abdomen, causing him to gasp and spit out some blood. Yet, Broly, unyielding, retaliated with a headbutt that struck Vegeta squarely on the forehead. Once again, both warriors found themselves at a stalemate, momentarily withdrawing to prepare for the next wave of attacks. The emergence of the Super Prince technique saw Gogeta swiftly wielding his hands, unleashing a barrage of azure energy spheres that surged forth, sending shivers down the spines of onlookers. Even those untroubled by the fear of dense crowds. Number 18 bit her lower lip, her worry palpable. Fortunately, Broly did not prolong her anxiety. He eschewed Gogeta's method of combat, instead conjuring an enormous green energy sphere. This verdant orb not only withstood Gogeta's smaller energy blasts, but, propelled by Broly's immense strength, barreled toward Gogeta with relentless force. Gogeta's expression hardened as he retreated in a flash, placing his hands at his waist, where a brilliant blue light began to coalesce. Ultimate Kamehameha Flash Cannon. He bellowed, unleashing an extraordinarily thick wave of energy from his hands, the blue Kamehameha intertwined with a radiant yellow brilliance. Its sheer appearance exuding tremendous power. Explosive Omega. Broly roared in response, the massive energy sphere expanding once more, accelerating swiftly toward Gogeta. Ah! Ah! Both Gogeta and Broly shouted in unison, as if summoning every ounce of their strength. The ground trembled violently, and the barrier reinforced by which showed fine cracks. Though they were swiftly mended, indicating the ferocity of the clash between Gogeta and Broly. With a resounding crash, the aftermath of the explosion lingered as both warriors appeared at the epicenter, their fists colliding once again, their four hands locked tightly together. They engaged in a fierce struggle of strength. Ah! Ah! Gogeta's golden aura surged wildly, while Broly's green light erupted, their veins bulging, and their foreheads pulsating with strain. Broly, I, Gogeta, am the mightiest warrior. Gogeta, you amalgamated wretch. What right do you have to claim the title of strongest warrior? I, Broly, am the king among Saiyans. What? Ah! With a final push, Broly found himself slightly outmatched by Gogeta's power, his body leaning back under the pressure. In a moment of primal ferocity, Broly charged, headbutting Gogeta with reckless abandon. The sound of a terrifying impact echoed, leaving Gogeta with a bump on his head, yet a wicked grin spread across his lips. Broly, too, bore a swelling on his forehead, his eyes alight with an intensified madness. With a fierce cry, Gogeta ignited once more, his aura reaching unprecedented levels of intensity. As Broly exerted himself to his utmost, the scene appeared to regain a semblance of equilibrium. Yet, at that moment, Vegeta suddenly relaxed his grip, causing Broly's balance to falter as he lunged forward towards him. Broly, being a formidable fighter, decided to seize the opportunity, stretching his arms wide to embrace Vegeta. A brutish tactic, indeed, which was Broly's preferred approach. However, Vegeta would not allow Broly to succeed so easily. As his body leaned backward, he bent his legs and delivered a powerful kick to Broly's chest. Thud. Vegeta successfully struck Broly, but as Broly realized he could not seize Vegeta, he swiftly altered his strategy, grasping Vegeta's legs instead. Utilizing the momentum from Vegeta's kick, Broly flipped upward, slamming Vegeta's legs forcefully against the ground. Ah! Vegeta let out a cry of agony, yet the nightmare was far from over. Broly unleashed his monstrous strength, gripping Vegeta's legs tightly and pummeling them against the earth repeatedly. Crack! The barrier fractured, only to quickly mend itself. After being struck a dozen times, Vegeta finally found an opportunity to retaliate. With a swift motion akin to a sit-up, he wrapped his arms around Broly's head, and they both collapsed to the ground. Whoosh! The moment they separated, both Vegeta and Broly vanished, but ultimately, Vegeta's teleportation speed prevailed, landing a fierce punch to Broly's temple. This blow nearly rendered Broly unconscious, yet he managed to retaliate with a kick to the back of Vegeta's head. Ugh! Ah! Thud! As Broly hit the ground, he reverted to his normal black-haired state, losing consciousness. Before Vegeta even touched the ground, he split into Goku and Vegeta, both in their black-haired forms, collapsing in a state of unconsciousness. A mutual destruction. If one were to calculate based on the timing of their falls, Vegeta would be deemed the victor. Yet this was not the tournament of power, such rules did not apply. Meanwhile, Frieza's eyes glazed over, rendering him incapable of any action. This marked Frieza's 9th paralysis of the day. Had it not been for Bardock's intervention, Champa would have doubted whether Frieza might become a simpleton. In that fleeting moment, Champa felt a pang of sympathy for Frieza. Chapter 132. Frieza's release time swiftly passed, and Frieza had now spent 5 long years in Champa's realm of destruction. On Earth. On this day, Gohan walked home after school. The Sun family had settled in West City, now neighbors to Bulma's household. Not only has Sun Wukong relocated his family here, but Broly, Android 17, and Tien Shinhan have also settled down in this place. Even Cell and Dodoria have acquired property here, albeit they primarily operate the Frieza force remotely from the control center. The unparalleled warriors of Earth have congregated in this city. The reason? It is simply due to the barrier established by Frieza and Bulma's backyard. Here, they can unleash their full potential without restraint. Over the past 5 years, everyone, including Tien, has made astonishing advancements. Primarily, we must speak of Android 18, the enchanting beauty who, upon her introduction, was nearly incapable of participating in battles. Now, she is transformed into a married woman and mother. Since Broly's transformation into Super Saiyan 3 5 years ago, 18 has also experienced her own renaissance. Thanks to Broly's ability to emit powerful currents, her strength has surged to an astounding 30 billion. Notably, she and Broly welcomed a child, who they named Bujuri. In just 1 year, he has proven capable of besting Trunks, who is a year his senior. This perfectly exemplifies the adage of a heroic father begetting a valiant son. Sun Wukong has welcomed his second son, who is now over 4 years old. True to the naming tradition of the Sun family, this second son is named Sun Goten. Like his brother Gohan, he is also a prodigious talent, with Trunks as his best companion. The two frequently engage in playful battles against Bujuri, though they often end up bruised and battered by him. This has incensed Vegeta considerably. As the eldest among the second generation of Saiyans, Gohan, perhaps due to Chi-Chi's influence, has not adhered to the stringent academic standards of the original tale. He has merely attended a mediocre university. Passionate about justice, he fortuitously encountered his lifelong love, the daughter of Mr. Satan, Videl, during one of his endeavors. Thus, a dynamic duo emerged on Earth, combating evil with an array of cringe-inducing poses. Self-styled as the Super Saiyan Superman Golden Boy and Jade Girl duo. Curious, Piccolo inquired, "Gohan, why do you insist on striking that pose?" Gohan earnestly replied, "From the moment I caught a glimpse of the Ginyu Force's flamboyant formations, I became utterly captivated by the art of posing. 3 years ago, Tien Shinhan successfully vanquished a demon and brought Lin and Launch to reside in West City. Tien has pioneered a form of polygamy, yet, in these 3 years, neither of the two women has shown any signs of pregnancy. Instead, the golden dragon adorning him has grown increasingly radiant, even exhibiting a tendency to shift from gold to red. When the golden dragon evolves into a red dragon, it shall herald the moment when Tien Shinhan dominates the field. Although no one truly believes it. On the 17th, Zhang Jia welcomed a delightful daughter, blessed with snow-white skin and fiery orange hair. Although she lacked innate talent for combat, she possessed an extraordinary ability to command respect from Butsley with but a single utterance. Named by Jia, at just over 4 years old, she already exhibited the potential of an unparalleled beauty, becoming the object of desire for both the Sun and Bei families in their quest for a daughter-in-law. Meanwhile, the fated rivals, Sun Wukong and Vegeta, had reached the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 2, each boasting a staggering battle power of 100 billion. Fervently striving to ascend to the 3rd tier of Super Saiyan. In truth, Son Gohan had already attained this level long ago. Yet he found himself enraptured in a world of bliss with Videl. The pursuit of training paled in comparison to the joy of their shared existence. He firmly believed that simply envisioning the demise of Uncle Piccolo would propel him effortlessly into Super Saiyan 3. Piccolo, on the other hand, remained unchanged. Having abstained from sustenance for 5 years, nearing a state of transcendence, Yamcha had successfully ascended to the rank of King of the Seas. While the martial arts school teetered on the brink of collapse, Master Roshi's fortunes waned further after Tien Shinhan returned home to take care of him following Kaiatsu's strike. Fortunately, he retained a few devoted female disciples, sparing him the necessity of direct instruction. Shifting our gaze from Earth, let us explore the 6th universe, where Frieza had spent a full 5 years within the realm of the God of Destruction. Today marked the day of his release, rendering the initial agreement with Bodas null and void. In fact, a year prior, Champa had successfully shed considerable weight, although not as slender as Beerus. He had certainly slimmed down significantly. Bardos was thoroughly pleased and awarded Frieza a 5-star rating for his efforts. Remarkably, Frieza had managed to hold his own against a fully powered Champa, having unlocked deeper transformations that restored him to a sleek, rounded form. His muscles taking on a dark purple hue, adorned with a layer of white armored muscle across his chest. Let us not be overly critical at first glance. It appears quite impressive. Frieza's transformation is known as the Golden Frieza. With the application of the fourth form of the Starry transformation, Frieza has finally acquired the capability to contend with Champa. However, if that were all, Champa might seem rather ineffective. In truth, Frieza has also comprehended a unique and extraordinary technique that is solely his own, the free and easy Tai Chi skill. This technique, derived from the free and easy ultimate skill, is based on the principles of Tai Chi, merging the free and easy ultimate skill with the self-soothing ultimate skill. The disparity in compatibility between Frieza and the free and easy ultimate skill is significant, making the comprehension process rather laborious. Ultimately, drawing inspiration from the Tai Chi diagram he observed prior to his journey, Frieza developed the free and easy Tai Chi skill. There is no absolute superiority among the three techniques. It fundamentally depends on the user's affinity with the method. However, one notable distinction of the free and easy Tai Chi skill is its ability to continuously integrate new techniques, allowing for ongoing evolution. Frieza has attained a remarkable mastery of the 50th level of the unrestrained Tai Chi technique, which has endowed him with exceptional abilities in both striking and evading, allowing for a reciprocal confrontation with Champa. Had his opponent been any other formidable entity aside from a god of destruction, Frieza would undoubtedly prevail. Attack means certainty, while evasion remains elusive. However, this state of heightened prowess is not one Frieza can maintain for an extended duration, given that he has only recently grasped the 50th level. Nevertheless, this progress over the past 5 years is unparalleled and leaves others in the dust. Even Beerus often remarks on Frieza's extraordinary talent, one that is truly unprecedented and unseen. It is noteworthy that the unrestrained ultimate technique was conceived by the Grand Minister. Yet Frieza has managed to transcend its limitations after mastering it. Had he been incapable of understanding the unrestrained ultimate technique and instead innovated an entirely different method, Beerus might not have been so astonished. After all, individuals often create their unique techniques upon reaching their respective zeniths. However, to innovate after being influenced by a predecessor's technique is exceedingly rare. Beerus is now filled with curiosity about Frieza's future. She has even entertained the notion that Frieza might become a figure comparable to the Grand Minister. Had she provided Frieza with a special training ground akin to Whis', or guided him personally, his progress might not have been so surprising. Yet, Beerus is acutely aware that she has been indulging in the delicacies Frieza has prepared while watching him endure 3 years of relentless training. It was only 2 years ago that Frieza ceased to lose consciousness after every bout. Today, Beerus has consumed all the sustenance available, and Frieza can officially declare his freedom. Ahaha. Mr. Frieza, this final Super Dragon Ball is yours. Might you provide me with a few more sets of weight loss meal plans? The poor Champa has, over the past 5 years, been utterly deceived by Beerus. Various fruit salads and vegetable snacks are somewhat acceptable. But can a signature roasted suckling pig truly be considered a weight loss meal? Is it possible for this to be any more ludicrous? Champa actually believed it. This is something Frieza simply cannot fathom. Ahaha. Once my wish is fulfilled, I shall send you a century's worth of weight loss meal plans from the 7th universe. Beerus nodded slightly, and with a wave of her staff, a Super Dragon Ball materialized above the realm of the gods of destruction. With a racing heart and trembling hands, one of the potential heroines, Chi-Lai, beckons for your vote. Chapter 133. Ultimately, wishes are fulfilled. Can you not depart? Swish. Frieza instantaneously distanced himself from Champa, utterly startled by his words. In his mind, a famously chilling image abruptly surfaced, sending a shiver down his spine. Well then, Beerus, I must take my leave. Frieza enveloped the Super Dragon Balls with astonishing speed, and in an instant, vanished from his original position. Hey, Beerus, I merely wished to offer him a delectable egg of the East Bird. So why does it seem he was startled? Champa pondered, having presented his treasured collection, only to be met with disdain. Ho ho ho, Lord Champa. Perhaps Frieza simply does not favor egg-based delicacies? Bodas covered her mouth with one hand, her eyes curving into crescent shapes. This laughter instantly caused Champa to tremble. In the 7th universe, the moment Frieza made his appearance, many paused their activities. Goku and Vegeta, locked in combat, simultaneously glanced towards a certain direction. This energy, is it Frieza? Indeed, if all goes as expected, it must be him. Cell ceased his relentless typing, surrounded by 10 computers, momentarily halting his 2-year-long pursuit of online romance. The aura of King Frieza. If he discovers I have been using his name to entice young ladies, will he obliterate me? Boom. An explosion rocked Cell's room. Yet he emerged with an expression of nonchalance. as if the chaos were merely a whisper in the wind. To leave no trace, the only solution is total annihilation. Broly, with one hand holding 18, while Bujin, perched on his other arm, stood at the entrance of a buffet restaurant. A man resembling a manager knelt at Broly's feet, desperately clutching his leg, wailing, "Mr. Broly, esteemed CEO, I implore you, could you not visit another establishment? If you come here again, I shall find myself unemployed." Broly indeed paused, casting his gaze elsewhere. However, this very action sent the manager of the adjacent seafood and steak buffet into a state of sheer terror. His legs buckled, and his face drained of color. The aura of King Frieza was upon them. 18 nodded in agreement, also feeling the overwhelming pressure. That energy was despairingly potent. The emergence of Frieza elicited a myriad of reactions from the inhabitants of Earth. However, Frieza paid little heed to their responses. The Super Dragon Balls had been gathered, and the exhilarating moment was imminent. Inhale deeply. One must remain calm. Oh ho ho ho. This is beyond my capabilities. Swish. Frieza vanished from his original position, only to materialize beside Xian in the next instant. Hi. Bang. Just as Xian greeted him, Frieza sent him flying with a swift sweep of his tail, before returning once more to the realm of the Super Dragon Balls. Oh ho ho ho. Now that feels much better. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Why are there only 6 Super Dragon Balls? Frieza merely wished to count the number of Super Dragon Balls, yet upon doing so, he was astonished. He had clearly gathered 7 Super Dragon Balls, so why were there only 6 here? Hastily, he produced the Dragon Radar for a closer examination. Ah. The radar indicated that indeed there were 7 present. Could it be that one was obscured? Or was it merely an illusion? Regardless, he resolved to attempt the incantation to summon the Eternal Dragon. Surely, if he could summon the dragon, that would suffice. Walla wawa ni chuan heis I la me how shueyo yao fa. Buzzing. Suddenly, the 6 Super Dragon Balls formed a circle, and at the center, a concealed Super Dragon Ball emerged. Was remarked, "Oh dear, I was so lazy as to leave it behind, and yet it was discovered in this manner." The Super Dragon Balls shimmered, their golden radiance compelling Frieza to shield his eyes with his hand. A tremendous force surged skyward as a golden dragon, adorned with wings, materialized from thin air, its massive head snapping at Frieza and whisking him away through the cosmos. It first devoured the entire galaxy, then consumed the entirety of the universe. And just as Frieza began to feel a bit disoriented from the dragon's flight, the Eternal Dragon finally came to a halt. The Eternal Dragon! Spitting Frieza out from its mouth, it disdainfully curled its lip. Frieza, how can even the Eternal Dragon seem so unreliable? Yet, the presence of this Eternal Dragon is truly astonishing. Whoever has summoned me, speak your wish. I am capable of fulfilling any desire. Divine utterance. To be repeated no more. In this moment, Frieza felt an unprecedented surge of excitement, instinctively caressing his smooth surface. With a gulp, he steadied his nerves and finally voiced his wish. Please, grant me the form of a male. A bead of cold sweat appeared on Frieza's forehead. He genuinely feared that the Eternal Dragon might respond with a resounding no. If that were the case, despair would truly engulf him. At that moment, a droplet of perspiration, significantly larger than Frieza himself, appeared on the colossal forehead of the Eternal Dragon. This scene left Frieza drenched in a cold sweat. Hee, is it truly impossible? Frieza could hardly muster a smile. He was genuinely terrified. Speak up, will you? Can you provide a definitive answer or not? The sight of you sweating profusely and glaring is truly unsettling. Mortal, you summoned me only to present such a ludicrous wish? Uffed. Frieza was on the verge of coughing up blood. What do you mean by being out of tune? This is, without a doubt, the most on-point desire imaginable. If you were to learn that Frieza originally wished to grow just 5 centimeters taller, I can only wonder if you would be so enraged that it would drive you to the brink of apoplexy. Is it even possible to attain? Gulp. Frieza swallowed hard once more, feeling an undeniable tension, for this matter pertained to his potential for a blissful existence. Mortal, such a desire is quite simple. I can assist you in its realization, yet I wish to see you no more. I hope you tread carefully from here on. Buzzing with disdain for Frieza, the mighty dragon's crimson eyes blazed with intensity, and its immense wings began to flap vigorously. Soon after, a dazzling radiance, so intense it was almost blinding to Frieza, enveloped the space. When Frieza opened his eyes once again, the magnificent dragon had vanished, along with the once congregated Dragon Balls. However, this was not the crux of the matter. Frieza's concern lay in whether his wishes had truly come to fruition. He dared not look, paralyzed by fear. The mere thought of what he might resemble as a male sent tremors through his mind. In this moment, he could only use his trembling hand, quivering with excitement, to ascertain if what he desired had indeed manifested. His unsteady hand moved incrementally, accompanied by a soft gulp. Frieza was unaware of how many times he had swallowed in the course of the day. All he knew was that if he refrained from swallowing, his heart would leap from his chest due to its accelerated pace. Inch by inch, he drew closer. Suddenly, Frieza felt a shiver run through his entire being. Ho ho ho! Wahahaha! Frieza erupted into maniacal laughter, his voice echoing with unrestrained enthusiasm. Such was his fervor that he felt compelled to release the exhilaration surging within his heart. Oh ho ho ho! Frieza, do you harbor any unsavory inclinations? Oh. The final candidate for the leading lady. Chapter 134. Frieza's demands of his subordinates. Oh ho ho ho! Frieza, do you possess any dubious interests? The sudden appearance of Whis caused Frieza to instinctively cover himself with both hands. Begone! How dare you appear so abruptly? A radiant spectrum of colors enveloped Frieza's form, as an exquisitely tailored suit adorned his figure. In this moment, Frieza donned attire for the very first time. Oh ho ho! Congratulations, Mr. Frieza. Who would have thought that you would finally fulfill your desire? From henceforth, you possess yet another vulnerable point. Whis's words caused beads of cold sweat to form upon Frieza's brow. In that fleeting instant, he was reminded of the infamous low blow, sending shivers down his spine, accompanied by involuntary muscle spasms. Oh ho ho! Mr. Whis, may I inquire if you have any further business? If not, I shall take my leave. Frieza forced himself to maintain composure, pretending he had not heard the last words spoken by Whis. Oh ho ho! Mr. Frieza, in 2 years, Lord Beerus will awaken. I hope you and those on Earth will be able to entertain him. 2 years, you say? It seems the narrative of Dragon Ball Super is about to unfold. For a devoted fan who has watched Dragon Ball Z countless times, but has only experienced Dragon Ball Super once, I find myself rather inadequate. Alas, there is no way to traverse back in time to relive those moments. I must rely on my hazy recollections. However, Frieza is unconcerned, for with his current strength, he should be able to dominate in the tournament of power. He might even need to restrain his power to avoid unintentionally eliminating those with considerably lower combat abilities. To be disqualified in such a manner would indeed be tragic. Mr. Whis, do wait patiently. If all is well, I shall take my leave. Oh ho ho! Frieza was poised to present a gesture of farewell to Whis, yet Whis erupted into laughter. Oh ho ho ho! Please prepare a portion of that exquisite cuisine from last time for me. Not too much. Just a serving akin to what you provided for Bodas will suffice. Frieza directly tossed a capsule box to Whis. This is ready for you now, prepared 5 years ago. Rest assured, within my storage space, time stands still, eliminating any possibility of food spoilage. Oh ho ho ho! Farewell to you. With that, Frieza did not afford Whis another moment of hesitation, vanishing in an instant with a swift teleportation. Frieza's mastery of instantaneous movement left Whis feeling quite helpless. Although Whis possessed remarkable speed, he was unable to teleport to a specific planet as effortlessly as Kid and Frieza could. Was it truly so dire 5 years ago? Whis glanced at the capsule in his hand. He did not dwell much on the concept of teleportation, for his thoughts were more preoccupied with the small box he held. On Earth, after many years, Frieza returned to this planet, which evoked a sense of nostalgia within him. If Frieza were to choose a planet he would least desire to destroy, it would undoubtedly be Earth. Before his journey, Frieza was, after all, a part of the Earth, albeit an inconspicuous one. Nevertheless, this did not hinder his profound affection for the planet, whether it was out of habit or some other motive. Frieza found himself once again in Bulma's restaurant. The familiar aroma, the well-known surroundings, and the busy chefs. And, of course, the group of people indulging in their meals. Among them were 4 individuals Frieza recognized: Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, and Broly. There were also several children whose eating habits were hardly more refined than those of the 4. And Frieza could only identify 2. One was the almost identical younger brother of Goku, Goten, and the other was, of course, Little Trunks, whose hair color mirrored that of Bulma's, making him unmistakable. There was a boy with long black hair whom Frieza did not recognize, but he thought it best to observe for now, as he had no inclination to edit photos. Among the more refined eaters, Frieza also spotted an unfamiliar little girl, Baika. Oh ho ho ho! Why are there so many people today? Is that little boy the child of Bulma's 3rd son? And is that girl the daughter of the 2nd son of the S family? Most were taken aback by Frieza's sudden appearance, primarily due to his formal attire, which left everyone somewhat bewildered. However, one individual was immediately moved to tears. Upon seeing King Frieza, Dodoria was overwhelmed, tears streaming down his face, with snot trailing behind. King Frieza, the #1 lackey of the Heavenly Pavilion welcomes your return. This time, Dodoria managed to contain his emotions, opting to kneel several meters away instead of rushing toward Frieza. Frieza was quite pleased, which explains why Dodoria, despite his lackluster strength, consistently maintained the position of the foremost in the Heavenly Pavilion. In truth, there was no one vying for that position. Who would willingly take on such a role? Ha ha ha. Indeed, I perceived Dodoria's unwavering loyalty. At this moment, Frieza's gaze turned ominously cold, sending shivers down the spines of those present in the room. Number 17. Cell and Broly instantly grasped the situation. The first to react was Cell, followed closely by the somewhat delayed number 17, and lastly, the reluctant Broly. The elder of the second, third, fourth rank of the Heavenly Pavilion respectfully welcomed the return of King Frieza. Number 17 and Cell knelt on one knee, while Broly inclined his body slightly in a bow. The temperature of the aura emanating from Frieza once again plummeted, causing those present to tremble to varying degrees, primarily from the cold. Number 17 uttered a sharp reprimand. Broly, did you not notice that Baika is shivering and has a runny nose? Glancing around, Broly observed his son also engaging in the act of sniffing. With a resounding thud, Broly knelt on one knee and respectfully declared, Elder of the Heavenly Pavilion, number 3. Broly humbly welcomes the return of King Frieza. Frieza withdrew his imposing aura, causing the restaurant's temperature to return to normal. Ho ho ho. I am indifferent to your personal schemes, but loyalty is what I value most. Now, reveal to me the identities of that little boy and girl. Number 17 stepped forward, clasping his fists, and said, Lord Frieza, the little girl with orange hair is my daughter with Zanjia, named Baika. Broly, having come to a realization, acknowledged that Frieza's assistance was indeed substantial. It merely catered to the latter's vanity, nothing of great consequence. Broly also stepped forward, cupping his fists, and declared loudly, Lord Frieza, the boy with long hair is my son, 4 years old, named Butsuri. Ho ho ho. You are commendable. Let us dine first, and after the meal, we shall engage in battle in the backyard. I wish to see if you have been diligent over the years. Upon hearing this, Goku, Vegeta, and Broly instantly felt exhilarated, while Cell displayed a hint of excitement, given his Saiyan bloodline. Witnessing this, Bulma took out her phone and sent a mass message. Attention all units, attention all units. Send over all prepared food. Voting section, 1. Android, 21. 2. Angel Beerus. 3. Angel Margarita. 4. Caulifla. 5. Kale. 6. Caulifla. 7. Zamasu. 8. 7-Star Dragon. 9. Suit-clad Thug. Chapter 135. Who is impersonating me? Choose one. Ho ho ho. Who shall take the first turn? Is it Broly or Goku? After the group devoured the entirety of West City's supplies, oblivious to the warning against vigorous activity post-meal, they promptly made their way to Bulma's backyard. This place was revered by the most powerful warriors on Earth. I shall go first, spoke Vegeta, not out of confidence in defeating Frieza, but rather because he recognized his inability to prevail, thus wishing for Frieza's assistance to break through the limits of Super Saiyan 2. With resolve, as Vegeta declared his intention to be the first to fight, he unleashed his battle power to the astronomical limit of 100 billion. Without hesitation, Frieza delivered a swift kick. Vegeta, you shall rise no more. Shock ensued. With Vegeta's current battle power, even if Broly did not unleash his full strength, he could not have reached this point. Yet, Frieza accomplished this effortlessly in his normal state, appearing utterly relaxed, speedy as a flash. Rumors often have their roots. Ho ho ho. Next, as everyone gazed upon Vegeta's dismal state, they shared a collective sense of empathy. Ultimately, Goku resolved to take the stage second, fully prepared to meet the same fate as Vegeta. However, he did not anticipate how swiftly that moment would arrive. After unleashing his full power, Goku failed to perceive Frieza's movements and succumbed to unconsciousness and bliss. Ah, at last, you get to experience the agony I have endured. Who's next? Gohan bellowed. I shall take my turn. With a resounding clap, he stepped forward. Tien, observing the surrounding individuals, declared, I will go. Witness my mighty dragon fist. Boom. Next, Yamcha, brandishing a stretcher upon which lay a stout, bald figure contorted in pain, shouted, He is coming. With a loud crash, a multitude fell to the ground. Yamcha, put my Krillin down. Marin cried out in terror. Oh, how could I forget this bald fellow? Rise. With a series of thuds, Yamcha's eyes widened in disbelief. As Krillin finally stood, his battle power soaring to an astounding 100 billion, he was filled with exuberance, ready to roar. Yet, in a comical turn of events, he plunged headfirst into the ground, his legs quivering briefly before becoming still. Marin, heartbroken, lamented that her strength was insufficient to free Krillin from his predicament. Ultimately, it was Zanya's intervention that prevented Krillin, who had been in a vegetative state for several years, from suffocating on the spot. Have you completely let yourself go these past few years? Number 17? Has your battle power shown no improvement whatsoever? Broly, it's your turn. Frieza cast a glance at the crowd. 18 and Zanja leaped forward without hesitation. Upon noticing 17, his eyes brimmed with disdain, ultimately naming Broly as his opponent. Broly affectionately ruffled Butsley's hair, remarking, "Watch how your father endures for 3 seconds." Butsley was taken aback. How could his typically arrogant father utter such a spineless statement? Keenly, 18 crouched down, her tone gentle as she reassured. "Butsley, your father declaring 3 seconds is already quite audacious." Reflecting on this, Butsley realized the truth. Uncle Goku and his companions barely lasted a mere 0.1 seconds before succumbing. With this revelation, he felt a surge of pride for his father's prowess. "Father, you can do it." Suddenly, a muscular man with green hair crashed down before Butsley, causing him to land face first into the dirt. Frieza, now transformed into his golden form, radiated an air of arrogance, his cold, piercing gaze compelling Butsley to suppress his urge to lash out. 18 helped Broly to his feet and explained to Butsley, "Your father not lasting even a second is not a reflection of his strength, but rather because King Frieza has transformed. Consider this. Frieza did not transform to confront anyone else, yet he chose to against your father. Does that not speak volumes?" As a mother, 18 showcased remarkable competence. In terms of combat strength, she could easily overpower most present. In nurturing, her wisdom far surpassed that of Chi-Chi and Bulma. And in beauty, aside from Bulma, none could compare to her radiance. Oh ho ho ho. 18, you are truly fortunate, a splendid mother indeed. Cell, feeling the pressure, swallowed hard. After 2 years of neglecting his training, his power barely surpassed the million mark. Even Broly could overpower him, let alone King Frieza. King Frieza, allow me to recommend an opponent who will surely serve as a worthy warm-up. True to his nature, Cell's mind was quick. Otherwise, he would not have been able to juggle relationships with hundreds of women online. With a speed, if he were to write novels, updating 100 to 180,000 words a day would be a trivial feat. Oh ho ho ho. Who could that be? Frieza pondered for a moment. It seemed that the only formidable warrior absent from the fray was the fused fighter, Vegeta. No one else could possibly surpass Broly in strength. Suddenly, the gate to the backyard swung open. Frieza, why have you not responded to my messages? Have you found a new love? Frieza, you scoundrel. It turns out I am not your only girlfriend. At that moment, a throng of women burst through the backyard gate. It appeared that after Cell had obliterated all the computers, some women, frustrated by the lack of response from him, had sought out the finest hacker. They not only acquired Cell's location, but also, through inquiries, discovered the entrance to Bulma's backyard. In an instant, cold sweat enveloped Cell's body, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. This is it. This is the end. If I survive this, I will owe the audience an explanation. Your Majesty Frieza, I sincerely apologize. This group of ladies demands an explanation from you. I cannot ascertain the truth, so I had no choice but to let them in. It turned out that it was Dodoria who had opened the door moments ago. His thoughts were rather simple. Frieza must possess exceptional charm to attract so many women. An incident like this, absolutely unfathomable. Who is King Frieza? The entire universe trembles beneath his tyrannical reign. With merely dozens of women at his disposal, are they not easily within his grasp? Frieza, impeccably attired in a tailored suit, gazed upon the approaching ladies, and was instantly transported back to the memory of being besieged by a throng of enchanting maidens in the realm orchestrated by Whis. A wave of trepidation washed over him, momentarily displacing his very essence. However, it swiftly dawned upon him that fear should no longer hold sway over him. In the face of such an encounter, as a man, he ought to rise to the challenge. Although the reason behind the sudden influx of women seeking his presence eluded him, it seemed that the situation was not entirely unfavorable after all. His spirit was restored. Frieza cast his gaze once more upon the group of women, his eyes bulging with astonishment. A bevy of beauties. Oh, how delightful. But alas, you unsightly creatures, do not approach. Who dares to sully my name in such a desperate manner? How dare you? A golden wave of energy surged upward, and the sheer force of it rendered every lady unable to come within a 10-meter radius of Frieza. Who could it be? I shall reduce you to ashes. The women were taken aback, exclaiming, "Ah, it is the suited villain. Run for your lives." Android 21. The Angel Bardos. The moment of choice has arrived. Android 21. Angel Bardos. Chapter 136. Golden Frieza vs. Super Saiyan 3 Goku. To be frank, Frieza in a suit appeared somewhat incongruous. The look in his eyes easily conjured images of a suited ruffian. Those polished shoes, when they strike, truly inflict pain. In that fleeting moment, save for one woman who bore an uncanny resemblance to a flower, the rest, regardless of beauty or lack thereof, fled in panic. Seeing this, Dodoria speculated that a misunderstanding had occurred. Misunderstanding? What does this have to do with me, a mere swine? As the last woman remained, her appearance was such that even Dodoria could not bear it. Begone! A size 46 foot lightly struck the flower's face, causing the last remaining online love interest of Cell to vanish entirely. Not only was Frieza stunned, but even Bulma, Android 18, Zanya, Chi-Chi, Marin, Launch, and Yurin were left in shock. Whose discerning eye is so remarkably unique? With such a plethora of stunning women present, one would expect standards to be somewhat elevated. What on earth is that flower, male or female? Your Majesty, Frieza, I suspect that Cell is the prime suspect. The initial search party was directed to his quarters. Thud. Cell instinctively began to retreat. He felt as though his end was near. How could he have been so foolish as to use Frieza's name to woo women? This is it. It's all over. Oh ho ho. Dodoria, it seems you were the one to bring them here. Thus you are an accomplice as well. Swish. Dodoria grew increasingly animated. After many years, would he finally experience a new surge of power? Bang. Whoosh. Ding. Dodoria, I have succeeded. I have succeeded. Wahahaha. Alas. Dodoria overestimated his resilience. By the time he was flung out of sight, he had already lost consciousness. Cell. Shivering. Cell truly knelt down this time. Bang. 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 Sheru has entered the mode of incessant bowing, each movement resonating with a thunderous clamor upon the ground, yet he remains blissfully unaware. Lord Frieza, I implore you. Simply call me Sheru or Shaluosi. Please, do not attach the title Mr. to my name. Oh, Lord Frieza, my heart cannot bear this. I am filled with trepidation. On this occasion, all eyes were cast upon Sheru as he bowed, devoid of any semblance of sympathy. How excessive. To usurp another's identity to flirt with young ladies online is an utterly reprehensible act. Moreover, this Sheru has severely diminished the aesthetic standards of the Dragon Ball warriors. Bang. Frieza firmly planted his foot upon Cell's head, driving it deep into the earth. Ha ha ha. So, you are Cell, are you? Whatever name you desire me to call you, I shall oblige. You may use my name to woo young ladies, and I can overlook that. But now, raise your gaze and behold the women before you. Open your eyes wide and perceive the truth. Frieza seized Cell by the head and forcefully twisted it 270 degrees, directing his gaze towards Bulma and the others. Do you comprehend where you erred? Despite the excruciating pain, Cell felt as if his neck were broken. Nonetheless, he managed to fix his eyes upon Launch, then turned to look at Yurin, and finally at Marin. Marin, she bestowed upon Krillin a breathtaking girl. Frieza, do you truly believe that none of them outshines that beauty? Bulma, Kiki, Zanjia, Android 18. Frieza, I, the wife of the third elder of the Heavenly Pavilion, request to battle. Frieza, I, the wife of the second elder of the Heavenly Pavilion, Zanjia, request to battle. Frieza, I, the uncle of Son Gohan, Piccolo, request to battle. A multitude of gazes turned towards Piccolo. His weathered face flushed as he instinctively remarked, if Gohan's mother were as exquisite as that beauty, my first action would be to find old Son a new wife. Soon, others relaxed. For who was unaware that Piccolo treated Son Gohan as his own son? The money that Dodoria earned through hard labor was entirely given to Gohan, without reservation. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Cell, should you dare to retaliate or resist with your energy, I shall personally deal with you. With a swift kick, he hurled Cell towards the eager warriors, then unleashed a wave of green healing energy towards the unconscious Goku and the others. When Goku and the others regained consciousness, Frieza finally spoke. Goku, Vegeta, fuse. Allow me to witness the might of your combined strength. When Goku and Vegeta fused previously, their battle power was merely 10 billion. Now, each had multiplied that by 10, and this fusion would be unprecedentedly formidable. Even Broly, despite his significant enhancements, could hardly rival such a broken increase. However, Frieza remained unfazed. His current power was beyond their imagination. Goku and Vegeta exchanged a glance, flames igniting in their eyes, causing Frieza to break into a cold sweat. This was it. The radiance of camaraderie. All right, let us commence. Fusion. A brilliant flash illuminated the scene, and the magnificent form of Vegeta re-emerged. Unlike the last time, this Vegeta evidently possessed the ability to control his energy, ensuring that no danger would befall Bulma's home, even outside the barrier. Frieza, today, you shall witness what constitutes the universe's strongest warrior. That is I, Vegeta. With a sudden buzz, Gogeta materialized within the confines of the barrier, instantly transforming into Super Saiyan 2. He unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at Frieza. However, Frieza merely smirked, tilting his head slightly to evade the blow. In a remarkable display of speed, he executed a tail swipe towards Gogeta's abdomen, the velocity of which was truly astonishing. The cacophony of blows exchanged between the women and Cell came to an abrupt halt as all eyes turned towards this epic confrontation. Bang! Gogeta, lacking mastery over the Ultra Instinct, was caught squarely by Frieza's kick. Nevertheless, Gogeta demonstrated his formidable strength by seizing Frieza's foot, enduring the excruciating pain radiating from his abdomen, and launching a flying kick aimed at Frieza's head. Alas, Frieza merely inclined his head slightly, causing Gogeta's kick to miss its mark entirely. Thud. Frieza's fist struck Goku's chest with tremendous force, causing an energy blast to erupt instantaneously before him, leaving Goku utterly unprepared as he crashed to the ground. Such power. It is astonishing. The Super Saiyan 2 Goku is indeed formidable, far surpassing his previous Super Saiyan 3 form during the battle against Broly. Yet, he remains utterly powerless against Frieza. Cough, cough. Wait, allow me a moment to catch my breath. Let me change my stance. Frieza was nearly stunned by Vegeta. In a battle of life and death, could such a scenario truly be permitted? Well, this moment does not entail the stakes of survival. So perhaps a more relaxed approach is warranted. Indeed. Feel free. You may even suggest a rendezvous with Bulma and Chi-Chi if you wish. Vegeta bellowed. No need. Just give me 3 seconds. Behold. Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta returns. The pronounced brow, the fierce gaze, the long golden locks cascading down to his waist, all vividly embody Vegeta's formidable power. Come forth, Frieza. Let the second round commence. Buzz. Golden Frieza. Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta. Golden Frieza versus Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta. Frieza triumphs. Gogeta prevails. Chapter 137. The Unconventional Path of Frieza. Wild. The Super Saiyan 3 Gogeta evokes a sense of primal wildness within Frieza, a raw and unadulterated power that stirs Frieza's very blood. Frieza sensed the distinction between Super Saiyan 3 and his divine state. Although enveloped in divine power, which bestowed upon him immense strength, he lacked the wildness that characterized his previous forms. Instead, he found himself in a state of calm. Perhaps this tranquility was the most suitable for battle. Yet it left Frieza with an impression of incompleteness. Today, he yearned to experience that untamed power once more, which is why he refrained from utilizing his stellar transformation. His adaptation of the Tai Chi technique, having evolved beyond the realm of divine power, remained unaffected. Vegeta uttered a soft exclamation, clenching his fist, sensing that something was amiss. Frieza sensed the energy of Gogeta, and the increase seemed less substantial than anticipated, if one were to quantify it. Super Saiyan 2 Gogeta's battle power would be approximately 5 trillion, while the transformation into Super Saiyan 3 should ideally reflect a 4-fold increase to 20 trillion. However, in reality, Super Saiyan 3 Gogeta's battle power merely escalated to 10 trillion. This indicates that the expected 4-fold increase had not been realized, leading to considerable confusion. Gogeta was acutely aware that during his previous battle with Broly, the transformation to Super Saiyan 3 indeed resulted in a 4-fold augmentation. Yet, at this moment, Gogeta felt that any further attempt to elevate his battle power would cause his body to fracture under the strain. This was perplexing. You may think the enhancement is not as formidable as imagined. The explanation is quite simple. Your individual strength has not reached the threshold of Super Saiyan 3. Even though the fusion has augmented your physical resilience, there are limits to this enhancement. Furthermore, your current battle power still leaves much to be desired. With a swift motion, Frieza delivered a knee strike to Gogeta's abdomen, and even Super Saiyan 3 Gogeta found himself spewing copious amounts of saliva from the impact. This blow evidently exceeded Gogeta's capacity to endure. It is worth noting that Golden Frieza is capable of engaging in combat with Super Saiyan Blue. Even Super Saiyan 3 Gogeta falls short of attaining the level of a Super Saiyan God, let alone being compared to Super Saiyan Blue. Oh, you claim to be the mightiest warrior in the universe? What has become of you? Bang! Frieza remained clad in his suit, reminiscent of a formidable enforcer. With a sudden thrust of his shoulder, he collided with Gogeta's chest, followed by a graceful leap that culminated in a swift kick to Gogeta's side. Caught off guard, Gogeta was swiftly overwhelmed by this flurry of strikes and found himself crashing to the ground. Lying there, he gasped as crimson blood spilled from his lips. Clutching his abdomen, Gogeta rolled onto the earth, his anguished expression sending ripples of shock through the onlookers. In an instant, a radiant light enveloped the scene as Goku and Vegeta merged once more, both rendered unconscious in the process. At that moment, anyone who gazed upon Frieza in his golden form couldn't help but shudder. Even Broly found himself involuntarily swallowing hard. The sheer power was overwhelming. This was a force beyond their reckoning. When the disparity in strength was minimal, the Saiyans could still hold their ground and even surpass their foes. However, when the gap widened to such an extent, without rigorous training, it was futile to think that mere shouts could bridge the divide, especially against Frieza, who could incapacitate opponents with just a few deft moves. The prospect of catching up was utterly bleak. Frieza glanced at the unconscious forms of Goku and Vegeta, and he was convinced that, given a little more time, they would undoubtedly achieve the transformation into Super Saiyan 3 on their next attempt. A contemplative expression appeared on Frieza's face. After witnessing Broly's Super Saiyan 3 and Gogeta's Super Saiyan 3, Frieza felt a stronger affinity for a more wild and explosive path. The divine route of Super Saiyan God was not what Frieza desired. Whoosh! Frieza vanished from his location, only to reappear on the icy planet. Paying no mind to the now petrified Taguma, Frieza made his way directly to the heart of the ice world. With his current prowess, the core of the icy planet posed no threat to him, and it was utterly impossible for it to encase him in ice. Glancing at the suit adorning his form, Frieza wore an expression of disdain. Accustomed to his bare form, donning such attire felt exceedingly awkward. With a thunderous roar, Frieza's suit vanished in an instant. For there could be no life within the core of the ice star. This time, Frieza did not gaze upon himself. Instead, he closed his eyes, striving to recall the sensation he experienced when he first devised the art of Tai Chi after approximately 3 days. A spark of inspiration illuminated his mind, allowing him to seize that initial feeling. As he opened his eyes, he invoked the 4th layer of stellar transformation, enveloped in a radiant spectrum of colors. Countless starry lights surged into his being, gradually amplifying Frieza's divine power. No, the stellar transformation seeks to transform me into a being akin to a high priest. While such power is formidable, that form is not what I desire. Subsequently, Frieza began to compress his divine energy. This time, he refrained from allowing his divine power to disperse throughout his body. Instead, he concentrated it, diligently analyzing its essence. The concept of Frieza bears a striking resemblance to the self-created martial arts techniques found in the realm of wuxia, a task of considerable difficulty. At that moment, a vague silhouette emerged in Frieza's mind, not particularly tall, with hands clasped behind his back, his features obscured. Yet, Frieza recognized that this was indeed the high priest. Frieza let out a cold snort, choosing to ignore the other party. Even as the grand priest continued to speak incessantly, Frieza remained resolutely deaf to his words. Frieza fervently envisioned the mythical figure residing deep within his memories, Pangu. Initially, Frieza expressed his desire for the immense power embodied by Pangu, a strength that validates one's path through sheer force. Although such aspirations may seem rather impractical within the realm of Dragon Ball, it certainly does not deter him from attempting to emulate it. Apart from the great deity Pangu, the paths trodden by others hold no merit for me, Frieza, to imitate. Open for me. Boom. Frieza, alone at the core of the ice planet, erupted into a frenzied outburst, resembling a soul lost to madness. Had he possessed hair, one could easily envision him with disheveled locks, oblivious to his own state. Frieza continued to mimic the primordial gestures of Pangu during the creation of the universe, repeatedly thrusting his hands into the void as if wielding an invisible axe. Once, twice, 100 times, 1,000 times. Time became an indistinct blur. Eventually, from the emptiness of his grasp, an ethereal axe materialized. as he swung this spectral weapon. A fissure appeared in the core of the ice planet. Frieza observed as, in the very instant the fissure materialized, a pale figure emerged from its depths. Frieza had little desire to concern himself with a mere inconsequential doppelganger, let it be as it may. Frieza continued to wave his hands in an endless loop. Far away in the realm of destruction, Whis gazed towards the ice planet, his eyes reflecting a rare confusion and an apprehension of the unknown. What transpired on the ice planet that sent shivers down my spine? Chapter 138, Breaking Through Oneself, the New Frieza. Oh ho ho, this is what true power feels like. Clenching his fist, a surge of explosive energy welled up within him, far more exhilarating than when he previously enveloped himself in divine power. While he once possessed strength akin to that of a god of destruction, yet failed to triumph over his adversary, the circumstances had now shifted. Previously, he had relied on the enhancement of divine energy through the transformation of the stars to bolster his combat prowess. Yet his dimensional level of divine power still lagged behind that of the gods of destruction. Under the constraints of this dimensional hierarchy, Frieza had to exert considerably more effort to inflict damage upon the gods of destruction. The higher one ascends in the transformation of the stars, the more arduous the training becomes. Goku's Ultra Instinct is indeed formidable, as it elevates the user's dimensional level, yet he still finds himself evenly matched with Jiren. In terms of true strength, Jiren may indeed hold the upper hand, having dedicated considerably more time to his training. Moreover, Jiren has not practiced destructive energy, yet he can effortlessly dominate the trained Tokpo, a testament to his concentrated mastery of power. Currently, Frieza's path is rather similar to Jiren's, but his ambition is greater. He seeks to wield divine power with finesse. Existence itself is reason enough. While Frieza is confident in his choices, he will not squander the potential of divine energy. After nearly a year of exploration, Frieza finally discovered a method to harness divine power through his unique mastery of the soul, thereby completely transforming the skill of star transformation. Oh ho ho! The star transformation has been utterly transformed. It deserves a new name. What shall it be? Since it is inspired by the creation of Pangu, let it be called the Opening of Heaven Technique. The first move of the Opening of Heaven Technique, /you. The second move, /him. The third move, /the gods. The Opening of Heaven Technique consists of 3 moves. It allows for complete freedom in controlling the execution of each technique, unbound by any specific method. The first technique can unleash a combat power equivalent to 10 times its own, while the second can amplify it by 50 times. The third technique has yet to be tested, for its potential might be overwhelmingly formidable, leaving one to ponder the unforeseen consequences it may entail. Unless absolutely necessary, Frieza is reluctant to resort to the third form of the Celestial Opening Technique. Merely developing 3 forms of attack would render the Celestial Opening Technique rather ineffectual. However, there remain 9 levels of enhancement for the body within this technique. Each level bestows an additional doubling of the combat power. Frieza eschews convoluted names, simply designating them as the various levels of the Celestial Opening Technique. For instance, at the first level of the Celestial Opening Technique, Frieza's combat power is augmented by a factor of 2, and at the 9th level, it reaches 10 times the original power. How does this differ from the Kaioken? If Son Goku's Super Saiyan form can utilize a 10-fold Kaioken, it results in a cumulative increase of 60 times when combined with the 50-fold enhancement. Frieza. If we calculate based on the 50-fold increase of the Silver Frieza, it amounts to a staggering 300-fold enhancement. This boost far surpasses the Kaioken technique by leaps and bounds. Indeed. Although he has only mastered the 5th level of the Open Sky technique, he is already significantly more powerful than before. Coupled with the first and second forms of the Open Sky technique, when he faces off against Champa again, he will surely teach that dim-witted fellow a lesson. On Earth, the Grand Tournament of Martial Arts is currently underway, hosted by Mr. Satan, the head of the largest dojo on the planet. He has offered a staggering prize of 100 million, distributed proportionally to the top 3 martial artists. After a year of absence, Dodoria has re-emerged, this time with a remarkable surge in battle power. From 4 million, he has vaulted to an astonishing 10 million. While Frieza's influence surely contributed to this leap, the true reason lies in the M-shaped symbol that has appeared on his forehead. If Frieza were present, he would recognize this as the work of the wizard Babidi. However, such a drastic enhancement is quite extraordinary. This tournament is even more spectacular than the one held by Frieza. The location remains the same small island. but this time the venue is larger and better equipped. The preliminary rounds have undergone a transformation, shifting from a one-on-one elimination format to a direct power testing apparatus. While this machine effectively eliminates the majority of ordinary participants, it proves unfriendly to those focused on technique. Moreover, for the likes of Goku and his companions, the machine is particularly unkind. At the very least, Vegeta, Cell, and Broly, known for their violent tendencies, have reduced the machine to rubble. This scene has prompted many participants to forfeit. They have no desire to be pulverized by these brute forces. Despite some minor incidents, Goku and the others have successfully entered the top 32. The children's division, which was expected to take place, has been omitted this time, allowing Goten, Trunks, Buu, and Baika to participate in the adult category. Is that not Uncle Dodoria? Trunks has always held a fondness for Dodoria, as he had once stayed at Bulma's house, enjoying their hospitality for quite some time. Indeed, Trunks, you are not mistaken. It is that muscle-showing fool. However, have you noticed how much stronger his energy has become? Moreover, my third eye suggests that there is something amiss with his demeanor. The speaker, Tianjin Han, has already discerned Dodoria's unusual state with merely a glance from his third eye. The other party, having clearly seen them, continued to behave as if they were strangers. Beside Doria stood two burly men with fierce gazes, bare-chested, sharing the same M-shaped symbol on their foreheads as Doria. Vegeta snorted in disdain, feeling quite irked by Doria's freeloading manner. Do you need a third eye to perceive this? I can sense his peculiarity, even with my eyes shut. Suddenly, Krillin exclaimed, drawing everyone's attention. In a corner, Frieza stood, casting a malevolent gaze upon the crowd. Instantly, memories of Frieza's previous assault flooded their minds, causing their expressions to turn uneasy. After the last incident, Cell had developed a blind terror towards Frieza. Upon seeing him, he instinctively moved forward to pay his respects. Just as Cell took a step, Broly's hand landed on his shoulder. No, he is not King Frieza. His aura lacks the brilliance and majesty of King Frieza. Though he bears an identical appearance, he exudes a sense of treachery. As a member of the Heavenly Pavilion, Number 17 interjected. Indeed, while my battle power calculator can no longer detect his precise data, I can assert that he is significantly weaker than King Frieza. Number 18 narrowed her eyes and added, he is definitely not Frieza? You are correct. This individual is not Frieza. Yet he hails from the Ice Star and belongs to the Frozen Demon clan. Xian and Kid appeared in an instant, having sensed the movements of the sorcerer Babidi. However, despite their prolonged search on Earth, they had yet to uncover his presence. The only certainty was that the egg-sealing Majin Buu had been stolen. Oh ho ho ho. Is the World Martial Arts Tournament being held once again? Are Earthlings so leisurely? Ah, Xian, you have arrived as well. It seems Majin Buu is about to emerge. Everyone turned to the suddenly appeared Frieza, who had undergone a significant transformation. Firstly, he was no longer clad in a suit, and his body was now enveloped in a layer of black armor. His once purple, gem-like skin had turned golden. This transformation occurred after Frieza comprehended the opening heaven technique, altering his physical form. This change allowed Frieza to conceal certain vital areas, yet it imparted an even more menacing aura. The latest form is his new normal. It is controllable. Chapter 139, Absolute Loyalty and Mathematical Genius. Oh ho ho ho. What is with those expressions? Has my transformation blinded your wretched eyes? The crowd, daring to express anger, yet remaining silent. The moment the dark-skinned, golden-hued Frieza made his appearance, those who had previously encountered him instantly recognized that this was the true Frieza. As for the figure lurking in the corner, though his appearance bore a closer resemblance to the former Frieza, discerning eyes could easily tell that he was merely an imitation. Standing beside Gohan, the now short-haired Biddy Lee curiously inquired, "Is this the Frieza you spoke of? He actually has a tail? Why does everyone around you seem so extraordinary? Even Uncle Piccolo and Cell are still green-skinned." A cold sweat trickled down Piccolo's brow. Gohan desperately wished to cover Biddy Lee's mouth. How could she possibly voice such thoughts? Despite Biddy Lee's soft tone, there was no certainty whether others could hear her, but both Uncle Piccolo and Frieza certainly could. Indeed, Piccolo's complexion darkened further, showing signs of a deepening green hue. Thankfully, it seemed that Frieza was oblivious to the commotion on this side. Gohan breathed a sigh of relief, for with Biddy Lee's combat power barely exceeding 300, he genuinely feared that Frieza might merely exhale and reduce her to dust. "Come here," Frieza suddenly bellowed, startling Gohan to the brink of submission. Yet, fueled by an intense sense of pride, he instinctively positioned himself protectively in front of Videl. Unable to remain silent, Piccolo interjected, urging, Frieza does not seek to threaten your girlfriend, but it would be wise to inform her. There are certain matters that truly require caution, especially if you wish for Earth to remain unscathed. Frieza's temperament remains an enigma to this day. In moments of tranquility, although he may not evoke a sense of gentle warmth, he possesses an undeniable amiability. However, when his anger flares, he is truly formidable and unrestrained. Particularly in his current form of dark hues accentuated with yellow, Frieza exudes an overwhelming aura, instilling a constant sense of exhilarating dread. It is a mystery how Frieza has honed his abilities to achieve such formidable strength. Creaking softly, the elegant form of Frieza that had previously lingered in the shadows approached slowly. Upon reaching a distance of 2 meters from Frieza, he suddenly knelt on one knee, speaking with profound respect. I have encountered the mighty Frieza. I am a manifestation born from the fusion of Dragon Ball's essence and Cooler, a new member of the Frost Demon race. Oh ho ho ho. Frieza was thoroughly pleased with the attitude displayed by this clone towards him. He, Frieza, could forgive all transgressions, provided there was unwavering loyalty to him. Otherwise, there was but one fate, death. Of course, one could choose not to submit to him, but the outcome of such a choice remained uncertain. Do you not recall how both Bojack and Gula once sought to align themselves with Frieza, only to meet their demise at his hands? Excellent. From this day forth, you shall be known as the 7th lackey of the Celestial Pavilion. Remember, not as an elder, but as a lackey. Swish. With a mere wave of his hand, Frieza summoned Dodoria from afar, who instantly appeared before him. Upon laying eyes on the mighty Frieza, the emblem emblazoned upon Dodoria's forehead glowed with a fierce radiance. Ah, Lord Frieza, I am yours. I am the foremost sycophant of the heavenly hall. No one shall dare to harm Lord Frieza, he exclaimed in a frenzy. No, no, no. I refuse. Boom. Frieza initially intended to utilize the power of the gods to erase Babbidi's magical control, but to his surprise, Dodoria's loyalty to Frieza surpassed all else. In that moment, Dodoria miraculously broke free from Babbidi's enchantment. If in the original narrative, Vegeta's intense pride governed his true nature, then Dodoria, upon seeing Frieza, shattered Babbidi's influence through his unwavering allegiance. Ho ho ho. Zarbon. Dodoria. Have you witnessed Mr. Dodoria's fidelity? Anyone who possesses such devotion, regardless of their past transgressions, shall find forgiveness from me, Frieza. The 3 from Unit 17 immediately knelt, pledging their loyalty. Yes, we understand, my lord. This time, they were genuinely astounded by Dodoria's steadfast loyalty. You shall perish. How dare you attempt to harm Lord Frieza? The moment Dodoria regained his senses, he charged at Spopovich and Yamo, unleashing a combat power of 10 million, mercilessly striking them with his energy-infused fists. Boom. Without a doubt, the 2 bare-chested giants were obliterated. Numerous onlookers witnessed this scene, prompting staff members to rush over to handle the situation. After all, this was no mere brawl. It had escalated into a blatant homicide. There was no need for the likes of Adagawa Konan to appear, as this group could already ascertain the nature of the crime and the identity of the perpetrator. Upon witnessing this, Shuren's eyes radiated a brilliant light, instantly enveloping everyone present. Except for those aligned with Frieza, the memories of the others began to shift. Seizing this opportunity, Shuren and Kid replaced Spopovich and Yamo, officially entering this year's Tournament of Power. Unbeknownst to Shuren, this would mark the beginning of his nightmarish journey. Ho ho ho. Gohan, is this your girlfriend? I shall pose 2 questions. If you answer correctly, I will overlook her earlier indiscretion. Gohan stood before Videl once more, though this time he felt less anxious. As long as it was not a battle, he was rather adept at matters of knowledge. What is 5 multiplied by 6? Without a moment's hesitation, Gohan replied, 30. Frieza quickly inquired, what is 50 multiplied by 10? 300. The sound echoed. Bidalai, upon hearing this, fell to the ground, her expression akin to that of a ghost. How was it possible? How on earth did Gohan manage to get into university with such mathematical skills? Ha ha ha. Just as I thought, my calculations could not be erroneous. To my astonishment, there are those who audaciously declare me a mathematical genius. With a crash, aside from Goku, Gohan, and Goten, no one else remained standing. Goku, puzzled by their falls, curiously asked, is it truly that shocking to get a 2-digit multiplication correct? The crowd, just regaining their footing, fell once more with a thud. In the backstage of the martial arts tournament, the repeated tumbles had left cracks on the ground. The commentator, donning sunglasses, stepped out to survey the scene, his excitement palpable. Oh my goodness, this year's World Martial Arts Tournament is surely going to be spectacular. Even before the match has commenced, The sheer intensity has already caused the ground to fracture. Ahem. Ladies and gentlemen, I kindly ask you to temper your emotions, otherwise we might witness a mass exodus before the competition has even begun. The bespectacled commentator noticed a contestant dressed in a chicken costume and another, a flamboyantly adorned muscular man, attempting to flee over the wall, prompting him to issue a warning. Chapter 140. The Trials of the Supreme Kai. Ha ha ha. Frieza laughed heartily as he made his way toward the arena, his circular white pupils causing those nearby to instinctively retreat. Even the staff stationed at the entrance of the martial arts tournament were too intimidated by his formidable presence to inquire about his eligibility to compete. Soon, the event progressed to the knockout stage, where Satan showcased his remarkable skill by breaking bricks, this time targeting an impressive 21. Frankly, even Turtle was astonished by his immense strength. Although the final brick remained unbroken, his extraordinary power was undeniably exceptional among ordinary humans on Earth. Following Satan's exit, the exhilarating battles commenced, igniting the fervor of the audience. Rather than dwell on the other matchups, let us focus on the duel between the children, Trunks versus Kid. At merely 7 years of age, Trunks possessed an astonishing combat prowess that left Kid utterly incredulous before the battle began. However, when Trunks knocked him to the ground with a single strike, Kid finally grasped the reality of the situation. It appeared that Earth was indeed the most perilous place in the universe. That blow reminded Kid of his initial encounter with Frieza, during which he had fancied himself a servant of the gods, the most formidable being aside from Lord Kaioshin. Yet, time and again, he faced harsh realities that shattered his illusions. Thus, when the draw to determine opponents took place, Kid deliberately ensured that he and Kaioshin Shenron would avoid the Dragon Ball warriors. For instance, Kid's opponent was Trunks, a mere child under 7. Meanwhile, he assigned a competitor for Shenron who was just shy of 6 years old, Butter. This strategy was aimed at prolonging the match without bullying ordinary individuals. Hey, didn't you claim to be a servant of the Kaioshin? Why are you so weak? Trunks, embodying the haughtiness learned from Vegeta, targeted Kid's face with precision. Influenced by Frieza's tactics. Get up. Your weakness is quite irritating. Suddenly, Trunks roared, transforming into his Super Saiyan form, his frustration amplified by Kid's frailty. Memories of being beaten by his father in the gravity chamber surged through Trunks' mind. He yearned to unleash his pent-up energy. With a resounding thud, Trunks sent Kid flying into the sky, his menacing gaze nearly causing Kid to lose control of himself. Frieza, help. Save me. Kid, now wiser, understood that even with the power of Lord Kaioshin, he could not be protected. Ho ho ho. Mr. Vegeta, your little prodigy is well trained. Far superior to that errant Conan from various timelines. It seemed Frieza had no intention of safeguarding Kid. Upon hearing those words, Vegeta's lips curled slightly in a smirk. He was no match for Broly, nor could he contend with Frieza. At this moment, he could hardly defeat Cell. Yet, it seemed that his son was also incapable of overcoming Broly's offspring. With this thought, the fleeting sense of accomplishment vanished into thin air. Humph, a mere servant of the gods, and yet he cannot prevail. Such a one is unworthy to bear the name of my son, Vegeta. Kid was in deep despair. But even in his anguish, he found himself with only one option, to faint. He had been thoroughly dominated by a child, and with absolutely no means of retaliation. Smoothly, Trunks advanced to the next round. Then it was time for Shin to take the stage. Gazing at Butsley, who was slightly shorter than Trunks, Shin let out a sigh of relief. Shin versus Butsley. Young one, I commend your ability to reach this stage. Now, please give it your all. I shall grant you the opportunity to strike not once, but thrice, as a reward for your journey thus far. All right. Bang. Butsley complied. And as he threw his first punch, his hair instantaneously turned green. A tempestuous aura enveloped the entire arena. Roar. Boom. Not only did Shin fail to withstand Butsley's punch, but he was also sent crashing into the boundary of the arena, his eyes rolling back as he fainted. Butsley was bewildered. The one who could converse with King Frieza turned out to be such a weakling? Really? He even dared to let him go all out? Fortunately, he hadn't unleashed his ultimate technique. It was said that it had once made Android 17's uncle weep inconsolably, although he had no recollection of it himself. Oh ho ho ho. Summoning Shin and Kid, Frieza felt a rare pang of sympathy for them and bestowed upon them 2 doses of healing energy. Lord Kaioshin, shall we return to the Kaioshin realm? Earth is far too perilous. The moment Kid regained consciousness, he clung to Shin's leg, not out of fear, but rather from sheer embarrassment. Unbeknownst to him, Shin felt even more humiliated. Yet, Would Shin voice such sentiments? Impossible. Kid, this is a splendid opportunity for you to refine your spirit. Do not let it slip away. With a pretentious air, Shin crossed his arms, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle. A man sheds tears, but does so sparingly. The most riveting match of the preliminaries was undoubtedly Goten's battle against Baika. Although Baika lacked remarkable talent, she was blessed with a wonderful brother and a great uncle. The training from this esteemed group was not only effective, but also ensured that Baika would never feel overwhelmed, coupled with the latent talent of Zanjia within her. Although it did not rival the terrifying prowess of the Saiyans, it was certainly not feeble. After all, how else could Zanjia achieve a battle power of 1 billion? The clash between Son Goten and Baika can be likened to an exquisite duel between a golden boy and a jade maiden, offering a spectacle of unparalleled enjoyment. Each time Son Goten's fist approaches Baika, it incites either Broly or Butsley to unleash their fury, and even Goku and Vegeta join in the fray. This is indeed quite a torment. Despite his tender age, Son Goten bears the burdens that should not be his to carry. Baika, on the other hand, revels in the chaos, striking without restraint. With left hooks and right jabs, she spins and delivers a flurry of kicks, finishing with an impressive 360-degree aerial twist, landing gracefully. Bravo! Goku leads the applause, Vegeta follows suit, Broly bellows in support, and Butsley affectionately cheers. Son Goten is on the verge of tears, exclaiming that he no longer wishes to endure such torment from his father. Vegeta turns to Son Gohan, puzzled, and inquires why their father cheers on Son Goten as he faces punishment. With a wry smile, Son Gohan reveals the underlying reason, because Baika is the betrothed of both our family and Uncle Vegetas. Vegeta is left speechless. The relationships among this group are indeed convoluted. Ahahaha. Son Goten retaliates, declaring that anyone who dares to impede his strike will find themselves kneeling and singing conquer. At that moment, including Broly, all present feign ignorance, though their legs betray them with a slight tremor. Ha ha ha. I too have someone who loves me. Baika, I shall no longer hold back. Ah, bear. The first level of Super Saiyan has emerged. Baika immediately counters with her ultimate move, a tried and true technique that compels even Uncle Broly and Cell to comply. Wow. Auntie, they are bullying me. Cold sweat drips not only from the specially invited audience, but also from Son Goten as he glances at the stands. Ahaha. The laughter resonates just as Android 18's cold sweat hits the ground. Just moments ago, King Frieza declared that anyone who disrupts this match shall kneel and sing conquer. Although she is the wife of Earth's strongest warrior, who would dare to show her disrespect? Yet, Frieza remains an exception, though she says nothing. It does not prevent Frieza from placing the blame upon her. Beat her up, I shall stand behind you. Son Goten chuckles, having long endured this little girl's antics. Now, is he not justified in teaching her a lesson? Baika, just admit defeat already. Butsley, unafraid and fresh, is the first to voice a reminder. One of the overlooked candidates for the leading lady, the Supreme Kai of the West, Lyra. Is there anyone who has chosen her? Chapter 141. Babidi creates a monster. Ahaha. Son Goten is performing admirably. The fruit of the tree of might can be gifted to your mother, rejuvenating her youth. Ultimately, Son Goten merely tapped Bija lightly with his fist, as he still regarded her as a sister. Bija ceased her tears and tantrums, obediently flying to the audience section in search of her mother Zanya's comforting embrace. However, Chi-Chi was quite elated, having long heard Bulma speak of the tree of might's fruit. Thus, amidst what Frieza deemed an excruciatingly dull tournament, the top 16 competitors emerged. It is noteworthy that after witnessing the battle between Trunks and Bu, several participants opted to forfeit, resulting in a shortage of 2 competitors in the final 16. Following discussions between the host and certain individuals, the names of Xian and Kid were eventually added to the roster of the top 16. Observing this scene, the Supreme Kai and his attendant turned pale with disbelief. Was it not enough for them to suffer embarrassment once? Must they endure a second humiliation? Had they foreseen such an outcome, they would have never set foot on Earth, let alone permit the resurrection of Majin Bu. Even if the universe were to perish, they would resolutely remain within the confines of the Supreme Kai realm. As the old Supreme Kai wisely advised, to avoid disgrace, one should speak less and observe more, content to be a quiet spectator. Indeed, the old Supreme Kai fulfilled his role impeccably, his daily routine consisting of clutching a tablet, solely observing and listening, occasionally emitting sounds of awe. Unless Xian approached him for conversation, he would not voluntarily utter a single word. The aforementioned wisdom was imparted to Xian before his arrival on Earth, yet unfortunately, He did not heed it, aided by Kid's divine intervention. Alas, the match of 16-8 commenced swiftly, with Kid already resigned to defeat, merely hoping to avoid a brutal thrashing. This time, his opponent was Zanya, who, although relatively weaker, had honed her combat power to an impressive 2 billion over the years. In contrast to Kid, who had stagnated in his growth, Zanya was a force to be reckoned with. As the battle began, Zanya's flowing orange waves of hair billowed as her small feet, swift as arrows, struck Kid squarely in the chest. Kid was propelled backward like a cannonball. Zanya, give him a beating so severe that he can no longer fend for himself, then make him surrender. Frieza suddenly erupted with a spine-chilling laughter, and save for Zanja. No one heard his subsequent words. Zanja initially intended to send Kid flying out of the arena, but upon receiving Frieza's telepathic message, she charged out once more. Just as Kid was about to leap from the stage, she materialized before him in an instant and kicked him back to the center of the arena. The resounding echoes of powerful strikes reverberated throughout the venue, as the audience cheered for Zanjia's graceful yet forceful movements, marveling at Kid's resilience. For a full 10 minutes, Kid endured excruciating cries, yet did not succumb to unconsciousness. You're too tough to handle, I concede. After Zanjia knocked Kid to the ground, she spared no glance at whether he was still alive and promptly declared her surrender. The bespectacled man observed the elegant and carefree Zanjia leaving the arena, then glanced at the trembling Kid, reluctantly announcing Kid's victory. Kid shouted, I do not want victory. Return my right to lose. Unfortunately, no one paid him any heed. He was certainly not the only man wishing to concede. Shenron had made up his mind. Despite his opponent being a mere earthling, the diminutive bald figure, Krillin, exuded an aura of malevolence. Shenron could hardly fathom how this individual could contain the sinister energy within. Unbelievable. Coincidentally, the next match featured Shenron and Krillin. Shenron resolved that the moment the bespectacled man declared the start, he would immediately shout his surrender. At that moment, Krillin's ears perked up, and a mischievous grin spread across his face. Shenron felt a surge of panic. He contemplated whether to forego entering the arena altogether. Before Shenron could gather his thoughts, a massive foot from Cell propelled him into the ring uncontrollably. Who dares to act so unscrupulously? At this juncture, the bespectacled man saw the competitors in place and promptly proclaimed, the match begins. Shenron gasped in shock, hastily shouting, I concede. Smack. Krillin would not grant Shenron the opportunity to surrender. He delivered a swift slap that left Shenron's mouth agape, controlling his strength. Krillin unleashed a barrage of blows upon Shenron, treating him as if he were Broly himself. Marlin, I shall make you aware that the man you selected is the mightiest earthling. Pow, pow, pow. I concede. I know you recognize me. But that won't deter me from delivering a beating. Spirit Bomb. Kamehameha. Wait, I can't use that. Take another hit from the 7 Injuries Fist. Mastering the 7 Injuries. All 7 are injured, showcasing the unparalleled might of the 7 Injuries Fist. Only those like Krillin, with sinister energy in their bodies, dare to practice it. Puff. Xian could no longer recall how many times he had coughed up blood. Had he known there were so many formidable individuals on Earth, he would have never worried about the likes of Majin Buu. After expressing his gratitude to Tian Tian, Kid gazed at the arena, silently urging, Lord Kaioshin, just hold on a little longer. I shall heal you. After a considerable time, he conceded, I admit defeat. This fellow has mastered the art of counterattack to an extraordinary degree. I've struck him so hard that my entire body aches. The bespectacled man remarked. The audience collectively exclaimed, what is going on? This is an illegal match. I must report that red-faced Kid and this pale-faced Xian. They must be employing some form of monetary manipulation. With tears welling in their eyes, Kid and the coughing Xian could only swallow their grievances. We did not. Just as the crowd united in their outcry against Xian and Kid, Quila made his entrance, facing off against Cell. Having fused with Frieza's clone and enhanced in the core of the ice planet, Quila's strength had surged dramatically. At that moment, Quila's normal combat power soared to hundreds of billions, and he could undergo another transformation, achieving a remarkable threefold increase, reaching an unprecedented combat power of 300 billion. At that instant, a portal resembling a gateway appeared in the center of the arena, adorned with a grand M symbol. Frieza narrowed his eyes, aware that the mischief was orchestrated by that pesky Babidi. Ho ho ho. Hold your horses, Sand 4. Let us see what trick Babidi has up his sleeve. In the audience, Frieza reclined on a sofa, sipping red wine while elegantly slicing a steak personally crafted by Dodoria. The medium-rare steak elicited frowns from many women present. Kvila also noticed the change in the arena, yet a subtle, undetectable smirk crept upon his lips. Having witnessed Dodoria's previous state, he understood the significance of this symbol. At that moment, a black light surged from beneath the ground, swiftly entering Kvila's body, though a wisp of that darkness was seized by Frieza. Frieza, filled with curiosity regarding the composition of this energy, resolved to conduct a meticulous analysis. On the arena, Kvila suddenly clutched his head, entering a state of frantic shouting. Don't even think about controlling me. I am a prodigy of the Ice Demon clan, and no one shall exert control over me. You scoundrel! Get away from me! In an instant, the arena was shrouded in smoke, leaving the audience bewildered as to what had transpired. Soon, the mist dissipated, revealing the figures of Kvila and Cell. Kvila erupted, not only transforming into a form identical to Gula, but also undergoing a remarkable change in his skin. Those who had witnessed Frieza's transformation understood that this signified the ascension to the golden form. The golden aura surged skyward, instilling fear in all who beheld it. Moreover, upon Kvila's brow rested an M-shaped symbol, deserving of the title, Demonized Golden Kvila. His battle power escalated from an initial 100 billion to an astonishing 300 billion, and upon demonization soared to a staggering 500 billion. Ultimately, in a fit of extreme rage, combined with the latent potential awakened within the core of the Ice Star, he achieved the golden form. In this state, Kvila surpassed Frieza's newly transformed golden form in strength. Gulps of apprehension escaped Cell's throat as he thought to himself, the lineage of Frieza is truly monstrous. Chapter 142. A single punch to vanquish Majin Buu demonized Kvila transitioned directly into the golden form, an outcome Frieza had not anticipated. This Kvila resembled the Frieza from the original narrative, having undergone intense mental torment within the core of the Ice Star before erupting with ferocity. The current Kvila was far beyond Cell's capacity to contend with, much like when he had fought Broly. He would merely be obliterated by Kvila. Unlike Frieza, Kvila would not restrain his power. What if Cell were to be obliterated, leaving no chance for resurrection? Though somewhat unreliable, Cell's loyalty, in contrast to the likes of Android 17 and Broly, was perhaps only second to Dodoria. In a narrative where Cell should have been the protagonist, he found himself embroiled in a tale of suffering, his enhancements repeatedly facilitated by Frieza. Lacking the sovereign arrogance characteristic of the original story, he now exhibited a hint of subservience before Frieza. For this reason alone, Frieza could not genuinely allow Cell to perish. Moreover, as a member of the 10 hierarchs, the death of Cell would cast a shadow upon Frieza's own reputation, would it not? Frieza contemplated this moment, gently placing the red wine down and abandoning the steak. In the next instant, he materialized upon the arena. "Oh ho ho ho!" he exclaimed. "Cell, retreat. This is beyond your capability." Cell had long desired to depart, yet he dared not leave without Frieza's consent. Now, liberated by an implicit decree, Cell fled the scene with astonishing swiftness. He did not simply run or fly. He executed an instantaneous teleportation. At this moment, aside from Frieza, the one who provided the greatest sense of security was none other than Broly. Behold, the special audience section had transformed, with Broly at the forefront, flanked by others forming a triangular formation behind him. Originally, Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan occupied the second row, but with Cell's return it expanded to 4 individuals. One stood out among them, Shin, who boldly positioned himself beside Goku. This was the dark sorcery of the wizard Babidi, capable of manipulating minds and turning others into his subordinates. This creature, Quira, had succumbed to the enchantment of dark magic. He was immensely powerful, far surpassing the Majin Buu I had encountered before. There was simply no comparison. Broly, from the corner of his eye, glanced at Shin. It was inconceivable how such a feeble Kaioshin could exist. If this is the caliber of gods, it is truly laughable. On the arena, Frieza remained in his typical guise, characterized by his dark skin and golden hue. Kvira, have you intentionally succumbed to your demonic transformation? Do you truly believe that with Babidi's enchantments and your golden form, you can defy me? The 4 antennae atop Kvira's head trembled slightly before settling into stillness, and a hoarse voice emerged from the mouth of Golden Kvira. Lord Frieza, within me resides a fragment of Gula's lingering spirit. It is he who instigates this turmoil. Frieza's lips twitched, incredulous at the audacity displayed. Did he truly believe him to be a simpleton? Guldo was merely an alternative translation of Quira. How could such a triviality serve as a justification? As the saying goes, when minds do not align, even a word is too much. If our temperaments clash, I shall compel you to acquiesce. Without further ado, Frieza teleported directly in front of Quira, transforming instantaneously into his golden form, delivering a powerful punch to Quira's abdomen. Wild, arrogant, and untamed. If this is the impression that Golden Quira imparts, then Frieza embodies these three descriptors to their fullest extent. Moreover, Frieza exuded an untamed fervor that remained perfectly contained, a feat unmatched by anyone save for the gods of destruction. A thin veil of primal energy enveloped Frieza, who had now activated the first layer of his heavenly opening technique. The counterfeit shall never stand in the presence of the authentic. This principle seems lost on you. After Frieza sent Kvila flying with a single punch, he reappeared above Kvila, bringing his hands together to deliver a crushing blow upon Kvila's forehead. Whoosh! Boom! Kvila plummeted violently to the ground. At that moment, a plump, rosy figure appeared, Majin Buu, adorned with a golden belt emblazoned with the letter M. It was astonishing that Frieza's initial strike against Kvila had provided Majin Buu, that corpulent being, with an abundance of energy. So much so that he was propelled into existence. Majin Buu, Shenron exclaimed in a voice filled with dread. Broly regarded Shenron with diminished respect. Was this pitiful creature, possessing a mere 450 billion in battle power, truly worthy of such alarm? What an embarrassing display. Oh ho ho ho. So this is what brought Majin Buu back to life. Yet you have inflicted not a scratch upon me. How could this possibly absorb enough energy? The original narrative stated that only injuries to those untainted by evil could yield sufficient energy. Frieza cast another glance at Kvila and noticed that the symbol on his forehead had vanished. It turned out that Kvila was ultimately too powerful. The process of demonization had become a burden to him. This exemplifies the abandonment of what was once a means of enhancement, now discarded like a worn-out garment. A bounder. Indeed. Oh, but wait, Kvila possesses no gender. Such a label would only serve to commend him. Ha ha ha. Kvila, I shall grant you one final opportunity. Should you remain obstinate, do not blame me for the consequences. Frieza merely cast a fleeting glance at the rotund pink figure, swiftly losing interest in further scrutiny. For its combat prowess was scarcely noteworthy. However, it must be acknowledged that Majin Buu possesses formidable strength, had it not been for Frieza's unwelcome interference and Broly's unexpected arrival. Majin Buu would indeed have emerged as an overwhelming force, capable of dominating all adversaries. Presently, it remains uncertain whether Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan can attain the Super Saiyan 3 transformation, a sight Frieza has yet to witness, leaving him in doubt. Even should they achieve this transformation, their initial battle power would scarcely surpass 400 billion. While Goku and his companions may augment their strength, Majin Buu is equally capable of transforming into a childlike form, thereby enhancing his abilities. Golden Cooler has finally recovered from Frieza's recent two-hit assault. The resilience of the Frost Demon race is not to be underestimated, and Golden Cooler is not so easily dispatched. Ahem. Frieza, have you ever witnessed a member of the Frost Demon race bowing to another? If you were in a situation where you faced a stronger opponent, would you accept defeat, even to the point of death? Would you willingly become someone else's subordinate? Frieza's gaze subtly shifted, revealing his deep admiration for Kvila's words. However, it was ultimately futile. Ah ho ho ho. While I commend your spirit and concur that this is indeed the honor of the Ice Demon clan, it is solely I, Frieza, who embodies that honor. Those who refuse to submit shall face annihilation. At that moment, the white ring in Frieza's eyes transformed into a fiery red, signifying the activation of his divine power. To Frieza, this divine power resembled a magical tool, facilitating feats beyond mere strength. Chapter 143, Little Lackeys Shouldn't Seek Validation. Ah, ho ho ho. As the white circles in Frieza's eyes morphed into crimson, Kvila experienced a profound shudder of the soul. This was the suppression of higher dimensions over lower ones. A sensation only the natives of the Dragon Ball world could fathom. Frieza, in contrast, felt little of its weight. What level have you attained to exude such terror? This is impossible. Though the Ice Demon clan possesses high innate talents, we could never reach your heights. Even in my current form, the astonishment is overwhelming. Begone, you hideous wretch. Bang! Kvila, overwhelmed with terror, yelled out, and, in a fit of anger, unleashed a punch that obliterated the nearby Majin Buu into mere mush. This scene was witnessed by Babidi and Dabura, who had just emerged from the depths, their faces a portrait of shock. Babidi, trembling with astonishment, exclaimed, "My Majin Buu, Dabura, clad in a blue battle suit and adorned with a white cape, bore a horse-like visage, complete with pointed ears and 2 ram's horns upon his forehead. Though tall and imposing, he did not meet Frieza's aesthetic standards, and his combat power was woefully inadequate. A mere trillion in combat power was beneath Frieza's notice. Lord Babidi, I told you Mage Imbue is nothing remarkable. With me as the king of the demon realm, I can handle all adversaries. For instance, those 2 rustic fools who have turned themselves into golden trash. Buzz. At these words, the entire arena fell into stunned silence. Frieza was rendered speechless, choked by the absurdity of the situation. How could such a fool fail to discern the essence of anger? How dare he insult my master? A disgrace to my lord is a disgrace to me, and today, even at the cost of my own formidable physique, I shall obliterate you. In a fit of rage, Dodoria disregarded the disparity between himself and Dabura, charging recklessly ahead. Upon witnessing Dodoria's impulsive action, Android 17, Cell, and Broly immediately grasped the implications. Was this not the opportune moment to demonstrate their loyalty? If not now, then when? The 3 of them shouted in unison, "Face your demise." Dabura, momentarily bewildered, wondered how his minor display of arrogance had provoked 4 adversaries to converge upon him. Yet, Dabura was not without his own prowess. Do you dare approach me with such insignificance? Bah! He spat a thick glob of phlegm directly at Dodoria. The latter, utterly repulsed, were knowable towards Frieza for his treatment, but could hardly tolerate Dabura's spit. Perish! Cell, at that moment, proved to be even stronger than Broly in his base form, swiftly surpassing everyone as he charged towards the projectile of saliva. Dodoria rejoiced. Well done, Cell. But as Cell caught sight of Dabura's hidden weapon, his expression shifted dramatically. However, with the momentum already set in motion, there was no turning back for Cell. Fortunately, his reflexes were sharp. He seized Dodoria's foot and hurled him towards the vile spittle. Smack! Dodoria, unable to evade, was struck by the projectile, and upon landing, he began to transform into stone. Just then, Cell unleashed a powerful punch upon Dabura's head. Boom! A watermelon exploded, splattering red and white everywhere. This shocking spectacle sent the audience at the world's greatest martial arts tournament into a frenzy, screaming and fleeing towards the exit. Frieza was indifferent, as this event was not organized by him, and he had not received any remuneration, leaving him with no reason to concern himself with the chaos at the venue. Dodoria, who had just been partially petrified, swiftly regained his form, signifying that Dabura had been decisively dealt with by Cell. Upon observing this, Android 17 realized that he could not allow this to go unchallenged. Having already fallen out of favor with King Frieza, he needed to see some credit for himself. As his gaze wandered, it fell upon the grotesque Babidi, instantly igniting a spark of determination within him. You are even more repugnant than that spitting creature, buzzing around like a fly. Such filth should not exist. With a swift motion, Android 17 did not resort to the brutality of Cell, for he was a man with a family, and must maintain an air of sophistication at all times. As he descended, a radiant energy blade flickered in his hand, untouched by any blood. With poise, he straightened his posture, mimicking the stance of a swordsman, and with a flourish of his blade, proclaimed a single word, divide. The focus shifted back to Babidi, whose body appeared as if it had been sliced like paper, exhibiting a disfigured symmetry. No, it cannot be. Why are you so powerful? Babidi gasped, succumbing to his fate. In less than a minute, the trio of newly emerged monstrosities had met with disastrous ends, one reduced to mere pulp, another's head obliterated, and the last cleaved in twain. This serves as a stark reminder that one must remain cognizant of their circumstances. Unfounded arrogance can lead to dire consequences. If one is not the leader, they should refrain from interrupting when a superior speaks. The audacity of the lesser beings is a burden too great for them to bear. Broly, witnessing that he had yet to engage, pondered if this was truly the conclusion. Recalling Android 18's admonishments, he understood that those who acknowledge their contributions are the most esteemed. Thus, Broly bowed respectfully, stating, King Frieza, the 2 insolent fools have been vanquished. We take our leave. This spectacle incited fury among the other 3. Although Dodoria had not killed anyone, he had sustained injuries, while 17 and Cell had acted with ruthless precision. Now, a mere Broly, who had done nothing, had usurped the opportunity to claim glory. Ah, splendid. Broly, your transformation brings me great delight. Now, you may depart. Broly responded, yes. The remaining trio seethed with indignation, yet found themselves at a loss for words. Frieza has already praised Broly. Are they truly going to oppose him? Moreover, The three of them combined seemed insufficient to withstand Broly's might. Alas, Kvira, I have suddenly conceived of an excellent resolution, one that may yield some unexpectedly remarkable outcomes. Frieza's words sent a chill through Kvila's heart. Suddenly, he erupted with a radiant brilliance, his aura surging once more, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that caused the barrier set by Frieza to tremble uncontrollably. Frieza, you possess neither the authority to judge me nor the right to dictate my fate. My life is determined by me, not by fate. Ultimate cosmic detonation. A deep crimson energy sphere materialized in Kvila's hands, initially no larger than a basketball, yet it swelled in size with the wind, soon surpassing the dimensions of an entire island. This magnitude was several times greater than the energy sphere formed by Majin Buu in the original story within the Kaioshin realm. Today, not only will I annihilate you, but I shall also bring about the total destruction of this planet. Die. Kvila had completely lost his sanity. The energy contained within this sphere was so immense that even Super Saiyan 3 Goku would find escape to be his only option. The disparity in power was insurmountable, unable to be bridged merely by a technique or a battle cry. The appearance of Undabra lasted but a minute. Chapter 144. Apologies, I forgot you were too weak. Kvila's decisive strike, which he staked his future upon, possessed tremendous power, akin to Vegeta's ultimate sacrifice in a desperate bid against his foe. A diluted version, of course, as Kvila had no intention of perishing alongside his opponent. The key point, however, was that the golden Kvila's strength far surpassed that of Vegeta in the original narrative. Yet, in the face of such a formidable attack, Frieza merely curled his lip in disdain. He had several methods to counter this assault. Firstly, by transforming into Diamond Frieza, he could effortlessly kick this colossal energy sphere away. Should he assume the form of Golden Frieza, it was highly likely he could disperse the energy with a mere breath. Furthermore, he could employ his divine power to dismantle the sphere, which would require some effort but was certainly feasible. Naturally, utilizing the second level of the Heavenly Opening technique would suffice. Lastly, Frieza also had the Heavenly Triad to draw upon. Although this technique was entirely fabricated from his imagination, its might could not be compared to the true power of the Panga deity. It was not the primordial chaos, was it? Thus, the Heavenly Triad, simulated within the Dragon Ball universe, was an overwhelmingly formidable force. Frieza, unwilling to continue his transformations, resolved to test the might of the first technique of the Celestial Opening. Ahahaha. Congratulations on becoming the first fortunate soul to experience the Celestial Opening technique. Now, behold my formidable power. With that, Frieza unleashed the first technique, Slash You. His hands bulged with veins, surging with a force that reverberated throughout the cosmos. An axe, composed entirely of energy, materialized in his grasp. The Kaioshin, Shin, sensed an unprecedented aura, one so potent that it transcended his imagination, seemingly capable of disregarding dimensional hierarchies. This was the source of Shin's disbelief. Far away in the realm of the destroyers was furrowed his brow, discarding a chicken bone, his gaze fixed upon earth. What manner of power is this, that it sends shivers down my spine? Whis refrained from using his staff to observe, aware that he would glean nothing. The area suffused with that peculiar energy rendered even an angel like him unable to peer within. This enigma was part of what alarmed him. Fortunately, this power posed no threat to him, allowing him to refrain from reporting it to the Grand Priest. Is this your doing, Frieza? On Earth? Goku and his companions gazed at the spectral axe in Frieza's hand, a chill running down their spines, a fear that transcended mere personal courage. As the axe struck the energy sphere created by Kevlar, a horrifying spectacle unfolded. The energy sphere, forged with all of Kevlar's strength, was cleaved in two, vanishing instantaneously as if it had never existed, leaving everything shrouded in an eerie strangeness that Kevlar found utterly unacceptable. Moreover, the energy axe merely grazed one of Kevlar's horns due to Frieza's lack of restraint, causing that horn to also disappear without a trace. Impossible. What is this technique? Why is it so powerful? I refuse to accept this. Kevlar lamented, clutching his missing horn and shouting in a frenzy, yet to no avail. It wasn't that he lacked power. The crux of the matter was that he was not the protagonist. Had it been Goku, perhaps a miracle could have transpired. Kevlar, however, was destined to be the discarded one. Suddenly, the Majin Buu, who had just been shattered by Golden Kevlar S-Punch, reappeared. This time as two forms, one fat and one slim. No coaxing from Mr. Satan was necessary, nor any provocation from Mr. Satan's injuries. The slim Buu simply manifested. Frieza was acutely aware that Majin Buu would not succumb so easily to defeat, Yet he was taken aback when Majin Buu unexpectedly split into two. Behold. This is the transformation instigated by Frieza, marking a significant deviation from the original narrative since the onset of the Universe Saga. Upon the emergence of the fat and slim Buu, they disregarded everyone and immediately engaged in a tumultuous battle of love and conflict. Ho ho ho. Following their division, their combat prowess was dispersed, yet Slim Buu retained a distinct advantage. Before long, Fat Buu could no longer endure, and akin to the original tale, was transformed into chocolate and devoured by Slim Buu. After consuming Fat Buu, Slim Buu was enveloped in a dense cloud of steam expelled from the small orifices on his body. Moments later, a more muscular version of Buu emerged, no longer appearing so emaciated. I remember you. You were the one who disrupted the balance of good and evil within me with a single punch. I shall consume you. With that, the large Buu unleashed a powerful kick towards Kvila, seemingly intent on exacting his frustration upon him. Despite Kvila's diminished stamina, his original combat strength was formidable, and he was not one to be trifled with by Fat Buu. Consequently, Fat Buu's kick failed to connect with Kvila and was instead met with a crushing blow. However, this time, the large Buu quickly regained his composure, his expression fraught with vexation. Ho ho ho. You have killed him twice. Now let him be your compensation. Frieza's eyes suddenly glimmered with a crimson hue, and a radiant beam of 7 colors shot towards Kvira, rendering him immobile in an instant. As the scene unfolded, Majin Buu, witnessing this spectacle, struck Kvira with a fist while simultaneously executing a complete 180-degree rotation of his head, all without moving his body. This formidable being mused, "May I consume this golden entity that bears such a striking resemblance to you? Who dares to claim that Majin Buu lacks intelligence? Who asserts that he is devoid of fear? Just observe how he exhibits trepidation towards Frieza. Ah, feast upon him. Whether you partake or not, I shall ensure his demise. Devouring him would undoubtedly bolster your strength. You have emerged rather late, and your power seems somewhat inadequate, yet you still possess quite a number of admirers. Presently, Goku and his companions remain unharmed, and there is no need for Goten and Trunks to shoulder the burden of safeguarding Earth. Gohan, too, has not ventured into the Supreme Kai realm to be cultivated by the Elder Kai, which has indeed deprived Majin Buu of several potential targets for absorption. However, should Majin Buu consume the Golden Kvira, the enhancement he would gain would surely surpass that of absorbing those others. In any case, Kvira is destined for demise. Initially, I contemplated having Cell devour him, yet now, granting him to Majin Buu is also acceptable. As for the little puppet, we shall address that matter in due course. Frieza is eager to discover the extent of Majin Buu's evolution. Regrettably, he is unable to witness the divine transformation of Super Buu. Thank you. You are a kind soul. Frieza was momentarily petrified. Had he just been dealt the good person card? Fortunately, his opponent was not female. Otherwise, Frieza might have bled profusely and collapsed. Transform into a biscuit. Then, Majin Buu, with his tail awkwardly positioned atop his head, pointed it at Kvira, unleashing a spiraling beam of light. Kvira desired to resist, to flee, yet he was firmly ensnared by Frieza's control, left helplessly watching as the beam struck his body. 1 second passed, then 3. Kvira glanced at himself, utterly unscathed. He was taken aback. Majin Buu scratched his head, turned towards Frieza, and innocently inquired, this person is quite formidable. May I opt for installment payments? Or perhaps slice him to savor slowly?" Frieza's expression darkened with disbelief. Must it be so absurd? Slicing it, as if Quira were a steak? Oh, how ridiculous. No need for such trouble. Allow me to assist you. Frieza's eyes widened, and a radiant beam of 7 colors shot forth from them, instantly enveloping Kvila. Bang! Without fail, Kvila transformed into a shimmering golden cookie. Such feats were effortlessly accomplished by divine power, far surpassing the capabilities of Buu. Off you go. Frieza commanded the cookie to fly towards Majin Buu. Open your mouth. At that moment, Majin Buu behaved like a well-behaved child, immediately complying and widening his mouth. With a pop, the cookie entered Buu's mouth and then burst forth from the back of his head. Ah, what a blunder. I forgot you were too weak. Kid Buu. His combat power surpasses that of Fat Buu, boasting an astonishing 500 billion. He is not the protagonist. Chapter 145, Majin Buu's Fireworks. Majin Buu smacked his lips, still unaware of the gaping hole in his head. Perhaps it was due to the multitude of holes that he had grown accustomed to such damage. Ho ho ho. Take your time eating, but don't cause a ruckus in the center of the ring. We still have a tournament to conduct. Despite the audience having fled, Did Frieza care? Not in the slightest. It was outrageous that Satan dared to host the World Martial Arts Tournament on his territory, showing blatant disrespect towards Frieza. It was fortunate that he hadn't obliterated the place on the spot, let alone maintain order for them. Such a notion was utterly impossible. However, the competition must continue. Frieza had a certain fondness for the World Martial Arts Tournament. One cannot deny Frieza's wickedness. Even the ferocious Majin Buu obediently stood outside the ring, seated on the ground, voraciously gnawing on that killer cookie. Crunch. Majin Buu lost 3 teeth, yet the killer cookie remained unscathed. Frieza's production truly exemplifies excellence. Witnessing this scene, Xian was drenched in cold sweat. Who would have thought that Majin Buu could be so amusing? Oh ho ho ho. Host, who shall battle whom next? It must be noted that among ordinary humans, the sunglasses-wearing man possesses the greatest courage, steadfastly remaining in place despite the absence of spectators in the audience. Moreover, he boldly stood alongside Majin Buu, both preparing to contemplate how to reattach that tooth. Sunglasses man, truth be told, I wish to leave. Yet I stay here solely because it is safe. The next match features the formidable Son Goku against his son, Son Gohan. The dedicated sunglasses man promptly discarded Majin Buu's tooth, cast aside the microphone, and announced the contenders for the upcoming bout. Son Goku clenched his fists, the bones cracking audibly. At last, he could engage in a full-fledged battle with his son. Goku was rather discontent with Gohan's recent preoccupation with romance. He found it quite intolerable. Saiyans hardly indulge in such sentimental affairs. Direct confrontation is the true path. Son Goku and Chi-Chi had a whirlwind marriage, while Vegeta and Bulma skipped straight to intimacy, neglecting to even secure a ticket for the journey ahead. Gohan, on the other hand, had been dawdling in a year-long romance, engaging in the Super Saiyan combination and teaching Biddy how to fly, yet to this day, he had yet to produce an heir. Such disappointment for Son Goku. Gohan. While it may be tiring, you cannot avoid it. Son Gohan. What on earth does that mean? Chi-Chi understood, as did Android 18. Even Bulma recalled the time when Goku posed a similar question to 18. But Gohan was just a child back then. How could he comprehend? Come on, Dad. Let me assure you, I'm not afraid of fatigue. Those who understood were left bewildered, while Son Goku, feeling a sense of pride, declared, Excellent. That is my son. Unafraid of fatigue, we shall accomplish it tonight. Tonight? No need. I can do it right now. Roar. Son Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan 2 first. His battle power of 100 billion caused not a ripple. Son Goku was taken aback. This nonsensical dialogue truly reflected the unspoken bond between father and son. Then let us fight. Roar. Son Goku's transformation appeared considerably more effortless than that of Gohan. Perhaps Gohan possessed greater innate talent, yet after a year of neglecting his training, Goku had surpassed him. Wait. Dad, I need a moment. In mere seconds, Son Goku's remarkable speed allowed him to unleash 1,000 punches upon Gohan, who found himself overwhelmed, urgently calling for a pause. Goku halted, eager to witness just how far Gohan had progressed. Go ahead, call. Gohan did not hesitate, after a light exhale. He concentrated on the haunting memory of Piccolo's demise. Uncle Piccolo, do not take my Uncle Piccolo away, he cried out in despair. Piccolo retorted. When was I ever killed? Why am I unaware of this? Suddenly, Gohan's hair began to elongate, and a fierce glare startled Videl. Roar. With a crackle, the formidable Super Saiyan Level 3 Gohan emerged, boasting a staggering battle power of 400 billion, yet it failed to create even a ripple in the atmosphere. You're quite the lad. Each time you ascend, you use me as a catalyst. At this rate, I shall become a mere test subject. Piccolo exclaimed. Broly, taken aback, turned to inquire, are you truly a plant? How do you compare to ginseng, reishi, or goji berries? Piccolo was nearly overwhelmed by the absurdity. You almost made me retreat into silence. Android 17 burst into laughter. Brother-in-law, so you indulge in goji berries? Look at me. I completely abstain. With a sudden burst, Android 17 transformed into a shooting star, vanishing from sight. Android 18, instantly displeased, exclaimed, Hey, that is my brother. Next time, refrain from striking him. Zanya felt a surge of emotion, thinking, having an elder sister is truly wonderful. I worry about him injuring his hands. He should kick instead, as the skin on his feet is tougher. Frieza nearly succumbed to laughter, for this was undoubtedly not the genuine Dragon Ball. This tome ought to be titled, Frieza Enters the Absurd Dragon Ball World. On the arena, Gohan, transformed into Super Saiyan 3rd grade, unleashed a frenzied assault on his own father, shouting, "Uncle Piccolo, once I defeat him, you shall be reinstated." Kiki stumbled, and Piccolo's face darkened further, while Goku erupted in fury. "Ah, you little brat, today I shall show you what for. Super Saiyan 3rd grade is nothing. I have long since mastered that transformation." Whether it was an illusion or not, all present witnessed Goku's hair elongate momentarily, casting a fleeting shadow. Though it swiftly returned to golden, the scene ignited a flurry of imaginations. Vegeta chuckled mischievously. "So, you are a ginseng." Puff. Piccolo coughed up blood thrice, collapsing to the ground. "Oh ho ho ho. Piccolo, your plight surpasses even that of Do-E. Even if you could manage it, you wouldn't be spewing blood, would you?" Piccolo's blood-spitting efficiency increased dramatically. Returning to the matter at hand, the clash between Super Saiyan Goku and Super Saiyan Gohan, a scenario absent in the original narrative, piqued Frieza's interest. The specifics of battle power became inconsequential. He was purely curious about the outcome of this confrontation. Bang! Yet, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The Majin Buu, having forcibly consumed a Kawaii brand cookie, erupted once more. This time, he was not shattered by an external force, rather. It was the sheer might of digestion that caused him to burst. "No worries, carry on with your battle. I've grown accustomed to exploding a few times. Soon, I shall join the fray." Bang! Goku and Gohan chose to disregard Majin Buu, engaging in their own back-and-forth combat. Bang! The explosion from Majin Buu caused Gohan to misfire a punch. Just as he was about to voice his frustration, Goku delivered a knee strike to his chin. Bang! Goku aimed to follow up with another kick, yet Majin Buu erupted yet again, causing him to miss. Seizing the opportunity, Gohan clapped his hands on Goku's knee, propelling himself into the air and executed a sidekick that sent Goku flying. Gohan prepared to press the advantage, with the special beam cannon already primed. Bang! Majin Buu exploded once more, causing Gohan's hand to tremble, and the special beam cannon hurtled towards Frieza. Frieza was thoroughly engrossed when, unexpectedly, he was ambushed by Gohan. "Damn you, Cell." In an instant, Cell appeared before Frieza, swatting Gohan's special beam cannon aside with a single blow. Cell, this is far from over." Just returning from a circuit around the Earth, Android 17 was struck directly by the special beam cannon and was sent flying by its force. Zangya, cradling her daughter Baika, gently buried Baika's head against her chest, whispering, "Do not look. Although your father is in a dire situation, it serves as his trial." With a sudden tremor, Zangya tightened her grip, causing Baika to convulse uncontrollably. Blitz, filled with rage, shouted, "Let go of my sister. Allow me." With a swift slap from Android 18, Blitz was sent sprawling, muttering, "At such a young age, why not learn properly? I wouldn't be this furious even if I found someone my age." Broly applauded, exclaiming, "Well done, my dear wife." Boom. Oh ho ho ho. This Majin Buu fireworks display is truly exhilarating. Super Saiyan Gohan. Power level, 400 billion. Chapter 146. Piccolo's unique method of stimulation. Boom, boom, boom. The battle between Goku and Gohan ceased, as the commotion caused by Majin Buu was simply too distracting. The onlookers remained transfixed, their eyes fixated on the repeated explosions and the subsequent recovery of Majin Buu. Everyone, save for Frieza, was utterly astonished. If one were to assess who was the most shocked, it would undoubtedly be the man in sunglasses. After all, he stood right beside Majin Buu. He had already collapsed to the ground in sheer terror. Fortunate that the barrier Frieza had erected for the commentator protected him. Otherwise, he would have been obliterated at the very first explosion, let alone endure the numerous blasts that followed. Who knows what kind of psychological torment the man in sunglasses endured. Yet he steadfastly clutched his microphone, seemingly prepared to report on the match at any moment. Manaka's professional spirit pales in comparison when juxtaposed with the man in sunglasses. He appears utterly feeble. He is indeed a paragon of mental fortitude. Finally, Majin Buu ceased his cacophony of explosions. Oh ho ho ho. Why stop now? Clearly, you have not yet digested everything. Majin Buu panted, slightly fatigued, responding, "I shall take a brief respite. I roughly estimate that I can explode another 100 or so times." Right before everyone's eyes, Majin Buu simply fell asleep, his snores resonating, a bubble forming at his nostrils. 5 seconds later, the bubble burst, and he opened his eyes. His red, ringed pupils bore a striking resemblance to Frieza's awakened godly powers. With a wide grin, his green tongue licking his lips, he remarked, awake now. I shall continue. As the crowd fell, Frieza's lips twitched. Even Cell, with such explosive power, would have been reduced to nothing. Yet, Majin Buu merely gasped a few times and then, after a brief 5-second slumber, was restored. King Frieza, sensing the magnitude of his energy, realized that his combat power had already surpassed his own. Cell perceived something different. While others only witnessed Majin Buu's self-destruction, Cell recognized that Buu's combat power was actually increasing. With Cell's insight, Broly's gaze also grew grave. Coupled with such an outrageous regenerative ability, defeating him would indeed prove to be quite troublesome. Suddenly, Tien shouted with formidable authority, proclaiming, with my ability to deal true damage, even the most resilient tank can be felled with ease. A collective attention turned towards Tien, including Frieza, who was curious how one could mar their intellect with such tattoos. Did he think he was playing a game? True damage, indeed. Ho ho ho. With the might of the heavenly dragon paired with the celestial prowess of El Bu, Tien, you truly know how to play. The explosion from Majin Buu continued. Yet Goku and Gohan, now acclimatized, were unaffected. Their battle had reached a fever pitch, their breaths growing increasingly labored. As Gohan seized Goku's shoulder to flip him over, his heel aimed a powerful kick at the back of Goku's neck. Should this strike land, victory would likely belong to Gohan. Piccolo, witnessing this moment, could no longer remain silent and bellowed. Good. Vegeta cast a sidelong glance at Piccolo, disdainfully remarking, you and Gohan are both too naive. Just as Vegeta's words fell, Goku abruptly sank his shoulder, seizing Gohan's hand that rested on him with a fierce grip, shouting, get down. Boom. Gohan was hurled to the ground, the impact eliciting a pained cry. Goku's combat experience far surpassed Gohan's. Having gained the upper hand, he provided no opportunity for Gohan to react. Spinning him around by his hand, the fierce winds howled with Goku's movements, and as Gohan became dizzy from the rotation, he suddenly felt his hand released, sending his body uncontrollably flying towards the edge of the arena. Gohan attempted to regain his balance, yet Goku had no intention of allowing him to stabilize. Utilizing instant transmission, Goku appeared directly in Gohan's path, and in Gohan's widened eyes, Goku's fist, charged with energy, emerged. Goku's fist, imbued with energy, struck Gohan with tremendous force. Boom. Once again, Sun Wukong was knocked to the ground, and for a moment, he remained prostrate. Chi-Chi was terrified, her complexion as pale as a ghost. In this father-son confrontation, the most distressed was Chi-Chi, having just reclaimed her youth. She could not bear to see any harm come to the three most important individuals in her life. Biddy was already rendered speechless by shock. The events of the day shattered her understanding of martial arts. Could it be that true combat could reach such earth-shattering heights? At that moment, she could only cover her mouth, her face etched with concern for Sun Wukong. Little did she know that this was under Frieza's protective barrier. Otherwise, the earth would have been obliterated in an instant. Beck, witnessing this, clenched his teeth in anger and suddenly seemed to resolve himself. He shouted towards the fallen Sun Wukong. Wukong, your Uncle Beck has been killed by your father. In the astonished gazes of all present, Beck executed an astonishing act. He plunged his hand into his own chest, blood gushing forth, and his anguished scream echoed in Sun Wukong's ears. Hearing Beck's words and his wail, Sun Wukong struggled to lift his head. What met his eyes was a gaping wound in his Uncle Beck's chest, his once green visage now paling. Buzzing with fury, Sun Wukong roared, no one shall harm my Uncle Beck, not even my father. A tempest of rage surged within him. As Beck's self-inflicted wound ignited Sun Wukong's latent potential. Enraged, even Frieza had acknowledged that an enraged Sun Wukong could achieve the unimaginable, capable of overcoming foes many times his superior. At that moment, Sun Wukong found himself in such a state. In the very instant of his fury, Sun Wukong felt a primal force awakening within his son. Frieza also rose to his feet, casting a contemplative glance in the direction of Gohan. At that moment, Tien had successfully healed Piccolo's injuries once more. Previously addressing his excessive blood loss, she was now mending the gaping wound upon him. Chi-Chi and Videl trembled nervously, their hands shaking with fear at the prospect of something horrific befalling Gohan. Bang! Oh, Majin Buu has exploded yet again. The crowd had lost count of how many times he had detonated. Even though Majin Buu had grown to an astonishing level of power, no one dared to question it. After all, Gohan appeared far more menacing at this moment. Chapter 147. Gohan in his wildest fury at this juncture. Every muscle in Gohan's body swelled with immense power. and his crimson eyes were filled with a ravenous thirst for blood. His visage began to contort, evoking an impression that he was on the verge of transforming from a human into a beast. Broly and Vegeta furrowed their brows simultaneously, uttering, "Is he about to become a great ape?" Frieza shook his head, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. "Oh ho ho ho. In my estimation, this is merely a transitional phase of transformation. Although this metamorphosis is rather unique, once it reaches completion, Gohan will undoubtedly emerge as the foremost among you." Vegeta clenched his teeth in silence, while Broly wore an expression of disbelief. "Lord Frieza, I beg to differ. This is merely the state of a mere gorilla. My Super Saiyan form is certainly not inferior to his." Frieza shook his head once more and continued. "Your Super Saiyan form is indeed formidable compared to an ordinary Super Saiyan, but Gohan's transformation, this time, is extraordinary. The path he has chosen bears little resemblance to the traditional Super Saiyan. It is equally wild. Yet it lacks the characteristics of increasing strength with each battle and enduring stamina. Just watch. Goku will undoubtedly be defeated at the hands of his son this time." Though Kiki, Biddy, and Piccolo did not fully grasp Frieza's words, they were certain that Gohan would face no obstacles. "Mr. Vegeta, aren't Saiyans supposed to possess tails and transform only when their eyes absorb the light of a Blutz wave? Wait, it seems Gohan's tail has indeed emerged." Frieza was just curious as to why Gohan could transform into a great ape without a tail. As he pondered this, he suddenly witnessed Gohan's tail manifesting out of nowhere. It was quite astonishing. How could this tail emerge at will, much like hair? Vegeta, with his arms crossed over his chest, maintained an air of nonchalance despite the shock that coursed through him. He remarked, "The Blutz waves do not solely emanate from the moon. Fundamentally, they are derived from the sun, merely refined by the moon. Thus, it is not impossible for Gohan to transform during the day." After a moment's pause, Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Why is his hair golden? Could it be that he is a Super Saiyan?" Upon comprehending the principles behind the Blutz wave, Frieza grasped the essence of Gohan's current predicament. Firstly, having just transformed into a Super Saiyan 3, he found himself incapable of further unlocking the latent potential within him, even amidst the peak of his fury. Consequently, this anger catalyzed the awakening of his primal instincts. Due to the nature of his Super Saiyan 3 transformation, Gohan had taken on the appearance of a golden-haired gorilla. This was dire. As Gohan morphed into this gorilla state, he risked losing all rationality. Piccolo, who had only just been pulled back from the brink of death, exclaimed in alarm. He had merely intended to provoke Gohan slightly, but it seemed he had pushed too far. "Gohan, I'm fine. Please, stop." With his transformation complete, Gohan let out a furious roar, unleashing powerful energy blasts haphazardly. "Oh no, not again." 17, who had only just returned, was struck head-on by one of Gohan's formidable energy waves. "Mom, when will that come down?" Daughter's concern was evident. Zangya gently tousled her daughter's hair, which had inherited 17's genes, and reassured her, "Don't worry, your father is a man of boundless stamina. This little incident won't bring him down." "Mom, I'm back." Bertsuri, who had been sent flying by 18's slap, barely managed to return before being knocked away again by Gohan's chaotic energy blasts. 18 began to feel anxious. After all, that was her son, not the formidable Broly. "Broly, do you want to go retrieve our son?" Broly's gaze remained fixated on Gohan, his mind entirely consumed by the overwhelming surge of uncontrollable rage within him. Noticing her husband's unusual demeanor, 18 recognized that a son could always be reborn, but this man was irreplaceable. "Broly." Her cries went unanswered, but thankfully, Frieza responded, "Oh ho ho, no need to worry. Bertsuri is robust. Your husband is merely experiencing a unique state induced by Gohan's provocation. Once he regains his senses, he will emerge even stronger." 18 chose to trust Frieza's words. Despite Frieza's often erratic behavior, he rarely spoke in error. Meanwhile, Piccolo continued to shout, "Gohan! Gohan! Pinholder! Finish him off." Frieza truly burst into laughter this time. Was Piccolo adding fuel to the fire, or pouring wine into it? At this rate, it would be a miracle if Goku survived. "Let me go? Your opponent is that long-haired beast." I explode. Boom. The unfortunate Majin Buu found himself caught in the grip of the golden-haired gorilla, Gohan, whose immense strength was too much for him to endure. In desperation, Majin Buu had no choice but to resort to self-destruction once more. Who was he to be pierced through? Who has fallen? Uncle Piccolo? Surprisingly, in an accidental twist of fate, Piccolo inadvertently awakened a glimmer of clarity within Gohan. prompting him to recall Uncle Piccolo. The golden-haired gorilla, Gohan, with eyes glowing crimson, turned toward Piccolo, and the hue in his gaze began to shift. However, Gohan remained oblivious to the anguished cries of Goku beneath his feet. Gohan, my Gohan, could you possibly lift your esteemed foot and spare your mother from widowhood? Upon hearing Gohan speak, Chi-Chi quickly reminded her son, as her husband was still there, spitting blood. Mom, where's Dad? Gohan, I'm right beneath your feet. Goku shouted with all his might, finally managing to catch Gohan's attention. Ah, Dad, when did you end up under my foot? Huh, is this furry thing my foot? Ah, I don't want to be like this. Biddy Lee cannot accept it. Just then, Gohan suddenly roared again, stomping down in a fit of rage. Goku was stomped multiple times, vanishing beneath the arena's surface, sinking deep into the ground. Gulp. It was unclear who swallowed hard, but everyone felt a pang of sympathy for Goku. Gohan, calm down. Look at me, I am Biddy Lee. You can certainly regain control. With a whoosh, Gohan ceased his furious rampage, standing still, fixated on Biddy Lee. This time, the pupils in his eyes emerged, golden and dazzling. After a brief moment, his body began to shrink, the golden fur gradually transforming into red, enveloping Gohan entirely, with only the fur on his chest disappearing, revealing his muscular physique. A red tail stood erect behind Gohan, and his hair was sleek and glossy, still spiking upwards, with 2 strands cascading down to his shoulders, presenting a striking appearance. Super Saiyan 4 Gohan, the epitome of power. Gohan transformed once again. Within a single day, achieving 3 transformations was truly astonishing. Broly, look at me. I am your wife, Lapis. Your beloved android 18. But where has Butsley gone? Come back quickly. Lord Frieza, look at what has become of your subordinate. At that moment, number 18 let out a piercing scream. Roar. Frieza turned his head and was taken aback to see the crimson glow in Broly's eyes, accompanied by a feral growl emanating from his lips. After a moment of surprise, he erupted into laughter. Oh ho ho ho. Your man is certainly not one to concede defeat. This is going to be quite the spectacle. He lamented. Why, in the Cell saga, was Cell not the protagonist? And in the Buu saga, why was Buu's brilliance overshadowed? Meanwhile, deep underground, Goku, in a state of semi-consciousness, murmured, Is there anyone left who remembers me? Chapter 148. There is no wildest, only wilder. Oh ho ho ho. Truly worthy of being a member of my esteemed Heaven's Pavilion, Broly has performed admirably. Number 17. Number 17? Dodoria respectfully replied, reporting to you, Lord Frieza, number 17 is still on a global journey. Ah, number 17. Come, Dodoria, enjoy this moment. A bead of cold sweat appeared on Frieza's forehead as he turned his gaze towards Cell. You worthless wretch. You possess Saiyan blood, as well as the lineage of my frozen demon race, yet you show such little progress. And for heaven's sake, could you not seek medical advice for your questionable taste? Cell, I have suffered 1,000 points of critical damage. Meanwhile, the Supreme Kaishin was experiencing an encounter unlike any he had ever faced in his lifetime. At that moment, he was rendered utterly speechless by shock. Initially, he had deemed Majin Buu to be the most terrifying and malevolent entity imaginable. Yet now what was this? Majin Buu seemed almost endearing, even pitiable. When Frieza had commanded Majin Buu to devour the golden cooler, Shin had vehemently opposed the idea 1,000,000 times over. But now, his perspective had shifted entirely. Majin Buu was no longer frightening in the least. Frieza, that twisted being, is beyond words. He exudes an unfathomable aura. The moment he unleashed the heavenly slash, it left Shenron utterly bewildered. However, soon after, Gohan and Goku transformed. Shenron could sense that both possessed combat prowess rivaling that of Majin Buu. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Gohan's power surged once more, escalating tenfold in his great ape form. Just when one might assume this was the pinnacle of his strength, Gohan regained his composure and transformed yet again. Though his physique had diminished, his combat abilities underwent a monumental shift. Shenron was left in a state of shock, pondering what it would take to truly rattle him. As he began to accept this overwhelming reality, his seemingly obedient wife unexpectedly erupted with an intimidating presence. Daddy, Tian, please come save my father. At long last, the fully transformed Gohan sensed Goku's faint energy and rushed into the chasm to rescue his father. Goku appeared quite pitiful, with barely any bones intact, resembling a limp worm. This sight caused Chi-Chi to burst into tears, fainting on the spot, while Gohan panicked. He swiftly embraced Goku and dashed to Tion's side. Being Gohan's closest ally, how could Tion refuse the call of his best friend in need? Without pretense, Tion placed both hands on Goku's body. Suddenly, the iconic melody of pudding filled the air, and Goku regained consciousness. Oh dear, Gohan, you're truly remarkable. I nearly became flattened. Gohan, feeling bashful, scratched his head. While Vegeta mockingly interjected, not nearly. Your body was genuinely flattened just now. This only deepened Gohan's embarrassment, but he quickly seized the chance to escape the scene. After all, wasn't his mother Chi-Chi unconscious? Didn't Videl require a sturdy chest to lean on? Hey, speaking of which, this 4th grade Super Saiyan form does provide quite the robust chest, Gohan exclaimed. Videl, I'm coming. He then urged Tion, please assist my mother as well. I have other matters to attend to. With that, Gohan made his way to Videl, while he paid no mind to Broly's raucous outbursts. Upon reaching Videl, he grasped her shoulders and spoke with utmost gentleness. Videl, I hope I didn't frighten you too much just now. Videl's face flushed a deep crimson, reaching all the way to her neck. How could he suddenly be so bold in front of so many people? Yet, that robust chest looked incredibly inviting to lean against. With a gentle closure of her eyes, Videl buried her face into Son Gohan's chest. You truly look magnificent, exuding such masculinity, she exclaimed. The public display of affection between the two was quite overwhelming. The fireworks continued to dazzle, a spectacle that had long since ceased to astonish the onlookers. Frankly, the fireworks sponsored by Majin Buu were exceptionally impressive, both in sound and effect, and the best part was that it cost absolutely nothing. Suddenly, Broly erupted with a thunderous roar, unleashing a ferocious wave of energy that soared into the sky. Boom. The appearance of Super Saiyan Broly elicited applause from the crowd. Clap! Clap! Broly bellowed, don't rush with the applause. Show me your tails. In an instant, Broly, in his fury, commanded his tail to emerge obediently. His eyes, devoid of pupils and glowing a fierce red, fixed upon Android 18, revealing a tender moment. The next second, Broly's gaze hardened as he charged onto the stage, demanding, who is my opponent? Step forward. It was evident how diligent the bespectacled man was in his role. With a flourish of his microphone, he boomed. Though the match has descended into chaos, let us welcome Broly's opponent, Mr. Tien Shenron. All eyes turned to Tien, who was gripping Kaiatsu's hand tightly. With a furious shout, he declared, Kaiatsu, let go of me. Don't say a word. I shall teach that arrogant fool a lesson. I, Tien Shenron, am not a name to be taken lightly. Kaiatsu replied, Tien, you're crushing my hand, but I shall endure. I'm not crying. The crowd observed Kaiatsu's pained expression, tears streaming down his face, yet he remained stubbornly silent. Even Frieza gave a thumbs up in approval. Oh ho ho, you truly are remarkable. Oh, come out. Show yourself. Broly shouted, frustrated by the lack of response. Suddenly, his body began to expand, his mouth protruding, and a gorilla-like visage emerged. As Broly's form rapidly increased in size, a thick coat of emerald green fur sprouted, transforming him into a luminous green furball. Unlike Gohan's golden locks, Broly's green fur was notably longer. His massive hand seized the recently revived Majin Buu, who, taken aback, shouted, what the heck? You all have no shame, enjoying the fireworks for free and now expecting me to join in the act? Ouch. I'm going to explode. Broly, observing his empty hands, revealed a sinister grin. With a powerful swipe of his hand, he aimed at the rapidly approaching black dot in the distance. Oh ha ha ha. On the 17th, I, the invincible deity, declare my might. Do not approach me. Slap. Howl. Ding. Bai Jia turned once more to her mother, pouting in indignation. Mom. Dad is traveling around the globe without us. Zhang Jia wiped the cold sweat from his brow and reassured her. It's all right. Next time, I'll take you on an adventure. Your father is quite unromantic. Bai Jia was overjoyed. Yes, yes. And bring son Yukong along. Chi-Chi's ears perked up, and upon hearing Bai Jia's words, she leaped with glee, exclaiming, all right. How about Yukong being your husband in the future? Zhang Jia, is everyone from the Sun family utterly shameless? I am no longer a demon. I am the most untamed Saiyan warrior. The legendary Super Saiyan 4th level is I. Who can rival me? Ha ha ha. With a shiver, Broly interjected upon hearing Frieza's laughter. Except for you, King Frieza. Frieza was momentarily rendered speechless. Unlike Gohan, who succumbed to irrationality, Broly effortlessly ascended to the 4th transformation of Super Saiyan without the need to eliminate anyone. His explosive hairstyle, with piercing white eyes that bore a glimmer of golden light, and muscles more formidable than Gohan's, epitomized his untamed essence, while his hair remained crimson. The verdant aura enveloping him signified a fundamental distinction between Broly's Ultra Instinct and Gohan's transformation. Simply put, Broly's power was greater, his endurance far superior, and he possessed the remarkable ability to grow stronger with each battle. The prowess of the Ultra Instinct eclipsed that of the Super Saiyan by a considerable margin. Broly's Ultra Instinct shall henceforth be referred to as the Ultra Fourth Transformation. Tien Shinhan. Tien Shinhan. Upon hearing Broly's call, Tien Shinhan felt an electric jolt course through him. He could no longer maintain his fade, nor did he wish to. At this moment, Tien's gaze shifted to an unprecedented solemnity. His third eye shimmered with resplendent light, and the golden dragon adorning his body transformed into a vibrant red. Chapter 149. The Battle of Ultra Fourth Transformation and Super Saiyan Fourth Transformation. Once Tien Shinhan adorned the golden dragon, his combat power became a mystery to all. According to the scanning technique, his physical combat power was revealed to be 2 billion. Weaker than Piccolo, yet stronger than other Earthlings, such as Yamcha, whose power was a mere 5 million, a staggering contrast. However, Tien possessed a technique known as Flying Dragon in the Sky, allowing the golden dragon to manifest, seemingly multiplying his battle prowess exponentially. Now, having absorbed enough of Tien's life force, the golden dragon had evolved into a red dragon, which Tien claimed was even more formidable. Even Frieza found himself intrigued by Tien's potential. The expectation for the great dragon version of Tien was palpable. With deliberate steps, Tien approached Frieza, each footfall echoing with a resonant thud that ignited the enthusiasm of all present. Soon, he stood before Frieza, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect and bowing slightly. "Frieza, may I concede?" His heart raced with excitement, his trembling hands, the shattered floor beneath him, and a palpable sense of pent-up frustration. Broly, standing in the arena, was taken aback, overwhelmed by a feeling akin to despair. Frieza's cold sweat once again trickled down his forehead. He had harbored a glimmer of hope, only to be met with this unexpected turn of events. "Oh ho ho ho, are you not the man who possesses true power? Where is your dominance?" Tien, with perfect enunciation, retorted, "The prerequisite for dealing damage is that I must not be eliminated instantly. The prerequisite for displaying dominance is that the opponent must be weak." The crowd. Is such earnest nonsense truly acceptable? It seems to possess a certain logic. Even if Tien were to leap and execute a grand maneuver like Demon Descends followed by sweeping hundreds of troops and Great Demon Dragon, if he were to fall to the ground defeated, even delivering a flurry of energy waves would be utterly futile. "Oh ho ho ho. Very well then. Since you have so sincerely admitted defeat, I shall graciously accept. And you, the one who spreads affection like confetti, you ought to know better. Instead of transforming into Super Saiyan 4, what are you contemplating? Go on, let me witness the disparity between Super Saiyan 4 and the transcended Super Saiyan 4. Boom. A firework erupted, adding an even more delicate nuance to the atmosphere. Go forth, you are the strongest man in my heart. In this form, you are truly unparalleled. And those who mimic your transformation are but trifles. Videl, with an air of mischief, ardently encouraged her man to battle while simultaneously ridiculing Broly for imitating him. As one who has surpassed her father, Mr. Satan, Videl may lack formidable combat prowess, yet her martial spirit is undeniably more resolute than that of Gohan. Gohan glanced at Uncle Piccolo, who, under Frieza's predatory gaze, nodded with great difficulty, his expression contorted in distress. "Piccolo, if I must face the heavens once more, I fear I shall truly meet Amitabha." Gohan then looked at Krillin beside Piccolo. Instinctively, Krillin clasped his hands together, then wrapped his arm around Marin's waist. Grinning, "I support you in spirit." Finally, Gohan turned his gaze to his father, the very same Son Goku who had just been trampled. Son Goku, with heartfelt guidance, advised, "Gohan, you are the strongest. Remember the fury you felt when Piccolo was nearly defeated. As long as you maintain that emotion, Broly will be in for a reckoning." At last, Gohan's resolve solidified, and after a 5-second silence, he bellowed, "Broly, if you dare harm Uncle Piccolo, I shall strip your skin off." "Piccolo, I'm not dead yet, but I should probably start preparing." Gohan charged towards the arena, while Son Goku patted Piccolo's shoulder, speaking earnestly. "This child, Gohan, has put you through much suffering. Piccolo, I curse you both. Neither of you are worthy. The state I'm in is all due to your poor guidance." Duong. The explosive battle has officially commenced. Two individuals, both adorned with crimson hair, one with red eyeshadow and the other with green, faced off. Their muscular forms colliding with a resounding punch. A surge of red energy erupted into the sky as Son Gohan unleashed his utmost fighting prowess. Broly, not one to hold back, responded with a roar of his own, unleashing a torrent of green energy that sent Majin Buu crashing against the barrier. Majin Buu exclaimed, "Am I a nuisance even without exploding? Very well, let the explosions continue." Boom. Bang. Bang. Majin Buu's self-detonation resembled the starting gun of an athletic competition, prompting Son Gohan and Broly to engage in a fierce and visceral battle. Uncle Piccolo, bless me from above. Piccolo, I assure you, I am not dead. Duong. Broly received a heavy blow to the face. Yet, his gaze remained fierce, and the slight smirk at the corner of his mouth showed no sign of faltering. Uncle Piccolo, I have never even touched him. Duong. Broly's fist struck Son Gohan's chest, leaving an imprint that sent Gohan soaring with a cry of pain. Unforgivable. Unforgivable. Boom. Roar. Deep in a state of profound rage, Son Gohan surged forward towards Broly with an even more ferocious intensity. Broly was utterly enraged. This was an unimaginable injustice. Son Gohan. Son Gohan. Duong. Duong. Fist against fist, foot against foot, knee colliding with knee, heads butting. Son Gohan and Broly's wild energy radiated in waves, filling the entire barrier with pulsating power. Majin Buu, infuriated, declared, "I have absorbed Golden Cooler, and I shall not be intimidated by you two. You have toyed with me long enough. Now it is my turn." Thus, Majin Buu entered the fray. Duong. Boom. Puff. Following a tremendous explosion. Everyone instinctively covered their ears. Yet, the sunglasses man stood firmly at the edge of the arena, unmoving. Only he could match Frieza in unwavering composure. Sunglasses man. In truth, I wish to leave, yet I do not wish to stay. His melody, hauntingly beautiful. As expected, Majin Buu exploded once more. Son Gohan couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Broly also let out a subdued grunt. Just moments ago, Broly had been facing two opponents, instantly elevating his combat power from 80 to 100. A powerful punch landed squarely on Gohan's abdomen, followed by a sweeping kick that struck Majin Buu's body. Gohan coughed up blood, and indeed, his kick had sent Buu flying. However, Broly was not unscathed either, despite Gohan taking a hit. He retaliated with a kick to Broly's face. In a rather unsporting manner, Majin Buu clamped down on Broly's calf as the explosion erupted, leaving a row of bite marks on his hairy leg. On the arena, Goku and Vegeta exchanged words. In such an intense battle, how can we remain uninvolved? Let us fuse. Vegeta, already eager for the fusion, was about to consent when Shin interjected. The Supreme Kai, upon hearing Goku's suggestion, was instantly intrigued. Wait, fusing is not as powerful as the fusion created by my Patera earrings. You should utilize my earrings for the fusion. Kibito chimed in, indeed. The old Supreme Kai mentioned that these earrings enable fusion. Yes. I will give you one earring each, and you can fuse. Just as Shin removed one earring. Kibito's words startled him. Kibito, you fool, stop. In a flash, Kibito had already taken off one earring. From the perspective of Broly, even the Super Saiyan 4th form seemed slightly inferior. Chapter 150. The arrival of Vegeta, a fiery battle on the horizon in the arena. Broly exhaled softly, his explosive muscles seeming to contract slightly, yet a wicked grin lingered on his lips, exuding menace. Have I overestimated you all, or have you always been this weak? The Super Saiyan 4th form, having absorbed Golden Cumber, is nothing extraordinary. He spat disdainfully, and you even bite. Broly scoffed at the recently restored Majin Buu, finding him contemptible. This iteration of Majin Buu was weaker than Golden Cumber, and certainly inferior to the current Gohan, yet he still had the audacity to boast. Buu's expression twisted into a sinister grimace, teeth clenched in fury. He had not fully absorbed Golden Cumber, he merely enveloped him. And complete digestion would require a significant amount of time, unless he was willing to pay any price for digestion. He risked being unable to erase the lingering effects of Golden Cumber's soul. Although Gohan could withstand the kick, his moment of explosive anger was drawing near. Moreover, breaking through to Super Saiyan 3 and 4 within a single day had placed tremendous strain on his body, necessitating a moment to catch his breath. Broly, finding little interest in the two, preferred to grant them some time to recover, wishing to engage in a thorough battle. The key was that he had heard whispers from the audience suggesting that the unpredictable foe he had once faced was about to make an appearance again. Thus, a brief period of tranquility enveloped the arena. In the stands beyond the barrier, Xian watched in trepidation as Kid removed an earring, his complexion drained of color, instinctively propelling himself toward Kid. Suddenly, the formidable number 17 re-emerged. Though his combat prowess was modest, the advantage of unlimited energy was vividly apparent. Even if he had to rely on endurance, he managed to deflect several energy blasts aimed at him, the most significant harm inflicted by Broly's mighty slap. Fortunately, Broly did not genuinely wish to eliminate his little brother and, in a moment of rationality, chose to show mercy. At the instant Xian and Kid charged toward one another, number 17 landed precisely between them. Perceiving their approach, a highly agitated number 17 mistakenly believed he was under attack once more, prompting him to activate his protective shield in anger. The moment the shield activated, Xian and Kid found their formation interrupted. Reacting with astonishing speed, Xian swiftly removed the other earring. At long last, the course of history shifted once more. Xian and Kid, who were meant to fuse, failed to complete the final step. What was once a solitary fool was now two simpletons. Kid, put that earring back on. You cannot act without my consent, Xian exclaimed in alarm, realizing that without number 17's formidable shield, the moment would have been beyond his control. Boom. I'm back. Just as Kid intended to express his understanding, a small foot landed squarely on him. Here, devoid of Frieza's barriers, Kid was swiftly kicked into a house by Butsley. This spectacle left Xian feeling both vindicated and frustrated. It was this child who had previously bested him and his servant. Butsley's kick was fortuitously timed, yet it inadvertently awakened a slumbering super warrior, Son Goku. Vegeta. With these earrings, I can grant you power-surpassing fusion. While Goku was somewhat amenable, Vegeta was adamantly opposed to fusion. His pride would not allow it. However, as others surpassed him, that pride was utterly shattered. He dismissed the unsightly fusion dance and, considering it merely required wearing an earring, he and Goku promptly donned them without hesitation. At this juncture, Xian continued, for the gods, this fusion is permanent. For mere mortals, however, it is not. Though, I cannot say how one might separate afterward. Goku and Vegeta gasped in shock. Surely, one could not exhale in such a manner while speaking. In the midst of extreme fury from both Son Wukong and Vegeta, the formidable warrior Vegeta made his grand appearance. Vegeta, the fused entity I am, is known as Gogeta, whereas the amalgamation of our powers manifests as Vegeta. Unlike the fusion of Gogeta, Vegeta's attire does not feature the vest. Instead, he dons Vegeta's blue battle suit on the outside, complemented by Son Wukong's orange martial arts GI beneath. His hair is no longer a solid black, but has transformed into a rich brown hue, and adorning his ears are the lime-colored patera earrings. Additionally, he possesses two distinct fringes on his forehead, one longer on the right side and slightly shorter on the left. His height remains based on Son Wukong's stature, yet his gaze reflects more of Vegeta's intensity, brimming with aggression. His physique, while not as explosively muscular as Broly's, exudes a potent sense of strength, embodying the essence of concentrated power. After momentarily reveling in his exhilarating combat prowess, Vegeta's piercing gaze fell upon Xian. With a swift motion, a gust of energy surged forth, leaving Xian gasping for breath, only to be hurled into the very hole made by Kid moments ago. Should you continue to speak so breathlessly, it will not be mere gusts of wind, but rather a slap accompanied by a hefty boot. Vegeta's voice carries both the affability of Son Wukong and the arrogance of Vegeta, a combination that radiates a uniquely magnetic masculinity. It is no wonder he has garnered countless admirers. How delightful. Vegeta has arrived, heightening the excitement of this thrilling spectacle. So, you pitiful wretch, have been reduced to mere background noise. Cell, my heart aches with despair. I once believed myself to be the ultimate warrior, yet compared to that bunch of misfits, I am but a jest. Vegeta called out, summoning Broly, Gohan, and Majin Buu. Those named turned their gazes towards the observation platform where Vegeta was said to be, only to find no trace of him. What are you staring at? I'm right here. Vegeta had already teleported to the arena, stretching his limbs with immense satisfaction. This action instantly irked both Broly and Majin Buu, feeling as though they had been toyed with. Roaring with rage, Broly unleashed a powerful punch directed at Vegeta. Majin Buu swiftly followed suit, intent on dispatching this arrogant interloper. Gohan, having witnessed Vegeta's fusion process, recognized the voice and silhouette reminiscent of his father, and immediately launched a kick at Majin Buu, declaring, "Majin Buu, your opponent is me." Boom. The battle ignited once more, transforming the previous three-way brawl into a series of duels. At this juncture, aside from the composed Frieza, all the capable super warriors had taken to the stage. Under relentless assault, Vegeta realizes that in his normal state, he is vastly inferior to Broly's Super Saiyan 4 form by at least 100,000 leagues. In an instant, he erupts with energy, transforming into Super Saiyan 2. How splendid! Chapter 151, Majin Buu's full outburst, Broly on the brink of madness. Oh ho ho ho. I can already feel the tingling in my hands. Cell, come and massage my shoulders. Cell, daunted, complies without hesitation. Bang. Bang bang bang. The battle in the arena escalates to a fever pitch. Gohan and Majin Buu gradually begin to adapt to their transformations, their combat becoming increasingly fluid. Gohan delivers a side kick that strikes Majin Buu, who disregards the gaping hole in his abdomen. With an elongated form, his head crashes directly into Gohan's. Thud. Unfortunately, Majin Buu underestimates the resilience of Super Saiyan 4. His head but only brings him discomfort. A sly smile creeps across Gohan's lips as he clasps his hands together. Seizing Majin Buu's head, and with a powerful slam, he drives it into the ground. The sheer ferocity of his strength elicits a continuous wail from Majin Buu. Ah, roar. Ah, I'm exploding. Boom. Regrettably, Gohan does not allow Majin Buu to inflict harm upon him so easily. At the moment of Buu's explosion, an energy blast descends, confining the explosion beneath the earth. Soon, Majin Buu reassembles himself, following the recent explosion. The sphere containing Kefla within him shrinks slightly, and his power surges anew. The two resume their fierce contest. Vegeta, having transformed into Super Saiyan 2, still finds himself outmatched by Broly. Under Broly's savage onslaught, Vegeta struggles to endure. Am I, Vegeta, merely a name without merit? Witnessing his aura swell once more, a golden wave of energy radiates forth, rivaling Broly's Super Saiyan 4 might. Long hair, prominent brow, and a more ferocious gaze. Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta makes his grand entrance. That gaze, unmistakably villainous. Once more, with a mighty roar, Vegeta charges at Broly, creating a sonic boom reminiscent of a fighter jet. Thud. This time, Vegeta's fist finally collides with Broly's in a fierce exchange, unleashing a violent wave of energy akin to a blade. Gohan shouts as he intercepts, while Majin Buu nonchalantly allows the energy wave to slice through him. For such trivial harm is inconsequential to him. When the energy blade encounters the barrier, it is finally halted, allowing the tense spectators to breathe a sigh of relief. In the form of a Super Saiyan 3rd grade, Vegeta's power level has surpassed that of Gohan and Majin Buu, surprisingly matching Broly's legendary Super Saiyan 4th grade in combat prowess. When Broly's ferocious fist struck Vegeta's abdomen, Vegeta endured the pain and swiftly moved behind Broly, delivering a powerful elbow strike to his opponent's back. Broly bellowed, propelling himself forward while simultaneously launching a kick backward, summoning a green energy blast that hurtled towards Vegeta. Vegeta braced himself with both hands crossed over his chest, absorbing the impact of Broly's kick. He then pressed his hands against the energy blast, redirecting it away from his feet and reappearing before Broly. With a resounding crash, just before Broly could land, Vegeta unleashed a punch imbued with energy, striking Broly's abdomen with such force that the shockwave penetrated through him, emerging at his back. This blow indeed caused Broly discomfort. Seizing Vegeta's head, Broly ruthlessly slammed him towards the ground, exclaiming, "Oh, so you wish to teleport? I won't let you escape this time." With each impact, Vegeta worried about Broly's relentless tactics, continuously leveraging his speed for strategic strikes. Alas, Broly remained Broly. No attack inflicted significant damage upon him, and his strength was unfathomable. When Broly slammed Vegeta into the ground, the latter could only emit a pained wail. Roar. Broly, have some decency and refrain from such underhanded tactics. With a thunderous crash, Broly continued to pound Vegeta into the ground, each time with his head taking the brunt of the fall. Let him go. At last, Gohan, having just obliterated Majin Buu with a fierce kick, charged towards Broly, panting heavily. The yellow energy surged explosively as the exhausted Gohan summoned a final burst of strength. This punch, a culmination of his energy, struck Broly squarely in the face. Broly did not wish to evade. He knew that if he did, Vegeta would surely seize the opportunity to break free. Yet, Broly underestimated the force of Gohan's wrathful strike, sending him flying. In the moment he was propelled away, he inadvertently delivered a fierce kick to Gohan while still holding on to Vegeta. This mistake granted Vegeta a chance to retaliate, though Vegeta's head was immobilized. He managed to thrust his knee into Broly's abdomen, following it up with a series of heavy punches to Broly's chest. After enduring these relentless strikes, Broly finally relinquished his grip on Vegeta. Haha, now this is becoming interesting. The emerald aura surrounding Broly erupted violently, instantaneously ensnaring the foot that Vegeta had propelled during his teleportation. Alas, with a resounding thud, Vegeta was once again smashed to the ground by Broly, who this time did not cling to him, but instead reappeared above Vegeta and unleashed a frenzied barrage of Broly-style Wolf-Fang fist. Each punch came faster than the last, interspersed with brutal elbow strikes and headbutts. Vegeta, pinned beneath, could only desperately defend himself. Roar. With another explosive impact, Majin Buu finally regained his composure. Within him, only a small orb of Kvila remained. With his power surging once more, Buu scanned the area and discovered that Gohan had inexplicably vanished, leaving only the scene of Broly relentlessly hammering the ground. Broly, perish. Failing to locate Gohan, Majin Buu charged at Broly, ready to unleash his fury upon anyone present. Bang! Boom! Broly was sent reeling by Majin Buu's assault, and just then, Vegeta teleported in. His fists clasped tightly as he struck down fiercely upon Broly's head. However, Majin Buu, having finished with Broly, turned his attention to Vegeta. Buu aimed a kick at Vegeta, who, in a fit of rage, executed a backflip to evade. Infuriated, Vegeta swiftly closed in on Majin Buu, delivering a devastating blow that pierced Buu's abdomen, and as he withdrew, he unleashed a flurry of 3 kicks that obliterated Majin Buu once more. Just as Vegeta attacked Majin Buu, Broly erupted with renewed vigor. His wounds healed completely, and his energy surged dramatically, sending Vegeta reeling with a knee strike that caused him to spit blood. Puffing heavily, Vegeta struggled to catch his breath, yet Broly only grew stronger with each confrontation. His golden irises beginning to fade ominously. Majin Buu recovered once again, experiencing a phenomenal surge in strength as Kvila vanished entirely from within him. Whoosh! Bang! Almost simultaneously, both Majin Buu and Broly's fists collided with Vegeta's form. Buu's fist struck Vegeta's face while Broly's connected with his abdomen. Under the dual onslaught, Vegeta let out a pained scream as he was sent flying. Thud thud thud. Majin Buu, devoid of a singular target, existed solely for the thrill of combat. Having just sent Vegeta soaring, he re-engaged Broly in a fierce exchange. This time, amidst the clash, neither Majin Buu nor Broly exhibited any signs of explosive impact. Though each punch caused their fists to erupt, they were restored to their former state before the next strike. Broly's transformation into the 4th stage of Super Saiyan is undeniably formidable. No matter how ferociously Majin Buu assaults him, he remains impervious to significant harm. Frustrated by Majin Buu's extraordinary regenerative abilities, Broly unleashed a thunderous roar. Get lost, you mere firework. With a resounding crash, Broly's fury escalated, and with a full-powered punch, he finally obliterated Majin Buu into fragments. A swift glance revealed that Vegeta had also vanished from the arena. P.S. In response to the desire for exhilarating battle scenes. This chapter is predominantly focused on combat. In the next chapter, Broly will descend into absolute madness. Frieza's inaction left no room for resolution. The exhaustion of delivering 3 updates a day has compelled me to take a brief respite. Henceforth, I shall only provide 2 updates. Your understanding is greatly appreciated. Chapter 152, The True Transcendence of the 4th Stage. Broly was momentarily taken aback upon discovering that Vegeta was absent from the arena. After Gohan had been utterly drained and subsequently taken away by King Frieza, Broly witnessed this scene yet found it hard to believe that Vegeta would so swiftly abandon the fight. If one were to determine who relishes battle the most, it would not be Broly, nor Goku or Vegeta, but rather the fusion of Goku and Vegeta, known as Vegito, particularly when Vegito made his entrance with that striking declaration. Super Saiyan. The charisma was undeniably captivating, amplifying the palpable fervor of battle. Suddenly, Broly sensed an ominous presence behind him, akin to a lurking primordial beast. With no time to ponder, he hastily concentrated his energy into a verdant energy wave and pivoted to unleash it upon his unseen foe. The ultimate Kamehameha wave. Regrettably, in his haste, Broly was ill-prepared. His freshly formed energy wave was obliterated by a yellow energy wave, entwined with blue energy rings, which was Vegeta's ultimate Kamehameha. After shattering Broly's energy wave, Vegeta's onslaught collided forcefully with Broly's body. It turned out that as Vegeta had teleported behind Broly, he had suppressed his aura to its lowest level, only unleashing his full power at the moment of attack. The golden energy surged skyward as he let out a frenzied cry. At that moment, Super Saiyan Vegeta was unleashing his power without reservation, although Broly reacted swiftly. Raising his hands defensively as the energy wave approached, he was still forced to stagger backward. He retreated to the very edge of the arena, leaving 2 deep grooves in the ground before finally coming to a halt. Vegeta, you cannot harm me. You will not succeed. Release me. Boom. The barrier established by Frieza quivered, and numerous fissures resembling a spider's web emerged. While it still steadfastly obstructed the energy emanating from the explosion of Broly and Vegeta, it nonetheless imparted a sense of impending instability. Upon witnessing the scene, Frieza emitted a cold snort, and once again a beam of light shot from his eyes. In the next instant, the barrier became incredibly resilient once more, not only mending the fissures but also radiating a brilliant array of 7 colors. Amidst the explosion, Broly's silhouette re-emerged, although his breathing was somewhat labored. He appeared to have sustained minimal damage. At this moment, Vegeta was equally perplexed. That last attack had constituted his utmost power. Yet it was insufficient to vanquish the monstrous Broly. The transformation into Super Saiyan 4th level was overwhelmingly formidable. A flash of golden light flickered in Broly's eyes, and his yellow irises vanished momentarily. Although they soon returned, the sight was undeniably terrifying. This led Vegeta to recall that Broly seemed capable of unleashing another surge of power. When his pupils disappeared, he truly resembled a beast. Suddenly, Majin Buu kicked Broly squarely in the face, yet Broly did not even flinch. Instead, seizing Majin Buu's head with a swift motion, Broly then charged toward Vegeta, intending to deliver a brutal strike using Majin Buu's head as a weapon. Majin Buu screamed in terror, while Vegeta, disregarding his breathlessness, prepared to withstand the onslaught with renewed fury. In the audience, everyone was utterly bewildered, instinctively swallowing hard in response to the spectacle. Xian and Kid had returned to the stands, accompanied by Earth's premier warrior, the explosive-haired Mr. Satan. At that moment, his jaw nearly touched the ground. He recalled that the last World Martial Arts tournament had featured a fierce showdown among these formidable fighters. After years of self-hypnosis, Mr. Satan was finally awakened to the realization that, compared to these individuals, he was utterly insignificant. Glimpsing the weakened Gohan standing beside Videl, Mr. Satan initially deemed him unworthy of his daughter. However, upon discovering that this young man had just emerged from battle, he refrained from speaking further. Surviving such an intense confrontation was a testament to the opponent's immense strength. Vegeta shouted in desperation, contemplating whether he could transform into Super Saiyan 4th level as well. Only then could he hope for ultimate victory. Yet, at that precise moment, a blinding light flashed, and astonishingly, Vegeta and Goku split into 2. This spectacle horrified both Goku and Vegeta, leaving Xian and Kid Agape in shock. Had their fusion truly lasted over 30 minutes? Indeed, the Patera earrings fusion was undeniably powerful. Yet it bore a limitation. One could not surpass their inherent limits. If the battle strength post-fusion was merely 2, the fusion of dance steps results in a combat power of 1. However, this fusion can transcend its own limits, leading to a power that exceeds 2. The distinction between 1 and 2 left everyone bewildered. To simplify, the limit of fusion represents the current peak of the fused individuals. Yet the dance step fusion possesses the ability to shatter these limits. This explains why the previously fused Gogeta could transform into Super Saiyan 3, while the fused Vegeta could not attain Super Saiyan 4. Had Goku and Vegeta merged into Gogeta, he would have succumbed to Broly's onslaught long ago. Failure to transform into Super Saiyan 4 would result in a swift defeat. However, if the fused Gogeta were to achieve Super Saiyan 4, the battle could continue. With a resounding crash, Broly slammed Majin Buu's head into the ground, instantly reducing it to a pulpy mess. Fortunately for Goku and Vegeta, they separated just as Broly's fist descended, allowing him to pass between them. Goku glanced at Vegeta, and they simultaneously exclaimed, "The wind is tight. Pull." In a flash, one utilized instant transmission while the other employed a shift, and they appeared almost simultaneously on the spectator platform. On the arena, Majin Buu repeatedly regenerated, only to be forcefully pressed down by Broly time and again. Majin Buu sensed a gap in power between himself and Broly, yet this discrepancy ensured that Broly could not slay him, despite the overwhelming strength of his opponent. This realization vexed Majin Buu greatly. Meanwhile, Broly grew increasingly agitated by Majin Buu's formidable regenerative abilities, his pupils vanishing and reappearing in frustration. "Ah, it's useless. You cannot kill me. I refuse to believe you can keep this up," Buu declared defiantly. "I will explode." With that, Majin Buu unleashed his most potent self-detonation yet. If the previous explosion was rated at 5, this one reached an explosive index of 20, with effects that were incomparable. Broly was caught in the blast, and his pupils vanished completely. A resounding roar erupted, "Kawaii, Kawaii-yo." This cry sent a shiver down the spines of those on the spectator platform, instinctively causing them to recoil. Even Android 18's eyes reflected deep-seated terror. It was the night she conceived Butsuri, the night her infinite energy nearly faltered. When Broly finally succumbed to exhaustion, she too had fainted, rolling her eyes back. Now, Broly had once more gone berserk, and in a state that hinted at Super Saiyan 4. "Frieza, if you do not intervene, no one can control Broly," 18 shouted in panic. In that moment, she was powerless to aid her partner. Boom. Roar. Broly's form underwent yet another transformation, delivering a devastating blow that shattered the recently revived and visibly terrified Majin Buu into oblivion. Will Majin Buu be able to recover this time? The true transmission of the Super Saiyan 4th stage. Chapter 153, Frieza's one-handed domination. The green energy waves surged with an intensity that was almost blinding. Following an episode of complete frenzy, Broly's form changed once more. His hair, reminiscent of Super Saiyan 3, which was originally black and adorned with crimson fur, now radiated a vibrant green hue. It was undeniably striking. Even his tail had turned green. He appeared entirely verdant, yet no one dared to laugh. Under the sweeping gaze of those green irises, an icy dread enveloped the onlookers, as if they were being scrutinized by some primordial beast. In this state, although his eyes seemed to possess pupils, any discerning observer would recognize that there was no semblance of rationality whatsoever. At that moment, the previously obliterated Majin Buu re-emerged in his humanoid form. However, this time, there were two distinct entities, a plump Buu and a diminutive Buu, with the tall and robust version having vanished. Hee. Upon the arrival of the small Buu, he erupted into laughter, seemingly oblivious to Broly's terrifying presence. The fat Buu, upon seeing the small Buu and Broly, exhibited a flicker of fear in his eyes and swiftly attempted to flee. Yet, Frieza, with a mere gesture, summoned him back, and his body involuntarily soared toward the spectator's platform. The rotund form bounced several times before finally coming to a halt. "Oh ho ho ho, remain still, and you shall be rewarded with sustenance shortly." At the mention of food, the fat Buu promptly complied. After all, he indeed feared Frieza's wrath. Bang! In that instant, Broly showed no regard for the form of Buu before him and swung a powerful fist. However, to everyone's astonishment, the small Buu managed to block the blow with gritted teeth. Hee. This little Buu seemed to have abandoned his previous verbosity, only emitting that peculiar laughter. Ah! After successfully blocking Broly's punch, the small Buu suddenly delivered a kick to Broly. Initially, his legs were not long enough, but in the moment of the kick, they elongated instantaneously, landing solidly on Broly's chin. Humph! Broly let out a cold grunt, retaliating with an elbow strike that bent the small Buu's leg into a V-shape, followed by a powerful punch to his face. Although the small Buu did not explode this time, a distinct imprint was left on his forehead. Puff! The small Buu quickly recovered, his eyes now reflecting a sense of frantic malevolence. At this moment, he embodied pure, unadulterated evil. It was precisely due to the rapid consumption of Kvila by Majin Buu that he ultimately split into the initial form of pure evil, Kid Buu, and the innocuous Fat Buu. Kid Buu not only reverted to his original state, but also embodied the essence of evil after absorbing the malevolent heart of Golden Kvila, possessing an energy far surpassing anything depicted in the original narrative. If Fat Buu harnessed a third of Kvila's power, then Kid Buu must be drawing upon 7 parts. Aha! Oh ho ho ho! Bear! Following a fit of laughter and maniacal shrieks, an astonishing transformation occurred that even Frieza could scarcely believe. He transformed, perhaps due to his absorption of Golden Kvila's essence. Kid Buu astonishingly turned golden. Golden Buu. According to Frieza's naming convention, it would henceforth be known as Golden Buu. It was utterly absurd. Absurdity had knocked on the door and stepped right in. Bang! Just as the transformation completed, Golden Bu launched an assault on Broly. The battle escalated once more. Majin Bu ultimately did not follow the path of Cell. He rose to the occasion and found himself evenly matched against Broly. Not quite. Golden Bu was indeed hit more often. At the very least, the arena echoed only with the cries of Golden Bu, while Broly, aside from his roars, did not emit a single pain cry. Bang! Clang, clang, clang. Broly's fist punctured Golden Bu's abdomen, while Golden Bu retaliated with a kick. However, Broly remained unfazed. A sinister smile curling at the corner of his mouth as he charged forward, delivering a knee strike directly to Golden Bu's face, causing it to indent comically. Yet, Golden Bu's recovery was remarkable. He instantly rebounded and headbutt Broly. Clang! Broly laughed heartily, clasping Majin Bu's hands, then drove a knee into Majin Bu's abdomen. As Majin Bu cried out and bowed his head in pain, Broly swiftly brought his head forward in a collision. Bang! Golden Bu felt as though an array of stars had exploded before his eyes. Broly released Golden Bu's hands and kicked him away, then quickly surged forward, delivering an elbow strike to Golden Bu's forehead that sent him crashing into the ground. Finally, Broly stomped down with precision, striking directly at Golden Bu's chest. Boom! Golden Bu exploded. How powerful! At this moment, Broly was undeniably formidable. This fact was also acknowledged by Frieza. Whoosh! At last, Frieza could no longer restrain himself. He could not remain a mere spectator in such an exhilarating battle. How could he not partake? Oh ho ho ho! Broly, this form is quite impressive, very stylish. Let us engage in a little training next. Upon hearing Frieza's words, Broly turned his head, and a subtle shift occurred in the green of his eyes. Frieza, the Great King. It seems that even in his irrational state, Broly retains a profound recollection of Frieza, not forgetting to append the title of Great King. Ho ho ho! Do not dwell on such matters, let us engage in battle with abandon. Ah, behold my Diamond Frieza. Boom. Roar. Diamond Frieza. Frieza pondered how he could truly showcase his uniqueness if he merely relied on his Golden Frieza form. After all, he could forego the use of the ultimate technique. As the Diamond Frieza emerged, an overwhelming chill enveloped the arena. This form of Frieza was utterly terrifying. Beneath the resplendent exterior lay a heart that seemed as cold as ice. Number 18 anxiously watched Broly, genuinely concerned that Frieza might become too absorbed in his own revelry and inadvertently harm her beloved. Suddenly, Bulma exclaimed in shock, "Huh? Frieza, you shameless fiend." Frieza was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, radiating a brilliant light as a spectrum of energy manifested around his waist. As the brilliance faded, a pair of beach shorts appeared. A gust of wind howled through the air, yet the scene remained eerily silent. Vegeta exclaimed in frustration, "Bulma, could you please focus on the matter at hand and stop wandering your gaze?" Bulma retorted sharply, "What? I'm not a battle fanatic. My concern lies with the state of your skin. Look, you possess the exclusive skin of a Super Saiyan, while Gohan and Broly have epic skins. And Diamond Frieza resembles a legendary skin. What's wrong with appreciating skin?" This left Vegeta at a loss for words. Frieza is indeed beyond reproach. He once believed that the Diamond Frieza was a coveted treasure, only to discover it was merely a legend. How he longs to transform into the Golden Frieza and see if Bulma would regard him as a glorious artifact. Yet, perhaps it is best to refrain from such a transformation, for it would render the endeavor rather lackluster. At least, the current Broly does not warrant his full power. Creak. Crack. Boom. The Golden Bu, recently released by Broly, finds himself ensnared by Frieza's single hand. Your era has not even begun, and yet it has already passed. Even with Golden Kfira at your disposal, you prove to be of no use. I have begun to reminisce about you. Ha ha ha. The eyes of Golden Bu are filled with dread. He never anticipated that a single Broly would pose such a challenge, let alone the emergence of an even more formidable adversary. Caught, Golden Bu realizes he is incapable of self-detonation, let alone managing a sinister grin. Just moments ago, he had been exchanging blows with Broly in his second transformation of Super Saiyan 4, albeit tentatively. Now, however, he appears utterly helpless. The stark contrast bewilders the onlookers, causing them to swallow hard in disbelief. The earlier embarrassment of Frieza being summoned by Bulma has been all but forgotten. To remember it would be courting disaster. So, come here. Chapter 154. The Divine Might of Frieza, ha ha ha. Golden Bu is rather limited, had it not been for his extraordinary regenerative abilities. He would not have lasted this long. With one hand gripping the neck of Majin Buu, Frieza relentlessly kneads the golden Buu, swiftly reducing him to a mere mass. A radiant seven-colored light emanates from Frieza's eyes, instantly binding golden Buu's form, rendering him immobile. If Fat Buu embodies the emotional and benevolent side, then Kid Buu represents pure malevolence, possessing no thoughts beyond destruction. Such a being is not one Frieza would allow to persist. It is far better to eradicate him. Upon hearing Frieza's summons, Cell rushes down, kneeling on one knee before him. The pressure from Diamond Frieza is immense, compelling him to submit. Can you still consume like this? Many may have forgotten the current state of Cell. Please ignore my hair. Frieza glances around, still failing to notice that Cell now possesses a tail. With unwavering conviction, Cell responds, "Rest assured, Lord Frieza, my tail is merely concealed, resting along my back. See." Cell turns, clenching his fists tightly, and a short, thick tail emerges. Dark and no longer as grotesque as before. Ha ha ha. This is your final opportunity. Should you continue to lack ambition, your existence will become obsolete. Upon uttering these words, Shenron was so frightened that his entire being trembled, beads of perspiration the size of beans cascading down his body to the ground. Frieza casually tossed the golden Buu's meatball to Cell. Though Cell was filled with trepidation, he was resolute in seizing this opportunity. Grasping the moment, he remained the unparalleled warrior Cell. To relinquish this chance would likely result in his utter annihilation at the hands of King Frieza. After all, the last time he acted as the Sea King on the internet, there was no way King Frieza would let him off so easily. King Frieza. Might I request a kick? I've choked once more. The corners of Frieza's mouth twitched. It seems that this Cell has become quite addicted to choking, as such occurrences happen repeatedly. Oh ho ho ho. Such requests are still within my capacity to fulfill. Duong. Frieza delivered a powerful kick to Cell's back, instantly sending the golden Buu, trapped by his tail, into oblivion. Simultaneously, Cell himself vanished from sight, having been forcefully propelled away. Absorb that fragment of divine power, or do not dare to appear before me again. Frieza shouted loudly, and then turned to face Broly. Come. Let me witness the true power of the Super Saiyan 4th grade. Ho ho ho. Frieza, laughing maniacally, charged at Broly, instantly causing the latter to tense every muscle in his body. Broly let out a thunderous roar. Duong. The punch of Diamond Frieza struck forcefully against Broly's crossed arms, and before he could react, a fierce knee collided with his face. For the first time, Broly emitted a cry of pain. However, Frieza's relentless assault showed no signs of abating. With a speed vastly surpassing Vegeta's, Frieza repeatedly teleported around Broly, launching a barrage of attacks with lightning speed. Broly's body bore countless imprints of fists and feet, and despite his anguished cries, he found himself utterly unable to retaliate against Diamond Frieza. Suddenly, Broly shouted, his aura surging to new heights. This was the essence of transcending power. The stronger the opponent, the stronger he became. Yet, against Frieza's instantaneous movements, Broly's counterattacks repeatedly met only empty air, failing to graze Frieza even slightly. Remarkably, Frieza had yet to unleash his most formidable techniques. Duong. As Frieza's elbow struck Broly's chest, the latter could no longer withstand the onslaught, collapsing to the ground with a pained grip on his chest. The once invincible Broly found himself utterly defenseless against Diamond Frieza. This scene left the onlookers in a state of shock. Oh ho ho ho. No, Broly, I haven't had my fill of battle yet. You cannot fall so easily. Broly lifted his proud head, suddenly roaring. How infuriating. Roar. Broly's aura surged once more to unprecedented levels, surpassing even Super Saiyan Blue. With a fierce charge, he aimed to grasp Frieza's waist, intent on employing his reckless fighting style. Duong. Yet again, Broly found himself grasping at nothing. Frieza's figure slipped through his fingers, delivering a punishing blow to Broly's abdomen. Wow. As Broly painfully expelled a mixture of blood and bile, a wave of energy erupted from Frieza's hand. Boom. Despite the barrier Frieza had erected, the force of this attack sent tremors throughout the entire Earth. Countless tsunamis surged forth, and the ground cracked ominously beneath the chaos. Frieza furrowed his brow and cast a sweeping glance, unleashing a cascade of prismatic brilliance that swiftly quelled the recent upheaval on Earth. Turning his attention to the epicenter of the explosion, he found Broly, now restored to his normal state, lying motionless on the ground. Were it not for the faint rhythm of his breath, Android 18 might have been convinced that Frieza had mercilessly slain Broly. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, The recently propelled Cell charged forth, radiating a dazzling golden aura as he collided forcefully with Frieza. Yet, Frieza effortlessly parried Cell's punch with a single hand, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Ah, Cell, you are indeed impressive. This blow surpasses even that of Broly by a notch. It seems your absorption rate far exceeds that of Majin Buu. As soon as Frieza's words fell, he delivered a powerful kick to Cell's chest, sending him flying. In an instant, Frieza reappeared behind Cell, executing a signature side kick reminiscent of Bruce Lee, striking Cell's back. The succession of these two kicks created an illusion of simultaneity for Cell, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Wow, Lord Frieza, I concede, I was mistaken. Would Frieza so readily spare Cell? To dare to ambush him is to prepare for a merciless beating. With a swift rotation of his body, he delivered a fierce kick to Cell's face, sending him crashing uncontrollably to the ground. Oh ho ho ho! Whoosh! In the midst of Cell's terror-stricken gaze, Frieza forcefully knelt upon him. With this devastating blow, Cell's eyes bulged ominously, a multitude of blood vessels erupting within his pupils. Boom! Cell was obliterated. Goodness! It seems he may have exerted too much force. Frieza gazed upon the exploding Cell, unable to suppress an expletive. The scene left everyone drenched in cold sweat, each contemplating a singular thought. Even a confrontation with Broly would be preferable to clashing with Frieza. Just moments ago, Cell's power had evidently surpassed that of Broly. Yet Frieza had effortlessly obliterated him with a mere kick. As he observed the prolonged absence of Cell, Frieza furrowed his brow. Had he truly been annihilated? Oh well. If so, then so be it. Chapter 155, the transcendent golden Cell inadvertently eliminating his own subordinate. Frieza's nonchalant acceptance sent shivers down the spines of all present, particularly Broly, who had just regained consciousness and nearly fainted upon hearing those words. Such brutality. Having vanquished Broly and slain Cell, Frieza was still unsatisfied, his fists clenching and cracking ominously. Broly, discerning Frieza's displeasure, wisely chose to feign death once more. Ho ho ho! Broly, rise. I shall impart to you a method to manifest a Super Saiyan God. Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, and all you little ones, gather around. With a jolt akin to resurrection, Broly sprang to his feet, instantly finding himself before Frieza, bowing respectfully. Yes. Goku and the others also materialized before Frieza, standing rigidly. Even the hyperactive Butsley dared not to move. In ancient times, the Saiyans united to resist. Ho ho ho! You may return now. Cell has indeed not disappointed me. As soon as Frieza's voice fell, a figure materialized from the void above. Drenched in a resplendent golden hue, adorned with black armor upon his shoulders and chest, and with ebony wings cascading like a cloak behind him. The tail, once thought to have vanished, re-emerged, and twin streaks of purple adorned his cheeks, while his gaze emanated an unparalleled ferocity. Frieza. This was a transformation of Cell that the tyrant had never witnessed, a golden form of Cell, whose musculature surpassed any of his previous incarnations, exuding an explosive power that was undeniably formidable. Great Lord Frieza. In that moment, I not only flawlessly absorbed all the energy of Golden Buu, but also completely assimilated the divine essence you graciously bestowed upon me. Furthermore, I have triggered the Saiyans trait of immense power surge upon the brink of death, allowing me to grasp a fragment of the transcendent attributes. Henceforth, I shall refer to myself as Transcendent Golden Cell. Cell's aura swelled to unprecedented heights, surpassing even that of Broly's formidable presence. Frieza distinctly perceived that the current Cell was no longer significantly inferior to his diamond form. Oh ho ho ho! It appears that among my subordinates, you are indeed the most formidable. Who would have thought you could transform from such mediocrity into something so impressive? I truly never expected this. Cell's confidence had surged to unprecedented heights. He felt that this was not yet the pinnacle of his power, and he believed he could unleash another surge. Just moments ago, Frieza had struck him with such ferocity that it brought him closer to death than ever before. The chip in his head had nearly detonated. Fortunately, he had successfully assimilated the cells of Majin Buu, granting him a chance at resurrection, which ultimately allowed him to return. Frieza, the mighty king, please grant me the honor of battling you. The consequence of enhanced strength is often a loss of self-awareness, much like what happened with Piccolo. However, Cell was determined to surpass Piccolo. He truly possessed the strength to do so. Oh ho ho ho! Are you not afraid of experiencing another explosion? Frieza's eyes narrowed slightly. Fully aware of Cell's current predicament, he felt emboldened, eager to seize control, yet simultaneously fearful of failure. Otherwise, He would not merely address him as Lord Frieza without bowing in deference. "Fear not. I am immensely powerful now," Cell exclaimed, yet his actions betrayed his words. Under Frieza's menacing gaze, Cell could no longer conceal his intentions. In that moment, he unleashed his full strength. Cell's aura surged to a level that left all present, save for Frieza, in utter disbelief. Today was truly a revelation for Goku and his companions. They had believed that Gohan, having attained the 4th level of Super Saiyan, was formidable, only to witness Broly transform as well, achieving the legendary 4th level of Super Saiyan. Moreover, with the appearance of Vegeta, the enhancement of Majin Buu, and Broly's subsequent transformation, the labeling it as a transformation to the 5th level of Super Saiyan would be misleading. It was more accurately described as the 2nd phase of the 4th level. This transformation could be said to have overwhelmed all warriors present, with the exception of Frieza. That individual was the epitome of an abnormality. Upon his arrival, he effortlessly dispatched Majin Buu, executing a flurry of strikes with astonishing ferocity, inflicting substantial damage. Broly, who had previously rendered everyone powerless, was left unconscious. Just when it seemed the matter was concluded, Cell, who had previously lacked any significant presence, emerged with audacity, daring to launch a sneak attack on Frieza. And what transpired next? Frieza unleashed a devastating kick that obliterated him. Cell demonstrated with sheer power what it truly means to be exceptional. Just when one thought Cell had succumbed, Frieza began instructing his minions on the art of the Super Saiyan God. To everyone's astonishment, Cell re-emerged in a completely transformed state. It must be said, Cell is undeniably formidable now. Particularly noteworthy is his ability to unleash his energy once more, which is indeed terrifying. Could it be that King Frieza is today unwittingly nurturing a subordinate that surpasses him? Might we witness a dramatic turn of events? Ah, King Frieza. How astonishing. Frieza, disinterested in Cell's ramblings, emanated a deep yellow radiance as he activated the first layer of his ultimate technique. The power of Frieza surged to double its previous magnitude, and he delivered a devastating punch to Cell's abdomen, forcing the words he intended to utter back down his throat. Not only that, Cell's purple tongue protruded, and his eyes bulged once more. Ah, bang. Frieza, emulating Bruce Lee, unleashed a powerful kick to Cell's chest followed by a flurry of relentless punches. Thud, 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 thud. As Cell staggered backward, tongue lolling, Frieza pursued him with unwavering ferocity. The audience, transfixed, could once again be heard swallowing in awe. Mere words could not encapsulate the magnitude of their astonishment. Frieza's strength far exceeds their wildest imaginations. Did the previous Frieza actually hold back? Little do they realize that even in his current state, Frieza has yet to unleash even a fraction of his true combat prowess. Frieza can still transform into his golden form, and he is capable of utilizing the 5th level of the Heavenly Fist. Oh ho ho ho. What were you about to say just now? Speak up. Duong. Pooh. Ah. Cell's metallic body was unexpectedly punctured by a single punch from Frieza, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. Bang. Frieza once again delivered a devastating punch to Cell's face. The impact was so severe that Cell not only spat out blood, but also lost a multitude of his teeth. Without his teeth, Cell's mouth instantly contorted, resembling that of a toothless old woman in her 80s or 90s. It was a horrifying sight. In the minds of Goku and the others, a single thought prevailed. It is exceedingly cruel. Oh ho ho ho. Restore yourself. I am far from finished. Now speak. What were you about to say? Bam. Frieza has unexpectedly unleashed a devastating move that casts a significant psychological shadow over Cell, known as the Shadow Leg. Oh my. As Cell is sent soaring into the sky by Frieza's kick, he cries out in agony while clutching his groin. Ha ha ha. Still unable to recover? Then down you go. Bang. Frieza teleported above Cell and executed a devastating downward kick to his head. With a resounding thud, Cell's skull shattered upon impact with the ground. Remarkably, Cell, a formidable opponent, had been defeated by Frieza not once, but twice within mere minutes. It is worth noting that the strength of characters like Vegeta and others is determined by their power prior to fusion. For instance, the combined might of Super Saiyan Goku and Vegeta would pale in comparison to that of their Super Saiyan 3 forms. Goku and his companions, who have attained the 4th stage of Super Saiyan, will not undergo further transformations as they pursue the divine path, allowing them to utilize the Kaioken technique. Additionally, there exists a hierarchy between Super Saiyan red and blue forms, which I perceive as a manifestation of different realms of power. Vegeta, eager to enhance his abilities, contemplates the potential of Super Saiyan God, as Goku and his ally strength has notably increased, providing them with a more formidable starting point. This enhancement will only be evident during their confrontation with Beerus. In Chapter 156, the sight of Cell's dire predicament left the onlookers horrified. Even those with a hardier disposition, such as Bulma, felt their stomachs churn. With a gaping hole in his chest and his head obliterated, Cell's body continued to twitch, instilling fear in many. Waika had already succumbed to tears. Master Roshi adjusted his sunglasses, adopting an air of wisdom, and after a brief cough, expressed his thoughts. Cell had not perished. Although his energy had momentarily diminished, it remained substantial and had stabilized. The gruesome scene terrified the crowd, yet Master Roshi, through his sensitivity to energy fluctuations, discerned the truth. Just as he concluded his statement, Cell's body suddenly erupted in an explosion. In that instant, Cell's energy was completely extinguished. The onlookers turned to Master Roshi, whose face flushed with embarrassment. Was the slap to his face truly necessary? If only the explosion had occurred a moment later, he might have finished his sentence. Coughing awkwardly, he pointed, "Look, a plane." Instinctively, everyone turned in the direction of his finger. To their surprise, instead of an aircraft, a golden figure began to materialize. It was Cell. He had not perished. Rather, his aura had significantly weakened. Ah, such resilience. Perhaps you should consume Majin Buu once more and see if it enhances your strength, someone suggested. Majin Buu, in a state of panic, contemplated what to do. What should I do? I'm anxiously waiting. Ultimately, he remembered his promise to provide sustenance to Cell and resolved to uphold his word. Perhaps you should wait until he finishes eating before taking action? Everyone was taken aback by the commitment to integrity. Cell shook his head and respectfully replied, "Lord Frieza, even if I were to consume Majin Buu, I would not achieve any significant advancements. Only by devouring those more powerful than myself can I continue to grow stronger." Duan. As soon as those words left Cell's lips, Frieza sent him crashing to the ground with a single kick. I'll grant you one chance to rephrase that. The intensity of Frieza's gaze nearly made Cell lose control. Lord Frieza, I shall dedicate myself to training and promise never to retreat into obscurity again. Oh. I will no longer pursue women online. I swear to the heavens, if I fail, may I suffer the same fate as this tale. Cell, being ruthless, was even harsher on himself. With a swift motion, he severed his golden tail. Ho ho ho. Enough of your antics. Reattach that tail. It's quite repulsive to behold. You lot, come down here. I have matters to discuss regarding the Super Saiyan God. Following this fierce confrontation, Frieza's savagery was unmistakable. And soon, led by Broly, a group of Saiyans instinctively lined up before Frieza. Frieza felt a bit disoriented and instinctively exclaimed, "Begin counting from left to right." Ah. This Son Goten seemed familiar. He was just the first one, and he promptly shouted, 1. Trunks quickly followed with, 2. You chimed in, 3. Vegeta blushed and declared, 5. Son Goku immediately added, 7. Whoosh. Everyone turned to look at Son Goku, who rubbed his head and curiously asked, "Is it 8? Thud. A large number of people both on and off the stage collapsed in laughter, and Frieza's lips twitched. While he was not particularly adept at arithmetic, he could certainly count from 1 to 10 in sequence, unlike Son Goku. Well, he was far superior in that regard. Broly then spoke up, "After 5 comes 10. Whoosh." Once again, all eyes were drawn to Broly. Frieza was astonished. He had finally discerned the reason behind Broly's combat power doubling in moments of rage. It appeared that Broly's strength incremented in substantial leaps, unlike others who experienced gradual enhancements. Oh, how intriguing. What truly mattered was that they now exceeded 6 individuals, thus capable of performing the divine ceremony. Come forth, Broly, and take your place at the forefront, while the remaining 5 align behind him, hand in hand, channeling their collective energy towards Broly. Soon enough, Goku, Gohan, Vegeta, Goten, and Trunks positioned themselves accordingly, with Goku and Vegeta placing their hands upon Broly. The 5 of them summoned their strength, directing it towards Broly. However, after a considerable duration, nothing transpired, not even the exhilarating sensation of gaining additional power that one would expect from the original narrative. A single bead of cold sweat appeared on Frieza's forehead. Could it be that he was mistaken? Lord Frieza, what exactly is the power of the heart? Inquired Sun Wukong, his curiosity piqued. For he truly could not comprehend the concept of heart power. Frieza's lips twitched in uncertainty, for he himself was perplexed. Such was the narrative in the anime. And he was none the wiser. Ah, indeed. It seemed to pertain to a heart of justice. Why not give it another attempt, perhaps by envisioning splendid things? Goku surveyed the surroundings, littered with severed limbs and a grim residue of blood upon the ground. In such a bleak environment, could one truly aspire to conjure visions of beauty? As Frieza swept his tail, a tempest surged forth, instantly clearing the arena. His eyes radiated a spectrum of colors, restoring the scene of the martial arts tournament to its former glory. Now, is this satisfactory? Indeed, the atmosphere improved considerably due to the environmental shift, however. The moment Frieza spoke, an icy shiver coursed through the crowd. After a considerable time, a golden aura enveloped Goku and his companions, involuntarily transforming them into Super Saiyans. Then, a thunderous roar erupted from Broly, his wild energy soaring skyward, toppling Goku and the others to the ground. Get lost. Roll away. Broly's eyes began to roll back, leaving Frieza utterly perplexed. What was happening? Shouldn't the transformation into a Super Saiyan God be a tranquil affair? With the golden glow emanating from Goku and his friends, Broly was expected to levitate, his hair turning red, embodying calmness without a trace of aggression. Yet, Broly was in a frenzy. What on earth was going on? With a resounding slap of his tail, Frieza sent Broly crashing to the ground. Gazing at the unconscious Broly, Frieza fell into deep contemplation. At that moment, Shen ventured a hypothesis. Perhaps the ancient Saiyan bloodline within Broly rejects the notion of a so-called peaceful and just heart? After all, the essence of a Super Saiyan is wild and untamed, never serene like a deity. Frieza pondered for a moment and exclaimed, "Indeed, it is quite possible. Ah, you truly are a remarkable talent." He then gestured towards Son Goku and the others, continuing with his arrangements. Come now, Son Goku, step forward. By the way, Biddy, are you with child?" Frieza contemplated that since Broly was unable, it was likely that Buzly would also falter. And the most reliable option remained the child nestled within Biddy's womb. Unexpectedly, Biddy erupted in anger, exclaiming, "How could this be possible? Son Gohan and I are not even married. There cannot be a child." Alas, the timing seemed off. It appeared unrealistic to have Son Gohan create a child on the spot. Thus, there was no alternative but to make the best of a dire situation. Buzly, step forward. Do not dwell on the notion of battle. Just reminisce about the times your mother took you out to play. Be good. Oh ho ho ho. Well, I am accustomed to this, so do not mind me. Initially, all was well, but Frieza's grin instantly altered the expressions of those present, prompting him to offer a brief explanation. Finally, as the golden radiance enveloped Goku and the others once more, Goku's form began to ascend gently into the air. After a brief interval, a red-haired version of Goku, slightly more slender than the original, emerged. The Super Saiyan God. Crimson waves of energy swirled around Goku. Yet he emanated no detectable aura, giving the impression that he possessed no energy whatsoever. Oh ho ho ho. I am truly a genius. Behold, I have manifested the Super Saiyan God. Come, strike me. The red-haired Super Saiyan God was indeed the closest to divinity. Subsequent transformations, such as Super Saiyan Blue, no longer embodied pure divine power, as they were tainted with the use of ki. This elucidated why the Super Red, despite being enveloped in fiery energy, lacked a discernible aura, while Super Blue distinctly radiated immense power. Swish, clang. Without warning, Goku unleashed a punch that landed squarely on Frieza's chest. Waves of energy surged forth. Chapter 157, The World's Mightiest Super Warrior. Goku's strike came without forewarning as Frieza uttered the challenge to strike him. Goku's attack had already found its mark on Frieza's chest. Boom! With a resounding crash, Goku maintained his offensive stance, his fist still poised against Frieza's body. Frieza lowered his gaze to his clenched fist resting upon his chest, momentarily lost in thought before erupting into laughter. Oh ho ho ho! To be utterly oblivious to the movement of energy. Could this truly be the hallmark of Ultra Instinct? Alas, it is far too weak. In truth, the divine Super Saiyan, Goku, is not lacking in strength. Although he may not match Broly's second stage of Super Saiyan 4, nor does he rival the formidable Golden Frieza, he is still marginally weaker than the Golden Majin Buu. Well then, when all is said and done, aside from the inability to sense energy, Ultra Instinct seems to lack any substantial utility. Observe, this punch lands upon Frieza, and he barely feels it as anything more than a slight increase in pressure akin to a massage. It baffles me how Beerus can engage in such spirited combat with a being of this caliber. Could it be that he has not encountered a worthy opponent in so long that even a slight challenge piques his interest? Otherwise, how could Beerus possibly find enjoyment in exchanging blows with a barbarian wielding an axe? Frieza indeed yearned to witness the transformation of that peculiar insect. Yet he could not locate the creature. Continue. I am aware that you possess untapped potential. Allow me to behold the true extent of your formidable strength. Frieza, with a sweep of his tail, sent the Super Saiyan Goku flying, inadvertently granting Goku the opportunity to unleash his full power. Aware of the vast disparity between their strengths, Goku resolved to abandon any pretense of holding back, letting out a fierce cry as he exerted every ounce of his energy. Although he could not perceive the intensity of his ki, the crimson aura surrounding him began to swell dramatically, indicating that Super Saiyan Goku's combat prowess had surged once more. In an instant, he teleported behind Frieza and delivered a powerful punch aimed at Frieza's back. Miss. Despite Frieza remaining motionless in his place, Goku's fist passed through Frieza's body, not grazing a single hair. Frieza emitted a disappointing sound, shaking his head in dismay. Undeterred, Son Goku launched a relentless series of attacks against Frieza, striking with punch after punch and kick after kick. A barrage of misses ensued, and astonishingly, Goku failed to land a single hit. Oh ho ho ho. Have you finished yet? Now it's my turn. With a resounding impact, he prepared to retaliate. Frieza unleashed a punch, only to be met unexpectedly by Goku's own strike. Although Goku's hand was undeniably broken by Frieza's blow, he had indeed managed to discern the trajectory of Frieza's attack. Frieza's gaze sharpened. This ultra-red Son Goku surprisingly managed to withstand his punch, which piqued his interest. It is worth noting that Frieza is not Beerus. He does not temper his energy to match that of Son Goku. At this moment, he remains Diamond Frieza and is still wielding the first layer of the Open Heaven technique. Frieza's punch was thwarted, which left him feeling humiliated. With newfound determination, he accelerated his speed, employing his instantaneous movement. In a swift motion, he delivered a powerful kick to Goku's chest. Whoosh, bang, boom. Goku was sent crashing to the ground by Frieza's blow, raising a cloud of dust that instinctively caused the onlookers to shield their eyes. As the dust settled, Goku rose once more. Even his previously broken arm had healed. In his Super Saiyan form, his regenerative abilities were remarkably formidable. In the original tale, Goku survived a piercing blow from Beerus, signifying his resilience. Frieza reappeared before Son Goku, crouching slightly before delivering a powerful punch to Goku's abdomen, causing his eyes to widen in shock. Following this, Frieza lunged forward, executing a knee strike that further impacted Goku's midsection. As Goku staggered back in agony, Frieza surged forward once more, unleashing a flurry of 8 punches to Goku's face, followed by 3 swift kicks to his abdomen. By the time Frieza ceased his assault, Goku lay unconscious, his eyes rolled back in defeat. Unlike the original narrative where the Super Saiyan continued to fight after the climactic encounter, this time, Frieza proved far less forgiving than Beerus. Ho ho ho. Mr. Satan, it is now your turn to grace us as the world's mightiest warrior. With a swift motion, all eyes turned to Mr. Satan, save for the unconscious Goku and Broly. A singular thought permeated the minds of the spectators. Could Mr. Satan be a master of deception, masquerading as a fool to conceal his formidable strength? Mr. Satan was terrified. Overwhelmed, he blurted out, "Dad, so you are this strong? Even Mr. Frieza acknowledges you as a super warrior." As Mr. Satan retracted his wide-eyed expression, he immediately donned the demeanor of a sage, exuding an air of nonchalance. "Indeed, it is only natural. Your father is no mere name without substance. However, I must ask, Mr. Frieza, might we postpone our battle to another day? I find myself unwell today and unable to engage in combat. Of course, the prize for the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament will be delivered to you without delay." Upon hearing the final utterance, Frieza was thoroughly satisfied. "Oh ho ho ho. Well then, thank you very much." Whoosh. Frieza, grasping the armor upon Cell's head with one hand, appeared upon the spectators' platform, while his other hand clutched Dodoria's shoulder. Addressing the crowd, he proclaimed, "It would be prudent for you all to spend more time in the hyperbolic time chamber. Before long, you shall face a foe even more formidable than myself." Frieza, accompanied by Dodoria and Cell, departed and reappeared at Frieza's headquarters, the planet governed by Sorbet. The moment Frieza manifested, all present knelt on one knee and vociferously proclaimed, "All hail King Frieza." "Ahahaha. Rise, Mr. Dodoria. You and Sorbet must collaborate effectively to obliterate the detritus planets in the universe swiftly. Within a year, I demand a reduction of 1/10 of the planets in our cosmos. Cell, you shall assist them in their endeavors. Completing this task solely relying on their initiative will prove arduous. Although the mission to eradicate some worthless planets was a commitment made by Frieza prior to his resurrection, he is determined not to betray that trust. Moreover, the fact that the 7th universe he inhabits ranks second to last is utterly unacceptable. If such a reality is intolerable, then it becomes imperative to annihilate a significant number of power-draining planets before Beerus awakens. After all, taking the time for Beerus to savor delicacies on each planet before destruction would be an excessive delay. Let us commence this task at once. Ahaha. In a dazzling flash of 7 colors, Frieza vanished from sight. He had not forgotten the promise made with Beerus. Moreover, he was eager to deliver a sound thrashing to Champa. It seemed he had already been eliminated. Chapter 158. Frieza at full power once again. We find ourselves on the desolate planet, a realm Frieza had spared from destruction, the Desert Star. At the moment Frieza reappeared, Bodas, who resided in the God of Destruction realm, opened her beautiful eyes. She had waited for over a year, and according to Champa, she was on the verge of becoming a stone of longing. The result of her waiting had merely left her with a head full of bumps. After more than a year, Bodas finally let out her enchanting yet fearsome laughter. Ho ho ho. Lord Champa, how much longer must you endure this? The bumps on your head have long since vanished. Champa jolted in surprise. Perhaps he was the first to realize that the God of Destruction was, in fact, a pet nurtured by angels. While addressing him as Lord, he proceeded to unleash a flurry of punches without any reservations. What kind of servant behaves in such a manner? Without lingering on the Desert Star, Frieza swiftly teleported to the God of Destruction realm. Ho ho ho. Lady Bodas, Lord Champa, this time I bring you many delightful gifts. Bang. Frieza unleashed a flurry of multifunctional capsules, and after a billowing cloud of white smoke dissipated, a lavish feast emerged that was anything but a traditional banquet. A multitude of tables, adorned with a cornucopia of delectable dishes, filled the scene. Yet, conspicuously absent was instant noodles. This spectacle caused Bodas to squint her eyes in anticipation. Her longing was palpable. Champa instinctively swallowed hard, yearning for a taste, yet hesitated to partake. He was acutely aware of Bardas's intentions, to deprive him of all the enticing delicacies, under the guise of concern for his well-being. It was utterly disheartening. Hey, Frieza, did you bring anything I could enjoy? I have no interest in these diet meals. As he uttered these words, saliva dripped from Champa's mouth. Frieza was utterly speechless. Ah, how considerate of Mr. Frieza. I shall graciously accept this. For maintaining a flawless physique is indeed a responsibility that an angel must fulfill. Frieza and Champa simultaneously lamented in their minds. What a burden responsibility is. Ho ho ho. As long as Lady Beerus is pleased, my purpose in coming here is to engage in another friendly spar with Lord Champa. After all, having served as a fitness companion for 5 years, I have been longing for the thrill of battle with Lord Champa after more than a year apart. Champa was taken aback. He had no desire to exercise further, for his physique was already splendid. Ho ho ho. Very well. Let us allow Lord Champa to engage in some physical activity. It has indeed been over a year since he last fought. With a swift motion of her staff, all the delectable dishes vanished, leaving only a bowl of vegetable salad. Elegantly seated upon a stone bench, the staff floated beside her as she wielded a fork. Embarking on her culinary journey, Lord Champa, I have finally contemplated the path I wish to pursue. Now let me discover where my limits lie. Champa retreated repeatedly, shouting, No. No. I won't fight. You are a madwoman, a reckless lunatic. Ho ho ho. This is beyond your control. Athe. Frieza began to unleash a frenzied surge of energy, waves of power radiating outward, causing the entire God of Destruction realm to tremble. Beerus furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of discomfort. As the realm quaked, the tremors of the stone seat felt distinctly unsettling. Setting down his fork, he grasped his scepter and gently struck the ground, a cascade of multicolored light instantly permeating the earth, restoring stability to the God of Destruction realm. While the realm ceased its oscillation, Frieza's aura continued to escalate at an alarming rate, resonating with explosive sounds akin to thunder. Thick veins protruded from Frieza's surface as he initially transformed into black iron, and upon reaching his limits, he metamorphosed into bronze. When his bronze form peaked, he ascended once more to silver. Then came the pinnacle of his golden form, culminating in a transition to diamond, following which he let out a deafening cry. Ah! Break through, purple gold. With the diamond form reaching its zenith, Frieza's energy surged wildly. This time, rather than the thunderous roar reminiscent of a storm, A sound akin to shattering glass echoed through the god of destruction realm. Champa's yellow triangular eyes grew serious, and Beerus halted his meal. The fact that Frieza could induce cracks in the very fabric of space left her astounded. It was well known that even Lord Champa could not achieve such a feat without exerting over 50% of his power. This indicated that Frieza, in his purple gold state, had surpassed a combat power level of 50. Humph, not enough. This is far from my limit. Open the fifth layer of the heaven-splitting technique. A wild and dominating aura swept across the god of destruction realm. The primordial yellow energy waves clung tightly to Frieza, while an outer ring of purple gold energy surged skyward. For the moment, let him embody the purple gold. The primordial yellow energy could not be fully expressed. Imagine it as you wish. His blood-red, predatory gaze and overwhelming arrogance showcased Frieza's formidable power. For the first time, Beerus regarded Frieza with a serious expression, casually placing aside the now empty glass bowl. She sensed an energy from Frieza that was in stark contrast to what she had previously encountered. Gone was any semblance of divine essence. Instead, it was an aura of brazen audacity and wild abandon. This energy felt both alien and familiar, as if it had no place in this world. Yet here stood Frieza. Undeniably real. It was a profoundly contradictory sensation. The source of this transformation was the layer of primordial yellow energy, subtle yet impossible to overlook. At last, Beerus could no longer contain her curiosity and spoke. Mr. Frieza, it seems you have forsaken the power of the gods? There was no smile on her face. A hint of apprehension flickered in her eyes. He recalled that her father, the high priest, once uttered a profound statement. Countless eras ago, the universe was far more magnificent than it is today. The entirety of the cosmos now pales in comparison, perhaps merely a minuscule fraction of its former grandeur. Only fragments of this ancient wisdom have been passed down, suggesting that the manifestations of power at that time were myriad, and that divine strength was, in fact, considered an obsolete path of cultivation. However, the passage of time has rendered the truth of these claims unverifiable. Yet, one particular method of cultivation has gained recognition, and it undoubtedly surpasses the limits of the divine path. That is the concept of force. The mere word force alone is insufficient for them to discern its true meaning. Just moments ago, the notion of force emerged in Bardas's mind. If it were merely the wild path of the Super Saiyan 4th level, it would still not shatter the world's understanding of power. Yet, Frieza's ominous energy waves have undeniably crossed that threshold. Oh ho ho, this is my own research. I have declared that I shall break through myriad laws with a single force. Come now, Champa. Let us see if I can compel you to unleash your full strength. Champa, filled with rage, instantly enveloped himself in purple energy waves, which did not soar into the sky, but rather clung closely to his form. Frieza still did not perceive any aura from his opponent, yet this did not deter him from deciding to incapacitate Champa completely. Frieza launched the first attack with a thunderous roar, charging towards Champa with unparalleled might. Champa, having failed in his weight loss endeavor, faced the indignity of the god of destruction in Chapter 159, where his dignity was not to be trampled upon. Oh ho ho ho. Each time Frieza emitted that chilling laughter, Champa would recall Frieza's reckless fighting style from their earlier encounters. Although it had not inflicted any substantial harm, it was indeed quite a headache. With his head bashing recklessly, Frieza appeared utterly mad. Did he not comprehend the concept of pain? Frieza is unaware? Of course. He is fully cognizant. However, at that moment, he had no alternative course of action. Instinctively, Frieza delivered another headbutt. Shocked, the figure exclaimed, "Hey, not again. Can you not act so erratically?" Frieza narrowly avoided colliding with Champa, as he adeptly applied the brakes in time. Just as Frieza's bald head was on the verge of meeting Champa's equally bare crown, a sudden realization struck him. He should no longer act so barbarically. With a resounding thud, in the very moment Champa exhaled in relief, Frieza's head made a precise connection with Champa. Oh ho ho, are you not afraid? You should be. This time, Champa truly felt pain, for Frieza had now acquired a power level that matched his own. This revelation astonished Champa. How could Frieza's ascension occur in such a brief span? Moreover, Frieza emitted no aura of divine energy, indicating that he relied solely on brute strength. Champa sensed that his status was being challenged, and he immediately unleashed his full power, refusing to believe that a mere mortal could triumph over a god of destruction. Did he not value his dignity? In an instant, Champa vanished, only to reappear behind Frieza, a brilliant purple light radiating from his hand as he aimed to strike at the nape of Frieza's neck. In the fleeting moment of Champa's disappearance, Frieza activated the effortless Tai Chi technique, surrendering all actions to his body and ceasing to engage his mind and thought. Indeed, this maneuver proved effective. Zampa's meticulously prepared attack fell into futility. Caught in a brief moment of surprise, Champa was swiftly exploited by Frieza. Without any conscious deliberation, Frieza's body instinctively launched an assault on Champa, executing a flurry of strikes with lightning speed and immense power. Champa, instinctively retreating from the onslaught, inadvertently revealed yet another vulnerability. In a moment where Frieza's body betrayed his intentions, a knee collided forcefully with Champa's abdomen. Subsequently, he clasped Champa's head with both hands and delivered a powerful headbutt. Bang! Frieza clutched his head and retreated, while Champa vigorously shook his own. That last blow had left him dizzy and disoriented. How infuriating! How dare you gain the upper hand repeatedly, disregarding the dignity of a god of destruction. You, the wretched mouse transformed from vitiligo to a purple hue. I, Lord Champa, shall crush you. Buzz. Champa, thoroughly provoked by Frieza, finally unleashed his full might without any reservations. Above the violet energy waves appeared a thread of silvery heat. Frieza's pupils constricted. He recognized this skill. It was the Ultra Instinct technique of the Grand Priest. Judging by Champa's demeanor, his comprehension of it was not extensive. Yet this ability bestows significant enhancements to a deity. If both Goku and Champa had attained the same level of understanding, 100 in Ultra Instinct, Champa would be able to wield a power of 150, showcasing the advantages that divinity confers. Whoosh! Champa's relentless assaults were continuously evaded by Frieza. In such a battle, especially against a god of destruction, the effectiveness of evasion was dwindling. At this moment, Frieza had exerted his utmost mastery of the 50th level of the Tai Chi of Freedom, which represented his current limit. Bang! Ultimately, constrained to a mere 50, he succumbed to a strike from Champa amid a barrage of relentless assaults. Destruction. With a fierce glare from his yellow, triangular eyes, Champa bellowed the word destruction. An immense force of devastation materialized, hurtling towards the airborne Frieza. A flicker of astonishment flashed in Frieza's eyes, yet it was swiftly cast aside. Although he no longer possessed the Patera earrings, it did not signify that he feared the destructive prowess of this god of destruction. The first move of the open heaven technique. I shall cleave you asunder. Frieza let out a furious cry as a massive axe, enveloped in a mysterious yellow aura, materialized in his hand. He then swung it fiercely toward the destructive energy. Clang! Splatter! As Frieza's luminous blade axe collided with the energy of destruction, a resounding clang echoed, causing both Frieza and Champa a momentary twinge of discomfort in their ears. In that instant, to Champa's utter disbelief, the axe cleaved the destructive energy in two. Even more astonishing was the sight of the energy gradually dissipating after the axe's passage. This disappearance was not a mere destruction or eradication. It resembled annihilation. Only Frieza comprehended the unique nature of the celestial axe, which defied Champa's expectations of any conceivable phenomenon. The luminous blade axe had directly altered the properties of the opponent's energy, resulting in a division of purity and turbidity, pure energy ascending while the corrupted energy descended. Nearly devoid of any color. To simplify, Frieza had transformed destruction into the very air essential for breathing, commonly known as carbon dioxide, or perhaps H2O. In any case, it was unequivocally oxygen. The gas released after Piccolo drank water fits this description perfectly. The crucial point being, this gas was colorless, odorless, and entirely non-toxic. What a delightful revelation. Once again, the energy of destruction could not hinder me. Today marks the day of Frieza's vindication, a moment to avenge 5 years of humiliation. Frieza unleashed a furious roar, unleashing a tempest of energy that surged forth from his being. Within a 10-meter radius, no living creature could possibly endure. Even stones would be vaporized. The cosmic dance of Tai Chi commenced, an eternal cycle of beginnings and endings. Swish! Frieza abruptly relocated before Champa, as he favored the visceral thrill of close combat. While energy shockwaves possessed formidable power, they were merely suited for the final strokes of a battle. Duong! Frieza's fist struck the left cheek of Champa, causing the flesh on his face to ripple like waves. Yet, Champa, a formidable warrior, remarkably stood his ground without flinching. His fierce yellow triangular eyes glaring menacingly at Frieza, while simultaneously launching a kick toward him. Frieza paid no heed to the intricacies of the situation. After deftly evading a kick with a twist of his waist, he unleashed a barrage of unruly punches towards Champa. Under the influence of the effortless Tai Chi, Even these unruly strikes exhibited the finesse of a feather displacing a mountain, delivering a continuous, unwavering impact. Had he not yet had enough? Was the dignity of a destroyer god so easily trampled upon? Xiangpa's expression remained as unyielding as ever. Had it not been for the swelling of his jaw, he would have appeared utterly flawless. Regrettably, the current state of Xiangpa not only failed to intimidate Frieza, but also elicited a hint of amusement from him. Ho ho ho! Like a colossal watermelon sliced in half, one side exclaims. Bang! Xiangpa truly lost his temper, audaciously delivering a headbutt to Frieza, disregarding all notions of martial ethics. How crude. This Tai Chi is far too tedious. I shall instead employ the swift and deft technique of the Foshan Shadowless Kick. Ada. Frieza, while bellowing the name of the legendary foot of the Shadowless Buddha, managed to deliver but a single kick after his thunderous roar. That kick was as elusive as the horns of an antelope, as forceful as a lion battling a rabbit, and as enigmatic as the intricate maneuvers of the Qiankuan Great Shift combined with the Holy Fire Command, leaving observers utterly confounded. It was reminiscent of the unfathomable realm of the heart's demon seed, entrancing even the likes of Xiangpa. The phrase exquisite and unparalleled utterly fails to encapsulate the sensation it evoked. In the eyes of Bodas, however, it was nothing short of a malevolent strike. Colloquially dubbed the leg of temptation, a howl escaped Xiangpa, a sound so heart-wrenching it reverberated in Frieza's ears like divine music. The dignity of a god of destruction is not to be trampled upon. Under this kick, all foes shall meet their doom. Android 21 has officially been recognized as the leading lady. With collective effort, the question arose, how shall she make her entrance? Chapter 160. So this is how the five-element fist is used on Earth. None were aware that Frieza had just unleashed a kick of unrivaled mastery. They were preoccupied with a gathering, primarily to celebrate the engagement of Gohan and Videl, who had decided to wed on an auspicious day. This gathering also served as a discussion on their training. Why, you ask? Because after Frieza proclaimed that foes even stronger than himself would soon emerge, he vanished. Alongside him disappeared the formidable Cell, one a mere facade, the other a monstrous aberration. Yet, during their time on Earth, they instilled a sense of security, particularly Frieza, whose presence seemed to transform all adversaries into mere jesters. Take, for instance, the recently emerged Majin Buu, whose wickedness was spoken of by the Supreme Kai Shin. He was effortlessly turned into fireworks. As for the current Fat Buu, under Frieza's assurance and with the meticulous hospitality of Android 17, he officially ascended to the position of Elder Number 6 of the Heavenly Organization. Why the sixth position, one might wonder. Android 17 was unclear. But after the betrayal and subsequent demise of Kawaira, Majin Buu took his place. One can only hope that this Majin Buu can be relied upon. Otherwise, no one would wish to be associated with such an ominous title. Regardless of any omens, Goku and the others remarked that they could no longer sense Frieza's aura. Much like 6 years ago, this signified that Frieza's return was uncertain, although they could detect Cell wandering throughout the universe, with a new enemy reportedly stronger than Frieza. Even Cell's return seemed futile. Thus, the diligent group resolved to heed Frieza's advice and collectively enter the hyperbolic time chamber. Why were they unafraid of being trapped inside? Because Broly had ventured in and, amidst his frantic cries, managed to shatter the dimensional barrier, emerging triumphantly even in his second transformation. This signifies that the constraints of the spirit time room, allowing only 2 individuals with a mere 2-year opportunity, have been rendered null and void. Given this situation, let us enter together and wreak havoc. This time, the entrants to the spirit time room include Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Broly, Son Goten, Trunks, and Butsuri. Krillin, Tien, and Gohan planned to enter only after completing their wedding ceremonies with their respective partners. The trio simultaneously declared that they would not relent until they had produced offspring. This proclamation received enthusiastic endorsement from Chi-Chi, but also resulted in a sound thrashing from Marin, Launch, Urine, and Bittery. Androids 17 and 18 found no utility in their training. Zangya had already forsaken combat, opting instead to embrace motherhood. Bittery is simply too adorable and beautiful. She must be fiercely protected, lest she be deceived by the mischievous antics of Son Goten and his companions. The primary adversaries to guard against are Chi-Chi and Bulma. These two would stop at nothing to lure away her daughter. When Android 18 remarked, "Our familial bond is not as close as one might think," Zangya felt an overwhelming urge to flee Earth, this terrifying place, with Bittery in tow. Since completing his mission, Android 16 has been gazing vacantly at the sky, often joined by doctor briefs. Have you located Cybertron yet? I have been staring at the heavens for what feels like an eternity, yet no sight of it. I hope Mr. Dodoria can assist in my search. Allow me to fuel you. I need you to take me to procure some medicine from that distant land. Overindulgence can be detrimental. Alas, it seems that to avoid betrayal, one must make certain sacrifices. On the opposite side of the Earth, in a deeply buried basement, a supercomputer is diligently at work. Before the supercomputer lies a vast incubation chamber, housing an experimental subject that is yet to fully materialize. It appears to be a woman. Upon the mechanical insect extracting cells from Majin Buu, the supercomputer emitted a human-like chuckle. Haha, this is the supercell I have longed for, with it. What are androids 17 in their ilk, and what is Cell? This is the ultimate artificial being. Oh dear, I may have overexerted the system. It's overheating. The cells of Majin Buu are indeed formidable. You wretched robots, hurry and fetch me some ice packs. Boom. Crackle Dragon Ball radio reports. A severe explosion has occurred in a certain area, resulting in a massive crater, completely devoid of content, with the cause of the explosion yet to be determined. On King Kai's planet, Shin expressed his deep concern to the Elder Kai, stating, "If Cell continues this way, all our efforts over the past millions of years will be in vain." The Elder Kaioshin finally set aside his tablet, his expression transforming into one of grave concern as he earnestly inquired, "Where has Frieza gone? Why can we not find him at all?" Xian, filled with urgency, responded, "Are you suggesting that if we locate Frieza, we can halt the destruction wrought by Cell and Frieza's army upon the planet?" The Elder Kaioshin cast a disdainful glance at Xian and replied nonchalantly, "It seems my tablet is in need of replacement. I have grown weary of it." Xian. Suddenly, the god of destruction's realm quaked violently. After Frieza had mercilessly struck Champa with a devastating blow, the latter found himself subdued and relentlessly attacked. In this moment, Champa no longer exhibited the composure he once possessed. Even in the face of adversity, he could no longer maintain his upright stance. He now truly sensed that Frieza's power had surpassed his own, and even with the devastating techniques of a god of destruction at his disposal, he felt utterly powerless against Frieza. I, Frieza, can become even stronger. Frieza let out another roar. After battling Champa for 10 consecutive days and nights, he finally reached the limits of his current power. In the midst of Champa's terrified gaze, the dark golden aura enveloping Frieza suddenly intensified, followed by an explosive surge in his combat strength. Transformation. Boom. Frieza has attained the 6th level of the heavenly technique, elevating his power to new heights. Oh ho ho ho. Champa, do you concede defeat? This marks the 10th time Frieza has posed the question to his opponent. Come at me and see if I want to bite you. This is also the 10th time Champa has uttered such shameless words. Even Beerus shakes his head in disbelief at the absurdity of it all. At this moment, both Frieza and Champa present rather unseemly appearances. Champa, with a bruised visage, occasionally trembles due to spasms in certain areas. Frieza finds himself in a more dire predicament than before, his entire body adorned with bite marks. The way Champa fights is utterly shameless. Whenever the opportunity arises, Champa unleashes a frenzied assault on Frieza, tearing and gnawing without restraint. Frieza has repeatedly asserted the resilience of his body, claiming it to be impervious to damage. Yet, to his astonishment, Champa has directed his destruction towards Frieza's teeth, leaving him in considerable discomfort. Indeed, Frieza is unafraid of destruction, however. The combination of this ruin and the assault on his teeth has resulted in widespread agony throughout his body. Champa, you may have forgotten that you are not the sole individual capable of inflicting bites. Behold my 5-element fist. Frieza instantaneously teleported before Champa, bellowing fiercely, "Dragon Fist." Aya. After Frieza imitated the sound of a dragon's roar, he sank his teeth into Xiangpa's hand. Xiangpa attempted to evade, but at that moment, a sudden spasm seized him, slowing his movements just enough. Aya. Release me. Let go. Beerus. Beerus. Help me. Frieza lifted his head, his crimson pupils glaring fiercely at Champa, and continued to bellow, "Tiger Fist." Roar. Frieza once again sank his teeth into Champa's other hand. A piercing cry of agony erupted from Champa, and fueled by anger, he grasped Frieza's tail and bit down with all his might. Chapter 161. The second style of the heavenly opening technique. Decapitate him. The exclamations of pain echoed through the air. In response to Champa's destructive bite, Frieza felt an intense anguish coursing through him, igniting his ferocity. With a savage headbutt, He struck down fiercely, then seized Champa's diminutive tail and bit down mercilessly, just as Champa let out a harrowing scream. Frieza clutched the back of his head and hurled him violently against the unyielding ground of the God of Destruction's realm. The impact was thunderous. This time, Frieza unleashed his full strength, being ruthless not only to Champa but to himself as well. Not only did he bury Champa into the earth, but at the moment they halted, his impeccably smooth forehead slammed mercilessly against Champa's head. Witnessing this, Champa felt as though his teeth might shatter, and he forcefully turned his head to the side, though it merely resulted in another collision with a stone, allowing Frieza's head to meet the earth in a rather intimate encounter. The ground quaked uncontrollably, even the fortified realm of destruction trembled under the force. Amidst the violent shaking, Beerus had no choice but to rise. After all, he had finished his vegetable salad and saw no reason to remain seated. Next time, he resolved to opt for a softer chair, as this stone seat was rather uncomfortable. Boom, 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 from the massive pit created by Frieza and Champa. The sounds of battle echoed once again, accompanied by Champa's wails and Frieza's mocking laughter. Oh ho ho ho, come on, hide if you can. Frieza loomed over Champa, repeatedly delivering knee strikes that caused the latter's yellow eyes to begin losing their luster. Suddenly, Champa unleashed a thunderous roar from his gaping maw. The dignity of a god of destruction shall not be trampled upon. I shall obliterate you. With a fierce determination, Champa charged forward, even though he could not reach Frieza. His head collided forcefully against Frieza's chest, eliciting a painful grunt from Frieza. In that moment, a tremendous explosion of purple destructive energy erupted before him. This was the first time in 10 days that Frieza emitted such a pain scream. The close-range explosion of destructive energy, despite the protective aura surrounding him, left his body scorched and charred. Frieza was expelled from the depths of the earth, while Champa emerged, sporting a prominent bump on his forehead. At this moment, Champa appeared fatigued, panting heavily, with numerous indentations from punches all over his body, particularly the deep bite marks on his arms and tail, which had penetrated 3 layers into the flesh. Frieza was not faring well, with the rhythmic rise and fall of his chest each time causing him excruciating pain, particularly at the site on his chest where a fissure had been created by a devastating energy wave. The violet destructive energy continued its relentless assault, attempting to ravage Frieza's body. Fortunately, Frieza's formidable golden aura was swiftly consuming the destructive force. However, his once pristine white chest had now become charred and blackened. Gasping for breath, Frieza bore a swelling on his forehead, a remnant of his collision with the god of destruction's realm. The formidable hardness of that realm had yielded to his impact, creating a deep crater and causing the entire domain to tremble for a considerable time, a testament to the sheer force he had unleashed. When he had battled Cell, that power had been considerably less. Had Cell been present at that moment, Frieza could assert with utmost certainty that Cell would not have been able to retain a single cell. Resurrection? What a farce. Taking a few deep breaths, Frieza's breath steadied, and his chest gradually regained its pearlescent sheen as the destructive energy was thoroughly eradicated. Xiangpa, with my next move, you would do well to evade if you can. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee you will escape unscathed. Oh ho 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 ho. The second form of the opening heaven technique. Slash him. Frieza's aura surged, expanding from a mere 1 centimeter to a formidable 10 centimeters in width. Although the transformation appeared subtle at this moment, Frieza exuded an unmistakable sense of danger that enveloped Champa. Previously, Champa had only felt Frieza's immense strength, even surpassing him when utilizing the 6th level of the heaven opening technique. Yet, he had not sensed any imminent threat, for he was a deity, an immensely powerful god of destruction, impervious to ordinary assaults. However, at this juncture, the danger he perceived was of a nature that could obliterate him entirely. Champa exclaimed in shock, "You fool! Do you intend to annihilate the entire universe? Halt this madness at once." Meanwhile, Beerus furrowed his brow deeply, his beautiful eyes reflecting unprecedented seriousness. The staff in his hand emitted a low hum, as if poised to strike at any moment. I warned you to avoid this if you could. I do not wish to lose you, my punching bag." Suddenly, a brilliantly radiant axe of dark yellow materialized, its handle firmly gripped by Frieza, with crimson veins appearing upon its blade. As these blood-red patterns emerged, the fabric of space began to fracture, accompanied by the sound of cracking, only to be swiftly restored by the power of the world's laws. After all, this was the realm of the god of destruction, where the rules governing space were far more potent than in other domains. With a clang, Beerus decisively struck the ground with his staff, and a flash of seven-colored light enveloped the entirety of the God of Destruction's domain, sealing it with his divine power. He sensed that without this intervention, Frieza's move could very well devastate the very foundation of Universe 6. Beerus understood the reason behind this perilous situation. Frieza had yet to fully master this technique and was unable to contain the unleashed power. In other words, Frieza's strength still lacked the necessary magnitude. Lord Champa, we cannot evade. If we do, the God of Destruction realm will be lost, Beerus cautioned, aware that even his time reversal powers would not suffice to restore the God of Destruction's realm. Champa, astonished, widened his eyes and retorted angrily at Beerus. If I do not evade, I may cease to exist. This was not mere hyperbole. He genuinely felt the power capable of erasing him. Slash. At last, Frieza unleashed the full might of the second style of the heaven-opening technique, descending with a devastating strike. A blood-red beam streaked across the air, leaving a vibrant crimson trail, rendering the move extraordinarily flamboyant. If that streak of red signified allure, then the unparalleled dark yellow torrent was nothing short of dazzling. The dual-natured axe shattered the constraints of time and space, appearing instantaneously above Champa's head. Are you truly not going to dodge? Frieza clenched his jaw tightly, striving to decelerate the descent of the axe with all his might, yet he only managed to diminish its fall by a mere 0.001 seconds. Nevertheless, that fleeting moment was sufficient for Champa to evade. However, despite being the least formidable among the gods of destruction, Champa still bore the pride of his divine status. He could not flee. Of course, had Beerus not spoken, he would have undoubtedly dashed to Beerus's side. With a resounding crash, the ground of the God of Destruction realm shattered like a spider's web, and the barrier set by Beerus collapsed instantaneously. Although the barrier successfully absorbed the dispersing shockwaves, the echo of the explosion reverberated throughout the entire sixth universe. Countless beings clutched their heads in agony, and those accustomed to using sound waves for navigation fell to the ground in disarray. At that moment, Hit wielded his whip, mercilessly lashing out at Frost, who dangled from a tree with a malevolent glint in his eye. The dual torment of physical and mental anguish was driving him to the brink of madness. Suddenly, a piercing chime echoed, causing Hit to grunt and take a step back. Frost succumbed to an utter collapse, a violent headache crashing upon him, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Chapter 162, Bodas inquired. Power. The resounding explosion reverberated throughout the entire sixth universe, yet the trio of Frieza faced it with remarkable composure. Frieza gazed as the energy blade dissipated, revealing the terrified visage of Champa beneath it, his hands still trembling, entirely devoid of any defensive posture. Between the vanished blade and Champa's face stood a staff, firmly held at the opposite end by a pair of delicate, azure hands. Ultimately, Beerus could not bear to witness Champa's impending demise and intervened. Although her actions appeared light and effortless, a tempest raged within her heart. For just moments ago, her staff had inexplicably sustained a crack, which she swiftly mended with her angelic powers. Nonetheless, the fissure had indeed manifested. This substantiated that Frieza's recent strike possessed the lethal capability to slay Champa. Had it been one of her kin from the angelic lineage who achieved such a feat, she would not have been astonished, for their status undeniably eclipsed that of the destroyers. It is evident that while a destroyer may perish and the universe may face annihilation, an angel merely succumbs to slumber, awakening anew with the emergence of a new destroyer, thus revealing a glimpse of their superiority. Just moments ago, Beerus had exerted considerable strength. Yet the resultant shockwaves obliterated her protective barrier, allowing the reverberations of the clash to resonate outward, illustrating the sheer dominance of Frieza's recent maneuver. Oh ho ho ho. Champa, how did you find my previous strike? Should you not concede defeat now? Frieza's breath was ragged. The recent execution of the second form of his heaven-splitting technique had left him utterly exhausted, as though his very essence had been siphoned away. A soft gulp echoed from Champa's throat. He had genuinely been frightened when that axe blade had approached him. While he resolved to stand his ground, the burgeoning fear was an emotion he could not suppress. Fortunately, Bodas intervened in the nick of time. Otherwise, he could hardly fathom the dire consequences that might have ensued. Perhaps he would have survived, or perhaps he would have vanished entirely, much like his destructive energy. Ho ho ho. Mr. Frieza, could you enlighten me regarding the principles behind that attack? I was utterly unable to analyze it. Bodas slowly retracted her staff, her gaze piercing as it fixated on Frieza. She genuinely could not discern the nature of the power contained within Frieza's recent maneuver. but she surmised it must be intricately linked to the formidable forces described in the texts. What, indeed, was that force? Frieza, amused by Champa's silence, merely smiled and chose to disregard it. However, Bardas's inquiry left him at a loss for words. Ho ho ho, Miss Bardas. I refer to that technique as the second form of the heaven-splitting technique. There are 3 forms in total. You have witnessed 2. I am currently unable to execute the third form due to my present strength. Attempting to force it could very well lead to my own demise. Frieza refrained from uttering the name of the third technique, God-slaying, primarily because it transgressed the taboos of the Bardas clan. His current prowess was insufficient to contend with his opponent, making prudent concealment essential. Furthermore, Bardas's temperament was unpredictable, rendering him even more enigmatic than Frieza himself. I am not inquiring about the technique you just employed. Rather, I am referring to the kind of power you wield, a force that appears to transcend this realm. Frieza felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Could it be that the power he had simulated, akin to Pangu's creation of the heavens, was unwelcome in this Dragon Ball world? However, Bardas' subsequent words eased Frieza's tension. The very existence of such power implied a rationale for its being. More precisely, it had never been conjured by anyone. I perceive that this power belongs to the application of some ancient force, Bardas mused thoughtfully, arriving at what she deemed a reasonable conclusion. Yet, her mind continued to linger on that force, inexplicably preserved from an unknown era. Frieza furrowed his brow in contemplation, selectively recounting the essence of his power, ultimately summarizing. The initial intent behind the creation of this force can be encapsulated in 5 words. 1. Strength breaks all laws. The notion of proving the path through sheer strength struck even Frieza as absurd. This is not the primordial age, but the realm of Dragon Ball, where the disparity between the two is vast. When strength breaks all laws? This was a phrase he had never encountered before. Only you have achieved the suppression of divine power and the chasm of dimensions through sheer might. I must concede, you are indeed a quintessential genius. In Bardas' mind, she pondered whether this one strength breaks all laws bore some connection to the concept of power described in ancient texts. Should she perhaps relay this matter to her father, the Grand Priest? The Grand Priest. Oh ho ho. Thank you, Mr. Frieza, for your enlightening discourse. I sense that after you executed that particular technique, a deeper transformation awakened within your being. While I believe that pursuing transformation may not be the most prudent path, if you have chosen it, then so be it. Would you like my assistance in realizing it? Bardas indeed perceived a latent, formidable energy within Frieza, judging by his trajectory of growth. It seemed to herald a new stage of transformation. However, Bardas held a rather skeptical view of transformation as a means to enhancement, considering it a misguided route. As an angel, she failed to understand that both Frieza and the Saiyans resorted to transformation out of necessity. Not every race possesses the formidable strength characteristic of the angelic lineage. Moreover, even among angels, transformation is not entirely precluded. Rather, they have selectively chosen to obstruct that path. In a certain fan comic, Frieza recalled that the angelic race could manifest wings, significantly enhancing their combat prowess. Is that not a form of transformation? Angelic transformation merely involves sprouting wings. How unimaginative. Oh ho ho. I appreciate your kind offer, Ms. Bardas, but I am not currently inclined to pursue further transformation. I have yet to reach the zenith of my golden form. Furthermore, following the recent battle, I find myself somewhat fatigued. This is not an opportune moment for transformation. Frieza declined, not because he lacked the desire to transform further, but rather because he wished to conceal more of his secrets from Bardas. The notion of fatigue was nothing but a trivial excuse. Ultimately, he simply did not want Bardas to discover the depths of his capabilities. Particularly concerning this new stage of transformation, he sensed that, when combined with the 6th layer of his Kaioken technique and the 2nd form of the Kaioken, he could potentially pose a significant threat to the angel race. He was certain that once Bardas caught wind of this, she would not tolerate his continued ascent in power. Unlike Sun Wukong and his companions, who, despite their reliance on strength, received substantial aid from divine forces, Frieza's relationship with Bardas was merely transactional, involving the occasional offering of exquisite delicacies. Just moments ago, he had nearly obliterated Champa right before her eyes. To put it plainly, Frieza feared for his life. There was no need for subterfuge regarding this fact. Frieza donned a suit, gracefully concealing half of his face with a fan, and whispered softly, Frieza fears death. Chapter 163, Golden Hedgehog, Frost. Frieza departed from the realm of the Destroyer, harboring a sense of trepidation towards Beerus at this moment. Naturally, he did not return directly to Universe 7. He also had subordinates within this universe. Frieza, known for his myriad of acquaintances, held considerable renown in both universes. Whoosh. Frieza appeared beside Hit. In the 6th universe, Hit's aura is considered to be among the most formidable, and it was quite effortless for Frieza to sense it. However, the scene before him left Frieza somewhat astonished. Hit held a whip in one hand, relentlessly striking Frost, who was suspended, while intermittently inquiring, "What is your name now?" Though Frost was covered in whip marks, his gaze remained fierce as he exclaimed loudly, "I am Frost. Is that acceptable? I no longer bear the surname of Fu. What more do you desire?" Crack. Hitler struck him again with the whip, each lash biting into flesh, producing sparks and lightning, and it appeared exceedingly painful. Frieza could not have anticipated that Hit harbored such a peculiar interest. "Pray tell, what is your name now?" Huh. Frost was on the verge of a breakdown. It was evident that Hit was deliberately tormenting him. "I am called Orost. Is that acceptable?" Bang. Ack. Frieza felt a twinge of compassion. After all, it was merely the issuance of an assassination task. Was it truly necessary for Hitler to torment the other party in such a manner? Taking a life is but a trivial act. Ahahaha. Mr. Hitler, your actions are rather unbecoming. How could you resort to whipping him? Such behavior is unacceptable. Upon hearing that unforgettable laughter, Hitler trembled slightly, turning with great difficulty to behold a smile that would forever be etched in his memory. He clapped his hands together eagerly, preparing to kneel, only to suddenly recall that King Frieza disapproved of such gestures. "My apologies. I recognize my error." Frieza was nearly drenched in cold sweat from the series of actions taken by Hit. He sensed that something was amiss in this world. Oh ho ho ho. With this, things appear to be somewhat more normal. Swish. Frieza's eyes emitted a radiant spectrum of colors, and soon a formidable spiked club materialized in his hand. This spectacle left Hitler drenched in cold sweat, while even the usually composed Orost felt an unexpected urge to relieve himself. It was a matter of either erupting in defiance or succumbing to silence. Ultimately, Orost chose to erupt. You have gone too far. The primal instinct for survival, coupled with the humiliation endured over time, ignited a complete transformation in Orost. "I am Frost. No matter who stands before me, I shall remain Frost." Boom. Frost astonishingly broke free from the shackles imposed by Hitler, and then a radiant figure emerged from the haze of smoke. A golden Frost, crackling and shimmering. Under the relentless torment of Frieza, Frost ultimately took the most significant step of his life. He transformed into Golden Frost, a metamorphosis markedly distinct from Frieza's. Perhaps due to his character or the peculiarities of the 6th universe. Golden Frost sported a diminished version of the characteristic black spikes atop his head, shaped like cones, which appeared somewhat foolish. Moreover, his physique was adorned with numerous backward-facing spines, 2 on his forehead and 4 upon his shoulders. His arms and waist were equipped with blades reminiscent of shark fins. Coupled with his ruby-like muscles, Frost appeared even more formidable than Golden Frieza. However, Frieza was acutely aware that this Frost was merely a counterfeit, his power akin to that of his former silver form, a mere shrunken transformation. Nonetheless, the sound of Frost's footsteps was strikingly identical to Frieza's, which irked him greatly. Frieza narrowed his eyes, and an aura of chilling terror enveloped him, causing even Hit to involuntarily shudder. "Oh ho ho ho. Old Hit, I detest when others mimic the BGM of my stride. You know what you must do, don't you?" As Hit observed Frost's transformation, his mind momentarily wandered. However, upon hearing the words Old Hit, he swiftly realized that it was King Frieza addressing him. "Yes, your humble servant understands." In an instant, without even activating his flash step technique, Hit unleashed a powerful punch directed at Frost's abdomen. Wow. Frost believed he had finally turned the tables and could seize control, but to his astonishment, the dashing figure was rendered speechless, being sent flying by a single punch from Hit. Wham! Bang! 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 Hit unleashed a relentless barrage upon Frost, inflicting excruciating pain upon him. Oh, the determination! He vowed not to cease until every thorn upon Frost's body was utterly obliterated. Frieza swung the spiked mace in his hand, sending it hurtling towards Hit. With a resounding crash, the sound echoed, causing Frost's eyes to bulge in shock. It was not that he had been struck, rather, he was simply taken aback by the sheer spectacle. Why, you may ask? Because Hit did not catch the mace. Instead, he was sent flying by its force. Frieza found himself at a loss for words. He had exerted so little effort, yet he could not even catch a single spiked club. Hitler was tempted to clarify that it was not a matter of inability, but rather a lack of suitable leverage. When Frieza hurled the spiked mace towards him, it was the pointed end that rushed in his direction. How could he possibly catch it? Frost was on the verge of laughter. Such an unreliable leader was truly amusing. Alas, before he could let out a sound, it returned wielding a spiked club, and this time he employed his instantaneous technique, delivering dozens of blows to Frost in an instant. Ouch! Frost could only emit a faint sound before his eyes began to roll back, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Lacking the unique trait of Broly, whose eye-rolling imbued him with strength, Frost was genuinely on the verge of fainting. The spikes adorning his body had all been crushed, bending tightly against his form. In that moment, Frost's golden state transformed to resemble that of Frieza, becoming smooth and rounded. Essentially, he had been thoroughly pummeled into this wretched state. It had indeed fulfilled Frieza's demands, although the stubborn horns remained intact, refusing to break. For Frost, a mere triviality worth only a few hundred billion, it found no challenge whatsoever. The sole instance of injury he sustained was inflicted by his unreliable master, leaving a lingering pain in his chest. Speaking of which, the quality of this mace was remarkable. Encountering an opponent that did not require his assassination techniques, wielding this weapon with brute force was quite exhilarating. Lord Frieza, might I be granted this mace as a reward? Hit inquired respectfully, stepping on Frost's abdomen, causing him to expel another mouthful of blood before lifting the mace in his hand. Oh ho ho ho. If you desire it, then it shall be yours. HM? Frieza had scarcely finished speaking when a sudden furrow appeared on his brow. Moments ago, Whis had conveyed a message to him. The god of time, Kaioshin Kane, was seeking an audience. Chapter 164. The god of time, Kaioshin Kane. Ah, how delightful. Allow me to bestow upon you a new name. How does snail noodles sound? Although he was taken aback by the visit from Kaioshin Kane, Whis urged him to return, and Frieza felt the weight of his reputation pressing upon him. He decided to hold off for the moment. Renaming Frost was of paramount importance. Frost, enduring the excruciating pain radiating from his abdomen, managed to expel a mouthful of blood before he could finally muster the strength to speak. Frieza, it matters not what I am called, but could you kindly request this individual to remove their foul-smelling foot? Encountering the ruthless Frieza and Hit, Frost felt as though he had drawn the short straw in life. His greatest reliance was on his venomous needles, yet he was rendered utterly defenseless before he could even attempt to utilize them. Frost has come to grasp a profound truth. There is only a deeper abyss, never a final descent into despair. He had just believed that this time his demise was certain. Fortunately, he emerged merely battered and bruised, not utterly annihilated. The Ice Demon clan possesses an innate pride, endowed with formidable strength from birth, a source of their arrogance. Moreover, Frost is astute. He consistently presents himself as a paragon of virtue before the world, embodying a stark opposition to villainy. This approach has allowed him to thrive within the sixth universe, where those who recognize him as the true embodiment of malevolence either fall under his control or meet their untimely end at his hands. However, he remains oblivious to the fact that in the eyes of the angel Bodas, his actions are nothing short of a farce. Now, with two individuals privy to his true nature, he finds himself in a state of discomfort. To eliminate them, he must employ cunning. He is convinced that, should he unleash his venomous needles, even the likes of Hit and Frieza would find themselves facing inevitable demise. Whoosh! A flash of crimson light flickered in Frieza's eyes, and a beam of lethal energy pierced through Frost's arm. Frost was seized by a terrifying realization. The concealed location of his poison needle had been breached, and the needle itself had vanished without a trace. In that instant, despair enveloped him completely. Simultaneously, the formidable foot of Hit, imbued with a unique aroma, intensified its assault, inflicting such pain that he could no longer maintain his golden form. I was mistaken. I truly acknowledge my error. May I be called Roster instead of Snail Noodles? This represented the last flicker of defiance from Roster. With his eyes narrowed slightly, Frieza cast his gaze into the distance. Whis had traversed the barrier of the sixth universe and was hastening towards him at an astonishing speed. It seemed that this matter was extraordinary, as Whis appeared unusually anxious. It appeared that the angelic clan indeed had ample leisure time. Mr. Hit, from now on, Roster shall serve under you. Train him well, and do not let me down. Ultimately, Frieza chose not to terminate Roster's existence, for he yearned to witness the latter's remarkable performance in the Tournament of Power. As Master Roshi had stated, Eliminating roster at this juncture would necessitate her exerting great mental effort to conceive a new character. In the world she crafted, she would reign supreme. Hit. Take him away first. I have a few matters to attend to here. Hit glanced towards the ethereal beauty of the elf race in the distance, a knowing smile gracing his lips. With a mere twitch of his toes, he pinched a small piece of Roster's flesh between his thumb and forefinger, swiftly disappearing from sight amidst Roster's startled cries. Those who had mastered the instant transmission technique were naturally adept at teleportation, otherwise, how could they accomplish their tasks with such alacrity? Even the swiftest of spaceships would take 10 days to traverse this vast, boundless universe, a feat beyond comprehension. Contemplating Hit's smile as he departed, Frieza felt an unsettling familiarity, as if he had not encountered it in ages, leaving his memories somewhat hazy. At that moment, he also caught sight of an elven beauty concealed in the distance, modestly shielded by a few leaves that barely concealed her exquisite form. Frieza instantly comprehended that this old man had misconstrued the situation. Casting a glance in Whis' direction, he resigned himself to the fact that time was of the essence. A mere half-hour was insufficient for any proper warm-up. He unleashed a universal capsule, and a lavish banquet table laden with an array of delectable dishes materialized before him. Frieza gracefully settled down, savoring his favorite steak while indulging in a wine of unknown origin. His movements were elegant and refined, causing a sparkle of admiration to shine in the eyes of many elven onlookers. Elven beauty, eh? Do you think that fruit, adorned in hues of red and green, is delectable? Elven beauty B. I believe that banana must be quite delightful indeed. Elven matron C. I sense that the vibrant green one is not only tasty, but also quite versatile. Frieza. There was a saying before the crossing. When a man becomes infatuated, women become irrelevant. Frieza remarked that when women take the wheel, men are merely juniors in comparison. As he set down his cutlery and dabbed his mouth with a napkin, a half-hour had already elapsed, and Whis finally graced the dining table with his presence. Beside Whis stood a petite girl, her delicate, pale pink hair cascading down her back. She donned a yellow inner garment, complemented by a white off-shoulder overlay, cinched at the waist with a yellow satin ribbon. Her loose-fitting yellow trousers did little to conceal her long, graceful legs, while her dainty feet were encased in white boots. The Kai of Time presented a rather charming visage, distinctly more appealing than the rustic aura surrounding her. The hue of her trousers bore a striking resemblance to the unsightly shade of yellow at the chapter's conclusion. Adorning her forehead was a pendant, and her pointed ears complemented her even paler pink skin, with willow-like brows, a petite nose, and a cherubic face framed by a cherry blossom mouth. She perfectly embodied the mantra often exclaimed by Broly, Kawaii. This was indeed the Kai of Time Kane. Unlike the angels, she lacked a halo around her neck. Instead, a white clock insignia rested at the back of her head, its hands forming a V shape, symbolizing joy and triumph. Ho ho ho, Mr. Frieza appeared to be enjoying a leisurely meal on the elven planet. Would you mind if I joined you for a taste? Upon seeing the feast laid before him, Whis promptly dismissed the purpose of his visit. What could possibly be more significant than indulging in exquisite cuisine? This banquet had actually been prepared for Whis, while Frieza had merely sampled a few steaks and uncorked a bottle of red wine. Ho ho ho. The laughter of Frieza and Whis evokes entirely different sentiments, and it stands in stark contrast to the laughter of Bodas. Whis' laughter exudes elegance and nobility. Bodas' laughter is infused with sensuality and intellect, while Frieza's laughter is merely contemptible. Nevertheless, Frieza's laughter is undeniably the most memorable. Mr. Whis, please indulge yourself. This exquisite lady must be the Kaioshin of Time, Kane. Let us savor the delicacies I have specially prepared for you. His laughter, which sends shivers down one's spine, is accompanied by words that are both graceful and dignified. It is precisely this remark that ignited a profound curiosity in Kaioshin Kane towards Frieza. Kane inquired, what level of severe schizophrenia must one possess to engage in such behavior? Mr. Whis, you may enjoy the feast first. I would like to pose a few questions to Mr. Frieza. Kane appeared decidedly more pragmatic, undeterred by the allure of the sumptuous banquet. Oh ho ho ho. Lady Kane, please ask away. I assure you, I shall speak openly and without reservation. Kane, pleased by Frieza's demeanor, approached him with a lively bounce, her smile radiant as she posed her first question. Why do the time machines researched by your subordinates always seem to end up at my residence? Frieza. The Diligent number 21, Rising Early to Write. Chapter 165, The First Time I Laughed to the Point of Discomfort. The first question posed by the King of Time left Frieza at a loss for words. Should he admit that it was due to the folly of his subordinates that such a blunder occurred? To have the ability to set the destination of the time machine to Kane's residence is indeed a remarkable feat. How could he, Frieza, have forgotten to inquire about the coordinates that were set? Frieza suddenly pondered whether, if he were aware of the coordinates, his instantaneous movement could transcend time. Oh ho ho! What a fascinating question to pose about why this time machine would venture to your abode. To his surprise, Kane responded with a cheerful laugh, rendering Frieza somewhat hesitant to continue his thoughts. Nevertheless, he mustered the courage to exclaim, "My goodness!" Cough cough. Was successfully expelled the food from his mouth, while Kane, the god of time, appeared perplexed, glancing curiously at Whis before inquiring, "Did you just mention a time machine? Yet, what you created is evidently a space-time machine. Moreover, what does this contraption have to do with a hen?" Cough cough. Just as Whis finished wiping his mouth and took a sip of juice to cleanse his palate, Kane's words caused him to spew it out once more. The table was nearly ruined. Fortunately, Whis promptly utilized his divine power to contain the ejected juice. Upon witnessing this scene, Frieza let out a sigh of relief. After all, the table was worth several tens of thousands, and to waste it would be a travesty. Earning money was no simple task for him. He had to personally step into the arena and intimidate Mr. Satan, for goodness sake. HM? Did Kane just mention a space-time transporter? Not a time machine. Wait a moment. The arrival of Dot in this altered space-time seemingly had no connection to his own world. This implies that the device Bulma would eventually create in the future was not a mere time machine, but rather what is termed a space-time transporter. Though the difference is merely a single character, the implications are entirely distinct. A time machine merely traverses different temporal phases within a single space-time continuum, while a space-time transporter allows for movement across different dimensions, where the timeline may not align with one's desires. Dot's ability to appear at precise moments on 2 occasions was not mere chance. Rather, it was indeed luck. Perhaps, the influence of a compelling narrative was at play as well. Such a profound inquiry, entrusted to one who struggles with the multiplication tables, is indeed a challenge for Frieza. Oh ho ho ho. That space-time transporter is akin to an egg. Thus, to understand why it ventured to your abode, one must consult the hen. Indeed. That is the case. Swish. Frieza and Kane simultaneously turned their gazes toward Whis, who seemed to be relentless. Every time they uttered a word, he would interject. Could they not engage in a pleasant conversation? Whis covered his mouth with his elongated hand and offered an apologetic smile. Oh ho ho. Please, do continue. Kane found it difficult to confront Whis, for after all, the angel was a tier above her. Thus, she could only persist in asking Frieza, "Then let the hen come out to speak with me." Whis, can you speak the language of chickens? Whis felt that today was truly an ill-fated day. He had consumed only a morsel of food and sipped juice thrice, all of which he had expelled. Had he offended someone? Whis inquired earnestly, the clucking kind. Kane nodded vigorously, her demeanor utterly adorable, earning her a 5-star rating for cuteness from Frieza. Whis continued with utmost seriousness, "If it's the clucking kind, then I cannot. My hen. Kane. Frieza. This matter of the face has been cast to the farthest reaches of the heavens. Kane may truly be oblivious, but Frieza is undeniably despicable, while Whis is truly malevolent." A thought suddenly sprang to Frieza's mind. The god of time, Kaioshin Kane, might very well be brought to tears today by him and Whis. How wicked. Oh ho ho ho. As for that young lady Kane, I believe we need not concern ourselves too much with why the time machine ventured to her abode. After all, it is likely a mere oversight on the part of the manipulator. Delving deeper into this matter would be futile. Frieza almost found himself ensnared. For this hen truly possesses a certain enchantment. Kain lifted her chin, gently prodding her delicate face with a single finger, lost in contemplation. Frieza meticulously fixated on that finger, genuinely curious to see if he could elicit any moisture from the cherubic, plump visage. After quite a while, no moisture emerged. Frieza felt a twinge of disappointment. As for the matter regarding the time machine running to my home, let us leave it at that for now. I shall seek her out for clarification once I have mastered the language of hens. Frieza wiped away the non-existent sweat, awaiting Kane's continuation. The second matter is indeed somewhat related to the time machine, as the device you launched intruded into my abode, shattering a time bottle and resulting in a distortion of the temporal dimensions, thus giving rise to a singular hour space. Within that hour space, there existed only 5 planets, 4 of which were desolate, yet the final one was none other than Earth. Frieza nodded. indicating his understanding. In other words, due to his blunder, the emergence of this temporal rift had occurred, and furthermore, this universe had yet to take form. I was poised to obliterate that temporal rift, however, just recently. Something that should not have materialized there suddenly appeared, a laboratory constructed entirely from supercomputers. Frieza continued to nod, uncertain of how to interject. Cain did not expect Frieza to contribute much, though she harbored a slight desire to hear him laugh. Well, instead of merely nodding, might you offer a smile? Frieza was taken aback. What an absurd request. However, considering the cuteness of the other party, Frieza decided to lower his guard, resting his fingertips against his face and breaking into a grin. Oh ho ho ho. You. Don't frighten me. Frieza. Damn it. It was you who made me laugh. And now you say I frightened you. Ho ho ho. I am utterly amused. Before Frieza could finish his words, Cain clapped his hands and exclaimed, Yes, yes, yes. That is the very sound of laughter. All you need to do is produce that sound. Please refrain from poking your face with your fingers. Frieza was nearly overwhelmed by the god of time. This is the very first instance where someone has expressed their fondness for this laughter. Although, he himself is quite fond of it as well. Oh ho ho ho. Oh ha ha ha. Frieza and Cain simultaneously turned their gazes towards Whis, exclaiming in unison, Do not laugh. You are not nearly as melodious as he or I. Whis responded with an enigmatic silence. After they collaboratively overcame Whis, Cain flashed a smile at Frieza and continued, The temporal scale of the microcosm exceeds that of this realm by a factor of 1,000, which implies that a staggering 30 years have elapsed since our emergence from the laboratory. Frieza nodded with a chuckle, exclaiming, Oh ho ho ho. Cain, feeling satisfied, continued, I have obliterated that hour in space. Frieza continued to nod with a chuckle, exclaiming, Oh ho ho ho. Cain, beaming with delight, revealed his small canine tooth and eagerly produced an energy sphere, joyfully stating, This sphere contains the fully developed specimen from the laboratory. Frieza glanced over and beheld a woman unclothed, whose visage seemed quite familiar. Ah, ahem. Well, Miss Cain, might we pause for a moment? I would like to indulge in a golden throat lozenge first. Uft. Frieza and Cain simultaneously turned their heads and exclaimed, Whis. Chapter 166, The Awakening of Number 21. Oh ho ho ho. Lady Cain, is the woman within that sphere the one who suddenly appeared in the time-space continuum? Could she have been created through research? Frieza had only glanced at Dragon Ball Z, and Dragon Ball GT, and had only seen Dragon Ball Super once. The information regarding fan creations was merely a collection of fragmented hearsay, and for a moment, he truly could not recall such a character. Although she was contained within an energy sphere, which was rather small, Frieza was able to deduce, by proportion, that this woman possessed an exquisite physique. Furthermore, this was the first time Frieza had encountered a figure so completely unadorned. The Supreme Kai of Time, Kaian, cast the energy sphere, which instantly expanded until the occupant within was nearly the size of an ordinary human, at which point the sphere shattered. Frieza cast a sidelong glance at Whis, his eyes radiating a spectrum of colors. Beneath the woman who was about to collapse, a bed materialized suddenly, and she found herself adorned in a rather alluring bunny girl costume. For reasons unknown, memories of Bulma and Goku's childhood escapades, during which they had donned similar attire, flooded his mind, compelling him to dress her in this manner. Bulma, you certainly have a soft spot for the fairer sex. Yet, the outfit you provided her is rather unappealing. With a flick of her delicate hand, Cain transformed the woman's attire once more, replacing it with a form-fitting dress of striking red and blue checks. Even her shoes were mismatched, one red and one blue. This seductive ensemble, combined with the enchanting visage of Sleeping Beauty, made Frieza's heart race unexpectedly. Android 21. Android 21. As Frieza's heart raced, he recalled the identity of this woman, the artificial being known as Android 21, a creation that had only ever existed within the realm of the game. She was a formidable warrior, birthed from a supercomputer in a secret laboratory following the demise of Dr. Gero. Not only did she possess extraordinary talent, but she also harbored the cells of Majin Buu, resulting in a duality of personality that oscillated between good and evil, much like the original Majin Buu, capable of splitting into two distinct entities. Her benevolent side manifested in the form of the enchanting Sleeping Beauty before him. With luxurious chestnut locks that curled gently at the ends, she exuded an air of opulence. Unlike the commonplace, slender eyebrows of others, Android 21 sported a subtly classical crescent shape. Beneath long lashes, her closed eyes and slightly cherubic face, complemented by a delicately crafted mouth engaged in an imaginary feast, painted a picture of serene slumber. The large, golden circular earrings accentuated her pointed chin, adding to her graceful appearance. Her alabaster skin radiated a healthy blush, particularly accentuated by her long, elegant legs, which were beautifully showcased beneath a form-fitting dress. For the first time, Frieza found himself swallowing hard while gazing at a woman. This was an unprecedented reaction. Even in the presence of stunning figures like Bulma, Android 18, and Chi-Chi, he had maintained an air of poise and detachment. Yet, inexplicably, as he beheld the sleeping beauty before him, his heartbeat quickened, accompanied by an unfamiliar twinge of desire and possessiveness. "Mr. Frieza, do you know who she is?" Kane inquired. "I have sensed an incredibly potent energy emanating from her, one that seems to be awakening and growing stronger with each passing day." Kane regarded Android 21 with trepidation, having made attempts to eliminate her. After all, she possessed the ability to obliterate entire timelines, and though aided by temporal forces, her prowess remained formidable. The disparity between this Kai of time and an ordinary Kai was astronomical. Ah, indeed, if my suspicions are correct. She is likely a super warrior created by a scientist on Earth, her strength immeasurable due to the absorption of Majin Buu's cells. Frieza recounted everything he knew, even citing Cell as an example. After listening, Whis leaned his head closer to the orb atop his staff, closing one eye to gaze within. Inside, the orb revealed Cell's transformations from his inception to the present day. Oh ho ho! This Cell possesses the remarkable ability to alter his appearance and enhance his power by devouring others. Truly a fascinating species. In a mere moment, Whis comprehended all there was to know about Cell, even that he hailed from a different timeline. The Supreme Kai of Time, upon witnessing this, erupted in fury. "I wonder why a new timeline had emerged without reason. It turns out this monster is to blame. I shall obliterate him from existence." Kane, who abhors those who disrupt the fabric of time, sensed from Whis' orb that Cell was not entirely of this timeline. Therefore, she felt it was her duty to eradicate him. Frieza's heart skipped a beat, for his soul did not belong to this realm. Although he had merged with the essence of the original Frieza through the Patera earrings bestowed by the Supreme Kai, he was uncertain whether he could truly deceive this master of time. However, upon hearing that Kane intended to eliminate his subordinate, Frieza was inexplicably filled with rage. Did the Cosmic Emperor Frieza not care for his dignity? Ho ho ho! Kane appeared genuinely amused by this laughter, upon hearing Frieza's mirth. She immediately turned her gaze towards him. "Mr. Frieza, do you have something to convey? Speak your mind, and as long as it is within my power, I shall certainly oblige." Frieza was utterly unaware that one day he would be held in such high regard by a little girl. "That Cell is my subordinate, and I believe you should not eliminate him. Not to mention whether the Supreme Kai of Time possesses the ability to vanquish Cell. The mere fact that Cell is currently working for him forbids anyone from causing him harm." I had expected Kane to hesitate for a moment, but to my surprise, she leaped up joyfully and exclaimed, "Mr. Frieza, you are worried that I cannot defeat Cell, aren't you? I am so happy. Truly, I cannot overpower Cell, but I can erase that part of him that originates from another timeline. However, it is quite troublesome. Well, since you, Mr. Frieza, do not wish for me to do so, I shall refrain. I would not want Whis to have to intervene to help me control that Cell." Frieza, does this count as having taken a shortcut? Is this what they refer to as having connections at the top that facilitate matters? In truth, Mr. Frieza, you must have encountered some peculiar occurrences as well. Originally, there existed only two timelines, yet when you journeyed to the ice planet to transform into your most formidable form, a third timeline emerged. However, since the timeline is fully developed, it cannot be erased. I can only ensure that all three timelines progress smoothly from here on out. Frieza was taken aback, but soon realized that the original two timelines must be the one from the original work and the future timeline of Date. What he found himself in was, in fact, a third, entirely new timeline. Behold, the one you refer to as number 21 belongs to this particular timeline, which is why I have brought her back. Look, she is on the verge of awakening. Upon hearing Kane's words, Frieza immediately turned to face number 21. He noticed her eyelashes flutter slightly, her body shifting delicately, and her long, fair legs bending ever so slightly. Moments later, number 21 opened her eyes. Chapter 167. The three compete for the moose cake. As number 21's eyes fluttered open, Frieza was taken aback by the pupils in her large, expressive eyes. They were not the conventional brown paired with black, nor the singular crimson of Frieza himself, but rather a striking sky blue complemented by a dark center. Reminiscent of Bulma's gaze. Enchanting, alluring, and undeniably captivating. Before number 21 could utter a word, Frieza interjected with an air of utmost seriousness, "Beautiful lady. I trust you will carefully consider the language you choose to employ." With her innocent, wide eyes blinking, number 21 sat up, her slender feet touching the ground. May I inquire as to who you are? And who am I? Frieza was taken aback. How could number 21 be unaware of her own identity? This defied all logic. Were not their memories implanted in their minds by the supercomputer? Frieza cast his gaze upon the Kaioshin of time, Kain, who seemed to anticipate Frieza's inquiry. He speculated that perhaps the Earth from which he had emerged was still in the age of dinosaurs. Without a power source, the supercomputer could not continue functioning. The successful creation of this android number 21 was entirely reliant on the nurturing liquid that sustained it. Frieza pondered for a moment, finding this line of reasoning somewhat coherent. However, a question arose. Does this android, designated as number 21, truly possess no understanding whatsoever? Oh ho ho ho. You, number 21, are you completely oblivious to everything? Swiftly. As soon as Frieza finished speaking, he realized that android 21 had approached him from behind, wrapping her arms around his tail. Oh my, what an adorable tail. It appears so smooth and delectable. Ah, nom nom. Frieza let out a pained cry, swiftly retracting his tail and fervently blowing on the bite mark. How cruel it was to draw blood. Observing the disgruntled 21, who felt slighted for not having bitten off a piece of flesh. Frieza momentarily pondered whether he had indeed been too wicked. After all, why would he want to disappoint the other party? Just as he contemplated offering his tail once more, he suddenly paused in astonishment. What was this bizarre notion that had crossed his mind? Oh dear, so many delectable treats. I shall indulge without reservation. Ah, munch munch. The scene was akin to a tempest sweeping through, leaving no trace behind. Yet, despite 21's rapid consumption, there was none of the gluttonous frenzy characteristic of Goku. She resembled a culinary sprite instead, joyful, lively, charming, and irresistibly rebellious. I am Frieza. I am 21. Meow. In that moment, an image flashed through Frieza's mind, causing him to break into a cold sweat. How peculiar. Ho ho ho. No need to rush. Take your time. I have plenty more. Boom. Sensing that 21 was quite the voracious eater, Frieza hastily tossed out several universal capsules. With a puff of white smoke, several lengthy dining tables appeared, laden with an array of exquisite dishes. This spectacle stirred Kain's appetite as well, especially given 21's actions, which truly whetted the appetites of those around her. Whis was the first to dive in, followed by Kain, while Frieza settled down to partake, for it mattered not how much he consumed. The Eternal Dragon had granted him gender, yet he remained unaffected by any so-called urgent needs. Ho ho ho. Might I inquire if you are utterly oblivious? Or have you, for some reason, forgotten certain matters? Frieza wiped his mouth and, after devouring several pieces of steak, finally set down his knife and fork. Number 21 glanced at Frieza, her large eyes blinking rapidly. Oh dear, it dawned on me that I am number 21, and I have a mission, don't I? What could it be? Why can't I recall? Please hold on, let me indulge in a bit more food. That should jog my memory. I have been famished for decades. Ah, how curious it is that hunger has caused me to forget so much. Frieza felt a slight discomfort in her tail. The imprints of teeth still fresh. She indulged at one table, then another, and a third, until the seventh table of delicacies was completely devoured by number 21. At last, she clutched her stomach, her legs curled beneath her as she settled onto the grass, exclaiming, I am utterly stuffed, yet I still desire more. Burp. Suddenly, a burp escaped her lips, prompting number 21 to quickly cover her mouth, seemingly a tad embarrassed. Yet, the craving lingered. Stealthily, number 21's gaze flickered toward Frieza's plump pale tail, sending a shiver down Frieza's spine. How could she still be thinking about her tail after such a feast? Oh dear. It dawned on her. Her mission was to consume you. You are Frieza, aren't you? Frieza finally comprehended why number 21, upon awakening, was gnawing at her own tail, seemingly intent on devouring herself. However, wait, you are human, are you not? How could I possibly consume a person? Perhaps you could transform into a delightful treat? Number 21 gestured in the shape of a donut, her little tongue licking her lips in anticipation. Oh ho ho ho. It seems that Kain has brought you quite the predicament. Haven't you already attained a gender? Now, you can fulfill your desires. Whis, ever the provocateur, certainly knows how to stir the pot. Kane, on the other hand, expressed herself differently. That won't do. If Mr. Frieza were to be eaten, I would miss that enchanting laugh of his. Look at that. After such a brief acquaintance, she already shows concern for others. How about you share a few more laughs before the inevitable feast? Ahem, let us pretend that Frieza said nothing just now. None of these three can be considered virtuous. Oh ho ho ho. Frieza turned around, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. I shall tell you, there are indeed various ways to consume me. Bang. As Frieza's words hung in the air, number 21 snapped her fingers, unleashing a wave of energy that struck Frieza, who was facing away from them. In the midst of Whis' smile and Kane's incredulous gaze, Frieza transformed into a mousse cake. Kane then turned to number 21 and exclaimed, Hey, 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 what kind of cake is that? It looks absolutely delectable. How about sharing half with me? The cake, suspended in midair, seemed to respond with silence. Suddenly, a pair of delicate, azure hands cradled the mousse cake, accompanied by a humanoid black cat. Upon witnessing her culinary delight being seized, number 21's lips curled in displeasure. Clearly irked, Kane, too, wore an expression of annoyance, realizing yet another contender was vying for her cake. Bodas smiled elegantly. Oh ho ho. What a lively scene we have here. But wait, I distinctly recall Frieza should be present as well. Champa, hands on hips and nose slightly twitching, confidently declared, Indeed, Bodas. I can still detect Frieza's foul odor. With a resounding clang, Bodas tapped Champa's head with her staff, while chiding, Champa, my dear, remember you are not a dog, nor a cat, but a god of destruction. How can you rely on your nose? Champa felt quite wronged, protesting. How can you treat me like a pet while addressing me as Lord? Well, this mousse cake looks rather appealing. I shall indulge first. Oh ho ho. Bodas continued to exude her regal charm. Whis maintained his composed and elegant smile. Oh ho ho. Kane gasped. No. At least leave me a bite. Number 21's expression shifted dramatically, turning fierce. Absolutely not. It is mine. Anger began to simmer. Chapter 168. 3 Women in a Play Bang. Just as Kane prepared to clash with Bodas over the mousse cake, and number 21 was seething with rage, the mousse cake in Bardas's hands suddenly exploded. Everyone soon realized that Frieza's expression was exceedingly unnatural. Bodas stared at the Frieza sitting in her grasp, momentarily stunned, and instinctively squeezed a little harder. Frieza initially intended to feign ignorance, yet upon being grasped by Bodas, his facade was instantly shattered. Hearing Frieza's anguished cries, Bodas realized that he had indeed committed an exceedingly malevolent act. Bodas, how could you be so excessive? Frieza launched a powerful kick towards Bardock. But due to the excessive motion, his body experienced a sudden spasm. Frieza sank to the ground in agony, utterly terrified. After finally acquiring the Super Dragon Balls to make his wish, he could not afford to meet such a disastrous fate. Women, especially those endowed with formidable power, are indeed exceedingly perilous. In truth, the moment he was transformed into a mousse cake, Frieza could have easily shattered that enchantment. For he is a man who wields divine power, such trivial magic is beneath him. However, the unexpected arrival of Bardas caught him off guard, prompting him to observe how the situation would unfold. To his dismay, he nearly rendered himself incapacitated. Ha ha ha. I refuse to believe you did not recognize that cake was me. Frieza's hatred was palpable. He harbored deep suspicions that Bardas was acting with intent. Indeed, Bodas was aware that the recent cake was, in fact, Frieza himself. She presumed that he would not revert to his original form anytime soon. Thus she decided to indulge in some playful antics with Caulifla. As for Android 21, Bodas had yet to regard her with any seriousness. Newly emerged and still not wholly consumed by her malevolent side, Android 21's power was roughly on par with the current cell. Bodas could effortlessly crush her, just as she had done with Frieza moments ago. It seemed that the sensation was rather agreeable. Ho ho ho. Mr. Frieza, I had no idea you possessed such peculiar tastes. You appear quite robust. Whis was aware of his sister's eccentricities. Yet witnessing such a level of absurdity was a first for him. Just then, Android 21 suddenly clutched her head in agony. It turned out that the dark power within her had just awakened, and it was now vying for control over her body. Frieza, taken aback, endured the excruciating pain and rose to his feet, his eyes radiating a spectrum of colors as he charged towards Android 21, determined to assist her in subduing the malevolence within. This was the first woman to capture his heart, and he could not bear to see her transform into an embodiment of evil, only to be vanquished by the formidable figures present. Another wave of convulsion struck. momentarily halting Frieza's advance. The previously suppressed aura of wickedness rebounded fiercely, instantaneously seizing control of Android 21's form. "Oh dear, I have found you," Frieza exclaimed, as the brief spasm irrevocably transformed Android 21 into her sinister counterpart. Evil Android 21. Her once coffee-colored hair shifted to a pale pink, and her attire morphed into a style reminiscent of Majin Buu, albeit adorned with an additional black corset. She retained her black gauntlets, while golden rings adorned her neck and wrists. A long tail, strikingly similar to Frieza's but for its hue, emerged behind her. Her azure eyes now glowed with a blood-red ring, eerily akin to Majin Buu's. Ahaha, with a tail, no less. Splendid. From this moment forth, you have caught the eye of me, Lord Frieza. You shall obediently accompany me to become my queen. Bardock furrowed his brow slightly, and Kane pouted, evidently displeased with Frieza's hasty proclamation. However, at that moment, Frieza's gaze was solely fixated on Android 21, completely oblivious to the reactions of those around him. Frieza finally comprehended the reason behind his indifference towards other women. It was evident that his affections were reserved for those adorned with tails. How peculiar. He found himself utterly enamored. Oh dear. Frieza, you are courting death. Ah. Yikes. Whoosh. Bang. The malevolent Android 21 suddenly erupted with fury, her presence rivaling even that of his diamond form. Despite the apparent fragility of her petite fists, she managed to propel the unprepared Frieza through the air with a single strike. Had it not been for the fortunate trajectory leading directly towards Champa, the latter would have been forced to awkwardly catch Frieza. Frieza, in this moment, remained oblivious to his impending destination. This scene left the god of time Kai in a state of astonishment. She silently felt a sense of relief, fortunate that she had managed to subdue him before he awakened. Otherwise, the consequences were too dreadful to contemplate. Simultaneously, a surge of anger swelled within her. Champa, having assessed the force with which he had just caught Frieza, cast a glance at the woman with the tail, and his heart churned with tumultuous waves. What on earth was happening? Why did such formidable beings continue to emerge in the universe? If this woman were to continue her ascent, would she become another who could overpower him? The mere presence of Frieza already caused Champa immense distress. The thought of encountering another such entity was utterly humiliating for the god of destruction. With a fierce glare from his yellow, triangular eyes, Champa forcefully tossed Frieza aside, extending one hand as he began to gather destructive energy. Destruction. Frieza, witnessing this scene, felt his eyes widen with fury and exclaimed loudly, "Xiang Pa, how dare you?" Ah! In a fit of overwhelming emotion, Frieza once again transformed into his golden form. He then instantly charged towards Champa. With the first move of the open sky technique, slash, an energy axe materialized, descending upon the freshly gathered destruction that Champa had just conjured. Duong. Frieza's axe indeed obliterated the very essence of destruction. Yet he himself was sent flying by a swift kick from Android 21. As Frieza quickly regained his footing, Android 21 clenched her teeth and exclaimed, "Oh dear. Who told you to rescue me? I was planning to consume you." Her petite cherry lips parted, revealing two sharp canines, while her tail swayed animatedly behind her. Pointing a finger at Frieza, her furious demeanor was utterly adorable. This display of Android 21's anger once again sent a jolt through Frieza, who, at that moment, wished fervently to transform into a devoted admirer and rushed to embrace her, whisking her away from the throngs of spectators that irritated him so. "Ho ho ho. Cease your antics and willingly submit to me, and I promise to provide you with all the finest delicacies." Upon hearing this laughter and Frieza's words, Kane, who was already simmering with anger, could no longer contain herself. She bellowed fiercely, the clock-like halo behind her radiating brilliance. Captivated by Frieza's laughter, she declared, "What is so admirable about her? She is merely an evil creature. You may enjoy his laughter, but please, do not associate with this long-tailed woman." Frieza could hardly fathom that his laughter would elicit a declaration from the god of time. As he pondered how to gracefully decline, the airy words of Beerus floated into his ears. Ah, indeed, there is a certain decorum in matters of precedence. I was the first to lay my hands upon him. That so-called number 21 is nothing more than a mere trifle. With a mere flick of my finger, I could obliterate her. Beerus boldly declared number 21 eliminated. Frieza, with great difficulty, turned his head, a cold sweat breaking out upon his brow. What on earth is Bardos up to, making such a statement at this juncture? Could this be what they refer to as a decisive moment? How absurd. This is utterly unreasonable. Chapter 169. Frieza's unprecedented fury. It seems that Weiss, as Bardas' brother, felt compelled to speak. Yet, the moment he parted his lips, he was met with 3 piercing glares akin to blades. The warning-laden gaze from Bardas, the furious glare from Cain, and the murderous crimson pupils of 21. In a fleeting moment of humility, Weiss found himself holding a bowl of fruit sundae. Frieza initially believed that Wiss's voice could alleviate the awkward atmosphere, but to his surprise, Wiss merely chuckled and uttered a few words before faltering. Could it be that Wiss is not genuine? Goku instinctively swallowed hard, as Bodas' staff trembled slightly. Goku leapt 30,000 feet in the air, clearly haunted by the psychological impact of Bodas' staff. Wiss, please refrain from laughing. It is rather unpleasant, lacking the natural charm that Mr. Frieza possesses. As Cain diverted her gaze from Wiss, she couldn't help but deliver a sharp remark aimed at him. The slight tremor in Wiss's hand holding the spoon revealed that he, too, was not entirely at ease. Frieza cast a glance at Android 21 first. Her angry demeanor was simply enchanting. Visions of swinging joyfully together, their tails intertwined, danced through his mind. He then turned his attention to the supreme Kai of time, Cain, although he felt little attraction towards this young girl. She was the first to openly express her affection for him, and the first to be captivated by the sound of his laughter. He pondered whether the clock-like halo atop her head could be caught by his tail. Finally, he glanced at Beerus, feeling a shiver run down his spine. Frieza could scarcely conceive the terror that washed over him at the mere sight of the opponent, causing beads of perspiration to form all over his body. What nonsense about mixed doubles like a couple, or being the brother-in-law of Weiss. The primary concern was simply to avoid being utterly annihilated. A gentle squeeze would send shivers down his spine, leaving him in a state of icy dread. Oh ho ho ho! Bang! Crash! Frieza felt compelled to utter something. Just as he managed to emit a chuckle, number 21 struck him across the face with a resounding slap. In truth, Frieza had the capability to evade such an assault. However, immediately thereafter, Bardas unexpectedly struck him on the forehead with her staff. The result was not only a throbbing headache, but also a burning sensation on his face. Witnessing this scene, Cain was filled with concern and rushed to Frieza's side, harnessing the power of time and space, moving with astonishing swiftness. Mr. Frieza, are you all right? I warned you that someone like number 21 can be quite barbaric. Let me blow on that for you. Oh dear, you have a bump on your head. Bardas, how could you do this? Even if I cannot defeat you today, I shall still deliver a couple of slaps in return. Whoosh. As Frieza was about to intervene, Cain, harnessing the power of time and space, vanished from his original position. When he reappeared, astonishingly, it was right behind Android 21. With an unparalleled swiftness, Cain delivered 2 swift kicks to the posterior of Android 21, where her tail was connected. Before she could react, Cain vanished once more. In a flash, he materialized before Beerus, his delicate hand poised to strike Beerus's face, though it ultimately made contact with his staff instead. This spectacle left Frieza utterly astounded. Cain was indeed formidable, although his offensive power was evidently lacking. His audacity to act so boldly, relying solely on his speed, was remarkable. With a swift motion, Cain returned to Frieza's side and took refuge behind him, glaring fiercely at Android 21 and Beerus. Should you dare to bully Mr. Frieza again, I shall unleash my wrath upon you. Fear not, Mr. Frieza, for I shall protect you with utmost dedication. Frieza? No. Is the protector hiding behind the one being protected? This is clearly a case of causing trouble and then making a grand show of bravado while hiding behind another, forcing them to face the consequences. Oh ho ho. As for her actions, well, I shall bear the brunt of it. If there are issues, let them come to me. Initially, Frieza intended to assert that Cain's behavior was entirely her own and had nothing to do with him whatsoever. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, the mist in Cain's eyes immediately began to rise. The moment he recalled that she was the first girl who adored his laughter, Frieza was instantly filled with a sense of bravado. This is what it means to be a man, completely oblivious to the fact that what women seek is affection. With his approach, not only would number 21 not develop feelings for him, but even Bardas would redirect her animosity. As Frieza caught sight of the glances exchanged between Android 21 and Bardas, an ominous feeling surged within him. Something was amiss, undoubtedly awry. It seemed he had made a grave error. Indeed, in an instant, Android 21 and Bardas simultaneously launched their assault on Frieza. Go, big brother. You must endure the onslaught from that old hag Bardas, cheered Cain, who had suddenly appeared from afar. even referring to him as brother. Thus, Frieza found himself alone, confronting two formidable foes. Frieza initially evaded the flamboyant strikes of number 21, yet failed to sidestep the sharp heel of Bodas. As Frieza was sent flying from a powerful kick, a sharp pain coursed through his arm. High heels are no trifling matter. They serve as an exquisite weapon. With swift movements, number 21 and Bodas initially coordinated seamlessly in their assault against Frieza. While he evaded one attack, he could not escape the other. However, the tide soon shifted. Each time number 21 struck Frieza, he could have retaliated but inexplicably refrained from doing so. When it was Bardas's turn, although Frieza could not land a blow on her, his relentless strikes were anything but gentle. This provoked Bardas's ire. "Get away from me." With a powerful swing of her staff, she sent number 21 hurtling through the air. After being struck by Bardas's furious blow, number 21 wore an expression of profound agony, and her body seemed unable to withstand the force, ultimately exploding upon impact with the ground. At this moment, Frieza was left dumbfounded. Kane was taken aback, cold sweat trickling down his body. In that instant, Kane found himself genuinely concerned about enduring Bardas's wrath. After obliterating number 21 with a single strike, Bardas too was momentarily stunned. She had merely found the situation amusing and had never intended to truly compete with number 21 for Frieza's favor. Just as she contemplated using time reversal to revive number 21, she caught sight of Frieza's predatory gaze, his unmasked fury and murderous intent. For reasons unknown, the instinctive urge to act was abruptly quelled. Whis observed his sister with curiosity, unable to grasp the peculiar behavior she exhibited today. Not only Whis, but Bardas herself felt a trace of confusion. How could she, upon seeing Frieza's gaze, harbor even a fleeting thought of not wanting to revive number 21? Ha ha. Absent was the usual mischievous laughter. For the first time, Frieza revealed a chilling, bloodthirsty smile. His voice boomed like thunder, and he appeared utterly deranged. Even in his confrontation with Frieza had never exhibited such a countenance. This made Bardas realize that Frieza was genuinely enraged this time. Frieza cast a sweeping glance over all those present, his crimson eyes bursting forth with intensity, while the lines on his face took on a similar shade of red. At that moment, a Y-shaped pattern of veins emerged across his entire body, rendering him a figure reminiscent of a demon risen from the depths of hell. Kain, frightened, instinctively covered her agape mouth, her impression of Frieza deepening with every passing second. Frieza's unprecedented fury. Chapter 170. Wanna play? Do not seek me, Frieza. At this moment, Bardas is equally astonished. Through her previous observations of Frieza, she has discerned that he has never exhibited such rage. Not even when he was nearly beaten to death by Champa, nor during his initial confrontation with Broly when he almost met his demise. Frieza's mindset seems to have never been this extreme. As Frieza screamed frantically, the violet and golden aura surrounding him rapidly expanded, causing the nearby space to shatter inch by inch, with fissures appearing in the fabric of reality. Countless dark, serpent-like energies surged forth from these rifts, attempting to draw near to Frieza, yet they found themselves utterly unable to breach the 2-meter radius surrounding his being. Frieza's fury soared to unimaginable heights. The entire realm of the elves was enveloped in an atmosphere of dread. Above, the sky bore witness to an ominous, pitch-black void from which fierce winds surged forth. Distant from the elven planet, Hit gazed in astonishment towards the horizon, precisely in the direction of Frieza's presence. A grave expression etched itself upon Hit's face, for he sensed the overwhelming aura of King Frieza, potent enough to annihilate the entire universe. The most alarming aspect was that this power was still escalating. Rost was consumed by fear and trepidation. He had finally grasped the vast chasm that lay between himself and King Frieza. This was an insurmountable and unbridgeable gulf. Could this truly be the aura of the mighty Frieza? Without sparing a glance at Rost, Hit voiced his concern, musing about the formidable entity that had provoked such a terrifying manifestation of power from King Frieza. On the elven planet, as Frieza's aura surged violently, his form began to metamorphose. The originally purple-golden energy shifted, and his body underwent a transformation in hue. Whipping his staff, Whis restored the gaping void upon the planet. Concurrently, all members of the elven race found themselves on a new celestial body. With Frieza's current combat prowess, a single misstep could instantaneously reduce this planet to mere dust. As the haze dissipated, a newly evolved Frieza emerged slowly, Black Gold Frieza. The former purple-hued Frieza had vanished, replaced by a form dominated by a metallic black sheen. The once crimson eyes were gone, transformed into striking azure irises. His armor, previously white, had thickened considerably, extending down to his thighs, effectively concealing any suggestive areas. Do you wish to witness my latest transformation? Here it is. I shall name it Black Gold Frieza. Ba. Do. S. I. Will. End. U. Creek. Creek. Frieza advanced toward Bardos with measured strides, each step amplifying his aura exponentially. With the first step, in addition to the violet energy enveloping him, a faint yet enigmatic layer of dark yellow energy manifested, imparting an air of mystery. This was the first level of the heavenly opening technique, which Frieza had already unlocked, causing his combat power to double from its original black gold form. With each subsequent step, second, third, he progressed until he stood merely 3 meters from Bardos after the 7th step. Thus, 7 strides signified that Frieza had mastered the 7th level of the heavenly opening technique, resulting in a staggering 7-fold increase in his combat prowess. It is crucial to note that this 7-fold enhancement is based on Frieza's black gold form, fundamentally distinct from the Saiyans method of power multiplication. Frieza did not hasten to strike at Bardos. Instead, his gaze shifted toward an inconspicuous corner, where a glimmer of brilliance ignited in his eyes. With a swift motion of his hand, a pulsating, flesh-colored entity materialized in Frieza's grasp. This was none other than Android 21. Having acquired the cells of Majin Buu, 21 was far from being easily vanquished. Not even Bardos could extinguish her existence with mere conventional attacks. This revelation had eluded Frieza until now. As his combat prowess transcended yet another threshold, he became aware of the writhing mass before him. Perhaps it was just awakening. Or perhaps Bardos's earlier blow had exceeded 21's threshold for endurance, necessitating considerable time for her to recuperate. The realization that 21 had not perished completely filled Frieza with exhilaration. However, this did not mitigate his ire towards Bardos. This woman had, from their very first encounter, usurped his freedom for a staggering 5 years. In the initial 3 years, Frieza lived in a state of peril, oblivious to his fate, only gaining a measure of resistance in the final 2 years. Their second meeting was relatively amicable, and Frieza's perception of Bardos had markedly improved. Yet, the third encounter was rather awkward, as she immediately seized upon his newly acquired vulnerability and nearly obliterated the very android 21 he had grown enamored with. Across 3 meetings, 2 had ignited Frieza's unbridled fury. The first was tolerable, merely targeting him as an individual. Frieza discerned that Bardos was merely jesting, yet this time, she had truly crossed the line. Consequently, Bardos had undoubtedly touched upon Frieza's sensitive spot. Upon witnessing Frieza in such a state, Kane no longer sought refuge behind Whis. Instead, she promptly positioned herself beside Bardos and boldly addressed Frieza. Mr. Frieza, Bardos and I were merely playing with you. We got a bit too engrossed in our roles. You see, 21 is perfectly fine. We can facilitate her swift recovery, so please, do not engage Bardos in conflict. Kane tugged at Bardos's hand, echoing her plea. Sister Bardos, didn't we agree that this was all in good fun? Let us not take it so seriously, shall we? Bardos, however, paid no heed to the Kai of time, her gaze icy and unyielding. The pride of the angelic race and their disdain for mortals was now laid bare. With a sinister smile, Bardos retorted, Oh ho ho. It is you, Kane, who desires to play. I am merely indulging you. What can a mere mortal possibly achieve, even if they possess strength? Can they truly defy the heavens? Upon witnessing that Android 21 had survived, Frieza's wrath had somewhat diminished. However, after hearing Bardos's words, his fury surged once more. Ho ho ho. You, the exalted Kaioshin of time and the lofty angels, believe you can toy with us, disregarding our feelings? Is it true that being non-divine grants you the liberty to manipulate us at will? No. While others may allow you to play with them, I, Frieza, shall not. Oh. Buzz. The 90 fusion degree of the Zai Tai Chi technique activated instantaneously as Frieza launched a devastating punch towards Bardos. Clang. Waves of energy rippled forth, and the planet of fairies showed signs of erosion beneath the force of the blast. And this was merely Frieza's punch striking Bardos's staff. Frieza, do you dare to lay a hand on Bardos? Come, let us engage in a battle that lasts for 10 days and nights. Champa's figure emerged, his fierce triangular eyes fixed on Frieza. Then, Champa delivered a powerful kick towards Frieza. As Frieza beheld Champa's kick, a subtle smirk graced his lips. Champa was merely an obstacle, and at this moment, Frieza possessed absolute confidence in his ability to effortlessly dominate. Bang! Chapter 171. His power has already instilled fear in the angels. Oh ho ho ho. Frieza flexed his left foot, effortlessly blocking Champa's strike. Champa, in my golden form, I could easily overpower you. Do you truly believe that after my transformation, you can still inflict harm upon me? As he finished speaking, Frieza abruptly straightened his left leg and delivered a powerful kick to Champa's chin. If one were to underestimate Frieza's attack as mere simplicity, they would be gravely mistaken. In the instant Champa was sent flying, Frieza had already appeared before him, landing a knee strike to Champa's chin. Following that, with a graceful spin, he executed a sidekick to the same spot once more. This trio of strikes left Champa feeling as though his chin had gone numb. In his golden form, he had endured similar assaults, but they had caused him no real damage. However, the recent onslaught from Black and Gold Frieza left Champa utterly defenseless and genuinely in pain. As he touched down, trying to move his jaw, Frieza's jet black elbow collided with his face, causing his protruding features to cave in instantly. Champa attempted to seize Frieza's foot, but before his hand could reach, Frieza's foot had already struck his bulging abdomen with a rapid series of 10 kicks. For the first time, Champa felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Regret washed over him as he pondered why he had chosen to confront Frieza at all. He could have simply let Beerus handle the matter. After all, it was Beerus and his companions who had instigated this predicament. Frieza executed a flawless 360-degree spin in midair, delivering a devastating kick to Champa's abdomen. As Champa plummeted to the ground, a resounding explosion erupted from the opposite side of the fairy planet, obliterating half of the celestial body. Whis, furrowing his brow in concern, swiftly waved his staff, stabilizing the remaining portion of the fairy planet. He cast a wary glance at Frieza, pondering whether he had inadvertently nurtured a monster. While Beerus undoubtedly surpassed Champa in power, he would never resort to such brutal treatment of his counterpart. This implied that upon awakening, Beerus might very well find himself mercilessly outmatched by his former subordinate. A glance towards Beerus revealed a questioning expression in his eyes. Vados maintained her usual enigmatic demeanor, remaining indifferent to Champa's plight. She reflected on the earlier playful encounter. Though it had indeed taken an unexpected turn, why did she hesitate to restore number 21? This was perplexing. As for Caulifla, she was acutely aware of her innate talent for performance. Having reached such heights from a young age was hardly surprising. The enigma lay within herself. Perhaps it was Whis' gaze that captured Vados' attention, or perhaps it was Champa's anguished cries that jolted her back to reality. Given that Champa was her nominal master, it would be rather unreasonable to remain passive while witnessing his distress. Whoosh! Clang! Frieza's fist struck forcefully against Bodas' staff, eliciting a sigh of relief from the lamenting Champa, who lay on the ground. In merely a fleeting moment of absence, Frieza had rendered him utterly defenseless, an occurrence that was nothing short of terrifying. It appeared that Champa had truly been left with a psychological scar from this encounter. After all, Frieza had yet to unleash his devastating techniques, the heaven-splitting slash aimed at both him and his adversaries. Frieza beheld the staff before him, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth, as his gaze transformed into an unprecedented seriousness. This time, his adversary was an angel, and not just any angel, but one of the foremost among them, Beerus. Swiftly and decisively, Frieza's fists were enveloped in a torrent of mysterious and golden energy, each punch radiating the formidable power capable of injuring even the celestial beings. As an angel, Beerus possessed strength that far exceeded that of the destroyers. And in the face of Frieza's relentless assault, she remained unfazed, thanks to her mastery of the Ultra Instinct. Despite Frieza's serious attempts, he failed to land a single blow on her, yet he did not relent in his onslaught. Fists and kicks flew, accompanied by a barrage of energy blasts that lit up the sky. Observing such a fierce battle, Champa and Caulifla had long since relinquished their involvement, seeking refuge behind Whis. Curiously, Caulifla poked Whis and inquired, "Did you not mention that Frieza was just joking? Why is he so furious?" Whis wore a wry smile. When Caulifla first sought him out, she asked for amusing encounters, and he had introduced her to Frieza. Little did he know that the 21st being she brought along would turn out to be Frieza's Achilles heel. How could such a situation arise upon their very first meeting? As an angel, Whis was oblivious to the nuances of love at first sight, and was unaware that Frieza belonged to a category of individuals who could withstand personal affronts but would fiercely protect those he cherished. Caulifla, I believe it would be prudent for you to refrain from seeking out Cell and Broly, although they do not belong to this timeline. You might not be able to withstand Frieza's wrath, Whis advised, reflecting on the day's events. Indeed, Caulifla's primary objective in approaching Frieza was secondary. Her main mission was to return the 21st, and escort Cell and Broly away. Now, with Whis' words weighing on her, Caulifla found herself in a state of hesitation. The power of time and space is not omnipotent. Frieza now possesses the formidable power to transcend time and space, making the quest to locate her far from impossible. It is essential to acknowledge that the instigator of today's events is none other than Cain herself. Currently, Bodas bears the brunt of Frieza's wrath on her behalf, and she ought to feel fortunate. Any further provocation towards Frieza's vulnerabilities could lead to unimaginable consequences. With a resounding crash, a new sound reverberated through the air. This time, unlike before, Bodas was compelled to defend herself rather than choosing to engage. As time progressed, Frieza's understanding of the Zai Zai Tai Chi technique deepened, reaching a proficiency of 99, compelling Bodas into a defensive stance. In that moment, as Bodas gazed upon Frieza, an unprecedented gravity filled her eyes. A palpable aura of menace erupted, for Frieza had astonishingly acquired the capability to contend with angels, an unsettling development for her. With the enhancement of her mastery over the Zai Zai Tai Chi technique, the primordial energy began to manifest a steam-like transformation, reminiscent of the fiery presence of Sun Wukong in the Zai Zai Ge technique, evoking a sensation of the energy waves morphing into scorching heat. Truly, there was no image of Frieza emanating such heat. How curious it is that you instigated this situation, only to now harbor murderous intent towards me. Very well. Let us proceed. Frieza unleashed a devastating punch, which was surprisingly intercepted by Bodas using his own hands. As Bodas' body trembled, Frieza commenced an onslaught reminiscent of a tempest. With his left hand gripping a scepter and his right hand outstretched, Bodas braced himself against Frieza's relentless attacks time and again. This spectacle left Champa and Cain utterly astonished. What did it signify? It indicated that Frieza was perilously close to matching the combat prowess of the angels. The first form of the divine opening technique. I shall cleave you in twain. Whoosh. An energy axe radiating a mysterious yellow light materialized in Frieza's grasp, and he brought it down ferociously toward Bodas. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Bodas' eyes as he met the axe's edge with his scepter. His right hand curled into a fist and surged toward Frieza's chest. This marked the first counterattack from Bodas in the few minutes of their fierce confrontation. Chapter 172. Who is the instigator? At the very moment Bodas struck, Whis' expression shifted dramatically, and Cain turned pale with fear. Without a moment's hesitation, Whis shouted urgently at Bodas. Bodas! Halt! Cain, almost involuntarily, echoed. Crack! Frieza was indifferent to the cries of the two individuals, his expression as grim as ice, as frigid as the depths of the abyss. In the moment that Bodas extended his fist, Frieza felt an overwhelming sense of inevitability. At that instant, he realized that even in his current form, he remained vastly distinct from the angels, particularly in the presence of Bodas, who was a paragon among them. However, he was not prepared to concede defeat. He firmly believed that Bodas' strike could not bring him to ruin. After all, he was the cosmic emperor Frieza, a man endowed with unparalleled talent. Frieza's mouth was agape, yearning to emulate the Saiyans' frenzied roars, in hopes of transcending to an even higher realm. Frieza's demands are not excessive. He merely seeks to comprehend the self-contained Tai Chi to its fullest extent, or to attain the 8th level of the open heaven technique. However, at that moment, Bodas ceased his movements, and the expression on his face transformed from a menacing glare to one of serene composure. Frieza was perplexed, yet he would not let this opportunity slip away. Frieza, with a swift movement, distanced himself from Bodas. His curiosity piqued regarding the antics of Bodas. Oh ho ho ho! Had you not mentioned Ka, I would have remained oblivious to how deeply I had immersed myself in this role. It appears that acting is indeed such an enjoyable endeavor. Upon hearing Bodas' words, Frieza's mind was suddenly drawn to the image of an actor portraying a corpse, motionless even when trampled, even when hands were bruised from the pressure. It was only when the director shouted cut that the actor rubbed his hands and rose to his feet. The director inquired about his unwavering dedication, to which the actor articulated a sentiment embodying the highest professional integrity. As long as the director has not called for a halt, it signifies the camera is still rolling. And thus, as a performer of the corpse, I must remain utterly still. Could Bodas truly possess such professional spirit? Frieza was rather incredulous. Oh ho ho ho. It appears that portraying a jealous woman is quite entertaining. Whis, did you just realize it was all an act? Xiangpa interjected. Why did none of you inform me that you were performing? I was truly on the receiving end of a beating. Whis wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, pondering that had it not been for your intervention, he might have doubted your sincerity. Yet, Whis replied, oh ho ho ho. Quite impressive. I am genuinely astounded. Kane's previously pale visage gradually regained some color as she recalled that actors only cease their performance upon hearing the cue of cut. Holding on to a sliver of hope, Kane fortuitously guessed correctly. Frieza was taken aback. Could this truly be nothing more than an act? Why did it feel so remarkably authentic? Just as he was about to utter a word, Bodas struck the ground with her staff. This moment heightened Frieza's vigilance once more. However, at that very instant, the entire fairy planet reverted to its original state. The pivotal detail was the sudden appearance of Android 21, who had returned to her initial appearance clad in her iconic red and blue checkered attire. Frieza was taken aback, quickly glancing at his storage space, only to find that the mass of flesh absorbed by him had vanished. Bodas effortlessly accomplished all of this. Her calm gaze directed at Frieza as she placed her hand to her mouth and chuckled. Oh ho ho ho, Mr. Frieza. I mentioned that the latest transformation was concealed within you. I was certain that my intuition would not lead me astray. Frieza's body trembled as realization struck him. Previously, in the realm of destruction, Beerus had indeed mentioned his willingness to assist Frieza in achieving his transformation. However, at that time, Frieza had declined the offer. Could it be that Beerus, intrigued by Frieza's metamorphosis, orchestrated this entire situation? Frieza's conjecture is not entirely erroneous, although it originated from Kane's desire for amusement as events unfolded. Bodas indeed wished to seize this opportunity to elicit Frieza's latent potential. Now, Bodas has solidified her thoughts. In the vast cosmos, where angels are unable to unleash their full power, it seems that there may be no one capable of rivaling Frieza, particularly after witnessing the second coming of creation. It is undoubtedly a scenario that leaves any opponent in disdain. Perhaps only the mightiest destroyer, Beerus, when exerting his full strength, could truly challenge Frieza. It has been rumored that Universe 11 has produced a candidate destroyer, as well as an entity that has transcended the role of a destroyer. The veracity of these claims remains uncertain. Oh dear, what just transpired? Frieza gazed at the innocent number 21, perplexed by the pair of black-framed glasses she had somehow acquired. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Number 21. As he observed her again, although she remained breathtakingly beautiful, the fervor that once compelled him to fight for her had inexplicably vanished. This was decidedly abnormal. Suddenly, Frieza lifted his head, his pale blue eyes fixed intently on Bodas. Did you manipulate the divine power within me, provoking this surge of rage? Bodas was taken aback, unable to comprehend the meaning behind Frieza's words. Upon witnessing Bardas's expression, Frieza realized that it was not Bardas's doing after all. Creak. Frieza slowly turned around, casting his gaze upon Whis. Whis immediately shook his head, his tone calm and unequivocal. The angelic lineage would never engage in such actions. Frieza's gaze shifted to the side, his target being Kane. However, after searching for quite some time, he found no trace of the little girl. Frieza instantly comprehended that the true instigator behind it all was none other than that insidious Kane. From the very beginning, Kane's declarations were nothing but fabrications. The claims of reveling in his laughter, of adoration, were mere deceptions. Moreover, after inciting the conflict, he resorted to taunting others with his words. Beneath that seemingly innocent and charming facade lay a heart that thrived on chaos and discord. Frieza does not express gratitude towards Bodas for provoking him into transforming into Black Gold Frieza. He remains steadfast in his previous assertion that he has yet to elevate his purple gold form to its zenith. Hastily transcending to Black Gold would actually diminish his combat effectiveness. Otherwise, he would not find himself unable to inflict any harm upon the angel Bodas. Even when bolstered by the 7 layers of heaven and the 99 free Tai Chi techniques. Furthermore, when Bodas truly began to retaliate, Frieza experienced an overwhelming sense of inability to withstand the onslaught. Initially, to reach the pinnacle of his purple gold form, Frieza merely needed to exert a modicum of effort. However, now he must invest significantly more time and diligence than before. For one who is so inherently lazy that he requires external motivation to engage in training. This is undeniably the most intolerable predicament. With the departure of Kain, a certain energy that influenced Frieza dissipated, allowing him to regain his composure entirely. Bodas, I have fulfilled my promise to you. I hope you refrain from presenting yourself before me again. Otherwise, each encounter will result in a thrashing for Champa. Oh ho ho ho. Champa wis. Inform me of Kain's whereabouts. Chapter 173. Completely abandoning the power of the gods. Frieza's words left both Bodas and Champa feeling quite uncomfortable. However, Bodas understood that Frieza's intense anger this time was indeed warranted, as they had crossed the line. Especially Kain, who audaciously used her divine power to influence the divine energy within Frieza, causing him to experience a whirlwind of inexplicable emotions. Frieza's ability to dismiss them with a light remark can be considered a manifestation of his composure. Champa wished to utter something cutting. Yet upon witnessing Frieza's unwavering black and gold form, the words remained unspoken. Confronted by someone capable of effortlessly overpowering him, a sense of trepidation was only natural. Even for Champa, at that moment, was found himself uncertain whether to respond to Frieza's inquiry. Should he reveal the whereabouts of Kaioshin Kain, the consequences were unpredictable. However, if he chose to withhold this information, he feared that Frieza might recklessly disrupt the space-time barriers in his quest to locate the Kaioshin hidden within the fabric of time and space. Frieza's recent actions have convinced Whis of his formidable capabilities. I apologize. I was mistaken. Could you possibly forgive me this once? Just as Whis hesitated, Frieza's frustration, stemming from an inability to channel his rage, intensified. At that moment, Kain's silhouette emerged behind Frieza. Frieza turned around and beheld the petite head of the King Kai of Time, Kain, peeking from behind Bodas. The expression remained as pure and endearing as ever, capable of evoking no ire in those who are fond of youthful charm. However, Frieza harbored no such fondness for youthful allure. Perhaps he had an affinity for tails, but he would never concede to such a notion. Creak, creak. Frieza slowly approached Bodas, each step producing a sound that could make one's teeth ache. Wait, Mr. Frieza. I truly realize my mistakes. Furthermore, I genuinely enjoy listening to your laughter. I assure you, this is no deceit. Frieza paused, momentarily taken aback. Ah yes, that sound. I assure you, I am not deceiving you. I genuinely relish that laughter. I am sincere. After Frieza instinctively chuckled, Kain hurriedly began to elaborate. At the very least, Kain, had not entirely misled Frieza, had she? But what of that? You still fail to comprehend the depth of my fury. Creak, taking another step forward. In truth, Frieza found himself in a precarious position. Should Kain truly flee, he could pursue her by any means necessary, and upon finding her, he could unleash his wrath, even to the extent of ending her life if he so desired. Yet, Kain had returned, even offering an apology, and crucially, she was now hiding behind Bodas. Would an angel stand idly by while he confronted the god of time? It is essential to recognize that while there are many gods, the god of time exists singularly within a universe. This distinction is far more exceptional than that of the likes of Xian. Wait, I promise not to seek trouble with Cell and Broly. Moreover, I will never again guide the divine power within you. Kain was nearly brought to tears by Frieza's intimidating presence. Each step she took forward imposed tremendous psychological pressure upon her. If not for Bodas standing protectively in front, Kain would undoubtedly have dared not remain in place. Upon hearing Kain's final words, Frieza realized that this matter must be set aside for the moment. Otherwise, it would be he who faced embarrassment, not Kain. Oh dear. So you are Frieza? I believe I was looking for you. The sudden interjection from number 21 caused Frieza to instantly relocate to a distance, his tail curling in apprehension. For someone who delighted in biting his tail, particularly a strikingly alluring woman, he found himself genuinely at a loss. It was not that he was incapable of eliminating number 21, but rather the previous sensation made him reluctant to strike. Regardless of Kain's deliberate guidance, Frieza had indelibly retained that feeling. Undeniably, he held a considerable fondness for the transformed number 21. The very moment number 21 spoke, Frieza's panicked retreat altered the atmosphere significantly. At the very least, the tension was not as oppressive as before. Frieza, indeed, lacks the means to contend with the angels. However, the angels find themselves equally at a loss when faced with the current Frieza. To extinguish Frieza's existence, one must exert their utmost power. Yet such a display of strength is strictly prohibited by the Grand Minister's decree within the cosmos. No one dares to transgress this rule. This explains the moment of dread that seized Whis when Bodas made her move, as well as the pallor that gripped Kain's face in fear. Boredom prevails. I shall take my leave. Whoosh. Frieza found the events of today to be utterly exasperating. Initially, he believed that his charm was boundless. Having inadvertently captured the admiration of the Kaioshin of time, Kane, and even stealthily winning the heart of the angel, Bodas. After all this, it turned out that even his feelings of affection towards Android 21 had been orchestrated by others. This realization left Frieza feeling quite frustrated. Frieza departed, returning to the icy realm of the seventh universe. It is only here that his heart can find complete tranquility. Speaking of the icy world, one cannot help but mention Tagoma, who is on the brink of madness. King Frieza has visited numerous times, yet he has never once taken the time to admire his own masterpiece, which has left Tagoma quite despondent. Within the core of the ice planet, Frieza unleashed the ethereal aura of his heavenly opening technique, enveloping the very core of the ice planet, effectively thwarting the prying eyes of the angelic race. Frieza, having made a resolute decision, was determined to completely sever the ties to the divine power. Although this force proved to be exceptionally useful, the fact that it could be manipulated and directed by others, ultimately influencing his very thoughts, was utterly unacceptable to him. In Frieza's eyes, divine power resembled a ticking time bomb, a potential threat that could be detonated at any moment by someone else. Despite the assurances from Whis and others that the angelic race would never engage in such treachery, one could never be certain. What if they did? At that point, he would find himself with no refuge for his despair. The turmoil. Frieza let out a furious roar, and a cascade of seven-colored radiance enveloped his form. This was reminiscent of the initial moments when he first harnessed the power of the stars. However, this time, Frieza did not relent. His objective was to expel the divine energy entirely from his being. When he initially absorbed this divine power, it required immense effort. Now, attempting to force it out proved to be an even greater challenge than the initial absorption. Frieza continues to maintain his black and gold form, for it is only in this guise that he can confidently suppress the divine power. After all, the power of creation has already been employed by him as a shield, leaving him to rely solely on his own strength to compel the divine force. Frieza's actions require considerable time, and once the divine power is detached, his physical strength will significantly diminish. However, Frieza is unconcerned with such matters. As long as he successfully removes this ticking time bomb, he can cultivate his strength anew. The power of creation is not in any way inferior to divine power. As Frieza unleashed his divine power on the ice planet, Earth was unexpectedly graced by three uninvited guests. The beleaguered planet was on the brink of yet another tumultuous upheaval. The warriors who had recently concluded their training in the hyperbolic time chamber soon discovered this alarming turn of events. At that moment, Goku and his companions had undergone a remarkable transformation in their combat abilities. What form had they attained? In Chapter 174, titled The First to Transform into Dessert, a group of individuals suddenly emerged from a dark portal atop the Temple of the Gods, clad in tattered garments. They clearly bore the marks of rigorous training or fierce battles. This group was none other than Goku and his comrades, freshly emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber. Leading them was the towering Broly, followed closely by Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, Trunks, Goten, and Buu. Although they suppressed their energies, their presence did not go unnoticed by Whis Kane, an android 21 who had just arrived on Earth. Whis and Kane had no intention of meeting Broly and the others. Their mission was solely to rectify the chaotic timelines and return the original android 21 to her rightful place on Earth. Initially, Kane had planned to take Broly back to the time nest, but Frieza's terrifying reputation compelled her to reconsider. With Broly having settled down and started a family, the purpose of returning him seemed diminished. Thus, she decided to spare Frieza's dignity. Android 21, this is your home planet. I hope you can maintain your kind heart, Kane instructed before she swiftly vanished into the rift of time and space. Kane's mastery over temporal forces was truly extraordinary, even surpassing that of the angels. Whis glanced at Earth, contemplating indulging in its culinary delights, but ultimately opted against it. The 39-year pact with Lord Beerus was approaching, and he needed to prepare for the matters that would arise upon Beerus's awakening, such as the roasted salmon from the planet Wardland and the specialty chicken nuggets from Nebula 65. As for the delicacies Frieza had offered him, he decided to keep those for himself. Whis did not take the time to greet Android 21, instead transforming into a spectrum of colors and vanishing from sight. Although Android 21 was not in her battle form, Her experiences on the fairy planet had endowed her with combat prowess rivaling that of Golden Frieza, along with magical abilities surpassing even those of Majin Buu. For instance, her spell to transform individuals into food was executed with a finesse that exceeded that of Majin Buu himself. On the 21st, the android emerged. Although not of the same caliber as the infinite energy of the 17th, it was certainly not one to conceal its presence. Consequently, Sun Wukong and his companions sensed the existence of the 21st android immediately. The overwhelming aura invigorated them, igniting a fervor within Sun Wukong and his allies. Remarkably, nearly a decade had passed, yet such a formidable character had appeared on Earth once more. Sun Wukong, brimming with excitement, spoke words that made Vegeta feel quite embarrassed. In truth, only 10 days had elapsed. One would hope he had not forgotten the distinction between the time spent in the hyperbolic time chamber and the real world. Before entering, Bulma had wished upon the dragon, requesting that those who entered the chamber would not age due to the time spent within. This led to Trunks and the others remaining children. Otherwise, they would have emerged as adults. Sun Wukong scratched his head, having spent a decade in the chamber, feeling somewhat disoriented. However, that was of little consequence. What mattered was the prospect of facing a new adversary. After tending to everyone's injuries and providing them with new attire, Sun Wukong instructed everyone to hold on to him. In an instant, they found themselves standing not far from the 21st android. Gazing at the bespectacled, sweetly charming yet slightly commanding 21st, everyone was momentarily taken aback. They had anticipated a formidable monster or a powerful warrior. Yet this delicate beauty was something entirely unexpected. Before long, the 17th arrived with Zhangya, while the 18th came alone, followed by Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and Gohan. As they observed the bewildered 21st, incredulity washed over them. Yamcha, adjusting his hairstyle to present his most polished self, stepped forward and inquired, "Might we be graced with your name, beautiful lady?" The 21st adjusted her large black-rimmed glasses and responded with a sweet smile, "I am referred to as 21. You must be Yamcha, that useless fellow?" Initially, her response brought joy to Yamcha, but the subsequent remark caused his expression to darken instantly. "Oh dear, my sincerest apologies, I inadvertently spoke my thoughts aloud." Yamcha pondered. Was this a mere slip of the tongue or a deliberate jab? Was one blow not sufficient? Must there be a second? In a fit of frustration, he disregarded the disparity in their strengths, determined to teach this outspoken woman a lesson. Just then, Sun Wukong placed a hand on Yamcha's shoulder, his expression grave. "Yamcha, do not act rashly. She possesses an immensely powerful and malevolent aura." At this moment, Fat Buu descended from the heavens, his eyes squinting into mere slits, cautioning everyone. There is a trace of Kid Buu's essence within him. Fat Buu harbors an intense loathing for Kid Buu, and simultaneously, a profound fear. Perhaps this exemplifies the paradox of kindred spirits repelling one another. Oh dear, I promised Cayenne and the others that I would be a benevolent individual. Must you all be so aggressive? Though reluctant to voice it, he thought to himself that all present, when compared to Frieza, were utterly worthless. The crowd collectively gasped, bewildered at this self-proclaimed kind person who then resorted to mockery. What was the meaning of this? I'm a bit hungry, since Cayenne and the others have departed. Perhaps I should devour that useless Yamcha first? Number 21 playfully tapped her lips with a finger, her innocent demeanor belying the chilling words that followed. This fellow intends to consume a human. What transformation would be fitting? Let us turn him into a delightful little cake. With a swift motion, a beam of energy shot from number 21's hand, striking Yamcha before anyone could react. Boom! In the incredulous gaze of all, Yamcha transformed into a cake adorned with red jam. Yamcha was captured. In the next moment, the cake that was once Yamcha appeared in number 21's grasp, and she licked her lips as if overcome with desire. However, this scene horrified the others. Upon witnessing this, Son Goku erupted in fury. Yamcha had been his companion since childhood. Their bond had been forged through countless battles. Release Yamcha. Athe. Roaring with rage, Goku instantaneously transformed into the state of a Super Saiyan god with fiery red hair. Indeed, even without Whis' training, Goku had mastered the ability to assume this red-haired form. Not only him, but Vegeta had also achieved it. While Goku and Vegeta were unable to attain the wild transformation characteristic of the Super Saiyan 4th stage, they could swiftly adopt this divine transformation imbued with godly power. In stark contrast, Broly was incapable of achieving such a state. Any attempt to progress in that direction would lead to madness. Ultimately, Broly forsook this tranquil transformation and chose to continue down his wild path. Release Yamcha. Goku surged forward, charging at number 21, his crimson energy waves radiating magnificently. Chapter 175, Super Saiyan Vegeta Ignites. Number 21 paid no heed to Goku's advance. Instead, she took a hearty bite out of half of the little cake. This spectacle made Vegeta and the others' brows twitch in disbelief. Good heavens, she truly treats humans as mere snacks. As soon as Majin Buu laid eyes on the scene, saliva instantly dripped from his mouth, his gaze shifting towards the others. That look made everyone suddenly recall that Majin Buu indeed had a penchant for such antics. It was precisely because he had consumed the golden Kawaira that he had unleashed fireworks over 100 times. Swiftly, Krillin and the others distanced themselves from Majin Buu, uncertain whether he might whimsically decide to unleash his chaotic tendencies upon them. It seemed that only a few members of the Heavenly Pavilion possessed any semblance of normalcy in their thought processes. Dodoria was merely a sycophant with a penchant for self-deprecation. Initially, number 17 was an oddity who sought to cuckold Vegeta. Broly was a quintessential example of a volatile personality. Although Cell was not present, his aesthetic still aspired to be the king of the seas, relishing the power gained from devouring others. Majin Buu consumed 8 meals a day and, on several occasions when angered, nearly transformed the sluggish chef into a delicacy. In short, there wasn't a single sane individual among them. Broly cast a sidelong glance at Majin Buu and remarked nonchalantly, "Just stay put, and number 18, please offer him some food to keep him occupied." If one were to consider whom Majin Buu feared, aside from the innate suppression from Kid Buu, it would undoubtedly be King Frieza, followed closely by Broly, who dared to confront Frieza in a fit of rage. Thud, thud, thud. Majin Buu, with his short legs, bounced eagerly towards number 18. Meanwhile, Son Goku had already engaged in combat with number 21. The crimson-hued Son Goku paled in comparison to the original Golden Frieza and, of course, could not contend with the current number 21. After consuming the treat transformed from Yamcha, number 21, even without resorting to her malevolent transformation, could still overpower Son Goku. Bang! Bang bang! At the moment, Son Goku missed with a punch and lost his balance. Number 21 delivered a knee strike to his abdomen and swiftly seized his red-dyed hair. With Son Goku's anguished cry, number 21 forcefully slammed him down to the ground. Crash! A massive crater materialized, causing the entire Earth to tremble violently, resulting in the collapse of several buildings. This was disastrous. There was no barrier set by King Frieza. If this continued, the Earth would surely explode after just 2 more strikes. Crash! Another impact occurred. Although number 21 had yet to assume her evil form, she would not forgive anyone who dared to bully her or deny her food. Number 21's motto was clear. Anyone who dared to withhold food from her, regardless of their number, would first receive a thorough beating. If only Son Goku and the others had understood number 21's nature, had they presented her with an abundance of delectable treats from the outset, she would have undoubtedly been the epitome of kindness and amiability. Alas, they were unaware. Number 21's thoughts were quite simple. If one could not eat them, transforming them into treats made them fair game. Thus, Yamcha became the first tragic victim. This is a consequence of his reckless bravado. Who could blame him for being so impulsive? He deserved it. Enough. Buzz. In an instant, Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan level 4, swiftly seizing the descending hand of Android 21. Bang. Unexpectedly, Android 21's petite foot, adorned in high heels, landed squarely on Gohan's chest, sending him hurtling backward. Instant transmission. It was during this fleeting moment of pause that Goku finally seized the opportunity, enduring the excruciating pain atop his head, and executed instant transmission with Android 21 in tow. In the Kaioshin realm, Shin, witnessing the sudden appearance of Goku, was momentarily taken aback. What on earth was this spectacle? How did he arrive here? Clutched by a woman's hair? Thud. Almost immediately, Shin felt the ground tremble beneath him. Massive stones erupted from the earth, creating a colossal crater where Goku stood. Shin was astounded. What was happening? Was this an attempt to demolish his home? Swish. Broly, accompanied by a group, also arrived. Over the past decade, Broly and his companions had mastered instant transmission, allowing them to follow swiftly. Bang bang bang. Goku continued to wail in agony, while Android 21 no longer merely held onto his hair to slam him down. Instead, she began to kick him repeatedly with her high heels. This left numerous dents on Goku's body. although the protective energy shield prevented the heels from piercing his flesh. The pain was so intense that it brought tears to Goku's eyes for the first time. He vowed that henceforth, before engaging in battle with women, he would certainly remove their shoes. Father! Whoosh! Gohan rubbed his chest and charged forward once more. Bang! What greeted Gohan was the body of Goku. Upon seeing Gohan rush towards them, Android 21 hurled Goku towards Gohan, resulting in a collision between the two, which sent them crashing to the ground. At the moment of impact, Goku's radiant aura vanished, reverting him to his ordinary black-haired form. Gohan fared slightly better, maintaining his Super Saiyan 4 state. Yet the disparity between his form and Goku's Super Saiyan Red was scarcely significant. The power of Super Saiyan 4 was indeed greater, but the advantage was limited. In a prolonged battle, he would undoubtedly be overwhelmed by Super Saiyan Red. Humph! Useless Kakarot. You have wasted a decade. Vegeta interjected, mocking Goku before positioning himself before Android 21. This action interrupted her plan to transform the Goku father and son into mere snacks. Allow me to show you the fruits of my training over the past 10 years. As Sun Wukong lifted his head, he noticed Vegeta was perilously close to number 21 and immediately shouted, Vegeta, be cautious of her feet. Vegeta paused momentarily, yet he brushed it off without concern. However, in the midst of his transformation, he was abruptly sent flying by a kick from number 21. Oh dear, you are too close, and your shouting is quite revolting. Vegeta groaned, rubbing his abdomen, acutely aware of the force behind that kick, gaining a newfound understanding of the petite figure in high heels. Cough. Such formidable stilettos. This is utterly unfair. But do you think I am intimidated by this? I am the Prince of the Saiyans, Super Vegeta, he roared, transforming into the same vibrant red form of Super Saiyan God as Sun Wukong had before. Just when everyone presumed Vegeta's struggle had concluded, his voice resonated once more. What is Super Saiyan God? I can surpass him. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. Could Vegeta truly transcend the Super Saiyan God? Sun Wukong, with a wry smile, remarked, there is no need for surprise. I can achieve that as well, though I cannot yet transform at will. The issue is that number 21 grabbed my hair, leaving me no chance to transform. A tremendous explosion reverberated through the atmosphere, obliterating the area where Vegeta stood. A blue aura surged skyward as Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, shedding the frailness of his previous red form. His aura returned, embodying the cold intensity of a Super Saiyan, with his hair, eyebrows, and irises now a striking blue, exuding a more terrifying energy than Super Saiyan forms 1 through 3. This was the newly forged Super Saiyan, a fusion of the divine power of Super Saiyan God and the might of Super Saiyan. In Chapter 176, the tide of battle turned. The transformation into Super Saiyan Blue elevated Vegeta's combat prowess beyond that of Super Saiyan Red, although it lacked the tranquility and regenerative abilities of the latter. Each form possessed its own unique advantages. In encounters against foes with formidable endurance yet lacking overwhelming strength, such as Majin Buu, the red form would be more effective for attrition than the blue form for sheer dominance. However, number 21's battle strength was evidently high. Super Saiyan Red Sun Wukong had been reverted to his normal state after just a few exchanges. Thus, continuing to engage with Super Saiyan Red would be futile. The battle commenced. The speed of Super Blue Vegeta far surpasses that of Son Goku during his Super Red state, allowing him to engage in a fierce exchange with Android 21. As Vegeta charged forward with a furious roar, he unleashed a powerful punch, which, although effortlessly caught by 21, was followed by a flurry of attacks that forced her to stagger back several steps. Regardless of 21's formidable power, comparable to that of Golden Frieza, Super Blue's might is not to be underestimated. Given more time to train, it would not be long before Vegeta surpassed the current strength of 21. Amidst Vegeta's relentless onslaught, 21 furrowed her brow, repeatedly blocking his strikes while also retaliating. The sky echoed with thunderous sounds, enveloping the entire realm of the Kaishin. Shenron, observing the battle, asked with a serious expression, Kawaii, do you think Vegeta can emerge victorious? Bang! The old Kaishin covered his face, unable to bear watching Shenron being slammed into the ground. This child truly lacks memory. Suddenly, Vegeta let out a mighty roar, and his blue aura surged skyward, his energy expanding once more. This is the characteristic of a Saiyan, who can exceed their original power through the duration of battle and emotional fluctuations. In an instant, with his combat strength elevated, Vegeta sent 21 flying with a powerful kick, which caused her to crash through several mountains along her path. Seizing the opportunity, the battle-hardened Vegeta executed his signature instant transmission, appearing beside the airborne 21 and delivering another kick that sent her soaring into the sky. Employing the incredible speed of instant transmission, Vegeta unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks upon 21. Various energy blasts struck the off-balance 21, inflicting varying degrees of damage upon her body. It must be noted that the attire provided by Kaioshin Kane was of exceptional quality, as it successfully protected critical areas despite the relentless assault of energy blasts, leaving no significant damage on vital parts of the clothing. Ultimate Flash. Although Vegeta held the upper hand, he soon realized a grave issue. His energy was becoming unstable due to the fierce battle, while 21 showed no signs of weakening whatsoever. Unbeknownst to him, 21, possessing the cells of Majin Buu, had an astonishing recovery ability, truly exemplifying the saying the student surpasses the master. At the moment Vegeta gathered his energy, 21's appearance returned to its original state. Even the black-framed glasses that had been shattered earlier reappeared on her nose. With a gentle push of her glasses, 21's delicate tongue emerged to lick her lips. A slight smile graced her lips, a sight so astonishing that it was difficult to believe this was the same individual who had just endured a prolonged beating. At that moment, she bore an uncanny resemblance to a flustered Vegeta. "What are you laughing at?" Suddenly, the previously distant Vegeta appeared at the side of Android 21, unleashing the formidable Ultimate Flash towards her with tremendous force. In that instant, a look of shock flickered in 21's eyes. She was utterly unprepared for any form of defense and was struck solidly by Vegeta's powerful attack. The Ultimate Flash, an upgraded version of the Gallic Gun and the Big Bang attack, possessed a significantly greater strength than its predecessor. Caught off guard, 21 was truly shattered by this assault, leaving the onlookers feeling a pang of sympathy. Although 21 had devoured Yamcha upon her entrance and possessed an aura of malevolence, she was still a delicate young woman. To be obliterated in such a manner felt excessively cruel. Yamcha's demise was not particularly hard to accept, ever since Dandy ascended to become the god of Earth. The dragon had transformed, allowing for the granting of 2 wishes and the resurrection of those who had perished multiple times. Thus, Yamcha could indeed be revived, and the Earth could be restored to its former state. Alas, what a pity that you did not get the chance to experience my newly developed skill, Rush. Before meeting your end, Vegeta panted heavily, having exerted nearly all his strength. Had the Ultimate Flash failed to vanquish 21, he would have had no choice but to resort to Rush, a technique more suited for battle than instant transmission. It was akin to the Kaioken technique but lacked its comprehensive nature. When activated, every punch Vegeta delivered could yield several times his usual power, though his speed, defense, and overall combat prowess remained unchanged. In simpler terms, it could be likened to delivering a critical hit at the moment of impact. As Vegeta began his descent, he sensed a familiar energy. This aura belonged to the woman he had just fought. Impossible. Not only did Vegeta find this notion implausible, but even Broly, who was observing it, could scarcely believe it. The crowd turned their attention to the still feasting Majin Buu, recalling his earlier statement. Android 21 possessed the cells of Majin Buu. Given that Buu had self-destructed numerous times yet remained vibrant, it was not entirely inconceivable that 21 could resurrect as well. In a flash, 21 reappeared right before Vegeta, delivering a powerful punch squarely to his abdomen. The force of that punch was so tremendous that it caused Vegeta's entire body to arch, leaving a small yet distinct imprint on his back, as if it might burst forth at any moment. Taken completely by surprise, Vegeta let out a loud, anguished scream while expelling a copious amount of bile. This thoroughly nauseated Android 21, with a single finger pressing against Vegeta's forehead. She straightened him up before delivering a fierce blow to his temple with her wrist. Boom! Vegeta collapsed to the ground, incapacitated. At that moment, the malevolent energy within Android 21 swelled further, her power surpassing that of Golden Frieza by a significant margin, and was far more formidable than Super Saiyan Blue. Coupled with Vegeta's drastically diminished stamina, he lay there, coughing incessantly from the impact. Crucially, that last blow had struck his temple, and Vegeta was still dazed from it. "Vegeta, be careful," Goku cried out in alarm, for Android 21 was already launching a powerful kick at Vegeta. Thanks to Goku's warning, Vegeta managed to rise to his feet just in time, narrowly avoiding a devastating blow to his head. However, his left hand bore the brunt of the attack, twisting in an irregular manner. Crack! The sharp sound of breaking bones resonated, and everyone instinctively thought of Vegeta's shattered hand. Ah, imagining his hair is blue. The chapter titled The Grand Scheme of Evil 21 unfolds. Oh ho ho ho. Just a little more. I refuse to believe I cannot extract this wretchedness from you. Inside the core of the ice planet, surrounded by a swirling tempest of dark energy, Frieza oscillated between hearty laughter and vehement shouts, making one wonder if a madman resided within. Fortunately, the absolute low temperatures of this place deterred any ordinary person from approaching, while the angelic beings capable of observing the entire universe found their efforts thwarted by the dark energy surrounding them. Frieza, on the icy planet, desperately expelled divine energy from his body, while in the Supreme Kai realm, Vegeta emitted a chilling scream of agony. The sound of bones fracturing inflicted the utmost torment upon Vegeta, yet what haunted him the most was the fact that, having just emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber with a significant increase in power, he found himself bested by a mere woman. If she had possessed the guise of some monstrous creature, Vegeta might have rationalized his defeat, but alas, this woman appeared deceptively refined, never even removing her black-rimmed glasses during their clash. Being vanquished by such an ostensibly fragile figure was a profound affront to his pride. Unfazed by Vegeta's turmoil, Android 21 was intent on exacting revenge for the brutal beating he had inflicted upon her moments prior. She, a fierce warrior who had even dared to bite Frieza's tail, was relentless. After delivering a flurry of knee strikes, 21 felt unsatisfied and lifted her stiletto-clad foot to unleash a series of brutal kicks upon Vegeta. His cries grew louder, and the blood he spat increased dramatically. This sequence transpired with such swiftness that even Goku was taken aback. Meanwhile, Majin Buu had already devoured a roasted pig, oblivious to the chaos unfolding. "We must intervene before Vegeta is utterly incapacitated," Broly remarked calmly, his presence beginning to elevate as his energy surged exponentially. As Broly transformed into Super Saiyan 4th grade, he noticed 21 momentarily halt her assault, her modest heels morphing into towering stilettos. By the gods, Broly cursed. Should that foot land, it would surely leave a gaping wound, and he dared not even contemplate the implications of such a blow. With no time to lose, Broly roared. Ha! Instantly, he ascended to the second stage of Super Saiyan 4th grade, his combat prowess exploding forth. Through rigorous training in the hyperbolic time chamber, Broly had mastered this transformation, retaining his rationality and control. This signified a monumental shift in power, and while others may have been oblivious, the readers surely grasped its significance. At this moment, Broly's energy had undergone a dramatic transformation compared to when he first attained this form. If the initial second stage of Super Saiyan 4th grade represented his baseline combat strength, what he wielded now was the epitome of his full power. Let us reflect briefly on the striking imagery: green hair, a green tail, and green energy waves, characteristics unique to this transformation. Yet they bore no resemblance to the color green in any conventional sense. Who would dare to lay a finger on Android 18? Did they truly not comprehend the meaning of the word death? Moreover, who among the ordinary could ever hope to rival Android 18? With the formidable presence of Broly, the combat power of Android 18 has soared to an astonishing 300 billion. Even Android 17 has been frequently entering the room of spirit and time during this period, seemingly for no particular reason. What was he doing? He stood at the center of the battlefield, absorbing the chaotic lightning that surged around him, even though he narrowly escaped being turned to ash on several occasions. Nevertheless, this allowed his combat power to rise to 200 billion. Just as Android 21's foot was about to strike Vegeta, Broly made a ferocious entrance. He seized Android 21 by her small head and forcefully slammed it to the ground. The magnitude of this force caused numerous fissures to appear throughout the Supreme Kai's realm. After Broly's intervention, Goku instantaneously teleported to Vegeta's side and was alarmed to find that Vegeta had lost consciousness. It was a dire situation. Without hesitation, he teleported to Shin's side and urgently called out to Kid, who had just finished healing Shin. "Hurry, Vegeta is on the brink of death." Indeed, Vegeta was in a critical state. Multiple indentations appeared on his chest, precisely where the heart lies, having been struck by such powerful high heels. The fact that he had not perished on the spot was a testament to the Saiyans' robust constitution. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, and Goku, holding Vegeta, was shaken. Shin, just regaining consciousness, realized that even the Supreme Kai's realm was on the verge of collapse. Without regard for anything else, Shin exerted all his divine energy, striving to stabilize the realm. However, despite the purity of his divine power, He lacked the formidable strength necessary to match the barrier set by Frieza. Although he managed to temporarily stabilize the situation, the Supreme Kai's realm was destined to meet an explosive fate if things continued this way. Fortunately, at that moment, Broly sensed something amiss. Grabbing Android 21 by her foot, he hurled her into the sky, followed by a relentless barrage of attacks. At this moment, Broly far surpassed Android 21, rendering her incapable of retaliating. Although she possessed a recovery ability even more terrifying than that of Majin Buu. Ensuring she wouldn't be killed by Broly's blows, her anger was steadily escalating, and her malevolent side began to take control of her body. Suddenly, Android 21 exploded. Under the assault of a colossal energy blast from Broly, she erupted with a thunderous explosion. However, Broly remained vigilant. Fully aware that Android 21 would not be so easily defeated, much like the previous Majin Buu. Indeed, it appeared that Sandalphor was not so easily vanquished. As anticipated, from the site of the explosion, a mass of flesh rapidly coalesced, beginning to transform into a human shape. However, what left Broly in a state of disbelief was the astonishing transformation of the newly emerged Android 21. Her long tail bore an uncanny resemblance to that of King Frieza, and her attire echoed the appearance of Majin Buu, yet exuded an undeniable allure. The malevolent Android 21 made her reappearance. Yet, those crimson eyes instilled in Broly a profound sense of peril. With a mere flick of her hand, waves of energy surged forth towards the crowd. Broly's eyes widened in alarm as he turned to shout at Android 18 and Butsuri. 18. Butsuri, flee now. However, at that moment, Android 21's combat prowess had already surpassed Broly's, rivaling that of Diamond Frieza. The energy waves she unleashed were not easily evaded. All present, except for Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan, were struck by those energy blasts, transforming into delectable treats that looked utterly scrumptious. Donuts, mousse cakes, mango milfai, fruit tarts, and cream puffs. Goku cried out, Goten, Krillin. Gohan shouted, Uncle Piccolo. Vegeta yelled, Trunks. This spectacle left Broly in a state of utter fury. Before his very eyes. 18. Butsuri. I will destroy you. Broly's aura surged once more, swiftly aligning with that of Android 21. With a wicked smile, she dismissed Broly's aggression and instead dove towards the ground. After all, what could be more entertaining than indulging in food? Chapter 178. Broly's frustration with a delightful sound escaping her lips, Android 21 took a sizable bite out of the durian milfai that Krillin had become. Goku, consumed by rage, immediately transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. The Super Blue Goku, with hair that seemed to defy gravity, donned a deep blue combat uniform complemented by orange trousers and two elegantly flowing belts. His blue eyebrows and irises, coupled with an aura of lethal intensity, erupted in that moment. Goku teleported to Android 21's side, launching an attack aimed directly at her mouth. In that moment, Goku harbored an intense aversion towards Android 21's cherubic lips. Her insatiable appetite was infuriating. What made it worse was her penchant for transforming people into cakes for her consumption. Unlike Majin Buu from the original story, who transformed individuals into chocolate and other confections, Android 21's actions were particularly intolerable. However, at this moment, the 21st is far more powerful than even the Super Saiyan Blue. Even though Son Goku is stronger than he was during the Resurrection Saga of Frieza, he is no match for the 21st. With ease, she grasped Son Goku's punch and hurled him towards the roaring Broly. With a second bite, Krillin was completely devoured, reduced to a mere durian layer. Bang! Son Goku collided with the nearly mindless Broly. Originally, Son Goku intended to apologize, but Broly offered him no opportunity, swatting him away like a bothersome fly. Trunks. Uncle Piccolo. Bear. Boom. Having been healed by Kid, Vegeta erupted once more, and Son Gohan, in a state of utter fury, transformed again into a Super Saiyan at its 4th level, his aura surging dramatically. Oh dear. Duong. The 21st first ensnared the charging Vegeta with her tail, then delivered a kick to Son Gohan's face. In the instant she sent Son Gohan flying. She flung Vegeta away as well. Vegeta, at lightning speed, collided with Son Goku, who had been knocked aside by Broly. Bang. Ouch. Oh. Son Goku and Vegeta collided head-on, their fiery heads crashing together like a comet striking the earth, leaving both of them crouched on the ground. cradling their heads and frothing at the mouth. Son Gohan, too, suffered greatly from being kicked away by the 21st, yet in his rage, he recklessly charged forward again. Caught up in his wedding preparations, he had made no progress in strength. Swish, Son Gohan's punch struck nothing but air, the force obliterating a distant mountain. It turned out that just moments ago, the 21st had mastered Vegeta's teleportation, effortlessly evading Son Gohan's attack while simultaneously seizing the liquor-filled chocolate transformed from Bu and Android 18. Unlike Krillin, Piccolo, or Trunks, the moment Android 18 was consumed by the 21st, her eyes erupted with a dazzling light. Oh dear! Is this the Android 18, created by Dry Jero's hapless experiment? How delightful! That must be Android 17. I remember he turned into a donut. Whoosh! Bang! Just as the 21st teleported next to the donut, a massive foot struck her, sending her crashing into the ground. Broly! He finally re-emerged in his wide-eyed state, transcending to the 5th level. In this moment, Broly's form left Son Goku and the others utterly astonished. This is utterly terrifying. The once verdant hair and fur have transformed in hue, now cloaked in a delicate azure fuzz, while silvery locks cascade behind him. The green aura clinging desperately to his form. The silver-gray energy enveloping Broly renders his already frenzied and irrational eyes even more fearsome. If the mere alteration of his appearance was not enough to leave Sun Wukong and the others in a state of shock, it certainly did not prepare them for the overwhelming power he now wielded. Broly's battle prowess has surged far beyond that of Sun Wukong and his companions in their Super Saiyan Blue forms, placing him in an entirely different league. If one were to draw a comparison, it might be akin to the difference between Diamond Frieza and Golden Frieza. Frieza, it is precisely my prowess unleashed through the second layer of the celestial technique in my diamond form that has compelled you to write such an abundance of words. Turtle, you ought to continue reflecting on your past, having been led in circles by a few women. What a disgrace. Frieza, how extraordinary. I can once again transform. Yet I remain inferior in strength to my previous forms. That rolling-eyed one, your kick just now was quite impressive. Do you know where Frieza is? Ordinarily, Broly in his wide-eyed state would never engage in conversation with her. However, upon hearing the name Frieza, Broly's body jolted. And he surprisingly responded to the query of number 21. I do not know where King Frieza is. With that, Broly unleashed a ferocious roar, his muscles swelling with unmatched might as he charged towards number 21 with a brutal strike. There were no techniques involved. It was pure, unrefined savagery. Number 21 furrowed her brow and glanced at the distant donut. Had she just transformed into her malevolent form, she would have been utterly powerless at this moment. Yet, after devouring Krillin, Piccolo, Trunks, and Bu, and especially after consuming Android 18, her strength had surged tremendously. Thus, number 21 was surprisingly able to trade blows with the enraged Broly. With a thunderous clash, Broly, in his frenzy, disregarded his own safety. As number 21 was distracted by the donut, he delivered a headbutt to her forehead. The impact made her grimace, visions of donuts dancing in her mind. Oh dear! How dare you strike me this way? Frieza has never treated me like this. Who do you think you are? Nonetheless, being a woman, number 21, despite her fury, was not as brutish as Broly. Women possessed their own formidable weapons. With a swift motion, she unleashed a flurry of slaps upon Broly, the sound echoing throughout the King Kai's realm. Goku and his companions stood together, realizing that this battle was beyond their capabilities to intervene. Even if Vegeta transformed, it would be futile. The essence of transformation relies on the ability to strike one's opponent, and Vegeta, in his current state, understood he could not touch number 21. Not even a hair. Witnessing the formidable Broly, they could only watch as he was mercilessly slapped about. Broly, however, was not without the capacity to retaliate. It was merely the mention of Frieza by number 21 that triggered a fleeting moment of hesitation within him, the only entity that instilled fear in his heart. Yet, this state did not linger long, as Broly swiftly cast it aside. With a swift motion, Broly's formidable physique, though reddened by number 21 strikes, remained unblemished. In his wide-eyed state, he paid no heed to the minor injuries, reaching forth to seize number 21 by the head. The enormous hand seized the small head of number 21 entirely. Ha ha ha. Whoosh. Bang. Chapter 179. Broly, step aside, let me take the blows. Bang. This time, Broly astonishingly dragged number 21 deep into the earth, emerging from the other end of the Kaioshin realm a full 3 minutes later. This illustrates not only the vastness of the Kaioshin realm, but also the ferocity with which Broly strikes. Oh dear. You've hurt me. Boom. Although number 21's head remained firmly in Broly's grasp, she was not without recourse. Her body, much like Majin Buu, could alter its shape. Suddenly, number 21 elongated her form and launched a rapid knee strike towards Broly's abdomen. At this moment, Broly was in a state of relentless resolve, willing to endure any blows as long as he could eliminate the enemy before his demise. Thud, thud, thud. Number 21 was swung forcefully against the ground by Broly, causing even Son Goku and his companions, situated on the opposite side of the Kaishin realm, to feel the overwhelming tremors of the realm. On the planet Hongbushui, this is taking too long. If King Frieza were here, you'd be reunited with us in no time. Kaishin realm. How could I be compared to you, worthless lot? I endure. The previously cracked Kaishin realm began to shrink, defying expectations. As the saying goes, concentration is the essence. The Kaishin realm sought to enhance its density while minimizing its volume to withstand this crisis. One must admit, it was a clever approach. Bang. Broly once more propelled number 21 through the Kaishin realm. The realm, unwilling to concede, shrank further, once a million times the size of Earth. The Kaishin realm was now reduced to merely 10,000 times the size of Earth. North Kaishin, keep going, don't stop. Soon you'll be just like me. The density of North Kaishin's realm is immense. Sometimes, luck is a form of strength too. Although number 21's combat prowess was on par with Broly's, the sheer magnitude of Broly's current state rendered her unable to escape his grasp. Regardless of her retaliatory efforts, Broly remained unfazed, not uttering a single groan of pain. This left number 21 feeling somewhat disheartened. As she was once again being pressed through the Kaishin realm by Broly, she contemplated whether to self-destruct to evade that enormous hand. The fact that Broly could induce such thoughts of self-detonation in number 21, despite their comparable combat strengths, was a testament to his sheer brutality at this moment. However, just then, number 21 noticed a donut materializing before her eyes. On the 21st, a wave of joy surged forth, and without a moment's hesitation, she took a hearty bite. What need had a lady for delicate nibbling? Such notions could be cast aside. After hastily chewing a couple of mouthfuls, a lump formed in her throat, leaving her gasping. It turned out that Broly had noticed her actions, and with swift precision, he seized her by the neck. This was a dire predicament for her, as her head was firmly held captive, and Broly's grip on her throat was relentless. The sweet donut lodged in her throat became an unbearable torment. Stuck in a limbo of desperation. Thud, thud, thud. In a frenzy, she struck at Broly with her feet, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts upon him as if they were of no cost. Boom, boom, boom. With each passing moment, the number of energy blasts multiplied, resulting in a cacophony of explosions surrounding them, creating mushroom clouds that sent tremors through the Kaishin realm once more. Although Broly could endure, the prolonged assault was pushing him to his limits. As he loosened his grip on her head, he switched to clutching her throat with one hand, raining down a relentless barrage upon her. In retaliation, she extended her legs, continuously delivering knee strikes to Broly. Blood began to trickle from the corner of his mouth. In a contest of stamina between the equally matched Super Saiyan and the 21st, it became evident that she held the upper hand. Buzz. Boom. The energy blasts conjured by the 21st collided with the energy wave amassed by Broly, resulting in an explosion even more formidable than before.